Chapter 1, An Unusual Heavy Rain. Until June 23, the eastern part of the southwestern region, western and northern parts of Yichang City, some areas are still experiencing heavy rain, and the rain will continue, the meteorological department issued. Boom. The thunder echoed from afar, splitting through the clouds and fog in successive bursts, its muffled pounding reverberating deeply within hearts. At the end of June, the TV was repeatedly broadcasting weather forecasts, disrupted by the heavy rain, with intermittent reception. A young man stood in the second-floor corridor, his white shirt clinging slightly to a slender figure. Through the curtain of rapidly falling rain, his clean and cool eyes gazed toward the distance. It was already evening, even in midsummer, and the rainy weather made night fall more quickly. In the distance, the mountains were shrouded in a gray-black haze, occasionally torn open by flashes of lightning revealing streaks of light before swiftly being swallowed again by darkness, blurred beyond clarity. Unusual. Lin Mu frowned. This thought had been circling in his mind for several days, increasingly reminding him that everything happening during this period was very unusual. The rain had been continuous for nearly 10 days without stopping. Normally, summer storms come and go quickly. But this thunderstorm showed no sign of abating. And it wasn't just Yichang where he lived, it seemed as if the entire world was submerged by this rain. Flash floods surged everywhere, embankments breached, yet the news continued to paint a peaceful facade. But Lin Mu had always been quite sensitive to things around him. This rain carried something that put him on alert. It pricked against his skin like tiny needles, causing discomfort. On the computer screen in the room was a weather distribution map for the past few days. The storm had spread from the coast inland, showing on the map as an orange-red representing heavy rainfall extending claw-like tendrils, devouring the entire land. The same situation persisted across the globe. "Little Mu, come down. Wow, this rain is too intense." A familiar voice sounded from downstairs. Lin Mu looked down to see Uncle Zhang pulling up in his small truck at the gate. Uncle Zhang stepped out of the driver's seat, but the heavy rain battered his large black umbrella until it swayed chaotically. He gave up and simply closed the umbrella, tossing it back into the car, then braved the rain to unload the goods from the vehicle. "Uncle Zhang, why did you come? With this heavy rain, didn't we say you don't need to come this week?" Lin Mu quickly walked down the stairs and into the rain, instantly soaked through. Don't come out here, I'll bring it in for you." Uncle Zhang kept working, seeing Lin Mu step into the rain to help, and urgently tried to send him back inside. Lin Mu didn't listen. He said, "It's fine," and folded up his sleeves to help carry the items. This place was called Jiaoshan, very remote, bought years ago when his parents were alive. It was located on the hillside at the very edge of Yichang. Lin's father and mother were botanists who built a two-story house with a yard here. In the yard, there was a glass greenhouse cultivating various rare plants gathered from all over the world, many of which he could not name himself. Previously, Lin Mu rarely came to this place. Apart from the town 2 kilometers away leading up to the city, there weren't many people nearby, making living there inconvenient. Whenever his parents were too busy to attend to their work, they would hire Uncle Zhang from the town to take care of the plants. After they passed away a few years ago, Lin Mu started spending part of each year here instead. He couldn't dissuade Uncle Zhang, who frequently visited to deliver food, so he employed him every half-month to help procure food and supplies. However, during this half-month of non-stop torrential rain, Lin Mu had already called ahead, telling him not to make the trip. I just happened to pass by today with something else to do, I'm not specifically bringing you food." Uncle Zhang smiled kindly, fibbing in a good-natured way, then switched to a serious expression. "But I really do need to get back soon. On the way here, the bridge was almost completely submerged by water. Luckily, I came early." As they spoke, the two of them moved the items upstairs into the kitchen. After hearing this, Lin Mu stopped trying to retain Uncle Zhang. "Little Mu, I brought you some extra stuff since the rain shows no sign of stopping anytime soon. Make sure to store your things properly so nothing spoils." Uncle Zhang chattered as he climbed back into his vehicle and left in the curtain of rain. Lin Mu returned to the kitchen, looking at the scattered items on the ground in resignation. Uncle Zhang must have brought him enough provisions for an entire month. Completely drenched, he decided to shut the yard gate while braving the rain again. Lights had already lit up in the yard, but in the pitch-dark rain-filled night, they only cast a faint glow that couldn't be clearly seen. Lin Mu locked the door, water dripping down from his wet hair onto his collar, his soaked-through shirt slanting crookedly and sticking to his body, revealing hints of his well-defined collarbone. Creak. With the gate locked, Lin Mu hurried back inside, stepping under the eaves just as another flash of lightning followed by a deafening thunderclap fell behind him. Furrowing his brows, he returned to his room. Half an hour later, after taking a shower and changing into pajamas, Lin Mu usually stayed on the second floor, while the first floor housed the living room and kitchen. He went downstairs to prepare for organizing the items Uncle Zhang had delivered. First, he moved 2 bags of rice into the bottom cabinet, placed the meats and fish into the freezer, and there was even a chicken. Fortunately, the family's fridge was large enough. He carefully arranged different vegetables into storage boxes, placing what needed to be refrigerated into the fridge, and neatly lined up the extra potatoes and sweet potatoes along the wall. Once everything in the kitchen was in order, Lin Mu returned upstairs and flopped onto his bed. A kind of indescribable unease weighed on his heart. The ceiling would occasionally be illuminated by flashes of lightning piercing through the curtains. After some time, he rubbed his slightly aching head and closed his eyes, drifting off to sleep. Chapter 2, The Person Who Eats People. At this moment, deep within Jiao Mountain, the rain poured down in torrents as several men holding flashlights stumbled and ran clumsily to hide. The person chasing them wasn't particularly fast, seemingly not intent on killing them but keeping them always within sight. The heavy rain pounded painfully against their bodies. They had been fleeing for the entire night. Amidst the storm accompanied by thunder, tall trees in the forest seemed terrifying under flashes of lightning. The group feared that a careless moment might result in them being struck by lightning, adding further panic to their already fearful hearts. They had heard there was once an arms factory hidden in this Jiao Mountain, hoping to find some treasures by chance. They thought they were cautious enough but accidentally disturbed someone. That someone followed them around, like taunting dogs, shooting once just to let them run all over the mountain aimlessly. The sound of the rain drowned out their labored breathing. Gradually, one of the three men suddenly slowed down. The other two noticed and urgently urged him, "Hurry up, old three. If we don't hurry, we'll be struck dead by lightning." However, the one called Old Three remained silent, making low guttural sounds masked by the pouring rain. If anyone had looked closely during the lightning flashes, they would have noticed something strange about his eyes. His pupils had turned into an abnormal grayish-white, appearing hollow. He shook his head slightly in a dazed manner, watching the two ahead who were still running before quickly catching up with them. "Eat. Eat them. Ring." The sudden ringtone startled Lin Mu, who had just drifted off to sleep. He fumbled for his phone on the bedside table and answered it immediately, catching a glimpse of the time, 4 in the morning. On the other end, Heze's voice sounded urgent and panicked. "Mumu, are you still in Ichang? Have you checked Weibo? Wow, this is way too creepy. The coastal cities are experiencing bizarre incidents where people are biting each other. Look quickly. Holy crap, is this the apocalypse? I'm blown away." "What? What thing, eating people?" A bolt of lightning illuminated the window as Heze's words made the situation seem even more eerie. Lin Mu was shocked and sat upright in bed. Heze was his childhood friend. They had grown up in the same neighborhood and attended the same school from kindergarten to high school. After Lin Mu's parents passed away, he considered Heze as one of the few close friends left in his life. Heze was usually loud and boisterous, teaching physical education at Chanyi Middle School. With final exams approaching, most of the PE classes must have been taken over by other teachers, allowing Heze to become a night owl. Of course, it's humans eating humans. Hurry and check. Who knows if these posts will be deleted in the morning. Hey, your place has fewer people, so don't wander out recklessly. There could also be such individuals where we live. Heze continued chattering incessantly. Alright, I'll check online first. We'll talk later on WeChat. Lin Mu hung up the call, got up swiftly, and turned on his computer. Once he began looking, he realized there was no need to worry about deletion. Tomorrow, no one would delete these posts since the internet was inundated with videos and pictures, information spreading so rapidly that it was uncontrollable. As he went through each one, his shock grew stronger. Most incidents occurred in coastal regions, beginning in densely populated areas, where cases of people biting others surfaced. Many videos showed instances occurring in malls, supermarkets, schools. Lin Mu clicked on one, which captured an event inside a shopping mall. A mad adult male suddenly grabbed a young girl's arm at the women's clothing section and started biting her. Blood gushed out immediately, and the girl screamed and cried while trying to pull herself free, completely stunned. Initially, those around didn't grasp the severity of the situation, assuming the man had some sort of illness. A few young men from the crowd stepped forward to intervene. However, this adult male appeared unnaturally strong, and it took a significant effort just to subdue him. Even then, despite being restrained, he instinctively tore at large chunks of the girl's flesh, mouthfuls of blood dripping from his lips. Only when several people managed to drag him away did he stop struggling and begin roaring violently. At this moment, the camera shook slightly as if the video recorder was terrified. When the man raised his head, exposing eyes now gray-white with no discernible pupils, the young men helping recoiled in shock, releasing their grip and stepping back a few steps. The spectators felt an intense chill, and screams echoed throughout the recording. No, it wasn't just that his eyes lacked pupils, it was clear to Lin Mu that they were devoid of any consciousness. Someone dialed the emergency number, and after 10 minutes, the police arrived carrying long animal control tongs. From afar, they secured the bite-inducing individual and handed him over to other officers who placed a muzzle over his mouth, tied his hands, and led him away. The injured girl was carried onto a police vehicle, which appeared robustly constructed, its windows fortified with iron bars. More surprisingly, 2 of the young men who were bitten during the struggle were also taken away. The comments section erupted in chaos, filled with terror. "Oh no, what's wrong with this person? Is it contagious? Holy crap, these young guys are so brave. I would have run for my life. What's there to be brave about? They're probably scared out of their wits. By the way, what's up with that guy's eyes, cataracts or colored contacts? How come they look like zombies from foreign movies? Chapter 3, Fortifying the Residence. Lin Mu flipped through a few pages and clicked on several videos, all of which, without exception, depicted similar biting incidents. Some were outdoors, with heavy rain turning everything into chaos, and bright red blood spreading widely with the rainwater. He had no doubt that if no one intervened, those mutated people would devour the victims entirely. He massaged his temples, feeling soreness there, and an icy chill between his brows as there were too many oddities in these videos. The small icon of WeChat flashed rapidly at the bottom right corner of his computer screen. Lin Mu opened it. A message from Hizei popped up immediately. Mu, did you see them? Did you see them? Shit, I'm dropping goosebumps all over the place. What do you think this is? Can it really be zombies or some kind of infectious disease? Lin Mu replied while typing on the keyboard with his long fingers. Perhaps, it's really zombies. There have been too many strange occurrences recently. Prepare more food and clean water, limit going outside. In case Ichan encounters such a situation too, it'll be safer to stay home. The input status showed on Hizei's side. You've got to be kidding. I was just joking. It's really zombies. Everything seems under control already. I won't be off until the 28th, so I have to stay at school for a few more days, Mu. Hizei sent an expression full of self-pity. Lin Mu shook his head and sighed lightly. Things wouldn't be this simple. In short, come back home as soon as you can. There are too many people in school. When the rain stops, I'll come get you. Hizei trusted Lin Mu since they were kids. Lin Mu was always the smartest in the neighborhood, getting full marks every time. Listening to him wouldn't be wrong. Sensing the seriousness in Lin Mu's words, Hizei felt a sudden wave of sadness. I understand, Mu, you should be careful too. I know, and, prepare weapons just in case. Be very careful. Lin Mu sent another message before exiting the conversation. He sat in front of the computer for a long time, listening to the sound of rain mixed with thunder outside the window. Although the situation in the videos only happened in coastal areas currently, who knows when it might spread to Ichang City. Ichang was separated from the nearest coast by 3 provinces. This mutation, biting might be a way of transmission, but it definitely wasn't the only way. What about the first person to exhibit such conditions? People in different regions appeared in those videos, seemingly unrelated, yet they all changed similarly. How did they become like this out of nowhere? Could it gradually happen to Y City? Or could he himself inexplicably undergo such changes? Lin Mu found the matter far worse than most people imagined as dawn gradually broke, revealing faint light. He stood up and splashed some water on his face. No matter what, the place where he lived now had very few people, which was the only consolation. He slipped on a raincoat, but the rain was still pouring heavily, and the sky remained dark without any sign of light breaking through. But who knew how the future would look? He must take some measures to make himself a little safer and feel a bit more at ease. There were quite a lot of tools left over from building the house in the storage room downstairs. He picked a handy machete and quickly walked toward the road in the rain. This small road leading into the highway wasn't noticeable, surrounded on both sides by trees and wild grass. Besides him and Uncle Zhang, almost no one else used this path. It wasn't very wide, barely allowing a car to pass through. Lin Mu cut down a few branches halfway along the road, dragging them to cover the entrance. The rain was torrential, and the raincoat hardly offered much protection. Lin Mu was completely drenched. Despite his fatigue, he patiently moved several large rocks from the roadside to the middle of the path, hoping they could delay anyone discovering the route. After finishing all this, it was already fully daylight, and sweat mixed with rain ran down his face. Lin Mu didn't usually do manual labor, leaving him pale and tired. He turned around and took another look at the intersection, confirming that it was relatively concealed before walking back with slightly reassured steps. By the time he got home, it was nearly 9 in the morning. While taking off his raincoat, he turned on the TV, which unsurprisingly broadcasted updates on the biting incidents. Indeed, this event couldn't be covered up anymore. Beneath the storm, even scarier truths surfaced, shattering the illusion of peace. In recent days, the biting incidents in coastal areas have made the public feel uneasy. So far, the injured have been sent to the hospital for treatment. The people who bite others are suspected of being infected with an unknown virus. The research institute temporarily named it the R virus. Those infected with the virus will lose consciousness, their pupils turning gray, and they indiscriminately bite people. The Health Research Institute is fully committed to researching a drug to suppress the virus. Please, citizens, do not panic. Trust the country, trust. Lin Mu switched channels again. Without exception, every channel had stopped airing TV dramas and entertainment shows, instead continuously broadcasting news in an attempt to scientifically explain this phenomenon and reassure the public. He tossed the remote aside and went into the kitchen to cook himself a bowl of noodles. The fridge was full, all thanks to Uncle Zhang's supplies, which brought him some peace of mind. If things got worse, he could at least survive here for a while. He ate the noodles hurriedly, lost in thought about how much the news concealed, such as whether those bitten would become infected, or the original infection route of this virus. Even Lin Mu, usually calm and composed, felt somewhat at a loss in the face of this unknown situation. After finishing his noodles absent-mindedly, Lin Mu began rechecking from the entrance of the yard. The gate was an aluminum alloy anti-theft door, with a camera installed outside for monitoring. In such heavy rain, there was no place to look for materials to reinforce the setup. He found a relatively thick piece of wood in the yard and wedged it against the latch of the door. Then he returned to his room, grabbing wire and pliers, rewrapping the latch on the gate more tightly. At the time, in order to protect the glass greenhouse in the yard, the wall was built rather high. Back then, Lin's mother was quite busy, so she left the construction of the small yard to Lin's father to supervise. Lin's father, having a very practical sense of aesthetics, insisted on stability and chose a concrete poured wall. This heavy wall was undoubtedly the strongest protection now. Lin Mu thought that perhaps, unknowingly, his parents had protected him. Chapter 4, Can I Stay Here for a While? In the courtyard, besides the glass greenhouse, there were several large vats used for growing hydroponic plants. After his parents left, Lin Mu no longer cared for them. The plants in the vats received no attention and had long since withered and died, though they could still be used to store water. By the time he finished checking all the doors and windows and secured them, it was already night. Lin Mu quietly leaned against the corridor. Exhausted from the day's work, his slightly weary eyes gazed at the entrance of the greenhouse. His wet hair stuck to his face, making him look particularly pale. Perhaps due to the cold, his hands hanging by his sides trembled slightly. The rain was still heavy, the sky dark and oppressive. Occasionally, lightning flashed across his face. Since his parents left, he had never entered this greenhouse again. With stiff fingers, he sighed lightly and eventually made his way towards the greenhouse. In the mountain forest, footsteps were scattered chaotically. "Hey, third brother, what are you doing? Have you gone crazy? That's Monkey." A roar of anger echoed through the woods. Monkey, as he was called, was pushed to the ground by third brother who quickly pinned him down. Before Monkey could react, he was violently bitten on the face, accompanied by a putrid smell. Blood mixed with rainwater as the terrible wound was revealed. He screamed in agony, "Ah, my face. Son of a bitch, ah." Third brother, usually the skinniest, seemed to have suddenly gained immense strength. The remaining person rushed forward, trying to pry him off Monkey by gripping his shoulders, but third brother wouldn't budge. He only focused on tearing into the man. The stench of blood spread instantly. "Shit, he's lost his mind." In the chaos, even his wrist was torn by third brother. "Damn it." He winced in pain, letting go and rolling to the side. The flashlight fell to the ground, rolling a few times before its bright beam lit up third brother's face. His face was smeared with mud and blood, and his eyes had no pupils, just an eerie gray-white set in his face. Under the fierce rain and darkness, the two men stared in sheer terror, feeling as if they'd seen a ghost. "Ah, damn it, what is this thing, damn." That man, filled with shock and fear, instinctively fled deep into the mountains, leaving behind his companion. A youth further back, hearing the sporadic screams over the sound of the rain, spun a silver gun idly on his finger and tucked it into his pants. Raising an eyebrow, he followed with steady steps. This was an unusually handsome young man, or perhaps handsome wasn't the right word, his features were strikingly beautiful. His perfectly proportioned facial features carried a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth, while his eyes remained cold and inscrutable. Even a military green raincoat did nothing to diminish his good looks. His boots, seemingly regulation issue, had thick soles that made him appear nearly 6 feet 3 inches tall. His legs, revealed briefly as he walked, were muscular and well-built. On his back was a small pack, which he carried easily, not hindered at all by the muddy mountain path. As the youth approached, the desperate cries grew fainter. He smirked nonchalantly. Truly troublesome. He shook off the rainwater on his face, looking at the two on the ground with apparent ease in the darkness. Upon seeing this, his expression turned colder. It appeared the mutation speed mentioned by the Science Academy had surpassed expectations. Without anyone noticing, he flicked his hand once, silencing the two instantly. They had already mutated, beyond saving. After disposing of them, the young man paused, glancing at the pitch-black mountain forest before him. He decided against pursuing the fleeing individual. It wouldn't take more than a couple of days anyway for countless others like this in Yichang City. Lifting his gaze, he peered distantly toward the mountain base. His sharp eyes gleamed deeply in the dark. He remembered there being a small town down the mountain. Maybe he could find a place to stay for a while. Chapter 5, Visitor in the Rainy Night. The glass door of the greenhouse was pushed open, and the musty smell of withered plants mixed with dust wafted towards him. Lin Mu coughed slightly, raising his hand to turn on the light, instantly brightening the interior of the greenhouse. Though called a glass greenhouse, the roof here was made from materials that provided shade. The small greenhouse was divided into different zones, each maintaining distinct humidity and temperature levels suitable for various plants. It was clear that Lin's father and mother had put a great deal of thought into this greenhouse. But now, everything was in disarray. A thick layer of dust covered tables and floors alike, plants left untended had withered and died, their twisted, decaying branches spread haphazardly about. "Dad, Mom, I'm sorry." Lin Mu hung his head, softly muttering these words. After so many years, had it not been for this strange world transformation, he never would have summoned the courage to step into this place his parents loved most. He feared that if this really was the end of the world, he might never get another chance to come inside. That winter long ago, his parents went on a trip to Changbai Mountain, eager to explore what unique flora could be found in the depths of the winter wilderness. At the time, Lin Mu was overseas, sketching from life, and thus didn't join them. Countless times he had pondered, if only he'd known his parents would never return, he would have gone with them. Even if he couldn't protect them, at least they could have died together. Stepping further inside, Lin Mu observed that there were hardly any living plants left in the greenhouse. Completely sealed off, without human care, water or sunlight, even the air felt lifeless. Years of abandonment indeed meant no hope for survival remained. He lingered briefly then retreated toward the entrance, preparing to switch off the light and leave. A sudden bang rang out, his foot had kicked something. Inside the shattered flower pot was a tree. Its leaves were three-lobed. He remembered the last video call with his parents before their journey. They mentioned venturing deeper to see if they could uncover anything remarkable. Unfortunately, on their way back, they were involved in a car accident and lost their lives. This little tree was returned as one of their remains. It was tiny, barely 10 centimeters tall, with leaves resembling maple leaves in their three-lobe structure. Only 3 small leaves adorned the central stem, trembling weakly, while the rest of the plant seemed unremarkable. 2 thin branches extended from the main trunk, one slightly longer on the right side and one shorter near the base of the sapling, seemingly newly sprouted. Uncertain whether it was a rare plant discovered by his parents, despite consulting countless books and finding no matching reference, Lin Mu had locked it away inside the greenhouse. And the plant beneath him now, it was unmistakably the same tree from those days. Crouching down, he began examining it closely. The tree was larger than before, approximately 15 centimeters tall. 2 new leaves had sprouted from the branch on the right side. Strangely enough, the 3 leaves on the central stem appeared unchanged since their initial state, merely slightly bigger, but otherwise positioned identically. Despite residing in cracked porcelain fragments and soil without water, sunshine, or even vitality, it exhibited no signs of decay or weakness. Instead, its vigor seemed unexpectedly abundant. Excluding its sparse leaf count, it almost radiated with vitality. Drawn inexplicably, Lin Mu reached out, attempting to pull the tree from its soil for closer study, only to observe the underside of its turned leaves upon moving it. Under the light, the veins of the leaves stood out strikingly clear, as though some substance flowed within them. If trees transmitted nutrients through veins, he now seemed capable of witnessing this movement, a pale green hue interspersed with subtle hints of gold. Attempting to collect the broken porcelain pieces scattered around it, intending to carefully extract it along with the surrounding soil for further analysis. Bang! 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 As Lin Mu cautiously separated the porcelain shards from the soil, an enormous knocking sound erupted through the dark night. He had spent a prolonged period in the corridor earlier, meaning it was now well past 1 in the morning. This knock reverberated eerily throughout the rain-drenched night, startling Lin Mu so much that his fingertips slipped, cutting a deep gash across them. Blood dripped, staining both the porcelain and the soil below. Who could be visiting at such an ungodly hour? Images from videos of undead creatures flashed through his mind, freezing him rigid. Before he could recover, an extraordinary sight seized his attention. The tree seemed to suddenly come alive, not with the typical vitality of a plant, but as if it truly awoke. Its rapidly growing fine white roots swiftly absorbed the droplets of blood embedded in the soil. Yes, as if the roots had drunk every single trace of blood, leaving nothing behind. Stunned, Lin Mu stood frozen as the tree seemed still unsatisfied. Drawn by the scent of fresh blood, it abruptly attached itself to his wound. The roots licked around his fingertips, not wasting a single drop of blood, then suddenly drilled into the wound. An intense pain shot through his fingertips. Lin Mu quickly reacted by pulling the tree, but the moment his hand touched its trunk, it slipped away from him like water and disappeared into his body in the blink of an eye. Or more precisely, into his veins. This all happened in an instant. The entire arm surged with a tearing-like pain that spread upwards from his fingertips. Beads of cold sweat immediately formed on Lin Mu's forehead, and he couldn't help letting out a pained cry, "Ah!" Just at that moment, the knocking sound came again, louder than before. Lin Mu tightly grabbed above his arm, trying to stop the strange tree, but it had no effect. The tree had already entered his body, fusing with his blood. The excruciating pain from his arm spread wildly to his heart. Clutching his chest, Lin Mu was drenched in cold sweat, his teeth biting his lower lip until it was bloodied and bruised. It was too painful. In all his life, Lin Mu had never endured such agony. His heart felt as though it were being entwined by gnarled roots, struggling and resisting violently. The thunderous heartbeat inside his chest made him feel like his heart might explode any second. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. The person knocking gradually lost patience. Chapter 6, Gaining Entry. Lin Mu struggled to get up and shuffled towards the courtyard gate, those few steps having drained him of all his strength. The cold rain slid over his nose and down his cheek, washing away the bright red blood on his lips. His knobby fingers clutched tightly at his chest, where a tearing sensation overwhelmed his lungs. He trembled slightly, croaking out one barely audible word. Who? Hey, there's someone here. Can I borrow your shelter for the night? A calm, slightly cheerful voice came from outside the door. The rain was still pouring heavily, and the thunder had not stopped. In such an isolated place and with the state he was in, it was strange for anyone to show up in the middle of the night. Lin Mu bristled like a vigilant cat with every hair on his body standing up. He reached out and turned on the indoor surveillance camera near the door. The person outside seemed to have anticipated this move, tilting their head slightly towards the camera. With only half of his face visible under the raincoat, one could tell that he had striking features around the eyes and eyebrows. The visitor pulled something out of his trouser pocket and shook it in front of the camera. I'll show you if you open the door, trust me, I'm a good guy. To conceal his location, Lin Mu hadn't turned on any lights in the yard or outside after it got dark. Therefore, all he could see on the surveillance was a blurry image. I'm sorry, but this place isn't suitable for guests. Pain caused Lin Mu's strength to quickly ebb away. His complexion grew increasingly pale, and his clenched teeth clicked audibly. The man outside showed no signs of leaving, instead brazenly saying, I don't want to walk anymore, if you don't let me in, I'll come in myself. Lin Mu had a gut feeling that the intruder indeed possessed such capability. Anyone who could find him alone here in the dead of night wouldn't be an ordinary individual. After catching his breath, Lin Mu tried to suppress the metallic taste rising in his throat. However, it seemed like the tree within his chest had taken control in that moment, causing sharp pain to rip through his heart. With a loud bang, Lin Mu suddenly fell to his knees, unable to help curling up on the ground. Fresh blood gushed from his mouth as his fingers dug deep into his chest. He even thought he could feel shreds of torn flesh mixed with the blood streaming from his heart. Is this death? His clear but chilly eyes could no longer bear the strain, slowly closing, as though death wasn't so terrifying after all. Hey, if you don't say anything, I'll come in myself. The darkness was thick as ink, with splashes of muddy rain staining his face. Before losing consciousness completely, Lin Mu thought, there really are people this shameless. Despite the roaring sound of the rain, Fu Jingma still managed to hear the thud of a falling body. With a quick jump, he used the wall's edge to easily climb over it. Bathed in the faint light leaking through the glass window, he saw the young man who had rudely dismissed him moments ago lying silently on the ground. There was also a subtle trace of fresh blood lingering in the damp air. The youth looked exceptionally handsome, the blood on his lips accentuating his ghostly pallor, while a cut on his fingertip appeared rather deep. Fu Jingma sighed in mild annoyance, hopped off the wall, picked the young man up, and unceremoniously carried him into the house. In his arms, the unconscious youth shifted uncomfortably, frowning tightly as though remaining vigilant even in sleep. He gave a low chuckle, crossed the living room, and directly headed upstairs. The left room on the second floor was locked, but the right one was wide open. He kicked the door aside with his foot to reveal a spacious room complete with its own bathroom. There were numerous framed paintings leaning against the walls inside the room, surrounding what seemed to be an impressive 1.8-meter wooden bed placed in the center. Fu Jingma carelessly tossed the man onto the bed before rummaging through the wardrobe for some pajamas to change him into, then casually grabbed another set for himself and took a shower within minutes. Lin Mu. There were many books around the room that Lin Mu read regularly. With a casual flip through them, Fu Jingma quickly learned the young man's name. Returning to the bedside, he began to closely examine this refined-looking person. Asleep, the man frowned slightly, his face flushing unnaturally. Fu Jingma had noticed the fever when holding him. From his bag, Fu Jingma retrieved some antipyretics and administered them to the unconscious man. At this time, a fever was far more than just a simple condition, it puzzled Fu Jingma further. His smile faded, replaced by seriousness. There was an unusual essence radiating from Lin Mu, a hint of a herbal and natural scent. This wasn't indicative of abnormal mutations, yet fevers were among the common signs during the awakening of special abilities, which created an odd contradiction. One thing was sure, Lin Mu had not become zombified. After reflecting briefly, Fu Jingma decided that with limited information available, observation would need to proceed step by step. Lifting the covers, he arrogantly flopped onto the other side of the bed. Since the neighboring rooms were locked, they'd just have to share for now. He seemed to forget how exactly he'd gained entry moments earlier. The cold expression wiped away the previous mockery, replaced instead with deep contemplation. Tonight, in the woods, the anomaly occurred right before his eyes. The encrypted documents issued by the organization clearly stated that the spread of anomalies to Yichang City was supposed to happen 3 days later. But everything had come early. Perhaps, humanity's resistance to these anomalies was weaker than anticipated. After all, this was an unprecedented and inexplicable virus. He extended his hand, and a ball of black mist formed in his palm. He played with it effortlessly, it came out of nowhere yet obeyed him completely. Ugh. Lin Mu curled his body slightly. Perhaps the strange force from Fu Jingma in the air made him feel uneasy, so he buried his head deeper into the blanket. In the instant Lin Mu made a sound, Fu Jingma had already dispersed the black mist from his hand. He tilted his head and glanced at Lin Mu, a glimmer flashing through his dark eyes. "TCH, quite alert, aren't you?" For a long while, Fu Jingma averted his gaze but noticed something unusual out of the corner of his eye. He pulled out Lin Mu's hand, which was partially exposed under the blanket, and saw that the wound had vanished. Chapter 7, Nightmare. No, stay back. Lin Mu was running fast in a speeding train, which should be a moving subway. The flickering lights illuminated the scene inside the carriage. The glass windows, seats, and handrails were all splattered with blood, creating a sticky and nauseating feeling underfoot. Torn and incomplete corpses lay scattered everywhere in the carriage, their labored breathing accompanied by a putrid stench following close behind. A sense of danger prevented Lin Mu from stopping. He was clearly at home earlier, so how did he end up here? It was unbearably hot, the stifling air in the carriage, his heart pounding as he ran, making Lin Mu feel like even his breaths were scorching. In no time, he reached the last carriage and had no choice but to stop. Looking back, the sight behind him made him open his eyes wide in terror. Zombies. Zombies from videos. Dozens, perhaps hundreds of them. Their rotting bodies, gray-green faces, and eyeless sockets carried an asphyxiating stench as they crowded together in the carriage, chasing him. Lin Mu looked around but found no weapon for resistance. In despair, he closed his eyes and couldn't help trembling. "No, don't come closer." That suffocating stench suddenly came close to his nose, yet the anticipated pain didn't arrive. Something broke through the air sharply. His hearing seemed abnormally acute, the sound was like a whip cracking through the air. He opened his eyes to see dozens of vines entwining the zombies in front of him. "Awake?" A voice came from beside him, and Lin Mu suddenly opened his eyes to meet a pair of good-looking eyes. The coldness in those eyes flashed momentarily. Was it just a nightmare? His consciousness snapped back, and Lin Mu had no time to dwell on the eerie and terrifying dream. He looked at the person before him, frowned, and asked, "Who are you? Why are you in my house?" Fu Jingma smiled indifferently. "Didn't I stay over last night? Did you forget?" "Sir, I didn't agree to let you stay." Lin Mu noticed that this man was wearing his clothes. The tall man looked slightly constrained in them. Lin Mu cursed in his mind, thinking him shameless. "You agreed, and I saved your life last night." Fu Jingma completely disregarded Lin Mu's displeasure, acting as if he was in his own home. He turned around and took some water and medicine to hand to him. "Eat it, it will bring down your fever." Lin Mu stared blankly, not reaching out to take them. The heaviness in his head told him he was indeed running a fever. Last night. That tree. Unable to resist, he reached out to touch the spot above his heart. The excruciating pain that tore through his chest strangely disappeared as if it never happened, making him momentarily dazed, wondering whether that might have been another dream. Ugh, cough cough. Before he realized, a pill was shoved into his mouth. There was a click sound as a strong hand pressed against his throat, sending the pill down his throat. The face of the person standing in front of him showed a trace of impatience. Lin Mu glared furiously at him. "You. Do you think we have time to waste now, Lin Mu?" Fu Jingmo reined in his smile and replaced it with a cold tone. Though the young man in front of him wasn't pleased, his behavior was actually quite calm. On Fu Jingmo's computer desktop, there were many search records related to weather and viruses. He was an intelligent person, there was no need for more chatter. Lin Mu raised his head and showed no surprise at being addressed by name. "Then, what's your name?" Since wasting time wasn't an option, the first step was honesty. Fu Jingmo pulled out a card from his bag and tossed it to him. Fu Jingmo, captain of the 113 mercenary squad, accepting top command. "You can trust me." Lin Mu glanced at it. The figure before him stood straight and exuded a severe and stern atmosphere that suited this identity well, except for his overly handsome face. "What? It doesn't, right? Secret. Can something classified really be written on it and declared to everyone?" Fu Jingmo sneered and took back the card after looking at him for 2 seconds. "Get up, we'll talk downstairs." Lin Mu didn't object, looking down at himself. His pajamas were rumpled, and he was still nestled under the blanket. Indeed, it wasn't suitable for a conversation. Chapter 8 Information Sharing. Fu Jingmo was part of the military, and perhaps many pieces of information could be learned from him. Lin Mu quickly got up and went into the bathroom. There was still one thing he had to confirm first. He came to the mirror and saw his slightly pale face reflected in it. After hesitating for a moment, Lin Mu reached out and unbuttoned his pajamas. His chest showed no signs of abnormality on its skin. He pressed on it, completely unable to feel that tree. What exactly happened last night? And that strange dream? No, Lin Mu suddenly paused. What about the wound on his hand, the one cut by a shard of porcelain? Goosebumps broke out all over his body. That deep wound, when did it disappear? Afraid of arousing Fu Jingma's suspicion, Lin Mu didn't dare to waste too much time upstairs. After tidying himself up, he went downstairs. It was still raining outside. The living room was a little dark, so Lin Mu turned on the light. Fu Jingma was watching TV on the couch. Without turning around, he called out, "Come take a look." Lin Mu said nothing and sat down next to him. The day before, the television was urging citizens not to panic, but looking at today's situation, things had already greatly exceeded the controllable range. The TV broadcasted several segments of people injuring others and biting incidents. It mentioned that anyone who was bitten would directly contract the virus, thus forcing citizens to stay indoors. They were instructed to prepare important items and, when necessary, wait for evacuation. Lin Mu opened his phone, and the videos on Weibo were even more than those shown on TV. People who had been infected weren't isolated cases anymore. One person carrying the virus appearing, if they weren't promptly controlled, it would quickly spread throughout an entire mall or an entire school. What's worse, in densely populated areas, perhaps there wasn't just one case right from the start. The infection after being bitten is inevitable, regardless of the size of the wound. The young man beside him spoke coldly. Lin Mu immediately caught the crux of what he said. "Why are you so sure? So someone already knew the cause of this incident?" Fu Jingma slightly tilted his head and glanced at him, a faint smile playing on the corner of his lips. This incident was sudden. As soon as the first batch of zombie-like people appeared, they were sent to the Science Academy for research. However, knowledge gained within a short period was also quite limited. This isn't a simple infectious disease, the disaster it brings will be far worse than you can imagine. Lin Mu nodded. Fu Jingma's straightforwardness actually made him feel relieved. With how good the other party was at fighting, why would they need anything exchanged for information? Besides, Lin Mu himself was plain and ordinary, what was worth others plotting deceitfully against him? After pondering for a while, he sorted through the information in his mind and spoke up. The video of the bite was circulated online early last night. At that time, the person who tried to save someone and accidentally got bitten was also taken away. What's more, they were taken away in military vehicles, not ambulances. Fu Jingma hummed and raised an eyebrow, signaling him to continue. So, at that time, I judged that being bitten would transmit the virus. But I'm still confused about where the original, virus-infected people came from. Those responsible for control were well prepared, bringing tools like masks. Therefore, it's clear that this calamity has at least been noticed by the state. Fu Jingma narrowed his eyes slightly. Lin Mu was sharper than he expected. He added. The rain contains the virus. People who have come into contact with the rainwater have a significant chance of being infected. This includes improperly purified drinking water. Lin Mu was inwardly shocked. Indeed, this rain, it seemed that humanity would face a cataclysmic disaster. Had the source been anything else, it would certainly be easier to control compared to this persistent and pervasive rain. He looked outside. When would this rain stop? The rain is about to stop, but it's already too late. The continuous rainfall has lasted for half a month, and most people have already been exposed to the rainwater. Even drinking water will contain trace amounts of the virus, and those who should mutate will inevitably undergo changes. There were no ups and downs in Fu Jingma's tone. It seemed like he was indifferent to the impending disaster. So, very soon, there will be zombies in Yichang, too. Lin Mu struggled to ask, though he had imagined how terrifying this calamity would be, but... Fu Jingma turned his head, his pitch-black eyes locking onto him as he gave a casual smile. Not very soon, they're already here. As soon as these words were spoken, a thunderclap resounded outside the window. The TV screen suddenly jumped to a field of static. Lin Mu looked down and saw the signal indicator on his phone dimming. Chapter 9, Villagers Seeking Help. On the second day, the rain indeed lessened, and the sky revealed a hint of clearing. Last night, Fu Jingma still took up half of Lin Mu's bed and effortlessly found Lin Mu's clothes to change into. Since the apocalypse was coming anyway, there was no point worrying about these things, so Lin Mu didn't bother to argue. The network signal did not recover all day, and it might not come back for a long time. Who knew if all the network maintenance personnel had already become zombies? Could you possibly count on zombies to connect you to the internet? Lin Mu made light of the situation despite his worries and couldn't help but smile at this thought. Fu Jingma was messing around with something downstairs, saying he was waiting for a mission and wouldn't be leaving yet. Lin Mu half believed him, but having someone around gave him an odd sense of reassurance, even though this person was somewhat strange. He descended the stairs and asked, "What do you feel like eating today?" Fu Jingma raised an eyebrow at him. "You're actually still able to eat?" "Of course. Didn't you say that most people who come in contact with rain will get infected by the virus? Maybe I've been infected long ago, so why waste what Uncle Zhang sent before I die?" When Lin Mu didn't know, he wasn't as calm. Now, knowing that most people would eventually fall to the virus infection, Lin Mu decided to stop fighting and let it be. Fu Jingma chuckled, glancing at him. "Eat. Get fatter. That way, when you turn into a zombie, you won't have to resort to eating me." Lin Mu fell silent, realizing he shouldn't have even asked. He walked straight into the kitchen and seriously began cooking. Chicken and potatoes were stewed into red braised chicken chunks, chicken legs were diced and turned into kung pao chicken, accompanied by salty corn and a tomato egg soup. He served 2 bowls of rice and called Fu Jingma over to eat. Lin Mu was good at cooking. These 2 strangers quietly ate together at the dining table, creating an inexplicable sense of harmony. By the time they finished eating and came out of the kitchen, the rain had stopped. Without the thunder or lightning, only the dripping sounds of water from the trees and rooftops could be heard, making the mountain strangely quiet. The 2 stood under the eaves. Fu Jingma seemed lost in thought. The end of the rain isn't necessarily a good thing. Lin Mu paused briefly and his gaze darkened. Once the weather cleared, people wouldn't stay at home anymore. Whether seeking refuge or gathering supplies, this undoubtedly accelerated the spread of the zombie infection. No one knew what the world would look like then, and Lin Mu found it hard to imagine. Lin Mu, actually, you. Fu Jingma started to say something but abruptly stopped himself. Go upstairs and check, someone is coming. They quickly ascended to the 2nd floor and peered through the corridor. Lin Mu strained his ears and faintly heard cries for help coming from the direction of the road. Fu Jingma glanced and said, they're heading this way. The road was just 100 or 200 meters away. Through the branches, Lin Mu could vaguely see the scene. 6 or 7 people stumbled up from the road, shouting for help loudly. The young man running fastest looked slightly familiar. Just as Lin Mu was trying to figure out who it was, they weren't following the road uphill, but instead followed their leading youth and pushed aside some branches Lin Mu had discarded at the intersection and turned in. At this point, Lin Mu recognized the youth. It was Uncle Zhang's son, who occasionally accompanied Zhang to deliver goods. There's something chasing them. Fu Jingma nonchalantly remarked, leaning against the railing. Lin Mu instantly recalled those videos. Do you mean, zombies? Fu Jingma smirked and turned to look at him, or what else? If you can laugh in a situation like this. Lin Mu sighed mentally. Before either of them could finish speaking, those people had already rushed to the front of the yard and frantically banged on the door. Big brother Lin Mu, save us. Please save us, so many monsters, so many monsters. At this moment, from the road, about 20 to 30 zombies were clearly visible chasing after them. Their eyes were lifeless, exactly like the zombies in the videos. Some of them tripped over rocks Lin Mu had placed in the middle of the road, falling down by the roadside, but got up without any awareness and continued to pursue. Some of the people outside the house began screaming wildly, save us, save us. They eat people. They eat people. Lin Mu felt somewhat unnerved inside. Without much hesitation, he went downstairs and first opened the gate to let the people in. Once inside, these people collapsed onto the ground, scrambling to drink water from the water vat in the yard. The gate was closed, and Lin Mu turned around and looked at Uncle Zhang's son. He remembered his name was Zhang Chang. His face was serious as his gaze swept over each individual. There were 7 people in total, 5 men and 2 women. Their clothes were in tatters, as if they had rolled in mud and water, and they panted heavily on the ground. The 2 women's faces were streaked with tears, and they hugged each other tightly, trembling non-stop. Brother Lin Mu, thank you, thank you. Zhang Chang looked gratefully at Lin Mu, but he too was badly frightened, his face deathly pale. What happened? Why are there so many zombies? Where's Uncle Zhang? My dad, he. Zhang Chang began to cry loudly. He got bitten, and soon he turned into one of those monsters. I don't know what happened either, Wu. Most people in the town turned into monsters. We were chased here, and I suddenly remembered you lived here. Lin Mu knew that the monsters he was talking about were actually zombies. Before Lin Mu could think it through, a loud sound of someone smashing against the gate came from outside. The townspeople screamed again, huddling together, while Lin Mu watched this scene unfold, feeling a headache coming on. With 20 or 30 zombies out there, the gate might hold for a while, but how long exactly, Lin Mu wasn't sure. He didn't fear suddenly turning into a zombie himself, but he certainly didn't want to be torn apart by the zombies outside. You brought these zombies yourselves, clean them up yourself. Otherwise, hiding here isn't going to last forever. A voice echoed from upstairs. Lin Mu looked up to see Fu Jingma coolly looking down at everyone. Seeing Lin Mu surrounded in the yard trying hard to stay calm, Fu Jingma felt an odd discomfort inside. Cut their heads off, then you'll be able to clean them up. He offered this advice, though well-intentioned. Instead of calming them, the crowd in the yard only screamed harder, no, we can't. We will die. We will die. Shut up. Fu Jingma irritably snapped, making Lin Mu wonder if he'd imagined seeing a faint layer of black mist envelop Fu Jingma momentarily. Chapter 10, Kicked Away by the Boss. The screaming townsfolk below abruptly fell silent. They sensed a sudden wave of fear coursing through the air. Maybe it was just how terrifying this young man appeared. Of the 7 townspeople, aside from Zhang Chang, there were 2 middle-aged men around 40. One was named Lu Jianjun, the other Lu Jianming, brothers from the same family. There were also two youths, both about 20-something years old, sporting brightly dyed yellow and green hair. They looked like delinquents. And then there were the two women, the younger one appearing to be around 17 or 18, her name being Li Tingting. The older woman was Zhang Yufan, Zhang Chang's aunt. Lin Mu understood what Fu Jingma meant and pointed to a room in the corner on the first floor. There's a utility room over there. Find something useful to help defend. The people outside have already transformed, they're not human anymore. If you don't kill them, they'll eventually break in. Set some chairs as barriers, and stand on the wall to deal with them. Lin Mu had no intention of helping. Based on his observations, these zombies lacked awareness, they were stronger, bit humans, but showed no intelligence. With the walls as protection, they should be able to clear all of them. He considered himself not overly sympathetic. Everyone nodded in agreement. These townspeople were largely simple-hearted. Lin Mu saved them, and they were not willing to cause trouble. It was good enough just to take refuge in the yard. The two young men looked like they wanted to say something but held back due to Fu Jingma's presence. Reluctantly, they went to look for tools. Lin Mu returned to the second floor and joined Fu Jingma in observing from above. Tingting, auntie, don't worry, let us handle it. Zhang Chang spoke to the two women, grabbing a hatchet and taking a position on the wall. Auntie shook her head and climbed beside him, wielding an axe. Auntie has more strength. Little Tingting is young and can rest. Nearby, the blonde scoffed, what time is it now to act heroic? If they don't kill, why do their shares fall on you? Maybe it's because this little miss is attractive, hee hee. The green-haired one whispered to the blonde, and they laughed unpleasantly. Zhang Chang was a straightforward person. His dark face reddened with anger. If I have to do it alone, fine, I'll do it alone. You guys just focus on your own part. Once everyone was crouched atop the walls, they hesitated, unable to bring themselves to attack. All the zombies outside used to be the town's residents. Being such a small town, everyone knew each other's names. Now, these former neighbors stood outside, their bodies covered in putrefaction, neither human nor ghost-like creatures, roaring and clawing desperately toward them. Quietly, it was Lu Jianming who struck first, swinging a shovel forcefully, striking a skull with a loud thud. He mumbled softly, I still have to find my daughter in the city, I have to leave, I must go. With him taking the lead, the rest moved to act in silence. Everything downstairs was within sight. Lin Mu was also witnessing such a scene for the first time, and he felt somewhat uneasy at this moment. At this instant, he genuinely realized that the civilized world where humans had thrived for thousands of years had collapsed. Are you scared? Fu Jingma spoke indifferently, with no fluctuations in his eyes, seemingly showing little concern for the current scene. Lin Mu didn't say anything, saying he wasn't afraid would be false. But since events had already unfolded, there was nothing to do but accept them as soon as possible. Close to evening, after so many days of rain, the weather suddenly cleared up, and the sunset dropped from the horizon, enveloping the small courtyard in a warm glow. Lin Mu turned his head, his gaze moving upward. Fu Jingma's side face in the warm light gave him an unclear sensation. Outside the yard, the zombies were quickly reduced to just a few. Zhang Chang had taken care of the majority by himself, seeming to possess extraordinary strength, basically one slash could split the zombie's skull. Lin Mu keenly sensed something amiss. Don't you think? Zhang Chang is a bit strange. Fu Jingma happened to be looking at Zhang Chang as well, he has successfully mutated, gaining strength enhancement. Successfully mutated? Since failed mutation turns into zombies, naturally there will be those who succeed in mutation. They gain some abilities, while the rest, who resisted the virus without mutating, remain ordinary people. Fu Jingma answered every question, these were all research contents given by the organization, which would soon be widely publicized. Lin Mu thoughtfully nodded, blurting out, then, you. This time, Fu Jingma did not respond, standing straight, go down, they're done. Lin Mu realized he had been abrupt, why should someone tell a stranger their secrets? He shook his head and followed down the stairs. Excluding Li Tingting, everyone else was panting heavily, looking at Fu Jingma and Lin Mu as they came down. Fu Jingma stopped in front of Green Hair, smiling faintly and opening his mouth, you, go outside. Green Hair seemed to be quite scared of Fu Jingma. Hearing this, he shook all over but still stiffened his neck and shouted. You, why should I go outside, I helped you kill all those monsters, and now you drive me away. That's right, why are you making someone leave? Who do you think you are? Yellow Hair also started shouting loudly. He's been bitten. Fu Jingma stared coldly at Green Hair, leaving a sentence behind. Green Hair immediately fell silent, hastily covering his right sleeve. Yellow Hair reached out to grab, damn it, you can't really have been bitten, don't infect me, damn it. Once they heard that, everyone immediately took several steps back, watching Green Hair warily. Zhang Chang pulled Li Tingting and Aunt Zhang further back. Yellow Hair yanked off Green Hair's sleeve in a few tries, revealing a bloody tooth mark on his arm, scaring Yellow Hair into jumping back a large step. Earlier, when being chased, none of them noticed any abnormality. Seeing everyone's reaction, Green Hair panicked instantly. Swinging the shovel wildly in his hand, he shouted loudly, "I won't go outside, I won't go outside, I haven't changed, I haven't become a monster." He swung the shovel wildly around, his eyes blood red. Standing behind Fu Jingma, Lin Mu inexplicably felt reassured. Annoyed by the noise, Fu Jingma kicked him. The green-haired man flew sideways, losing his grip on the shovel as it crashed against the gate with a bang, Green Hair tumbling to the side without a sound. Tired of dealing with it further, Fu Jingma turned and returned to the living room. Everyone was stunned by that kick. Lin Mu's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. He said to Zhang Chang, "Take him out." Zhang Chang and the two Lu brothers threw the person out, clearing the remaining zombies stacked outside the yard along the way. By the time they finished tidying up, it was already dark. They stood cautiously in the yard, the yellow-haired man hanging his head too, sitting quietly in the corner without daring to speak. Their dirty clothes, covered with the dirty blood splattered from the zombies, had made the yard messy. With Fu Jingma present, they dared not enter the house. Lin Mu couldn't bear the stench either. He arranged for Aunt Zhang and Li Tingting to shower in the bathroom on the first floor, and the other men to simply rinse themselves under the water pipe in the yard. Fortunately, these few had escaped from home, managing to bring a few extra clothes each. The two women went to the bathroom, while the remaining men cared less and stripped down to their underwear to rinse off in the yard. Lin Mu sat on the sofa in the living room reminiscing about what had just happened. From his seat, he could see the small courtyard just by turning his head. Looking at the handsome young man beside him, Fu Jingma suddenly leaned over, seemingly accidentally blocking the door direction. Chapter 11, Have you discovered your own ability? Lin Mu looked up and asked, "How did you know Green Hair was bitten just now?" "Too smelly, can't you smell it?" Lin Mu unconsciously twitched his nose. At that time, everyone had been covered in zombie blood, and there were so many zombies outside the yard. The mix of smells made it hard to tell. Is Jingma Fu, like a dog with an excellent sense of smell? "Brother Lin Mu, we've cleaned up quite well." Zhang Chang stood respectfully by the door. He had come to deliver things with his father before. He thought Brother Lin Mu looked very good, better than anyone in town. Many times, he didn't have the courage to talk to Lin Mu. And Brother Lin Mu's friend also looked good, but he was too intimidating. Lin Mu moved over on the sofa and invited him to come in. Zhang Chang didn't move, softly saying, "Brother Lin Mu, we discussed and think staying in the yard is fine. You've already been very kind letting us inside." Zhang Chang, just like his father, was simple-hearted, always willing to help but reluctant to cause trouble for others. Lin Mu smiled, "Come in. I have something to ask you." Zhang Chang entered, sitting on a small stool next to the sofa. "How bad is the situation in the town?" Lin Mu handed him a glass of water, speaking gently. At this mention, Zhang Chang's eyes turned red again. "Yeah, 2 days ago, someone in the town went mad at home. Everyone watched TV, it's that virus thing. His family was so afraid they locked him up in a room. But then his brother and sister-in-law got bitten, turning into those monsters overnight and running off. Yesterday, many people on the street got bitten and infected, while some just became like that themselves. Brother Lin Mu, will we all become such monsters?" He explained relatively clearly, and Lin Mu understood, unable to help furrowing his brow. In fact, even if the method of infection via bites had been announced earlier, it wouldn't have made much difference since people had already been naturally transforming into zombies through rainwater contamination. Before Lin Mu could open his mouth, Fu Jingma spoke, "By this point, you guys have actually resisted our virus." Then he glanced sideways at Zhang Chang, "Haven't you noticed how strong you are?" Fu Jingma's words also caused Lin Mu to pause, so he wouldn't mutate into a zombie after all. Zhang Chang showed an expression of extreme joy mingled with tears. "I won't turn into a zombie." He rubbed his hands together, forcing himself to stay calm. "Seems like it. Today when crossing the bridge, it was flooded, and I carried Aunt Zhang and Li Tingting one at a time. I thought I was just scared because the zombies were chasing us." Fu Jingma adjusted his slightly short clothes, revealing a dissatisfied look as he casually said, "Your strength mutation, you've got lucky with that." After saying this, he seemed lost in thought for a moment and gave Lin Mu a glance. "I'll go upstairs first." "So, does that mean I can protect them well now?" Zhang Chang was still excited, looking like he couldn't wait to go outside and lift a few rocks to test his strength right away. "This is great. So great." Lin Mu cast a strange look at Fu Jingma who had gone upstairs and turned to Zhang Chang, saying, "It's good news. Rest first today." Zhang Chang heard this and blushed slightly. He was getting too excited. Lin Mu smiled, arranging for them to rest on the first floor. The living room sofa was given to Aunt Zhang and Li Tingting. Zhang Chang took the floor, while the other three cleared out the storeroom, making do with tight space. Given the circumstances, all of them felt more than satisfied and thanked repeatedly. Lin Mu told Zhang Chang to cook something in the kitchen if he was hungry, then headed upstairs. Fu Jingma had finished showering first and sat at the table tinkering with something. Lin Mu watched for a couple of seconds from the doorway, wanting to say something but stopped. He had so many questions to ask Fu Jingma, but fundamentally, they were still strangers. The world had changed, and human hearts would only become harder to predict. Fu Jingma had already told him a lot, without any obligation to disclose everything. Yet, the person sitting there seemed to know what Lin Mu was thinking, setting down whatever he was handling. What do you want to ask? Lin Mu hesitated for a moment, closed the door, sat down by the bed, and opened with, when are you leaving? Fu Jingma hadn't expected Lin Mu to ask this, tomorrow morning. So tonight, you can ask me anything you want to know, it'll be your lodging fee. He lounged lazily against the backrest of the chair, hands folded in front of him, appearing quite open. Fu Jingma had good looks with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, carrying an air of intensity trained over long periods. His irises were deep, shining like obsidian under the light, drawing one's gaze and holding it. Lin Mu retracted his gaze and said warmly, thank you. The military network can still be used, right? What you mentioned to Zhang Chang about the events happening today. Power and water supply, along with networks, have failed in large areas. The Academy of Sciences had foreseen this disaster before the rainfall began. Although the current disaster has occurred faster and is more severe than expected, many response plans have been useful. He picked up a black box he had just been using at the table and sat next to Lin Mu. This box was small, about the size of a regular mobile phone, and could open like a laptop. On top was a small blue screen and below it was a row of numbers and some simple buttons. This is a signal device distributed by the Academy of Sciences. Only those who received secret missions at the beginning of the apocalypse have one. Our organization will inform us through it of the latest updates regarding the disaster, ensuring our tasks go smoothly. It's a line of communication maintained by Zone 12. While it's still functional, we can communicate through it. Lin Mu nodded, processing the information, then asked further, so, what do you mean when you say that we've resisted our virus? The first zombie I encountered here was 2 days ago at dawn. Based on the messages I've received, people who haven't turned into zombies within 48 hours after an area begins to mutate have resisted our virus. They might have become ordinary people or they may have gained superhuman abilities. Superhuman abilities. Lin Mu repeated the words, lost in thought as he recalled the question he impulsively asked earlier, what was Fu Jingma's ability? It must be very powerful. Yeah, Fu Jingma explained patiently, the awakening of abilities causes a person to enter a high fever state. Lin Mu looked up, eyes widened in surprise, struggling to believe it. You mean, having a fever? Right, so, have you discovered your own ability yet? Fu Jingma stopped smiling, his dark eyes revealing a hint of coldness. Chapter 12, Will you go with me? Lin Mu stared at Fu Jingma, muttering, I don't know. Reflecting on everything that had happened over the past 2 days, the most inexplicable event was that tree that had entered his body. Unconsciously looking at his hands, Lin Mu hesitated for a moment before deciding not to hide anything from Fu Jingma. On the night you came, I went into the greenhouse. No one had taken care of it for many years. All the plants were dead except for one brought back by my parents from Changbai Mountain. It was strange because even without water, it appeared vibrant. I originally wanted to take it out to check, but it drilled into my wound, inside my body. Lin Mu looked straight into Fu Jingma's clear eyes, appearing calm and unknowingly carrying a trust he himself didn't notice. He realized how absurd his explanation sounded. But if the world had changed so drastically, with zombies and mutations, then what else was stranger than this? A look of genuine astonishment finally surfaced on Fu Jingma's usually aloof face. Plant fusion. Lin Mu was confused. Fusion. I'm not sure. It absorbed my blood, seemingly entering my veins. At the time, I felt as though my heart was being torn apart, but after waking up, I didn't detect any abnormalities. He unconsciously touched his chest, still shivering at the memory of the tearing pain that had once left him feeling spine-chilled. There should be various ways of mutation, currently there's little news about it, Fu Jingma continued. You mentioned your wound healed that same night. Lin Mu felt a sudden chill, realizing Fu Jingma had indeed noticed. Plants often symbolize vitality. A dried tree blooming again signifies new life. Are you saying this is its ability? Fu Jingma looked at Lin Mu. When thinking deeply, he always subconsciously tapped his right index finger rhythmically. There was something intriguing about it. Healing power, and possibly other capabilities. For now, all of this is conjecture. You can try to feel the energy within your body. Energy within my body? Lin Mu echoed curiously. Fu Jingma extended his hand, and surprisingly a mass of black mist gathered around it. Moving his fingers slightly, the mist slowly condensed into a solid shape resembling something made of black metal, almost like a crystalline object. With a flick of his wrist, it disappeared in the blink of an eye. This. Lin Mu drew in a sharp breath. This was Fu Jingma's ability. That fleeting black mist wasn't a hallucination after all. For a long time, he couldn't speak, 20-some-odd years of normal living hadn't prepared him for a day when humans could possess such extraordinary powers. So this is your ability. Black crystal. Black mist. Fu Jingma was nonchalant, try it. Search for this energy inside your body, control it, use it. Lin Mu eagerly attempted to do what Fu Jingma had just done, extending his hand and calming his mind in an attempt to feel for the energy within his body. A minute passed, but nothing strange appeared in his fair hand, nor could he sense the energy Fu Jingma mentioned within him. Their eyes met, and Lin Mu showed a slightly awkward expression while Fu Jingma chuckled softly, "Take your time." Lin Mu retracted his hand, looking somewhat disheartened. Could it be that my ability doesn't have much of an effect? Not at all. The black box mentions a concept of biofusion. Different animals and plants have different characteristics that may serve as triggers for special abilities. So far, Fengcheng has only recorded 2 cases of animal fusion-induced abnormalities, and rarer powers often signify uniqueness. Fu Jingma casually consoled. After speaking, silence fell over the room again as Fu Jingma got up and returned everything to his bag. Lin Mu watched Fu Jingma's silhouette, his gaze involuntarily following him as he moved. Would he leave tomorrow morning? Regardless of who Fu Jingma was, at least his abilities and knowledge about their current situation had instilled some reliance in Lin Mu over the past 2 days. People are creatures who seek benefits and avoid harm, and Lin Mu was no exception. No one knew when this calamity would end, or if it would ever truly end. Lin Mu hadn't even decided where to go next, and a hint of confusion showed on his face. Fu Jingma took several minutes to pack things away, then leaned against the desk, glancing at Lin Mu who was lost in thought. He remained very concerned about Lin Mu's power, the unknown plant, the miraculous self-healing ability, both were worthy of further study. Perhaps it wasn't merely fusion after all. Besides, Lin Mu wasn't particularly troublesome. He usually operated alone on missions and never imagined finding a companion to be rather agreeable. Lin Mu, will you go with me? Chapter 13, Please Take Care of Me. Fu Jingma was a straightforward person. After foreseeing the apocalypse, the military quickly established safe zones in Fengcheng. Though many major cities had safety zones, survivors would soon be transferred. However, Fengcheng was the capital, and its safety zone undoubtedly had the highest security level. All resources and equipment there would be top-notch. Once he completed his mission, he ultimately needed to submit the results in Fengcheng. If Lin Mu agreed, Fu Jingma didn't mind taking him northward to the capital city. Go together. Startled, Lin Mu repeated Fu Jingma's words. But don't you have an important task to complete? Without a doubt, Fu Jingma's task was dangerous and of great importance. Compared to him, Lin Mu was just an ordinary person. With zombies everywhere outside, Fu Jingma alone would surely be more agile than bringing him along. In this world, Lin Mu no longer had family. Other than checking whether Hizei was still okay, there wasn't much else left to care about. He didn't consider survival a good thing. If he could die without pain, Lin Mu believed he could accept it calmly. Fu Jingma, your power is remarkable. I believe that even in such an apocalypse, you can successfully deliver your mission to the country. His voice was calm and gentle, with an almost magical ability to make others feel peaceful instantly. But I am just an ordinary person. Outside this yard, I might not even have the ability to protect myself. You'll be a powerful individual too, it just takes time. Fu Jingma interrupted Lin Mu casually, catching the meaning behind his words. Even without powers, you're smart, perceptive, and calm. You're certainly not a burden. Feeling warmth inside, Lin Mu smiled faintly, not calmness, just resignation. The apocalypse is here, and I have no ties anymore. As long as I'm not shredded by zombies, death isn't something terrible. Rarely making a joke, Lin Mu turned around to see Fu Jingma's serious face and was moved internally, realizing how peculiar Fu Jingma could be. Normally seeming unconcerned, he could become fully absorbed when focused. Taking a deep breath, Lin Mu stood up and walked towards him. Stopping half a meter in front of Fu Jingma, Lin Mu looked up to find Fu Jingma actually a head taller than him. In the backlight, their gazes met as Fu Jingma's dark eyes stared into his. Lin Mu smiled, extending his hand, then please take care of me, Fu Jingma. Fu Jingma looked at Lin Mu's bright eyes, his smile returning, shaking hands lightly, soft and warm. Mutual support. Lin Mu was mild-mannered but not indecisive. Even if Fu Jingma hadn't asked, he would have found an opportunity to enter the downtown area to look for Hizei. This invitation presented an excellent opportunity for him. After making the decision to leave, Lin Mu felt an unusual calmness. In an instant, the two had gone from strangers to companions, and a strange sense of intimacy emerged. He had to check on Hizei first. Fu Jingma also mentioned he was going through Yichang City to see how bad things had gotten downtown. The messages from the black box were one-way communications, mostly detailing research by the Academy of Sciences about mutations and data related to them. The situation outside still required personal verification. If they could meet up with military personnel, that would be even better. Fortunately, Lin Mu's home had a map of Yichang City. Overnight, the two outlined areas on the map such as shopping districts, residential zones, and schools, places densely populated by people, and temporarily confirmed their route. However, inevitably, Hizei's school term ended on the 28th, but today was only the 26th, unless something unexpected happened, Hizei should still be at school. With so many students and teachers there, it was quite possible there might be thousands upon thousands of zombies waiting for them to walk into danger. It's fine. If there is organized evacuation, the school will surely be a priority area. We might even run into some military personnel. Fu Jingma glanced at Lin Mu. Go pack your things. Don't bring unnecessary items. Lin Mu often traveled around sketching and painting, his home wasn't short of outdoor supplies. He found a sturdy backpack of suitable size. Fortunately, summer clothes didn't take up much space, packing 2 outfits was enough. Though small, the mobile phone couldn't access the network anymore, yet Lin Mu included it in the bag all the same. Additionally, he packed a flashlight, a folding knife, a lighter, emergency medication. He meticulously packed everything, nearly filling up the bag before stopping. He then tested its weight to confirm that it was within his capability to carry. Watching him beside, Fu Jingma indeed found that Lin Mu adapted to this end-of-the-world situation remarkably well, adjusting quickly. Some people were just naturally survivors. In high spirits, Fu Jingma quipped, "Congratulations, you're about to join me in a zombie apocalypse game level." Lin Mu helplessly shook his head, retrieving a key from the drawer. "I'm going next door to check, it's my parents' room. You can rest now." Fu Jingma responded briefly, lying down on the bed immediately. Lin Mu didn't take long, roughly 20 minutes. He returned with one of his parents' diaries which mainly documented content related to various plants. Placing the diary in his bag, he carried it as a keepsake. Seeing that Fu Jingma already had his eyes closed, Lin Mu turned off the light and lay down on the other side of the bed. The torrential rain had stopped, but in the June night, the forest seemed unusually silent without the chirping of insects or the croaking of frogs. The world seemed to have lost vitality after the storm. An apocalypse game level? This analogy didn't improve Lin Mu's feelings. With a complicated heart, he tossed and turned for a while before finally falling asleep. In the darkness, Fu Jingma opened his eyes and looked at the young man next to him. Chapter 14, Departure Together. The sky gradually brightened. When Lin Mu woke up, Fu Jingma was already out of the room. He got up, changed into short-sleeved shirts and long pants, and added a thin long-sleeve shirt on top. Compared to the scorching heat of summer, he was more worried about getting bitten by a zombie with just a touch. After a quick wash-up, Lin Mu went out. The air in the mountain forests mixed with damp mist and the scent of vegetation. In the distance, the sun slowly rose over the hills. Fu Jingma stood on the second-floor corridor, his back towards Lin Mu against the sunlight. He had changed into his own clothes, a black short-sleeved shirt, camouflage military trousers, and heavy-looking army boots on his feet. Leaning slightly forward, with arms resting on the railing of the second floor, his back exposed muscular, evenly toned shoulders, while his gaze was fixed on the road direction. "Morning," Lin Mu greeted as he approached. "Morning," Fu Jingma replied without turning his head. "There are some wandering zombies on the road. They must have come from town." Following Fu Jingma's line of sight, Lin Mu saw that not only on the road but even in the woods nearby, zombies were aimlessly roaming. Their numbers were not large, at most, Lin Mu could see 10 or so scattered around. Without any living beings around, these undead creatures aimlessly wandered, truly like the living dead. Turning back, Fu Jingma examined his attire and then went into the room to get his jacket, offering it to him, switch jackets. Lin Mu hesitated a moment, shaking his head. "No, keep it yourself." Fu Jingma's outfit was part of a military set, made of durable materials, certainly more protective than what Lin Mu currently wore. "Too hot, I'm not wearing it." Furrowing his brows slightly, Fu Jingma threw the coat over. Reluctantly, Lin Mu caught it. "Thank you." Sighing inwardly, Lin Mu accepted Fu Jingma's consideration, switching his clothing. In his mind, he resolved to learn how to use his powers as soon as possible so that he wouldn't always depend solely on Fu Jingma's care. Fu Jingma was a half-head taller than Lin Mu and had a more robust build. The clothes were slightly too big for Lin Mu. He zipped up the jacket, burying his chin into the collar, so he adjusted it down by a fold, carefully tightening the cuffs. Downstairs, Zhang Chang, having heard voices, came out just in time to see the two of them. Looking up, he said, "Brother Lin Mu, you're awake. I've prepared breakfast, come down and eat." Lin Mu replied with an affirmative before heading downstairs with Fu Jingma. In the living room were only 3 people, Auntie, and Li Tingting tidying up. Lin Mu asked, "Where are the others?" "The Lu brothers left as soon as dawn broke, asking me to thank you on their behalf. They're rushing into the city to find their daughter. Huang Mao also went along, he has relatives in the city." Lin Mu nodded to indicate he understood, then served a bowl of noodles for himself and Fu Jingma, sitting at the table to eat. Zhang Chang, looking at Lin Mu and Fu Jingma's attire, asked in confusion, "Brother Lin Mu, are you going out? There are zombies outside again, it's too dangerous." After hearing this, Auntie and Li Tingting gathered around them as well. All of them were deeply grateful and concerned about Lin Mu, who had saved them. Lin Mu put down his chopsticks upon hearing this, "We are preparing to leave. My friend is in the city, we agreed that once the rain stopped I would go look for him. Now, with things like this, I'm really worried." He didn't mention anything about Fu Jingma but instead asked, "What are your plans?" Zhang Chang hesitated for a moment, eyes red with tears, shaking his head. "My father is gone, all the townsfolk have turned into zombies. There are just a few of us left now. I don't know what to do, there are zombies everywhere." Auntie and Li Tingting also teared up. Auntie, speaking modestly, said, "Mr. Lin. It's too dangerous outside, there are so many monsters. What will you do when you go out?" Lin Mu smiled faintly and glanced at Fu Jingma, who was engrossed in eating. "There's nothing to worry about. There are still some things we must do, and we've already decided." Finishing his noodles, Fu Jingma wiped his mouth, then coldly said, "You're a mutant, practice more, these zombies won't be a problem for you." Lin Mu interjected, "If you don't have anywhere to go, stay here for now. Anyway, I don't know what will happen once I leave. There aren't many people here, food can be managed somehow. Besides the zombies in town, this should be a relatively safe place to take refuge." After pondering for a moment, he continued, "You can use my room, but the locked room upstairs belongs to my parents. Keep it locked, consider it as helping me take care of my home." Zhang Chang rubbed his reddened eyes, his heart filled with gratitude. This place, as Lin Mu had described, truly was an excellent sanctuary. It was sparsely populated, and when food runs out, ways could be found to plant more. The courtyard was surrounded by a wall, and Zhang Chang's strength was now greater, capable of clearing any zombies if they appeared. Gratefully, he said, "Brother Lin Mu, will stay on the first floor. I'll keep an eye on the second floor for you. When you return, you can still live here." Lin Mu nodded, accustomed to being alone. In a year, only a few familiar people ever visited this courtyard. Ironically, it was this apocalypse that made him feel some warmth and kindness. After finishing their meal, the two men discussed briefly, deciding to head into town first to find a vehicle, as it was more than an hour's journey from here to the city. After saying that, Fu Jingma went upstairs first to prepare. Zhang Chang mentioned that his father's small truck was still parked at home. He drew the location of his house for Lin Mu, thankfully keeping the keys intact, which he handed over to Lin Mu. Lin Mu did not refuse, knowing fully well that they might never meet again. He climbed upstairs, where Fu Jingma was sitting by the table playing with a gun. Seeing Lin Mu enter, he handed it over. "Do you know how to use it?" "Only in the shooting range." Lin Mu did not reach out to take it. He indeed didn't know much about using guns, as Z country strictly prohibited firearms and imposed very strict rules regarding their use. In peacetime, Lin Mu only had the opportunity to use one or twice at a shooting range. Fu Jingma extended his hand, placing the gun in Lin Mu's hands. "Try it." The chill sensation of the cool silver weapon transmitted through Lin Mu's palm. Its compact yet heavy design gave off a considerable weight. Lin Mu didn't recognize its type and nervously held onto the gun. This gun is custom-made, it boasts extremely precise trajectory but has considerable recoil. Be cautious while using it. Fu Jingma personally guided Lin Mu's fingers to rest on the trigger, correcting his stance with the firearm. Drawing closer to Lin Mu, he instructed him on how to aim. Being so close, the warm breath brushed past Lin Mu's ear, making it burn slightly. Somehow, Lin Mu always felt a scent of snowy pine from Fu Jingma, icy and refreshing. After teaching Lin Mu, Fu Jingma casually slipped the gun into Lin Mu's back waistband. "Keep it here for convenience, just in case." Lin Mu nodded, trying to get used to having the gun on him. The two of them shouldered their bags and went downstairs. Zhang Chang and the others were still waiting for them downstairs. Auntie had prepared some food for the road. Lin Mu took it and put it in his bag. He also retrieved the machete he had used earlier to cut branches from the storeroom. He wasn't good at farewells, and Fu Jingma was even more of a lone wolf. There wasn't much said between them. Lin Mu gave a deep look at this small courtyard. There were too many memories here tied to his parents. Even though his departure might seem decisive, there was still reluctance in leaving. Fu Jingma patiently waited, noticing Lin Mu's expression softened a little compared to usual. Lin Mu took a deep breath, turned around, and said, "Let's go." Fu Jingma pushed the door open and walked out, with Lin Mu following behind. He looked at Fu Jingma walking ahead of him, every step seemed so determined, steadily heading toward his destination, resolute and fearless. Inexplicably, Lin Mu's heart calmed down. He ran up and walked side by side with Fu Jingma. Chapter 15, The Changed Hearts. On both sides of the narrow path lay fallen zombies, collapsing the wild grass, clawing at the air as they growled fiercely toward the two men. Lin Mu involuntarily swallowed hard. This was the first time he had observed the zombies up close like this. Their nails were sharp, and their faces carried a decaying gray-green hue. It was summer, and most of these people, prior to infection, wore short sleeves. Their clothes were now mixed with blood and flesh fragments, and their exposed skin emitted a rancid odor. "Be careful once we're off this road. There are zombies on the highway. We should move faster and quickly reach the town." Fu Jingma had set aside his usual carefree attitude, alertly watching the surroundings, speaking in a low tone. Lin Mu tightened his grip on the machete, focusing his gaze again. "All right." Following the highway downhill towards the town, it was about 2 or 3 kilometers away. If they hurried, it would take about half an hour to get there. Of course, that was if they didn't encounter any zombies. However, as soon as they stepped onto the highway, a zombie that had been lingering behind a tree rushed out. A mix of decay and screams came directly at Lin Mu on the left side. His mind and body barely had time to react before he swung the machete straight toward the zombie's head. But since it was his first time, in the panic, the machete got stuck in the zombie's neck, leaving him unable to free it. Fortunately, Fu Jingma moved extremely fast, instantly grabbing Lin Mu's hand holding the knife. He kicked the zombie away and conjured the black metal Lin Mu had seen before. With a single wave, it embedded itself into the zombie's head, killing it. The entire action took less than 2 seconds, smooth and seamless. Afterward, Fu Jingmo released his hand and said, "You did well. Aim better next time." Lin Mu stared at him, breathing heavily for a moment, his heart pounding wildly, thinking to himself, "It was you who did well." The two didn't waste any more time and continued walking down the road. They encountered a few stray zombies along the way, which the two quickly dealt with. Or rather, Fu Jingmo quickly dealt with them. Lin Mu couldn't help but admire how powerful Fu Jingma's abilities were, capable of eliminating zombies without needing to get close. They passed the bridge that had been flooded, the water on its surface had already receded, revealing 2 zombies floating within it. Their bodies were swollen from soaking, appearing grotesque yet oddly humorous. 2 kilometers away, in the town, the scent of corruption grew stronger. Less than 100 or 2 meters from the entrance to the town, there were numerous cars smashed together. It appeared that during the chaos, many had tried to escape by car, but obviously none succeeded. The car windows, ground, and walls bore dried bloodstains everywhere. On the streets, there were at least 100 zombies wandering about, the whole town reeking of decay and despair. At this point, Lin Mu and Fu Jingma stood at the entrance of the town. If anyone had told Lin Mu about the apocalypse looking like this before seeing it all, he wouldn't have believed it. Fu Jingma tugged at him, nodding toward him to follow closely behind. Lin Mu understood, and they crouched low using the roadside vehicles for cover, carefully making their way through the pedestrian walkways toward the center of the town. Meanwhile, in Yichang City at Changi Middle School, He, hiding in the staff dormitory, watched as evacuation vehicles were arranged outside. Zhang Chang's house was separated from the highway by another street. The road was in shambles. Through the cover of the vehicle in front of them, Lin Mu could see one by one, horrifying-faced zombies slowly roaming, their foul stench spreading throughout the town. He tried hard to ignore the nauseating smell forcing it out of his mind. It took them over half an hour to move to the only bank in town that Zhang Chang had mentioned. Along the way, they occasionally encountered zombies running onto the sidewalk, all of which were quietly dealt with by Fu Jingmo. Zhang Chang's house was right in front of this bank, a right turn at the first crossroad would get them there. They exchanged a glance and continued moving forward cautiously. Past the bank stood 2 one-story red brick houses. Between the houses was a narrow alleyway 1 meter wide, fenced with iron mesh. The group of zombies up ahead was relatively dense, so Fu Jingma stopped and waited for the zombies to disperse. A zombie appeared in the alley with a hole in its forehead, wearing a bank uniform. It slowly turned its head toward them, its grayish-white pupils seemed fixed on Lin Mu as it lurched unsteadily and moved quickly toward them. Lin Mu involuntarily held his breath as the zombie was blocked by the iron net less than a meter away from them. Smelling human flesh, it grabbed the gaps in the iron net and wildly shook it, its mouth open in a shriek. Fu Jingma glanced back, unleashing his power with a fatal strike. The two didn't linger further and continued advancing. At this time, not far from Zhang Chang's house, in a 2-story small building, a person hid behind a window, his sinister triangular eyes peeping through the curtain gap at that car on the street. He motioned to someone behind him, indicating that there were people around the car. 2 others who were sitting on the bed came forward for a look. These few were notorious troublemakers in the town, trapped in this building by the zombies for a whole day already. When the virus broke out in the town, they escaped into this house amidst the chaos, drove out the original occupants, locked the door, and took possession of it. It seemed the zombies could sense there were living beings inside, the crowd of zombies surrounding the ground floor was more numerous than in other places. The entrance was already unstable and about to collapse. If they stayed any longer, they would only be left to die. The man with triangular eyes whispered, "Think of a way to have those 2 lure the zombies away downstairs. Then we can escape." Another man, an oily-looking fatso, scratched his head and replied, "Brother, you guys figure it out, I can't come up with anything." The triangular-eyed man glared at him, "What good are you?" The quietest among the trio finally spoke up, "Who has a charged phone? Bring it out." The fatty reached into his pocket and handed over the phone. This person fiddled with it, opened some music, and found a noisy song, saying, "In a moment, you'll open the window, I'll turn on the sound, then throw the phone over, these undead things will hear the noise." The triangular-eyed man grinned lewdly, "Still our big brother knows what to do." Fu Jingma had been stationary beside the car for 2 minutes, his perception of danger putting him on high alert. Lin Mu squatted silently behind him, making no sound. The rough wooden frame screeched loudly as the window slid open. Fu Jingmo raised his eyes immediately, coldly locking onto the second story of the house opposite. Pang, a black cell phone was thrown out of the window toward them. In a swift flick of his wrist, Fu Jingma unleashed his power the very next instant. The phone had barely emitted a note before being obliterated mid-air. However, the shattered pieces of the phone flew everywhere, hitting their vehicle and producing a loud boom. In the blink of an eye, Fu Jingma pulled Lin Mu along, striding forward resolutely as hundreds of zombies gathered around after hearing the sound. Lin Mu remained silent, gritting his teeth and following Fu Jingma with all the speed he could muster. Behind them, the pursuing zombies carried with them a stench of decay. Their sharp claws grated against Lin Mu's backpack, emitting an unbearable grinding sound. However, the situation ahead was even graver, dozens of zombies charging toward them from up ahead. Fu Jingma had no choice but to let go of his hand and unleash his power. Currently, he could emit up to 5 crystal shards at once. The black crystals were dead accurate, every one striking a zombie's head, accompanied by a poochie sound. Lin Mu swung his machete, driving back the zombies squeezing onto the sidewalk between the cars. Amidst such chaos, Lin Mu paid no attention to fear. Zhang Chang's house was less than 50 meters away, and both threw all their energy into getting closer. It seemed that all the zombies in the town had sensed their presence, gathering onto this street. Fu Jingma tapped into 2/3 of his energy. He no longer condensed crystals but directly launched a black mist attack. Although the mist was black, it suddenly transformed into a sheet of wind blades, slicing through the air with a violent sweep. Instantly blood fog erupted, and the wave of zombies in front lost their heads within moments. His complexion grew slightly pale. He turned back, once again pulling Lin Mu along and, seizing this brief interval, both swiftly dashed towards the house. Fortunately, Zhang Chang had fled from home, leaving the door open. Fu Jingma shoved Lin Mu into the doorway, then followed closely behind, slamming the door shut with a bang. The two of them leaned against the door and let out a sigh of relief. Lin Mu held his chest, which was about to explode, breathing heavily. Turning his head, he saw Fu Jingma's pale face and couldn't help but feel worried. "Fu Jingma, are you alright?" Fu Jingma shook his head. "I used a bit too much of my power, but I'm fine." Seeing that there were no other abnormalities in him, besides the paleness, his condition was far better than Lin Mu's. Lin Mu set his worries aside. Fu Jingma walked to the nearby window and looked outside. Fortunately, the downstairs windows were all equipped with anti-theft grids, which were quite sturdy. He stared at the house across the street, his lips curling into a disdainful smile. His cold gaze was as if it had been poisoned. Those people wanted to use them to lure away the zombies, tch, they underestimated themselves greatly. Chapter 16, Injection of the R virus. Moments later, the zombies that had gathered again started ramming the door furiously. Lin Mu put down his machete, dragging his sore arms and legs, and moved a sofa to block the door. Fu Jingma pointed upstairs, and the two ascended along the stairs. On the first floor of Zhang Chang's house was a living room, on the second floor were residential areas with rooms on both sides. The doors were wide open, clothes were carelessly thrown on the beds, clearly indicating a hasty departure. Fu Jingma directly entered the room closest to the street, opened the window, and with a cold snort, threw a crystal towards the front door of the house opposite. With a snap, the already unstable door fell down, and the zombies surrounding the building below blankly stared for 2 seconds before rushing over. Fu Jingma turned around, shaking his hand indifferently, muttering, "Doing good for the common folk." Standing by the door, Lin Mu said nothing. These people might not have turned into zombies, but their hearts had certainly become twisted. The two of them found Zhang Chang's small truck behind the house. It wasn't large, just a normal truck with a cabin at the back and space for 2 in front. Most of the zombies had been lured to the opposite side, perhaps they'd already found those people. Only 3 or 4 zombies remained behind, aimlessly swaying in place. The bathroom window on the second floor was open, providing an easy way down. They quietly landed on the car roof and tossed out their powers. The few zombies were easily dealt with by Fu Jingma. Lin Mu took out the key, prepared to get into the driving seat, when Fu Jingma pulled him back, saying, "I'll drive." Lin Mu nodded. "If you get tired, I'll take over." The car started, turning onto the street, crushing limbs and debris under its tires. Only then did Lin Mu realize the fear he'd felt moments ago. Without Fu Jingma, it would be him lying lifeless on the ground. Inside the quiet car, the two stayed silent for some time. The rearview mirror showed zombies tirelessly chasing after fresh blood and flesh, until the car reached the highway and they gradually disappeared from sight. It was more than an hour's journey from the small town to the city. Just this small town of a few hundred people had become so terrifying after the mutation. Lin Mu could easily imagine how worse the scene in the city would be. Turning his head to look at him, Fu Jingma said, "I'm thirsty." Not hearing Lin Mu reply for a while, he felt somewhat uneasy. Upon hearing this, Lin Mu took out a bottle of water from the bag, unscrewed it, and handed it over. Fu Jingma accepted it with one hand and took a sip. Lin Mu watched him, reminiscing about what had happened earlier, amazed. "Your black mist is like wind blades. It's powerful, but does it consume a lot of your energy?" Fu Jingma nodded, handing the water back. Many functions of abilities can be explored ourselves. As long as we learn to control it, it's even stronger than we imagine. Is your ability also due to some kind of fusion? Since they were partners, Lin Mu treated him with honesty and straightforwardness in asking questions. Not exactly fusion. Currently, initial abilities are divided into 3 types: gene mutations, elemental mutations, and biological mutations. Gene mutations mean that there's a specific skill gene passed down through generations of the mutant, which transforms into the ability. Elemental mutations involve natural elements: wind, rain, thunder, lightning, gold, wood, water, fire, earth, all imaginable elements. Regarding biological mutations, it's similar to yours. It's a fusion with some form of life, thus acquiring its characteristics. Fu Jingma's voice was melodious, differing somewhat from the often carefree laughter he displayed, slightly hoarse and deep, giving one a sense of peace. This morning, this message was received from a mysterious black box, which Fu Jingma decided to share with Lin Mu. Very similar. So mine isn't a biological mutation? Lin Mu asked in confusion. The organism that merges will leave obvious biological characteristics after a fever-like period, such as animal ears or partially plant-covered skin, but you don't show any signs, right? He glanced sideways at Lin Mu. Lin Mu rubbed his arm, unwilling to turn into tree bark. What about you? Fu Jingma casually threw out a sentence: I injected the R virus. Lin Mu was shocked. How could? This news was too alarming. He wasn't trying to pry into Fu Jingma's past, but he couldn't help blurting it out. Fu Jingma's reaction was obviously expected. Abnormal powers have their limits, they're not infinite. My power, without being consumed, can only allow me to use black mist attacks twice, as I just did, and then I need time to recover. Lin Mu nodded in understanding, but wondered why his own abnormal power never showed any signs. Get some sleep, there's still a way to go before we reach the city. Fu Jingma ended the topic. Lin Mu thought that after what happened in the town, he wouldn't be able to fall asleep, but unknown to him, he soon deeply fell asleep after hearing Fu Jingma's words. In Lin Mu's dream, the white truck gradually approached Yichang City. Chapter 17, Rejection of Evacuation. When Fu Jingma woke up Lin Mu, they could already see from afar the 2 big characters, Yichang, on the toll booth. From where they parked their car to the toll booth ahead, stretching for several kilometers, were deserted private cars and trucks, blocking the road densely. It seems that the situation in the city area isn't good. Fu Jingma parked the car in a concealed spot by the roadside, turned his head and looked at Lin Mu. We have to get out and go inside. After we pass the car crowd, we'll find another vehicle further ahead. Lin Mu rubbed his eyes. Why didn't you call me earlier to drive a bit? His voice was still a little drowsy after waking up. Fu Jingma looked at the small tuft of hair sticking up on his forehead and casually patted it down. It's not far, I've recovered pretty much. A successful mutation will greatly enhance one's physical strength and 5 senses. Lin Mu smelled the sudden closeness of pine wood scent, startled slightly, but didn't move away, his ear tips flushed slightly red. Fu Jingma naturally pulled his hand back, looking around. Let's first go towards the toll booth. Lin Mu nodded, shouldering the bag, got off the car. The 2 walked along the highway fence. Fortunately, with the cars jammed, zombies weren't easily gathered here. After the rainstorm, the weather returned to sweltering heat, scorching the cement-poured highway. When the 2 reached the toll booth, sweat had started to bead on their foreheads. The barrier at the toll booth had already been smashed, and the person in the glass booth had long since become a zombie, half of his body protruding from the window, growling toward Lin Mu and Fu Jingma. The 2 didn't linger. Passing through the toll booth, there were rows of short houses by the roadside, prominently displaying signs for car wash, auto repair, dining, all common auto repair shops before toll booths. But there was no sign of life. It was nearing noon, and the sun was blazing hot. The 2 planned to rest a little before proceeding. They descended from the roadside, and surprisingly, there weren't many zombies in front of these shops. Fu Jingma cautiously observed his surroundings, lightly raising his eyebrows. There are people nearby. Lin Mu was naturally cautious, especially after the incident in the town, having experienced the treachery of human nature. He nodded, silently agreeing. Walking past 2 shops whose doors were already broken, the 2 continued forward and stopped at the 3rd shop's entrance. The windows and doors of this auto repair shop were relatively intact. Fu Jingma walked ahead, opened the door, and the 2 entered sideways. This type of shop lets vehicles come in for cleaning, so inside the door was a fairly large empty space, making it less likely for zombies to hide. After closing the door, they found a clean spot, sat down, and ate something. Lin Mu took out the food he brought from the bag, handed some to Fu Jingma, and began eating. Just a few slices of toast. Fu Jingma ate slowly but steadily, never ravenously. Lin Mu glanced over and thought, indeed, handsome people even look good while eating. With his leg bent and leaning lazily against the wall, after finishing his meal and drinking some water, he took out the black box to check if there was any new message. Fu Jingma, will there really be evacuation teams arranged in the city? Could even the army? There will be. The XX military force is the most organized and able to handle crises. They will do their utmost to protect the civilians they can protect. He put away the black box, glancing at Lin Mu. Rest assured, even if this is an unprecedented global disaster, they will protect the people until the last moment. Lin Mu was infected by the certainty in his eyes, reassured. If Hizei has already evacuated, then it would be for the best. Just as the two were about to leave after finishing eating, Fu Jingma heard rustling sounds coming from around them, gradually approaching the house. He grabbed Lin Mu, his gaze deepened, his lips curling into a slight arc, mocking softly, "Since someone has sent us a message, we might as well wait." On the other side, Changi Middle School. The army personnel had already come up to notify several times. The last few evacuation vehicles had begun arranging for people to board. Hizei sat in a chair with furrowed brows. This was a two-person dormitory, and his roommate was named Wu Fei. Wu Fei was holding his luggage, infuriated by Hizei's refusal to move. "Hizei, are you really not going? There's half an hour left, you still have time to pack." Hizei shook his head, struggling to speak. "Mumu will come for me." "How do you know he's still alive? Maybe your friend has already turned into a..." He sighed again. "If you don't leave now, you won't get another chance. You could wait in the safe zone. Do you know that the playground is full of zombies now? If it weren't for the fewer students here, we wouldn't have even had a chance to evacuate." Hizei smirked slightly. "You go on ahead, Wu Fei. I'm really not leaving. Mumu will definitely come." Since that night after speaking with Lin Mu, due to the network collapse, they hadn't been able to contact each other again. But he remembered what Mumu had said. When the rain stopped, he would come to find him. With the school having a dense population, the outbreak began as if it were a living hell. The cafeteria, playground, classrooms, all echoed with screams and cries. Hizei originally had a PE class scheduled, but close to the end of the semester, all lessons were swapped out for math classes, so he was resting in the faculty dormitory. The faculty dormitory was located behind the cafeteria, quiet and sparsely populated. But from afar, the dreadful scenes in the cafeteria were all within his sight. Since it was the last period, many students dined there after class. The wailing voices resounded throughout the entire school. Just like what he saw in videos, students who had become zombies were tearing into their familiar classmates and teachers. Blood splattered everywhere, and the cement ground quickly became stained red. Broken corpses and bits of flesh littered the floor. He and Wu Fei hid in the dormitory, too afraid to go out. There were quite a number of other teachers around in the building, but none dared step outside. They locked the door downstairs carefully, being sure not to make any noise. Until gunshots rang out on the playground, and the military had come to rescue them for evacuation. Evacuation was difficult. They pulled a protective net with great effort, giving the longest evacuation deadline of 1 hour. Now half of that time had already passed. Wu Fei shouldered his belongings and cursed under his breath. "Fuck, I'm not waiting for you anymore. Just wait until you turn into a zombie yourself." Hizei was used to his explosive temper, muttering softly, "Take care of yourself." Wu Fei kicked over a stool angrily before heading downstairs. Soon, the sound of the bus starting up echoed from downstairs. Hizei covered his ears, shrinking into the chair. Chapter 18, Scorpion Woman. As something approached, Lin Mu also heard the chilling sound. Through the small gaps under the auto repair shop door, a swarm of scorpions crawled inside. These scorpions had jet-black surfaces, larger than ordinary scorpions, about 15 centimeters long. Their flat bodies squeezed through the door gaps. Their backs were covered with granular protuberances, and their venomous tails arched high, ready for attack. Not only from under the door but also from broken windows and cracked wall corners, anywhere with crevices, scorpions continued streaming in endlessly. They surrounded Lin Mu and Fu Jingmo. Lin Mu felt somewhat nervous. Anyone surrounded by such a massive wave of scorpions would be scared. Of course, except Fu Jingmo. He gave a light chuckle, lips curling, lazily uttering, "Interesting." The black scorpions stopped 1 meter in front of them, acting uniformly, as if controlled by someone. Fu Jingmo loudly asked toward the door, not coming in. "Are you planning to feed zombies outside?" After his words fell, the door was pushed open, and 7 or 8 people walked in one after another. The leader was a woman in a red blouse and leather pants, approximately 27 or 28 years old. Next to her stood a bald man with well-developed muscles, wielding a metal hammer. The rest looked like ordinary men. The woman's eyes were icy cold, her lips painted bright red. "Leave your bags behind, you can go." "What if we refuse?" As soon as the words left his mouth, the scorpions on the ground took a step closer to Lin Mu and the others. Fu Jingma's smile grew wider, fixing his eyes on the woman, saying word by word, "Are you sure about doing this?" His tone exuded unshakable confidence and certainty, instilling fear. The woman barely flinched, and Lin Mu noticed that her face had turned somewhat pale, indicating that controlling such a large group of scorpions wasn't effortless either. Her muscular bald companion lacked such perceptiveness, losing his temper and smashing his hammer violently on the ground. A tremendous bang echoed, and in an instant, concrete shattered everywhere. A deep hole was gouged into the ground as fine cracks radiated outward. There was no doubt, this was a strength-powered mutant. He tightly gripped his hammer, which was half as tall as a person, and shouted loudly, "Don't push your luck. Leave everything behind, and we'll spare your lives." Fu Jingma coldly snorted, "So noisy." With a wave of his hand, a flash of black appeared, and the sturdy hammer shattered with a sharp crack. The bald man froze, unable to believe that his iron hammer now only had a shaft left in his hand. The few people behind them tensed their bodies, surrounding him. Fu Jingma grinned and shook his hand slightly, then, "Do you want your faces?" The woman retracted her power, and the scorpions on the ground returned to her just as they came, climbing up her legs and merging into her skin. Lin Mu watched with a chill running down his spine, goosebumps popping up on his arms beneath his clothes. "We were out of line," the woman slowly said, then muttered something to the people beside her, saying, "Let's go." "You're just leaving. We haven't even talked about what I want yet." They stopped in their tracks, the woman staring at Fu Jingma for a while before asking, "What do you want?" "Name, ability, and also, tell me the situation in Yichang City. Why haven't you evacuated?" Fu Jingma opened his mouth coldly, his earlier nonchalance gone. "Red Scorpion, my family runs a scorpion farm. During the outbreak, I was bitten by countless scorpions." She gave a cold laugh, adding somewhat reluctantly, "You think everyone can evacuate? What army?" Important leaders were evacuated first. Outer city areas only had half a day to evacuate, and now, except for the inner city, places like this suburb have already lost evacuation teams. After pondering briefly, Fu Jingmo realized giving half a day had already been the limit. "So are you staying here?" The woman shook her head, "We want to go to the inner city. Even if the army doesn't take us, as long as we find them, we can follow them to the safe zone." Fu Jingma turned around and glanced at Lin Mu. Despite only knowing each other for a few days, Lin Mu felt he somehow understood what Fu Jingma meant. He stepped forward and said, "I'm Lin Mu. We are heading downtown to Changi Middle School, so let's go together." Red Scorpion looked at him. This young man didn't seem particularly special, just an ordinary person, and she didn't answer immediately. "We need to discuss it." Lin Mu nodded, showing no objections, so Red Scorpion took her people and opened the door to leave. He asked Fu Jingma, "Is it alright to bring them along?" Fu Jingma's piercing eyes revealed a trace of coldness. "If there's a problem, solve the problem. Her power has some use. The downtown area won't be easy, having more people will make it safer." "Alright." Lin Mu nodded. Along this journey, Fu Jingma had been protecting him, and naturally, he trusted Fu Jingma's judgment. In less than 5 minutes, the door was pushed open again. Red Scorpion had returned. That bald man had exchanged his previous axe for another one he'd found elsewhere, indicating they'd finished their deliberation. "Alright, we'll go with you. But as soon as we spot any retreat forces from the army, we'll leave." Fu Jingma wasn't surprised by their decision. As you wish." They briefly plotted the route, aiming for the downtown sports stadium. Nevertheless, no matter what, they would first have to cross the current cluster of cars. These vehicles were linked front to back, stretching for miles when viewed far away. Chapter 19, Fu Jingma loses his temper. Walking not too far, it became impossible to walk along the edge of the road, forcing them to move to the middle, weaving through the spaces between cars. All sorts of vehicles dotted the road, trucks, buses, compact cars. Everyone bent over carefully, picking higher vehicles to shield their figures. Lin Mu closely followed Fu Jingmo. His old chopping knife had chipped in a town earlier, and he had instead grabbed an iron rod at the auto repair shop. It was mid-afternoon, the sun blazing hot. With his heavy bag on his back, his eyebrows furrowed slightly, and sweat trickled down from his chest inside his clothes. On the contrary, Fu Jingma appeared relaxed. This kind of movement meant little to someone who underwent training all year round, not to mention mutants' endurance differed from normal people. After nearly 2 kilometers of walking, Fu Jingma suddenly became serious. Walking ahead, Red Scorpion also paused, turning around with a stern expression. "Did you hear that?" Fu Jingma nodded, sharp eyes focusing on the distance. "A group of zombies is coming." The dense footfalls and increasingly stronger stench of decay confirmed his judgment. In a few steps, he leaped onto the top of a truck with the help of a nearby private car and looked into the distance. Sure enough, several hundred meters away, a dense group of zombies was approaching along the road. Their pace wasn't fast as they dragged their mutilated bodies, filling all gaps between vehicles. They swayed unsteadily while moving in this direction. Fu Jingma lowered his head, reducing his voice to whisper to the people below, "No one make a sound. Get on the roofs of the big trucks, lie down, and wait for them to pass." Upon hearing this, everyone quickly scrambled toward the higher cargo trucks. However, only 3 or 5 people could fit on each roof. Red Scorpion's group, though together earlier, lost their composure when thousands of zombies approached, scrambling to climb onto the vehicles. One thin man trembled in fear, turning around and running back the way they came, shouting all the while, "I'm not going with you anymore. I'm leaving." He hadn't run more than a few meters when 2 scorpions flew out and landed on his legs, their sharp tails piercing through his calf. The man immediately froze and collapsed on the ground without making a sound. Clearly, his life was slipping away quickly. Lin Mu was about to climb onto the same cargo truck as Fu Jingma when someone behind him violently shoved him aside. Due to his slim build, Lin Mu had always been an artist. No matter how smart and calm he was, his physical strength couldn't compare to these manual laborers. Not to mention the bald man with the strength mutation, who perhaps had been itching to teach them a lesson. He shoved Lin Mu aside and climbed up onto the truck. The immense force sent Lin Mu sprawling hard onto the ground, his chest feeling like it might burst open, while blood welled up on his palms where they'd scraped against the rough pavement. A deadly cold glint appeared in Fu Jingma's eyes. Casting a cold look at the bald man, he got off the truck and pulled Lin Mu back up, asking, "Are you alright?" Through gritted teeth, Lin Mu suppressed his pain. "I'm fine. Let's find a place to hide." The zombies gradually drew closer until they could already see the bobbing heads. With no space left on the cargo trucks, Fu Jingma pulled Lin Mu down and squatted beside him. "Get inside." Both squeezed under the truck, and Fu Jingma took Lin Mu's hand, pulling bandages from his bag. Lin Mu softly murmured, "I'm fine." His hands, covered in blood and dirt, were carefully cleaned by Fu Jingma, who then wrapped them with the bandage. A fleeting expression crossed Fu Jingma's usually cold face as if explaining, saying, "Zombies can smell fresh blood." Lin Mu replied quietly, allowing Fu Jingma to finish dressing his wounds. Less than 2 minutes later, dragging footsteps sounded clearly beside them. Peeking outside, they saw countless pairs of feet passing by, dirty, bloody, and rotting feet, none belonging to normal working people. Lin Mu held his breath, his heart pounding furiously in his chest. In town, they'd faced zombies openly and hadn't had time to feel afraid. But hiding like this felt completely different. If the zombie horde discovered them, escape would be impossible. The person killed by Red Scorpion lay less than 5 meters ahead. The zombies had discovered the fresh flesh and frenziedly crowded around, crouching down to chew on it. What was just now a living person was now torn apart, intestines spilling everywhere. The gnawing sounds filled Lin Mu's ears. Looking at this sight, Lin Mu's body involuntarily trembled. His eyes widened, nearly vomiting. Then a hand firmly gripped his waist. Fu Jingma gently pulled Lin Mu closer to his chest and extended another hand to cover Lin Mu's eyes. As Lin Mu's eyelashes brushed over his palm, Fu Jingma felt a faint tickle. A cool, crisp scent of pine reached Lin Mu's nose, dispelling much of the decaying stench brought by the zombies. Blinking, Lin Mu felt an inexplicable sense of calmness despite everything. They stayed in this position for about 10 minutes until the number of zombies decreased, and Fu Jingma finally released his hand. The bright light returned before their eyes, and when Lin Mu opened his eyes, he met Fu Jingma's slightly amused face. He suddenly felt somewhat awkward, pursed his lips, mouthing, "Thank you," and lowered his gaze. After waiting another 5 minutes and confirming that no more zombies would come, the two crawled out from beneath the truck, as did Red Scorpion's team from the truck roofs. Fu Jingma dusted himself off and suddenly moved forward, delivering a punch to the bald man's head. There was a loud thud as the bald man's skull collided forcefully with the side of the cargo truck, bouncing him off and crashing heavily onto the ground. The side panel of the truck buckled from the impact, and even though the bald man was a mutant, this blow rendered him unable to get up from the ground. Shaking his hand loose, Fu Jingma looked down at him with a gaze as if seeing a dead man. "Next time, your head will end up just like your hammer." Hong Xie looked into the distance and did not intervene. She had seen earlier how the bald man took Lin Mu's place, and she knew it was wrong. Besides, Hong Xie wasn't a match for Fu Jingma. This man was far from an ordinary mutant. The bald man struggled to get up. Since the start of the mutation, he had relied on his strength as a physical mutant to dominate others with his fists. This was the first time he'd been beaten. He shook his head, swollen like a pig's, wiped the blood streaming from his nose, and glared at Fu Jingma and Lin Mu, a strange smile forming on his face. Lin Mu tugged lightly on Fu Jingma's sleeve. "Let's go." He understood that Fu Jingma was standing up for him, protecting him, and this filled him with warmth. After readjusting, the group continued forward. This time, they didn't encounter another large horde of zombies until they left the vehicles behind. At the end of the area, they found 2 cars that still worked and drove toward the city center. Chapter 20, Don't Worry About Your Brother. Having a car made their progress much faster than walking. Even though the road conditions were terrible, whenever they couldn't drive further, they got out and walked until they reached a clear section again. The entire city was overrun by zombies, inside buildings, on streets, everywhere. These zombies lacked awareness, drawn only by the scent of living beings, like relentless hyenas. As they turned a corner, dozens of zombies were densely gathered some 10 meters away. The group quickly exited the car. Through previous teamwork, they quickly found their positions and moved along the wall, ensuring that at least one side remained zombie-free. Black crystals were swiftly thrown, each piece accurately striking a zombie's head and creating bloody cavities. Fu Jingma used his ability to lead the way, while Hong Xie stayed in the back, dealing with any zombies closing in. Lin Mu closely followed Fu Jingma, using an iron rod to knock aside zombies attacking from the side, assisted by the regular people and the bald man. Exhausted from the endless killings, 3 of the regular people in Hong Xie's team had died, and their powers were nearly depleted. Lin Mu finally witnessed the full might of an animal fusion mutant. Her scorpions killed numerous zombies. Though scorpion venom had no effect on zombies, the scorpions could drill into their mouths and devour their brains. Fu Jingma's complexion grew pale, and Lin Mu was so exhausted that his hands wouldn't even lift anymore. Swinging the iron rod repeatedly had caused cracks in his palms to reopen multiple times. However, amidst this tense atmosphere, Lin Mu noticed that the cuts on his hands had healed. He didn't remove the bandages but quietly informed Fu Jingma. They continued moving intermittently for half a day. There were at most 2 hours left before nightfall. As they approached University City, this area proved to be a major congregation point for the zombies. They sought refuge on the second floor of a building, an office reception room where zombies endlessly roamed the streets below. They needed time to regain their strength. On Hong Xie's side, only the bald man and 2 regular people remained. The bald man squatted in the corner, panting heavily, while the other 2 appeared nearly dead. Sitting on the couch, Lin Mu worriedly glanced at Fu Jingma, who had been clearing most of the zombies along the way and was now greatly drained. Noticing Lin Mu's gaze, Fu Jingma swallowed a bite of bread and faintly smiled, silently mouthing, "I'm fine." "Or we can continue tomorrow," Lin Mu frowned. "The army will only stay outside the city for half a day. Judging by this pace, all survivors inside the city will evacuate by early morning. If we don't find them tonight, it'll be too late." He tilted his head slightly, his smile spreading. "Don't worry about your brother." "Worry about my brother." Lin Mu gritted his teeth, "I'm 2 years older than you." After regaining their strength, the group set out again. There was less than half an hour left to reach the stadium, and everyone hoped to arrive there before nightfall. The zombies seemed more frenzied at night. The city's sports stadium was near University City, usually empty, and safety drills at school would always direct people to gather there. If evacuation occurred, the stadium had limited exits, its interior being vast and open. It was likely to be the temporary base of the evacuating troops. Zombies lined the streets. From their observation, the silver truck on the right should still function. The driver in the vehicle, already mutated, struggled against the seatbelt in the cabin, presumably attempting to stop and flee when the mutation occurred. Lin Mu thought for a moment and suggested borrowing the methods used by the people in the town to lure the zombies away from the building below. One of the regulars on Hong Xie's team offered his phone, which still had 10% battery power, amazingly unlost after the whole journey. The phone was handed over to Fu Jingma, who was the fastest. His task was to lead the zombies away with the music from the phone. Hong Xie would deal with the driver and surrounding zombies in the cab, while Lin Mu drove the vehicle. The others would hide in the back compartment and circle around to pick up Fu Jingma later. After practicing the plan twice, they quietly descended the building. Observing at the entrance for a while, Fu Jingma turned back to signal Lin Mu. It was now or never. The song from the phone blasted through the previously quiet street like an explosion. In a flash, Fu Jingma darted out like a gust of wind. In an instant, all the zombies surged toward him. After the mutation, their running speed far exceeded that of normal humans. Fu Jingma leaped onto the top of a car, using the line of vehicles on the road to lure the zombies away. Lin Mu didn't hesitate, seizing this opportunity to rush toward the truck without delay. Hong Xie tossed her scorpions to eliminate the mutated driver inside, then both of them dragged the body out. There were a few zombies just arriving at the back of the truck. Hong Xie immediately turned to help. She opened the rear compartment, and the group quickly climbed in. Once she locked the door, she glanced at the people inside the compartment, her expression turning cold. "Where's the bald man?" Chapter 21, The Bald Man's Revenge. In the front seat, Lin Mu calmly got into the car and started the engine. The truck began to slowly turn in the direction Fu Jingma had run off to. Just then, the passenger side door slammed open, producing a grating noise as the heavy door broke off its hinges. The bald man sneered menacingly at Lin Mu, his foot already halfway inside the car. For a moment, Lin Mu froze, yet remained unnaturally calm inside. Clearly not here with good intentions, the bald man was a physical mutant. Lin Mu knew he stood no chance against him. With a sudden stomp on the gas pedal, Lin Mu realized that the closer he could get to Fu Jingma, the higher his chances of survival. Thrown off by the abrupt acceleration, the bald man crashed into the side wall of the car. Swearing loudly, he fiercely grabbed the seat and crawled into the passenger seat. The sound of the engine had already attracted nearby zombies. Fu Jingma seemed to sense something amiss and glanced back. This single glance prompted him to curse under his breath. He saw the bald man crawling into the driver's cabin. By now, Fu Jingma was surrounded on all sides by countless zombies, forming an unbroken sea. Not daring to waste any time, he hurled the phone onto the roof of the next car and rapidly scaled the first floor railings to the second story. A dark look of anger crossed his face as black mist enveloped his body. Treading along the window ledge of the second floor, Fu Jingma swiftly ran in the direction of the truck. It was too far, he needed to move even faster. Lin Mu couldn't shake off the bald man, realizing his fate looked grim. As the bald man's fist swung toward him, Lin Mu quickly lunged forward, slamming hard into the steering wheel. The punch narrowly missed his ear and smashed into the backrest behind him, producing a loud crack as it snapped apart. Had that blow hit him, Lin Mu had no doubt his skull would have exploded, splattering brain matter everywhere. The truck had just begun to move when several zombies clung to the broken door edge. The bald man had to turn back and kick them off roughly. Seeing the cluster of more than 10 zombies gathering at the rear of the truck, a bloodthirsty smile crept across his face. He stopped attacking Lin Mu with his fists and instead reached over to yank him off the driver's seat, throwing him toward the zombie horde. Humph, wasn't your companion so capable? He wanted Fu Jingma to watch as Lin Mu was torn apart limb by these filthy monsters, disemboweled and reduced to a pile of flesh. Lin Mu tightly gripped the steering wheel, his fingertips turning white as he tried to steady himself. Despite his nails cracking under the strain, his strength was utterly ineffective against a physical mutant. Lasting only a couple seconds, Lin Mu's body lifted into the air and was flung out with brutal force. Slamming heavily onto the ground, intense pain coursed through his entire body, momentarily cutting off his breathing. His mind went blank. Excitedly, the surrounding zombies swarmed closer. The air reeked of decay, suffocating and repulsive. He remembered the nightmare on the subway, it was exactly the same kind of despair. In this moment, Lin Mu wanted to turn back and take one last look at Fu Jingma, whose usually smiling face now bore an unfamiliar coldness. His eyes brimmed with fury, perhaps even a trace of panic, rushing towards him at great speed. But it was too far, they were simply too far apart. Lin Mu didn't want Fu Jingma to witness him being devoured by the zombies, it would be too pitiful, too disgusting. Gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, he tried to give Fu Jingma a faint smile, silently thanking him for bringing him this far. If he'd been alone, there was no way he could have come this close to Hizei. Watching the decaying zombies closing in on Lin Mu, an unprecedented, foreign, overwhelming fear bubbled up within Fu Jingma. Shit, it was him who took Lin Mu out of that small courtyard. It was him who failed to protect Lin Mu. Black mist clouded Fu Jingma's eyes as he summoned all his energy, coalescing a distant foggy blade that cleaved toward the zombies. But it was too far. Too far. He could only kill the nearest wave of zombies, shouting Lin Mu's name like a trapped beast, Lin Mu. Puh. Puh. The sounds of flesh being pierced rang out consecutively. Finally managing to reach Lin Mu, Fu Jingma disposed of the surrounding zombies in one swift move, his complexion rapidly paling. Lin Mu, he murmured, trembling in a voice never heard before. Yet, there wasn't the expected scene of frenzied zombie feeding, everything seemed frozen. Chapter 22, Lin Mu comatose. The zombies gathered around the young man, unable to move an inch more. Green tendrils slowly stretched out from between the gaps, tightly binding each zombie, producing a grinding noise that embedded itself into the bone and marrow. It was vines. Fu Jingma's gaze turned sharp and his teeth clenched tightly. The heart of Lin Mu, encircled by the vines, exploded into excruciating pain, just like that night, causing him unbearable trembling fear. A rough mass surged on his tender heart, tearing bloody pieces away. His vision was covered in green as a large amount of blood gushed from his mouth, plunging him deeply into darkness. All the zombies were tightly bound by the vines, incapable of any further movement. With a muffled bang, rotting flesh exploded and fell onto the ground along the taut vine. The vines, seemingly alive, shook off the decaying meat with a dislike for filth, until finally sliding back into Lin Mu's body with a slurping sound. The black mist before him shielded off all the fetid chunks of decayed meat. Fu Jingma watched the youth lying on the ground, feeling his heart fall heavily back into place within his chest. He stepped forward, crouching down gently to wipe away the bloodstains at the corner of the youth's lips, cradling him carefully in his arms. Realizing something amiss, Hong Xie had already come down from the rear compartment, while the bald man looked on from the car in utter astonishment. As Fu Jingma stood up holding the unconscious youth, a chilling laughter bubbled up from deep within his chest. Suddenly raising his head, icy killing intent flashed in his eyes, the black mist engulfing the bald man. The bald man showed an expression of terror, unable to scream, emitting only a squeaking sound. With a thunderous bang, blood splattered across the car windows, flowing down in streaks. Without hesitation, Fu Jingma didn't look back at the man behind, heading straight for an SUV, placing Lin Mu gently on the passenger seat, then driving toward the stadium. The SUV crashed through several unsteady walking zombies and roared onto the road. Hong Xie also boarded another vehicle and followed closely behind. As they neared the stadium, Fu Jingma knew their judgment was correct. Because 10 meters outside the stadium, there was a set-up protective net, the open space ahead cleared of nearly all zombies. At the gate of the stadium, a group of armed people stood tall, their identities unmistakable. Seeing the vehicles, they gestured for them to turn off the engine and lights. Fu Jingma parked outside the protective net. 2 soldiers came up to conduct an inspection. They took in those who hadn't been bitten by zombies, planning to evacuate together when dawn broke. Fu Jingma rolled down the window, looking at the young soldier and speaking coldly, "I'm Fu Jingma from Fengqing District 113, please report to your commander, I need his cooperation." 113 was an external title given to the secret organization Fu Jingma belonged to, but only officers above a certain rank knew this referred to a special task force. Fu Jingma handed over his credentials. After checking, the soldiers appraised him thoroughly. There was nothing ordinary about Fu Jingma's aura. The two soldiers conferred briefly, one opened the gate and let him in while the other went inside to report to their superior. "Wait, I have a friend in the car," Fu Jingma said as he turned around, carrying Lin Mu horizontally, striding confidently into the stadium. Hong Xia and her group followed closely behind, now also getting out of the car to be directed to the inspection room. As she passed by Fu Jingma, she muttered a quiet thank you. Fu Jingma was led into a temporary reception hall, where he placed Lin Mu on the sofa. A following soldier hesitated, asking, "Is your friend not bitten?" Fu Jingma glanced sideways at him, replying icily, "No. You should have a medical team. Please arrange someone to check him." In a foul mood with a grim facial expression, Fu Jingma made the young soldier dare not speak another word. He found some tissues, dampened them, and wiped away the blood from the corner of Lin Mu's lips, then cleaned his face. Before this person could make arrangements, several figures approached from outside the door, led by an officer-like individual. Fu Jingma stood up, and the two exchanged military salutes. The man seemed to know Fu Jingma's identity. "Lieutenant, hello. I'm the commander here, my name is Zhou He. We received notification that if we encounter someone from Zone 113, we need to fully cooperate and ensure your safety." The officer glanced behind Fu Jingma and said to his men, "Arrange for the medical team to come over." Fu Jingma nodded slightly. Without further ado, "Have the people from Changi Middle School been rescued?" Zhou He turned to ask the soldier behind him, who handed over a notebook he had just finished counting the numbers in. "Most of the uninfected people from Changi Middle School have already withdrawn from the city. The last small group of teachers left this afternoon." Fu Jingma straightened his expression. "Is there anyone named Hizei?" The soldier shook his head seriously. "Due to the urgency of time, we didn't register names, we only counted the number of people. If you need, I'll go find out right now. They are still in the stadium." Fu Jingma nodded, and the soldier ran off. At this point, the arranged medical team arrived, and he glanced at Lin Mu before stepping out to discuss recent developments with Zhou He. The doctor in charge was a young woman. She came out briefly, asked some questions, and was surprised to learn that Lin Mu was a plant-mutated individual. Mutations in the plant category were incredibly rare, making it difficult to reference any information. By the time Fu Jingmo returned after his discussion, the examination was complete, and the doctor was waiting in the reception room. "Mr. Fu, your friend seems to have characteristics that don't quite align with biological mutations. In biological mutations, the person fuses with another organism, so physical traits of that organism will appear. More importantly, the body retains only the human mind as its consciousness." The doctor paused slightly, observing Fu Jingmo's reaction. Noticing no abnormality, she continued. "With limited equipment, we can only confirm that there's nothing physically wrong with him. It's likely that his sudden burst of ability exceeded his body's limit, overloading his heart. He needs time to recover. But I suggest sending your friend to the safe zone for treatment." After saying this, the female doctor looked apprehensively at this formidable individual in front of her. A plant-mutated individual was extraordinarily valuable for current research. This could be considered the first case of a plant fusion mutation, making it extremely precious. Fu Jingmo gave her a sidelong glance, his eyes cold. These doctors, these researchers, they would undoubtedly want to take Lin Mu back for themselves, ostensibly for treatment, but who knows what kind of study they might conduct. He wouldn't hand Lin Mu over to anyone he couldn't fully trust. Fu Jingmo chuckled coldly. "As long as he's confirmed fine, I'll take him to Fengqing myself." The doctor pursed her lips, not speaking further. She administered nutrition to Lin Mu and then left. Lin Mu on the sofa appeared pale, furrowing his brows, looking very uncomfortable. Fu Jingma touched his soft hair gently, a flicker of something unusual passing through his mind. "Rest assured, I will help you find your friend, and I will take you to Fengqing." Chapter 23, Finding the School. After about 10 minutes, the soldier who went out earlier came back. He ran all the way, saluting Fu Jingma breathlessly. "Lieutenant, the person you mentioned, Hizei, is still in the staff dormitory at Changi Middle School, and he hasn't evacuated with the others." Fu Jingma frowned, double-checking. "Still alive?" "Yes, Lieutenant, at least when they withdrew, he was alive. There was a teacher in the Changi Middle School group who said he was with your friend in the same dormitory. During evacuation, he refused to leave, saying someone would come for him." The soldier sounded exasperated, seemingly unable to comprehend why this person stayed among zombies instead of leaving safely. Fu Jingma thought for a moment, trouble sketching out the exact location of the staff dormitory at Changi Middle School and the route of your protective net for me. "I will leave in 10 minutes. "What? But we've been evacuated for several hours. The protective net might have already been toppled by zombies." "You." Hearing this, the soldier panicked. They'd witnessed the school being overrun by countless zombies. But the resolute look on Fu Jingma's face silenced his protests. He sighed, reporting back and arranging everything. Upon understanding the situation, Zhou He only instructed the soldiers to follow the request, as they could not interfere with any decisions made by Zone 113. The soldier provided gas and food supplies for Fu Jingma and brought a gun with ammunition. After thanking him, Fu Jingma picked up Lin Mu and left. The SUV was still where it had stopped earlier. The soldier escorted them out, closed the protection gate, and holding onto the fence, spoke a few words. "Captain, we will evacuate at 10 a.m. tomorrow. If you want to leave, you must come before 10. Fu Jingma nodded slightly. Lin Mu didn't know when he would wake up, so Fu Jingma planned to first find Hizei and ensure his safety. Once Lin Mu woke up, they could decide whether to go to the safe zone or leave together. As night deepened, Fu Jingma started the SUV, turned a corner, and drove away from the stadium. The stadium was very close to the school. The name, Changi Middle School, soon appeared before their eyes in large characters. Under the moonlight, these metal characters reflected eerily, somehow sinister. Fu Jingma found the northwest gate mentioned by the soldier, which should be the side entrance of the school, located behind the faculty dormitory where teachers usually enter and exit. The protective net could still be seen. Fortunately there was nothing inside that attracted zombies, so it hadn't collapsed yet. The car drove through the main gate. In the night, Fu Jingma's hearing became even more acute. He clearly heard countless zombies roaming around the school, making grunting sounds in various corners. To avoid drawing the zombies, Fu Jingma quietly turned off the headlights. After the mutation, his night vision had improved significantly. Fortunately, it wasn't raining now, and the moonlight provided enough illumination for him to see the road inside the fence. The SUV slowly approached the staff dormitory, a row of 5-story buildings. According to what the soldier said, Fu Jingma quickly located building number 2. There were 2 tall trees in front of the dormitory, providing slight cover. After observing for a moment, Fu Jingma noticed that every window was pitch black. Hizei was supposed to be in a room on the second floor to the left. With a quick wrist movement, he looked into the rearview mirror and backed the car into position. The car tail rested against the entrance of the dormitory, with the front pointing toward the intersection, allowing it to block the lower door while facilitating departure later. He didn't dare to leave Lin Mu alone in the car, so he swung the black crystal, hitting the wall next to the window upstairs. There was a puff, and if anyone was inside, they should have heard it. Sure enough, something moved in the lower right corner of the window, revealing an eye. Fu Jingma extended his hand out of the car window and waved. The person seemed hesitant to confirm whether he was human or zombie, slowly pressing a finger to the glass. Fu Jingma, known for his patience, also held up one finger. That person waited, then extended 2 fingers. A twitch appeared in the corner of Fu Jingma's forehead as he held up 2, then 3, 4, and 5 fingers. Apparently convinced he was human, the person retreated from the window, closing it again. Not long after, footsteps echoed softly down the corridor. Click, an old iron door creaked open just slightly. Chapter 24, Beating the Couple. Fu Jingma slung his backpack over his shoulder, got out of the car, circled the hood, and picked Lin Mu out of the passenger seat. He sidestepped into the building and kicked the door shut with his foot. By the faint moonlight filtering into the hallway, he saw someone standing in front of him, a very tall and muscular but visibly frightened young man. Wearing short sleeves and blue shorts, this man clutched a kitchen knife, trembling as he stammered, You, who are you? What do you want? Hizei. Fu Jingma acted as if he hadn't seen the knife, coldly staring at him. The young man blinked twice, his round eyes widening blankly, and replied, Yes, that's me. Fu Jingma raised his chin, indicating the unconscious figure in his arms. Lin Mu is injured. Take me upstairs. The young man finally shifted his gaze to Lin Mu cradled in Fu Jingma's arms and instinctively dropped his knife, rushing forward anxiously. What happened? What's wrong with Mumu? Is he okay? For heaven's sake. The burly man began sniffling as he spoke, almost crying. Fu Jingma frowned slightly, growing impatient and kicking him once. Are we going upstairs or not? He needs rest. Hizei cried out, wiped his eyes, patted his bottom as he stood up, and tried to pull Fu Jingma aside, angrily muttering but controlling his volume. Shit, who the hell are you? Let me carry my Mumu. Fu Jingma felt another spasm in his temple. If this guy weren't Lin Mu's friend, he would have already been beaten up by now. He gathered a strand of dark mist around him, gritting his teeth. Upstairs. Seeing this, Hizei cowardly retracted his hand. This man was scarier than a zombie. Swallowing hard, he led the way upstairs. Fu Jingma distinctly heard him muttering under his breath, calling him a hypocrite, taking advantage of others' misfortune, preying on vulnerability, and even kidnapping women. What kind of friend does Lin Mu have? When the two entered the room, it was a simple double dormitory with 2 single beds. Fu Jingma gently placed Lin Mu onto one of them. Hizei lit a small candle. The electricity in Yichang City had already collapsed long ago. Fu Jingma glanced over with caution, and it seemed alright. This guy wasn't that dumb after all. Wooden strips were nailed over the windows so this weak light couldn't be seen from outside. Hizei casually placed the candle on the bedside table and promptly threw himself next to Lin Mu's bed, looking like he was about to burst into tears again. What happened to Mumu? Where is he injured? Wah. I knew he'd come for me. Fu Jingma felt his headache building up by the incessant rambling but spoke firmly, he'll be fine. Let him rest for a few days. Hearing this, Hizei relaxed slightly and turned to look at Fu Jingma. Under the flickering candlelight, this man had an aloof and cold demeanor. Although he was somewhat more handsome than Hizei, his attitude was very intimidating. You haven't said who you are yet. I've never seen Mumu hanging out with someone like you. Fu Jingmo. And now he does, got it. For some reason, Fu Jingmo felt a bit annoyed. What's with all this, your Mumu, stuff, it's not like he didn't save the guy. Alright then, what do? Are you a soldier? Hizei blinked rapidly. He wasn't stupid, this guy looked straight as an arrow, definitely military personnel. Fu Jingmo made no denial, grunting in response. Sniffling his nose, Hizei suddenly said earnestly, thank you. Thank you for bringing Mumu here. You obviously seem capable. They exchanged a few more soft words before Fu Jingmo chose to stop talking. Let's continue tomorrow. Go to sleep. It meant he didn't want to deal with children anymore. Nodding, Hizei agreed, took off his shoes, and started crawling toward Lin Mu. Halfway through, a hand gripped him tightly, preventing him from moving further. Confused, Hizei turned to look at the frowning face of Fu Jingmo. 3 question marks popped up in his mind, wondering what Fu was pulling him for. Fu Jingmo tilted his chin, glaring at another bed. Sleep there. Why should I? Mumu always sleeps with me when he comes over. Hizei shouted. Without answering, Fu Jingmo coldly stared at him as if threatening to disassemble him if he didn't comply. Shivering slightly, Hizei reluctantly climbed onto the other bed while muttering under his breath. Ugh, once Mumu wakes up, I'm gonna tell on you, bullying the powerless, completely heartless, cruel, merciless. Breaker of golden couples. Waving his hands around, he spat out a string of curses, but they lacked any real weight because he dared not speak loudly. Ignoring him, Fu Jingmo pulled over a chair, sat next to Lin Mu, and poured water into a bottle cap, carefully feeding Lin Mu some. Unconsciously, ever since Lin Mu fell unconscious, Fu Jingmo's habitual smile had vanished from his face, replaced by worry lines. The person lying in the bed still looked deathly pale, his lips devoid of any color. Fu Jingmo was still concerned. That ability, or rather. Was that even an ability? All would have to wait until Lin Mu woke up. Chapter 25, Re-encountering the Tree. Changi Middle School had excellent greenery, with tall sycamore trees all over the campus. The early morning sunlight slanted through the gaps between leaves, falling onto the protective netting. A few zombies crawled into the net, dragging their rotting bodies and staggering around below the building. Standing by the window, Fu Jingmo opened a crack in it, throwing out a piece of black crystal, taking care of them swiftly. Just as Hizei had awakened and stuffed clothes into his oversized shorts, he stared wide-eyed, stretching his neck to check out the zombies downstairs, and then glanced back at Fu Jingmo. Wow, damn, you're amazing. What's that thing? He gave a flattering grin. Teach me. Fu Jingmo ignored him, closing the window and walking to Lin Mu's bedside. Hizei followed closely. Do you know when Mumu will wake up? Not sure, Fu Jingmo frowned. Lin Mu looked like he was sleeping soundly, showing no signs of abnormality whatsoever. Hizei sighed, like a worried father. Why did this happen to Mumu? Overuse of his abilities. Abilities. Mumu has abilities too. The army retreating yesterday had distributed some printed flyers. Poking his butt underneath the desk, Hizei found one and slapped it onto the table. It briefly introduced the concept of abilities. Fu Jingmo glanced at it without saying more. Brother Fu, isn't what you used earlier an ability? Can I learn it? Hizei quickly changed his tone, addressing Fu Jingmo as brother. Leaning against the edge of the table, Fu Jingmo huffed in irritation. He really hoped Lin Mu would wake up soon so he could handle this friend of his. They ate lunch casually. Fu Jingmo pulled out the black box and studied the information inside at the table. The staff dormitory had a cooking area, a small kitchen section where meals could be prepared. Since Fu Jingmo was ignoring him, Hizei decided to prepare something for Lin Mu to eat. The dormitory had been out of power for a long time. He rummaged through and found a camping stove with several gas canisters he'd used during outdoor adventures. Carefully, he started cooking porridge. Lin Mu felt as though he had been unconscious for an incredibly long time. His subconscious seemed to have entered a strange realm. A grassy area appeared before his eyes, with no buildings anywhere around. Looking in all directions, it resembled a playground of sorts, but the distance beyond that was shrouded in white mist, acting like a barrier. His intuition told him there was no passing through the mist. The only object in this space was the tree on the lawn, the same tree that had burrowed into Lin Mu's body. It appeared freshly rooted, Lin Mu could even detect a hint of weakness about it. No different from when it entered him, this tree remained small, barely reaching ankle height. Had it not been for the slightly elevated patch of soil under the tree, Lin Mu might not have noticed it at all. Lifting his legs, he stepped closer one by one. The tree shivered, its few solitary leaves quivering. Lin Mu thought to himself. Shouldn't I be the one scared? But still, Lin Mu remembered, it was this tree that had saved him. Walking up, he squatted down, observing it carefully. On the underside of the leaves, just as before, there were visible streams flowing within them, but they weren't entirely green and golden this time, there were traces of red, like blood. As if drawn to something, Lin Mu hesitated repeatedly before finally extending his hand to gently touch it. The moment his hand made contact with the leaf, whatever it was went crazy rushing into Lin Mu's body. Damn. Definitely shouldn't have touched. Once again, his body was racked with a searing pain. A powerful consciousness invaded Lin Mu's mind, making his head throb severely. This consciousness was vague and chaotic, as if trying to tell him something but bound by some invisible force, struggling desperately. After what felt like a very long time, perhaps half an hour, perhaps a few hours, Lin Mu had almost become numb to the pain. Beads of sweat slid down his pale face and dripped onto the ground from his chin. Oddly enough, Lin Mu gradually sensed that it was seeking help from him. Energy? What kind of energy? Lin Mu didn't understand. Green liquid flowed into Lin Mu's body while gold and red seemed to be separated apart. As more green entered, Lin Mu felt as if he could see, cell by cell, the damage in his body began to repair itself. The painful spots, the injured areas, the blood surged violently, healing one by one. When it reached the heart, he remembered, this tree had shredded his heart into pieces. Lin Mu couldn't help but feel a little frightened and bit his teeth tightly to keep himself restrained. After starting the porridge, Hizei crawled back to Lin Mu's bedside. He stared anxiously at Lin Mu, his mind retracing their childhood memories all the way to recent days, when Lin Mu asked him to prepare food and protect himself. Thinking about this, his eyes welled up with tears once again. Blinking without pause, his gaze fixated on the sleeping person until he suddenly saw his furrowed brow and expression of pain. Hizei was startled. Before he could call out to Fu Jingmo, someone swiftly moved beside the bed, squatting seriously and examining Lin Mu closely. The person on the bed looked extremely pained, gritting his teeth, producing a creaking sound, hands clenched into fists, shaking uncontrollably. Lin Mu, Lin Mu. Fu Jingmo softly called a few times. He feared Lin Mu would bite himself, so he gently grasped his jaw. Under his touch, Lin Mu's skin was damp with fine perspiration, and Fu Jingmo's eyes unconsciously revealed a trace of concern. Lin Mu's expression twisted with agony, and even watching this indicated how much suffering he was undergoing. Hizei tearfully watched on the side, anxiously saying, "Is he in a lot of pain? What should we do? What should we do?" They say old bones regenerating muscles is excruciating. As the green substance spread to Lin Mu's chest, he witnessed his shattered heart being pieced together bit by bit. Pain, so much pain, permeating every inch. A sudden split hurts in an instant, but this slow mending amplified the pain 1,000-fold. Lin Mu tried to clamp his lips shut but felt something holding them firm as tears streamed uncontrollably down his cheeks. Unable to bear seeing this, Hizei took a tissue to wipe Lin Mu's sweat, crying and soothing him, "Don't worry, Mumu, soon it will stop hurting." This situation lasted for over 10 minutes before Lin Mu suddenly opened his eyes. Exhausted, he struggled to control the violent coughs erupting from his throat, spitting out large amounts of dark red blood. Chapter 26, Our One Element. Afraid Lin Mu might choke, Fu Jingmo decisively scooped him up and held him sitting upright. Lin Mu only felt that he was held in someone's arms, and the discomfort in his chest had diminished a little. His consciousness wasn't clear yet, but instinctively, he felt safe in this embrace, gradually relaxing. The congealed blood blocking his chest had been coughed out, and Lin Mu's cough slowly subsided. His senses returned one by one, he could hear the strong heartbeat near his ear, and the tip of his nose was filled with the scent of pine wood. He steadied himself and opened his cold, clear eyes to look around. Hizei. Hizei had been scared speechless, tears streaming down his face as he stared blankly at Lin Mu. Could someone tell him what was going on? Why was he here? Cough. Hizei, his voice was still a bit hoarse as he softly called Hizei's name. In an instant, Hizei lunged forward, "Mumu, you nearly scared me to death. How are you feeling? Are you still in pain? Let me check, let me see." While talking, Hizei pulled Lin Mu closer, and it was then that Lin Mu realized he was being held in Fu Jingmo's arms. Turning his head slightly, he glanced at Fu Jingmo, then awkwardly straightened his body. Fu Jingmo gently helped him lean against the bedpost. Finally relieved, Fu Jingmo sighed and said, "Speak less, rest a while longer." He reached over and took the tissue from the bedside table, wiping the corners of Lin Mu's mouth. Their actions were somewhat intimate, but Lin Mu had just woken up and hadn't thought too much about it. He looked at Hizei and asked in a hoarse voice, "What happened?" Hizei pouted, looking like he was ready to tattle. "Last night, this person, carrying you, came to find me. I knew you would come to me, you've never lied to me." Lin Mu felt a wave of excitement in his heart, but his body was too weak. Reaching out, he patted Hizei's head and smiled, "Stop crying, all right? It's embarrassing." Hizei turned his head and glared at him, "I'm worried about you, do you know that? No conscience. You abandoned me." Lin Mu tugged lightly on his sleeve, "Enough already." Hizei shut his mouth and went to the kitchen to bring porridge for Lin Mu to eat. There was blood all over his clothes. Lin Mu shook his head, indicating that he couldn't eat unless he bathed first. His body was weak, so Fu Jingma helped him get up and coolly asked, "Can you wash yourself or do you need help?" He almost fell off his chair, placing the bowl down hastily. "Hey, you pervert. I'll help Moo." Lin Mu didn't bother responding, helplessly saying, "I can do it myself." Fortunately, the water supply had stopped just before they finished filling everything in the dorm that could hold water. With that, there was enough water for a bath. After barely managing to clean up, Lin Mu allowed Fu Jingma to also take a shower. Neither of them had washed since they left the courtyard, and in the summer heat, they were practically as disgusting as the zombies outside. After finishing, Fu Jingma casually washed both their clothes. When he came back out, Lin Mu was already sitting at the table drinking porridge while listening to Hizei recount his experiences from the past 2 days. Pulling over a chair, he sat down. His long legs were a little cramped under the small dining table. What exactly happened? Lin Mu set down the bowl, organized his thoughts, and explained his guess. That tree was inside my body. The 3 colors on the tree, red is my blood, it appeared after feeding on my blood. Green has healing abilities, it repaired the wounds on my body. The golden color, I'm not entirely sure, but I think, maybe it's the R virus. He paused briefly to sort through his jumbled thoughts, trying to explain clearly. It seems to be asking for my help. Its consciousness tells me it needs energy, that golden stuff, but this is contradictory because isn't the R virus supposed to be the culprit behind zombie transformation? Fu Jingma shook his head, his eyes showing earnestness. In a low, raspy voice, he quickly analyzed. The rain carried more than just the R virus. What was injected into my body is the R1 reagent, extracted from it. They share the same origin. Those who failed to undergo mutation were infected by the R virus, while those who succeeded were mutated by the R1 element. So. Shocked, Lin Mu interjected, so these 2 things counteract each other. People all knew that life often follows the principle of coexistence and mutual restriction, where there's highly toxic material, antidotes often appear nearby. Fu Jingma shook his head again, R1 reagent is extremely rare. Extracting it isn't easy at all. In fact, after we received our injections, it became impossible to obtain the R1 reagent again. No one could delve further into it, the more they learned about something, the more questions needed answering. Temporarily putting aside the doubts in his mind, Lin Mu changed the subject. There's another thing, my mutation. Last night at the gym, when you examined me, you said my mutation wasn't just simple biological fusion. Lin Mu nodded. Yeah, you said that a successful biological fusion would only leave behind human consciousness. But, it's still inside me and even has its own consciousness and emotions. I woke up before. The following words made Lin Mu seem a bit at a loss for words. He paused for a moment, it poked its branches in my hand, as if expecting praise from me after repairing my heart. It doesn't have a voice, but I can feel the signals it sends to me. Wasn't my heart shattered by it? And now it wants praise. What? What are you 2 talking about? How did your heart break? Hizei raised his hand hesitantly and spoke up. Lin Mu's explanation left him completely confused. Lin Mu gave an expression of reassurance. It needs energy, but what is it going to do with this energy? Fu Jingma shook his head. They couldn't know the purpose of the tree at this point. At least it is protecting you, whether by killing zombies for you or healing wounds. My body seems better than it was before the injury, it's just that I feel very sensitive. He stood up, walked to the window, opened a small gap, and looked into the distance. I can see the banner on that teaching building over there, and it seems like I can hear things more clearly too. Enhanced senses, similar to anomalies. Not just that, I think it's strengthening my body, in every way. Lin Mu lifted his face, revealing a slightly happy look. Despite how weak he felt upon waking, he now sensed renewed strength. And this, he extended his hand, and instantly, a whip of vines appeared in his palm. The vine whip was formed by twisting 2 vines together, covered with tiny leaves, brimming with vitality. One end sprouted from Lin Mu's palm while the other hung loosely. Chapter 27, Lin Mu's mutation ability. Damn! What is this? So cool. Hizei reached out to touch it, full of envy. Lin Mu smiled and looked at Fu Jingma. This seems to be the mutation ability it gave me. Seeing Lin Mu's sparkling, happy eyes, Fu Jingma arched an eyebrow and smiled. After resting for a bit, Fu Jingma caressed the black box in his hands and glanced at the time. It wasn't yet 10 o'clock. He had always been decisive, but for some reason right now, he felt a flicker of hesitation in his mind. After hesitating for 2 minutes, he finally spoke. Lin Mu. Huh. Lin Mu was still marveling at the vine whip, sitting on the bed and checking it from different angles with Hizei. Hearing his name, he responded absent-mindedly. The military will evacuate at 10 o'clock, and Ichang won't get rescue anymore. You too, do you want to go to the safe zone with the army? Though Fu Jingma had said he'd personally take Lin Mu to Fengcheng, at that time Lin Mu was unconscious. After all that happened in the past 2 days, they both knew that the outside world was much worse and more dangerous than imagined. When Lin Mu was surrounded by zombies, Fu Jingma experienced for the first time what hindsight feels like. Lin Mu retracted the vine whip from his hand, sat down at the foot of the bed, and gazed at Fu Jingma. His eyes were beautiful, his brows clear but soft, with almond-shaped eyes adding a touch of gentleness. He looked at Fu Jingma earnestly. Didn't we agree to go to Fengqing together? Maybe it'd be safer with the army. Fu Jingma also looked at him, with a faint smile still lingering at the corners of his mouth, as though trying to conceal something indescribable. Lin Mu's eyes revealed a trace of understanding, then resolutely shook his head. But I want to go with you, if you don't consider us a burden. They had only known each other for 4 or 5 days in the apocalypse, but having experienced life-and-death situations several times, in Lin Mu's heart, if there was anyone worth trusting, it was Fu Jingma. Moreover, it was Fu Jingma who helped him find Hizhe. Even while Lin Mu was unconscious and such a burden, Fu Jingma never abandoned him. Standing there, his mood suddenly brightened as his lips curved slightly. Isn't there your little whip? How could you be trouble? Hey! Can't you two consider my opinion once in a while? Hizhe kept glancing between them, feeling ignored, and muttered loudly. Fu Jingma raised an eyebrow, shot a glance at Hizhe, and then turned to Lin Mu, saying, is he even an adult? He doesn't look particularly young. Only now did Lin Mu realize that they might not see eye to eye, and chuckled as he looked toward Hizhe. Quickly pack your stuff, or else, you'll go to the safe zone alone. Hizhe immediately drooped his head, sulking as he went to gather their things. What else could he do but accept? You're my treasure, after all. Who else would I follow if not you? TSK, fickle, unfaithful, heartless. Lin Mu automatically ignored Hizhe's idiomatic expressions and turned back to solemnly look at Fu Jingma. Fu Jingma, thank you for saving me again, and thank you for helping me find Hizhe. If it weren't for him, Fu Jingma could have gone directly to the safe zone with the army and then proceeded to his mission point. Lin Mu felt immense gratitude. For some reason, Fu Jingma did what Lin Mu had done to Hizhe. He reached out and ruffled his hair. Just as soft and fluffy as imagined, like a little kitten. You've said thank you to me so many times. Lin Mu paused, lowering his eyes uncomfortably. I'll go help Hizhe pack. Hizhe was squatting by the bed, deeply conflicted. Glancing at Lin Mu who squatted beside him, he exclaimed. Mumu, why is your face red? Are you feeling unwell? No, Lin Mu wanted to cover his mouth. I'll help you pack. On the floor were a shot put and a javelin that had been dragged out from under the bed. Hizhe's face was full of anguish as he sighed. Mumu, which one do you think makes me look cooler when used as a weapon? Is this really what you prepared as a weapon? Aren't you organizing a zombie sports meet instead of fighting them? Though knowing Hizhe's brain was wired differently, wasn't this too far-fetched? Lin Mu was speechless. Are we sure we're here to kill zombies, not to recruit them for the Olympics? Hizhe imagined a zombie throwing a javelin and burst into laughter, holding his belly until he stopped minutes later. Yeah, these weapons are borrowed from the gym equipment room. Lin Mu decisively got up, abandoning the idea of helping Hizhe pack, heading to the kitchen to see if there was anything edible to take along. He dispersed packaged food into the 3 backpacks. Anything that couldn't be taken would be consumed before departure. Food should not be wasted now. The apocalypse had just begun, and while food was still available, soon humanity would face shortages, so they needed to stockpile as much as possible. Fu Jingma had a general understanding of the army's evacuation route. After discussing, they decided to leave in an hour, possibly following behind the evacuating army, encountering fewer zombies that way. In the summer heat, water was indispensable besides food. They loaded several crates of mineral water into the SUV. As long as the vehicle wasn't abandoned, all of it could be taken along. Only now did Lin Mu realize the benefits of his improved physical condition. After moving things up and down twice, he wasn't tired at all. Hizhe slowly walked to the car, holding the javelin he deliberated over for a long time. Lin Mu glanced at him amusedly. At least it was better than the shot put. Just as Fu Jingma was passing by, he tossed a black crystal, cutting off part of the javelin. Damn, my weapon. What did you do that for? Hizhe jumped in anger. Now his shortened javelin was even shorter than himself. Fu Jingma bypassed him and got into the driver's seat. Are you sure that length would fit in the car? This man scared Hizhe even when he wasn't smiling. Alright, even when smiling, Hizhe shut his mouth. Fine, whatever you say goes. Lin Mu sat in the front passenger seat, Hizhe in the back seat. Luckily, all 3 knew how to drive, allowing them to take turns resting. Their team had grown from 1 person to 3. Regardless of what awaited them in the future, at this moment they all had someone they trusted, no longer facing the world alone. Chapter 28, A Creepy Village. There were few zombies inside the protective net. Fu Jingma stepped on the gas pedal, driving toward the stadium. It was almost 11 a.m., less than an hour since the army's withdrawal. The road showed signs where the army had cleared through. Zombies killed by firepower lay scattered, emitting a strong stench of decay. There were also holes on the asphalt left by exploded ammunition. In the distance, gunfire could be faintly heard. Fu Jingma accelerated, chasing after it. Buildings rapidly receded past the car windows. This was the civilization built by humanity over thousands of years. In just a few days, only ruins remained, collapsed houses, broken roads, filthy streets everywhere. The entire city was filled with the smell of decay. Not a single living soul was visible, only countless zombies aimlessly wandering about. In the face of such great disaster, humanity seemed defenseless. Lin Mu shifted his gaze inward, concentrating ahead, focusing on the road. They had set out in good time, and the army chose an out-of-the-way route, so the number of zombies they encountered along the way was sparse. Occasionally meeting a small wave, Fu Jingma opened the window and used his powers to clear them. Lin Mu couldn't wait to try out the vine whip and also helped clear the zombies. The car window was half open. The vine whip coiled around a zombie's head, and with a tug, blood splattered as it sliced off half the head. This vine whip seemed to have some sort of mental connection with him. Wherever he wanted to kill a zombie, he didn't need to put in much effort, just a gentle flick, and it would go flying out. But the force behind it wasn't light at all, and one could even hear the sound of it tearing through the air. It could extend up to more than 10 meters long. In Lin Mu's understanding, whips were generally used for lashing. However, this vine whip killing zombies presented an unusually cruel scene, either tightly strangling the zombie until its head was separated from its body or directly piercing through the zombie's skull, drilling a bloody hole. But the advantage of that was instant death, the zombie would be killed outright. Lin Mu didn't feel much, after all, having a superpower was already great. As for what form it took, he wouldn't demand too much. Instead, he lay in the back seat glanced between Fu Jingma's black crystal and Lin Mu's vine whip, looking like a tearful father filled with pride. Damn, you two are just too powerful, wah, our Mumu really is the best student in the entire neighborhood. Hearing that, Fu Jingma tilted his head and looked at Lin Mu, best in studies? What score did you get? Lin Mu thought to himself, please don't gang up on him. After clearing the zombies, the whip would always flick off the bits of flesh and residue, shaking the two leaves clean, then neatly retracting back into Lin Mu's hand. The sight was somewhat eerie. Lin Mu had seen Hong Xie's scorpions. Those scorpions simply crawled straight back into Hong Xie's body after use, numb and obedient, without any hint of anthropomorphic behavior. He and Fu Jingma had already discussed his mutation. It wasn't a simple fusion with a living organism. But after truly using it, Lin Mu had gained a new understanding of it. Perhaps this tree was an independent life form, borrowing residence inside him. Although unable to determine why it had chosen him, or what its purpose was. At least, in this apocalypse, it would become Lin Mu's support. Leaving the city didn't take too much time. At the edge of the city where boundaries met, cars were still parked everywhere. They didn't rush to leave, planning to find some supplies first. The three got out of the car and gathered various bottles and containers, ranging from large water buckets to small mineral water bottles. They siphoned gasoline from abandoned vehicles. If they wanted to continue driving, they had to collect as much gas as possible. These cars had already been scavenged by others. After putting in tremendous effort, the three managed to collect 50 to 60 liters, which already made them quite satisfied. They placed the gasoline in the trunk, then rested for a bit. Their ultimate destination was Fengcheng. During peacetime, from Yichang City to Fengcheng, over 1,300 kilometers, it took 2 hours by plane and 6 hours by high-speed train. Now, they had no idea how long their journey would take or how many zombie-infested cities they would have to pass through. Fu Jingma hadn't mentioned his mission location yet, maybe somewhere among the northern cities. Lin Mu didn't ask either. Everyone has their secrets, and Fu Jingma's identity implied that his missions were classified. Perhaps when one day he becomes someone Fu Jingma fully trusts, Fu Jingma will personally tell him. The military evacuation team left the city and turned south after exiting, but their next destination was Wu City. Wu City was to the north of Yichang City. Navigation systems couldn't be used anymore, so they could only rely on maps and road signs they found along the way to discern directions. The highway was packed full of cars, making it impossible to drive there. The three decided to find some remote backroads and bypass instead. The advantage of taking smaller roads was evident. After moving away from Yichang City, they barely encountered any zombies, and the journey so far had been relatively smooth. As the sky was about to darken, below the road appeared fields planted with crops. It being summer, vegetable trellises such as cucumber and bitter melon could still be seen in the fields, and in the distance, there was even a pond cultivating lotus roots. But most of the vegetables and fruits were damaged, lying crookedly on the ground. Perhaps it was due to the heavy rainstorm from a while ago, or maybe they became victims of the zombie villagers. On the side of the road stood a couple of brick and tile houses, with dense plants and vines growing behind them. Due to their location by the roadside, the originally green leaves were all coated with a thick layer of dust. At dusk, the road was desolate, not a single sound of insect chirping or frog croaking could be heard. At this time of day, when twilight fell and the sky was not yet completely dark, all the surroundings were covered in a dim haze, adding an eerie atmosphere. Just at this moment, Lin Mu was driving, He slept soundly in the back seat, and Fu Jingma had also closed his eyes to rest for a bit. Lin Mu cautiously slowed down the car's speed. There should be a village up ahead, and he was unsure of the situation. If it was anything like Zhang Chang's town, he would accelerate right through. Feeling the car slow down, Fu Jingma opened his eyes, glanced around, and asked in a deep voice, "Is there a village ahead?" Lin Mu nodded and looked at Fu Jingmo. His eyes were clear, so he probably hadn't fallen asleep for real. There should be a village up ahead. Look at the crops planted below, they've grown many vegetables. I'll drive slower and we can first check out the situation. Fu Jingmo nodded, his gaze becoming serious as he started tapping the edge of the car window with his curled fingers. Chapter 29, Staying in the Village. The car moved slowly, and the entire village gradually came into view. This was a village built along the road. Most houses were located below the highway, connected by a small stone path. One or two of them stood inside the highway's boundary. Strangely, they didn't see a single zombie or person. The village was eerily quiet. Where had all the people gone? Did they evacuate the whole village? But where could they have fled to? Lin Mu exchanged a serious glance with Fu Jingmo, who raised an eyebrow in assurance. Let's find a place to park. It's getting dark, and we can't go further tonight. We'll rest here for the night. No matter what, there were no zombies, and there were habitable houses. Moreover, Fu Jingmo wanted to investigate this village further. Lin Mu parked the car in front of a house by the roadside. There weren't many houses nearby, the closest one was about 100 meters away. Also, being right next to the highway meant that if anything happened, they could quickly get back into the car and leave. After the car stopped, Fu Jingmo stepped out first, standing on a rock and observing the surroundings. He focused his gaze on the distant houses, sensing for a while, but found no anomalies. This was an abandoned village. Hizei had also woken up, rubbing his eyes in the back seat with drowsiness still evident on his face. He asked groggily, "Mumu, where are we? Are we staying here tonight?" "Sure." Lin Mu unfastened his seatbelt and looked back at him. "Pack your bag and get out." Hizei replied, passing Lin Mu's bag to him before both stepped out. Fu Jingmo was tall, standing on the rock made Lin Mu look up at him. His black tank top tucked into camouflage pants, paired with black military boots. His waist was slim, yet his exposed shoulders and arms had well-defined muscles. Lin Mu felt a bit odd suddenly, finding Fu Jingmo very handsome. Without dwelling on it too long, he took a step forward and stood beside him. "Is there any abnormality? This village is deserted. Let's enter a house and take a look." Fu Jingmo stepped off the rock. Whenever he was serious, he always furrowed his eyebrows, exuding a grave expression. Lin Mu nodded, and the three headed toward the house. By now, it was completely dark outside. This house was a somewhat dilapidated adobe brick tile structure, with wooden doors and mud walls, only having one floor. Fu Jingmo walked in front, pushing the door open. The old door creaked as it swung open, prompting Hizei to grab Lin Mu's sleeve tightly. Lowering his voice, he whispered cautiously in Lin Mu's ear. "Mumu, have you seen strange incidents in the mountain village?" It was a ghost movie set in a village. Lin Mu lightly knocked Hizei's head. "I've seen it, and it wasn't scary at all, okay?" "How isn't it scary?" Hizei exclaimed indignantly. "Are your nerves thicker than water pipes?" Ignoring Hizei's constant muttering, Lin Mu composed himself and followed Fu Jingmo into the house. Perhaps because of the recent rains, the house smelled a little damp, but thankfully, he had already encountered much worse odors and was immune to this. The interior furnishings weren't unusual, just like an ordinary rural house. There was a large room in the middle with a round wooden table that looked quite old, the red paint on its surface had peeled off. To the left was a narrow kitchen with a simple stove and rice cooker. To the right was the bedroom, which contained a relatively large wooden bed. Lin Mu noticed that the quilt on the bed was messy, indicating that the people living here likely left without preparation. After inspecting all the rooms, Fu Jingmo locked the main door. They placed their backpacks down, lit a candle on the wooden table, and Lin Mu rummaged through the backpack to pull out instant noodles and sausages for dinner. There was still water in the kitchen's water tank, though it was unclear how fresh it was. It was usable for washing hands and faces, but for food, they'd used the mineral water they brought themselves. The stove required lighting a fire, which would be inconvenient in a rush, so they simply used Hizei's portable gas stove on the wooden table to cook noodles. Hizei hovered around Lin Mu like a dog following after meat, unwilling to move an inch and practically wanting to stick close. Lin Mu couldn't help but find it amusing. Fu Jingmo looked at Hizei and snorted, teasing him knowingly, "What's wrong? Afraid of ghosts?" Hizei glared angrily and retorted heatedly, "Not afraid. I just want to stay with Mumu." "Jealous." "Right, jealous." Fu Jingmo glanced aside. The wooden table could seat 5 or 6 people, and there were still 2 empty seats. Fu Jingmo's expression grew cold as he mocked, "Be careful, later there might be an extra person joining you for noodles." Damn. "Brother, you're my brother, don't say that." Hizei jumped up instantly, clinging to Lin Mu's side. While covering his ears in panic, he admitted defeat, causing Lin Mu's chopsticks to shake, dropping the noodles onto the table. Lin Mu sighed, holding his forehead. "Don't waste food." He then glanced at Fu Jingmo, not realizing until now how immature he could be. Fu Jingmo gave a mischievous laugh that was completely different from his usual serious demeanor. The candlelight dimmed on their faces, giving them a hazy appearance. They finished dinner under a relatively relaxed atmosphere. After walking all day, even plain noodles left them quite satisfied. Chapter 30, Psionic Level. After tidying up and sitting back down at the table, Fu Jingma asked seriously, Lin Mu, can you feel the energy inside your body? Although aware that Lin Mu's transformation wasn't exactly like theirs, going deep into the source, his tree would still need energy. On the journey so far, Lin Mu hadn't had much time to study this, but he did wonder if he could return to that lawn he visited during his blackout, and perhaps communicate again with the tree's consciousness. With this thought, he closed his eyes and let his consciousness spread outwards from his brain throughout his entire body. Remarkably, this time it was smooth sailing. His perspective detached from his physical form as if viewing himself from above. He saw his veins faintly glowing with golden substance, similar to what he'd noticed on the leaves. It was minimal but steadily moving through his bloodstream, gradually converging toward his heart. For some reason, Lin Mu knew that the tree was rooted within his heart. He attempted to dive deeper into his consciousness, pushing it right into the heart's core. This sensation was peculiar, a streak of white light flashed in his mind as if breaking through layers of fog. Suddenly, he found himself back inside the space. The tree stood where it had last time, noticing Lin Mu's arrival. It swayed its branches gently, seemingly greeting him. Lin Mu moved closer and steadied himself, closing his eyes tightly as he touched one of its leaves. Once again, a powerful surge of awareness connected instantly with his mind. Compared to before, this awareness was much clearer now, it even seemed fond of Lin Mu. It cautiously expressed regret about hurting his heart previously, before relentlessly repeating its demand for more energy. It felt like having the meme picture of Heze's face pop up constantly, food food, hunger hunger. Lin Mu helplessly shook his head. With that, the flow of awareness started fading away, exiting his mind. As it left, Lin Mu felt a heaviness clouding his thoughts. Yet he anticipated the enormity of that awareness. Had the tree not been just taking root now, he didn't doubt his brain might have exploded from overload. Taking a deep breath, he slowly opened his eyes. Heze was staring at him anxiously, worrying if he would black out again like before. Lin Mu assured him he was fine and pondered for a moment, saying, I saw the energy from my blood, entering my heart, and ultimately provided to it. Fu Jingma understood that Lin Mu's, it, referred to the tree. So, the one needing energy is not you, but the tree? Lin Mu nodded uncertainly, adding, but it seems unable to absorb the energy directly, and instead has to draw it from my bloodstream. Compared to plant fusion. Fu Jingma lightly tapped the table, analyzing unhurriedly. You two are more like a symbiotic relationship, similar to crocodiles and toothpick birds, jellyfish and pilot fish, where you supply it with energy, and it grants you beneficial abilities for survival. At this realization, Lin Mu's mind became clearer. Such an explanation made more sense than simple plant fusion. Fu Jingma always grasped the key points quickly and came to conclusions promptly, offering clarity when Lin Mu was lost. Having such a companion made Lin Mu feel fortunate. Fu Jingma continued, initially, I intended to tell you the method to boost psionic powers, but it seems unnecessary now. Boost psionic powers? Lin Mu was surprised, wondering if such abilities could actually enhance. Sure. After we injected with the R1 agent, the Academy tested our psionic capabilities. All kinds of things were recorded, such as the destructive power of different psychic abilities, duration, attack range, and even the energy supply in the mutants' bodies. Until after the disaster broke out and new mutants appeared, these data were compared strictly, and the Academy classified psychic abilities into different levels. He took out the black box and handed it to Lin Mu. The R1 agent had a total of 106 vials, and the number of successful mutations was 6 people. Fu Jingma's tone was steady, making people feel like he really was just stating data unrelated to himself. Heze understood what this implied, your success rate was 6 out of 106. What about those who failed? Zombified, they were eliminated, he said coolly. Lin Mu's hand holding the black box became stiff, he found it hard to believe. If Fu Jingma hadn't succeeded in mutating, that would mean this person wouldn't exist in this world, and he wouldn't have met him either. It made it hard for him to imagine, leaving him feeling a strange discomfort. Fu Jingma didn't notice Lin Mu's abnormality and continued explaining, those who successfully mutated through the R1 agent are classified by the Academy as third-level mutants. Their explanation is that the purity level of the R1 agent is very high, and it contains the highest quality grade of element chain, so their powers are stronger than those who naturally mutate successfully. And those who naturally mutate successfully, their powers are first grade. After finishing, he looked at Lin Mu and only then noticed something, indescribably strange in his expression. What's wrong? Lin Mu came back to his senses and changed the subject, nothing, how does the ability enhancement work? Since abilities are divided into grades, correspondingly, they can be enhanced by absorbing and refining the R1 elements from the air. Involuntary intake of R1 elements from the air is very slow. If done consciously, the speed will increase. When the current R1 elements in the body become saturated, you'll break through the barrier and enhance your grade. After explaining all at once, Fu Jingma looked at Lin Mu, but since yours isn't mutation, this method doesn't apply to you. Lin Mu responded with a sound, but Hizei suddenly leaned in with a flattering smile. Brother, big brother Fu, could you tell us how to consciously absorb those R1 elements you mentioned? Fu Jingmo regarded him thoughtfully for a moment, then gave an icy smirk. Lin Mu grew up together with Hizei, knowing him the best. He wasn't a studious person, narrowing his peach-shaped eyes on Hizei. You have psychic abilities. Ha. Ha ha ha. Hizei laughed awkwardly, putting on an innocent expression while muttering quietly, I just haven't gotten around to saying it. Tell us, what's your ability? Lin Mu crossed his arms, watching him with leisure. Chapter 31, Three Sleep Together. Under Lin Mu and Fu Jingma's stare, Hizei swallowed hard, sighing helplessly. My ability is no good at all. He showed some embarrassment, confirming again, are you sure you want to see? Lin Mu looked at him seriously, perhaps you don't understand yet, my ability didn't show any reaction at first. The earlier you find the problem, the sooner you can improve. With teary eyes, Hizei realized they weren't going to let him off. He extended his hand, zap. A thin stream of water shot out from his fingertip. That stream of water seemed listless, barely distinguishable from a water gun. Lin Mu froze momentarily. Was this a water-type ability? Hizei glanced at Fu Jingma, seeing no intention to laugh, secretly relaxed. Elemental mutant, Fu Jingma said, examining Hizei closely. He displayed a serious look, is this the limit? Hizei coughed awkwardly, wanting to burrow into the ground. Brother, this is already great, I can't even trigger it most of the time. Fu Jingma shook his head, looking down on him with disdain, you're wasting this ability. The most common among mutants are strength mutation, vision mutation, speed mutation, enhancing original human capabilities. Elemental mutation allows controlling a specific element in nature, which is very rare. If you can quickly upgrade your ability, its effect would be powerful. Wow, can I become super strong, just like you too? Hizei jumped up eagerly, his eyes gleaming excitedly. Fu Jingma cast a meaningful glance at Hizei's hand with the small droplet, 6 hours every day, no slacking off. I'll tell you the method of energy absorption later. Alright. Hizei was unusually quiet this time. In the apocalypse, only by becoming strong can one survive and protect the ones they love. Whether it's Lin Mu or Fu Jingma, Hizei didn't want to feel powerless when they were in danger. The three tidied up a bit and moved into the room on the right. The wooden bed inside was quite large, but all three of them were tall, especially Fu Jingma and Hizei, making the bed feel slightly cramped. They sat on the bed for a while as Fu Jingma taught Hizei the method of enhancing his psychic abilities, explaining in great detail how to extract pure, R1 elements, from the air and what happens when those abilities reach saturation. Lin Mu couldn't help much since it was summer and not cold at night. This household was rather plain except for the large red floral quilt on the bed, which seemed out of place. Lin Mu carried the quilt away, freeing up some space. Once Hizei had learned the method, the three of them squeezed together and lay down. The bed was against the wall, with Hizei choosing the inner side closer to the wall so that he wouldn't be startled awake if someone appeared next to him. Fu Jingma naturally took the outer side, ready to act first in any situation, leaving Lin Mu wedged between them. After Fu Jingma extinguished the candle, the room grew dark, lit only by the faint moonlight through the window, illuminating the bed. Lin Mu remembered sleeping together with Fu Jingma back in the courtyard, then there were just two of them and plenty of space on the bed. They could sleep apart all night without touching. It wasn't like now when the three of them shared a bed and occasionally bumped into each other. Hizei didn't care too much because he used to sleep squeezed with Lin Mu at his house. However, he still found something strange about lying next to Fu Jingma. Mumu, Hizei nudged Lin Mu's arm, leaning closer and whispering, do you think I'll become really powerful once my abilities upgrade? Hearing this, Lin Mu turned around, facing away from Fu Jingma to make himself more comfortable. Yes, keep practicing and don't slack off. You'll definitely become powerful in the future. Lin Mu always showed patience with Hizei, treating him like a child. No talking. A voice from behind came sharply, icy and stern. Having just learned the method of ability enhancement from Fu Jingma and called him Big Brother, Hizei decided not to upset him yet and held his tongue. Lin Mu enjoyed the silence and refrained from responding. The room fell quiet, only the soft breathing of the three remained. Lin Mu thought he might not fall asleep easily, but the smell of pine wood near him quickly made him drowsy. Just as Lin Mu was about to drift off, Hizei swung his hand carelessly, hitting Lin Mu. Hizei had always been a restless sleeper, but Lin Mu was already used to it and simply pushed his hand away. But this time, Hizei twisted over and threw his leg up onto Lin Mu. Reflexively, Lin Mu leaned back and accidentally collided with Fu Jingma. Through the thin shirt, Fu Jingma's body radiated a scorching heat that spread across Lin Mu's back, making him stiffen for a moment. Compared to Hizei, Fu Jingma felt like an immobile statue, causing Lin Mu to shift forward quietly. This sensation was extremely strange, and he would have preferred a kick from Hizei instead. Fu Jingma watched every movement of Lin Mu and softly smirked as he looked at the boy's soft hair. He tilted to one side, making more room, and gently pulled Lin Mu closer to him. Is this better? The hand resting on Lin Mu's waist was firm, and his warm breath tickled Lin Mu's ear, creating tingles like electric currents running through it. His pores contracted slightly, making him feel uncomfortable. Lin Mu shrank back a little, feeling his heartbeat become erratic. Forcing himself to stay calm, he said, "No problem, Hizei always sleeps like this." "Turn around, stay further away from him," Fu Jingma said matter-of-factly, his voice low and raspy. Without a reason to refuse, and feeling increasingly uncomfortable due to Fu Jingma's close proximity, Lin Mu turned over but found that it didn't improve anything. Moonlight filtered in through the window, lighting up Lin Mu's face. His long eyelashes cast a small shadow over his cheeks. Watching him intently, Fu Jingma wondered aloud, how does a boy end up with such long lashes? He softly whispered, "Sleep." Lin Mu let out a faint hum, closed his eyes, and relaxed into the comforting presence nearby, soon falling deeply asleep. Chapter 32, Zombie Bait. When Lin Mu woke up, it was just getting light outside. Turning his head, he noticed Fu Jingma was no longer in the room. He got up and stepped out, only to see Fu Jingma meditating in the living room. After absorbing the R1 elements from the air, Fu Jingma glanced at Lin Mu and said, "You're awake." Lin Mu washed his face, then roused Hizei. The three of them ate a casual breakfast. They prepared to check out the houses below the road, and if there was nothing unusual, they would continue on their journey. Hizei loudly declared he wanted to go to the fields and find 2 cucumbers, then ran off like a flash down the gravel path toward the road below. Lin Mu shouted distantly to him, "Be careful, don't wander too far." Hizei waved and turned, dashing straight into the vegetable patch. Fu Jingma carried everyone's belongings in his hands and loaded them onto the vehicle. "Let's go, check out the house downstairs," he said as he slammed the car door shut and walked alongside Lin Mu down the road. All the houses here were identical mud brick tile-roofed homes. After looking through several of them, both found they were deserted without exception. Nothing appeared to be missing from the rooms, yet strangely, it seemed as if they had suddenly left, with half-cooked meals still sitting in some of the kitchens. They inspected 2 more houses further down, finding that throughout the entire village, not only people or zombies, but not even a single chicken. The 2 exchanged serious looks as Lin Mu felt a thump-thump in his chest. The tree in his heart was becoming restless, making him look vigilantly around. Distant mountains stretched endlessly, though the sun had already risen, its warmth failed to reach their skin. A cold mountain breeze blew, carrying with it the scent of decay. Right now, they stood by the field ridges outside the house. Fu Jingma scanned the surroundings, pointing his chin toward the direction of the vegetable patch, saying, "The smell is coming from there." Lin Mu immediately thought of Hizei and hurried toward the vegetable patch. Just then, in the distance came Hizei's frightened yell, "Damn it, Wood. Brother Fu. Come over quick, what the heck is this thing? Damn. Hearing his powerful cry, the 2 felt somewhat reassured, following the sound quickly and running towards it. It was the lotus pond. In June, the lotus leaves layered thickly in the pond swayed with the wind. Hizei stood far away from the lotus pond, only approaching cautiously when the 2 arrived. Clinging on to Lin Mu's arm, he whispered tensely, Wood, just look under those lotus leaves." "Hell man, what are those densely packed things? Could it be ghosts?" The intense atmosphere was somewhat diffused, Lin Mu laughing as he looked at him, with such bright sunlight, how could there be ghosts? This lotus pond spanned approximately 60 to 70 meters wide. As they drew closer, the stench became more potent. Fu Jingma conjured up a black crystal in his hand with a pop sound. He hurled the crystal forward, cutting off a swath of obstructing lotus leaves ahead. His gaze darkened as he turned back and said, "They're the villagers. All dead." Lin Mu was dragged behind by Hizei. He pushed Hizei's hand away and stepped forward. At the sight before him, he frowned deeply. Underneath the lotus leaves lay dense clusters of bodies, each sinking halfway into the mud. By their clothing, they could tell these were the villagers of this town, some still human while others had transformed into zombies, yet all had met the same fate, they were dead. No wonder Hizei referred to them as ghosts. The limbs sticking out of the mud were mummified and tightly adhered to the skeleton, grotesque and terrifying, as if their blood had been drained dry. Hizei gasped sharply, standing 3 meters away, afraid to step closer. What happened? Even Lin Mu started feeling uneasy. They'd seen zombies chew on humans, but they hadn't encountered ones capable of draining their blood. There must be a reason why Hizei called them ghosts. Exposed limbs outside the mud revealed shriveled skin firmly stuck onto the bones, hideous and fearsome, as if something had sucked out all their blood. Hizei took an involuntary sharp intake of breath, unable to advance further from a distance of 3 meters. It's weird. Lin Mu was also starting to feel the tingling sensation at the back of his neck. They'd only witnessed zombies biting living humans, never imagined zombies that drained blood too. Fu Jingma's expression turned grave, examining the lotus pond. Not only villagers but chicken, ducks, dogs, any living thing from this village had died here. Lure, he spat out the 2 words coldly. Lin Mu understood, indeed, it was quite similar. Many animals, even plants, in nature use disguise or sense to trap prey. But all the living creatures in a whole village. Unless a mental manipulator with psychic powers. Or perhaps a zombie with special abilities. The Institute of Sciences once hypothesized that, after being continuously soaked in R1 elements in the air, zombies can evolve and undergo some mutations. Fu Jingma stated somberly, every living creature here has been devoured by it. It has already moved its base of operations. Lin Mu agreed with Fu Jingma's guess. If this mutated zombie hadn't left, last night they might have been in peril as well. Pulling out a portable black box, Fu Jingma bent over and pressed a few buttons, inputting the coordinates of their location, hitting the red button to transmit them. The black box had only simple numerical displays. Wherever anomalies occurred, he would send the coordinates back to the Institute. Naturally, people would be dispatched to investigate. The Institute certainly wouldn't lack for mad researchers willing to risk their lives to study mutated zombies. But precisely because of them, many questions about the apocalypse could be quickly answered. The three didn't linger. The zombie that had been luring prey was no longer here, it had evidently moved on to the next place with living creatures, so they left the village by car. Is this zombie a vampire? It's turned the villagers into dried corpses. Hisei volunteered to drive, still feeling lingering fear from what he'd just seen. Lin Mu glanced at the rearview mirror, seeing Fu Jingma deep in meditation in the back seat. Since Lin Mu learned about the improvement of abilities, he realized that Fu Jingma wasn't resting with his eyes closed as before, rather, he was absorbing R1 elements. He was truly a disciplined person. After finishing his daydream, he retracted his gaze and analyzed, if it only sucked blood, there would be no reason to lure zombified villagers whose blood has already rotted and smells. I suspect it consumes R1 elements. Whether human or zombie or even animals, all have R1 elements inside them. It lures these creatures out of an instinct for feeding. Of course, this is just my guess. Lin Mu rubbed his nose. After speaking, he felt that it sounded somewhat far-fetched. Maybe because of the tree inside him, he always associated everything with R1 elements. However, Hisei nodded sagely, though not understanding anything, but that didn't matter. He proudly boasted. Indeed, our Mumu is always top of the class. Seeing Lin Mu ignoring him, he kept mumbling, fortunately, it ran fast, otherwise last night I would have wiped it out, teaching it about my courage and charisma. Shut up, did you practice today? Lin Mu interrupted promptly. That water pistol might as well spray nothing. Improper driving brings tears to your loved ones. Mumu, don't distract me while I'm driving. Hisei turned his head, smiled, and shut his mouth. Chapter 33, Searching for Gasoline. The rest of their journey went relatively smoothly as they drove toward Wuxia City. Most of the time, Lin Mu actively took over the wheel since he didn't need to train, allowing Hisei and Fu Jingma time each day to enhance their abilities. After learning that Hisei was a water-type mutant, the only advantage was that at least they wouldn't run short of water anymore. Under their supervision, Hisei's ability improved very quickly. During rests, he constantly filled 2 bottles of mineral water. Mumu, where does this water come from? This is all my hard work. Now I finally understand how tough it is to be a mom. He threw the 2 full bottles of mineral water onto the back seat, leaning lazily against one side with a weighty sigh. Lin Mu patiently tossed him a biscuit, you should replenish yourself well. As they passed through several small towns and villages, they met no more of those mutated zombies. In these villages, they stocked up on food. Luckily, some remote places weren't too difficult to find provisions, gathering noodles, rice, quite a few eggs, and easy-to-store potatoes to load in their vehicle. At worst, the Science Institute determined that mutated animals were still edible, normal or mutated, they posed no problems. The R virus seemed to specifically target humans, the most intelligent organisms. Animals and plants only grew larger in size or enhanced their instincts without developing new abilities or becoming zombies. Once, they encountered a group of geese in a village, except for their much increased size, one was half human tall and weighed 30 to 40 pounds, they showed no other abnormalities. Catching one proved too much for all 3 of them to finish. Gasoline was what they lacked most. All the cars they came across on the road had been thoroughly scavenged by passing survivors. The gasoline they found was extremely scarce. Abandoning the car wasn't realistic, the remaining distance was long, regardless of omnipresent zombies. Walking would take a considerable amount of time. It was the 3rd day after leaving the deserted village, and Lin Mu studied the map back and forth several times. They were approximately over 100 kilometers away from Wuxia, and the gasoline certainly wouldn't last until then. They decided to stop and eat something to discuss further. Fu Jingma wandered around nearby and brought back a mutated rabbit. The mutation level of this rabbit was mild, just a bit over 10 pounds. He deftly pulled out his dagger, plucked its fur, and handed it to Hisei, who now could control water quantities perfectly, cleaning the rabbit spotlessly. Wilderness survival was simple for Fu Jingma, and Lin Mu and Hisei adapted well. Soon, they gathered around the campfire enjoying roasted rabbit meat. As Lin Mu gnawed on the rabbit leg handed over by Fu Jingma, he marked a relatively secluded spot on the map. There was a mining area here, about 50 to 60 kilometers away from their current position. They had been traveling off the highway and were already far from densely populated regions. After swallowing the rabbit meat in his mouth, Lin Mu suggested, Fu Jingma, we could perhaps go there. This place is a mine, more than 70 to 80 kilometers from the nearest town. Mining areas are usually full of large trucks, including many vehicles used for excavation work that need refueling. There must be fueling stations around there. Thankfully, this map was fairly detailed. Without it, an ordinary person wouldn't even know there was a mine here. Lin Mu looked excitedly at Fu Jingma. There was a high chance they would find the gasoline they needed. Fu Jingma wiped a bit of grease from the corner of Lin Mu's mouth and took the map. Hizei leaned in with a mutter, stop fondling around, men should keep distance. Lin Mu pushed Hizei's head aside, gesturing for him to continue eating, eliciting a sorrowful hump from Hizei. Fu Jingma carefully studied the place Lin Mu had mentioned. Though only 50 to 60 kilometers away, the road involved going around two mountains, and no towns or villages were nearby. The road condition might not be great, but it was currently their best option. He nodded at Lin Mu and said seriously, mines indeed have their own fueling points, but that place might now be infested with zombies. We must reach there before nightfall to reconnoiter the situation. The group sped up their meal, and Hizei even packed the remaining half of the roasted rabbit into the car, thinking they could snack on it later when hungry. Don't ask why, this showed frugality and diligence. Fu Jingma climbed into the driver's seat, saying, I'll drive, as the road ahead probably won't be good. Lin Mu agreed and sat in the front passenger seat. This mine was indeed secluded, the map displayed a nameless route, but thankfully, their sense of direction was excellent. They quickly located the way. This road seemed custom-made by the mine itself, a muddy path of yellow clay soil. After the recent heavy rains, there were numerous fallen rocks and landslides. However, since the mine used large trucks and thus the roads were wide enough, they managed to navigate around obstacles where possible. When bypassing was impossible, they shattered stones and moved them to the roadside. When Hizei took over the driving, Lin Mu and Fu Jingma were responsible for clearing the road. Fu Jingma used black crystals to break larger stones while Lin Mu lifted and tossed them aside with vine whips. The group slowly advanced until coal traces gradually appeared on the road, indicating cargo lost during transportation. They stopped the vehicle, and Fu Jingma climbed onto the roof for a better view. In the distance, cranes and various types of trucks could be seen. They were approaching the mine. Almost there. Let's find a concealed parking place first and proceed on foot. Upon leaping down from the roof, Fu Jingma noticed fresh tire tracks about 12 to 13 centimeters wide on the ground. After further inspection, he realized that these were motorcycle tracks, and only one track was visible. Returning to the car, he reported, someone has been here before us, likely one or two people on a motorcycle. Be cautious. Upon hearing this, everyone became tense. Encountering other people at this moment wasn't necessarily a good sign. If the strangers had already left, the gasoline might be gone. If they were still present, it would be uncertain whether they were friend or foe. The number of people in this mine is unclear to us, but it is certainly substantial. Many may have turned into zombies. First, we must determine the location of the gas station and assess the mine's status. Avoiding zombie encounters would be preferable, and reckless action is prohibited. Second, if the individuals inside are still within the mine, judging from the lack of outgoing tire tracks, the best scenario is mutual coexistence. Should they prove hostile towards us, eliminating them will be necessary. As he said this, he raised his hand to make a neck-slashing gesture and raised an eyebrow. Strangely, despite his somewhat brash behavior, it somehow came across clean and decisive, making Lin Mu glance back respectfully. A serious expression graced the faces of the group. This marked their first joint operation. In peacetime, they were merely average office workers, while Fu Jingma was a soldier experienced in fierce battles. They trusted Fu Jingma's strategy. Fu Jingma handed over the gun and ammunition given by Zhou He to Hizei, giving him a quick lesson on its use. His small water ability lacked real offensive power. They found a blind spot from the mine's perspective to park the car, ensuring the vehicle remained unseen from the mine's direction. At this point, they were about 200 to 300 meters away from the mine. Short earthen mounds surrounded the area, loaded with unclean soil and gravel from mining operations that had been piled up over time, providing natural cover. The three got out of the car quietly. With a stride of his long legs, Fu Jingma quickly crossed the muddy road and walked towards a higher earthen slope. Lin Mu and Hizei followed closely behind. Their five senses had been enhanced due to the anomaly. As they drew closer, the three furrowed their brows and exchanged glances. They heard the hoarse sounds of zombies. This sound indicated there were at least over 100 zombies. Chapter 34, the Pinko Mining Area. The slope was roughly 10 meters high. They bent their bodies and climbed to its top, looking down from there. From this position, the entire mining area was fully visible, shaped like a large, concave character. Aside from the direction of the gate, the remaining three sides were surrounded by mountains, exposing traces of excavation on the mountain bodies. The mining area spanned around 3 to 4 square kilometers, larger than they had imagined. The ground of the mining area consisted of muddy clay soil from extraction work, pitted and uneven with artificial digging pits now filled with water from recent heavy rains, murky and dirty. The entrance area was relatively low, with several excavators parked nearby. Behind them lay a significantly higher platform. Tracks left by various large vehicles clearly showed the regular routes taken by these vehicles. On the left side of the entrance stood a row of single-story makeshift bungalows, the workers' dormitory area. The doors were wide open now, as zombies, dragging their broken, rotting bodies, moved through the area. There could be no survivors. On the right side, there was a lane hugging the mountain, making a wide turn leading to the rear higher platform where tire tracks extended onto it and disappeared into the distance. From their current position, they couldn't clearly see the situation on the platform, they could only make out a few large trucks gathered up there. Fu Jingma pointed at the tire tracks extending far into the distance and said in a deep voice, that direction should lead to the mine shaft. Do you think we'll find the refueling station there? There are many trucks there, Lin Mu mused, swiftly analyzing the surrounding environment. It's likely in that section, but first, we need to figure out how to reach the platform. Fu Jingma looked towards the shorter entrance zone. Hizei hesitantly voiced his thoughts, Brother Fu, there are way too many zombies. Below, countless zombies covered the area. Most wore miners' clothes, some still wearing safety helmets. They wobbled aimlessly about the low-lying area. There were at least 100 of them. His small water power wasn't enough to kill even one zombie. After observing for a moment, Lin Mu gazed at the platform above, his eyes sharp yet somewhat puzzled. The large iron gate at the entrance is locked, and the path upward has also been blocked off. These zombies appear to be corralled in the low-lying area below, which is not coincidental. Perhaps someone used these zombies as a barrier to stop outsiders from entering the upper part of the mining area. Maybe we can come up with another way to get in. The person who came here before us didn't seem to disturb the zombies below. Fu Jingma had already started inspecting the surroundings, searching for alternative routes leading to the back platform area. Surrounded by mountains on three sides, people inside took advantage of the rugged mountain paths and higher elevation. The zombies couldn't climb up, so they only installed barbed wire fences simply. If they could find an uphill route, they could naturally bypass the front zombie pit and reach the rear section. At the base of the mountain, tall wild grass, approximately human height, grew abundantly. Fu Jingma scanned his surroundings calmly, his dark gaze unwavering, pointing toward the distance. Let's go that way. Lin Mu followed the direction he pointed to. It was the right flank of the mountain beside the main gate, where the grass had slightly inclined toward the mountaintop, clear evidence of a previous traveler. Had their vision not been enhanced, it would have been hard to notice this subtle difference. The three immediately descended from the slope, circumventing the main gate and heading toward that spot. On the way, Fu Jingma discovered a heavily disguised motorcycle parked by the roadside. Holy crap, this bike is awesome. Can we just take it if no one's around? At the sight of the bike, Hizei froze in place, touching and examining it all over. Indeed, it was a striking motorcycle, sleek black body with a flowing design, complemented by a high, curving exhaust pipe that exuded aggression. It was concealed in the bushes with barely visible traces. Fu Jingma alone would have noticed it. However, while Hizei ogled the bike in awe, neither of the others seemed particularly interested. Hurry up, or maybe its cool owner might still be waiting for you inside. Lin Mu approached and yanked the kneeling Hizei away from the motorcycle. Wood, easy there. I like cool bikes, not cool dudes. Who could be cooler than me? Hizei protectively shielded his ears while protesting half-heartedly. By then, Fu Jingma was already far ahead. Lin Mu tugged Hizei along to catch up quickly. Soon, they reached the location they had spotted from the opposite slope earlier, indeed uncovering a hidden trail amid dense vegetation. A breeze blew, making the wild grass sway slightly under the sun. The edges of these grass blades were extremely sharp. If one didn't lower their head and crouch while passing through, tiny blood streaks would soon appear on their skin. After observing for a moment, Fu Jingma stepped in first, carefully sidestepping so that the grass didn't even graze him. Lin Mu followed behind. He was still wearing Fu Jingma's camouflage coat, which was quite thick, covering most of his body except for his face, leaving him largely unharmed. The worst off was Hizei. Even though he was a PE teacher, standing at 186 centimeters tall with solid muscles, he bounced around carelessly as he walked. Behind him, nothing but sharp intakes of breath could be heard. The grass kept swiping at his face, irritating him endlessly. God damn it, slow down. I'm going to lose my good looks. My face is getting destroyed. After walking for half an hour, they finally emerged from the sea of wild grass. Now higher up, the area was covered in pine trees. Hizei let out a sigh of relief as Lin Mu turned back to check on him. His face already bore several shallow red scratches, but luckily his tough skin prevented any bleeding, evoking a suppressed chuckle. They quickened their pace and, after another half hour, finally reached the mountaintop. A narrow path extended downward before them, offering a clear view of the platform they had seen earlier from the other side. On the platform sat roughly 7 or 8 large trucks, along with a few excavators and loaders. Surprisingly, there was also a bus parked among them, previously hidden from view due to the obstruction caused by the other vehicles. In the mountain crevice that clung to the side of the hill, they finally spotted what they needed, 2 large fuel tank containers forming a makeshift gas station. They resembled those on oil tanker trucks, only much larger, lying horizontally in the mountain gap. On top were fueling pipes. Behind the gas station, they noticed an arch-shaped entrance, approximately 10 meters wide and tall, carved halfway into the mountain. Its surrounding areas were reinforced with cement, and red paint inscribed on the columns read, "Safety first, prevention priority," on both sides. Above it were 4 large characters, Pinko Mining Area. Chapter 35, The Mine Tunnel. Currently, there were 2 people at the mine entrance. Dressed in miners' clothing and holding the common crosspick hammers used in the mine, they lazily sat on a pile of rocks, occasionally looking around. It appeared they were guarding the entrance. It seemed someone was indeed hiding there, and trying to quietly take the gasoline would be impossible. Fu Jingma said seriously, "Be cautious about concealing ourselves, the people inside might not be friendly." Lin Mu adjusted his sleeve. Fu Jingma's jacket hung a little long on him, and he hadn't forgotten the people in town who lured zombies towards them. In the apocalypse world, all notions of morality and ethics had crumbled. Staying hidden in the shadows was safer than exposing themselves before fully understanding the situation here. He straightened his clothes and nodded, saying, "We need the gasoline. If they can offer it generously, that'd be ideal. Otherwise, we'll just fight." Heizei whispered excitedly. With Fu Jingma and his buddy Lin Mu being such formidable fighters, he felt entitled to act cocky. Lin Mu tapped his head lightly. "All right then, you're responsible for subduing them while we take care of refueling and cheering." To Lin Mu, Heizei would always remain that 5 or 6-year-old kid in the neighborhood playground, crying and running home after losing fights. "Don't ask me to do that. My powers haven't advanced yet, would." Fu Jingma cast a disapproving glance at Heizei. He noticed how Lin Mu only showed livelier expressions when interacting with Heizei, otherwise acting like a somber old man. Amused inwardly but also strangely irritated by Heizei, Fu Jingma mumbled, "Quiet down. Once your abilities skyrocket, sure, ha." Without giving him any face, Fu Jingma scoffed slightly. After a brief banter, it helped ease some of Lin Mu's unease about this place. It always made him feel something wasn't quite right. Fu Jingma became serious and looked down. "Let's approach the entrance first. Use the truck below as cover, then when we reach that distance, we'll distract them and enter the mine." Lin Mu glanced at him, full of trust, accepting the plan without objection. Heizei obediently shut his mouth and vigorously nodded twice, indicating he understood. With the trees providing cover, the guards wouldn't easily detect them. As the 3 slowed down, following the rugged path downhill and gradually approaching the platform, no attention was paid to them. Since the apocalypse began, it seemed no one had come to this mining area, guarded by the zombie pit and surrounded by towering mountains on 3 sides. The 2 guards lounged casually against the rock pile, chatting idly. By the time Lin Mu and the others hid behind a large truck, they could faintly hear the conversation between the 2. "Hey, do you think everyone outside has turned into zombies? Damn, what bad luck we're having in this apocalypse." A rough voice spoke lifelessly. "That's right, Mr. Kong said that there are many videos online showing people eating each other. It's more terrifying outside than here in the mountains. Mr. Kong, he's just an appraiser and all of you are scared to death of him." Shoo, you better not talk nonsense, brother. Mr. Kong has such powerful mutations, who would dare not listen to him? Don't you know what happened to those who didn't follow his words?" This was a relatively sharp voice with a heavy accent. Tisk, the other person scared, then remembered something and closed their mouth, feeling unwelcome. The 3 exchanged glances. Fu Jingma lowered his voice. "Seems like the one in charge here is this so-called Mr. Kong. He's a mutant. We don't know what kind of mutation he has, but it looks like these people aren't fully obedient to him. They're probably constrained by his abilities and certain means." Lin Mu analyzed. "I'll use my ability to distract them, and we can quickly get inside." They were about 100 meters away from the entrance. With their current speed, they could reach the entrance in a few seconds. Fu Jingma scanned the surroundings, threw 2 pieces of black crystals through the car gaps toward the rocky mass on the right. The black crystals hit the hard rocks, causing a cracking sound. The 2 men at the rock pile were startled and immediately got up and walked toward the rocky slope on the right. Though they complained, they didn't dare make any trouble, otherwise, during this critical time, making trouble might cost them their lives. With the rock pile blocking the sight of those 2 guards, this was the best moment. The 3 instantly dashed toward the entrance when the guards went around the rock. The light in the tunnel entrance was dim. The trio charged in straight away, and as soon as they entered, they tightly stuck to the rock walls, peeking out. Those 2 guards hadn't noticed them. Fu Jingma gave a signal, and Lin Mu and Heizei silently followed. After getting inside, aside from the small open area near the entrance, the space gradually shrank inward. In the middle of the mine road, there was a narrow track where 4 or 5 mining carts were neatly lined up. The mine passage had a height of less than 2 meters, creating a cramped space. Overhead were roughly hewn stones, and if one wasn't careful, they might bump their heads. Everyone tried to stick close to the rock walls. Except for Fu Jingma's backpack, all others' belongings were left in the truck for convenience. Water occasionally seeped out from the rock wall, making the place damp and dark. Although their night vision had improved, it was still challenging to see anything clearly in the completely dark mine tunnels. They could only move forward along the mine path. Just when they thought they would continue advancing blindly in the darkness, faint yellow light appeared ahead. It seemed the power generator of the mining area was still operating normally. There was no light before, probably done intentionally to scare off intruders because of the darkness. The three stepped lightly, trying to communicate mostly through gestures. The existence of mutants couldn't help but make them more cautious. Lin Mu held a short whip made of vines tightly in his hand. He entirely relied on pulling Lin Mu's clothing corner to move forward. This place felt eerily cold, much colder than outside. He never realized how fearless Lin Mu originally was. Once there was light, they moved another 100 to 200 meters, and a small open space came into view ahead. In the center was a mine shaft, the entrance measuring approximately 2 by 2 meters. The rusty tracks for the mining cart stopped here, with some scattered rocks piled nearby. Evidently, the mine shaft in front of them was the only way to proceed, and they needed to go down there. Fu Jingma stepped forward and took a look below. The mine shaft wasn't very deep, maybe 10+ meters. Clinging to the shaft wall was a platform big enough for 3 to 4 people, used as an elevator. Lin Mu and Hizei also gathered around, noticing the large space below with several scattered lights due to the low wattage. The lights flickered faintly while rhythmic sounds of metal and stone knocking could be heard regularly. The whip in his palm twitched slightly. Lin Mu glanced warily around. He always felt as if something was watching them since entering this mine cave. But if someone really had been following them, he and Fu Jingma should have noticed. Fu Jingma looked at Lin Mu, seemingly understanding what he was thinking, shaking his head slightly to signal him not to worry too much. At a spot they couldn't see, a small paper figure slipped through a crack in the rock wall. Chapter 36, Mining Area, Discovered. There were people below, and it was impossible for them to openly take the elevator down. In Fu Jingma's bag, there was a bundle of fine safety ropes. He tied the rope to the top crossbeam of the elevator. Considering their current physical strength, going down along the safety rope and the frame of the elevator wouldn't be difficult. Without hesitation, Fu Jingma grabbed the rope and entered the mine shaft first. He held onto the safety rope with one hand and stood on the frame of the ladder. After crouching for a moment, nothing unusual happened. He waved for Lin Mu and the others to come down. Lin Mu followed closely behind, also stepping on an iron rack of the ladder. Hizei swallowed hard, clasped his hands together in prayer, muttering silently for peace and good fortune before tremblingly climbing down. The sound of excavation conveniently masked their movements as they felt their way down about 5 or 6 meters, and the entire space gradually came into view. This place was more spacious than they had imagined, with a height of about 7 or 8 meters, and an area below that was as large as 2 basketball courts. On the right side, there were makeshift tents made of rags, wooden planks, and stones, seemingly inhabited, but too dark to see clearly. A track ran through this open space, similar to the one above. It was the track for mining carts. From the orientation of the tracks, the tunnels extended on both sides, but neither end was lit, indicating that the living people in this mining area were concentrated in this region. Light seeped through from the left wall. Fu Jingma gestured for the others to look, and they saw 4 arched mine entrances in the wall. Judging by the outlines of light, each entrance was more than 2 meters tall. Doors made from joined wooden planks hung at the entrances, allowing light to shine through the cracks. Next to these, another mine tunnel was being excavated. 5 or 6 people bent over numbly, hammering against the rock walls, which had already formed small arches. They worked as if lifeless, repeating their motions without speaking a single word. Lin Mu quietly opened his mouth. The cave dwellers must definitely be the leaders here. Perhaps it was the Mr. Kong those 2 men mentioned outside. In the post-apocalypse world, powers meant everything, and the stratification of humans would only be more severe than in civilized society. How could powerful mutants like him tolerate living with regular people in ramshackle tents? Fu Jingma nodded as the 3 tightened the safety rope, carefully stepped on the frames, and continued descending. It was very dim below. They prepared to approach the mines on the left side to see if they could hear something useful before making any decisions. However, just as they landed, a door to one of the caves was quickly pulled open, and several flashlight beams shone directly toward them. Damn, what's going on? Hizei, the last one down, got a shock and let out 2 words. Lin Mu quietly gripped his hand, ready to unleash his vine whip at any time. Fu Jingma appeared calm, a slight curve on his lips but coldness in his eyes as he stared at the men holding the flashlights. A wisp of black mist formed behind his back. Subsequently, the other doors were also opened, revealing 4 or 5 men. At the front was a man wearing a dress shirt and slacks, looking out of place amidst the darkness of the mine cave. With gold-rimmed glasses, he smiled politely as he looked toward Lin Mu and the others. Friends have arrived. How did the guards at the entrance not know to welcome you? Very thoughtless, wouldn't you say? His tone was mild, as if truly just a casual complaint. That man waved his hand, signaling someone behind him to press a switch on the wall. 2 large lamps hanging on the rock walls buzzed as they turned on, instantly illuminating the entire area. He stepped forward a few paces, getting closer to them. He immediately judged Fu Jingma to be the core of the group, extending his hand. Hello, my name is Kong Tianming. I'm temporarily taking care of the people in this mine cave. Since smiles are usually appreciated, this man didn't seem ready to cause them trouble anytime soon. Fu Jingmo raised an eyebrow slightly and nodded but didn't extend his hand in return, throwing out 3 cold words. Fu Jingmo. Lin Mu wasn't counting on Fu Jingmo for any socializing and stepped up. Mr. Kong, hello, my name is Lin Mu. It's our uninvited visit, so we hope you won't take offense. Kong Tianming inconspicuously retracted his hand, maintaining that commercial smile while his gaze shifted from Fu Jingmo to Lin Mu. His eyes flickered the instant he caught sight of Lin Mu. No offense taken. Why don't all of you come to my room to chat? We've been underground too long, and we haven't kept updated on what's happening outside. Though his speech was courteous, his gaze didn't try to hide the way it scrutinized Lin Mu as he approached. Subtly licking his lip corner where no one could see, he found the teenager to look quite appetizing. In this apocalypse after days of turmoil, most people would have long hidden away, appearing ragged and miserable. But Lin Mu and his companions, already possessing good looks, combined with Yi's water abilities ensuring they weren't short on washing water, managed to keep fairly clean faces. If Fu Jingmo exuded a cocky, arrogant air, Lin Mu was a contradictory mix of cool detachment and warmth. Lin Mu always maintained a polite distance with others, yet there was an inexplicable ease about him, a comfort that made people want to get close. In a world devastated by chaos, he seemed a breath of fresh air. Kong Tianming's gaze was unreserved, and Fu Jingmo furrowed his brow. That gaze carried an invasive quality that was distasteful, sticking to Lin Mu in a sticky and repulsive way. Fu Jingmo took a step forward, blocking Lin Mu. Lead the way. Kong Tianming glanced at him, turned around, and slowly walked toward the central mine tunnel. A strange young man followed beside him. The youth was fully wrapped in a robe cut from black fabric, revealing only half of his face. The 3 of them stepped forward and followed, while Lin Mu observed this person inconspicuously. This person's skin was abnormally pale, with prominent dark circles under their eyes. In reality, miners who work underground for extended periods lack sunlight exposure. Their skin is not dark but rather pale and devoid of blood color, just like the person before them. They knew only that Kong Tianming was a mutant, but there must be more than just him here. This person in the black robe was very likely another mutant. Chapter 37, Mining Area, taking an interest in Lin Mu. The mine tunnel soon came into view. This should have been one of the tunnels they recently excavated, as the marks on the rock walls were still fresh. Clearly, these tunnels were prepared specifically for leaders like Kong Tianming to live in. It was larger inside than it appeared from the outside. The mine tunnel had 2 rooms, with a wall separating them and a small door connecting them. They were currently standing in the outer room. The lighting was bright, and the room contained a few chairs and a table. Sounds came from the inner room. Kong Tianming gestured for them to sit down. Soon after, someone emerged from the inner room. This man was obese, wearing a large nightgown carelessly draped over his shoulders, the buttons undone. A cigarette dangled from his mouth, and behind him stood a frail woman, her clothes disheveled. It was obvious what kind of indescribable activity he had just been engaging in inside. He irritably said to the woman, "Go out." The woman obediently bowed her head and left the mine cave. Lin Mu looked toward the door and saw the woman heading straight to the tent opposite. As everyone sat down, Kong Tianming introduced the man. "This is my cousin, Kong Qingdong, the mine manager." Kong Qingdong arrogantly sat on the chair behind the table, harshly drawing on his cigarette, crushing the butt on the table, then tossing it behind him. He cast a disdainful glance at Lin Mu and the others. "Where are you from? What do you want here?" Fu Jingmo evaded the question, refusing even a glance at Kong Qingdong, lazily responding. "Who among you is a mutant?" Kong Qingdong was annoyed by Fu Jingmo's disregard and glared at him, about to speak, but Kong Tianming interrupted. "Mr. Fu has keen eyesight. I should indeed be the mutated person you mentioned. There's also a brother outside who can see in the dark, which is why he spotted you right away." Kong Tianming looked them over a few times and continued, "You all are mutants too, aren't you?" Though phrased as a question, Kong Tianming stated it like a declaration, confident in his deduction. Fu Jingmo had no intention of answering. Kong Tianming didn't seem bothered, saying calmly, "You're quite impressive." After a brief exchange, Kong Tianming claimed they had originally come here with 7 people to conduct an environmental assessment for the mining area, only to get stranded by a heavy rainstorm. When the rain finally stopped, the virus outbreak occurred, infecting a large number of miners into zombies. If it weren't for a few mutants emerging among them, they wouldn't have survived until now. Now, they've confined the infected zombies to a low-lying area at the entrance of the mining area. They're also responsible for taking care of the remaining living miners, doing their best. His narrative openly painted them as the saviors of the entire mining area survivors. Whether or not this was the truth remained unknown. Fu Jingmo looked impatient and wasn't interested in hearing any of this, especially not Kong Tianming's incessant, clingy gaze directed at Lin Mu. "We need gasoline. Since this is your mining area, name your price." "Ha," Kong Qingdong sneered, eager to regain the ground lost to being ignored. "So you want it just like that? Gasoline is precious now, nothing will get it for you." Lin Mu frowned. Even knowing they were mutants, why was Kong Qingdong so brazen? He stepped forward, "We don't need much. Your fuel supply seems sufficient, and we require only a small portion." Compared to Kong Qingdong's unsubtle arrogance, Kong Tianming seemed more like a wolf in sheep's clothing. He raised an eyebrow and looked at Lin Mu. Lin Mu, it's dangerous outside. Cities are overcrowded with zombies, whereas this place, though remote, has electricity and water, making it safe. Why don't you all stay? Lin Mu shook his head. Despite Kong Tianming's seemingly gentle tone, his gaze made Lin Mu extremely uncomfortable. We still have things to do, and there are safety zones set up by the military outside. As for you, Mr. Kong, haven't you ever thought about leaving? It's damp and dark here with no sunlight. Are you going to stay here your whole life? These words were not particularly polite, but Kong Tianming seemed unaffected, continuing to smile at him. He inwardly praised Lin Mu's intelligence. After spending so long in this mining area surrounded by dull-witted miners, Lin Mu was clearly different from the fools around here. Kong Tianming held himself in high regard, believing that only someone like Lin Mu deserved his attention. The matter of gasoline can be discussed tomorrow. It's getting dark now, and according to the mine regulations, it's prohibited to leave the tunnels after sundown. Why don't you all have some food and stay the night? Seeing Fu Jingma showed no objections, Lin Mu nodded, agreeing since they were on someone else's territory, it was always better to play by their rules first. Then we thank Mr. Kong for his kindness. Kong Tianming led Lin Mu and the others to the third mine tunnel where they would rest for the night. Before leaving, he stepped closer to Lin Mu, leaning in conspiratorially. Think it over carefully. If you stay here, I'll make sure you live comfortably. His gaze dropped from Lin Mu's eyebrows to his lips, making Lin Mu feel extremely uncomfortable. Coldly, Lin Mu replied, thanks, but no. Kong Tianming seemingly dismissed Lin Mu's refusal and left humming a tune. A pair of cold eyes watched Kong Tianming's retreating figure. Fu Jingma looked like a leopard whose territory had been invaded, his expression sharp and stern. Chapter 38, Mining Area, Fu Jingma's Possessiveness. He pushed Lin Mu inside, rubbing his arm disdainfully. How come that guy Kong just feels so damn disgusting? With a loud bang, Fu Jingma slammed the door shut. His face remained icy as he quickly checked the surroundings for anything unusual. He wasn't worried, surely, the other side wouldn't dare spy on them openly. The group entered the inner room. The setup of this mine tunnel was simple, the inner room contained 2 single beds. They sat down at the edge of the beds. Hey! Brother Fu, what do you think they're planning? Are they trying to kill me first? He made a slashing gesture across his throat, adding, murder me, cover it up. Fu Jingma gave a cold laugh. Yeah, they'll start with you. He drew in a sharp breath, no, mercy. Lin Mu slapped him lightly on the forehead, sending him off to the side. Stop causing trouble. Kong Tianming seems to want us to stay. In the apocalypse, anomalies represent power. He wants us to work for him without even evaluating whether he deserves it. Fu Jingma didn't care much. He pulled out a black box from his bag, revealing a coordinate followed by a green dot, which meant someone had already dealt with it. With nothing further, he tossed the black box back into his bag. With his strength as a Tier 3 anomaly user, these natural Tier 1 anomaly users, such as He who couldn't even consistently control his powers, certainly weren't worth worrying about. I wonder what their abilities are. Lin Mu mused aloud. Let's check near the tents later. Lin Mu nodded. He remembered the stooped, apathetic miners chiseling away and the timid woman who had quietly left. This place is unsettling. Kong Tianming insists they're protecting the miners, but who knows how they've enslaved them. He's probably relying on his status as an anomaly user to consider himself superior. He frowned. By the way, isn't that fat-faced cousin of his definitely not an anomaly? He looks exhausted and depleted, completely wasted. Kong Qingdong was not an anomaly user, walking unsteadily, indulging in pleasures, yet despite knowing that Lin Mu and Fu Jingma were anomaly users, neither showed much concern. Could it be that they had something else besides being anomaly users to rely on? Clearly, Lin Mu and Fu Jingma both came to the same realization, they were guests on hostile terrain, with unknown enemies lurking in the shadows. Extra caution was crucial. They must have something up their sleeves, so let's be careful. After escorting Lin Mu, Kong Tianming returned to the second mine tunnel, looking at Kong Qingdong still smoking at the table. A trace of disdain crossed his face, he was useless. If he weren't useful for something, he'd have killed him long ago. Kong Tianming casually sat down and opened his mouth. Uncle, next time please pay attention, don't let outsiders see your unsatisfied desires. If things are this bad outside, we should enjoy ourselves while we can. Kong Qingdong dismissed him with a glance and took another drag of his cigarette, displaying a satisfied expression. Then, he chuckled wickedly, showing a sly grin. His narrow eyes squinted as he turned toward Kong Tianming. Don't think I haven't noticed. You have something for that pale-faced guy, huh? I really can't understand you people, ignoring soft and fragrant women but fancying hard-nosed men like him. Kong Tianming didn't respond. Instead, the face of Lin Mu surfaced in his mind, clean, cool, and distant. He couldn't help but run his tongue over his back teeth. But before Lin Mu's trio could even leave the room, Kong Tianming showed up uninvited again. He politely knocked on the door, calling out Lin Mu's name. Fu Jingma stepped to the doorway, blocking Kong Tianming from entering. Standing half a head taller, Fu exuded an intimidating aura, his icy words cutting through the air. Is there something you need? Kong Tianming was an assessor in the pre-apocalypse era, always receiving flattery and sycophancy, maintaining an arrogant demeanor as a superior being. Now, controlling this mind with his mutant abilities only made him more conceited. Sensing Fu Jingma's hostility toward him, Kang's narrow eyes revealed a proud smirk. Foolishly, he leaned closer to Fu Jingma's ear. Why is Mr. Fu keeping Lin Mu so tightly under your wing? Don't be too possessive, I merely want to invite him for a meal. This comment was undeniably provocative. Fu Jingma let out a cold chuckle, black mist already creeping up his palms. He, watching the tension escalate, interjected hastily, not so fast, how could Mr. Kong invite just Mumu for dinner without us? We're hungry too. If that's the case, then let's all go together. Although Kong Tianming spoke inclusively, his eyes never left Lin Mu standing behind Fu Jingma. Regardless of Lin Mu's usual dullness, at this moment, he sensed Kong Tianming's ulterior motives. Without hesitation, Fu Jingma stepped forward rudely and said coldly, let's go. The dining area was located in a fourth mine tunnel, where electricity provided much convenience. A simple kitchen was set up, with a large table placed in the center. By the time Lin Mu's group arrived, food had already been prepared on the table, 5 dishes and 1 soup, a pretty good feast even by post-apocalypse standards. They sat down immediately, not showing any unnecessary politeness. Kong Tianming slid a plate of scrambled eggs towards Lin Mu and said, these bird eggs were collected from nests in the mountains. They're very tasty. Have more. Were they collected by the miners? Lin Mu frowned. Where do the miners eat, and what do they consume? The miners must find food every day. How else would people here survive? I protect them, and naturally, they know how to reciprocate, don't they? Kong Tianming wore an expression as if this arrangement was completely justified and even prideful. Lin Mu fell silent, further conversation was meaningless. Kong Tianming had taken on the role of the leader of this mining camp, but his exploitation of the miners went far beyond simple reciprocation, it bordered on excessive enslavement. After finishing their meal quickly, the group mentioned they wanted to walk around to aid digestion. Kong Tianming didn't care and told them to go ahead freely. This made the 3 even more convinced. The others clearly didn't care if anyone discovered the abnormality within this mining camp or were confident that even if outsiders knew about their exploitation of these miners, nothing could be done about it. However, they still needed more concrete evidence to fully comprehend the situation here. The 3 crossed over the railway tracks, heading toward the tent area. The 2 big lamps previously lit were now off, making the exterior darker once again. Only a few small yellow lights emanated from the direction of the tents. As they approached, an unpleasant odor reached their nostrils. It wasn't the putrid stench of zombies but rather the result of overcrowded living conditions in this confined area. Residences fashioned from cardboard, wooden boards, and rags dotted the area. No, they weren't even proper residences, just cramped partitions. People inside barely had room to move, and since the mines required no shelter from the elements, the tops remained open. As they drew closer, they easily spotted miners crouched inside their respective partitions. Lin Mu furrowed his brows. Did they even look human anymore? Filthy, reeking, hiding in the dark, their expressions vacant. There were a few women, and even 2 children, likely the families of some miners. Their blank faces stared at Lin Mu and his companions, as if they'd lost all connection to the outside world or any strength to resist. Walking uneven ground, they passed by these partitioned homes. From a nearby corner came faint muffled sobs, as though someone had been gagged. Their expressions hardened instantly as they quickened their steps towards the source of the sound. Chapter 39, Mining Area, Oppression and Resistance. To their surprise, they recognized several familiar faces. They were Kong Tianming's henchmen. About 5 or 6 of them encircled a little girl lying on the ground. She appeared to be only around 13 or 14 years old, her clothes disheveled, her mouth stuffed with a piece of cloth. Tears streamed down her face, and the exposed part of her arm was covered in purplish bruises. It was obvious what they were doing to her for entertainment. The sight left all 3 with somber expressions. He was the first to rush forward, pushing the man standing in the middle with great force. His eyes wide open, he shouted, "Damn scumbags, what the hell are you doing?" This girl was about the same age as his students. Witnessing this scene, he became furious. The man didn't care at all, waving off He with one hand and glancing arrogantly at the 3 of them. He said, "Who do you think you are? Mr. Kong doesn't even bother with us, so why should you?" He cursed obscenities while looking down on them with disdain. Lin Mu looked around. Seeing this girl being bullied in a secluded corner with no one helping her, it became apparent that such actions weren't their first offense. But the people here had grown accustomed to it or resigned themselves to fate. It had only been a few days since the apocalypse began, yet the cruel and shameless sides of humanity were already magnified without bounds. There were no more moral condemnations or legal restraints, and they reveled in displaying their vicious and ugly faces. As for those ordinary people who hadn't mutated, they became the lowest of slaves, no dignity, no freedom, just barely alive. The girl sobbed quietly, and Lin Mu stepped through the crowd, helping her up. He pulled her tattered clothes together to cover her shoulder, asking gently, "Where do you live? We'll take you back." He had a delicate and pleasant appearance, and his voice was soft, which comforted the girl. She wiped away her tears and trembled, pointing toward a dilapidated tent. Seeing Lin Mu's action, these men displayed looks of scorn. Compared to Heze's yelling, Lin Mu's deliberate ignorance angered them even more. A man from the back bent down, picked up a rock, and hurled it toward Lin Mu with an aggressive expression. With a swift shoo sound, blood splattered as a black crystal hit the man's hand, instantly tearing apart his flesh, rendering the stone useless. "Arg, fuck, beat them." Screaming in pain, the man ordered others immediately to pick up rocks and sticks to attack Fu Jingmo. Perfect. There were no abnormality wielders among these men. Heze had long grown intolerant. Kicking out a powerful leg, he instantly sent a man flying. Dealing with regular people like these, he wasn't the least bit afraid. Without using his powers, Fu Jingma's fighting skills were still top-notch. These men couldn't even get close to him. As if releasing his pent-up anger, he used only his fists and kicks to knock them down, then shook his hands disdainfully, smirking coldly, "So now you can't be dealt with." Enraged, Heze kicked another man lying on the ground. "I was kicking ass when you were still drinking milk." Groans filled the air, creating quite a commotion. The noise was loud enough that there was no way the other side wouldn't hear. Sure enough, within minutes, someone holding a flashlight arrived. It was the man in black cloak following after Kong Tianming along with the night vision mutant, Wu Jin. Walking ahead was the cloaked man, Wu Jin trailing behind. Clearly, this man in black cloak held more importance. Approaching the group, Wu Jin stepped forward, looking at them as though watching a play unfold, saying, "All right, Mr. Kong wants to see you guys." Lin Mu frowned. They needed to arrange for the safety of this little girl first. Fu Jingma tilted his head slightly, snickering and staring with darkened eyes. "Mr. Kong. Whether or not he asks, we'll go find him anyway. But send this girl back. Don't let me see your people touch her again." His tone was stern, leaving no room for courtesy when giving orders. Wu Jin felt slightly uneasy under Fu Jingma's gaze but also wanted to finish his task quickly. His mission was merely to bring these individuals over, and anything else was irrelevant. Glancing disdainfully at the men lying on the ground, he said, "You bunch, take the kid back. Behave today." The groaning men responded, struggling to stand up. Still, Lin Mu did not trust handing over the girl to them. "Lead the way, we're going together." They had to pass by her broken tent anyway, so Wu Jin didn't argue further. Walking backward, Fu Jingma deliberately slowed down a bit, whispering softly under the dim light, "Be careful, stay close to me." Lin Mu nodded. He glanced at the little girl beside him. She had finally regained some awareness in her eyes. Clutching tightly onto Lin Mu's sleeve, she seemed to trust him thoroughly. "What's your name?" Lin Mu asked her kindly. X. Xiao Yu. "Xiao Yu, where are your parents?" My dad is already dead. Mom has been taken to the house over there and bullied." Tears pooled in the little girl's eyes. Her lips quivered, but she answered Lin Mu obediently. She knew this big brother was kind. Lin Mu furrowed his brows. "Did your father turn into a zombie?" The little girl shook her head, and fat teardrops rolled down her cheeks. "They wanted to bully my mom and me, and my dad fought to protect us. They killed him." His lips turned black, and blood oozed from his eyes and ears. It was terrifying. Her frail body couldn't stop trembling. Her father hadn't turned into a monster. It seemed that her mother was the woman Lin Mu had seen in the mine shaft. Listening to the girl's words, a surge of anger rose in his heart. Compared to the unconscious zombies, could anyone say these people were less terrifying and insane? Lin Mu didn't ask the girl any more questions but walked silently ahead. In just a few minutes, they arrived at the girl's tent, merely a small area surrounded by tattered canvas. A woman was hugging her knees and crying softly. Xiao Yu crawled into the tent, holding onto the woman and shouting, "Mom." The woman raised her tear-streaked face. It was indeed the woman who had come out of Kong Qingdong's room. She seemed to recognize Lin Mu and the others, her face showing some bewilderment. "Mom, it was these older brothers who saved me," the girl timidly said. Wu Jin didn't want to see the family drama unfolding here. Besides, the smell here was unbearable. "You've already delivered her, now hurry up and leave. Mr. Kong is still waiting." Fu Jingmo gave him a cold sidelong glance. Wu Jin snorted. The man in black didn't linger, walking towards the mine shaft on his own. Wu Jin rolled his eyes and followed suit. When they had taken a few steps away, Lin Mu looked at them with a comforting glance. "We'll find a way to help you get out. As soon as there's an opportunity, run and keep running until you reach the bus outside. You won't be able to fight them, they. The woman shook her head fiercely, seemingly wanting to tell them something yet too fearful to speak up. Lin Mu didn't ask. He consoled, "Trust us. There are still safe zones left in the country. Once we're out, we can take you there to live." Even though they hadn't discussed it together, Lin Mu knew that neither Heze nor Fu Jingmo would abandon these people. Tears streamed down the woman's face as she silently watched Lin Mu and the others. There was no point in saying more. Lin Mu only hoped they would make the right decision. If a fight broke out, they might have difficulty taking care of these people, they would ultimately need to rely on themselves. He no longer lingered, rising. Truth be told, he was also nervous. He had killed zombies, but this was his first time fighting actual humans. In the darkness, Fu Jingma lightly gripped his hand and then quietly let go. Lin Mu looked at his silhouette, suddenly feeling reassured. He stepped forward to follow Fu Jingma, the three of them quickly heading toward the mine shaft. Mumu, brother Fu, let's take them out, He said, his eyes a bit red, pulling on Lin Mu's sleeve. Fu Jingma naturally heard their words. He was from Section 113. Even if he usually executed important confidential missions, he wasn't one to indulge in excessive goodwill. Yet when faced with this situation, he couldn't simply watch innocent people being oppressed like this. The nation wouldn't abandon any of its people. Despite how tough the times were, everyone deserved the right to survive, not to be treated so disgracefully. Chapter 40, Mine Area, The Obvious Ambition. The group returned to the second mine shaft. Upon entering, they saw Kong Qingdong still sitting on his large chair smoking, Kong Tianming having lost his usual smile, looking gloomy as he greeted them. Are you done sightseeing? It's about time you rested, isn't it? He's expression was filled with rage, ready to explode. Kong Tianming, you really think you're someone special? You oppress the miners and let those beasts bully such a young girl, scum, garbage. Kong Qingdong, covered in flabby flesh, spat out a puff of smoke, looking at the few of them as if they were ants. This is my damn mine. Their lives were saved by me. Serving us is their good fortune. And you have too much to meddle about. He made no attempt to hide his intentions, revealing a lecherous grin and chuckling a couple of times. I'm telling you, if you'd listen to us and let these people serve you, wouldn't that be better? Talented abnormality wielders like you, we welcome very much. Mr. Kong, are they willingly serving you? Lin Mu's eyebrows knitted tightly, his voice turning cold. That doesn't matter, Lin Mu. You need to understand, if they leave here, they're sure to die. This place has given them the greatest protection, hasn't it? Kong Tianming stared at Lin Mu, his eyes dark and indiscernible. I thought since you came from the outside, you'd know what kind of world this has become. Didn't expect you all to be so naive, huh? There are safe zones outside. They can continue living in those safe zones instead of being enslaved by you for your entertainment. Ha, Kong Tianming shook his head, unwilling to say more. Go on your way. I give you one night to decide. I hope by tomorrow morning, you've made the right choice. He wanted to say something, but Lin Mu pulled him, it was unnecessary to talk further. The few of them left the room. Kong Qingdong took a puff of smoke and turned his head to look at the person on the sofa. Tianming, why keep them one more night? I see these people are determined to make trouble. Kill those two then, if you like that pretty boy, after killing those two, won't he just do as you wish? Kong Qingdong grinned, showing a mouthful of yellow crooked teeth. Idiot, Kong Tianming cursed in his heart, then said aloud, their abilities definitely aren't bad, otherwise they couldn't have come here unscathed. Fear what? We have a warehouse full of explosives. No matter their abilities, can we not blow them up? Kong Qingdong spoke confidently, his facial flabby muscles quivering. There were places in the mine area that couldn't avoid explosions. When the apocalypse came, they had exactly replenished an entire warehouse of explosives. Kong Qingdong had 2 people under him responsible for the explosions. After all, one couldn't randomly place explosives inside the mine shafts, otherwise, without proper control of quantity, everything could collapse, leaving no escape. This was also why Kong Tianming kept Kong Qingdong around. Otherwise, with such an idiot, he would have gotten rid of him long ago. Kong Tianming gave an inward cold laugh but agreed, brother, please be patient. It's not too late to blow them up tomorrow. On the other side, the 3 returned to the mine cave and sat down by the bed. He angrily pounded the bed, shit, these 2 brothers are absolutely scum. Brother Fu, what should we do next? We can't just let them be. Fu Jingma hadn't spoken until now. He finally opened his mouth and looked at Lin Mu. What do you think Kong Tianming's ability is? Using poison. After pondering for a moment, Lin Mu decisively answered. Fu Jingma smiled lightly, leaning lazily against the bedpost. Lin Mu was truly smart and calm. It's indeed a poison-based mutation. Poison? He was confused, how do you know? Lin Mu explained, Xiao Yu said her father's mouth was black when he died, and blood flowed from his eye sockets and ears, it was a symptom of poisoning. Kong Tianming tested me. What, he poisoned you? Are you alright? This was something Lin Mu didn't expect. He looked at Fu Jingma, a worried expression appearing on his face. I'm fine. After mutating, we underwent improvements and training from the Academy of Sciences, resistance to poisons, electrical shocks, etc. He noticed Lin Mu's slightly abnormal expression and didn't continue, anyway, he is only a level 1 mutant. That amount of poison was merely for testing me, nothing serious. When Kang Tianming got close to Fu Jingma at the door before dinner, he had indeed poisoned the right sleeve of his robe with something like a nerve-paralyzing agent. Fu Jingma felt slightly paralyzed for just a few seconds and then recovered. But during dinner, he switched to eating with his left hand, pretending to be poisoned. Lin Mu sighed in relief, that's good. This ability really suits him, this Kang Tianming is way too venomous. He went off on a tirade. What should we do now, when will he possibly poison us again? Therefore, we must take the initiative first. Aren't they giving us one night to think? We'll act tonight. Fu Jingma's eyes showed calmness as he put away his smile. Excitedly, He stood up, his fists creaked as he tightened them. All right. Let's beat them up tonight. He could hardly wait to take revenge for Xiaoyu. Lin Mu helplessly pulled him down, don't rush. They still have that man in black. We don't even know his mutation yet. My intuition tells me he isn't too simple, it won't be the same as dealing with those scums earlier. Then what should we do? Will my power work? He clasped his hands together and began praying, Amitba, bless me to work well at the right time. Lin Mu looked at Fu Jingma, he had a suspicion and furrowed his eyebrows which were quite beautiful. Jingma, perhaps, they have explosives in their possession. They do. Fu Jingma's ink-black eyes looked at Lin Mu, showing a hint of surprise for the first time. How could there not be explosives in the mine area? However, he was surprised that Lin Mu had thought of this point as well. This was indeed someone he had instantly wanted to bring along with him. An odd pride rose within him, reaching out to rub Lin Mu's hair. Lin Mu was taken aback, a red blush immediately climbing onto his ear tips. Hey, brother Fu, although you're my elder brother, you can't keep teasing Mumu, right? I'm still here. He yelled and sat beside Lin Mu, showing a posture as if guarding his own cabbage. Don't cause a racket, Lin Mu coughed lightly, actually, you are 3 years older than them. He was severely mentally hurt and closed his mouth. Fu Jingma glanced at him, rest for 2 hours first and gather your strength. He fell back onto the bed with a roll, and the single bed groaned under the unbearable weight. His robust body shifted to the side. Come on, Mumu, quickly lie down and sleep. Lin Mu nodded and was just about to lie down when Fu Jingma stopped him, lifting his chin slightly. Sleep here. Have you forgotten how badly he sleeps? What Sima Zhao wants is no secret, He glared with eyes filled with anger, muttering quietly. Lin Mu lay down silently, making space for Fu Jingma. Soon, the spot beside him sank down, and the familiar scent of pine wood belonging to Fu Jingma enveloped Lin Mu. It was impossible not to worry, this mine area had 3 special ability users, and they also had explosives in their possession. Especially that man in the black cloak always gave Lin Mu an unpleasant feeling. He tossed and turned, frowning as he couldn't fall asleep. A hand gently stroked his face and covered his eyes, Fu Jingma's voice carried a rare gentleness, don't think too much, get some sleep. His action caused Lin Mu's whole body to stiffen but oddly relaxed his mind, drifting off into dreams. The tenderness and care Fu Jingma showed towards him left Lin Mu feeling strange. But in such a world after the apocalypse, many things were too extravagant. Chapter 41, The Mine Area, Separate Actions. 2 hours passed quickly. When Lin Mu woke up, there was no light in the room. Fu Jingma was using a flashlight, checking the items in the backpack on the table. He turned his head and looked behind him, you're awake. Lin Mu rubbed his eyes and sat up, then went to wake He who was sprawled out in a big letter, "D," and snoring soundly. Being sometimes so carefree like this could be enviable. After Fu Jingma was done packing, He was pulled awake. I will go notify those people first. Once we start fighting, they can escape the chaos by the well ladder. We'll also check if Wu Jin is monitoring outside while you wait for me here. He swung the backpack over his shoulder. Fu Jingma. Lin Mu moved his lips. They hadn't acted separately since the apocalypse began. The only time they did, he nearly got killed. It wasn't that he didn't trust Fu Jingma, he just couldn't help but worry. If Wu Jin kept watching. Don't worry. Even if Wu Jin is monitoring, he is merely an ordinary person. Fu Jingma seemed to know what Lin Mu wanted to say and gave him a reassuring look. Lin Mu exhaled. Indeed, he should trust Fu Jingma. Fu Jingma was the most outstanding warrior and the most capable mutant. When they went down the mine shaft, they hadn't expected there to be someone with night vision abilities below, so they were caught off guard. Now that they knew, Fu Jingma wouldn't let him have another chance to spy. Big brother Fu, you're the best. We'll wait for you here. He looked earnestly, Fu Jingma truly was the most reliable person he had ever met. Time was tight. The 3 didn't speak more. Fu Jingma swiftly left the door. Their position was in the 3rd mine tunnel. He headed toward the 4th mine tunnel, sticking close to the rock walls. In the dim mine tunnel with uneven rock walls, no one could possibly find him. Just because a night vision mutant could see others doesn't mean they can hide themselves. The moment Fu Jingma came out, he observed his surroundings. That Wu Jin wasn't around the mine tunnels, only 2 regular people were nodding off guarding the entrance. He guessed Wu Jin might be guarding something more important, like the explosive warehouse. Humph. Since below was a huge circular space, as long as he stuck close to the rock wall and walked around, he would eventually arrive at the tent area opposite. Naturally, Fu Jingma had excellent concealment skills. No one could discover him hidden in the darkness. About 15 minutes later, he arrived at the tent area. Most of the people inside were already asleep. He crouched down and found Xiao Yu and her group's location by hiding behind wooden planks. Perhaps during this time they had reconsidered. Without wasting words, Fu Jingma explained the plan and they readily agreed to leave amidst the chaos. Xiao Yu's mother confirmed their guess, there indeed were explosives. They had informed nearby miners, and upon learning about the safe zone, many were willing to fight with all their might. That was human nature. Once hope was known to exist, they would fight with everything they had. Fu Jingma and Lin Mu were their hope, and so was the safe zone. Turning to leave, he wasn't a savior. He couldn't escort everyone out one by one, they could only rely on themselves. This was the apocalypse. Everywhere could be fatal. If one couldn't adapt quickly, the outcome would only be death. He returned the same way to the mine tunnel, where Lin Mu was sitting on a chair waiting for him. Seeing him come in, Lin Mu sighed in relief. How did it go? The three gathered together as Fu Jingma briefly explained the situation over there. I've already notified them, but whether they'll run or not isn't something we can decide. He looked at Lin Mu. In this world, there were many choices, and everyone had to take responsibility for their own decisions. They couldn't help so many people, they could only provide an opportunity to leave. Alright, I understand. Lin Mu nodded, feeling they'd done their best already. With no more questions, Fu Jingma outlined his plans. The place outside is only so big. I scouted around and there's nowhere else to hide explosives. So, the explosives are somewhere else. The minecart tracks extend in both directions. There are only two places they could be. You and Hizei will check one side while I'll head to the other to find where the explosives are located. As he spoke, Lin Mu's brow gradually furrowed tighter, but he knew Fu Jingma's plan was currently the best one. If possible, we should control the explosives first. Kong Tianming might very well be guarding beside them. Be extremely cautious. Alright. Lin Mu nodded, having killed zombies before, but when it came to dealing with humans. He didn't know what would really happen at that moment, but he wanted to survive. He still had Fu Jingma, and Hizei, they would survive in this apocalypse, even if it meant enduring 1,000 difficulties and dangers. Be careful, Fu Jingma gave a slight nod to the two of them and pulled out the dagger stuck in his calf, tossing it to Hizei. Don't fire guns near the explosives, be cautious. Hizei carefully pocketed the dagger. Fu brother, you. Fu Jingma raised an eyebrow at him, showing no concern, stop your chatter. Protect Lin Mu. The wooden door opened slightly, producing an almost inaudible sound in the dark night. Fu Jingma walked out first. At the moment he left, he glanced back. Lin Mu slightly curled his lips, usually maintaining a composed expression with a cool demeanor. Only Lin Mu himself knew that, in the unseen places, his hand resting by his side was trembling lightly. It wasn't possible for him to always rely on Fu Jingma. These instances of acting separately would only increase in the future. What's more, once they reached Fengcheng, perhaps they would all part ways. Outside was pitch black, with only two faint yellow mine lamps hanging on the stone wall to the left. A few meters away, visibility was zero. Lin Mu and Hizei headed to the left, walking one after another close against the rock walls. They stealthily maneuvered past the two guards dozing off and quietly followed the track toward its end. The entrance of the railway track disappeared into deep darkness, with no light visible, leaving them clueless about what lay ahead, how many people were guarding, or even if there were explosives. Wood, Mumu, Hizei tugged at his sleeve, be careful. Lin Mu nodded, remembering that Hizei may not see him, so he patted his hand. Grab my clothes, don't get lost. It was pitch black inside the mine tunnel, with scattered rocks occasionally appearing underfoot. Lin Mu's legs slowly probed along the iron tracks ahead step by step. He pulled out a small cold light from his pocket that Fu Jingma had given him. It was short, about palm-sized. The pale purple glow emitted faintly, barely illuminating less than half a meter in dimness. If that night vision mutant were here, whether they turned on the light or not wouldn't matter. But for ordinary people, such cold light couldn't be seen beyond 10 meters. The two were virtually groping their way forward. The ground, originally damp, gradually became dry. They no longer exchanged a word, advancing silently low to the ground. An unknown amount of time passed, perhaps half an hour, perhaps an hour. Lin Mu's eyes flickered slightly, faintly detecting a mild noise. He stepped off the track and pressed against the rock wall. The rock wall here was also dry, making it reasonable for explosives to be stored in this area. He turned off the cold light and stuffed it back into his pocket, moving forward some more. Soon, he touched the front, a corner. His hand extended to feel the corner, where across a lateral passageway, even a bit of breeze blew through, chilly. And within this subtle cold wind, voices grew clearer. Lin Mu withdrew his hand and peered cautiously, startled to see warm yellow lights about 200 meters ahead. Chapter 42, Mine Area, Fu Jingma Trapped. Meanwhile, Fu Jingma also entered the mine passage in the dark. Compared to Lin Mu and the others, he moved much faster, soundlessly in the dark. If everything went normally here, he needed to return quickly to catch up with Lin Mu. After walking a considerable distance, just as Fu Jingma was about to turn back, he acutely caught a subtle disturbance in the air and his lips curved into a faint smile. "TCH, so you've come. Good. Saves me the trouble of looking for you." Striking first, a black mist spread instantaneously through the mine tunnel. In the darkness, his black mist rendered everything invisible. The figure hiding in the shadows felt an immediate sharp pain throughout their body and quickly activated their powers to evade. A faint trace of blood lingered in the air, not escaping Fu Jingma's nose. He pressed his tongue against his cheek and gave a cold smirk. His chilling voice tinged with mockery. "Scared to show yourself? A rat is always a rat." As soon as the words left his mouth, another wave of black mist dispersed. However, this time, the shadow lurking in the dark seemed to have vanished. Fu Jingma narrowed his eyes. There was only one person placed here on this mine passage, this cloaked man. It was obvious they aimed to detain him, meaning there was nothing important on this side. The explosives must be where Lin Mu and the others were heading, which meant that side would be far more perilous. Realizing this, he chose not to dwell further and turned to leave. In the shadows, the cloaked man clung motionless against the stone wall, his entire body engulfed in darkness, resembling a shadow. Everyone knew that miners worked underground for long stretches. This man's name was Zhao Ku, just an ordinary miner. When the apocalypse began, he had been down there responsible for transporting mine carts. At the moment the first zombie appeared, chaos erupted outside, within the mineshaft, screams echoed everywhere as zombification spread rapidly. He hid in the darkness, trembling uncontrollably, praying the zombies wouldn't see him. When several zombies were about to charge towards him, he suddenly noticed how light his body became, blending instantly with the shadow of a mine cart. Not only that, later he discovered his ability to trap people in dark spaces. As long as it was dark, as long as there was a shadow, no one could detect him. Clutching the wound on his stomach, he didn't dare to breathe heavily. Using all his powers, he created two black voids in the tunnel, trapping the strong man inside. Kang Tianming said that if he managed to detain this man today, he'd secure himself a place in this mining area in the future. The man's face revealed a cold and greedy look. Why should those people be above everyone else? Now, he was the one with powers, he was the one who could control everything. Taking a few steps in the darkness, Fu Jingmo realized something was off. Here. There was not a sound. When he entered, he distinctly heard water dripping from the rock walls on both sides. But now, there wasn't a drop. An eerie silence unsettled him. His gaze turned cold and intense as he quickened his pace, walking faster by a few strides. Something still wasn't right. He felt like he hadn't moved an inch. The uneven ground beneath his feet remained the same. Clenching his hand at his side, impatience flickered across his face. He loathed such sticky abilities, they were nauseating and bothersome. Transforming the black mist into a black blade, he slashed horizontally, cutting through the air with a fierce wind. Swish! As if hitting an invisible sturdy wall, it resonated with a thunderous boom. Following that, the sound of shattering resounded through the darkness. Of course, TCH, space manipulation. With a flick of his wrist, another black blade emerged, shattering yet another invisible barrier. Even a third-level power starter's abilities are something a first-level can withstand, and these black walls were like paper to Fu Jingmo. By the time the third black blade struck without hitting anything, Fu Jingma sprinted forward, leaving behind a black crystal that mercilessly ended the life of the man in the dark. TCH, no matter how skillful you are at hiding, your scent of blood will never be fully concealed. Zhao could never imagine that his dual dark spaces would be so easily shattered by Fu Jingmo. The icy black crystal pierced through his neck, silencing him before he could even let out a scream, dying unwillingly. He raced at breakneck speed and in less than half the time it took him to arrive, he saw the two faint yellow lights ahead in an open area. However, just as he was about to leave the mine tunnel, a sudden blinding white light flashed before him, followed by an explosive roar that threatened to rupture his eardrums. In the split second, Fu Jingma managed to form a large black crystal in front of him. The entire mine tunnel shook violently, countless rocks falling madly. One fragment of rubble struck the rock wall, fiercely scraping against his face and drawing a line of blood. Turning his head slightly, his eyes glinted with ferocity. Damn, they sure don't hesitate to use explosives. Fortunately, it wasn't the route Lin Mu and the others took. Long after the explosion ceased, the cave entrance was completely blocked by falling debris, the formed black crystals showing evident cracks. Chaotic footsteps sounded from outside. There were many people, apparently the miners had heard the sound of the explosion and wanted to take advantage of the chaos to escape. This way. Lin Mu and He moved little by little toward the light. As they gradually approached, they began to see that the place ahead was similar to where they lived, just a small open area, only about 30 or 40 square meters. But there was also a mine tunnel in the rock wall, with no door. Two people guarded the entrance, one on the left and one on the right. The two of them squeezed into a recessed part of the rock wall, their shallow breaths almost inaudible in the darkness. There was some speaking at the entrance, as if someone had come out. Lin Mu's expression turned serious as he reached back to push Hizei further behind. They exchanged a glance and pressed tightly against the rock wall. "Brother Wu, why haven't you rested yet?" "Humph, how can I rest? My ability is bound to hard work." A familiar voice rang out, though his words were self-deprecating, his tone carried an air of pride. The guards at the door flattered him shamelessly. Wu Jin waved his hand, "Rest for now. I'll take a piss." Ironically, it was Wu Jin, the man with night vision abilities, who had come out. Lin Mu's heart raced wildly. Their position was half hidden in the recessed rock wall and half concealed in shadow. An ordinary person would have difficulty noticing them. But if it was Wu Jin, all he had to do was glance this way, and he would be able to spot the halves of their bodies exposed. Lin Mu even restrained his breathing further, thinking how if they were discovered now, things wouldn't be easy to handle. They should have waited for Fu Jinghua to return. It was his own recklessness. Fear brings what you dread. Wu Jin walked over here. In the dark, he untied his belt facing the rock wall and hummed a tune under his breath. After the zipper opened, a stream of water splashed out. Lin Mu frowned, the heightened sense of smell possessed by psychics was what bothered him most. With the pleasant release finished, the man shook himself, zipped up his pants, and turned around. In the corner of his eye, something seemed off. Phew. Wu Jin widened his eyes, unable to make a sound as his neck was tightly strangled. What was this? A green vine wrapped around his neck, its leaves quivering along the stem. He immediately tried to pull it apart. Psychic strength should have been great, but no matter how much effort he used, it had no effect, it wouldn't loosen a bit. His veins bulged as Wu Jin stared with bulging eyes, following the vine until he suddenly saw Lin Mu 10 meters away. Lean in build, icy gaze, Lin Mu's hands gripped the other end of the vine. Chapter 43, Mine Area, Zombie Mine Tunnel. Lin Mu stared at Wu Jin whose eyes were becoming bloodshot as the vine gradually tightened. His face flushed red, tongue sticking out halfway, drool dripping everywhere. Those were the eyes of a living person, entirely different from the zombies outside who roamed mindlessly. That gaze held every emotion a human could feel, fear, regret, anger, all crashing toward Lin Mu. The wind in the mine tunnel suddenly picked up a little, bone-chillingly cold. Lin Mu clenched his fingers, his frail joints making a creaking sound. With a grit of his teeth, he pulled hard on the vine. The feeling of bones being dislocated seemed to travel along the vine into Lin Mu's hands, almost causing him to lose his grip. Wu Jin glared furiously, then after a long while, his eyes rolled back, his head falling to one side as his breathing finally ceased. Lin Mu controlled the vine and quietly dropped Wu Jin's corpse under the nearby rock wall. The vine gave a flicker of its tiny leaves before retreating back into Lin Mu's hand. Sweat covered his forehead. Despite psychic immunity to normal cold, Lin Mu couldn't help but shiver under the wind, feeling as if his heart were submerged in ice. A pair of hands stretched out from behind and firmly grasped Lin Mu's arms. Hizei silently comforted Lin Mu. He had stood behind Lin Mu the entire time, seeing everything. This wasn't just Lin Mu's issue, he felt as if he too had personally gone through the experience of killing someone. But he knew, both Lin Mu and himself were aware, this was what they must endure to survive in this apocalypse. Their hands were destined to be stained with blood, of the living, the dead, and the undead. Yet they would bear all of it together. Time passed minute by minute. The two men at the entrance noticed that Wu Jin had taken quite a long time for a simple piss, looking around anxiously. They weren't like Wu Jin and naturally couldn't see Lin Mu and Hizei hiding in the dark. One of them couldn't contain himself anymore and shouted loudly, "Brother Wu, why aren't you done yet?" The sound echoed a little in the mine tunnel, but no one answered him. The two men who had been leaning against the wall straightened up and cautiously looked into the darkness. "Go, tell Mr. Kong." Kong Tianming was in the mine shaft they were guarding. With Lin Mu's group in the mining area, it was naturally impossible for him to entrust the explosives to his subordinates, let alone. It was like waiting by a tree for a rabbit. He had realized long ago that Lin Mu and the others wouldn't be able to stay in the mining area. In this case, rather than letting them leave and expose the location of the mining area, why not silence them to prevent future trouble? It's just too bad for Lin Mu, he really did suit Kong Tianming's tastes. Lin Mu looked at the other end of the mine tunnel. They were trapped with no way to advance or retreat. At this point, all they could do was hope that Fu Jinghua would return as soon as possible. The remaining man gradually approached the location in the mine tunnel. Wu Jin's corpse lay by the rock wall. The man was holding a flashlight, and as soon as he stepped a bit further forward, he would see it. "Wu. Brother Wu, are you still there?" The heartbeat in his chest suddenly quickened, and the hand placed at his side tightly clenched a small piece of vine. "What's going on?" Just as the man was about to reach Wu Jin's body, Kong Tianming's voice came from behind, impatient and disdainful. "Mr. Kong, Brother Wu has disappeared. He said he just wanted to take a piss." Trembling, the man took a few steps back to Kong Tianming's side. Kang Tianming frowned slightly and took a few steps to the entrance of the mine, pulling it open. With a hum, the entire mine tunnel lit up instantly, and bright light descended from the lighting tracks on the ceiling of the tunnel. Kang Tianming walked out onto the iron track where the mine carts were, and people surged out from the mine shaft, roughly 7 or 8 in number. They held various tools like picks, hammers, and shovels, gathering behind Kang Tianming. He glanced sideways and saw Wu Jin's body lying there in the mine tunnel. Kang Tianming's expression hardened, and he cracked his neck before speaking in a deep voice, "Come out, Lin Mu." If it were Fu Jingma here now, he would have already launched an attack. But it was only Lin Mu, and Kang Tianming could see that Lin Mu had merely been an ordinary person in the civilized era. Killing Wu Jin probably made him the first human life Lin Mu ever took. At this moment, Lin Mu must be hiding somewhere feeling afraid. After all, killing isn't easy to overcome mentally. Two figures emerged from the recessed part of the rock wall and stopped on the minecart iron track, less than 100 meters away from Kang Tianming. Lin Mu's face was somewhat pale, but he stood upright, his cold gaze steadily fixed on Kang Tianming. He licked his lips, liking people who had such stiff backbones, wishing nothing more than to pin them down and bend them on the bed. Humph, so what? Are you two the only ones left? Where's your master Fu? Kang Tianming, give us the gasoline and let us go, or we'll take the gasoline by force, your choice. Lin Mu ignored his words and coldly stated his demands. As if he'd heard something hilarious, Kang Tianming bent his head and started laughing, his laughter growing louder. He even bent over, the eyes beneath his glasses glinting with a touch of madness. Ha ha, Lin Mu, don't tell me you're still a college student, how naive. Ha, seems like it should be you begging me now. Lin Mu only stared at him. He knew this was Kang Tianming's true self, insane, arrogant, domineering. What nonsense, Kang Tianming, do as Mu Mu says if you know what's good for you, kid will spare your life. He lifted his chin while gripping the dagger tightly in his hand. Kang Tianming glanced at him with a dark expression, then turned back to Lin Mu. Lin Mu, why don't you follow me instead? There'll be food, clothes, electricity, water, everything you need, and I. He licked his lips again, making Lin Mu feel deeply nauseated. Lying there dead is Wu Jin, Kang Tianming said scornfully as he gave the corpse a disdainful look. What a fool, what a waste of his ability. Lin Mu, how does it feel to kill? Happy? Excited? Look, Wu Jin's eyes are still watching you. A few hours ago, he was talking to you, now he's just a corpse. Thanks to you. Kang Tianming flashed a malicious grin, his words slowly seeping into Lin Mu's ears. Lin Mu furrowed his brows and didn't once look down at Wu Jin on the ground. Enough talking, if you can't do it, then don't blame us for being impolite. Lin Mu spoke firmly, without any of his usual gentleness. His wrist turned, palm facing up, and vines began coiling around his hand, tightly clasped within it. The poor little vine shook its leaves, akin to someone shaking their hair, sparking a fleeting flicker of doubt in Kang Tianming's eyes. So this was Lin Mu's ability, a wood-type ability? That vine didn't look easy to deal with. Humph, with just the two of you. Without Fu Jingma, can you manage? He would not be foolish enough to try catching them alone. Lin Mu cut in sharply, you should pray that he comes a little slower, or you will die even more miserably. Boom. As soon as the words were spoken, a tremendous sound erupted, momentarily stupefying Lin Mu. Boom, boom. The sounds continued several times. He turned his head and looked at the mine tunnel behind him seriously, stating, Mu Mu, it's the sound of an explosion. Killing intent fully revealed, Lin Mu instantly tightened the vine in his hand. Kang Tianming curled his lips upward, revealing a victorious smile on his face, your Mr. Fu might not be coming. After all, no matter how powerful a psychic is, they can still die from explosives, right? He took a few steps back, waving his hand toward the men beside him. A person standing by the door stepped forward and pressed several buttons on the wall. With a bang, an iron fence fell between them, and an inconspicuous place on the rock wall slowly opened a rust-covered iron door. That iron door was so thick that until it opened, Lin Mu only then heard the sound coming from inside, getting closer. Ho ho. Ho ho. A gust of wind came from the iron door, carrying with it a strong stench of decay. They were zombies. Lin Mu and He retreated a few steps. However, within half a minute, a dragging leg noise could be heard from the dark iron door, followed by a foot stepping out, wearing dirty and tattered pants. Apparently, this place led to another mine tunnel where the zombies, having undergone mutation initially within the tunnels, were probably all driven here. Both people tightly focused their attention on the iron door, the vines lifted their heads from the ground and extended toward the direction of the door. Chapter 44 Mine Area, Out of Control Vines. The light of the mine cave was completely blocked by the fallen stones. Fu Jingma stared coldly at the stones, and a black blade coalesced, sending debris flying. The shards landed on the ground, and upon turning on his flashlight, he saw many stones. Layer after layer, the sound of explosions had already spread out, Lin Mu must have heard it. They might have already confronted Kang Tianming. Without further delay, Fu Jingma unleashed several more black blades. His energy quickly drained, so he tried his best to keep the black blade small and concentrated on one point. Fortunately, yellow lights were now appearing through the cracks. Fu Jingma dashed a few steps forward, spun around, and kicked up his leg. A slight numbness ran through his leg as the last layer of rocks crumbled down with a loud crash. He kicked his leg again, running out between the rocks. Chaos reigned outside. The explosion wasn't just in his mind tunnel, it also occurred outside. At this moment, he noticed that the ladder which originally served as an exit was now halfway collapsed. All the miners were squeezed beneath it, jostling each other, uncertain about how to ascend. Fu Jingma's expression turned serious as he looked up. The partially collapsed ladder had 2 miners standing atop it. If it weren't for the support provided below by others, the ladder would have toppled over. Just when Fu Jingma was about to step forward to help, 2 ropes dropped down, accompanied by a man's voice calling out, "Secure the ladder to the rope, I'll pull you up." The miners glanced up but couldn't make out the figure against the bright light above, although the voice sounded gentle. Shivering, they grabbed hold of the ropes, securing the ladder. Although it was still shaky, at least it wouldn't fall anymore. They didn't know who was above, but they marveled at the immense strength shown. Fu Jingma kept his eyes locked onto the mineshaft. In a daze, he spotted a few white figures clinging to both sides of the shaft. These figures only had shapes, very flat. Just like a sheet of paper. Watching the miners gradually being pulled upwards, Fu Jingma paid no further attention and directly charged towards Lin Mu's direction. Ho ho! Zombies peeked out from the iron door. Lin Mu stood on one side with Hizei on the other. They needed to stay put here, retreating would only guide the zombies toward the direction of the miners. There were still women and children there, and besides, glancing at Kang Tianming behind the iron door, would Kang Tianming possibly let them go? Likely, there were explosives planted all along the mine tunnel behind them. Mu, be careful. Okay. Hizei's dagger was too short, so he picked up some scrap iron from the ground. The first zombie finally crawled out from the door. With a flick of Lin Mu's wrist, the vine whip immediately shot out, piercing straight into the zombie's face. A splat sound resonated as the rotten head was pierced, leaving a hollow, spewing out chunks of flesh. The second one, third one, countless zombies emerged from the door, filling the mine tunnel with a pungent stench. Several zombies rushed toward Kang Tianming's direction, frantically pounding against the iron bars. Some had already crouched down on the ground, gnawing on Wu Jin's corpse. Wu Jin's corpse was fresh, the smell of blood spreading everywhere. The vines in Lin Mu's hand suddenly surged out of control towards Wu Jin, piercing a bloody hole in his wrist. Lin Mu froze momentarily in disbelief. What was it doing? It wasn't under his control at all, but acting on its own will. In this momentary lapse, 2 or 3 zombies snarled and rushed toward them. An iron rod whistled through the air, smashing half their heads off. Fortunately, Lin Mu's enhanced physical abilities meant that even though the rod belonged to an ordinary person, its force was beyond comparison. Angered, Lin Mu gave a sharp tug, causing the vine whip to reluctantly withdraw from Wu Jin's wrist. He was incensed. As an appendage of his, it shouldn't be disobeying orders like this. He poured all his strength into a strong swing of the vines, lashing them violently against the rock wall. Instantly, the wall shattered, rocks flying and gouging deep marks in the surface. This was Lin Mu's punishment. He wouldn't tolerate anything insubordinate. Even a slight lack of control in such conditions could cost him his life. Kang Tianming coldly watched Lin Mu's side behind the iron bars. Lin Mu's abnormal abilities were astonishing. The zombies couldn't reach Lin Mu for a time, but he had already gathered a ball of green smoke in his palm. Oh, there would be no leaving now. Initially, Kang Tianming thought about sparing Lin Mu just so he could savor his taste. There were faint glowing dots within the green smoke. This poison was deadly. A dense mass of zombies obscured Lin Mu's sight, who was busy controlling the vines, completely missing Kang Tianming's movements. However, Hizei, standing tall and robust before him, saw it. He knocked away an approaching zombie with an iron rod, feeling his hands numb from shockwaves. He kicked another zombie away and shouted, Mu, there's poison. Lin Mu glanced up and saw the green smoke in Kang Tianming's hands, cursing silently in his heart. Kang Tianming stared intently at Lin Mu, lips parting slightly to form the word, goodbye. With a flick of his wrist, the toxic fumes scattered, spreading toward them. Fu Jingma had once said Kang Tianming's poisons could cause paralysis. Neither he nor Hizei had undergone any kind of antitoxin training. If they inhaled even a trace of it, paralysis for half a minute could lead them being torn apart by these zombies. Behind them were explosives, while countless zombies lay ahead. In that instant, Lin Mu briefly wondered if this was where they might meet their end. But even if so, he'd drain every last ounce of his strength. The zombies surged forward in a throng. Dozens already lay sprawled on the ground, yet more continued to push through from the iron gate. Furrowing his brows, Lin Mu doubted whether this gate led directly to some sort of zombie pit near the mine entrance. Fortunately, the only solace was the gate's narrow width, preventing too many from spilling out all at once. Horror. Poison did nothing to affect zombies, as they reached with their arms, mouths agape, faces grotesque, leaping wildly toward Lin Mu and Hizei. The vines stopped dealing with the zombies one by one and instead flailed around wildly on both sides, sending zombie heads crashing down and ripping off large chunks of flesh with each sweep. Lin Mu could feel the vines' excitement, coldly snorting, "Let you enjoy yourself then when I die here." The toxin was nearly upon them. Lin Mu held his breath, his hands gradually weakening. There came a point when all strength drained from their bodies, making the raising of the vine whip increasingly slower. The putrid stench already clung tightly to their noses. Hizay killed another zombie with 2 strikes of his iron rod and pulled him aside. "Moo moo, run." Being torn apart by the zombies in front would be far worse than death from the explosives behind. Stumbling slightly, blood trickling from between clenched teeth, Lin Mu felt exhausted. All he could do was worry about Fu Jingmo. What if he was caught in the explosion? That was dynamite. Lin Mu didn't dare to think further. Just as the first zombie's hand brushed against his clothes, a roar came from behind. "Step aside." His entire body quivering, Lin Mu quickly retreated to the side. With a swoosh, black blades soared forth, splashing blood in the air. In a flash, heads of more than 10 zombies rolled away. Fu Jingma stood solemnly before Lin Mu, grabbing his forearm gently and turning back to ask, "Are you all right?" Shaking his head, Lin Mu let out a deep sigh, his heart suddenly calming. Zombies charged repeatedly, dying in droves only to be replaced by more. The green mist was also reaching them. Fu Jingma coalesced black mist which dispersed towards Kang Tianming, enveloping the green smoke and consuming it bit by bit until it vanished. Seeing Fu Jingma's appearance, Kang Tianming's forced smile fractured, exposing ferocious expressions beneath. Sweat covered his forehead. He was a primary level psionic, and just controlling the spread of this venom had already consumed most of his abilities. Though he was already much stronger compared to Hizay's powers. Clutching his teeth, Lin Mu fished out a small black object from his pocket. It was the remote control for the explosives. "Die, all of you die." Kang Tianming no longer bore the guise of an elite, his face twisted as he roared. Chapter 45, Mine Area, Mine Corridor Explosion. The red button was pressed, and Lin Mu's eyes widened in horror. There was no way they could stop it in time. The sound of the explosives detonating echoed from the direction they had come from. In the blink of an eye, Fu Jingma hurled a streak of black crystal, eliminating hordes of zombies within the mine corridor. He had noticed that the number of zombies coming out of the gate was gradually decreasing. With a loud shout of, "Into the gate," he took the lead. With Fu Jingma joining them, the situation turned dramatically different as Lin Mu and Hizay provided support on either side. Together, the three cleared a path. Behind the iron gate, the sounds of zombies shuffling their steps continued to echo. A sudden flare of fire illuminated behind them. The trio didn't have time to dwell too much. With the last of his energy, Fu Jingma conjured a vertical blade of darkness, tossing it into the narrow mine corridor. Instantly, gurgling sounds began to resonate. They had known since the zombies came out of the iron gate that this passage was much narrower than the outside, only able to accommodate 1 or 2 zombies at a time. Now that they looked, indeed it was so, only a few zombies could pass through at once. Once the leading ones were dealt with, those further back would find it extremely difficult to advance. The sound of the explosion drew closer. Stepping forward, Hizay kicked back a zombie, sending a chain reaction that knocked down several more. With Lin Mu using his vines to spike each fallen zombie, the trio advanced by stepping over the dead bodies of the undead. Underfoot lay the decaying remains of the zombies, occasionally squishing beneath their feet due to stepping on pieces of rotting flesh. The sticky, foul-smelling corpses made for an indescribably nauseating sensation. The mine tunnel violently shook as rocks rained down. Fu Jingma pulled Lin Mu close, and the three stayed still against the rock wall in a slightly wider section. Boom. Boom. The explosions persisted without end, until finally, the last one subsided. Their location was close to Kang Tianming's mine cave, where the dynamite was stored. Though the blast hadn't spread too close to them, they could still feel the heat emitted by the explosion. Leaning against the rock wall, the three of them finally caught their breath. Fu Jingma quickly adjusted his breathing, absorbing weak or one elements from the air to replenish his energy. Lin Mu was different from them, his power depended on his physical stamina. He sighed. Back when he rarely exercised, ever since the apocalypse started, his stamina improved because of his vines, but it still wasn't enough. After they got out, he decided he would have to rigorously train his physical strength. Shit, that bastard Kang Tianming has no shame using zombies to attack us. Hizay cursed harshly, but then suddenly became smug after realizing how many zombies he'd just taken down. Drawing closer to Lin Mu, he boasted. "Mu Mu, am I not awesome? One kick, one strike, it's badass me." Lin Mu curled his lips. This was the feeling of fighting shoulder to shoulder. Fu Jingma's flashlight was still on as Lin Mu lowered his gaze to see a deep blood mark on his cheek. "Fu Jingma, are you injured?" Opening his cold eyes, Fu Jingma casually wiped his face with the back of his hand. Sure enough, there were some blood stains. These were cuts from flying debris during the explosion, minor injuries. "Give me the medicine. I'll deal with it for you. There are too many sources of infection in a place like this." Fu Jingma hesitated slightly upon the cool eyes focused on him, unconsciously reaching for the medical kit in his backpack. Handing the flashlight to Hizei, whose gaze lingered on the slightly congealed blood on his face, Lin Mu helped clean Fu Jingma's wound, disinfect it, and applied a sterile dressing pad from the medical kit. Fortunately, everything in his bag was high quality and convenient to use. While leaning closely, his warm breath lightly brushed Fu Jingma's face, creating an itchy sensation. Gazing at Lin Mu's pale skin, Fu Jingma suddenly wondered how any man could possess such fine white skin. It looked very touchable. His Adam's apple involuntarily moved as Hizei shone the flashlight directly into his eyes, furrowing his brows. "Elder brother Fu, why are you always staring at our Mu? Suddenly, the atmosphere went quiet. Fu Jingma shot Hizei a sharp glare, prompting the latter to quietly move the flashlight away. Lin Mu ignored Hizei, looking at the sterile bandage in his hand and thinking aloud, "Next time on the road, we should collect some medicine. Even though we don't get injured often, it's better to be prepared." Fu Jingma nodded in agreement, putting things back into his bag. In just that short moment, the corridor zombies surged forward again, growling toward the group from behind the pile of dead zombie bodies. Hizei stared at the blood-soaked zombie, rubbing the goosebumps on his arms. There was no time to feel fear during the fight, but now it just looked downright disgusting. So, how do we get out now? The wind in this passage meant that as long as they cleared the zombies bit by bit, they could potentially leave. Lin Mu lowered his gaze toward Fu Jingma, who glanced back, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth, yet his eyes remained cold. In an instant, Lin Mu knew Fu Jingma had the same thought as he did. "We're not leaving. We go back through the iron gate. Kong Tianming can't be left." The tunnel had wind, the explosion at one end must have collapsed part of it, but Kong Tianming's decision to retreat to that side indicated there was an exit. Hizei scratched his head, figuring it didn't matter because both of their plans made sense. "No rush, let's recover our strength first." Fu Jingma pulled out some biscuits from his bag and handed them to Lin Mu before closing his eyes again. Having a partner who could understand him with just a look felt simply unparalleled. Leaning against the wall to rest, Lin Mu opened the biscuits and shared half with Hizei. Since Hizei hadn't used any special abilities and only fought zombies with a stick, his energy consumption was minimal. They needed to seize the time, they might not even need to look for Kong Tianming because he would likely come to them first. In the mine tunnel, Kong Tianming clung to the rock wall. The overhead mine lights had been destroyed in the explosions, leaving them with only a few handheld ones. Even though he had run into the iron gate, he assumed Lin Mu and the others had already been devoured by the zombies. A smug smile crept onto Kong Tianming's face. Fu Jingma might be skilled, but how long could he hold out after fighting all the way here? Humph. He had no idea that a third-tier ability user like Fu Jingma was incomparably superior to his own first-tier power. "Mr. Kong, what should we do now?" An underling peeked out hesitantly, asking him, "What about the mine manager? Should we find him first?" Thinking of Kong Qingdong, the useless man, Kong Tianming sneered. Screw that. He had placed 2 zombies in Kong Qingdong's cave, so by now Kong Qingdong had probably been eaten alive. Kong Tianming planned to use this opportunity to eliminate Kong Qingdong and then blame it on Lin Mu's group. That way, even Kong Qingdong's men wouldn't dare question anything. 10 minutes earlier, 2 miners standing on the shaft ladder were pulled up. Above, the mine lights flickered, and a young man stood casually next to the mine shaft. On the ground, 2 pale white paper figures tugged at the ropes. Ah. Ghosts. One miner fell flat on the ground as those 2 paper figures actually moved. The young man looked at them, raised an eyebrow, and with a flick of his hand, the paper figures disappeared into his sleeves. He was strikingly handsome, with fine features, but it wasn't surprising that the miners mistook the paper figures for ghosts. This young man himself was peculiar too. Dressed in a blue-gray silk garment embroidered with silver cloud patterns, his hair tied loosely at the back, at first glance he seemed ancient. But upon closer inspection, it was evident he wore a white short-sleeve shirt underneath, along with regular pants and canvas shoes. After patting his chest, the miner pointed at the rope bound to the minecart tracks and spoke. "It's yours to deal with." With that, he turned and left, walking slowly, somehow exuding a calm composure, untouched by worldly dust. Down below, cries for help came from the mine shaft. The 2 miners shook their heads, forgetting all about the strange man, and proceeded to pull the others up one by one. The young man strolled leisurely to the entrance. A small white paper figure emerged from his collar, tilted its head outside, then shrank back in. Effortlessly, he picked up the 2 large buckets of gasoline he had prepared at the door and walked back along the moonlit mountain path. Not long after, the sound of a motorcycle leaving echoed on the road outside the mining area. Chapter 46, Mine Area, Warm Breath. After approximately 20 minutes, Kong Tianming still saw no one emerging from the iron gate. Frowning, he remembered this mine tunnel indeed connected to the outside, a deserted tunnel later repurposed as a convenient passageway. When he assessed it, he questioned its safety. That pit full of hundreds of zombies, how could the 3 of them possibly survive? "Mr. Kong, should we leave now?" The miner guarding the rear shrank back at the sight of the revolting zombies sprawled across the floor ahead, their eyeballs turning milky white. They smelled awful and terrified everyone. Aside from seeing zombies at the beginning of the apocalypse, they had hidden inside the mine cave ever since. Some people never even saw a zombie from the start. At this moment, everyone was trembling, their faces pale. If it weren't for their fear of Kang Tianming's abilities, they would have run away long ago. A miner glanced at the mine tunnel behind him. If he kept running in that direction, there was a mine shaft where he could climb up and reach a high platform outside the cave. Kang Tianming coldly sneered at him with a glance. Having hidden in this small area for so long, Kang Tianming had meticulously planned everything today, the mine passage zombies, explosives, and spatial abilities, all intricately connected. He was both arrogant and foolish. He was accustomed to being in control, ever since hiding in the mine cave, whether it was Kang Qingdong or those incompetent miners, all served his will and were under his command. Lin Mu's trio became an unpredictable variable, which also angered Kang Tianming. He raised his chin slightly. Go, open the iron fence. Mr. Kang, there are still zombies on that side. Kang Tianming kicked him with his foot. What nonsense. Go. The miner hesitated, trembling as he pressed the button. The iron fence retracted, and Kang Tianming snorted before stepping toward the iron gate. The other end of the mine tunnel had already collapsed, blocking the passage with large chunks of rocks. Dust danced and swirled in the light of the mine lamps, refusing to settle. Zombies killed by Lin Mu lay sprawled haphazardly on the ground, the rock walls on either side of the tunnel splattered with bits of flesh. Some zombies not yet fully dead moved their hands and feet, struggling to bite Kang Tianming. He disdainfully fanned the dust from his nose and stomped half the head off one zombie lying on the ground. The 7 or 8 miners were still outside the iron gate, too scared to come inside. Among them were the men who bullied Xiaoyu last night, but now they looked awfully cowardly. Kang Tianming turned around and gave them a furious look. What? Do you want to die? He conjured a puff of green smoke in his hand and glared at the miners. With no choice, the miners mustered their courage, shaking and trailing behind him into the zombie zone. Standing firmly by the iron gate, Kang Tianming stared gloomily at the rusted door, licking his lips. Bang! Before he could act, the iron door was kicked open. Kang Tianming froze and turned to see that no one had pressed the opening button. The miner held up the mine lamp in front of him, and out of the dark hole stood Fu Jingma, a devilish smile on his face. His bloodthirsty eyes tightly locked onto Kang Tianming. Kang Tianming's scream got stuck in his throat before he even spoke. A vine lashed out, hooking around his body, dragging him inward. Losing his balance, Kang Tianming found himself tightly bound by the vines, unable to struggle free. Shit, cut it. Cut it, he shouted in a frenzied voice. Some of the miners quickly rushed forward and grabbed hold of Kang Tianming, pulling hard alongside Lin Mu, who was putting all his strength into holding on. The powerful vines created a tense standoff between the two sides. Fu Jingma stepped forward, grabbing the vine and giving it a mighty yank, sending Kang Tianming along with several miners tumbling to the edge of the iron door, screaming loudly. Lin Mu walked out, followed by Hizei, who conveniently kicked over a stack of corpses lying near the iron gate. Zombies immediately charged forward through the corridor, hoarsely rushing toward them. As soon as the three emerged from the iron gate, they kicked Kang Tianming and the miners crowded at the entrance into the enclosure and slammed the gate shut with a heavy thud. After locking the iron bars securely, the group retreated behind the iron bars and pressed the switch to lock it up. Wait for me a moment. Fu Jingma disappeared into a crevice in the rock wall. When he came out, his backpack was stuffed full. Lin Mu casually picked up a mine lamp lying on the ground, and the three turned to leave. From within the iron gate came frantic screams. Kang Tianming's poison abilities had no effect on the zombies, and Fu Jingma had already kicked apart the lock on the iron gate. Not far down the path, the gate burst open once more. Kang Tianming lunged out first, followed by a few bitten and mangled miners. They crazily clung to the iron fence. Lin Mu. Ah, damn it, let me out. Let me out. Kang Tianming furiously pounded on the iron bars, yelling at the top of his lungs as the zombies crept closer behind him. Lin Mu continued walking ahead, expressionless as if he hadn't heard a thing. Hizei turned back, making a funny face at Kang Tianming and giving him a friendly gesture. Trash. The desperate screams quickly faded away inside the mine tunnel. The wind brought a breath of cool air, slightly dissipating the strong stench of decay. This was the first real battle shoulder to shoulder, and it went well. They had won, and they were all still alive. Under the deep mountain forests during the quiet night, only faint moonlight illuminated the scene. On the wide platform in front of the mining area, the rescued miners sat around a truck on the ground. Below the entrance to the gates was the zombie pit. The sound of the zombies in the darkness was especially terrifying. Everyone shivered, neither daring to look that way nor wandering off. Xiaoyu was held in her mother's arms and timidly asked, "Mom, will those big brothers come out?" The frail woman glanced at the mine entrance and nodded, "Yes, they'll come out. Those few were all good people, only if they came out would these people truly be saved." After a long while, they finally saw some light at the mine entrance. It was a miner's lamp. Everyone looked toward the door. Lin Mu and his companions were slowly coming out, Fu Jingma at the front still appearing leisurely as ever. Xiao Yu stood up and excitedly called out, "Big brother." As Lin Mu approached, he waved at her, "Don't worry, how many people are here?" All the miners naturally gathered around, counting heads. 8 miners, 2 women and Xiao Yu as the child, a total of 11 people. When climbing out of the mine shaft, a few had been too slow and got bitten by Kong Tiancheng turned into a zombie and 2 other zombies. They didn't manage to escape. Lin Mu nodded. With such a group, they'd need a car to leave together. After discussing with Fu Jingma, the two decided to use the bus parked on the open ground. "You women and children go tidy up the bus. The rest of you find buckets and bottles, regardless of size, as long as they can hold gasoline, fill them all up and put them on the bus. Don't go down there, just search on the platform. Hizei, take them." "Alright, let's go." The miners followed Hizei, dispersing to look for bottles. Some climbed onto the nearby truck. After giving instructions, Lin Mu turned and saw Fu Jingma standing at the edge of the high platform looking down at the zombie pit. He squatted with one leg bent, his hand lazily resting on his knee. The wind blew his bangs, revealing sharp eyebrows and a prominent nose under them. He looked handsome. Lin Mu stepped forward and glanced below. "If we drive the bus out, the gate must be opened." It's fine." Fu Jingma glanced up at him, curling his lips slightly. Whenever he said it was fine, Lin Mu knew he had a plan, so he immediately returned a smile. The cool moonlight fell on Lin Mu's face, and Fu Jingma suddenly remembered the moment in the mine passage when Lin Mu treated his wound. His warm breath, the faint scent of grass and wood. Chapter 47, Mine Area, Fu Jingma's Comfort. Fortunately, they found some 20-liter white buckets on a truck after not much searching, which had been used for crane lubricant oil. Fu Jingma kept one bucket, and the remaining miners poured out the lubricant oil, taking each to fill with gasoline. There weren't many buckets, about 10 or so. Finally, they even filled the driver's large water flask from the truck and various beverage bottles. Altogether, they barely managed to get over 300 liters of gasoline, already quite a lot. Once they refill the bus, it would be enough for 2 vehicles to run over 1,000 kilometers. This way, at least before reaching the next city, there wouldn't be any concerns. By the time all the gasoline-filled buckets were loaded onto the bus, the sky was gradually brightening. Lin Mu asked Hizei to gather everyone. There were things that needed to be said ahead of time. Counting the number again, Fu Jingma raised his eyes to the crowd below. With no smile on his face, his cold expression made people uneasy just by standing there. Trained by the best troops, he was a man who had narrowly escaped death countless times in challenging missions. Raising his eyebrows, Fu Jingma spoke coldly. "We'll bring you to W City where there is a safe zone. Since you've chosen to leave, don't cause trouble or add complications along the way, understand?" His figure upright, at a height of 190 centimeters, combined with his calm and decisive demeanor, he somehow gave people a sense of security. Although, his words weren't very polite. The miners exchanged looks and all nodded. Being able to leave this place was already wonderful. There was a safe zone, and once they reached it, they wouldn't fear the zombies anymore and could survive. Lin Mu and Hizei stood behind Fu Jingma. This was the time when letting Fu Jingma speak was most effective. Nobody dared not listen. One person who knows how to drive stepped forward. A hand went up in the crowd. It wasn't tall, but appeared simple and honest, dressed differently than the miners. "Me, I know how to drive. This bus is what I drove here." Fu Jingma looked him over and responded, "All right, everyone grab a suitable weapon. In 10 minutes, everyone needs to get on the bus." The miners immediately went to look for weapons. The driver, called Old Zhang, got on the bus first to check it. Fortunately, all kinds of tools were abundant at the mine area, and soon the miners came back with shovels, iron rods, and mining picks. Everyone got on the bus. Fu Jingma sat in the co-driver's seat, Hizei was at the last row of seats, and Lin Mu stood by the door. The vehicle would go down the road on the right side. The sky had brightened. As Lin Mu had predicted, the zombie pit below was connected to last night's small mine passage. They had killed dozens of zombies yesterday, now there were still about 80 or so swaying around. Fu Jingma had installed explosives in the mine cave. Now he was tinkering with them in the co-pilot seat, having retrieved the silver pistol from Lin Mu. After finishing his work, he glanced at Old Zhang and pointed out a route. "Don't stop, just go straight out. Don't stop even when you reach the gate." That gate was locked with chains. Although Old Zhang wasn't sure if they should crash through the gate, he didn't dare to ask after looking at Fu Jingma's severe face and nodded in agreement. Since the other person was competent, following his advice was correct. The bus started, and everyone held their breath, gazing out of the window. Xiao Yu was pressed by her mother into hiding her head in her arms. The road was muddy, and the car swayed as it moved, going downhill at an unsatisfactory speed. Old Zhang's hands on the steering wheel were sweating from nervousness as the car gradually approached the bottom. The zombies had already noticed the noise, pounding fiercely on the barbed wire fence at the entrance and roaring with mouths wide open. Lin Mu reached out and gripped the vines, looking down. There were approximately 30 meters left before reaching the barbed wire fence. Suddenly, the passenger side window was pulled open. Fu Jingma's right hand grabbed a bundle of explosives, and his left hand hung onto the edge of the window. Half of his body deftly extended out of the car, and with a flick of his wrist, he threw the explosives toward the barbed wire. The zombies looked up and raised their hands, making strange noises without understanding what the flying object was. The explosives circled and then dropped directly inside the barbed wire fence. Fu Jingmo retracted his hand and took out his gun, aiming and firing with a bang. Within 2 seconds, the explosives detonated violently. The people in the car screamed and covered their ears, and dozens of zombies within the barbed wire were blown to bits. The originally unstable barbed wire also flew aside. Amidst the stench of burned flesh mixed with the putrid smell of zombies, it was nauseating. Old Zhang cautiously drove forward. The car crushed over the bodies of zombies, emitting squelching sounds that made everyone who hadn't seen such sights feel spine-chilling. Very soon, the second wave of zombies was coming again. Fu Jingmo repeated the process, blasting the path ahead clear of zombies. After 3 continuous rounds, the bus finally arrived at the gate. With one wave of his hand, he sent out a piece of black crystal, which directly broke the chain lock on the gate. Now aware of Fu Jingma's prowess, old Zhang stepped hard on the accelerator without hesitation, crashing through the gate and rushing outside. The bus joined the lane, and everyone let out a sigh of relief. The sound of laughter and quiet crying filled the air, marking their survival. Lin Mu raised his eyebrows slightly. For him, all this wasn't something to be overly worried about since he trusted Fu Jingmo. A dozen or so remaining zombies followed the bus unsteadily. He beckoned to Lin Mu excitedly. "Mumu, look quickly, Tianming Kong." Lin Mu moved backward slightly and glimpsed through the foggy windowpane, seeing Kong Tianming wearing a shirt and dress pants with his head tilted to the side. A large chunk had been bitten out of his face, and pieces of meat dangled from his stomach as he followed the car with the rest of the zombies. As the bus kept moving, those zombies gradually disappeared from view until they couldn't be seen anymore. When they reached the place where they'd hidden the car, Fu Jingma ordered old Zhang to stop. The 3 got off and drove their own car onto the road, refilled it with fuel, and conveniently transferred several barrels of oil into the rear compartment. Lin Mu handed out the mineral water collected by He to the passengers on the bus, also distributing some biscuits and similar snacks. It was not advisable to stop here. They'd better have a quick snack and wait to cook once they reached a safe location. He, who hated the crowding of the smaller car, decided to stay on the bus and sleep. So Lin Mu and Fu Jingma boarded their own car and drove in front as the guide. The 2 vehicles, one ahead and the other trailing behind, slowly departed on the mountain road and gradually left Pinko mine area behind. For 2 consecutive days, they slept only for 2 hours. Lin Mu's eyes had turned red due to fatigue. Fu Jingma, who was driving, glanced sideways at him. Compared to Lin Mu, as long as they didn't deplete their energy, sleeping wasn't much of a concern for those with abilities like Fu Jingmo. "Take a nap." Lin Mu responded with a sound. He rubbed his brow and propped one hand against the car window. Indeed, he was very tired, his body aching and fatigued from exhaustion. Yet his mind remained unusually clear, replaying everything that had happened in the mine area as if it didn't want to stop, like some sort of bizarre dream. The 3 of them had actually managed to deal with so many zombies, psychics, and explosives. It was something Lin Mu would never have imagined in the past. He couldn't help but think about Wu Jin again, the night vision mutant who had been strangled to death by his own vines. Lin Mu looked down at his hands, showing no particular emotion on his face. Although when Fu Jingma arrived, Wu Jin had already been devoured by zombies. Just looking at where Wu Jin died and how he'd been chewed on by zombies gave Fu Jingma a pretty good idea of what must have happened. "Don't overthink it," Fu Jingma offered, though he wasn't particularly skilled at comforting people, delivering the line rather dryly. Lin Mu noticed his rare lack of composure, which for some reason made him feel slightly amused. "I know, I'm just not used to it." Yes, not used to it, but he knew that if the apocalypse continued, there would come a day when he'd be forced to get used to this feeling. "Fu Jingma, have you ever regretted anything?" Lin Mu turned his head, his eyes gazing faintly at the person driving. It seemed Fu Jingma never feared anything, his eyes always showed such confidence, such calmness. Fu Jingma curled his lips into a small smile. "No, because I know I did the right thing." A moment of silence passed before Lin Mu also smiled faintly. He knew that under those circumstances, he too had done the right thing, he wanted to survive. Fu Jingma, they all had to live together. Feeling consoled somehow, Lin Mu exhaled softly, leaning back against the chair and closing his eyes as he relaxed and fell asleep. Fu Jingma glanced at him briefly. The youth's hair was soft, and his skin appeared somewhat pale. He knew that Lin Mu would grow, learn to face everything. Chapter 48, Dominate Lin Mu. When he woke up, the car had already stopped. There was no one inside the car. Looking out of the window, Lin Mu saw towering pine trees all around. In the distance, he could hear voices speaking. He stretched out his hand and massaged the corner of his forehead. This nap had been surprisingly comfortable, judging by the position of the sun, it must have been around noon. Opening the car door and stepping out, Lin Mu walked toward the source of the sounds. Despite the scorching heat outside, it was cooler within the forest grove. After a few steps, he spotted a stream ahead where Fu Jingmo was squatting on a rock, facing away from him, looking lazy yet giving off an aura of being like a lurking leopard. The miners were submerged in the river water as if boiling dumplings in soup, washing themselves. Truly, after staying so long in the mine cave, a thorough wash was more than necessary. Seeming to sense his presence, Fu Jingmo turned his head and said, "You're awake." Lin Mu replied as he gazed at the clear, flowing water and felt an urge to bathe himself. Hizei suddenly emerged from the water, shaking droplets off his hair tips, shouting loudly at Lin Mu, "Mumu, hurry up and come take a bath. Damn, it's so refreshing here." The river should really be called a small brook, its waters reaching only halfway up their waists. There were many large stones scattered throughout the riverbed, and they stood together within a natural pool enclosed by rocks. This spot was secluded, with clean water that hadn't been polluted. Unconsciously, Lin Mu thought, if someone lived in a place like this, perhaps they wouldn't have to worry about the zombies outside. He breathed in the fresh air laced with pine aroma, unbuttoning his shirt while still wearing the camo jacket of Fu Jingmo's. I'm coming. Though they had a water source provided by Hizei, they could at most only manage wiping their bodies. Soaking in a bath was indeed an extravagance Lin Mu had craved for quite a while. The two women had taken little Yu to a farther location, where they could not be seen. Since it was all men here, they weren't concerned about privacy. Lin Mu's skin was very white. Unbuttoning one button after another, his pale chest gradually became exposed. He was slim but not in a fragile way. Fu Jingmo looked up at him, the fragmented sunlight filtering through the pine tree branches casting dappled light onto his body, highlighting his hair with a slight tinge of chestnut. Leaning lightly on the stone, Fu Jingmo tapped his fingers and plucked a strand of grass, placing it into his mouth in a roguish manner. Feeling his gaze, Lin Mu turned his head and gave a subtle curl of his lips. "Won't you wash yourself?" Fu Jingmo raised his eyebrows. It was fine, just waiting for him to wake up so they could wash together. "Hurry up. Stop dragging your feet. Mumu, do you think there are fish here? Let's catch a couple to eat." Hizei kept yelling out from the water. Lin Mu smiled faintly. "Alright, catch them then. Lunch is on you." Having taken off his shirt, he bent over to take off his pants when his arm was suddenly grabbed by someone. The warmth of the palm was burning hot. Lin Mu looked up and saw Fu Jingmo. Fu Jingmo had already stood up, spitting out the blade of grass from his mouth. "Come on, let's go over there, I have something to tell you." With that, he started walking upstream without waiting for a reply. Lin Mu, upon noticing this, followed him. "Frog fun, all you ever do is hog Master Young's attention, how shameless." Hizei grumbled, picking up a stick to spear fish with as he kept his eyes on the water. The two walked about 15 meters before Fu Jingmo stopped. He began taking off his clothes. All he wore was a black singlet, with one tug from behind, it came off, revealing a straight spine and slim waist. Lin Mu couldn't help but stare at his body, the solid chest covered by thin muscles, followed below by an eight-pack that was clearly defined, with prominent abdominal lines vanishing into the pants. Very, very sexy. Although the word seemed inappropriate for someone like him, that's exactly what Lin Mu thought, this was the figure of a truly powerful man. His skin wasn't as fair as Lin Mu's, instead sporting a healthy wheatish tone that made his muscles look even more textured and handsome. As Fu Jingmo removed his pants, Lin Mu finally turned away, pretending to undress himself. He glanced down at his own belly devoid of abs, coughed awkwardly, and felt somewhat embarrassed. Fu Jingmo tossed his clothes and pants aside, stepping closer in his boxer shorts. "Why are you so slow? Hurry up." With those words, he gracefully leapt into the water, splashing Lin Mu all over. Lin Mu quickly pulled off his pants too, wading into the river. The icy water instantly dissipated the heat on his skin, making him sigh with relief. Fu Jingmo submerged his head underwater, only surfacing when he couldn't hold his breath anymore, his face dripping with clear water. The two stayed close together, while the others were still visible downstream. As Lin Mu washed himself, he asked, "What did you want to say?" Fu Jingmo leaned against a rock, lying back lazily with his eyes closed, basking in the sun. "That guy who rides the motorcycle, he's also a psychic." "Aha," Lin Mu responded indifferently, it wasn't hard to guess. After all, with so many zombies at the mine entrance, anyone daring to enter alone must have some survival skills. It doesn't matter much anyway. Yesterday, the shaft ladder collapsed, it was him pulling miners up from above. Seems like a decent guy. In truth, it wasn't really important news. Fu Jingmo just disliked seeing Lin Mu bathe alongside those dirty miners. "I casually asked them earlier, they said that guy can control paper figurines, quite intriguing actually." He splashed some water on himself before opening his eyes and looking at Lin Mu. "Aha, but what about that robed psychic? He seems to possess spatial abilities. He tried trapping me in several dark boxes, but it didn't work." Lin Mu didn't inquire further since Fu Jingmo sounded dismissive. Grabbing the clothes they'd left on shore, Lin Mu began rubbing them in the water, washing them casually. His delicate white hand scrubbed at Fu Jingma's black singlet, causing a strange feeling in Fu Jingma's chest. Once the clothes were wrung dry, Lin Mu tossed them onto some scorching rocks. After a quick rinse-off, the two stepped ashore. Downstream, the miners were wielding pickaxes and iron rods, following Hizei in trying to catch fish. Occasionally, their shouts could be heard, indicating successful catches. Glancing around, Lin Mu spoke, "Fu Jingma, I need to delve into its consciousness." I'll be here." The two sat down on a rock under the shade of a tree. Lin Mu closed his eyes. A familiar sensation enveloped him as Lin Mu entered that mental realm. He hadn't come here to chat with the sapling. Unusually determined, Lin Mu immediately took decisive steps toward the young tree, which seemed to sense his emotions. The sapling quivered slightly, its slanted branches drooping and leaves hanging limply, a rather listless demeanor. Without hesitation, Lin Mu extended his hand and grabbed the entire tree. The sapling trembled violently as a powerful consciousness flooded Lin Mu's mind. The sudden pain was overwhelming, his head exploded in agony, gripping the tree even tighter. Inside his mind, the sapling wailed softly, "Wah wah wah, you're bullying me." Huffing bitterly, Lin Mu sneered, "Bullying you? Wasn't it your plan to take my life?" The sapling whimpered pathetically, its body hurt by Lin Mu's grip, "I didn't mean to. Ignoring the zombies, you went after Wu Jin's blood, you wanted me to die from a zombie bite, didn't you?" Lin Mu gritted his teeth. Their consciousness was linked, so the sapling knew what he meant without words. Realizing Lin Mu was genuinely angry, the sapling became increasingly remorseful, his blood had energy, "I couldn't resist. I really wanted to drink it. I don't care what you are, if you want to be my psychic ability, then you can only absorb the energy I provide. Otherwise, whoever feeds you, you stay with them, not me. Leave me alone." The soil on the grassland had slightly bulged, with a bit more force, it could be uprooted entirely. Chapter 49, Xiaoyuan likes Mumu. The sapling shook its head vigorously. "No, Xiaoyuan wants to stay with Mumu." "Xiaoyuan?" Lin Mu repeated softly. "Xiaoyuan is my name, please don't abandon me. Mumu smells so nice. Xiaoyuan wants to stay with Mumu." The slender fingers applied a little more strength, and the young tree was almost uprooted. Its frail body quivered. "Mumu cannot, you'll die too, Wah. If you stay with me, don't do anything unnecessary. Even if we're both going to die, I will still throw you away." Lin Mu wanted to survive, but if this kept happening over and over in such dangerous situations, it wouldn't just endanger himself. Rather than that, it was better to cut off this potential harm now. "Mumu, Wah. Xiaoyuan won't." It felt incredibly aggrieved, its desire was simply to consume more energy to grow faster. Seeing it admitting fault, Lin Mu waved his hand to cast it away. The consciousness of Xiaoyuan was still connected to him, and he remembered how before, he would have to touch to sense its awareness. Judging from all the energy absorbed during this period, it seemed some changes had occurred. "There won't be a next time." Lin Mu softened his tone a bit. Thinking about it, it was also pitiful for such a small tree being left in the flower room for over a year, now so weak it could easily be killed by a mere hand. "Mumu, Mumu, Xiaoyuan likes Mumu so much." The little leaf trembled, rubbing against Lin Mu's palm. "Don't coo." "Oh, all right." Xiaoyuan nodded, and Lin Mu felt as if he could see it blinking its eyes. "Mumu, Xiaoyuan will protect you. But I want to protect my friends." Xiaoyuan will help Mumu protect them." Reaching out to pat its small leaves, Lin Mu said, "Let's go," and exited the consciousness. After Lin Mu disappeared at a glance, Xiaoyuan tilted its tiny branches and muttered to itself, "Mumu went so fast. I haven't even told him the big secret yet." Lin Mu closed his eyes, Fu Jingma had been watching him the whole time. Their clothes were still on the rock, and at this moment, they were uncivilizedly just wearing shorts. He shamelessly scrutinized Lin Mu's face, brows, and eyes. Lin Mu had a very delicate appearance, with long lashes and pink lips that looked soft. Just as he was observing intently, Lin Mu opened his eyes and saw Fu Jingma staring at his chest, coughing awkwardly. Fu Jingma withdrew his gaze without any embarrassment of having been caught. "How is it?" Lin Mu stood up to grab the clothes off the rock. "Nothing special, just went in to teach the kid a lesson. Yesterday it tried drinking Wu Jin's blood to absorb energy, almost inviting zombies. The clothes were only half dried, but he didn't care and put them on anyway. After all, under the blazing sun, they'd dry soon enough." It should be taught." Fu Jingma nodded in agreement and started dressing too. "By the way, it has a name, called Xiaoyuan." Fu Jingma raised an eyebrow, feeling a slight oddity cross his mind, a tree knows how to name itself. Lin Mu paused momentarily, it indeed was quite peculiar. The two slowly walked downstream. The two women had finished washing and returned, gathering firewood around the area. Seeing them come, Hizei flicked her hair, "Wow, Mumu, look how amazing I am. I caught 2 fish." Xiaoyu pressed on the wriggling rainfish and giggled, "Brother Mumu, we have fish to eat." "Alright," Lin Mu smiled toward Xiaoyu. A few fish were tossed onto the shore, each thicker than an arm, flapping violently and still very fresh. Seeing Hizei who was nearly soaked, Lin Mu shook his head and suddenly had an idea. Hizei. Hizei happily swam ashore and stepped onto a rock. What's up, Mumu? Am I handsome or what? Admire me, I'm an expert at catching fish. She lifted her chin and gave Fu Jingma a look as if challenging him. Fu Jingma sneered lightly and threw out a few black crystals, making 5 or 6 fish flip their bellies up and float on the water surface. Wah, fish, so many fish. The miners jubilantly gathered the floating fish, heading ashore to cook. Lin Mu looked at Hizei's greenish face and tried hard to suppress his laughter. Aren't you a water element psychic? Why don't you try controlling the water? Control water. Hizei's eyes lit up. How could he not think of it? If he couldn't produce water, surely he could control it. He channeled the energy in his body, staring intently at the water's surface. Tiny ripples spread out in concentric circles. Suddenly with a loud splash, a wave as tall as half a person surged toward him. Lin Mu dodged swiftly by jumping back. The wave drenched Hizei instead. No need to be so brutal on yourself, Lin Mu thought, encouraging him instead. He gave Hizei a thumbs up. Yeah, very good, keep practicing like this. Hizei turned around and glared at Lin Mu and Fu Jingma standing 5 steps away. If you had said that while standing next to me, I might have believed it more. After teasing each other enough, the idea of controlling water still seemed fresh to Hizei, so he continued his practice. Lin Mu touched his nose and returned to where everyone was preparing food together with Fu Jingma. The miners were used to working quickly, stacking stones and lighting a fire. The fish were cleaned efficiently. Lin Mu took down 2 iron pots, one big, one small, and some rice from the car. All these supplies had been gathered from villages they encountered previously. These grains were rarely eaten by their group. There were still 2 large bags in the trunk along with flour and noodles. For now, food wasn't scarce. However, if they came across any more food on the road, they would still collect it. These days, nobody would pass up extra supplies. 1 pot for boiling rice, another for fish soup, and then they strung several fish on sticks to roast. The meal satisfied everyone thoroughly, including Lin Mu, who ate a large bowl of rice and half a fish. When everyone started cleaning up after the meal, the 2 got into the car to look at the map. Hizei, still damp, also climbed inside. Brother Fu, where are we heading next? Their current position was on a road about 50 to 60 kilometers from the highway. After reaching the highway, they still needed over 100 kilometers to get to Wu City. In peaceful times, the journey would only take a few hours. But now, it could take days. First find the highway to Wu City, we can only use the expressway, all other routes require detours. Lin Mu sat in the driver's seat. After sleeping all morning, his spirit was nearly fully recovered. Let's head to the highway first. Hizei asked the old man Zhang in the back to count the number of people, and then the 2 vehicles set off again. Gradually, the cars approached inhabited areas, turning from the muddy mining roads onto cement ones. Everywhere was littered with dead branches and fallen leaves. Occasionally, abandoned cars lay crumpled at the sides of the road. Lin Mu had once heard a saying, something that hasn't been used for a long time might break once taken out again, just like these roads. A few days without vehicles had already made them look desolate. He sighed softly, watching the road carefully ahead as he followed the direction indicated by the map until he finally saw the sign for the Yiwu Expressway. Turning onto the highway from the smaller road, the road surface immediately widened. The sign showed there were still 125 kilometers left. If the road condition remained this good, they'd arrive in less than 2 hours. But clearly, that was unrealistic. To accommodate the speed of the bus, Lin Mu didn't drive too fast but kept it steady at 80 kilometers per hour. After only half an hour of driving, they spotted a bridge ahead. Wu City was mountainous, and most parts of this expressway were either bridges or tunnels. They had already passed through several tunnels earlier. Now, before them stood a bridge spanning between 2 mountains, but the bridge's surface was broken. Lin Mu slowly stopped the car and frowned. The bridge is broken, we can't go this way. Chapter 50, Geary Villagers. The gap where the bridge broke was irregular. Shattered steel rods and concrete remained scattered on both sides of the damaged bridge. Unable to take the expressway, they chose to detour. The 2 checked the map for a while. It showed that driving back 10-odd kilometers and exiting the expressway would lead them to a road they could bypass. Something's odd, Fu Jingma narrowed his eyes, pondering, why did that bridge break? Escaping yet blowing up bridges? It's absurd. Lin Mu looked up, the gap in the bridge indeed appeared to be blasted, which explained the numerous splattered rocks on the surface. Now, there was only one road available for the detour, they had no choice but to take it. Let's go. Doesn't matter anyway, haven't even figured out what we're really afraid of. Fu Jingma spoke indifferently, turning his gaze to the window outside. Seeing his current state, Lin Mu couldn't help but admire him. Everything that came to Fu Jingma was just like encountering a god and slaying it, nothing was insurmountable. Hizei got out of the car and informed the people in the rear vehicle about the situation, instructing the driver to turn around. Lin Mu moved back a bit, bypassed the bus, drove to the front to lead the way, and returned along the same path. In less than half an hour, he saw the place mentioned on the map. There was a sign at the exit, tilted awkwardly so its inscription was hard to make out. This road wasn't easy to navigate. It was originally just an ordinary highway, but for some reason, it was particularly damaged. There were cracks everywhere on both sides. Their vehicle was fine, as long as they drove down the center, but the bus behind them, if not for old Zhang's driving skills, it would have been difficult to pass through. The weather was hot, and all the windows were wide open. Lin Mu looked outside. On both sides of the road were wild grasses, swaying with the wind. Apart from their two vehicles, no other living things could be seen. The world had become so quiet. If one didn't have companions nearby, they might doubt whether they were the last remaining person. Ahead was a river crossing. Lifting his eyes, Lin Mu spotted the broken bridge overhead. This road was right under the elevated expressway bridge. The road surface was filled with cement blocks that had fallen from the bridge. Large and small, having plummeted from such a great height, these blocks had already created quite a few potholes in the road. Lin Mu slowly stopped the car. If they cleared away those cement blocks, they could barely pass through. However, after exchanging a glance with Fu Jingma, he sensed that there were people. Hidden among the grass on both sides, he felt someone present. He didn't know exactly how many. But with Fu Jingma by his side, Lin Mu was unafraid. Fu Jingma raised an eyebrow, opened the car door, and stepped out with a casual gait, walking to the rear bus. He tapped on the bus door, displaying a seemingly rough and tumble demeanor. Old Zhang opened the door. "What's wrong, Mr. Fu?" "There are stones on the road ahead." "All men, get out and move the stones." Actually, those shattered stones could be easily cleared by him and Lin Mu alone, but some traces by the roadside made him want to check. All the miners got out and started moving the rocks obediently. Lin Mu and Fu Jingma squatted leisurely on a large rock by the roadside watching. He scratched his head and also got out of the bus, looking at the stones. "What's going on?" His words were interrupted when Lin Mu stuffed a cookie into his mouth. Lin Mu glanced sideways, signaling him to keep quiet. He chewed the cookie in his mouth and found it rather tasty, chocolate-flavored. After swallowing the cookie, he leaned closer, lowering his voice. "What's up?" "Wait, there are people." As if on cue, a few burly men emerged from the grass. They weren't what Lin Mu had imagined, ferocious-looking figures. "Hey, what's wrong, young ones? Are you unable to pass? Do you need help?" There were 4 of them, dressed in simple linen clothing, wearing army green rubber shoes. In their hands were hoes, and on their backs were bamboo-woven baskets. Stopping to talk, they placed the baskets on the side of the road. Inside were sweet potatoes and potatoes. The miners were also simple folk, immediately smiling upon seeing them. "Sure thing, big brothers, give us a hand. These stones here are pretty heavy." Those few individuals discarded the hose they were carrying and enthusiastically approached to help. Lin Mu and Fu Jingma watched calmly, without speaking. After those men helped to move 2 blocks of stone, they couldn't hold back anymore. One man dressed in blue cloth walked over, wiping sweat off his neck with a towel. Realizing that the 3 of them were the leaders of this group, he squatted beside them. Though Fu Jingma usually gave off a stern, unwelcoming aura, this man intelligently sought out Lin Mu, who appeared more approachable. "Hi, little brother, I'm Zhou Fuyo. Where are you guys headed? How is it out there?" His eyes reflected simplicity and innocence, akin to that of a regular villager. Lin Mu turned his head and smiled. "Big brother Zhou, we want to go to Wu City, but since the bridge above collapsed, we've only managed to find this road." "Oh, this bridge has only collapsed a couple days ago." The sound was really frightening. "We live in that mountain hollow behind there, we didn't dare come out to look until today, now we've finally dared to dig some self-planted potatoes." He pointed behind him, and Lin Mu turned his head to take a look. Indeed, between the 2 large mountains, there was an area invisible from this spot which must have been where they lived. "Our place is a village called Zhao Mountain Village. Normally, almost no one comes here, we've heard that outside, there are those living dead things, terrible misfortunes." Lin Mu followed the man's words. "Yeah, it's really terrifying out there now. Living in these mountains might be a good thing." "Yep, you must have had it rough coming from outside. If you don't mind, why not take a rest at our village for a day? We've just dug some potatoes and sweet potatoes, perfect for dinner tonight." The man was full of warmth, his face even showing sympathy. It was evident that if they were ordinary people who'd struggled for days to get here, they'd already have been lured into the village by those potatoes. "Well, we're all citizens of Jigua, so when difficulties arise, we must help each other." Lin Mu glanced at Fu Jingma, then looked towards the miners moving stones ahead, asking, "Is everyone tired? Would you like to stay at Brother Zhou's village for one night?" Brother Zhou smiled innocently at everyone. "There are quite a few vegetables grown ourselves in the village, along with cured pork and sausages. If you don't mind, please stay overnight, consider us all as one family, in this world, we need each other's support." At the mention of the cured pork and sausages, the miners who were still hesitant immediately lit up their eyes. After all, after the apocalypse began, while hiding in the mine, they could only eat wild greens every day. Thinking about greasy cured pork paired with rice truly made their mouths water. They couldn't resist salivating right away. Still, they knew such decisions should depend on Lin Mu's group and thus turned collectively to look at the three sitting on the rock. Alright, Brother Zhou is so kind-hearted. Everyone, get back to the car, gather your belongings, let's go rest at the village for one night, and set off tomorrow. Lin Mu stood up from the rock, confirmed the decision, and said to old John, find a flat spot and drive the cars into the grass first. The miners looked delighted, happily getting onto the vehicles with their stuff, actually, just the weapons Lin Mu instructed them to always carry. He was utterly bewildered, no way, no way. He could see that these four people had something suspicious. Could Mu and Brother Fu be fools or insane? Following them blindly just because they were hungry for cured meat? Was it really all about craving for cured pork? Chapter 51, with your Brother Fu around. Those four individuals were very enthusiastic, waiting until everyone had parked the cars properly before helping pull some dry grass to cover and hide the vehicles. Lin Mu's team consisted of 11 miners plus their own 3 members, totaling 14 people. It was hard to imagine that, in this world of doom, anyone would willingly accommodate 14 strangers to dine at home. Brother Zhou and another villager led the way through the bushes first. Let's climb from here. It'll take less than an hour, everyone, watch your steps. He warmly chatted with everyone. There was a faint trail trampled by footsteps in the bush, and people naturally formed a line. The other 2 villagers quietly fell behind the group. From a distance, it looked like the 4 villagers were escorting the central group, a rather strange sight. After walking for more than 10 minutes, the group emerged from the tall wild grasses, revealing a few paddies ahead. Large fish could still be seen swimming in them. Following the levee upward, vegetable plots came into view, all meticulously tended. Thus, after nearly an hour, houses gradually came into view. The houses here were wooden, looking to have some age to them, scattered in different heights. There were about 20 or so households. Pebbled pathways were stacked neatly, with large platforms in front of each household used to dry crops. Rows of corn and chili peppers hung under eaves, making it seem as though this small village hadn't been affected much by the end of the world. Walking ahead, Brother Zhou moved aside the wooden fence blocking the entrance. That wooden fence resembled ancient ones built to fend off enemies, its wood pricked outward on both sides, the top points all sharply trimmed. Though this place is remote, it's still better to prepare for any situation. Let's head straight to my house, it's the big wooden one over there. Brother Zhou pointed to the largest wooden house, which had 2 floors and a vast open area in front capable of accommodating more than a dozen people. The miners had already grown familiar with Brother Zhou during the journey, simply thinking they'd encountered good people and felt happy to follow him home. As they passed through the gate, a subtle whiff of blood reached Lin Mu's nose. A few children played nearby, seemingly unfazed by the arrival of a large group of outsiders. They chased after a blue ball, laughing and playing. Shoo shoo, we've got guests. Little brats, go play somewhere else. 2 women walked out of the house, leading the miners inside to offer them tea. Little Rain tugged at her mother's clothes. Mom, I want to go play too. The peaceful and quiet village long ago put the miners' guards down. They thought that staying hidden here might be even better than venturing out. With her mother's approval, Little Rain followed the other children and joined them. Brother Zhou walked over, looked at Lin Mu and the others, and showed a friendly smile. Young brother, I haven't asked how you all are called yet. Lin Mu, this is He, that's Fu Jingmo. Fu Jingmo was standing with his back to them, lazily positioned on the edge of the platform, gazing off into the distance. Alright, Brother Lin, so tonight you'll stay at my place. My house has 2 large rooms, enough for everyone to sleep. Later, I'll have my wife prepare dinner for all of you. Sure thing, thank you, Brother Zhou. We're troubling you with so many of us. Lin Mu replied with a smile and expressed his gratitude politely. Brother Zhou waved his hand dismissively and returned inside. The sun shone brightly, yet Lin Mu felt a faint chill in his heart. He had been holding it in since the journey, and now that no one was around, he finally dared to ask a question. Leaning close to Lin Mu's ear, he lowered his voice, glancing warily around him. Mumu, don't you think there's something odd here? Lin Mu chuckled. No, not really, everything seems fine. Mumu, if you're craving cured meat, just tell me. But I feel like something's strange here. Huh, are you dumb or what? Lin Mu couldn't help but burst out laughing. Just relax, we've got Brother Fu with us, so what's there to be afraid of? He snorted, it did make sense, and then went happily into the house for tea. Once He left, Lin Mu walked over to Fu Jingmo. What do you think? Although Lin Mu knew something was wrong with the village, he hadn't figured out why Fu Jingmo wanted to come in. They could have refused those villagers' invitation on the road. Even if they had refused, those 4 people wouldn't have been able to do anything about their group. At the parking spot, there were motorcycle tire marks, and the bike was probably hidden in the grass. At their parking site, there were actually several sets of tire tracks, but only Fu Jingmo had seen the motorcycle's tire prints earlier, so Lin Mu couldn't discern anything unusual. You mean the special ability person from the mining area is here? Fu Jingmo stood up, stretching his legs and murmured an affirmative sound. Let's see what these guys are up to. Suddenly, Lin Mu felt that Fu Jingma seemed to have an overwhelming curiosity. Fu Jingma then put on an uninterested expression, looking every bit like a tall and handsome wastrel, swaying leisurely as he entered the room. Brother Zhou had gone to the field to pick vegetables, leaving only 2 women and an old man in the house. The old man held a tobacco pipe, a self-made one stuffed with sun-dried tobacco leaves. Smoke curled upwards as he puffed away. Wearing loose linen pants with nothing on his upper body, his arms and back were covered in sharp bones, his dark skin marked with spots from old age. He seemed completely oblivious to the people in the room. The 2 women, one in her 40s, probably Brother Zhou's wife, and another girl around 18 or 19 years old, likely his daughter. That young girl's face looked somewhat strange, as if she'd just been crying, with red-rimmed eyes and a puffy face. Zhou's wife brought Lin Mu and Fu Jingma each a cup of green tea. Lin Mu thanked her as she quietly entered the kitchen, looking somewhat wooden and absent-minded. The 2 sat on a long wooden bench, their cups of tea placed in glassware, a few tea leaves floating in them, giving off a delicate aroma. After the apocalypse, food wasn't scarce, but this kind of tea was rarely savored anymore. Lin Mu took a sip, finding it sweet and refreshing, which eased the discomfort in his heart. Truly, such a comfortable environment made people let down their guard, but he knew that regardless of where they were or how nonchalant Fu Jingma might appear, he was still like a crouching leopard silently observing everything. The miners drank their tea and also ate some peanuts Zhou's wife served, freshly planted by them. A few were already lounging outside enjoying the sunshine comfortably. It wasn't even half an hour before Brother Zhou came back carrying a basket filled with cabbage and radishes. Everyone rest a bit more, we'll get ready for dinner shortly. Little Rain's mother stood up hesitantly, saying, I can cook. Let me help. Brother Zhou paused mid-step, his expression momentarily unnatural, but quickly recovered with a hearty smile, no need, we can't possibly have our guests working. He carried the basket into the kitchen, and soon the sounds of slicing vegetables and chopping meat echoed through. As the sun sank below the mountains, twilight began to dim, casting the surrounding trees into shadowy outlines. Families lit their oil lamps, smoke curling gently from their chimneys. Looking behind him due to the terrain's elevation, the wooden houses were built one level higher than the last, climbing along the mountain. Brother Zhou's house was located right in the middle. Now, those wooden houses behind it looked like monstrous creatures with gaping mouths due to their dark, hollow windows, which appeared quite terrifying in the night. Although these houses were fully occupied, as soon as dusk fell, all sounds disappeared from the village. The only noises heard came from the crickets in the mountain forests and the occasional bark of a dog, echoing through the vast mountain hollows. Chapter 52, Locked into the Pig Pen. After everyone had almost finished eating the peanuts and drank several cups of tea, Brother Zhou and Sister Zhou brought out the food. Because there were many people, they moved the table directly to the yard, joining 2 rectangular tables together. The miners went inside one by one to carry out long benches. Green garlic chives stir-fried with cured meat, green vegetable egg soup, sour spicy potato shreds, scrambled eggs with chili, and steaming rice topped with glossy sausages. Everyone was already drooling, and if not for the early stage of the apocalypse where some manners from civilized times still lingered, they would have already rushed forward to devour everything. Brother Zhou put the last pot of braised pork ribs on the table, smiling at everyone, take your seats, please. Eat quickly. Sorry, we only have cured meats in this rural area. Please don't mind. Who would possibly care? Everyone immediately sat down. Lin Mu and his group also followed the miners to sit at the table. Glancing around, he noticed that aside from Brother Zhou himself, the rest of his family hadn't joined them at the table. Brother Zhou, aren't the elders and sister coming to eat? Lin Mu casually asked out of concern. Ah, no need, no need. They've already dished up their meals. They're used to eating inside. Brother Zhou laughed nervously, taking another few bites of his rice. That cured meat truly tasted delicious. Seeing Fu Jingma eating, Lin Mu also picked up a couple of pieces, finishing off more than half a bowl of rice. There was a slight itch on his leg, so Lin Mu glanced down and saw slender fingers resting on his thigh. Lin Mu was wearing a light gray tracksuit, and through the thin fabric, the warmth of those hands clearly transmitted to his legs. Why was Fu Jingma always so warm? Lin Mu's legs instinctively stiffened a little. The fingers moved lightly, forming a character on his thigh, soup. Lin Mu understood, there was something wrong with the soup. Glancing around, he noticed almost everyone had a bowl of soup, except Fu Jingma who didn't seem to have stopped anyone. It probably wouldn't be deadly. He turned to remind Hizei on the other side but saw Hizei had just finished an entire bowl of egg soup with a loud gulp. Placing the large bowl, clang, on the table, he wiped his mouth with his sleeve and contentedly burped. He patted his belly, noticing Lin Mu looking at him, and smiled back, Mumu, should I pour you another bowl? It's really tasty. Not necessary at all. I'll get it myself. In order not to expose anything, Lin Mu poured a small spoonful of soup into his own bowl, leaving the egg flour at the bottom, pretending to have just finished drinking it. Before long, someone wobbled and put down their bowl and chopsticks, slumping onto the table. Haha, how come they fell asleep after dinner, old Zhang, old Zhang? A miner tried calling out to old Zhang who had slumped over first. As soon as he finished speaking, he too slumped down. Beside him, Hizei muttered, "Mumu, I feel sleepy too." With a bang, he collapsed after finishing his sentence. Lin Mu and Fu Jingma also feigned being knocked out, lying face down on the table. They ended up facing each other. In the instant before closing his eyes, Lin Mu saw Fu Jingma wink at him. It was quite bold, not fearing Brother Zhou might notice. "Hey, how come everyone fell asleep?" "Brother Lin, Mr. Fu, go sleep inside." Zhou Fuyo stood up and shouted a few times theatrically. An old voice called out from behind, "Enough, lock them up in the pig pen." Pig pen. Lin Mu thought for a moment, since they were merely going to be locked up, there shouldn't be any immediate danger. "Got it, Dad." Zhou Fuyo waved a hand toward the night sky, and doors of the surrounding houses swung open simultaneously. From the pitch-black doorways emerged villagers with numb expressions, each holding ropes and rushing down. Apparently, during the mealtime, these villagers had been hiding behind the wooden doors closely observing this area, making the atmosphere truly spine-chilling. "Grandpa, Father, stop this." A young girl's voice called out from inside the house, followed by the sound of her footsteps running out. "Sister Yuan, don't meddle in adult matters." Sister Zhou tried to stop her daughter but failed, allowing her to rush outside. The grandfather turned around and gave his granddaughter a glare, causing Yuan to suddenly halt in her tracks. Her eyes rimmed red as she stared at her grandfather and father. What's happened to this world? Yuan didn't understand why it had come to this, but she had seen on her phone that those people were zombies. They were already dead, kept moving only because of a virus inside their bodies turning them into walking corpses. The villagers in the hamlet were ignorant and isolated, none of them believed her words. Her father and grandfather insisted that they were just sick and would be cured once medicine became available. No, they are dead. What they consume, they eat living people. It was true that the bridge on the highway couldn't be repaired, but her father and others had blocked the road and lured many unsuspecting travelers into the village. "Father, stop this. My brother is already gone, already turned into a zombie." The little girl's face streamed with tears. These people had families too. She lost her beloved brother and didn't want others to suffer the same fate. Zhou Fuyo suddenly turned around and struck the little girl across the face. "Your brother loved you so much, yet now he's sick, and you won't even feed him. Ungrateful wolf. You're nothing but trouble." His expression turned savage, all traces of his earlier amiability gone. Mrs. Zhou embraced her daughter tightly, red-eyed from losing her son. Yuan, let's go back inside. Go to sleep. Come with Mom." The young girl was dragged and pushed back into the house. The villagers, with their dazed expressions, moved forward and tied up every person who had collapsed. The night grew darker as they lit kerosene lamps. Lin Mu felt himself being carried over a stone staircase by someone on their shoulders. The mountain breeze blew cool against his skin. After about 10 minutes, the person carrying him stopped, unlocking something before the smell of dry pigsty came wafting through the air. He was thrown onto the ground. "Count again, 14 here, plus 5 from yesterday, 19 in total. Make sure no one's missing." A slightly rough voice, it was one of the 4 villagers from earlier. Someone counted the captives aloud. "You're right, Mr. Wu, there are 19. All right, lock it up then, we'll feed 2 more tomorrow." The pair left the pig pen, pulling shut the iron chain and locking it, their footsteps fading soon after. Cold moonlight filtered through the cracks in the straw roof. Lin Mu quietly opened his eyes, meeting Fu Jingma's steady gaze. "Hush." He silently mouthed the word, a faint warm breath grazing Lin Mu's cheek. Lin Mu nodded lightly, holding his breath and making no sound. 15 minutes passed, and outside the pig pen, another set of footsteps receded. Lin Mu finally relaxed. "They're gone," Fu Jingma whispered, fiddling behind his back for a moment. The hemp ropes binding him fell loosely to the ground. He untied Lin Mu next. Hizei was genuinely unconscious, lying amidst the heap, snoring softly. Since there was no immediate danger, the two of them decided to untie Hizei but left him undisturbed for the time being. Chapter 53, Harascal. Pausing for a moment, Fu Jingma flicked his wrist, launching a black crystal directly at the ceiling. From the roof, a limp piece of paper fluttered down, a pale yellow sheet punctured with a hole in the center. It resembled the shape of a paper figure. Looking at it, Lin Mu remembered what Fu Jingma had mentioned earlier about the mutated person in the mining area. Humph. Behind them came a sigh, and a figure stepped forward, regretfully retrieving his paper figure and tucking it back into his clothes. Lin Mu looked up and saw a man dressed neatly in a blue-gray silk shirt paired with white short sleeves, sporting canvas sneakers and with a small tuft of hair tied back. "Hi, I'm Lin Mu." The man nodded slowly, speaking in a calm and gentle tone. "Hello, my name is Shenrangshen." He brushed off a bit of straw clinging to his clothes, a fleeting look of disdain flashing in his eyes. "If you're a mutant, why not escape?" Fu Jingma leaned back against a pile of hay, arms crossed, staring coldly at Shenrangshen. "Oh, I'm waiting for you guys." His eyes were honest and unguarded, though a hint of difficulty crossed his face momentarily. "The gasoline is heavy, I can't carry much, and my motorcycle ran out of fuel. So I thought I'd wait for you all while I'm here. He glanced at the unconscious people on the ground, and anyway, I can't save them alone. There are 2 power mutants in this village. That was indeed true. In the early days of the apocalypse, power mutants with direct abilities like enhanced strength were far more useful than strange abilities like theirs. Strength mutation simply increased based on the original foundation, whereas other special powers required further exploration and utilization to master effectively. Shen Rengchen could have escaped alone easily, but it was clearly impossible for him to leave with 4 other people without sustaining any harm. Oh, how do you know we'd rescue them? Shen Rengchen, with a clear gaze, looked at Fu Jingma and said, you guys are very capable, and besides, you have to pass through here if you want to go to Wu City. Why do you think we're going to Wu City? Because it's either Wu City or the other side, which is Yichang City. 1 in 2, I guessed right. From the moment Shen Rengchen spoke his first word, his expression never changed, maintaining a frosty aloofness. He seemed intelligent, yet what he said was straightforward enough, as though any question asked would be answered earnestly. Or perhaps, compared to being smart, should one say he was pure naive? Lin Mu thought about it. It turned out that when they had just entered the mine tunnel and felt someone watching them from the shadows, it wasn't a person at all, it was Shen Rengchen's paper figure. What's your special ability? Apparently, Shen Rengchen took a liking to Lin Mu. He leaned closer toward Lin Mu, causing Fu Jingma's brows to slightly arch. You emit a very strange life force, it makes people feel very comfortable. Lin Mu was momentarily speechless. Xiao Yuan had also said something similar before. My special ability is talismans, paper cutouts enchanted with spells that can follow my commands. Also, there are some minor techniques of my sect. Oh, forgot to mention, I am the 56th generation master of the Suyang Daoist Temple. He nodded slightly, dead serious, but Lin Mu felt like a crow flew over his head at this statement. Master. But then again, what could be more absurd in this world than humans turning into zombies? Gene mutators. Fu Jingma spoke coldly, chewing on these words for a moment. Holy crap. What kind of hellhole is this? Hizei stirred faintly from the pile of hay, stretching his hand to grab onto something and trying to stand up. Holy crap, Mumu, my head hurts. The big guy, standing at 186 centimeters, suddenly got up and accidentally fell back onto his rear end with a thud. What the heck? All 3 looked at Hizei simultaneously. His eyes were still squinted shut, filled with confusion. Feeling the silence and awkwardness in the air, he lifted his head and saw who was staring. Damn, who are you? He locked eyes with Shen Rengchen, whose immediate reaction was, wow, this guy is handsome. Second reaction, wait, oh no, those pants are actually yours. Shen Rengchen's face turned red immediately. He pulled up the pants Hizei had tugged down and pointed at the ground, lips quivering, trying to shout but unable to get any words out. You pervert. Coming back to his senses, Hizei gave him a glare, puffed up his chest, huh. I've got all that you've got, probably bigger too, and it wasn't even intentional. Shen Rengchen gritted his teeth. The earlier composed demeanor was gone now, his fingers crunching loudly as he clenched them tightly. Alright, fine. Sorry, okay. Hizei patted his butt and stood up, looking at Lin Mu. Mumu, what's going on? Weren't we having cured meat just now? He licked his lips. That cured meat really smelled good. Lin Mu glanced at him. Yeah, there was something drugged in the food. You got taken down. Huh. Low-life tactics. So unfair. Why weren't you guys affected? It was in the soup. I saw how happily you drank it, so I didn't tell you. Ha. Shen Rengchen chuckled lightly, mocking him for being an unlearned newbie. Chapter 54, Yellow Scrap. Hizei glared fiercely at him. How could he have thought this person was attractive just now? Humph. Okay, stop fooling around. Let's think about what to do next. Lin Mu interrupted. Everyone's eyes went to Fu Jingma, as if whenever decisions needed to be made, everyone naturally passed the buck to him, expecting him to handle things. This was the tacit understanding among the 3 of them, a testament to Lin Mu and Hizei's trust in him. Fu Jingma gathered his thoughts. The pigsty was fully covered by sturdy wooden boards, and the gate was locked. The villagers assumed that because everyone was tied up, there was no need to leave anyone to guard them further. Hey, isn't it possible for your paper figure to look around? Find where the zombies in this village are being kept. Lifting his chin, he gestured toward Shen Rengchen. They simply trick passing travelers to feed the zombies, completely foolish. Frog's interest. Brilliant. While others keep cats or dogs, they're trendy enough to raise zombies instead. Hizei gave a thumbs up. Fu Jingma gave him a sharp look, and he immediately shrank back and shut his mouth. The stench inside the pigsty was unbearable. Fortunately, they were outside on open ground near the pigsty, where black heaps of droppings could be seen. It seemed that many pigs used to be raised here. Perhaps they were all fed to the zombies, which was why the villagers needed to hunt for live humans to feed them. The group found a clean spot to sit down. Fu Jingma glanced at the people on the ground, they were all ordinary folks, and it would take until dawn for them to wake up. Lin Mu placed Xiaoyu beside her mother and then sat down next to Fu Jingmo. Shen Rangchen originally only had 2 paper figures, but Fu Jingmo had just broken one of them, leaving him with just one now. He held his 2 fingers together and muttered, "Hurry," as decreed. A small paper figure popped out from his collar, identical to the one that was just broken, round head, no facial features or clothing, just a shape. The little paper figure stuck its head out. Despite having no eyes, everyone felt like it was looking around. Shen Rangchen quietly said, "Go." The paper figure zipped out from his collar in an instant, floating lightly and moving quickly along the wall corner, slipping through the gap in the wooden door. "That's pretty cool." He Zai's eyes widened. Why did it feel like everyone else's special ability was more powerful than his? Once the paper figure went out, Shen Rangchen closed his eyes. He could share the vision of the paper figure. Before Lin Mu and the others arrived, he had originally sent the paper figure out to find the location of the zombies. However, after seeing the villagers bringing them in, he hid on the roof to watch over them. It was late at night, but in this remote place away from the city, the moonlight was quite bright. The paper figure clung to the edge of the stone, inching upward slowly. He observed during the day, it seemed that the topmost wooden house was guarded, and no one was allowed to enter. When the children kicked their ball towards it, they were all chased back home. The paper figure carefully approached the topmost house. Sure enough, there were 2 people standing guard at the entrance. Those were the 2 strength mutators Shen Rangchen had discovered. Mutators' senses were extremely acute, so Shen Rangchen cautiously controlled the paper figure. Being merely a first-tier mutator, prolonged control was consuming a lot of his energy, sweat forming on his forehead, his slender brows slightly furrowed. Zai stared at him without blinking, thinking logically, couldn't this ability be used for sneaking around, able to see everything? He turned and buried his face into Lin Mu's shoulder, giggling. Lin Mu shook his head and knocked his forehead lightly, "Behave yourself." Thanks to years of friendship, Lin Mu knew exactly what kind of dirty thoughts Zai had just based on his expression. "Brother, hey, do you think my mom and the others can really turn back into humans?" "Who knows? Whether they're human or ghost, we don't know. Anyway, if the village head says we should feed them, then we will." "Hey, but I'm not feeling right about this. I can't sleep at night, feeding live humans to them." "Don't say any more." Talking about these things at night with a group of living dead behind them made both of them feel uneasy. If it weren't for their loved ones inside, who would dare sit here? The heavy sighs in the darkness carried an inexplicable sense of pity. Taking advantage of the pause in conversation, the paper figure slipped into the wooden house through the crack between the stones. Shen Rangchen in the pigsty shivered, the sudden shift in perspective nearly catching him off guard. He swiftly gathered himself, using more energy to stabilize the paper figure. Although he knew they were keeping zombies, the sight before him still shocked him. The ground inside the wooden house had been completely hollowed out, a pit 3 meters deep, making the entire house like a wooden lid covering this enormous hole. It was because of this that the paper figure almost fell down as soon as it passed through the door. Down below, there were densely packed, rotting, decaying zombies with gray-white eyes, their mouths wide open, groaning as they looked upward. They pushed against each other, due to the 2 strength mutators guarding the entrance. All the zombies gathered near the door, attracted by the scent. On the other side of the pit, there was a tiny area left untouched, where candles burned, and spirit tablets lined the space. This was the ancestral hall of the village. Shen Rangchen frowned. Only such a backward village would still think those below were alive. Or perhaps, they were just deceiving themselves. Chapter 55, Fu Jingma sets fire to the ancestral hall. In no time, the paper figure returned via the door crack, slipping back into Shen Rangchen's collar. "It's the topmost wooden house, it's the village ancestral hall, hollowed out, and there are many zombies." He briefly described what he had seen. Since there was no one in the villagers' hands, the group didn't have any reservations and could even handle the situation immediately and leave. Their car was still parked down the road, though camouflaged. It wouldn't be hard for someone determined to find it. The longer they lingered here, the less appropriate it became. "Zai, wake them up." Fu Jingma spoke gravely, looking at Zai. Me? How do I wake them up, brother Fu?" Zai pointed at his own nose tip, utterly confused. "Can your water only be used for drinking?" "Oh." Then he glanced at Lin Mu. "We're going to the ancestral hall, Shen Rangchen, you stay here and guard with Zai. Once the ancestral hall is touched, the villagers will quickly come up." "I don't want to." "I won't." The 2 people who disliked each other spoke in unison, but Fu Jingma shot a cold glare, shutting Zai's mouth and making Shen Rangchen turn his head away irritably. However, just as they were about to leave, there was a sound from outside the door. Footsteps. One person. The group held their breath, watching the wooden door as the chains on it rattled slightly. It took some time, but then the wooden door was pushed open. A thin girl appeared in the doorway, startled by the 4 men staring directly at her. She was Zhou Fuyo's daughter, Zhou Yuanyuan. You. Among these individuals, only Lin Mu and Shen Rangchen looked somewhat amicable, though Shen Rangchen wasn't adept at dealing with human emotions. Lin Mu stepped forward and spoke gently to the girl. Yuan Yuan. The girl nodded, fidgeting with her clothes nervously, clearly terrified but standing still nonetheless. We are leaving now. You know they're zombies, already dead. Zhou Yuanyuan had overheard the conversation between her father and others. She was not as ignorant as the other villagers, so Lin Mu didn't waste much time explaining. We will destroy all the zombies, otherwise, they will continue to harm any living person that passes by. Destroy. The little girl murmured, tears brimming in her eyes. This village was small, with families living here generation after generation, all knowing each other by name or related in one way or another. Her brother was inside, along with her uncles. But she knew it was wrong to let them continue this way. The young girl choked back a sob, wiped her eyes with her hand, and nodded resolutely. I understand. I just wanted to let you out. My dad and the others are asleep, escape quickly. Lin Mu couldn't help but admire the girl. Alright, wait here. We'll handle it. Stepping toward the door, Lin Mu paused before leaving and added, you can think about it, if you want to leave, you can come with us. Though the village seemed peaceful, it was close enough to the road below that it wouldn't take long before someone discovered it. If ill-intentioned people came, it could spell disaster for them. This was the end of the world, where even a single meal could incite violent fights. 2 strength mutants weren't enough to protect everyone. By now, Fu Jingma had already walked out the door. When Lin Mu joined him, the two began ascending the steps, with vines coiled loosely in Lin Mu's hand. Perhaps due to being disciplined last time, the vine, or Xiaoyuan, obediently curled around his wrist and brushed against it softly. The 2 strength mutants stationed near the entrance immediately spotted Lin Mu and Fu Jingma approaching. They stood up from the bench and raised their axes. You, what do you want? You cannot come near here. One of the villagers recognized them from earlier today. Wu, brother Wu. These people came from the pigsty, how did they escape? Next to the bench lay a round copper gong. Brother Wu instantly picked up a wooden mallet and struck it hard. The deafening sound echoed through the entire village, reverberating among the mountains. Lights lit up in the houses below almost immediately. With creaks and groans, doors opened, and the villagers armed with hoes and axes rushed up the stone stairs. Zhou Fuyo led the charge, glaring venomously at Lin Mu and Fu Jingma, completely devoid of the hospitality shown earlier in the day. Brother Lin, we've treated you well with food and drink. Now what do you intend to do? Fu Jingma let out a cold laugh, unable to resist mocking them, feed us until we're stuffed, then throw us into the zombies. You have some nerve keeping such a horde of zombies. Standing close enough, they could already hear the hoarse growls emanating from the zombies inside the ancestral hall, rising and falling continuously, numbering at least 100. There were 30 to 40 households in this village, perhaps 100 or 200 people altogether. This is our village matter, none of your business. If you plan to use me as food, you expect me not to intervene. Black mist rapidly spread around Fu Jingma's body under the moonlight, looking quite terrifying. As a level 3 mutant, his presence alone made the villagers silent. He strode confidently towards the entrance of the ancestral hall. Seeing him approach, the villagers lost control and lunged forward with gritted teeth. Attack. Beat these strangers to death, they're trying to ruin our ancestral hall. Kill them. My child is still inside. My parents are in there too, brother Zhou, kill them. A shrill cry erupted from the crowd as they all surged forward. Lin Mu's gaze turned stern. He swung the vine whip in his hand, violently lashing it onto a long bench and throwing it toward the villagers. With immense force, the bench struck the front line of people, causing them to stumble and fall, barely prevented from rolling down the stone steps by those behind them. Apart from the 2 strength mutants, these were all ordinary people. Even if they had some brute strength, how could they possibly match Lin Mu? In a calm tone, he looked at them with icy eyes. All of you, step aside. If you keep this thing here, it will continue to harm others. No one deserves to be their food. Villagers who had fallen on the ground included men and women, young and old. Realizing Lin Mu's power, they simply sat there wailing aloud. My child. My son is still inside, please help. I beg you not to kill them, they're just sick. The cries were heart-wrenching and mournful, like thick ink enveloping Lin Mu completely. In this apocalypse, was there anyone who hadn't experienced losing a loved one? Unless, like him, they had no family left. Few families survived entirely intact, and Lin Mu's brow furrowed tightly without a single step back. They needed to accept the reality of this world now. A loud crash sounded. Fu Jingma had kicked open the ancestral hall's door with a single blow. Despite expecting what lay inside, even Fu Jingma's expression flickered with a hint of surprise when he saw it. These people were truly extraordinary. More than 100 zombies were crammed into a large pit, their mouths open towards him, attempting to climb out in a frenzied manner. The overwhelming stench of decay and blood filled the air, their grotesque appearances terrifying, yet only these villagers regarded such creatures as human. The candlelit tablets opposite remained lit as Fu Jingma took a step back, then kicked both wooden doors hard, sending them flying into the pit. As he moved, the villagers' cries grew louder, silencing even the cricket chirps in the grass. He focused, summoning black blades to cleave through the roof. Shattered wooden planks came crashing down, blood splattering everywhere as zombie heads exploded en masse. Carried by the gale, black crystals hurtled toward the candle flames. The oil lamps before the memorial tablets fell into the pit, quickly igniting the broken wood. Fu Jingma sneered coldly, turning his head back to look at the villagers as towering flames raged behind him. The disfigured faces of the zombies showed no perception of pain, reaching out sharp hands even after being burned halfway to death. Chapter 56, Lucy and Gina. Is this what you call sickness? The beams caught fire, crackling audibly under the night sky. His voice rang out clear and resolute amidst the weeping villagers whose expressions gradually turned numb as they turned away, unable to bear watching their so-called loved ones burn. Among the over 100 villagers in the town, very few remained, perhaps only 20 or 30 souls besides those transformed into zombies. Fu Jingma stood upright and composed, his straight posture resembling a majestic pine tree, exuding an air of reliability and trustworthiness that even strangers would instinctively feel. We'll leave in 10 minutes for the safe zone in Wu City. Those who wish to go can follow us. He glanced at the two strength mutants. Can you confirm you're able to guard this place properly? After today's encounter, they finally realized there were always stronger people out there. They were too frightened to even attempt a fight, but this was where they'd lived for generations, a place with land and food. Ignoring them, Fu Jingma followed Lin Mu straight out. By the pigsty, everyone was drenched, some half-soaked, some wet only from the head, while the luckier ones only got splashed in the face. They all exited the pen and looked up at the flames overhead. Yuan leaned against the wall, tears streaming down her face as she stared at the direction of the ancestral hall. Shen Rangchen glanced at Hizei disdainfully, truly a failure, unable to control his own powers. He pulled out a yellow talisman and lightly tapped it with 2 fingers. Strange black markings appeared on its surface. Lin Mu raised an eyebrow, having seen vermilion talismans before but never black ones. Raising a finger, the talisman gently floated toward the ancestral hall and vanished into the flames without a trace. Without pause, Fu Jingma led the way down the mountain. Passing by the Zhou family residence, he entered and retrieved his backpack. The elderly patriarch still sat in the living room smoking, his expression apathetic. Dad, let's go with them. There's a safe zone outside, this place is dangerous. What if bad people or other mutants come? Behind them, Yuan's pleading voice echoed as Zhou Fuyo stubbornly shook his head. No, our roots are here. I'm not leaving. Father. The father and daughter descended from the stone steps. The old man stepped outside and looked at his granddaughter and son. He was the village chief, and now all the villagers were watching him. He glanced at the ancestral hall still burning. After a few minutes of silence, he deeply inhaled from his tobacco pipe. Go then, whoever wants to leave can go. He was extremely thin, his eyes almost bulging as he spoke, and afterward, he returned indoors with his hands clasped behind his back. Lin Mu didn't linger further, they lined up and started walking down the hill. The descent took much less time than the climb, it took only half an hour to reach the road. Old Zhang went to retrieve the bus from the pile of wild grass. Thankfully, no one had passed through this place during the last few hours, so everything remained as it was. With a flick of black crystal, the large stones on the road exploded into gravel. The miners immediately moved forward and began clearing the rocks. They finally understood what was happening. They had nearly fallen into the jaws of death. Once again, Fu Jingma and Lin Mu saved their lives today, filling them with both fear and gratitude. Lin Mu sat inside the vehicle, examining the map under the car light. As he lifted his gaze, he noticed someone sitting on the hood of the car, one leg bent lazily. The curved back exposed muscles with clear texture. Lin Mu glanced at the map in his hands, then couldn't resist looking up again. Suddenly, a sound came from the grass. 5 villagers emerged, carrying baskets on their backs filled with rice, flour, and clothing. Well, there are still some sensible people around. Hizei smirked and muttered that line before boarding the vehicle. Seeing that Yuan wasn't there, Lin Mu sighed inwardly, but her parents were here, so it made sense for the young girl to stay. The group increased from 14 to 24. Luckily, the bus could accommodate everyone. Once the road was quickly cleared, they refueled the SUV completely. Fu Jingma also got in the car. He took the driver's seat and reviewed the map with Lin Mu. When the rear door opened, another person squeezed in, nudging Hizei closer. Holy crap, what are you doing here? Where's your cool motorcycle? Shen Rangchen shot him a glance and pointed to the bus behind them. Found it on the way, but I don't drive well, so it's left there. Get out. Get out. Hizei tried to shove Shen Rangchen, their auras clearly clashing. Go to the bus. I won't. I get motion sickness, I need to sit here. His tone was slow and deliberate, closing his eyes to rest comfortably against the backrest. Crap, Brother Fu, can't you manage him? It didn't matter anyway, the SUV was spacious enough even with one more person in the back. Moreover, Shen Rangchen had no ill intentions and might be useful later. Fu Jingma said nothing, merely casting a cold glance at Hizei. Shen Rangchen, let your paper figure watch the back, make sure those few don't cause trouble. Fu Jingma pressed the horn, signaling old Zhang to prepare to depart. Shen Rangchen didn't open his eyes, yet the little paper figure previously hidden in his collar appeared. Lucy, go ahead. He softly gave the command, and Heze's eyes widened. Holy crap, your piece of paper has a name. Lucy. How fancy, a Taoist master using such a foreign name. Quit messing around, let the man rest. Lin Mu shook his head, intrigued by Shen Rangchen. By the way, sorry about breaking the other one. Recalling the paper figure destroyed by Fu Jingma, he wondered if it also had a name. Shen Rangchen slightly raised an eyelid and looked at Lin Mu, liking him. No problem, I forgive you. Her name is Gina. Lin Mu smiled and turned away. In the rear bus, the paper figure, or rather, Lucy, was lying over the passenger seat's backrest, gazing at the people behind despite having no eyes. Everyone knew she was watching. Beside her, old Zhang felt uneasy deep inside. Deep into the night after descending from the mountain, everyone leaned their heads back and fell asleep in the vehicle. Only those few villagers kept staring out the windows at the mountain hollow direction, where lingering smoke arose from the dying embers of fire. Chapter 57, We Will Survive. The car drove northward continuously, the poor condition of the road slowing it down, but thankfully, they encountered neither zombies nor reckless individuals. As the world changed, the psychics rose to the top, reshaping order. This became truly an era of brute force communication. Leaning against the car window, Lin Mu gazed outside at the swiftly retreating mountains and wild grass. Even amidst this barren world shrouded in pitch darkness, dawn would eventually break, however difficult the journey. What they had to do was stay alive until dawn. Fu Jingma, what do you think Wuxia looks like now? Can the safe zone really protect everyone? The two people in the back seat were already asleep. Shen Rangchen sat up straight with a straight body, while Heze slept in a lopsided manner, half of his body lying on Shen Rangchen's legs. Fu Jingma's eyes turned cold, and he glanced at Lin Mu whose soft side face appeared somewhat blurred in the darkness. I don't know, but the black box gave me the coordinates for the safe zone, at least the current safe zone is still relatively secure. Everything about this world has long since gone beyond normal people's understanding, no one knows what will happen next, or whether the safe zone will fall. All these are unknowns. Fu Jingma always states present facts, though harsh, they provide more comfort than false hope. It doesn't matter, we will survive. Lin Mu's voice was very light yet determined as he turned his head. The light at this moment gradually brightened, the road extended infinitely. On the horizon ahead, an orange-red sunlight appeared, landing on his delicate, pale face. Fu Jingma finally saw his face clearly and then faintly smiled, the chill in his eyes being softened by the sunlight. The cars, one in front of the other, gradually approached Wuxia City. The dilapidated highway cost them an extra 2 hours on the road. By the time they reached Wuxia, it was already 9 o'clock in the morning. They found a secluded spot and parked at the intersection of the toll booth. Heze bit into a dry biscuit from before, the inferior quality biscuits they found when searching the village on the way. On the blue package, 3 big characters were printed, Chu Cc. Hey, the cured meat yesterday was truly fragrant. Today, we have only this substandard product. After drinking some water to swallow the overly sweet and greasy biscuit, Shen Rangchen sneered lightly at Heze's laziness despite being greedy. Hypocritical Taoist. Fu Jingma and Lin Mu were studying the map they found at the service area. According to the coordinates on the black box, the place was approximately in the suburbs to the northeast of Wuxia. Their best option was to cross through the eastern streets and drive over the Yangtze River Bridge directly out of the city northward to reach the safe zone. Otherwise, they'd have to detour, which would indefinitely extend the travel time, and no one knew how long it would take to reach the safe zone. Let's go, start from the eastern district. Wuxia is considered a tourist city, and the maps in the service area were quite detailed. Lin Mu pointed at the bridge across the river on the map. Beyond that point, there was a commercial district. As expected, there would be numerous zombies. Wuxia's urban population exceeds 2 million. Their 2 vehicles entering the city were akin to 2 small boats in the sea. If they encountered a large number of zombies, they could be instantly overwhelmed. Fu Jingma looked at Lin Mu's cautious expression. Lin Mu, we have no other choice. Lin Mu retracted his hand. He knew this was the optimal route. If they chose to detour or bypass Wuxia, the next city would still give them the same options, and perhaps even more challenging situations. Having made up their minds, Fu Jingma let Heze and Shen Rangchen go to the bus behind. After getting off the car, Heze took over old Zhang's steering wheel. Though old Zhang's driving skills were okay, he might not be mentally prepared. Shen Rangchen was responsible for protecting the people inside. Among the 5 villagers from yesterday, Wu Gu, the physical mutant, was also there. With him along, it did add another fighting force. Still, the SUV led the way, and the 2 cars passed through the toll booth and headed towards the city center. Half an hour later, wandering zombies started to appear on the road, but their numbers were not significant. They didn't even need to stop and clear them. Chasing after the cars, they soon disappeared. Due to the terrain, Wuxia has many elevated bridges built in strange ways. Driving on them, you could see below another elevated bridge packed with zombies reaching out their hands toward you but couldn't catch up, adding a touch of humor amidst their troubles. All went well enough as the cars entered the Eastern District. The Eastern District consisted of commercial zones and residential areas. Lin Mu had mentally prepared for streets filled densely with zombies, but everything seemed different from what they expected. It was eerily quiet. There were overturned vehicles scattered everywhere, flying bits of paper and garbage, but surprisingly few zombies on the streets. In their estimations, they had prepared to face thousands of zombies. The car drove slowly, and the quiet environment didn't relax the two. Instead, it made them even more cautious. Perhaps, they've been lured away by something. Lin Mu looked up at the surrounding houses. The architectural style here was somewhat European. On both sides of the street, there were cream-yellow houses with ornate European carvings around their edges and windows. Many window glasses had shattered, leaving only dark hollow windows. After driving for a few more minutes, Fu Jingma slowly stopped the car and said coldly, "They're ahead." As a third-tier anomaly changer, his hearing was naturally much better than Lin Mu's. Only after holding his breath and listening carefully could Lin Mu hear the sporadic grunts mixed with the sound of water flowing. Glancing around, he noticed that the pedestrian road sign, which read, "Cross River Bridge," lay toppled to one side. Are they on the bridge? Lin Mu frowned. They had to go through the Cross River Bridge. If not possible, they would need to approach the city center's bridge, far too dangerous as that area would be packed with zombies. We should check it out first. The car started again. Shen Rangchen's small paper figure sat in the back seat where he had been before, transmitting every word accurately into his ears. Be careful, there are zombies ahead. He glanced at Hizei who was driving, speaking calmly. In just over 10 minutes, the sound of the river became clearer. Golden sunlight shone on the Cross River Bridge. They no longer needed to distinguish zombie sounds since about 100 meters away on the bridge, countless zombies crowded densely. Fu Jingma stopped the car once again, halting the bus as well. Seeing this sight from the driver's seat, Hizei couldn't help but mutter, how many zombies can there possibly be? The entire Cross River Bridge spanned several hundred meters. This was already the shortest among the bridges in Wuxi City. There wasn't a single gap on the bridge as zombies pushed each other around. Due to overcrowding, many zombies were constantly being shoved over the railings and into the river below. Still, even more zombies streamed onto the bridge from both sides. On either side of the bridge, arch-shaped steel frameworks lined the way. Following the direction of the pushing zombies, Lin Mu spotted more than a dozen people sitting on top of the steel structure's highest point. No wonder the zombies were all trapped on the bridge. There were still living people above, like dangling bait, making these zombies eagerly want to reach them, saliva dripping uncontrollably. Chapter 58, Argument. Wow, this is insane. How do we get past? Is it some kind of zombie siege? Hizei stared at the bridge, chilled to the bone. Just these zombies could kick the bus into the river with a single foot. The passengers inside also watched in horror, tightly covering their mouths to prevent making any noise. Even the usually composed Shen Rangchen stood up from his seat. Silence filled the car, a silence similar to seeing hope right before having it crushed yet again. Even Lin Mu found it hard to think straight when faced with this overwhelming scene. What should they do? For a moment, he thought about whether they should return along the same path and find another route. However, they had almost studied that map thoroughly. Moreover, those people on the bridge had clearly hung on there for many days, surrounded by thousands upon thousands of zombies below, barely clinging to life while sprawled atop the structure. Lin Mu turned to look at Fu Jingmo. This always calm man had a faint smile on his face, leisurely bending one leg to tighten the laces of his military boots, then switching to the other. Lin Mu showed a little bewilderment. Fu Jingmo picked up the map, looking at it again briefly. The Cross River Bridge extended south to north. To the left toward the west was the city center, but further east were factories and large warehouses. Within just 2 minutes, Fu Jingmo plotted a plan in his mind. If they could lead the horde of zombies to that area, they might still use the cover of factory buildings to shake them off. Lin Mu, you go to the bus. He spoke nonchalantly as if he were saying the most ordinary thing. Lin Mu's eyebrows knitted together more tightly as he remained seated, immediately understanding what Fu Jingmo intended to do. Fu Jingmo, there are too many zombies. The man in the driver's seat glanced up, smiled faintly, with sharp, fierce features tinged with a hint of rogue attitude, responding indifferently, we'll just lure them away, it's a factory zone, we can guide them to that location, then you'll pass through the bridge. And we can save those useless people along the way. A warm touch came as Lin Mu's hand pressed lightly on Fu Jingmo's arm resting on the steering wheel. Fu Jingmo turned to him. Lin Mu's pupils were pale, unlike his own deep, ink-like gaze, which seemed quite fierce. I'm going with you. Lin Mu exhaled sharply, speaking with difficulty. It made no sense to let Fu Jingmo risk it alone. With an additional person, there would be added strength. There's no need, I'll be back soon. Wait for me at the safe zone. He gave a slight smile, casting a glance at the bus behind. Gripping his fingers tightly, Lin Mu gave him a hard look and repeated, I'm going with you. Furrowing his brows, Fu Jingmo's expression turned serious. Get down, Lin Mu. The air stiffened for a moment, then after a long while, Lin Mu released his clenched teeth, exhaled sharply, and opened the car door to get out. A trace of annoyance welled up inside him, his usually cool features now cold enough to scare, something almost unprecedented during their journey so far as they'd barely ever had an argument. He was angry at himself for not being strong enough, but even more infuriated by Fu Jingma's seemingly casual attitude. Perhaps he might die, considering how many zombies were out there. Why could Fu Jingma be so calm about heading out alone? He suddenly realized, had Fu Jingma never feared anything? Was he always prepared to sacrifice himself? Mu Mu, what are you doing here? The bus door opened and Lin Mu stepped inside. Drive the bus closer to the edge carefully, prepare to cross the bridge any time. All of you squat down and stay quiet, Lin Mu said coldly, sitting in the passenger seat and keeping a tight eye on the SUV just less than 5 meters ahead. As if sensing Lin Mu's emotions, He also fell silent. Fu Jingma checked the car thoroughly. Before the apocalypse began, he'd gone through countless missions, each one bloody and nearly fatal. But this time it was merely leading the zombies away. He couldn't quite explain why he didn't want Lin Mu to join him. The faint warmth where Lin Mu had touched his arm lingered on his skin. Looking at the horde of zombies ahead, Fu Jingma smirked coldly. Glancing back into the rearview mirror, he saw that the bus had already quietly parked at the roadside. Flexing his neck with a practiced ease, Fu Jingma gripped the steering wheel and slammed down on the gas pedal. The SUV roared out loud and swiftly approached the cross-river bridge. The bus shrank rapidly in the rearview mirror, stopping at the side of the road after a sudden brake. Zombies who noticed the car staggered toward it, surrounding it. The pedestrian railings on the side weren't much taller than these, tripping several of them in the process. Fu Jingma turned on the car stereo. Fortunately, there were still some CDs in this car with top-notch sound quality. He lowered the windows and turned the volume all the way up. Instantly, every zombie growling on the bridge paused mid-motion, stood dazed for a few seconds, and then swiftly charged toward Fu Jingma's car. Spinning the wheel, the rear end swung around elegantly, making the zombies follow closely behind the vehicle in high speed, knocking over several of them. His sharp eyes calculated the speed of the descending zombies while simultaneously checking the bridge's length that seemed to stretch endlessly. The music continued playing in the car, and the zombies kept charging one after another. When the first zombie was about to touch the car, Fu Jingma threw out a black blade from the window, decapitating a batch of the zombies' heads in front. Over 100 meters away, aboard the bus, Lin Mu stared intently at the SUV by the bridge. His hands tightly gripped beside him, the smooth nails digging into his palms without his noticing. It should be enough now, it's time to go. A voice within him screamed loudly. Although aware of Fu Jingma's impeccable ability and judgment, he still hoped Fu Jingma would leave soon. More and more zombies surrounded the SUV until Lin Mu could no longer see the car clearly, not even He was able to hide his concern. Lifting his gaze, Fu Jingma looked at the bridge, it was sufficient. Regardless of how many he led away, the rest could only be dealt with later. The black blade shot out again, breaking a gap to the east, and with a full throttle, the car crashed through several zombies, speeding towards the planned direction. The zombies relentlessly pursued him as he slowed down, luring the zombies behind. Thousands of zombies, perhaps tens of thousands, all the zombies closer to this half of the bridge rushed off the bridge, leaving those left aimlessly wandering on the suddenly open space. What happened? An obese man clinging to a steel framework wiped sweat from his forehead. His name was Li Su, the president of a listed company. He had been lying there for 2 days, almost unable to hold on. Apart from him, his wife, daughter, and youngest son were also there. His older son had fallen down the night before. Torn apart right in front of him, his wife had fainted from crying, and she now lay stiffly atop the framework, fortunately supported by short guardrails on either side. On the opposite steel structure, 3 others lay, they were strangers to him, yet they incited his anger. These 3 people had attracted the horde of zombies. Initially, they'd thought it was safe on the bridge, planning to sneak across to find a safe zone, but those 3 people had drawn the zombies straight to them. Then more and more kept coming, trapping them where they were. Boom! A massive explosion resounded. Fu Jingma clapped his hands, slipping back into the car. Excellent, 2 explosive charges remained from the mine. The zombies chasing behind were blown over by the explosion, and the loud explosion attracted even more zombies from the bridge. He restarted the car and continued driving towards the factory. Far away, on the 14th floor window of a building opposite the cross-river bridge, a man looked through a telescope. Hey, what's happening over there? The young teenager observed the SUV leading the zombies like walking dogs, then throwing a bomb. It was awesome. Take a look. Someone stepped forward behind him, took the telescope from his hand, and gazed at the other side. Chapter 59, Crossing the Bridge. When the SUV disappeared from sight, there were still hundreds of zombies left on the bridge. Lin Mu tightly watched the location of the cross-river bridge, his heart racing fiercely. If they just drove straight over and ignored the people on the steel frame, there would be no problem. Zombies weren't all gathered in one place, the bus could speed past while he used vines to clear them out. As for Shenrongchen's abilities, he hadn't seen them yet, but it would suffice to simply drive through. This was an opportunity brought by Fu Jingma that they must seize. But there were people up there, 3 on the left, 3 on the right. Lin Mu's expression darkened as he turned to look at the people sitting inside the bus, speaking gravely, "Take all your weapons. There are still survivors on the steel frames. If we can, we'll take them with us." No pressure, he would do his best, but if he couldn't save them, so be it. The miners had gone through much with them and said nothing, each gripping tightly onto their mining hammers and shovels. The 4 villagers carried machetes, now drawn from their bamboo baskets. "Make sure all the windows are closed. If the zombies really get in, you have to protect yourself." He couldn't ensure the safety of everyone, so each person could only rely on themselves. Shen Rengchen pulled at his clothes, searching for something inside. It was then that Lin Mu noticed a blue cloth bag strapped diagonally across his chest under his white shirt. It was rectangular, neatly pressed against his body. From the bag, he took out a stack of yellow talisman papers. Lin Mu had only seen these kinds of things on TV before. Shen Rengchen's talisman seemed smaller, only as wide as 2 fingers together. On the talisman paper were black ink-drawn symbols, similar to those Lin Mu had seen in the village. Shen Rengchen flipped through them, then with a twist of his wrist, put them all back into his palm. Lin Mu didn't inquire further, figuring he would soon know about Shen Rengchen's powers anyway. "He's be careful." Though He's usually acted boisterously, every time danger struck, he quickly regained his composure, probably due to his sports background which gave him a strong heart. He gestured toward Lin Mu with an OK sign, eyes fixed ahead, mentally planning the route to follow. Seeing everyone prepared, Lin Mu sat in the passenger seat, with Shen Rengchen guarding near the door. Hundreds of zombies, far more than when they were at the mine, and worse, Fu Jingma wasn't here. Lin Mu felt uneasy, forced himself to calm down, trying to deal with the predicament at hand. Time couldn't be wasted or else the zombies on the road would gather beneath the steel frames of the bridge again. Opening the passenger window slightly, he said coldly, "Let's go." The bus started, slowly entering the road. The cross-river bridge could accommodate 4 vehicles side by side, with divided lanes for motor vehicles on either side. It was quite spacious. Thus, the hundreds of zombies spread out sparsely across its width, gradually approaching the entrance of the bridge. Through the 14th floor window, the pair of eyes behind the telescope, adorned with long lashes, swept across, her eye makeup elegantly curling upward. This was a woman's gaze. She wore military camouflage clothing that somewhat resembled Lin Mu's own, the belt around her waist outlining a lean and strong figure. At this moment, she too noticed the commotion below. It appeared that the earlier SUV had been drawing the zombies away for this bus. "Corporal Chen, how long until reinforcements arrive?" Chen Shaoran was the small officer who handed over the telescope. Checking the time, he raised his head and replied, "Lieutenant, less than 10 minutes. Wen Tang responded lightly, continuing to observe. Gradually, the zombies on the bridge noticed the approaching bus. A few stragglers returned from the direction where Fu Jingma had previously left. Lin Mu spun his wrist, vines flying directly outward, piercing into those rotten heads. Instantly, the foul odor worsened. Mu, I'm getting on the bridge." "Alright, stop at the left steel frame." Naturally, the bus full of people was far more appealing than the ones on the steel frames. In an instant, the zombies swarmed over to surround them. He's calmly controlled the bus as a group of 3 to 5 zombies approached. He slammed his foot on the gas, crashing into them. The zombies were hit flying, their blood and brains splattering onto the windshield of the bus, creating a grotesque mess of red and white. Lin Mu extended the vines out of the window, clearing all the zombies within 10 meters of the bus. The vines seemed excited, slicing off several zombie heads in an instant. The severed heads of the zombies landed heavily on the ground, while one zombie's eyeball rolled out of its socket, evoking a chilling sight. The bus did not slow down, arriving directly beneath the steel frame. The people above had already noticed the approaching bus and shouted loudly, "Save us! Save us!" Lin Mu cursed silently at their stupidity. Their shouting would only gather more zombies faster. As the brakes screeched, the bus stopped close to the steel frame with a loud sound. He's parked the bus at a position that was approximately level with the height of the descending steel structure. It was impossible for them to open the door and let the people above enter, as they'd surely be torn apart by the zombies before reaching the bottom. The best plan was to have them descend to a height similar to the top of the bus and then jump onto it. Every minute the bus stayed on the bridge increased the danger exponentially, as the zombies swayed closer to the bus from all over the bridge. Lin Mu leaned halfway out of the car window, his vine whipping through the air forcefully. With each swing, he killed 3 or 4 zombies. Yet this couldn't keep up with the speed at which the zombies were closing in. Since the bus chassis was low to the ground, if they completely surrounded it, they wouldn't be able to move an inch, jeopardizing everyone's survival. Shen Rengchen reached out and opened a window before him. His paperman figure flew out from the window, instantly growing to half the size of a human once it landed. What had been a plain, slightly yellowed piece of paper now jumped onto the back of a zombie, its hands grabbing the head and violently tearing it off. Lin Mu glanced over and felt a chill run through his body. Like the vines, the bizarre wonders of the apocalypse could not be comprehended with normal minds. However, suddenly he regretted that Fu Jingma had messed up his other paper puppet, Gina. Though slower than the vines, Shen Runchen's paper figure still managed to clear a large portion of the zombies around the bus doors. The people above, 2 men and a woman, hesitated repeatedly about coming down. They feared there were too many zombies below, believing it safer to stay on the steel frames. Behind the bus windows and along the body of the vehicle came the sound of nails scratching, signaling that the first zombie had already collided with the bus. Its decaying face pressed against the glass, wildly screaming toward those inside. The gray-black nails scraped against the bus, emitting an ear-splitting noise, making everyone's hair stand on end. This was just an ordinary bus, and eventually, it would be unable to withstand the assault. Chapter 60, Lin Mu in Danger. Lin Mu gripped the edge of the bus window tightly with both hands, bent his waist, and flipped onto the roof of the bus. An action of such difficulty would have been unimaginable for him just 2 months ago, but now, with Xiao Yuan enhancing his physical capabilities, it was a breeze. He threw the vines in hand, steadying himself, then looked up at the 3 individuals above. While others were attempting to save them, they still lingered uselessly atop the steel frame. One young man had climbed down partway, but the woman refused to descend. She clutched the steel frame tightly, trembling all over, tears streaming down her face in pure terror. "No, there are too many zombies below. I won't go down. You have 1 minute to make your decision, or we'll leave without you." Lin Mu's voice was cold, even showing a hint of impatience. He turned and took a few steps towards the rear of the bus, striking decisively. Vines swept out, producing continuous crackling sounds. Blood splattered everywhere as the surrounding zombies fell like flies. If he couldn't eliminate them one by one in time, rendering them immobile would work just as well. Seeing Lin Mu's strength, the young man gritted his teeth and continued climbing down. "I'm leaving anyway, staying up here is waiting to die. If you don't come, that's your choice." The other man glanced at the woman lying on the steel structure, his girlfriend. Despite having barely escaped together, he was also ready to leave. On the steel frame, his stamina was nearly depleted, and sooner or later, he would fall into the horde of zombies below. Back in civilized times, they had pledged their love forever. Now, he realized how much he truly feared death, weak-heartedly saying to his girlfriend, "I'm going too. Hurry up and follow me." The girl stared uncomprehendingly at her boyfriend, who was about to leave, crying uncontrollably and almost breaking down. The man gritted his teeth and climbed down, his body trembling stiffly after 2 days of immobility. Finally, he managed to step onto the bus roof. The 2 men huddled together in the middle of the bus roof, shaking all over as they stared at the bridge below. The girl seemed to regret her decision and hesitated, shakily trying to descend further, but the zombies gathering around grew increasingly numerous. "Moo, let's go." Hize's voice came from below. Watching the zombies slowly surrounding the bus front made Hize more anxious by the second. The crashes against the rear of the bus grew louder, and occasional screams could be heard inside the vehicle. Lin Mu gripped the vines in his hand even tighter, taking a few steady steps forward. Then, with a flick of his wrist, the vine shot toward the girl on the steel frame. In an instant, it coiled tightly around her body and pulled her off, letting out a scream as she was swung onto the bus roof. The whole process was seamless. Stunned for a moment, the girl finally broke into tears when embraced by her boyfriend. "Hize. Go." With a sharp command, Lin Mu swept away the zombies in front of the bus with his vines. Crouching to steady himself, beads of cold sweat rolled down his pale face. Despite the blazing sun that should have been heating him up, the rapid loss of energy left him feeling waves of chills. At the same time the bus reactivated, the sound of shattered glass rang out. Lin Mu now couldn't leave the bus as zombies surrounded both sides of its front. A strength-enhanced survivor wielded a machete in front of the broken window, and 2 miners hacked at the zombies outside alongside him. They had no choice but to rely on themselves. The woman and Xiao Yu took refuge in the central aisle of the bus. With a roar, the bus rammed through the horde of zombies in front, reversed several meters, and turned through a gap created where the railing had been smashed earlier onto the right-hand side road. As the bus entered this spot, Li Qingdong jolted his wife awake with slaps and shouts. Her eyes vacant, she sat on the railing, staring at the people on top of the bus. Those 3 people, were the ones who had brought the zombies here, causing their son's death. It was them. Her dull eyes suddenly ignited with a frenzied hatred, her teeth grinding together with a creak. The bus parked beside the steel structure, and Li Qingdong muttered under his breath, "Don't go, wait for us, we'll come down." Shaking with fear, his heavy body moved awkwardly yet swiftly. Zombies from the opposite direction either chased through the opening they created or crossed over the median barrier. Lin Mu stood up, his lips quivering slightly as his chest rose and fell sharply, every breath a painful stimulation to his fragile airways. The bus swayed unsteadily. They had wasted too much time on the other side, and now not only the zombies on the bridge, but also those from the streets, surged toward them in a noisy throng. Li Qingdong stepped onto the bus roof, exhaling deeply, and reached out to pull his wife and daughter. "Come on, hurry, the zombies are coming, they're coming." Wiping the sweat from his forehead, his wife and daughter joined him on the roof. Lin Mu watched the horde of zombies assembling in front of the bus, jaw clenched tightly as he whipped his vines, clearing a wide swath on each side. There was only one thought in his mind: hang on a little longer, just a little bit more, and they would surely escape. The sound of shattering glass persisted. The bus engine roared to life again, moving forward a few meters before grinding to a halt with a loud rumble. The engine groaned fiercely, but the bus remained stuck, clearly caught on something beneath. Shenrangchen's control over the paper man gradually slowed as the paper figure became saturated with zombie blood. Although it didn't soak through instantly like ordinary paper, over time, it became increasingly uncontrollable. He stopped caring about the paper man and raised his palm upward, sending 6 talisman sheets flying into the air. Each emitted a faint golden glow as he softly commanded, "Stop." The talismans instantly flew out through the shattered windows, sticking to the foreheads of the zombies before exploding with a bang, obliterating half their heads. Calmly, Shenrangchen flung one talisman after another, relieving some pressure inside the bus. However, this relief was only temporary. Countless zombies continued to approach. Hizhe violently turned the steering wheel, attempting to withdraw from the entrapment. But there were zombies everywhere behind as well, leaving them stranded without options. Blood and flesh covered the vines, making Lin Mu feel like his wrists were about to give out. They'd overestimated their abilities, arrogantly attempting to rescue others despite being overwhelmed. In a fleeting moment, he couldn't help but wonder if things might have turned out differently if Fu Jingma had been here. Staring at the scene ahead, his body swayed slightly, and a look of confusion flickered across his face. Drenched in cold sweat, Hizhe finally managed to move the bus, crushing whatever lay beneath it as it moved forward a bit. But the horde of zombies was overwhelming, and the bus felt like it was struggling, wrestling against a mass of undead foes. In an instant, Lin Mu was still mustering his last reserves of strength, striving to clear the zombies in front. A terrified scream came from behind him. When he turned around, he saw 2 women rushing towards him while hugging each other. Li Qinggong's wife had been glaring at the other woman ever since she climbed onto the bus roof. They all had to die. These people had killed her son. All of them deserved death. There was nothing she could do about those 2 men, but this woman, they might as well die together. With that thought, an inexplicable surge of energy erupted within her tired and frail body, and in a few steps, she lunged forward. Everyone dies, cleanly gone, just like her son. Let these monsters rip them apart. With unexpected strength, the woman suddenly burst forth in rage. No one reacted fast enough as she grabbed the other woman and charged toward the edge of the bus. Crouching nearby, Lin Mu was caught off guard in this split second when the 2 women violently collided with him. He stumbled, completely losing balance. Chapter 61, The Hope of Survival. It happened in mere seconds, perhaps even shorter. Lin Mu's mind went blank. His body reacted faster than his thoughts allowed, instinctively gripping the edge of the bus roof. The 2 women tumbled into the horde of zombies below Lin Mu's feet, being torn apart instantly by the surrounding undead. Blood and shredded flesh splattered everywhere. The intense stench of blood overwhelmed even the smell of decaying zombies. One weak neck was ripped open by sharp nails before a single scream escaped, and life ended abruptly. Closing his eyes, Lin Mu chose not to look anymore. The top of the bus curved slightly, making it hard to hold on to. His hands were almost losing their grip. Decaying, skeletal hands stretched out desperately trying to grab his pants. Every collision with the side of the bus felt like his internal organs shifted position. Attempting to use his vines to anchor himself to the steel frame, his palms remained inert despite concentrating, possibly because his energy had been depleted. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Those inside the bus were too busy fighting off zombies to notice Lin Mu, and even if they did, there was no way for anyone to reach out and save him. Placing one foot on a tall zombie's head, he borrowed some leverage to try and stabilize his grip further, yet his slippery hands continued to slide downward inch by inch. Gradually losing his strength, a slight dizziness overtook him. His pale complexion became even more ghastly. So this is it. Am I going to die here? Torn apart like those 2 women? He smirked bitterly, thinking that dying this way was truly grotesque. The others on the bus roof only saw the 2 women knock Lin Mu down with them, leaving the rest huddled together, unwilling to take a step closer to the edge. At a critical moment, the sound of an engine approached from afar, accompanied by loud highway music. With a screech of tires drifting, the SUV swerved onto the Cross River Bridge, smashing through the crowd of zombies along its path. The vehicle looked as though it had been bombed, riddled with holes across its dented body. All windows had shattered, offering no protection. Fu Jingma unleashed streaks of black blades, clearing a large number of zombies in front of the SUV in a flash. The zombies encircling the bus spotted a new target and howled as they charged toward the SUV. After circling again, Fu Jingma eventually abandoned the car when it got stuck between fallen zombies. Leaping up, he broke through the windshield and arched his body to land on the bus roof. Reaching down, he firmly grasped Lin Mu's arm. His fingers closed tightly around the fragile wrist, and Fu Jingma finally released a breath of relief. After painstakingly trapping the group of zombies inside a giant tennis court-like area, Fu Jingma had hurried back, barely reaching the bridge in time to witness Lin Mu falling off the bus. He felt a chilling cold spread through his entire body. With a firm tug, Fu Jingma pulled Lin Mu up. Legs giving way beneath him, Lin Mu nearly knelt down. His waist was held securely by Fu Jingma's strong arms as the man glanced down at him and asked in a deep voice, "Are you all right?" Panting heavily, Lin Mu felt his chest tighten as though ready to explode. As he gathered his thoughts to respond, a loud rumble filled the air above. Two camouflaged helicopters appeared overhead, hovering. Out from one helicopter leaned Wen Tang, holding on to a safety tether with one hand, while hoisting a heavy machine gun with her petite frame. She wore black anti-wind goggles. "Ah, who's that down there?" "Oh, it's Fu Jingma," she smiled, pressing the simplified communicator in her ear. "Fire." At her command, the machine gun aimed at the swarm of zombies below. The deafening gunfire echoed continuously, painting the sky with successive waves of blood mist. Everyone inside the bus crouched down and covered their heads as the gunfire persisted for 5 minutes, wiping out every zombie on the bridge. However, when Tang on the helicopter had a clear view of the streets, more zombies were still approaching. She shouted loudly, "Speed up, retreat." Without a hint of hesitation, Fu Jingma glanced coldly at the few people on the car roof, ignoring them as he jumped down to the ground while holding Lin Mu. Drenched in cold sweat, Lin Mu was nearly collapsed from exhaustion. Beyond the loss of physical strength, it felt like all his energy had been drained out, leaving his limbs completely numb. "Lin Mu, Lin Mu." Fu Jingma called out twice, and Lin Mu's unfocused gaze shifted slightly, looking at him with confusion. Fu Jingma sighed in relief and gently patted his limp hair. "It's over, don't worry." His deep, commanding voice seemed almost hypnotic. Lin Mu thought perhaps he had hit his head too hard since he could have sworn he heard a hint of tenderness, a quality that didn't seem to fit Fu Jingma at all. As his eyelids grew heavier, it felt as though all the terrifying experiences of being drenched in rain and blood faded away. It was as if he'd forgotten that they were in the apocalypse. Slowly, Lin Mu closed his eyes. He had just come back to his senses after the continuous gunfire, his mind buzzing, ears almost deaf, when he turned around and shouted loudly, "What's wrong with Mumu? Drive. Go." Fu Jingma didn't respond to him but issued a sharp command instead. To those on the car roof, life or death meant nothing to him. There was no further delay, the bus started, swaying as it moved forward toward the opposite side. The road was covered with zombie corpses, and Fu Jingma placed Lin Mu on a seat before telling Shen Rengchen, "Take care of him." The latter nodded, and Fu Jingma climbed into the front passenger seat, his black blade slashing through a field of rotting bodies. The people on the roof dared not move, lying flat for fear of falling off. "Follow the helicopter." The helicopter led the way above their heads. There was no suitable place here for landing, and anyway, it couldn't carry so many people. But with the helicopter's machine guns sweeping the area, the bus finally left the eastern district smoothly, escaping from a city overrun by tens of thousands of zombies. Everyone on the bus let out a sigh of relief, followed by suppressed yet anguished sobs. The feeling of surviving the ordeal caused everyone to weep tears of joy. With the helicopter, military support, and weapons ammunition, it felt like an injection of a strong stimulant into everyone's hearts. So it was true, just as they had said, there were still safe zones in this world. There were still people striving to rescue them, they still had hope of survival. Chapter 62, Safe Zone. The bus drove into a spacious area, where a jeep approached from afar and stopped in front of their vehicle. He stepped on the brakes, sticking his head out of the window to see a young face greet them cheerfully, "Hey, congrats on staying alive. Follow me." He glanced back at Fu Jingma. Seeing that he didn't object, he started driving and followed the jeep. The helicopter overhead had already departed, and the vehicle ahead drove slowly, soon veering off the highway onto a muddy path. Satisfied that there were no issues, Fu Jingmo returned to the first row of seats. Shen Rengchen dutifully cared for Lin Mu, tilting his body so Lin Mu's trembling figure leaned against his shoulder. One arm wrapped protectively around Lin Mu's side. A faint aroma of grass and wood lingered around Shen Rengchen's nose, how fragrant. The smell emanating from Lin Mu was soothing and comforting. It wasn't the kind of scent from perfumes, but rather a pleasant natural essence. Being close to Lin Mu might not be so bad, much better than being alone. Fu Jingma stood nearby, watching coldly as Shen Rengchen cast a sticky glance at Lin Mu. His expression darkened bit by bit. "I'll take over." Coldly, Fu Jingma uttered 2 words. Shen Rengchen looked up at him briefly before getting up and vacating his spot. What was with this man looking as though he wanted to eat someone? He hadn't done anything wrong. After sitting in the passenger seat, Shen Rengchen took out some talismans from his pocket, lit them slightly, and realized he had lost half of them. Moreover, his Lucy and Gina were gone too. What a pity. He tilted his head and glanced at him from the corner of his eye. This man was interesting indeed. Normally icy and aloof, but his expressions changed so quickly when no one was watching. "What are you staring at?" Shen Rengchen furrowed his brows, resuming his aloof composure and turning his gaze to the window. "Who the hell is looking at you?" He shot back, causing the bus to bounce through a puddle, tilting sharply. Fu Jingma leaned Lin Mu against his shoulder, reaching out to touch his forehead. It was ice cold. This state of unconsciousness was eerily similar to the last time. It seemed every time Lin Mu exhausted his energy, he would fall into a coma, his stern face revealing a thoughtful look. Mutants did not exhibit this situation, at most, they simply couldn't use their abilities. But what about next time? What if no one is around him the next time, and surrounded by zombies instead? Heaven alone knows what he felt when he saw Lin Mu hanging above the heads of so many zombies, it was utterly indescribable. It was the first time he began to question if there were issues with his decisions. When they injected the R1 agent, apart from the missions assigned to everyone, their directive from above was to rescue uninfected civilians as much as possible and help establish safe zones. But that was Fu Jingma's mission, what did Lin Mu have to do with it? Why should Lin Mu be forced to save others? After another half hour of shaking, a vast complex of buildings gradually came into view ahead. Iron fences extended on both sides, disappearing endlessly in both directions when looking far enough. Fu Jingma cast a glance, it turned out these fences could conduct electricity and were electric barriers. If zombies attacked, these metal fences would act as the first layer of defense. Someone opened the large iron gate on the fence, allowing the preceding off-road vehicle to drive and followed closely by the bus. Gunshots quickly erupted behind them, dispatching a few zombies that had been trailing after the bus. Behind the electrified fence lay the second defensive circle, towering brick walls constructed of cement. There were holes left at the height of an average person, through which defenders could fire upon any zombies attempting to breach the fences. A soft cry of astonishment broke out among everyone. How such a safe zone could have been built less than 2 months into the apocalypse was undoubtedly a great feat. These defenses shielded humanity in this post-apocalyptic world and became a gathering place for survivors. The brick walls were thick, with soldiers equipped with rifles standing every 15 holes, carefully monitoring the exterior situation. Heavy gates were pushed open, allowing the vehicles inside where soldiers promptly stopped them, holding their rifles at the ready. Everyone, get off the bus. Go into the inspection room to check if anyone has bite wounds. One by one, people disembarked from the bus and were led to the inspection rooms. Fu Jingma came down last, cradling Lin Mu, taking a look around. Inside, temporary cement roads were poured near the entrance. Tents lined up on either side housed numerous survivors. Further inside stood single-story concrete houses slightly better than the tents. Farther still, at the city center, lay detached houses surrounded by a ring of cement brick walls identical to the ones behind them but significantly lower. It seemed their purpose was to separate the outer city's bungalows from the inner city's detached houses. Fu Jingmo raised an eyebrow. This was quite normal. Even in peacetime, there were rich and poor people, let alone in this apocalyptic world where those with mutations and ordinary people naturally held different statuses. An officer approached him with 2 soldiers following close behind who stretched out their hands to take the person Fu Jingmo held, only to be sent back with a cold glare from him. The officer waved his hand to signal them away and saluted Fu Jingmo. Sergeant, Officer Wen has informed you to go to the supervision hall in the central city once you arrive. Officer Wen. Was it the woman from the plane? She seemed somewhat familiar. What about them? Fu Jingmo glanced at the miners being taken away. They'll undergo physical checks first to confirm no injuries or zombification before their allocated living spaces. And your friend, is he alright? He wanted to ask if Lin Mu had been bitten by a zombie but dared not say so under Fu Jingmo's icy gaze. He's fine, merely overused his powers. Bring a car here. The safe zone was vast. Not only did they not know where the supervision hall was, but driving in from here alone would cover at least a few kilometers. The officer quickly arranged someone to fetch a car while Hizei and Shin Rengchen stood right behind Fu Jingmo. Wow, impressive. This safe zone looks pretty sturdy, and there are quite a lot of people here. So many guns. Hizei curiously looked around. Outside, the bungalows connected seamlessly, almost without gaps. Indeed, each extra room meant more housing space for survivors. Soon, a soldier drove up with an off-road vehicle. Almost all cars in the safe zone were off-road models with high ground clearance and strong body structures for safer entry and exit. As the 4 got into the car, the soldier looked up at Fu Jingmo with adoration in his eyes. Fu. Captain Fu, greetings. I'm from the 045 unit. Back then, you trained us in our region. Indeed, it was more like training than anything else because all Fu Jingmo did was look at them once, threw the 2 strongest soldiers of 045 out easily, then walked away saying they were too inept. 113 was an untouchable title in the hearts of all soldiers. Many only knew how formidable 113 was but never had the chance to meet them, unaware how many members there were or where they were stationed. Their district had barely seen Captain Fu, and moreover, it was rumored that behind 113 lay even more mysterious special forces. However, everyone knew that Fu Jingmo was their leader, regardless of whether it was 113 or the special forces. Hizei burst out laughing, being reprimanded, which was indeed something Captain Fu would do. The young soldier's face turned bright red, but Fu Jingmo merely glanced up and said, "Drive." The young soldier, nervous, hit the gas pedal hard, causing the car to lurch forward. Fu Jingmo frowned and held the person in his arms a little tighter. Looking at both sides of the road, there were many people who had no place to live and could only wrap themselves in a blanket to sleep on the street, leaving Hizei worried. "Brother Fu, where are we going to live? Are houses here expensive?" Can you afford one? Ah, working as a wage slave to buy a house before the apocalypse, wouldn't it be ironic if they had to work 996 hours just to buy a house in the apocalypse too? Shut up. Fu Jingma didn't bother replying and closed his eyes. On the contrary, the young soldier in front was very enthusiastic. Don't worry, since you're friends of Captain Fu, Officer 1 will definitely arrange accommodation for you. In the safe zone, everyone is assigned housing based on their abilities and labor power. The center is reserved for some officers of the safe zone and powerful ability users. You guys must be very powerful. People who return from Wuhu City mentioned that Captain Fu's powers are incredibly strong. Every 3 sentences from the young soldier inevitably praised Fu Jingma, and the car crawled along slowly. They entered the short wall, signifying entry into the central city. A straight road led directly to the Central Supervision Hall. Chapter 63, Slice Research. The Supervision Hall was a standalone building, which originally should have been part of an under-construction villa area. In this quiet, spacious suburb, there were many detached houses, which after slight reconstruction became what they are now in the post-apocalypse era. The 2-story supervision hall had glass doors with 2 guards standing outside. As the group got out of the car, the young soldier greeted them, allowing them entrance, while Fu Jingma carried Lin Mu down, still walking swiftly and steadily despite carrying someone. After entering the hall, he stopped and asked, "What's your name?" The young driver snapped his feet together and saluted crisply, shouting, "Second Lieutenant. My name is Gan Hong, from the 045 unit, currently under Lieutenant Gan Wentong's command." Fu Jingmo raised his eyebrows, ignoring the long string of information that followed. He guessed that surviving troops had been reorganized and rearranged, but it had nothing to do with him. The 113 unit would never be restructured unless the captain was killed. Where's the medical team? Take me there now. Ah, but the officer said to bring you directly to her. Hizei stepped forward, frowning. Is there anything more important than saving lives? Although Fu Jingma said Mumu was fine, why did it seem that everyone didn't think so? Only Mumu always fell into a coma after using her energy. Gan Hong looked troubled at Fu Jingma, torn between his direct superior and the person he most admired and respected. Fortunately, he didn't have to agonize for long as another person entered the hall, wearing a white coat, golden-rimmed glasses, slim in build, with a pale complexion lacking any color. Take him to the Academy of Sciences first. The man's brief flash of excitement did not escape Fu Jingma's eyes. He gestured for the 2 behind him to step up and take Lin Mu away. Fu Jingma shifted to the side, lifted his gaze with a cold smirk. Did I agree to that? Hizei and Shen Rengchen instinctively blocked the way in front of him. Captain Fu, take him to the Academy of Sciences. Footsteps echoed from the stairs as a woman's voice sounded, Wentang descending leisurely. Currently, the safe zone doesn't have a medical team. All injured or problematic cases are sent to the Academy of Sciences. Director Ji is the Dean of the Academy of Sciences, he can handle it. Wentang, having removed her camouflage jacket, wore a black tank top tucked into loose combat pants, wearing military boots, her lips crimson, chest white, both sensual yet sharp. Her lean muscles indicated her strength, clearly belonging to the same category as Fu Jingmo. Fu Jingmo remained unmoved, filled with caution. He had always had ill feelings toward these researchers who seemed willing to do anything. I'm going together, he stated coldly, brooking no argument. Wentang paused momentarily before nodding to Ji Huaiji, and the group headed instead to the Academy of Sciences. The Academy of Sciences was right next door and larger than the supervision hall, heavily guarded. 4 armed guards stood at the entrance and saluted when they saw Ji Huaiji, all calling out in unison, Director Ji. Fu Jingma's eyes flickered, following quietly inside. The group ascended to the 2nd floor where the heavy pressurized door was unlocked by retinal scanning. In a sealed space, a group of people in white coats were busy at the operating tables. Passing by them, the few followed Ji Huaiji into the innermost room. Lin Mu was laid on the cold hospital bed. Ji Huaiji glanced and raised his eyebrows towards Fu Jingma, gesturing for him to explain the situation. Fu Jingma opened his mouth coldly, not wasting a single word. Plant fusion, overuse of abilities. I need to draw blood. Ji Huaiji's eyes lit up. This plant fusion case was something he had never seen before, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He realized that whether they could proceed depended entirely on Captain Fu. The only person that Director Wentang called Captain Fu was the captain of Unit 113. Leave it to Dr. Ji, Captain Fu. Wentang stepped forward to mediate. Although Ji Huaiji had some fanaticism in researching zombies and mutants, he wouldn't do anything too outlandish. Hizei, stay here with Shen Rengchen. After leaving Hizei and Shen Rengchen behind, Fu Jingma glanced at Lin Mu one more time before leaving with Wentang. The crimson blood dripped into the test tube. A portion was placed into the refrigerated cabinet by Ji Huaiji, and another part was sent into a modified centrifuge. As the numbers on the instrument panel kept changing, Ji Huaiji's expression gradually became excited. Hizei sat on another bed watching Ji Huaiji closely, nudging Shen Rengchen with his elbow. Wow, this guy is just like a dog seeing a meat bun. Shen Rengchen looked disdainfully at him and sniffed, though crude and ignorant, it was an apt description. Fu Jingma spent the entire afternoon in Wentang's office, returning when it was already dark outside. Gan Hong took him back to the Academy of Sciences. The moment the heavy pressurized door opened, the atmosphere inside made Fu Jingma frown. Ji Huaiji was holding a silver scalpel, sitting on a stool, glaring coldly at Hizei while smirking provocatively. Hizei, held back by Shen Rengchen, was sticking out his neck as if ready to attack, cursing all the while, "Shit, if you dare to touch Mumu, I'll fight you to the death. Why are you holding me back? Shit, let go." A string of curses ended when they heard the door open. Fu Jingma stepped inside. What happened? His voice was even and showed no fluctuation, yet it immediately silenced everyone inside. His left hand in his trouser pocket, boots making him 190 centimeters tall, exuding years of hone strength and sharpness. "Brother Fu, this guy's insane." After drawing blood, he wanted to cut off pieces of Mumu's flesh. Hizei shouted angrily, as if emboldened by Fu Jingma's arrival, and began tattling right away. Ji Huaiji glanced up, still smiling faintly. "You're so petty, didn't you see his wounds heal by themselves? I just want to slice a piece for research." Before he could finish, someone tightly grabbed his chin, rendering him speechless. Fu Jingma stepped onto the steel workbench with one foot, instantly creating a deep dent. Holding Ji Huaiji's chin in his hand, his fingertips turned white. Slice. Research. Pain appeared on Ji Huaiji's face as he instinctively tried pulling at Fu Jingma's arm, but it was as immovable as iron. The guards outside immediately pointed their guns at Fu Jingma. The situation grew tense, but Gan Hong quickly pressed down their weapons. "It's our own people, our own people. This is Captain Fu from Area 113. He immediately entered and pulled Fu Jingma's hand. "Captain Fu, Dr. Ji would never do it, he was just saying it casually." Ji Huaiji had always been free-spirited and spoke without reserve, having offended many people. But as the highly regarded dean of the Science Academy of the Safe Zone, nothing could be done about his sharp tongue. Well, today he got what he deserved. With a flick of his wrist, Fu Jingma threw him aside. Ji Huaiji slammed hard against the backrest of his chair, adjusting his glasses. "TSK, such pettiness. There's nothing wrong, exactly as you said, overuse of powers. However, his blood is very peculiar, the density of our one elements is more than 16 times higher than normal mutations." He spoke unclearly, rubbing his jaw that felt close to splitting. "You don't let me slice either. There's nothing else. Just take him away, come again later for the rest." Yeah, if this plant-fused mutant agrees himself to let him slice later, that would be another story. Fu Jingma bent down to pick up Lin Mu. His injuries were almost invisible as Ji Huaiji described, with minor wounds on his arms already healed. Following Gan Hong, they left. Wen Tang arranged a house for them, right behind the Academy of Sciences. A detached small courtyard, 2-story building, white walls, red tiles, quite good treatment. The interior decoration of the house was also well done, clean windows, complete furniture, 3 bedrooms upstairs and downstairs, along with dining and kitchen areas, as well as a living room. Hizei sprawled onto the couch in the living room, kicking his legs a few times. "Wow, too damn comfortable. Brother Fu, were you selling your good looks this afternoon? You even managed to get us a villa." Then he rolled over, and due to his overexcitement, he fell off the couch with a thud, clutching his head as he winced in pain. Fu Jingma glanced at him with disdain and carried Lin Mu upstairs to the bedroom. "Hey, Mumu will sleep with me tonight." A loud shout came from downstairs, but Fu Jingma kicked the door shut, leaving Hizei outside. Chapter 64, Possessing a Space. Even though Lin Mu was unconscious, this time it felt different from before. Occasionally, he could hear the sounds from outside, the sudden gunfire, the roar of helicopters. On the bus, Fu Jingma had let his head rest on his own chest, and Lin Mu could feel his steady heartbeat. And then there was Dr. Ji Huaiji's voice talking about needing to perform slice studies on him. Lin Mu shivered with a chill. Yeah, Hizei really was a good buddy, otherwise, he'd have been chopped up like vegetables today. Lying down on the bed, he could sense Fu Jingma sitting beside him. His thoughts gradually entered his heart, leading him into that space. Little Yuan hung his head low, its few leaves drooping pathetically, all alone on the grass. It looked rather pitiful. Lin Mu approached a few steps, crouched down, and reached out to touch it. "What's wrong? Can't go on." Looking ungrateful, little Yuan sniffed. "All the energy I collected so painstakingly has been spent by you entirely. What a squanderer." Lin Mu chuckled. "As long as I live, I can always keep giving you more energy." Seemingly agreeing with Lin Mu's words, little Yuan rubbed against his hand but still appeared quite pained. "That's exactly what little Yuan thinks, otherwise, why would I let you use my energy? Would, take a look at your heart area, carefully feel inside. Can you see a glowing sphere?" Lin Mu looked puzzled but followed the instructions nonetheless. Closing his eyes, he focused and saw how the golden specks in his blood gathered in his chest, indeed slowly forming a spherical shape. The sphere was about the size of a fist, and currently, it was almost empty except for a thin layer of golden energy at the bottom. "What is this? In the future, you must pay attention to this storage sphere. If the energy within it runs out, you cannot use it anymore, understood?" Otherwise, it will require a lot of time to recover. It seemed that his energy originated from here. This sphere was located beneath the root system of Little Yuan. Only when it provided Little Yuan with energy could it emerge from his palm. Alright, I'll pay attention in the future. But, isn't this a little, too small? Can it grow bigger? Lin Mu somewhat, showed dissatisfaction. With swollen anger, Little Yuan retracted its leaves and wouldn't allow Lin Mu to touch it. You don't let me eat others' energy, so of course I can't grow any larger. After zombies are killed, their bodies contain a bit of energy too. Remember to absorb it, allowing the energy in your body to circulate endlessly. I see. Also, last time you rushed out too quickly. I had another big secret to tell you. Little Yuan's 2 leaves shook back and forth, attempting to present itself as impressively large. What is it? Look, my ground is all barren right now, you can come and plant some flowers or grass here. Lin Mu's eyes sparkled, an idea flashing through his mind, and a smile curved at the corners of his lips while looking at Little Yuan. Its tiny leaves trembled slightly. Why do you keep staring at me like that? It's scary. Can I plant some vegetables? Will they be able to be taken out to eat once grown? Little Yuan nodded its small leaves. Sure, you can also store things here, and I'll help you keep them safe. But don't store too much, I prefer spaciousness. Lin Mu's fingertips quivered, immense joy swelling in his chest, almost disbelieving. Can I store things inside? So, this is like a secret space. In the apocalypse, they could carry at most 1 carload of stuff, and they might even need to abandon the vehicle. If there was truly such a space, everything would become much easier. Moreover, plants could grow here. Lin Mu couldn't possibly not be happy. Sensing Lin Mu's happiness, Little Yuan proudly puffed up its small chest. Humph, it's all because you left too quickly last time that I didn't get to tell you. Just control it with your consciousness. Whatever you need, Little Yuan will know and provide. Blame me, blame me. In the future, I'll definitely come to keep you company more often. Alright, then I forgive you. But Mumu, you have to find a lot of energy for me. I have a big role to play. Even though I can only slowly remember little by little right now, I know it's really important. The 2 tiny leaves hugged Lin Mu's fingers, and Little Yuan rubbed against his hand. Okay, I understand, I promise you. Since they shared the same life force, and Lin Mu already knew that the more energy he gathered, the larger the storage sphere would grow, naturally he wouldn't need Little Yuan to tell him twice. Lin Mu would try hard to collect as much energy as possible. Alright, I'm leaving. Have we said everything today? Yup, could you pet my head? Whining. Lin Mu looked at the leafless little tree, not knowing where to start. He had no idea where its head was, so he simply touched its leaves with his fingers. Fu Jingma sat on the edge of the bed, staring at the black box in his hand, contemplating what Wen Tang had said earlier. Luring zombies? Hallucinations? Control. It was very likely those zombies from the abandoned village had shown up near Wuhu City. This was something Fu Jingma hadn't anticipated either. If one zombie possessed special abilities and could control nearby zombies, it would definitely complicate matters. 2 teams dispatched by Wen Tang had already been wiped out without a single survivor. His fingers lightly tapped on his knees, not noticing that the person on the bed had already opened his eyes. After shaking off a moment of dizziness, the soreness in Lin Mu's limbs disappeared after being repaired by Little Yuan. Only a slight heaviness in his head remained. He glanced at the man sitting by the bed. Fu Jingma tilted his head, gazing out the window. His sharp profile was as severe as if chiseled by a knife. Recalling the strong hands that held him on the bus roof, Lin Mu lowered his gaze. The instant when death seemed imminent, the face of this stern man came into his mind. His throat was dry, and he couldn't help but cough slightly. The man sitting beside him immediately turned his head, their eyes meeting. For a moment, the atmosphere grew quiet. Fu Jingmo regretted letting Lin Mu go to save people. If it wasn't for him, Lin Mu wouldn't have almost died. Reaching out, Fu Jingmo helped Lin Mu sit up. Still somewhat dazed, Lin Mu opened his fan-like eyelashes. In his pale irises, Fu Jingmo's reflection appeared. Thinking about how Fu Jingmo carried him all the way, Lin Mu felt inexplicably uneasy. Fu Jingmo took the water from the bedside table and handed it to him. Despite his thirst, Lin Mu drank a sip from his hand. "Are you feeling better?" Fu Jingmo asked. I'm fine." He reached for the cup, there was still half a glass of water left. Lin Mu stared at his palm upward, watching the cup in his hand. Focusing, suddenly his palm was empty. Even Fu Jingmo revealed a trace of surprise. "Storage space, Fu Jingmo, I seem to be able to store things now." Chapter 65, Hunting Object. Storing things. Space. There was mention of spatial powers in the black box, and there had even been a spatial mutant in S-City. He could store items in space, originally recruited by the safety zone of S-City, making him an invaluable asset. Any team sent out to search for supplies would invite him along. But during one operation, due to untimely evacuation, he was chased by zombies and killed. When he died, everything stored in his space exploded chaotically around him. Fu Jingma's cold face turned even more serious. This was not necessarily a good thing. Although the details of the S-City incident mentioned in the black box were still undisclosed, classified information, lest it cause unnecessary disputes. However, considering how many people were involved in that mission, there might also be other mutants nearby. It was impossible for this to remain a secret. Once everyone knew, in a world of scarce resources like this post-apocalyptic era, spatial mutants would undoubtedly become the target of hunters who harbored ill intentions. After all, killing just one person could yield so much material. Lin Mu didn't expect telling Fu Jingma would result in such a solemn expression instead of excitement. What's wrong? Leaning forward, Fu Jingma bowed his body and looked intently at Lin Mu. Don't tell anyone about this. Absolutely no one. Lin Mu had never planned to spread the news anyway. In this end-of-the-world scenario, any kind of superpower could potentially be a life-saving tool at critical moments, but he wanted to know why. Why? After explaining his assumptions, Fu Jingmo reiterated, looking into his amber-colored irises. Although your ability differs from normal mutants, no one will listen. Understanding the reasons, Lin Mu realized the severity of the situation. The world had long abandoned morality and rules, evil continued to magnify unchecked, and taking lives went unpunished. If the spatial ability were to be discovered by people with ill intentions, they wouldn't care that his spatial ability came from Little Yuan, they would see him as a fat target loaded with supplies, killing him and taking it all. I understand. But as long as no one finds out, at least we can secretly collect some supplies this way. Then we won't have to worry about food in the future. Fu Jingma nodded, his usual smile finally reappearing on his face. Yeah, as long as no one discovers it, it's a good thing. It seemed that the tree on Lin Mu's body was more useful than they had imagined. Perhaps there would be even more new abilities to come in the future. When he first met him in the courtyard in Jiaoshan, he never would have guessed he'd stumbled upon such a treasure. After these serious topics were finished, Lin Mu was still quite excited. In this kind of apocalypse, having great power was the most exciting thing. The cup he just stored away was taken out again, feeling the warmth in his palm. Lin Mu blinked. The water didn't seem colder. Tell me, can Shen Rengchen be trusted? Fu Jingma thought for a moment, temporarily, yes. Right. Also, we can grow things in the space. I want to go out and gather some stuff and bring them in, and look for some vegetable seeds too. Since they now had the storage space, collecting supplies was an inevitable task, and Fu Jingma did not oppose it. Alright, let's wait until tomorrow. You should rest for a day. After discussing matters related to the space, they lapsed into silence for a while. Suddenly, Lin Mu recalled the moment when Fu Jingma asked him to get off the vehicle. He wondered if he was still upset, but it was probably because of this spatial ability that made him forget. He was still in bed, but Fu Jingma's chair was placed by the bedside, his legs stretched so far that it became inconvenient for Lin Mu to get out of bed. Lin Mu felt awkward, and just as he thought the atmosphere was becoming gradually embarrassing, his stomach growled. Fu Jingmo raised an eyebrow toward him, smirking annoyingly, looking much relieved that Lin Mu had awakened. Are you hungry? Come on, get up. He pulled his legs back and turned around to leave the room first. Lin Mu rubbed his stomach and climbed off the bed, inexplicably remembering the strong heartbeat near his ear on the bus, a light blush spreading across his face. He thought he couldn't fully understand Fu Jingmo. Chapter 66, Giving One's Life. In the downstairs hall, Hizei had already thoroughly inspected the house. Wow, when Tang was really prepared, the fridge was full. There was a bag of rice in the kitchen cabinet, about 10 pounds, with some potatoes beside it. The fridge was stocked with a lot of meat. Nowadays, poultry meat could still be eaten, those mutated animals were very large, and every day in the safety zone, people volunteered to hunt outside. Surprisingly, the upper compartment generously contained 2 radishes and a few tomatoes. On their journey here, except when passing through some villages where they could find scattered vegetables in the fields, with time passing, edible produce had been eaten up, making it increasingly scarce. Seeing the vegetables and meat in the fridge, Hizei drooled profusely, though his culinary skills were limited to cooking porridge and instant noodles, and slightly more advanced egg-fried rice. Not skilled in anything else, he glanced at Shen Rengchen sitting on the sofa. Clearing his throat, Hizei said mockingly, Hey, can you cook? Shen Rengchen was busy sorting out the stacks of talismans on the coffee table, repeatedly counting them over and over, already in low spirits. Hearing Hizei, he turned around and glared at him. No. TCH, aren't you a Taoist priest? And yet you're useless. You try then. Shen Rengchen retorted. For some reason, seeing Hizei just irked him. I'll do it then. A calm voice echoed from the staircase as Lin Mu and Fu Jingma descended one after another. Hizei immediately rushed forward and slung an arm around Lin Mu's neck. Wow man, finally awake. You're acting like a computer, needing to hibernate and reboot or something, you scared me. Lin Mu shoved his hand away, stop shouting, you're giving me a headache. He headed straight for the kitchen. If he waited for Hizei to make him food, he'd likely starve to death. There was an induction cooker in the kitchen, along with pots, pans, and all sorts of utensils complete. Nowadays, compared to food, these items weren't something people usually scrambled for, so it wasn't hard to obtain them. Lin Mu washed his hands and began examining the ingredients in the fridge. He didn't bother asking what the three individuals in the living room wanted to eat and started cooking by himself. It had been 2 months since leaving the small courtyard. They've been traveling all along the road, surviving on biscuits and the likes, occasionally simply boiling some noodles or porridge. The best scenario was catching a couple of rabbits and chickens for some meat. They were living like wild men, and Lin Mu had no doubt that whatever he cooked, they would be willing to eat. He started the rice cooker first, then took out the tomatoes and washed them. From the refrigerated compartment, he grabbed 4 eggs. With a few big men around, it was natural to cook more food. There was plenty of meat, beef, chicken, pork, and 2 chunks Lin Mu couldn't identify, so he left them aside for now. Placing the meat in water to defrost, Lin Mu began cooking in an orderly manner. When the smell of braised beef with potatoes wafted from the pot, Hizé was already leaning over the kitchen countertop, his eyes shining as he stood glued to the spot. Moo, when will it be ready? Leaning against the countertop, Lin Mu glanced at him. Shut up, be patient. With only one induction cooker, braising the beef made it inconvenient to prepare other dishes, so he looked into the living room. Shen Rengchen had found a piece of paper and a pen somewhere and was slowly writing something with a serious expression on his face. On the other side, Fu Jingma was reclining on the sofa with crossed legs, studying a black box in his hand. The bright warm white light from the ceiling lamp illuminated above his head. Lin Mu noticed that Fu Jingma had long lashes that cast a small shadow on his face when he looked down. As if sensing his gaze, Fu Jingma lifted his head, catching Lin Mu's eyes and displaying a hint of confusion. Feeling uncomfortable, Lin Mu turned away just as the beef was almost done. He bent down to find a large bowl, serving the beef inside. Eagerly, Hizé took it and carried it to the dining table. Lin Mu swiftly prepared 2 more dishes before calling them over to eat. All 4 filled their bowls to the brim, starving as they sat down at the table without a word, bowing their heads to start eating. Hizé took a big bite of the beef, which was tender and flavorful, glistening with oil. It was so delicious he wanted to swallow his tongue. Apart from Hizé, Shen Rengchen also ate heartily, his eyes sparkling. Lin Mu, your food is so delicious. Can I have meals with you every day in the future? Noticing that Shen Rengchen was threatening his position as the main eater, Hizé furrowed his brows. Hey! Aren't you a Taoist priest? Shouldn't you be vegetarian? Shen Rengchen showed no hesitation, shoving a big piece of beef into his mouth. What's it to you? You! Lin Mu tapped Hizé on the head. Hurry up and eat, or I'll take your share. Eat. Hizé stopped caring about Shen Rengchen and resumed eating. The only calm person at the table was Fu Jingma, who quietly ate his meal. He had tasted Lin Mu's cooking before and indeed found it very good. He ate quickly but wasn't as loud as Hizé, seemingly possessing a natural restraint. Shen Rengchen, what are your plans moving forward? Lin Mu casually asked. For some reason, although Shen Rengchen had many peculiar traits, both his strength and the rescue at Jiaoshan village made Lin Mu feel he wasn't a bad guy. If Shen Rengchen agreed, Lin Mu wouldn't mind adding another member to their trio. Shen Rengchen wiped his mouth. He liked being close to Lin Mu, and Lin Mu's food was simply irresistible. Living alone, following Lin Mu, who provided food, was all Shen Rengchen desired. To repay your life-saving grace, I will follow you. If you don't mind me being a man, we can even get married. Chapter 67, Different Sizes of Underwear. He casually dropped a bombshell. Even Lin Mu was stunned. Though it's true that male-male marriage was no longer controversial even before the apocalypse. But, wasn't this a bit too hasty? Fu Jingma, who hadn't spoken a word until now, dropped his chopsticks and finally looked up at Shen Rengchen. No need. You can just join us as a teammate if you're willing. Lin Mu massaged his forehead. Already dealing with Hizé was headache-inducing enough. Shen Rengchen was also troubled despite his seemingly proper demeanor, showing no understanding of social norms. Alright, if you refuse, I won't force you. Shen Rengchen put down his chopsticks and calmly wiped his mouth. After the meal, Hizé was dispatched to wash the dishes while the rest returned to their respective rooms to sleep. Lin Mu slowly walked upstairs, still thinking about the space matter. Once back in the room, he could try again whether things truly stayed unchanged in the space. Upon pushing open the door to the room where he slept earlier, he suddenly realized Fu Jingma was right behind him. Half a head taller than Lin Mu, Fu Jingma propped his hand against the doorframe. Lin Mu slightly tilted his head, finding their distance uncomfortably close. What's wrong? Is there anything else? I probably forgot to mention, there are only 3 bedrooms, so we'll have to share one. As he looked down at Lin Mu and saw his eyelashes flutter slightly, it was as if something inside him was tickled, an odd sensation. He pushed the door open and walked in. Lin Mu said nothing either. After all, during this period, he had shared a bed with Fu Jingma, as well as sat close together in the back seat of a car. Having a place to sleep was already great, there wasn't much more to pick about. Staying in the same room even made it convenient for them to discuss matters. The safe zone's power would last until 8 p.m., and now there was less than an hour left. Lin Mu decided to take a shower first. It had been a long time since he'd enjoyed a hot water shower. When the clean, warm water sprayed from the shower head, he finally felt like he had reconnected with civilization. The days of uncertainty and hardship were not ones meant for human beings. Reflecting on their journey, had it not been for Fu Jingma, Lin Mu was certain he would have died countless times by now. Worried that the electricity might cut out at any moment, Lin Mu showered quickly. After finishing, though, he realized that their clothes were still in the SUV. The clothing he'd just removed inevitably got sticky from zombie blood and mucus during the day, and they lay crumpled on the ground, damp, making him unwilling to put them back on. He hesitated, debating whether to ask Fu Jingma to check if there were any clothes in the room, when the bathroom door rattled with 3 firm knocks. "You forgot your clothes." They had already checked the room during the day. There were several sets of clothes in the wardrobe, possibly work uniforms found somewhere. They were all white short-sleeve shirts, paired with camouflaged pants. Recalling Lin Mu didn't have any clothes, Fu Jingma picked up one set, added a pair of underwear, and handed them through the door. Seeing the white underwear next to the clothes, Lin Mu's lips twitched. Fu Jingma must have chosen the right size. Lin Mu quickly changed into the clothes and came out of the bathroom. The smell of cheap shower gel filled the room, and he wiped the water droplets off his head. "Go ahead, the power might go out soon." Fu Jingma was standing by the window looking outside. Beyond the low walls of the safe zone, the row of houses around had already lost its light, let alone the tents further out. He turned his gaze back, drew the curtains, and headed toward the bathroom with his clothes. As they passed each other briefly, Lin Mu couldn't help but catch a glimpse of Fu Jingma's underwear, which was considerably larger than his own. Alright, there probably isn't another pair left. Finding a towel, Lin Mu dried the water drops from the tips of his hair and then sat cross-legged on the bed. With the curtains drawn, he wasn't worried about being seen from outside. He wanted to test the space again and reached out, pulling the blanket on the bed into the space. It went smoothly. Lin Mu stood up and continued by putting the bedside table into the space, followed by the towel, clothes, cups, anything he could see, all shoved in together. When the last table disappeared into the space, Xiao Yuan suddenly darted out from his palm. The small vine moved a few steps to the left, then a few steps to the right. Its tiny 2 leaves quivered furiously, clearly upset. It seemed mad. I'm sorry. It wasn't intentional. Let me release them." Lin Mu touched the little leaf gently, apologizing while inwardly laughing. Xiao Yuan wrapped itself around his arm and poked him with the vine tip. It was very angry, almost getting hit on the head by the table. Still so fragile, what if it got damaged? He'd have to cajole it 100 times to make up for it. Lin Mu stroked it soothingly and talked nicely to it. Only after a long effort of persuasion did Xiao Yuan calm down. Right away, Lin Mu brought the table and chair back out. Thus, when Fu Jingma finished showering and came out, he saw Lin Mu standing amidst the disarray of table and chairs, looking guilty. "What's wrong?" I tried testing the space, I'll tidy up now." Helping him swiftly restore everything to its original place, the two of them hopped onto the bed. Fu Jingma's backpack was always carried with him, so all of Lin Mu's belongings were still left in the SUV. Other things weren't significant, but the book from his parents was still in that bag. The status of the river bridge was unknown. Lin Mu shook his head, deciding not to dwell too much. If there was a chance, he'd retrieve it later. "Tomorrow, I'll tell Wen Tang we're going out to gather supplies. You try testing the space again, but remember, no one should find out." Fu Jingma glanced sideways at him. Both of them smelled alike, having used the same shower gel, bringing an unexpected sense of closeness. Okay. Nothing else was said. It was rare to both take a shower and get a full night's rest, so they quickly fell asleep. Chapter 68, The New Captain, Fu Jingma. When Lin Mu woke up, dawn's light had just begun. The person on the other side had already risen. Lin Mu discovered Fu Jingma only seemed to need 2 or 3 hours of sleep per day. Every time Lin Mu woke up, Fu Jingma would finish enhancing his abilities precisely on time and open his eyes. "Fu Jingma, how do you know when your special ability reaches the critical point?" Because of the storage sphere, Lin Mu was also curious about their way of storing energy. Fu Jingma got up from the chair and glanced at him. "There is an energy bar in my body. When it's completely full, it will stop collecting energy and then I can upgrade." He turned around and threw the coat he had washed yesterday and hung outside the window to Lin Mu. "Is your energy nearly full? What does it look like when you upgrade?" The coat was still Fu Jingma's camouflage jacket. Lin Mu put it on while asking, climbing out of bed as he did so. "I don't know, mine still lacks a quarter." Looking at the clothes on Lin Mu's body that were slightly too long, Fu Jingma furrowed his brow. "Do you want them to get you a new coat? This one doesn't fit well." Lin Mu looked down and saw the sleeves that were too long and rolled them up, revealing a part of his thin white forearm. Before he even thought it through, he said, "No need, I've gotten used to wearing this." For some unknown reason, feeling pleasure from these words, Fu Jingma nodded and left the room with a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips where Lin Mu couldn't see it. Downstairs, He Zhe and Shen Rangchen warmed up the leftover beef from last night and were enjoying it with rice. Hizei stuffed a bite into his mouth and, upon hearing footsteps coming downstairs, mumbled, "Mumu, come eat." Lin Mu responded with a sound of acknowledgement, dished out 2 bowls of rice, and sat at the table with Fu Jingmo. "What are we doing today?" Hizei swallowed the rice in his mouth. "Going out." They had already decided last night to go out and gather supplies, so Lin Mu directly stated it. Upon hearing this, Shen Rengchen lifted his head, wiped his mouth, and spoke leisurely, "Can I go too?" "What?" "My talismans are almost out, I need some materials." "What kind of materials?" For some reason, Lin Mu always felt there was something strange about Shen Rengchen's talismans. After all, no one else drew them using ink other than vermilion, and his were black. Shen Rengchen looked at him with an open expression. I need talisman paper, mine is all gone." "By the way, could we find someone who just died?" "Not a zombie, please, one who has been dead for less than 7 days. "Someone who just died?" "Yes, a person, not a zombie, within 7 days." A chill ran down Lin Mu's spine, and for no clear reason, he thought getting such a corpse wouldn't be good news. "What do you need it for?" "To draw talismans, burn it into ash, and mix it with ink." Shen Rengchen said this as if it were the most ordinary thing in the world, then lowered his head and took another bite of rice. "Damn! Are those your talismans?" Hizei couldn't hold back anymore and threw down his chopsticks. Shen Rengchen lazily glanced at him, of course. Talismans infused with this kind of energy are effective. Do you think vermilion talisman paper really shreds zombies? Even Lin Mu found himself speechless. "Shen Rengchen, are you really a legitimate Taoist priest?" The other shook his head earnestly. "There's a bit of difference. Our temple forms its own school, others say we're deviant methods." "So, indeed deviant methods." Lin Mu didn't doubt Shen Rengchen's character. As for his abilities helping them survive, that was enough. It was the apocalypse after all, everything else wasn't important, and as for corpses, they were all over the place outside. The group quickly finished their meal, but before anyone could leave, Gan Hong arrived first. Even before entering the door, they heard his excited voice, "Captain Fu. Captain Fu." He rushed in, saluting Fu Jingmo. "Captain Fu, Commander Wen said he'd like you to join us on a mission today." Fu Jingmo raised an eyebrow. "Mission? Our A2 team is going to the business district near the Cross River Bridge to gather supplies. Commander Wen said since you've come from there, you could help lead the team." Saying it as though A2 didn't have a captain, Fu Jingmo gave a contemptuous laugh. "What's in it for us?" He casually sat down on the sofa. Gan Hong nodded vigorously. "There are benefits. You can choose first among all the supplies afterward, and we'll provide weapons." Weapons, Fu Jingmo thought nothing of it. With their powers, they were merely auxiliary tools. And Lin Mu's space could allow them to scatter and gather any amount of supplies they wanted later, under some pretext. What else? Gan Hong scratched his head. As expected, Commander Wen mentioned that this wouldn't attract Captain Fu. "There's also that mutated zombie we told you about before. After you return, Commander Wen will tell you the secrets concerning it." Secrets? Wen Tang needed his help with trapping the zombie, and eventually, this secret would need to be revealed. However, given how close this place was to the Cross River Bridge, Fu Jingmo indeed had a very compelling reason to go. "Got it, lead the way." He stood up, and Lin Mu and the others followed. As they reached the door, Fu Jingmo stopped and glanced at Hizei. "What are you going to do?" "Fight, beat zombies, brother Fu." Hizei tilted his head back, puzzled. "Did your water droplet kill a zombie yesterday?" "Send Hizei to the training base and let that doctor from yesterday study his abilities," Fu Jingmo said to Gan Hong. "Holy crap, brother Fu, don't hand me over to that dissection doctor, please." Hizei rushed forward and grabbed Fu Jingmo's arm, wailing. Without mercy, Fu Jingmo shrugged him off, causing Hizei to turn pleading eyes toward Lin Mu. Lin Mu smiled and raised his hand in agreement. "I think it's a good idea. Go for it." They had greater ambitions ahead. Staying in W City was only temporary. It was just over 200 kilometers from Yichang City to W City, but it had taken them more than a month to get here. When they leave W City for Feng City, which is over 1,000 kilometers away, no one knows how much longer it will take. Not just Hizei, all of them needed to grow faster. Gan Hong quickly summoned someone, and Hizei was led away. Team A2 was already waiting by the entrance of the safe zone. Their leader, a man of about 175 centimeters, was standing on a rock with an unfriendly expression. There were 5 other members nearby. Among the many squads in the safe zone, only those who underwent a mutation could join. Their duty included gathering supplies outside and taking turns patrolling around the safe zone to ensure safety. In return, they enjoyed special privileges in the safe zone, such as being given independent houses for their squad bases and receiving ample monthly credits into their magnetic cards. The leader of A2 was this 175 centimeters tall man named Xiao Rui. Before the apocalypse, he worked as a black bear keeper at a zoo, and during the chaos, he locked himself inside the black bear's cage and merged with it to mutate. Among the rest of his team, there were 3 strength mutants, 1 speed mutant, and 1 quite peculiar person who could control metal. However, unlike elemental mutation types, this person could only control existing metals in the environment. The cars pulled up at the gate, and Gan Hong shouted to Zhao Rui, "Big Brother Rui, Captain Fu has arrived. Let's go." As someone under Wen Tang's orders, everyone would give him some face, yet Zhao Rui showed not a bit of courtesy. He wore a tank top, revealing his arm covered with black fur. Lin Mu glanced at it, feeling lucky that he didn't merge with Xiao Yuan, otherwise, having tree bark all over his body would truly be horrifying. "How come today you're not called Captain Zhao? Got a new captain now, huh, little Gan?" Chapter 69, Captain Fu's First Challenge. Taking 2 steps forward, Zhao Rui placed one hand on the window of the driver's seat and leaned over Gan Hong to check out the people inside. Fu Jingma sat comfortably in the passenger seat, legs bent lazily, gazing out the window and ignoring Zhao Rui completely. Shen Rengchen paid even less attention, continuing to count his talismans with his head down, leaving only Lin Mu to look up briefly and stare at Zhao Rui's hairy arms for a moment before shifting his gaze. Thus, Zhao Rui was blatantly ignored, darkening his already swarthy face further as he snorted coldly, all except the one in the passenger seat, a bunch of sissy faces. Don't cry like babies when surrounded by zombies later. Seeming somewhat impatient, Fu Jingma finally deigned to glance back at him, saying to Gan Hong, "Still waiting? Get moving." That single glance clearly did not take Zhao Rui seriously, yet it left Zhao Rui startled. Anyone seeing the fur on his arms would be somewhat intimidated. Precisely because of this, they bullied their way around the safe zone, leaving even Commander Wen powerless against them. Yet, this man's eyes hadn't lingered for even a second, showing no regard for him being a biological fusion mutant. Gan Hong apologized, "Rui, Big Brother Rui, let's head out. Lieutenant Wen said we need to follow Captain Fu today." With that, he stepped on the gas pedal and sped off. Zhao Rui, relying on his status as a biological mutant, usually acted arrogantly, often refusing to comply with orders. There were 3 vehicles in total, the last one was a pickup truck with a bed in the back for storing supplies. The guards at the gate opened it and smiled at Gan Hong, "Going out again?" "Yeah, going out with my Captain Fu." Gan Hong grinned, his voice brimming with pride. There were always people like him, extremely popular, chatting easily wherever they went. "Little Gan, what's your ability?" Lin Mu couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. "Oh, I forgot to tell you, I'm an avian mutant. Anyway, I'll be able to help you detect the situation around us." Avian? Quite fitting for you. Indeed, this world had changed beyond Lin Mu's imagination. Throughout their journey so far, they had encountered very few people and therefore witnessed even fewer mutation forms. However, the 3 classifications actually encompassed most things in the world. The cars were moving much faster than when they first arrived, quickly entering the East District and arriving near the bridge over the river where there was a bustling business district. Fu Jingma glanced out of the window, seeing from afar zombies swaying on the cross-river bridge, no longer hanging humans like before, nor as many zombies compared to that day. The 3 vehicles stopped behind a secluded building, with just 2 or 3 zombies nearby handled by Fu Jingma using some black crystals. After getting off, Zhao Rui's expression turned somewhat somber. Gan Hong had been here before and swiftly ascended to the 2nd floor alongside Zhao Rui. Upstairs in the hall facing the entrance of the mall, the sign showed this was Door D. Inside, there was a large supermarket on the ground floor named Lianhua Supermarket, which was their target today. There weren't too many zombies by the door, so none of them were congregating at one spot, they were scattered aimlessly, wandering. "Little Gan, go check out the surroundings." Fu Jingma gave his order straightforwardly and efficiently. Gan Hong nodded, walked to the window, and with a flick of his wrist, a few small birds flew out, reminding Lin Mu of the scorpion woman they had seen when they first arrived in Yichang City. Lin Mu looked at Gan Hong but saw no signs of feathers growing on him. Guessing what Lin Mu might be thinking, Gan Hong pulled up his short sleeves, revealing a layer of thin feather-like scales on his stomach. "Alright, truly amazing. Everyone gather over here." Fu Jingmo raised his eyes to look at the group at the other end of the room. His voice remained cold and devoid of emotion. Zhao Rui lounged on a chair while others leaned against the table in a disorganized and lazy manner, completely not in mission mode. Fu Jingmo raised his eyelids and looked at them all, letting out a soft sneer that was particularly distinct in the silent room. Understanding Fu Jingmo well, Lin Mu knew this was a prelude to an outburst. So, he casually moved to the window, gazing outside as if it was none of his business. He thought it best to mind his own affairs. "I said. Come over here, all of you." Before anyone could blink, black blades wrapped in mist flashed across the air. A loud sound pierced through the quiet as a wooden chair under Zhao Rui shattered into pieces instantly, flinging everyone to the ground. Fu Jingma's cold eyes surveyed the scene. A sharp chill emanated from his body as he suddenly exuded the unyielding aura that made him famous within the elite 113 military squad, commanding absolute obedience back then. Even back in the normal world, Zhao Rui was merely a zookeeper, just a common person who became arrogant after gaining some powers in the apocalypse, belittling female commander Wen Tang. Wen Tang found dealing with him too tiresome and thus handed him over to Fu Jingma for handling. Indeed, let Fu Jingma do all the dirty work. Gan Hong clung to Lin Mu, not daring to utter a word, recalling vividly how severely he'd been disciplined in 045. Yes, Fu Captain was still Fu Captain, maintaining his commanding presence even now in this apocalyptic era. Despite Zhao Rui's tough hide, making him resilient to falls, when he met Fu Jingma's icy gaze, goosebumps shot up his spine. A curse died in his throat as he met those piercing eyes. It seemed that every additional word would mean his head instead of the chair breaking into pieces. I don't want to repeat myself. With whatever remaining patience left, Fu Jingma eyed the team. The members of Team A2 finally realized Fu Jingma wasn't someone to be trifled with, scrambling up immediately to surround him attentively. Just then, the bird sent out earlier returned. Gan Hong recalled them into his body and started reporting about the situation inside the mall. The supermarket is in the eastern part of the ground floor, with 2 doors at the front and back respectively. There is also a side service roller door but it is locked. After a moment's thought, Fu Jingma decisively ordered, enter through the side roller door. You take 2 men to shut the front door. Pointing at Zhao Rui, Fu Jingma added, I will shut the back door with Lin Mu. Shen Rangchen follows Gan Hong to clean up the zombies inside the supermarket along with the rest of the team. Letting even a single zombie slip through, huh? He gave Zhao Rui another cold smirk. The latter begrudgingly accepted his assignment. This plan avoided crossing the entire mall to reach the east section but posed a problem, how to open that locked roller door. Chapter 70, Scouring the Supermarket. The group climbed onto the pickup truck bed, with one man driving the vehicle toward the designated roller door. The roller door was the entrance for delivering goods, hidden at the back of the entire mall. Nonetheless, the sound of the vehicle attracted quite a number of zombies swaying over unsteadily. Fu Jingma tossed 2 black blades to clear them out. Zhao Rui's eyes sharpened, only then did he realize that the person hadn't exerted his full strength earlier, or else even though he had tough skin, he'd have been slashed by now. Stepping cautiously, the group got off the truck at the roller door, and Fu Jingma asked, who can control metal? Gan Hong had already introduced the basic situation of A2 on their way there, otherwise, Fu Jingma wouldn't have planned it this way. A short and thin man behind Zhao Rui stepped forward and raised his hand, appearing much more modest compared to Zhao Rui's arrogance. Try cutting through the door. Even though his black blades could do it, striking against the steel roller door would inevitably make a lot of noise. This man seemed like he had never done anything like this before, nervously rubbing his hands, looking somewhat dumbfounded for a moment. Condense your energy in your palm, cut from top to bottom, making a half-person height hole is enough. Seemingly trusting Fu Jingma, he stretched out his hand slowly sliding down the roller door from the top, as if a piece of paper was sliced by a knife, revealing a crack. That man looked at his own hands with surprise, he had never imagined such potential within himself. Not wasting any time, Fu Jingma extended his hand and used his forearm force, tearing the crack apart into a cave. Bending down, he entered first. Everyone closely followed suit. After they were all inside, Fu Jingma dragged a shelf over to block the cave opening. Tall as he was, standing amidst row upon row of shelves, he took a look around the entire supermarket. Everyone lowered their voices as nearby zombies started heading towards them. Taking cover behind the cabinets, Fu Jingma signaled, instructing Zhao Rui to take some men to the front door. Close the door after clearing the zombies inside the supermarket. According to the previous arrangement, Zhao Rui departed quietly along the right side, leading 2 others. Fu Jingma used a few pieces of black blades to deal with 2 zombies nearby, tugging Lin Mu's sleeve, let's go. Lin Mu followed behind closely. This was a large supermarket spread across a vast area because it only had 1 floor. Perhaps due to its rapid fall here, the supplies in the supermarket, although plundered in the early days of the apocalypse, still retained at least half on the shelves. All sorts of trampled snacks and clothes littered the ground. Staying close to the wall, they moved cautiously. There were wandering zombies moving about between the spaces of shelves. One zombie was pinned under 2 overturned shelves, extending its hands toward them as Lin Mu passed calmly. Taking a turn around a corner, luckily, this section was the snack zone. The team's primary goal was staple foods like rice and noodles that could fill stomachs, so the snack area wasn't thoroughly looted. Fu Jingma gave Lin Mu a nod, scanning the surroundings while whispering lightly, I'll close the door, you give it a try. Try what? Space, obviously. He nodded, adding a caution, be careful. Only closing the door could prevent zombies outside from rushing in. Although zombies inside the supermarket were scattered around, eliminating them gradually wasn't difficult, but if those from outside all came in, things would get complicated. Approaching between 2 shelves, Lin Mu quickly noticed these shelves were mostly stocked with biscuits and chips. Recalling He's always munching on counterfeit cookies scavenged from the village shops, Lin Mu decided to improve his diet. He took off the backpack on his back, being cautious despite no one being around. He tossed food into the backpack, transferring them into space instantly once inside. Thus, even if someone suddenly showed up, they'd only think he was packing items into his bag. Chocolate-filled pastries, layered biscuits, packed chips. Occasionally craving something himself, he didn't sweep the shelves clean, leaving a third of every type behind and moved on to the next shelf. Well, jelly, various candies, chocolate beans, and chewing gum too. Yeah, when returning home, coaxing Xiao Yuan would help him grow a favorite plant as a friend. Thinking thus, Lin Mu swiftly gathered loads of stuff into the space. Behind him came the light crunch of a package box being stepped on, dragging footsteps, intensifying decay odor. Lin Mu bent over in a quick forward roll, then turned around with vines shooting out from his palms, taking care of a zombie dressed in a supermarket work uniform. After raiding several shelves, he finally saw something genuinely useful: instant noodles. Certainly, instant noodles must have been targeted by many for hoarding during the early stages of the apocalypse, so there weren't many left. But relative to the entire supermarket. For Lin Mu, a single pack of instant noodles from the shelves was enough to feed them for months, so he packed all varieties of instant noodles into his space. Chicken braised with mushrooms too. Then milk, drinks, and nuts, all were packed some. He weaved through the aisles, clearing zombies as he went along. He instantly understood the benefit of having the space. With this ability to store things, they would never have to worry about food supplies again. Unfortunately, rice and other grains should be on Zhao Rui's side. It only took him about 10 minutes to sweep through this area. As he turned around a shelf, he caught sight of Fu Jingma coming back. Fu Jingma nodded slightly at Lin Mu and walked over. How's it going? No problem. Left some behind. Lin Mu smiled faintly, his tone tinged with rare excitement. Alright, I checked on that side, it's clothes, quilts, stuff like that. We can load up on those. Recalling how they had spent nearly 2 months miserably wearing and washing one set of clothes, Lin Mu wholeheartedly agreed. Meanwhile, Gan Hong and Shen Rangchen were clearing zombies at the center of the supermarket along with several strength-type mutants. It wasn't difficult. They moved toward Zhao Rui's direction where grains were located, today's main goal. After most zombies were cleared out, these strength mutants began transporting the rice and noodles, which are easy to preserve, to the roller door. Zhao Rui also closed the door. However, the front door was glass. Although it was shut, the swaying zombies outside already spotted them. Perhaps there had been some fighting here in the past, as several connected floor-to-ceiling glass windows had shattered into spiderweb-like cracks. Although Zhao Rui usually acted arrogant, being the captain of A2 meant that his actions were reliable. They needed to speed up or else the glass might not withstand the increasing number of zombies. Turning back, he punched through the heads of 2 nearby zombies and joined the group in the middle. At the same time, somewhere they didn't know. If someone looked down on the commercial district from above, they would see the supermarket building as if it were a massive heart, and the surrounding streets its intricate veins. In an instant, all the zombies in the streets froze momentarily, then surged towards the heart like flowing blood. Chapter 71, The Zombie Chase. Everyone took their time to move the 20-pound, 30-pound sacks of rice to the inside of the roller door. Along with noodles, flour, packaged items, all easy to store and carry. Calculating the size of the pickup truck bed, they also grabbed a few barrels of oil, and salt was crucial as well. Ideally, after filling the pickup, they'd fill the rear of the other 2 vehicles as well. This place likely wouldn't be visited by others anytime soon, so they could always come back another day. Fu Jingma stood by the roller door while everyone quietly transported supplies. Suddenly, something unusual caught his attention. Seemed like more sounds were approaching. Logically speaking, when they arrived earlier, there weren't many zombies outside this area. His expression stiffened. After pressing his ear against the door again, he said decisively, "Leave, we must evacuate immediately." The group hadn't fully reacted yet, with Gan Hong still carrying a sack of rice. But since Fu Jingma spoke, he trusted him. He quickly moved away the cabinets blocking the doorway. Outside, a zombie peeking its head around hadn't even made a sound when Fu Jingma blasted its head with a black crystal. He tore open a crack in the roller door. He recognized the peculiar sound, hearing noises clearly heading straight for their location. Load everything quickly. Drivers, get up and prepare. Leave at any moment. Commands came swiftly. A slim man immediately climbed onto the driver's seat and started the car. Zhao Rui, who experienced a black bear mutation and possessed similar immense strength as those power mutants, easily picked up 2 bags of rice per arm, his height roughly 175 centimeters, and threw them into the truck. The men quickly filled the truck bed to brimming full. From the moment Fu Jingma tore open the roller door, Shen Rangchen gave a slight nod to a corpse hiding in the corner, offering a respectful bow. Next, he pulled a talisman out of his chest pocket. In the center of the talisman was a flame-like marking. Lin Mu observed it curiously. Shen Rangchen closed his eyes and whispered a few incantations. He flicked his wrist, and the talisman emitted a faint golden glow before dropping swiftly onto the body. The talisman ignited upon contact with the human form, burning fiercely with an eerie blue outer flame. Surprisingly, Lin Mu standing beside him felt no heat. As the flames enveloped the corpse, a nauseating smell of burnt flesh wafted into the air. Seeing this, the A2 members couldn't help but shiver, showing signs of unease. In just 3 to 5 minutes, the flames had burned down to a point where only white bones were left, and then the fire gradually faded away. Shen Rangchen wiped a bit of sweat from his forehead. He pulled another small jade bottle out of the blue cloth bag inside his clothing and lit another talisman. The remaining white bones on the ground instantly turned into ash and flew into the jade bottle. Only then did he nod in satisfaction, cap the bottle, and bow once more towards the corpse on the ground. Just as he finished, the truck engine roared. Lin Mu shouted, "Rangchen, get in." The other two vehicles also drove over. By this time, everyone had noticed that zombies were gradually surrounding them, now just 100 or 200 meters away. With their speed, they would soon be upon them. All members from the safe zone shared an impossible yet horrifying suspicion. Fu Jingma turned sharply to Gan Hong, eyes piercingly cold, and voice icy, "Where is that mutated zombie? What's Wen Tang planning to do?" Startled by Fu's gaze, Gan Hong stood up straight and stammered, Fu, Captain. I don't know. The mutated zombie was last seen near the lower factory area. It never came here. Humph, we'll settle scores with her later. Drive. With Fu Jingma's shout, he jumped onto the back compartment of the truck beside Gan Hong. There, Gan Hong carried a modified machine gun due to his less combat-friendly power, while plenty of ammunition filled his backpack. Fu Jingma also fished a weapon out from the vehicle. It was provided by Wen Tang after all, so why not use it? Psychic powers would run out eventually, so guns could hold off a wave first. Lin Mu also wanted to help fight, but with two people already armed and standing at the rear compartment, there was no space left for him. So he sat in the passenger seat. The battle was imminent as the vehicles rumbled forth, trying to steer clear of the approaching zombies. Fortunately, they spotted the situation in time to avoid being completely trapped. Fire. At Fu Jingma's thunderous command, gunshots erupted instantaneously. Bang 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 bang. A barrage of bullets instantly took down many zombies. Calmly aiming, Fu swept through the masses with his machine gun. Bullets quickly loaded into the firing mechanism, metal casings flew everywhere, filling the air with the smell of gunpowder. Lin Mu's vine snaked out from his half-exposed position, picking up fallen zombies and throwing them aside from the front of the truck. It felt like a massive chase down the street, as swaying zombies clung desperately to the moving vehicles. Zombies coming from both sides reached onto the body of the trailing truck. Fu Jingmo raised his gun with unwavering confidence and fired successive shots at the hanging shop signs. Massive advertising boards crashed down, smashing a cluster of zombies behind, brains splattering everywhere. Between handling the chaos, Lin Mu glanced at the rearview mirror and saw how effortlessly that powerful figure controlled the heavy machine gun, as if wielding it naturally. His posture with the rifle was impeccable, every shot finding its mark. Shifting focus, Lin Mu used his vines to toss a zombie off the front hood of the truck. They proceeded about 500 to 600 meters until the nearby street slowly emptied of any further pursuing zombies. Losing their target, the few remaining zombies simply wobbled aimlessly after the retreating truck. Lin Mu's keen awareness detected something odd. Inside the supermarket, they were cautious and made almost no noise. Yet somehow, the zombies nearby still knew humans were inside. Connecting it with what Fu Jingma mentioned, it must be the doing of some kind of mutating zombie interference. Driving toward the suburbs and reaching an unpopulated area, a loud thud of boots echoed atop the vehicle as Fu Jingma angrily commanded, "Stop the car." An abrupt halt followed, catching the following two vehicles unaware, which sharply veered off-road onto empty grasslands. Gan Hong nervously glanced at Fu Jingma, Fu, Captain. With a deafening crash, Fu Jingma slammed his machine gun into Gan Hong, sending him flying off the truck bed and tumbling into the grass. Everyone exited the vehicles. Despite the pain and blood streaming from his nose, Gan Hong immediately rose to stand upright. In the military unit, the captain is always right, whether you are beaten or berated, you endure. Fu Jingma leaped down from the truck, walking a few steps closer before grabbing Gan Hong by the collar. What's Wen Tang scheming? Humph, when you guys were at the river bridge, were you rescuing someone or up to something else? He doesn't care about having to clean up after a mutated zombie. But that is only if all the circumstances are fully disclosed to him, not like now, withholding even a shred of intelligence from them and sending them off to die. This isn't something someone in the military unit should do. Captain Fu, that day we were looking for the mutated zombie at the factory area, but coincidentally encountered your group, so. The collar gripped tightly, Gan Hong stood on tiptoe to speak as best as he could, swallowing hard. So Commander Wen changed the target and came to rescue you. I know nothing about today's situation. Fu Jingma's chest heaved as he flung Gan Hong away with one arm, making everyone realize why. They, Team A2, knew there was a mutated zombie in Wuhu City operating near the lower factory district. Commanding Officer Wen Tang had her eyes glued to this creature and yet couldn't have missed it moving toward the business district. Today's supposed supply search was actually just using them as bait. Zhao Rui immediately kicked the car door, cursing, "Damn bitch." Not bothering with the rest of the team anymore, Fu Jingma jumped into the driver's seat of the following vehicle and sped toward the safe zone. Lin Mu frowned deeply, feeling an unexplained discomfort. It was indescribable. Chapter 72, They Are Not the Same Kind. The car raced swiftly into the safe zone heading straight for the supervision building. Fu Jingma exited the vehicle, slamming the door behind him with a bang, startling the two young guards at the entrance. However, Sergeant Wen had given instructions, no need to stop Captain Fu, so they could only let him ascend upstairs furiously. Fu Jingma was never the reasonable type, the military operated under the premise of might being right, and he had always occupied the peak, same in the apocalypse world. In his eyes, being sent to exterminate mutated zombies was one thing, but being thrown into a ditch was another. Principles were non-negotiable. A single kick from his combat boots flung open the heavy office door. As if she knew he'd come, Wen Tang waited for him behind the redwood desk. Her lips parted slightly, Captain Fu. She hadn't even finished the 2 words when Fu Jingma grabbed her chin roughly, standing half over the redwood desk. Wooden fragments flew everywhere as he leaned forward intently staring into Wen Tang's eyes, radiating hostility towards any who dared come close. In the armed forces, gender did not matter, nor did pretentiousness or chivalry. Commander 1, what exactly are you thinking? When did you start risking the lives of your teammates? How about it? Did this apocalyptic era rot your heart as well? Humph, did you forget my identity? With so many uncontrollable factors involved, how would they clean up the mess if all of them perished today? She represented the nation, this wasn't merely about life and death but trust. What was at stake was the image painstakingly built through the blood and sweat of every soldier. And also the trust of all citizens in the state. He could afford to disregard his own life, but not this. Amidst such chaos, countless people awaited national rescue, these sparks of hope in the darkness mustn't be sullied in the slightest. Wen Tang formed a claw with her fingers, grabbing Fu Jingma's wrist. As a mutant, her strength wasn't negligible, but her delicate fingers on Fu Jingma's wrist felt as insignificant as ants trying to shake a tree, a hard, unyielding piece of metal. Humph, did you think this was solely up to me? Wen Tang alone to decide? Wen Tang's face gradually turned red, each word strained out painfully from her throat. Flinging his hand aside, Fu Jingma magnanimously gave her a chance to explain, so. Cough, cough, cough. Wen Tang burst into a violent fit of coughs before choking out, instructions from Fengcheng. I'm just following orders, take it up with them if you have any issues. Reason. Fu Jingma paid no mind to her provocation, cutting straight to the chase with his limited patience ticking down by the second. Wen Tang chuckled bitterly and rubbed the 5-fingered mark on her neck, saying, 106 out of 6, besides you, there are 2 others from your team 113, while the remaining 3 members, Beiying has already lost control. Out of the 6 of you, those judged as level 3 psychics are you and him, the other 4 belong to level 2. The old men in Fengcheng's research institute obviously worry you'll lose control too. Having anticipated this when arriving, Fu Jingma surmised that although Wen Tang wouldn't dare act so independently, colluding with that old group against him wasn't something he would overlook either. Loss of control. What did he do? Pulling out a chair, Fu Jingma sat down crossing his legs on the desk as if the preceding anger had all been fabricated. Wen Tang acted as if she hadn't seen it, but instead smiled slightly, well, it's not much. Just that we occupied a safe zone of Kongjiang and only finished half of the assigned task. Now, after cutting off Fengcheng's communications, we have declared independence. Fu Jingma did have some impressions of Beiying. During the mercenary competition back then, they just happened to meet each other. He was someone who had been defeated by Fu. But before this, the supplies sent from Fengcheng, an entire truck of firearms, were all held down by him. Fu Jingma's expression finally relaxed somewhat. What Beiying went through during the mission to become like this, as the most elite warrior, normal matters shouldn't shake his will. So, are you worried I might end up like Beiying? Yeah, they're concerned that the only 2 level 3 psychics both rebelled. She glanced at Fu Jingma with her upward slanted eyebrows, thinking those old men were quite bold. If the person in front of her got angry, the consequences would outweigh the benefits. This is both a test and a deterrent. They want the strength of mutated zombies to let you know that individualism doesn't work. Also, they'd like to check how far your power has come. Humph, Fu Jingma coldly chuckled once, standing up and about to leave, throwing behind a sentence, whatever is against me, just target me directly, don't involve innocents. Also, don't put Beiying's affairs on my account. As compensation for today, bother to deliver a box of heavy machine guns to me. Although abilities are great, having heavy machine guns at hand is also pretty enjoyable. Sure, but eradicating the mutated zombies still needs captain together. Fu Jingma didn't reply, only coolly said a sentence. Wrong, it's lieutenant. It was already evening when Fu Jingma came out from the supervising hall and just missed Gan Hong with a bruised nose and swollen face. The other stuttered and shouted, Captain Fu. Captain Fu. Cold-eyed, he gave him a glance and threw a bottle of medicine from his pocket to him, good enough. Thanks, Captain Fu, he thankfully put away the medicine, and a cheerful voice came from behind him. Got it, still loves getting beaten. Since Gan Hong has returned, Lin Mu and the others should have come back as well. When he arrived at the courtyard, Shen Rangchen was sitting in the dining room eating a bucket of chicken stew mushrooms. There were several buckets of braised beef on the table. He rarely handled such a good-tempered occasion, mentioning a sentence, do you like the taste? Shen Rangchen nodded, drinking another sip of soup, delicious. This taste was indeed unique. He hasn't returned yet. Fu Jingma was too lazy to care and leaned against the edge of the dining table. Where's Lin Mu? In the room. He pulled out 2 sausages he swiped from the supermarket and tossed them to him. Did he say anything? Said what? Shen Rangchen blinked twice, not knowing what Fu Jingma suddenly asked without any particular context meant. Even he himself didn't know why there was a strange feeling out of nowhere. Judging from Shen Rangchen's appearance, he knew nothing could be asked, so he started walking upstairs. The room was very quiet. Lin Mu had just taken a shower. Now that the safe zone had electricity and hot water, it was too wasteful not to shower. He entered the space once, patted the fur of the little Yuan who was upset, and tidied up the things in the space. After those things entered the space, it seemed like under his conscious control, as long as one thought of the way to stack, it could pile up in one place, saving him a lot of trouble. There were more things than he expected. After washing a bath, the annoyance in his heart dissipated a bit. He originally was a good person at summarizing, but he thought all the way and couldn't figure out why he was upset at that time. The door opened, and a tall and leggy figure walked in. Lin Mu lifted his eyelashes and looked at him indifferently. You're back. Have you eaten? He randomly dealt with something while tidying up the space, taking a few bites. Have you eaten? Fu Jingma nodded slightly, sitting by the bedside. Today. Wanting to say something but stopping again. I can't tell you about the military camp's affairs for the time being. It won't be like this next time. What's like this? Lin Mu's eyes were calm and cold, as if asking a completely normal question. It seemed he also didn't intend to ask further. Lin Mu stood up. Let's go downstairs to eat something. He should be back by now. After saying this, he left the room and opened the door. The things he couldn't figure out earlier suddenly seemed to have become clear. Before coming to Wu City, he knew that Fu Jingma had missions in hand, but it was only an abstract thing. Now, Fu Jingma encountered people who belonged to his organization, his teammates. In an instant, Lin Mu felt that he didn't fit into Fu Jingma's world. Chapter 73, I help him practice. The two went downstairs. Lin Mu also belongs to one group, should be protected by him. Downstairs, Hizei had just returned, lying limply on a chair and hugging a bucket of braised beef. Wah wah wah, moo, I'm dying. I don't even have the strength to make instant noodles, Hizei complained bitterly as soon as he saw him come down. Dude, don't send me there tomorrow, I can't hold on for a single day. What did you do today? Lin Mu took over his instant noodles and turned to go into the kitchen to prepare it for him. Fu Jingma also picked up a bucket and followed. Since hot water could only be boiled in a pot, he turned on the induction cooker to heat up the water. Today, that slice of a doctor almost drained all my energy. Not that kind of energy, I mean I couldn't even urinate. My psychic power was almost messed up by him. He made me shoot water at a steel plate until I penetrated it or else he wouldn't let me go. Complaining from the sofa felt lacking in momentum, so Hizei stood on the sofa with one foot across the coffee table, hands on his hips. So, did you manage to penetrate it eventually? Hizei coughed guiltily. Well, no penetration happened, but I did create a small dent on that steel plate. Holy crap, I am pretty badass. If that were a zombie's head, it would have been penetrated. Looks like it's quite effective. Continue tomorrow. Upon the failure of his complaint, Hizei stomped hard on the coffee table, intending to say something more when a cool voice came from the side. Would you mind stepping aside? You are about to step on my talismans. Shen Rangchen looked at where his foot was positioned as if suggesting that one more word would provoke action. Glancing down at his feet, Hizei huffed, you stingy cat. The moment these words escaped his lips, a small talisman flew straight onto Hizei's forehead. Shen Rangchen said calmly, stay still. The obnoxious, domineering figure froze immediately, unable to move or even speak. It turned out you could do that too. Lin Mu found it rather entertaining. Hizei had indeed been making a lot of noise. As the water in the pot boiled, he picked up the pot and poured hot water into the instant noodle buckets for Hizei and Fu Jingma. He threw 2 sausages into each bucket and casually fried a few sunny-side-up eggs. When everything was ready, he handed a bowl to Fu Jingma and then walked toward the sofa with another bowl. Hizei's face was filled with anger, his mouth watering, and his muffled sounds incomprehensible. Rangchen, let him eat. Without lifting his head, Shen Rangchen waved his hand and retracted the talisman stuck on Hizei's head. I dollar at and, percent and at asterisk and percent, at and. Lin Mu quickly stuffed a mouthful of noodles into Hizei's mouth. Eat your own. The instant noodles managed to plug Hizei's mouth. I will go with you tomorrow. Before Hizei could reply, Fu Jingma sat across from him. Why are you going? I don't have much martial arts foundation, and vines under my control aren't functioning to their full potential. Besides, my physical stamina is also poor, I need more practice. After today, he was sure that Fu Jingma definitely needed to resolve the mutated zombie situation on the Cross River Bridge. Before heading there, he wanted to improve himself more. Moreover, he needed to find more opportunities to leave so that little Yuan could absorb some energy. The energy obtained from killing zombies was simply too little. Lin Mu couldn't help feeling anxious about how to make the storage ball grow larger faster. By comparison, enhancing his physical endurance and combat skills might be quicker, or he could get new inspiration from Dr. G. Fu Jingmo raised an eyebrow, a shadow of indistinct expression flashing through his sharp eyes. I'll train you. That guy Ji only has some basic skills. Lin Mu didn't really care. He certainly knew about Fu Jingma's capabilities, and being trained by him would definitely speed up his progress. It was decided this way, so Lin Mu got up and returned to the room first. Fu Jingma kicked He in the leg. What's wrong with Lin Mu? Tilting his body slightly, He swiftly held onto his bucket of noodles, unable to express his anger openly. After pondering for a while, I don't know, but he seems unhappy. Fu Jingma nodded, I think so too. In a few quick swallows, he finished the noodles in his hands and placed them on the table, clean up after eating. Saying that, he hurriedly ran up the stairs, and both slept soundly that night without any incidents. The next day, they went to Dr. Ji Huaiji's place as scheduled. He had demarcated an area within the safe zone to use as a training base. It was originally an indoor tennis court. Since they were all there, Shen Rangchen naturally joined them too. The four entered the training base and saw the tennis court divided into two different zones. One was a completely sealed glass area, while the other was the original tennis court. Apparently, some psychic abilities might be toxic or require special testing areas. Ji Huaiji's mood clearly brightened upon seeing them. After all, the safe zone was full of common power mutants, some with speed or visual enhancements. Having so many special research subjects for his abilities was simply like celebrating the new year. Of course, what interested him most besides Lin Mu was Fu Jingma. No matter how extraordinary Fu Jingma's powers were, they still followed a pattern similar to other mutants, whether in advancing levels or enhancing methods. Moreover, would someone like Fu Jingma really need his training? He likely understood better than anyone else how to develop the use of his abilities. But Lin Mu was different. So far, he was the only case Ji Huaiji had seen of plant fusion. And it was quite unique, completely unlike any other form of fusion he knew. With 16 times the energy concentration, how much benefit would that bring during combat? And that wound healing ability was beyond imagination. Since there was no escape, He resigned himself and went back to train in front of the steel plate from yesterday. Lin Mu glanced at him. Indeed, yesterday's training had been effective. At least, He had learned to condense his power into water arrows, making them lethal weapons. Ji Huaiji, dressed in his white lab coat with hands in his pockets, walked over. When he saw Lin Mu, it was as if he spotted a succulent red braised pork. Lin Mu, you're here. I inquired about your abilities from Wuntang. A whip made of vines. Ji Huaiji was good-looking, even strikingly distinctive. He might be mixed-race due to his deep-set features. However, his extremely pale complexion somewhat detracted from his attractiveness. A vine whip, but it can absorb energy from zombies. Lin Mu wanted to learn how to obtain more energy, so he disclosed a small detail to Ji Huaiji. Lin Mu, would you let me extract a piece? Ji Huaiji wouldn't give up easily, this time targeting Xiaoyuan. Fu Jingma, standing behind Lin Mu, shot him a glare with an intense stare. I need to consider it and will reply tomorrow. Recalling Xiaoyuan's cute and gentle appearance, Lin Mu felt it would likely lash out at Ji Huaiji with its whip. Then today we'll focus on physical training first, and later test the strength and data of the vine whip. Okay. I'll arrange someone to train with you. Let's find a force mutant who excels in martial arts. Ji Huaiji looked around at the people in the arena and gestured to pick one. No need, I'll help him practice. Fu Jingma stepped forward, took hold of Lin Mu's arm, and led him toward the training ground. Watching their retreating backs, Ji Huaiji revealed a curious expression, then turned to Shen Rangchen, the only one left. Do you want me to train you? Chapter 74, Hard to Reach. First, run 10 laps to warm up. The two moved to the center of the venue. 10 laps weren't unmanageable for Lin Mu at this point, so without hesitation, he started running. Fu Jingma slowly followed behind, both wearing short-sleeved white shirts and camouflage pants. Their tall, robust figures created an aesthetically pleasing image. During the last 2 laps, Lin Mu slowed down slightly, but gritted his teeth and finished. Take a few steps to rest. Fu Jingma pulled Lin Mu's bent body upward, reminding him. He trained Lin Mu in the most advanced combat skills where every strike could be fatal or severely injure, thus making it easy to teach him. Release the vines. You've been dealing with zombies recently, but what about humans? They will resist. What about those with martial arts skills? Fu Jingma bent down to retie his shoelaces and, while at it, also tied Lin Mu's shoelaces again. Looking at his jet black hair, Lin Mu hesitated briefly before unconsciously pulling back his foot. Go ahead. Unaware of Lin Mu's reaction, Fu Jingma stood up, tucking the hem of his shirt into his pants. Broad shoulders and narrow waist outlined a well-toned and powerful physique. In contrast, Lin Mu's relatively slim figure seemed frail. He held the vine tightly in his palm, his right leg stepping back half a step, his cold gaze serious. Having used the vine extensively lately, he believed his synchronization with it had improved significantly. With a slight flick of his wrist, Lin Mu fiercely swung the vine out. However, before it could get close to Fu Jingma, it was blocked by a dark blade, or rather, a dark shield, not sharp, but enough to stop the vine. Lin Mu turned his body and launched several more attempts, but regardless of direction or angle, they were effortlessly blocked. It felt impossible to touch Fu Jingmo, and Lin Mu even sensed that Fu Jingmo could predict the movements of the vine faster than he himself could. Once these two began sparring, they immediately drew the attention of many people, who gathered around. Initially expecting a show, they were instead shocked by the incredible powers displayed by both fighters. Wow, Black is so cool. Amazing. It's like watching a movie. That whip is pretty impressive too. If it hits a zombie, it would smash several heads with one strike. But this guy in black didn't even break a sweat. Who is he? The murmurs around him inevitably distracted Lin Mu for a moment, his eyes flickered slightly. At that exact instant, Fu Jingmo crouched down and pushed off with great force from his legs, moving at an incredible speed far beyond the reach of ordinary people, instantly closing the distance to Lin Mu. He pierced through the defensive barrier formed by the vine whip and was immediately close enough to Lin Mu's body that there was no time left for Lin Mu to twist away. A small pain in his wrist, Fu Jingmo had forcefully grabbed it with one hand. Focus. Any distraction will give your opponent a chance. His hot breath fanned across Lin Mu's neck as Fu Jingmo's face showed a seriousness and dedication entirely different from his usual demeanor. Again, came a brief shout, and Fu Jingmo stepped back a little. Close-range combat. Use full strength. Lin Mu stopped using his special abilities and retracted the vine whip. Lacking formal training, he relied only on reflexes developed during this period. In Fu Jingmo's eyes, Lin Mu's moves lacked any form or method, easily broken through. Yet Lin Mu kept attacking, his jaw was visibly taut because he was gritting his teeth, not daring to let up even a bit. When his hands were blocked, he kicked at Fu Jingmo's knees, but once again when they were trapped, Lin Mu strained with his elbows, twisted his body, and kicked out with all his might. A feint, crouching lower, a punch with strong winds followed. Fu Jingmo sidestepped gracefully and casually dodged. His stray hairs brushed past Lin Mu's fist before he abruptly reached out and grabbed Lin Mu's wrist, trapping Lin Mu in front of him in just 2 quick moves. Awesome. Brother, that was incredible. The crowd around them gasped in admiration, it was such a thrilling sight. However, Fu Jingmo remained unfazed and coldly glanced at the onlookers. What are you looking at? Want to try yourselves? The group dispersing quickly. Lin Mu's hands were still pinned behind his back, sweat dripping down his forehead, sticking some hair to his cheek. He knew how capable Fu Jingmo was, but now truly experiencing it, Lin Mu realized he stood no chance of winning, not even of landing a blow. All his reactions, experience, and actions happened in the blink of an eye, allowing Fu Jingmo to predict each movement even before Lin Mu made it. This was their difference, the gap that Lin Mu simply couldn't bridge. Let go. Turning his head slightly, Lin Mu whispered. Fu Jingmo was taller than him by half a head, and his eyes fell, resting on the pale skin of Lin Mu's neck. For a second, he felt inexplicably dry-mouthed. With a slightly sinister facial expression that always carried a hint of rogue charm when smiling, Fu Jingmo suddenly leaned closer, teasing wickedly, Mumu, that won't do, you know. Both bodies radiated heat after their bout, and even their breathing was warm. Instantly, Lin Mu was overwhelmed with goosebumps coursing down his spine. Realizing he might have gone too far with the banter, Fu Jingmo finally released Lin Mu's wrist. Your abilities have improved your reaction time, your strength, and various aspects, but what if you faced another power mutant? These wouldn't be your advantages anymore. He imparted some simple yet effective tips regarding techniques and movements to Lin Mu. They practiced a few more rounds until Lin Mu was completely drenched in sweat, collapsing onto the ground without the energy to move a finger. Shen Rangchen, who'd been lured away by Ji Huaji earlier, had long since returned and squatted beside them watching for quite a while. Compared to Lin Mu's efforts, Shen Rangchen appeared as though he'd been merely wandering around idly. Lin Mu turned his head, sweat dribbling down his cheeks, dropping onto the red plastic floor. Rangchen, what did you train today? Nothing. He wanted to draw blood, but I hate needles. So I immobilized him with a talisman. Shen Rangchen said this with a flat tone. Giving him a thumbs up, Lin Mu sat up from the ground. Fu Jingmo pulled him up, and the three set off together to find Hizei. As dusk approached, thick clouds obscured the last traces of sunlight, and darkness enveloped the sky. The moon hung high overhead, its icy light casting a cold glow over the roof of the safe zone. Walking side by side towards home, Lin Mu was on the far left, his gaze lifting occasionally toward the distance. Hizei shuffled beside him, still animatedly gesticulating, holy cow, Mumu, you should have seen it. Today, I unleashed my full potential, just like this, be on you, be on you, be on you. He bent one leg forward and extended one hand, holding 2 fingers together. It was like this, and with one strike, I pierced right through that steel plate. Man, water can penetrate stone, iron rods can become needles, anything's possible with persistence. If there were a group of zombies right now, I'd slice them all up like vegetables. Fu Jingmo looked at Hizei as if he were an idiot, puzzled as to how someone like Lin Mu could have such a naive and sweet-tempered friend. After a tiring day, they hastily dealt with dinner. Lin Mu took a shower and immediately fell asleep. Fu Jingmo sat on a stool cultivating his mutant abilities for a while. His energy reserves were almost full, it seemed he would soon level up. Glancing at the sleeping Lin Mu, whose head was half buried in the blanket, even though it was hot weather, Lin still liked to sleep under the covers. Fu Jingma quietly climbed into bed, getting closer. The long eyelashes cast a shadow under the lamplight as Lin Mu hugged a pillow and slept soundly. He reached out to poke Lin Mu's pale cheek. It was very soft. Recalling how Lin Mu rarely got angry but sulked all day if woken up in the morning, Fu Jingma quickly withdrew his hand, not wanting to tempt fate. Then, in the middle of the night, they were both jolted awake by a loud alarm. Full alert. Everyone prepare. Chapter 75, The Inescapable Path. Full alert. Everyone prepare. Zombies attack. All fighters go to the gate of the safe zone. Assemble according to your groups quickly and take inventory. Prepare for battle. The warning sound repeated, piercing through the night sky, abrupt and frightening. Because of the zombies, the power supply had been reopened, and all the buildings quickly lit up. Even before the alarm went off, Fu Jingma had already sat up from the bed. He peeked outside through the curtains. Everyone was swiftly gathering at the entrance of the safe zone, which was divided into more than 30 areas, each group having 10 people. There were always people on watch at night, issuing warnings at any sign of trouble. And at that moment, tens of thousands of zombies were densely heading towards the safe zone, howling and swaying under the bleak moonlight, gradually inching closer to the safe area. Lin Mu threw away the pillow, turned over, and coldly asked, "What is it?" "The zombies are here, let's go." Both of them were already dressed when they slept, so after pulling the door open, they ran downstairs, bumping into Shen Rengchen coming the other way. He also came out of his room, rubbing his eyes. "Hurry!" Fu Jingma barked coldly, instantly shaking off He's drowsiness. They followed the crowd toward the main gate. In the houses behind them, the lights suddenly dimmed as the electricity was rerouted to the first layer protection grid on the walls. Within the walls, all those already positioned swiftly climbed the ladders onto the wall. Those without powers held guns on top of the walls, strength mutants carried improved long knives or sharpened iron sticks, and others with various kinds of mutant abilities had already chosen their suitable weapons after countless training sessions. All stood ready. Every so often along the wall, there were holes storing fuel and torches that had been lit. Instantly, scorching flames mingled with the icy moonlight, illuminating the entire exterior of the safe zone as bright as daylight. Team Leader Fu. One section of the gate is yours. Wen Tang's voice rang out overhead. Her slim figure stood straight on the wall top, holding a white megaphone, calm and decisive in her commands. Everyone remained composed and unhurried. Those who couldn't use guns or lacked abilities down below steadily transported ammunition or stones to the wall in an orderly fashion, prepared for reinforcements at any time, resulting in a cacophony of voices. In the pupils filled with fear, tens of thousands of zombies reflected back, with no end in sight, and they advanced quickly, arriving at the electric fence within the blink of an eye. Lin Mu and the others climbed to the top of the wall. The whole gate section, approximately 20 meters to the left and right, was the area they four had to defend today. How, so many? He muttered, staring at the mass of zombies before him. Unceasing waves surged forward endlessly with only one goal in mind, the safe zone. As they approached the electric fence, Wen Tang shouted fiercely, "Activate the fence." Gan Hong rushed to the electrical box and pulled the lever hard. A hum echoed. Electric sparks immediately shot across the first defensive grid more than 10 meters in front of the concrete wall. Instantly, sparks flew everywhere, and the leading pack of zombies didn't even get a chance to convulse before being electrocuted into charred remains. The stench of decay mixed with burnt flesh wafted through the air, making everyone nearly gag. However, no one relaxed because these few rows of zombies were far too insignificant compared to the seemingly endless hordes behind them. The electric fence was merely an iron net, and as the electrocuted zombies piled up, the following zombies stepped over the corpses of their fallen comrades and moved closer. Wave after wave, they surged forward endlessly. Finally, the pressure became too much and the electric fence collapsed. The grotesque zombies squeezed through, stepping on each other to approach the concrete wall. The cement wall stood only 2 meters high and 60 centimeters wide, with countless zombie mouths gaping below. Their sharp nails scratched at the cement as they let out frenzied howls and roars, creating an ear-splitting racket. Wen Tang took a deep breath and called out, "Fire! Annihilate them!" Gunshots rang out immediately. Those atop the wall didn't budge, not one step backward could they take. Retreat meant certain doom for the unarmed civilians behind them, along with their families and children. Fu Jingma held a heavy machine gun while ammunition belts were sent up from the base of the wall. His face darkened as he bent down to load the bullets with practiced efficiency. Lifting the gun resolutely, a series of shots echoed, scattering casings everywhere. Each shot felled a zombie, pushing them back several meters in no time. Lin Mu released his vines. Compared to using guns, this was what he excelled at. With one whip-like swing, he tore off the heads of multiple zombies. He's training had proven fruitful too, water arrows shot out, successfully slaying a couple of zombies. Amidst the gunfire, screams, and the guttural sounds of the zombies, the air was deafening. All eyes had only one goal, eliminating the zombies within their range and holding their segment of the cement wall. Below, an unending tide of zombies surged toward them. Under relentless machine gun fire, the re-dead began to pile up, yet the mindless zombies knew neither fear nor retreat. In the midst of the storm of bullets, they blindly pressed forward, climbing over the stacked bodies of their kind, extending their decayed arms toward those above. The first person fell from the wall and was instantly torn apart by the swarming zombies. The splatter of blood fueled the excitement and frenzy of these undead creatures. Half an hour. There was no sign of stopping. Drenched in sweat, Lin Mu's oversized short-sleeved t-shirt was completely soaked. Finally, Fu Jingmo ran out of ammunition and tossed away his weapon. Black crystal shards flew from his hands. The gunshots from the holes beneath the wall also grew intermittent. The situation grew perilously critical. Lin Mu turned his head and used the vines to pull up a youth who was almost about to fall. There wasn't even time for thanks. The young man grabbed a nearby stick and resumed violently stabbing at the zombies below. Mumu, there's no way we can kill them all. He's exhausted from the long day of training, had depleted his powers and was now using an iron rod to bash the zombies' heads. At this rate, even the bodies of the zombies would soon stack as high as the wall, allowing the zombies behind to simply climb over it. Since seeing the horde, Lin Mu's first thought went to the mutated zombie at the supermarket. Why? Why were the zombies suddenly attacking the safe zone in unison? It was as if they had received some kind of command. And the only plausible source was that mutated zombie. They could never kill them all. A city with a population exceeding 2 million, would take days or even weeks to clear every last one. When Tang had already descended from the wall, the last resort in the safe zone was the 2 armored vehicles parked at the back of the training ground. As for the helicopters, they had long since run out of fuel. Lin Mu, be careful. 2 black blades flew out as Fu Jingmo shouted loudly before abruptly jumping off the wall, striding toward Wen Tang. Lin Mu briefly glanced back, then returned his focus to fighting the zombies before him, gritting his teeth. Send a few of the most powerful mutant soldiers with me to retrieve the armored vehicles. Fu Jingmo coldly cut into the ongoing conversation between Wen Tang and an officer. Having just descended from the wall, the smell of gunpowder still clung to him. Standing at nearly 6 feet 3 inches tall, his icy demeanor caused the officer beside him to shut his mouth immediately. Captain Fu, there are too many zombies outside. Even with the armored vehicles, going out there will be pointless, they'd be stuck and couldn't move. Wen Tang looked straight into his eyes, her brows furrowed deeply. Due to the constant gunfire, she raised her voice, shouting loudly. This is an order, Lieutenant 1. Fu Jingmo glared at her, leaving no room for debate. By addressing her rank, he had effectively changed his identity. If the mutated zombie wasn't dealt with, they would eventually run out of both bullets and food, leading to total annihilation. They couldn't afford hesitation. Wen Tang hesitated for a moment, then gritted her teeth as she looked at him. Understood, Major, but there aren't many special mutants left in the safe zone. Send for the soldiers, those who obey orders and aren't afraid to die. Wen Tang turned around swiftly, ordering the recall of mutated fighters. In less than 5 minutes, a total of 8 people lined up in front. Lieutenant 1, if we need powerful mutants, what about your friend? Her meaning was clear enough, Lin Mu's abilities would be useful too. Fu Jingmo turned and looked deeply at the figure on the wall. His silhouette against the firelight seemed thin yet incredibly steadfast, fearless and unwavering. Not necessary. This was a mission where death was certain, and he was only an ordinary civilian. There was no need for him to sacrifice himself. Fu Jingmo shifted his gaze and began organizing the personnel, checking their weapons. Lin Mu atop the cement wall seemed to sense something. He killed a row of zombies with one whip-like strike, then looked back toward Fu Jingmo's direction. Chapter 76, Lin Mu had somewhat rebellious bones. Swiftly, all 8 people along with Fu Jingmo were fully geared and ready. The rumbling sound grew closer as the armored vehicles drove along the road. 2 people quickly climbed aboard, filling it with all the ammunition they could carry, preparing for maximum efficiency. Wen Tang handed over full control of the armored vehicle to Fu Jingmo and glanced at him. Major, I wish you success. After saying that, she quickly scaled back up the wall. Fu Jingmo hoisted a heavy machine gun and effortlessly leaped onto the thick metal-plated armor. Lin Mu turned back just in time to see Fu Jingmo's sudden leap into the armored vehicle. The endless roars of the zombies filled his ears, their cries rising high into the sky illuminated by the fire. Suddenly, he understood what Fu Jingmo was about to do. He glanced at Hizei and Shenrengshen, then shouted loudly to Ganhong below, come up and help. Then, with a single bound, amidst Hizei's startled cries, Lin Mu jumped off the wall, rolling forward twice before stopping. The armored vehicle started up at that exact moment, heading toward the gate where 2 men waited to open it. Lin Mu stood right there in the middle of the road, waiting for Fu Jingmo's approach. His white t-shirt was completely wrinkled, and his usually clean face bore marks from somewhere unknown. Those eyes, reflecting the firelight, glowed eerily bright. Major. The soldier inside the armored vehicle had been informed of Fu Jingmo's identity by Wen Tang. Looking through the front mirror at Lin Mu standing 20 meters away, the soldier understood what this implied. Hesitating whether to stop or not, Fu Jinghua noticed and a flicker of emotion passed across his otherwise calm eyes. Then, with a deep voice, he gave the order. Continue. Yes. The armored vehicle didn't move fast but slowly approached Lin Mu, showing no signs of stopping. His hands clenched into fists at his sides. He didn't know why he stood there, knowing ever since the start of the apocalypse, what he feared most was being torn apart by zombies. Yet now, facing thousands upon thousands of zombies outside, he was about to go forth. As the cold metal of the armored vehicle drew near, Lin Mu's eyes flashed with anger, gritting his teeth as he rolled to the side, narrowly escaping under its tracks. Rage burned fiercely within him. Wen Tang's voice crackled over the loudspeaker, more fierce and determined than ever. All units suppress with maximum firepower. Follow up with incendiary grenades and clear the path. 2 soldiers were summoned from each section behind. The firepower in front of the safe zone was unprecedentedly strong. Even regular soldiers without abilities trained daily in peacetime. With firearms in hand, almost every shot found its mark, and dense gunfire instantly shattered zombie skulls, splattering brains everywhere. Incendiary grenades. The first batch of incendiary grenades was hurled out. A field of zombies became blood mists as the tide of undead clinging to the cement walls was finally pushed back by several meters of firepower. Using this brief opportunity, the gates thundered open, and the armored vehicles moved forward slowly toward the iron doors. The stacked bodies of zombies at the gate slid inward, forming an inclined slope, their rotting corpses crushed mercilessly beneath the tank's tracks. Rotting flesh and sinew ground into sludge made sticky, squish-squish sounds. A few commoners ran from both sides of the gate, swiftly pulling aside the piled-up zombies onto adjacent empty plots. Limbs lay scattered everywhere, sights too horrific to behold. But they needed to act fast. Once the armored vehicles left, they had to close the iron gates immediately. The stench of decay had long since numbed their senses. Encountering any lingering zombie still struggling for life, they delivered final blows. Elders, women, anyone still able-bodied pitched in. Watching the scene unfold, Lin Mu wiped sweat off his brow and looked again at the armored vehicle about to leave. They needed him. If just these 2 armored vehicles went out, how long would it take to find the mutated zombie's location? Just yesterday, when he entered the space again, Xiao Yuan said it could find the place with the densest concentration of R1 elements. Regular zombies only have a small amount of R1 elements on their bodies. So how about mutated zombies? The R1 elements in their bodies must be much more intense. In this vast tide of zombies, without him, how was Fu Jinghua supposed to find the mutated zombie? He clenched his teeth and quickly rushed toward the gate, slipping out through the crack. Beneath his feet were crushed zombies, like stepping on a pool of mud. That sensation was just too exaggerated. Yet Lin Mu didn't even notice, focusing only on the armored vehicle's position. The civilians at the gate moving zombies only saw someone quickly running out. There wasn't enough time for them to shout before the gate slammed shut. With a whip, he fended off several zombies that hadn't been hit by gunfire. The scene outside the cement wall startled him. Wen Tang had already spotted Lin Mu. A flash of surprise and approval crossed her eyes as she shouted at the soldier beside her, "Cover Lin Mu." Precise bullets took down a few zombies approaching Lin Mu. His pace did not stop, nor did he look back. In 3 strides, he covered 2. Vines shot out, tightly gripping the iron hook on the back of the armored vehicle. With one hard tug, he leaped onto the top of the armored vehicle. The chassis of the armored vehicle was very high. Standing on the highest iron cover completely prevented zombies from grabbing him. Hizei on the cement wall looked at Lin Mu anxiously and angrily shouted, "Mumu, damn it, come back." How many zombies were outside? They had to traverse through the zombie flood, and once the armored vehicle got trapped, Lin Mu would be torn into pieces. Having just exited the gate, Lin Mu was no more than 6 or 7 meters away from the cement wall. He heard the voice and looked back, giving Hizei a reassuring expression. He crouched low, his 5 fingers gripping the edge of the iron cover tightly. The soldiers inside the armored vehicle also saw Lin Mu on the back of the other armored vehicle and seriously said, "Lieutenant Colonel, your friend, is behind." Fu Jinghua put down the heavy machine gun and glanced at the visual mirror. Lin Mu was alone, kneeling on the top of the rear vehicle. Bang! An angry punch landed heavily on the metal plate inside the armored vehicle, creating an ear-shattering sound. Lin Mu looked down at the armored vehicle in front. The distance between the 2 vehicles was around 5 or 6 meters. At this moment, zombies had already filled the gap of 5 or 6 meters. Maybe people in desperate situations are less afraid. Lin Mu felt abnormally calm. Around him stretched a seemingly endless tide of zombies. Their armored vehicles were like 2 little boats, ready to be swallowed at any moment. It seemed as if he couldn't hear the heh-heh sounds of the zombies. The zombies before his eyes were merely ugly-faced monsters, devoid of fear. Again came Wen Tang's voice from the cement wall, "Suppressive fire. Clear the zombies around the armored vehicles." Consecutive gunshots exploded, clearing out a bit of breathing room around the armored vehicle. Fu Jinghua gathered himself and spoke gravely, "Slow down, wait for the one behind to catch up." Lin Mu had come to find him, he knew it. Just thinking about him being exposed to so many zombies made Fu Jingma want to pin this reckless person down, and beat him senseless. The distance closed, it was less than 3 meters. Lin Mu bent over, vines shot out, latching onto the armored vehicle in front. Mimicking what he had done earlier, he jumped across. His movements nearly made Hizei on the cement wall vomit. Fine, you're impressive, you're amazing. Previously, who would have known that Lin Mu had some rebellious streak in him? The armored vehicle top emitted a sound, and Fu Jingma's heart settled back in place. He tapped the lid 3 times with the heavy machine gun, indicating he would open it. Lin Mu stepped aside, and the lid was opened. He looked down, then jumped inside. The instant he landed, a strong hand grabbed him and hurled him forcefully onto the iron panel. Chapter 77, Mutual Anger. Even though Lin Mu's body had been strengthened by Xiao Yuan, his back still throbbed painfully. The iron panel let out a tremendous noise. The other 4 soldiers immediately focused on their tasks, some loaded explosives while others drove. Those with nothing to do pretended to watch the zombies outside via the visual mirrors. How strange, the zombies outside weren't as terrifying as the lieutenant colonel right now. Fu Jingma's eyes burned with fury, he probably hadn't been this angry since they first met. His iron-welded arm was across Lin Mu's throat, while his other hand tightly gripped Lin Mu's shoulder. Damn it! Acting on your own accord. No discipline. Lin Mu, have you considered the consequences? Lin Mu glanced at him. Compared to Fu Jingma's straightforward outburst of anger, his gaze was icily calm. Humph, coincidentally, I'm mad too. Let go, I'm not your subordinate. Lin Mu's voice was cold and hard, as if he were a stranger. Mr. Fu, this safe zone isn't one that you alone decide who survives. The distant way of addressing him left Fu Jingma momentarily speechless, his anger instantly halved. He gritted his teeth, pulling his arm back and cursing, damn it. Too lazy to deal with Lin Mu, the latter walked to the narrow space in front and stared out the small iron window. A short piece of vine in his hand was tightly clenched. After the explosives were loaded, they were pressed into the launcher and subsequently fired off with a roar, rushing at an incredibly high speed into the group of zombies ahead, clearing out a patch of land. How do you plan on finding it? Lin Mu spoke gravely without looking back, it obviously referred to the mutated zombie. Fu Jingma stared at the soft tuft of hair on top of Lin Mu's head before quickly gathering his thoughts. Its psychic range won't be too far. It's skilled at luring prey and possesses a certain degree of intelligence. First, it needs to observe the situation of the safe zone from a high vantage point. Secondly, as Wen Tang said, it doesn't have any other abilities, so it can't protect itself and will definitely surround itself with more zombies to form a protective zone. There aren't many places outside the safe zone suitable for this purpose except for 2 spots. Besides those, we just need to see where the zombies aren't rushing toward the safe zone but are lingering in one place. It won't be difficult to find. Fu Jingma calmly analyzed, already having planned everything from the moment he decided to come out. He never engaged in battles without preparation. What direction are these 2 spots in? Finally, Lin Mu turned to look at him. One is at the southeast corner of the safe zone, and the other is less than 900 meters ahead. Looking forward again, Lin Mu closed his eyes as though entering the space. He spread his consciousness outward. Like spider webs radiating from himself as the center, countless lines stretched out in his mind, turning the entire safe zone into a flat web of lines. The energy within his body surged outwards. He had used his powers extensively on the cement wall, if not for the constant flow of zombies giving him energy, he would have run out long ago. Now, he was frantically channeling the remaining energy in his blood, injecting it into an energy ball, managing both the control of his energy and his consciousness simultaneously. Even for Lin Mu, this was headache-inducing, a first time to use his power in such a manner. The net-like lines spread farther and farther. Fu Jingma noticed his discomfort, taking a few steps forward to steady the swaying man. Lin Mu. Finally, when Lin Mu felt like his head was about to explode, a red dot flickered on the cobalt blue network of light. Clearly, their luck wasn't great, it wasn't in the 900-meter stretch ahead, but rather at the other end, in the southeast corner Fu Jingma mentioned. That mutated zombie was hiding there. And now, exposed on the web woven by Lin Mu's consciousness, it had nowhere to hide. He suddenly opened his eyes, which were drenched in fine sweat, withdrawing the hand Fu Jingma had been holding to steady him. It's not ahead, it's in the southeast corner. Saying that, he leaned against the iron plate, sitting down to rest with his eyes closed. Upon hearing this, the armored vehicle driver glanced at Fu Jingma, unsure whether or not to follow Lin Mu's instructions. Fu Jingma asked nothing, decisively saying, turn toward the southeast corner. Bombs clearing the way, the armored vehicle made a U-turn heading for the southeast corner. Lin Mu sat with his eyes closed, restoring his strength. Vines extended out of his body, finding a small hole to drill through, absorbing energy from secondary death zombies. Fu Jingma knelt and looked at him. Though full of anger in his chest, seeing the pale complexion still prompted him to ask, tired? As expected, he received no answer, prompting Fu Jingma to flip and sit next to him. Didn't you say before that you least wanted to be torn apart by zombies? When did you get so reckless? He tilted his head towards Lin Mu, not caring whether he answered or not, muttering to himself almost. This was something Lin Mu had said in Jiaoshan's courtyard during their first meeting. He didn't know why he even remembered. The person beside him turned his body, facing him with his back. Oh, quite the temper. Lieutenant Colonel Fu wouldn't humiliate himself further and stood up. Since they've come, they'd make sure to pull out this mutated zombie and see what sort of thing it was. Explosive shells kept the rhythm by clearing out the 10-meter path ahead. The distance from the southeast corner to the gate was considered the farthest, but the situation over there was unknown. Relying solely on abilities, how could they possibly take out tens of thousands of zombies to kill the hidden mutated zombie? They needed to control the usage of explosive shells and all their ammunition. Back in the safe zone, since Lin Mu left, Zai's mind wandered frequently, often glancing up at the distance. Beside Shen Rangchen, he was diligently eliminating the zombies in front of the cement wall. He had made another paper figure these past 2 days, named Daisy, who at this moment was throwing the piled-up zombies far away. He himself wielded an iron rod, stabbing and taking out one zombie at a time. Damn, I don't know how Mumu and the others are doing. Zai turned back to look at Shen Rangchen. Seeing his composed expression, it drove him crazy with anger. Are you blind? Usually Mumu treats you so well. Don't you have a heart? Aren't you worried at all? Shen Rangchen glanced at him, would worrying help? Caught off guard, Zai gritted his teeth until they creaked, his eyes bloodshot. I stuck a protective talisman on him. The charm can withstand damage. As long as it's not broken, that means they haven't encountered any danger. Shen Rangchen appeared very calm, looking at Zai as if he were a fool. Hearing this, Zai shut up and rubbed his eyes, instantly switching to a beaming smile. Really, Chen, is your charm really effective? Can you give me one? Roll. With a single thrust, he crushed a zombie's head. Chapter 78, Gigantic Zombie. The armored vehicle moved forward according to plan, occasionally driving over towering piles of zombies before coming down again. Fu Jingma counted the ammunition. Aside from the rounds loaded in the armored vehicle, they still had independent incendiary bombs and precious C9 explosive packages. This counted as their last resort. If they found the mutated zombie, they would definitely have to get out of the armored vehicle. He looked at the dashboard, it showed 324. Despite wiping out so many waves of zombies, they were still advancing relentlessly. Fu Jingma was quite perplexed. Was the mutated zombie's energy inexhaustible? When they first saw it in the supermarket, there wasn't such a large-scale attack. Perhaps at that time, they managed to escape quickly from its control range. A few more minutes passed, and the armored vehicle came to a stop. Lieutenant Colonel Fu, we've arrived. This area was an under-construction villa zone. At the southeast corner here, there were large amounts of building materials stacked up, including several unfinished buildings surrounded by scaffolding. The hollow buildings lacked doors and windows, just a concrete structure remained. The mutated zombie was hiding around here. As soon as the armored vehicle stopped, zombies rapidly swarmed outside, or maybe the commotion drew the attention of the mutated zombie as well. Lin Mu stood up from the ground, thanks to the ammunition explosions killing batch after batch of zombies, allowing him to absorb considerable amounts of energy and restore about 3 or 4/10 of his strength. For machine guns extended from the armored vehicle, both front and rear, wildly firing around, covering circles. These buildings did have a benefit, the zombies struggled to climb them. The ground floor was crowded with zombies, but obviously, the second floor had fewer zombies, and even fewer were brave enough to step onto the scaffoldings outside, falling straight down whenever they tried. Lin Mu took a glance outside. In the dark, he couldn't see clearly, only discerning shadowy swaying figures bathed faintly by moonlight. Get ready to go outside. Fu Jingma spoke resolutely, his gaze icy but resolute as he looked toward the outside. Unlike Lin Mu's suppressed fear, Fu Jingma showed genuine fearlessness. Among the roughly 10 buildings, they now needed to get to those buildings' rooftops. The mutated zombie seemed to notice them. Zombies previously rushing toward the safe zone now began to change direction, encircling towards their position for a coordinated attack. Another pair of armor-piercing shells were fired, clearing a path ahead, while the armored vehicle's machine guns continuously swept and barely maintained speed approaching the buildings. They finally reached the base of the first building. At this point, only the last 3 armor-piercing shells remained loaded. The incendiary bombs hadn't been used yet, and there were still C9 explosive packs available. The armored vehicle's machine guns had already ceased fire due to lack of ammunition. Stop below the building. Go upstairs. Take the incendiary bombs, and search each building one by one. Fu Jingma hoisted the crane, slinging the ammo belts over his shoulder, then abruptly opened the top hatch. The 2 C9 explosive packs could not be used unless absolutely necessary because the explosion's power might prevent them from escaping. Climbing out through the top hatch, he stood atop the armored vehicle cover. As they stopped there, throngs of zombies were already attempting to climb aboard the vehicle. The heavy machine gun roared into life once more, with Fu Jingma standing atop the armored vehicle shooting furiously, shell casings flying everywhere. Everyone climbed out through the top hatch. Each person strapped an incendiary bomb to their backs, with Lin Mu walking at the end, glancing down and sweeping all remaining incendiary bombs inside the vehicle into his spatial ring. They headed toward the stairwell direction. All of them held guns firmly, madly firing, tearing through the overwhelming waves of zombies, forging a bloody muddy path. Occasionally, zombies would fall from the second floor. Lin Mu used vines to fling them out, and thus slowly cleared the staircase. They split into two groups, with 2 rows of houses, exactly 5 people on each side. The gap between the houses was originally around 5 meters wide, but due to the scaffolding, it was compressed to just 2 meters. Once they were upstairs, they could jump to another building using the scaffolding. Fu Jingma steadily led the way, but there were too many zombies, too many to imagine or count. Lin Mu's energy could no longer sustain the diffusion of his consciousness, he needed to get closer, much closer. As long as that mutated zombie approached the vicinity of Xiaoyuan, he could sense it. The zombies behind them rushed madly forward. The 5 of them reached the edge of the second floor, where 2 turned back to shoot continuously, turning the incoming zombies into flesh paste. Fu Jingma leaned out over the scaffolding to take a look, then leaped across, shouting as he looked back. Quick! Hurry up! If they didn't hurry, the 2 machine guns wouldn't be able to hold back the zombies behind them for long. Lin Mu's vine swung, and he leapt over as well. With a roll, he threw off 2 zombies that had just climbed up to the second floor. When the last 2 soldiers jumped over, the 5 continued forward, methodically spraying bullets in every direction. However, after passing through only 2 buildings, the mutated zombie became restless. All the zombies began to violently agitate, attempting to climb the scaffolding. Once one group fell down, another swiftly took their place. This quickly blocked the bridge between the buildings. Realizing they couldn't climb, the zombies started wildly smashing at the structures. When the scaffolding of the building in front collapsed under assault from the zombies below, they were trapped in a third building. They rapidly suppressed all staircases where zombies might come up, but their ammunition depleting fast. Incendiary bombs were thrown out towards the clusters of zombies outside. Fu Jingma aimed with a single shot, releasing the trigger momentarily before ducking and pressing Lin Mu's head down. The rough gravel scratched against his arms, but there was no time to care. The bomb exploded in midair with a thunderous roar, the powerful shockwave blowing apart countless zombie heads. At this moment, an even louder sound erupted, causing Lin Mu to lift his startled head. The rooftop of the opposite building was ripped off. Ripped open. As if a toy being slapped away by a giant hand. Bathed in moonlight, Lin Mu froze with horror. That was a gigantic creature composed of countless limbs, countless undead parts, nearly 5 to 6 stories tall. Its arms swiped once, tearing off the second floor of the building. If memory served, there were 5 soldiers who just entered that row of buildings. Before he could dwell on it further, a massive explosion sounded from that building, rubble scattering everywhere. The last remaining breath of life triggered the incendiary bombs strapped to their bodies. No hesitation, ready to die for the cause. Lin Mu's body began to violently tremble uncontrollably. He knew he would die, he had already prepared himself to do so. But as death loomed near, his body reacted far more strongly than his own will. The voice of Fu Jingma sounded beside him, as though calling him for several moments. Lin Mu. Lin Mu. He was forcefully rolled twice, hitting the edge of the wall with a loud crash at the back of his head, snapping him instantly back to clarity. Amidst the swirling dust, the spot where they had been just moments before was smashed to pieces by a huge fist. In sync with the movements of the enormous fist, countless dead zombies and mangled limbs fell with a rustling sound. The 2 young soldiers standing nearby were already thrown off the collapsing building. What would happen next was obvious. Half the building had collapsed, leaving only the area they stood on still precariously intact. Chapter 79, Truly a Beloved Treasure of Brother Fu. Besides the 2 of them, there was only 1 soldier left, standing pressed against the wall in the corner, his expression just as fearless as Fu Jingma's. Lin Mu quickly gathered his wits and stood up, pulled by Fu Jingma. The sole benefit of the building's collapse was that the staircase leading up was now also broken into rubble. Though the ground below was filled with gaping-mouthed zombies, they could not ascend quickly. The 3 clung tightly to the wall, motionless, the protruding part of the roof perfectly hiding their location. Lin Mu stared intently at the colossal zombie, which was wandering back and forth in front of the building, as if trying to ascertain if everyone inside was already dead. Its full form was now fully exposed before Lin Mu. The zombies on its body had their mouths agape, as if adhered to it by some unseen force. Give me some time. Lin Mu whispered resolutely to Fu Jingma and began swiftly absorbing energy, directing his awareness toward the giant zombie. Soon, he found it. It was on it. That mutated zombie was right on its body. Hiding among the tattered bundles of zombies, it was at the heart's position. Its heart. Right there. Drenched in sweat, Lin Mu turned his head excitedly towards Fu Jingma. The 3 moved closer at the corner, quickly sharing information. Perhaps due to the earlier collision, the young soldier's arm was covered in blood, the scent would soon be detected by the giant zombie. Spread out and strike swiftly. Fu Jingma made the call immediately as the enormous zombie had already pivoted its head, clearly about to move this way. The three broke into a run, heavy machine guns blazing, with Fu Jingma leading the charge. He sprinted, leaped, and soared over the 3 to 4 meter gap, landing heavily on the second floor opposite. Lin Mu swung his vines, hooking the edge as he followed close behind. After they landed, Fu Jingma bent his knees, crouched low, and turned around to unleash a barrage of bullets from the heavy machine gun directly at the giant zombie's chest. His precise and powerful shooting instantly sent down countless dismembered zombies, filling the air with a mix of putrid and burnt odors. The colossal zombie roared in fury, taking a single stride that spanned 6 to 7 meters, instantly closing the distance. With one swing of its fist, it shattered the building they had just been in, then continued moving forward, raising its fist to smash down onto the current structure. The roof collapsed outright, and the three fell into the first floor, face to face with the wave of zombies below. Lin Mu quickly lashed out with his whip to fling away the encroaching zombies while Fu Jingma and the young soldier fired furiously, leaving no time to deal with the giant zombie for now. Yet the relentless flood of zombies showed no sign of pain or hesitation, relentlessly rushing toward them. Intent on annihilating these nuisances that were ruining its plans, the massive zombie pursued relentlessly. Already, more than half of the dozen buildings had been destroyed. At this rate, they'd have no place left to flee, not to mention the overwhelming hordes of zombies surging everywhere. Fighting their way back while retreating, their heavy machine guns burned through ammunition rapidly. A trace of metallic taste crept into Fu Jingma's mouth as his jaw tightened slightly. Every time the giant zombie retracted its fist after striking, it instinctively pulled back toward its chest. When only the last belt of ammunition remained, the young soldier suddenly turned back, smiling faintly at Lin Mu and Fu Jingma before speaking up. "Lieutenant, you better aim well." A giant fist enveloped in a stench of blood descended abruptly. Before Lin Mu could react, the young soldier dashed forward in 3 quick steps, grabbing hold of the enormous fist, which was composed entirely of stitched-together zombies. Instantaneously, blood sprayed everywhere as his arm was viciously torn apart. Lin Mu's cry caught in his throat as the vines he extended fell limp halfway. Strapped to his back was a canister of incendiary bombs. By Fu Jingma's side, the shot was steady, aimed, and unwavering. As the fist approached the creature's chest in that split second, he pulled the trigger. The incendiary bomb exploded violently, releasing another torrent of decaying flesh and blood. The giant zombie's shoulder was shattered in half, causing it to stagger backward several steps. Taking advantage of this brief pause, Fu Jingma shouted loudly, "Let's go." He discarded the heavy machine gun, whipping out his black blade and slicing off the heads of a line of zombies ahead. Lin Mu numbly followed in his footsteps, running as fast as they could, feeling as though the air was being squeezed tightly from their lungs, each breath tasting like blood. At the end of these buildings stood a few large trucks, presumably for transporting construction materials. Without hesitation, both sprang into action. Fu Jingma grabbed Lin Mu's hand, hurling him upwards onto the truck bed before clambering in himself. Inside the safety of the truck bed, at least free from the immediate danger of zombies, Lin Mu collapsed to the ground. Out of 10 people, only the 2 of them remained. Gaining a precious moment to catch their breath, they pressed against the side of the truck bed, gulping down large breaths of air. Outside, cries and groans of the zombies echoed incessantly. Lin Mu turned to look at him. In the pale moonlight, Fu Jingma's cold expression bore no trace of emotion. "Fu Jingma, what do we do?" Hearing this, Fu Jingma turned back, curving a faint smile. He reached out to wipe the dirt off Lin Mu's face but found it stubbornly clinging on, revealing a flicker of displeasure. "I told you not to come." Lin Mu frowned sharply. "Was this really the time? What did you bring?" Fu Jingma asked, his piercing gaze unrelenting, confident that Lin Mu's spatial pocket held something valuable. From his spatial pocket, Lin Mu produced incendiary bombs and the C9 rifle he had collected upon leaving the armored vehicle. Seeing the items on the ground, Fu Jingma smiled, reaching out to pinch Lin Mu's nape and pulling him closer. Foreheads pressed together, their breathing intertwined, smoky yet heated. "You're amazing. Truly my little treasure," Fu Jingma said warmly. These words caused Lin Mu's heart to contract tightly in the night, his face heating up instantaneously. "Fu Jingma, let me handle it." Lin Mu spoke sternly, a look of determination etched on his face. "I have Xiao Yuan, I can manage this." The hand on Lin Mu's neck tightened slightly, repeatedly kneading a small patch of soft flesh at the nape. His gaze fell upon Lin Mu's dry, attractive lips. They were so close now, less than 5 centimeters apart. "All right, Big Brother believes in you." He released his grip, and the warmth that belonged to Lin Mu swiftly disappeared from his palm. No longer delaying, Fu Jingma stood up and pulled Lin Mu with him. The latter patted his buttocks, furrowing his brow and awkwardly said, "Don't keep calling me Big Brother, I'm older than you." Leaping onto the top of the truck, Fu Jingma kicked out the car window glass, slipping into the driver's seat. He pulled out 4 red and blue wires under the steering wheel, connecting them neatly with nimble fingers. A moment later, the engine roared to life. With a heavy foot on the gas pedal, the truck shot forward, overturning countless zombies in front of it. Hanging onto the back of the truck to steady himself, Lin Mu stared unwaveringly at the outside. That giant zombie was repairing the shoulder that had just been blown open, grabbing numerous smaller zombies from the ground and throwing them into the gap. As if drawn by something, the zombies thrown into the gap tightly adhered together. In Lin Mu's hand, Xiaoyuan, his vine weapon, entwined with burning flares at its tip. The truck rapidly approached. There were only 4 burning flares left. Vines were flicked out, smashing the burning flare forcefully against the giant zombie's chest. A black crystal shard flew out through the car window, causing the burning flare to explode violently. Red light illuminated half the sky. But it was too far away. The truck could no longer approach. It was their only hiding place right now. If they moved closer, the giant zombie would see an even bigger target and could flip them over with just one punch. Black blades slashed out continuously, clearing the surrounding swarm of zombies. Lin Mu swung the second burning flare, jumping onto the roof of the truck and hurling it out calmly. But it wouldn't work. At best, this could only blow apart an outer layer of the giant zombie, and definitely wouldn't kill the mutated zombie hidden within. The angered giant zombie took several strides toward them. Fu Jingma leaned out of the window, spinning his black blade as countless zombies got sliced off his body. Zombies advanced step by step. This couldn't continue. Biting his teeth, Lin Mu embraced the C9 rifle, wrapping vines around the giant zombie's fingers. Using all his strength, he stepped on its hand, where nothing but biting mouths surrounded him. Thanks to the high-quality combat boots, he wouldn't be bitten immediately. Fu Jingma saw Lin Mu's figure on the giant zombie, tiny beyond measure. With eyes wide in fear, he immediately hit the gas pedal, rushing toward the giant zombie. At the moment when the truck collided with the zombie, he flipped out of the driver's seat. Caught by the unexpected impact, the giant zombie fell backward. Lin Mu gritted his teeth, gripping onto the vines. If not for the fact that the vines grew from his palms, they might have slipped out by now. After a few leaps, Fu Jingma climbed up the abandoned buildings, reaching the highest point. The giant zombie falling backward crushed countless other zombies beneath it. Buildings collapsed continuously, scattering debris everywhere. Lin Mu fell heavily, panic-stricken as the vines coiled around the edge of an undestroyed house, barely stabilizing himself. He reached his hand into a nearby crack. This was the chance, there would never be a better time to get so close. Vines swirled, throwing the C9 rifle forward. It embedded perfectly into the giant zombie's chest. Glancing back at Fu Jingma, he shouted loudly, "Hurry." Normally decisive, Fu Jingma hesitated for a second. At such proximity, the C9's firepower was extremely dangerous. But reason dominated his mind. As he rushed toward Lin Mu quickly, it was instinctive for him to raise his hand, black crystals flying out and striking the C9. Chapter 80, You're Not So Fragrant Either. In an instant, Lin Mu swung his vines, squeezing out the last ounce of energy. Veins bulged on his hands as inertia slammed him back into the truck bed. An explosive roar erupted. Fu Jingma smashed hard onto the ground as countless zombies were blasted into the air, followed by the dull sounds of numerous corpses dropping back down. It was a shower of zombies. The explosion firelight illuminated half the sky. Even people in the safe zone were startled by the immense blast. The truck was violently lifted and then thunderously crashed back down. Lin Mu's chest felt as though it had exploded. Pain like fire spread across his back. Blood that had been suppressing in his throat could no longer be held in, spraying forth. Chunks of shredded flesh rained down from above, burying him entirely. The putrid smell was unbearable, even including zombies that hadn't fully died yet. Darkness enveloped his vision, leaving him unable to care about anything else. The giant zombie could rise no more. The other zombies encircling this area instantly lost their focus and wavered about aimlessly, following their instincts toward where there were still people in the safe zone. Every second counted. Fu Jingma surged to his feet, dashing madly toward the direction of the truck. Lin Mu, hang on. With a few leaps, he crossed over a burned handrail from the explosion and stepped on the remnants of a second-floor cement building, kicking off with his foot to jump diagonally out of the house. His hands clawed at the edge of the truck. The cargo bed was already half full of zombies, and his hands uncontrollably trembled. Lin Mu, it's alright, don't be afraid, Brother Fu is here. Gripping the edge tightly, he jumped up onto the roof platform. Without stopping, he began madly throwing out the undead bodies. There were too many, some full, some half bodies, even just attached hands or feet, and some were still moving their mouths despite being not quite dead yet. Viscous, decaying flesh covered his hands as one could clearly see decayed faces and rancid mouths all around him. Yet, Fu Jingma seemed completely unaware, mechanically repeating the motion of tossing them out. With great effort, most of the zombies in the cargo bed were thrown out, and he leaped down. At the bottom, amidst the pile of zombies, he spotted a familiar corner of white clothing. After clearing away the top zombies, Lin Mu's thin body emerged, faintly showing a delicate golden glow that disappeared the moment he was pulled free. Fu Jingma controlled his trembling hands, grabbing the person and wanting to embrace him, but he didn't know how. His face was pale, the once white work shirt was now soaked with blood, while fresh red stains marked his chest, along with dried blood traces near the corner of his mouth. Most terrifying of all was Lin Mu's back, severely scorched by the explosive wave. His clothes were gone, leaving behind only charred flesh mingled with black ash stains. He had handled countless dangerous missions, recovering comrades' dismembered limbs from mountains of corpses, and witnessed people shredded like sieves under hailstorms of bullets. Yet, not for a single moment, not even once, had he felt so utterly lost. As if submerged into an icy dungeon, he ripped off part of his own shirt, wiping away the decaying flesh and blood on his hands, trembling fingers placed carefully at Lin Mu's nostrils. When that feeble breath touched his fingertips, Fu Jingma's whole body jolted as if fireworks exploded inside his brain, a shot of adrenaline pierced through him, making him almost leap off the ground. Not dead. Not dead. Lin Mu was still alive. At this instant, sunlight brightened the skies, gilding the earth beneath with radiant dawn light. The overwhelming joy of recovering someone thought lost left him speechless. Each worry, each time he'd feared for Lin Mu's life, seemed strangely new even to himself. Why? Why did he fear so much that Lin Mu might die? Before he could further reflect, the person in his arms let out a thunderous cough. Fu Jingma held him, tilting him over his shoulder and soothingly patted his chest. Another gush of blood was coughed from his throat, which alleviated the lung-splitting pain slightly. Lin Mu's fingers clenched tightly onto Fu Jingma's arm, and the unbearable pain caused by his wound made him want to scream. Yet, gritting his teeth, he held it in. It's over, Lin Mu, it's over. Enduring excruciating pain, his breathing grew heavy. After a long pause, he weakly asked, "Did we succeed?" "Yes, we succeeded. You did great." His lips hovered close to Lin Mu's ear, nearly kissing it as though afraid his voice wouldn't reach. Lin Mu's head retreated from his neck, frowning as if repulsed. "Back off, you stink." Fu Jingma chuckled. "You're laughing at 50 steps when you can barely walk 100 either." Both had been running face to face with the zombies for hours, one had been buried under them, the other handling who knows how many pieces of rotten meat. That smell was enough to make anyone retch, intoxicatingly nauseating. "Don't fall asleep, let me disgust you so you stay awake, I'll take you home." With a shake of his wrist, he stood up, bending his leg carefully placing Lin Mu onto his back as he mounted the truck bed's edge. Instinctively, Lin Mu wrapped his arms around Fu Jingma's neck. Though invisible to him, the piercing sensation told him his back was likely beyond recognition. While trapped beneath earlier, he hadn't been able to move an inch. If not for something suddenly appearing, blocking that partly alive zombie biting into his shoulder, he'd have been bitten by then. In the safe zone, with the relentless tide of zombies abated, gradually, bombs started to clean out the remaining surrounding undead creatures. Surviving soldiers equipped with rifles took care of any leftover zombies outside the safe zone boundaries. Meanwhile, those psychically gifted warriors began clearing away the corpses nearest the innermost circle. Hizei discarded the iron rod in his hand and glanced at Shenrengchen beside him. Rarely had he seen even him so disheveled, with sweat sticking his hair plastered against his face. "Hey, how's Mumu doing? Is your thing still intact?" Though when Tang assured them that the zombies wouldn't continue coming towards this area since the mutated zombie must have been dealt with, he couldn't help but worry. Shenrengchen patted the dust off his pants and sat down beside the cement wall, his fingers pinching a few times as he furrowed his brow. "The talisman broke. Shit, why didn't you say so earlier?" Hizei shot up like his but was on fire, scrambling to his feet and rushing out immediately. After jumping down from the cement wall, Shenrengchen added coolly, "But isn't he back now?" In the distance, at the horizon. The armored vehicle was making its way toward the safe zone under the golden sunrise of dawn. There's one more chapter I'll release later Chu. Chapter 81, Too Hot. Got heaty. The armored car drew closer, and when Tang also walked out from the gate. The vehicle stopped with a loud roar, and the top cover was pushed open. Hizei jogged along and jumped onto the top of the armored vehicle. "Fu, Brother Mu, are you guys there?" From inside came Fu Jingma's voice, "Pass Lin Mu to you carefully." Lin Mu was handed over through the top cover, and Hizei couldn't help but jump in shock upon seeing him. "Geez, Mumu, are you still alive?" The person with closed eyes weakly spat out 2 words. "Not dead." "Wah wah wah wah, not dead, not dead." Hizei carefully picked him up. Following that, Fu Jingma jumped out of the top cover, standing tall and surveying the surroundings. A battlefield full of gunpowder smoke and rotting zombies surrounded them. The entire safety zone seemed enclosed by zombie corpses. Tired, emotionless people were pushing makeshift carts to haul away bodies farther away. "Lieutenant." When Tang's voice came from below. Fu Jingma glanced at him. "All gone, only the 2 of us remain." When Tang understood his meaning. This usually resilient and polished base manager had reddened eyes. Fu Jingma jumped off the armored car, snapped his heels together, stood upright, and saluted smartly toward the rising sun. When Tang behind him also stood straight and returned the salute. "Everything you've done will be remembered by the world, and everything you want to accomplish, I will do for you." With a deep breath, he lowered his hand and moved closer to the armored car. "I'll carry him." Lin Mu feebly leaned against Hizei and whispered, "Brother, don't give me to him, he smells too bad." Cough, understood. Hizei carried Lin Mu himself and walked towards the safe zone. Fu Jingma quietly pulled back his hand, untrusting lowering his head to smell his own body. Hadn't noticed before, but now with the wind blowing, indeed. Puke. Wen Tang stared at him as if looking at an idiot, still stepping forward to say, Lieutenant, thank you. An order has been given, while you're here, everything will be decided by you. Fu Jingmo raised his eyebrows and chuckled. With his rank being the highest, it naturally would be decided by him, so putting on airs is meaningless. He followed Hizei, lifting his legs. Lin Mu was gradually adapting to the pain on his back, listening to Hizei talk about last night's battle conditions, feeling a headache coming on. It seems allowing Hizei to carry him wasn't a wise decision either, it was too noisy, impossible to even take a nap. They didn't have to worry about any further matters, they went straight back to the small courtyard. Lin Mu's injuries were severe, and without Xiao Yuan's assistance, there's no way he'd still be conscious right now. Just after setting Lin Mu down in the room, Gan Hong arrived with Ji Huaiji. Ji Huaiji carrying the medical kit ascended the stairs, passing by Fu Jingma's side, gagging slightly. Upon sitting next to the bed, he vomited again. Sorry, but you two are quite pungent. He quietly reached into the medical kit and pulled out a mask, putting it on. Hizei also requested one and put it on. Watch over him. Fu Jingma coldly said this sentence and grabbed a couple of pieces of clothing, heading into the bathroom. Let him choke to death then. Ji Huaiji said carelessly, picking up the alcohol swabs and tweezers. Hizei obeyed by staying near, all still remembering the tissue slicing incident, definitely can't let him slice Mu. Using the tweezers to hold alcohol-soaked cotton to clean Lin Mu's wound, even though his ability could recover, it still required time. Moreover, the wound had many impurities that needed to be cleaned thoroughly. The wound was extensive, blood mixed flesh exposed, gravel sand fragments mixed with wood chips, it was just dirty and grim looking. When Ji Huaiji started working, his demeanor turned serious. He carefully removed impurities piece by piece and disinfected with alcohol swabs. As the alcohol touched the wounds, excruciating pain made Lin Mu's whole body tremble, cold sweat appearing on his forehead. He clenched the sheets tightly, gritting his teeth and trying to stifle his cries of pain. You need to endure this, it's going to be troublesome. A suppressed cry of pain rang out in the room, and Hizei couldn't bear to look. His brows were tightly furrowed. If it weren't for the apocalypse, where would they have ever seen bullets and bombs, let alone suffered injuries? Sigh. The bathroom door opened, and Fu Jingma emerged after a 5-minute combat shower. Put down the medicine box, I'll handle it. Glancing at Lin Mu, who was drenched in cold sweat, he reached out and picked up Ji Huaiji. Out, all of you. With a few kicks, he unceremoniously shooed out Hizei and Gan Hong, seating himself where Ji Huaiji had been just moments before. Lin Mu found some strength, looking at Fu Jingma, can you do it? Ji Bo sure was doing fine. Fine my ass, his hands are like stone. Brother Fu will handle you, go ahead and sleep. Fu Jingma's temple twitched as he tousled his wet hair, shook it off, and picked up the tweezers. He was exhausted indeed, if it hadn't been too painful, Lin Mu would have fallen asleep long ago. With Fu Jingma taking over, the tension in his heart inexplicably relaxed a bit. Please wake me up when you're done so I can take a bath. His voice grew quieter as he slowly closed his eyes. TCH, Brother Fu isn't like you. You can touch me after I bathe, yet you complain about the smell. Picky and delicate. Recalling how Lin Mu climbed that gigantic zombie, he changed his tone. Not delicate. Carefully extracting the impurities from his wound, Fu Jingma leaned low, his deep-set eyes showing an unprecedented seriousness. The hands accustomed to wielding guns and knives worked with utmost caution each time. When the wound was cleaned, he disinfected it again, then pulled out a dagger from the shaft of his boots and, with 2 swift slashes, removed Lin Mu's ragged clothes hanging in front and threw them on the floor. Though Lin Mu also smelled awful, Fu Jingma didn't feel a bit repulsed by it. Still, only Brother Fu treats you well. He grabbed Lin Mu's pants and stood up to fetch a basin of water from the bathroom along with a towel. After wringing out the towel, he wiped away the sweat from Lin Mu's face, as the morning light shone through the window. Gray streaks on Lin Mu's face were wiped away, revealing a handsome and delicate countenance once more. Fu Jingma suddenly remembered the moment inside the truck yesterday. He wanted to clean him up, to take another good look at his face. Their foreheads touched briefly, and in that instant, he thought. Shaking his head, Fu Jingma continued wiping Lin Mu's body meticulously, going down his neck. He couldn't touch the wounds on his back, so he moved to his waist, noting how thin he was. Then came, the full sides, this area had a bit more meat. As he wiped toward the beautiful pink straight part, Fu Jingma's hand trembled. Whoa, his nose itched so much, he wiped it with the back of his hand. Damn it, it's too hot today, and he's got heaty conditions. Fuck, maybe brother needs to find a girlfriend. Sticking 2 pieces of tissue into his nose, Fu Jingma quickened his movements, unable to cover Lin Mu with a blanket on his back, so he draped his own jacket over his waist. Hastily making his way downstairs, Fu Jingma saw Hizei sprawled on the sofa taking a rest, and Shen Rengchen stepping out of the room after finishing his shower. Fu Jingma cast a glance and walked outside. Brother Fu, where are you going? Why is there blood flowing from your nose? Are you alright? He's shouts gradually faded as Fu Jingma tossed the tissue from his nose and slowly made his way towards the edge of the safe zone. Wen Tang still stood there on the cement wall, staring at the cleaning personnel outside. Come down. Turning around to see him, Wen Tang jumped down. Lieutenant. How bad are the casualties? Wen Tang frowned deeply and spoke solemnly, including the 8 soldiers who left with you, 16 warriors sacrificed their lives in total, 9 more abnormal ability carriers died. Less than a third of the ammunition remains. Briefly reporting the situation, Fu Jingma watched those still clearing the battlefield. With only this much ammunition left, this safe zone could no longer endure such an attack again. If Baiying hadn't withheld the originally scheduled delivery of ammunition to this place, last night's battle wouldn't have been nearly as tough. Tell me about Baiying. Yes, please wait a moment. After delegating tasks at the gate, Wen Tang led Fu Jingma towards the supervisory hall. Chapter 82, Brother will come and comfort you tomorrow. As dusk approached, waves of acrid stench spread across the safe zone. Because the most corpses lay at the southeast corner, Fu Jingma issued orders after leaving the supervision hall to transport all the zombies there to be burned. Several pits were blasted in the ground at the southeast corner overnight, and the recovered energy users helped expand these craters. Each measured roughly the length and width of 2 shipping containers and was 5 or 6 meters deep. Ordinary people transported every zombie corpse from outside the safety zone here to be burned. In more than 10 pits, grotesque zombies lay at the bottom. Some had only half a head left, others were gutted or missing limbs, sprawled haphazardly in disarray. Thick, black smoke billowed up to the sky, and everyone gradually grew numb. 2 months ago, these zombies had been living, breathing people just like them. It was often said that soldiers returning from battlefields mostly required psychological intervention and therapy. In this current apocalypse world, there were no dedicated psychologists available to provide such care. Everyone, regardless of their jobs during peacetime, whether elite white-collar workers, CEOs, laborers, farmers, or any other professions, had nothing but acceptance and self-digestion as options. At 6 o'clock, the sky turned completely dark, and everyone retreated back into the safe zone, leaving tomorrow's tasks for the next day. The night was far too dangerous to stay exposed outside the safe area. In the small courtyard. The person on the bed had slept all day. Due to the consumption of little yuan energy, the wound healed slowly, forming only a thin scab. The slender fingers twitched slightly, the long, dark eyelashes fluttered, and the eyes slowly opened. After a moment of confusion, the usual clear, cool gaze returned. The pain on his back was no longer as unbearable as it had been that morning, instead turning into a dull ache. Recalling everything that happened last night, the zombie siege on the safe zone, the young fallen soldiers, and how Fu Jingma had pulled him out from a pile of zombies, Lin Mu sighed deeply and tried to prop himself up. The room was empty, and the sky was almost completely dark. A slight movement caused the camouflage jacket wrapped around his waist to slip to the floor, revealing his naked body with its faintly cooling skin. Lowering his head, he smelled himself and realized the putrid stench associated with zombies was nearly gone. Was it Hizei who bathed him? Shaking his head, it seemed not. Yesterday, it was Fu Jingma who treated his wounds. Seeing that even the most private areas were perfectly dry and clean, Lin Mu's mind nearly froze. There was absolutely no need to clean here thoroughly too. All thoughts of sleep vanished. He swung his legs off the bed, the sharp stab of pain from his back causing him to inhale sharply. Ignoring it, he headed to the cabinet to find clothes. He pulled out the largest white short-sleeved shirt and slipped it on. The fabric brushed against the freshly scabbed wounds on his spine, igniting a tearing pain that drenched his forehead in cold sweat. Deciding to head outside so little yuan could absorb some energy to quicken recovery, he continued searching for underwear and pants. Suddenly, the door creaked open, the sound slight. Inside walked a tall, lanky figure. The room was dark, lit only by moonlight. Not seeing the person who should have been lying in bed, Fu Jingmo raised an eyebrow and turned to see Lin Mu stiffly standing beside the cabinet. His hand was still on the cabinet, pinching the corner of a white pair of underwear, as if about to pull it out. The rising moonlight poured onto Lin Mu's pale neck, illuminating it with a cool bluish-white glow, his side face remaining icy and calm. The oversized short-sleeved t-shirt hung loosely on him, revealing his straight legs, with the hem barely covering his upper thigh, hinting even at something that shouldn't be seen. Shit, his nose was itching again. Slap. Reacting instantly, Lin Mu grabbed the thing in his hand and threw it fiercely. Distracted by beauty, reaching to touch his nose, Fu Jingmo was immediately covered by the white underwear. Get out. Lin Mu angrily barked, while Fu Jingmo fumbled to remove the underwear stuck on his face. Great, at least it was clean. Walking out, he casually closed the door behind him, then suddenly realized. Why should he leave? Spinning back, he yanked the door open, switched on the light, and found Lin Mu already pulling up his pants. With a smirk playing on his face, Fu Jingmo approached step by step, making a sking sound. Why go outside? I've seen it all already, touched it all. He flicked the underwear away, walking over to the cabinet and looking down at Lin Mu. Lin Mu, being older doesn't make me brother, having something else larger makes me brother. Saying this and gesturing pointedly downward, Fu Jingma mock whistled and drew out some clothes and pants before heading to the bathroom. Looking at that smug retreating figure, Lin Mu's originally pale face flushed with a light pink hue. Clenching his fists, what kind of goddamn talk was that about, something else being bigger? Feeling increasingly annoyed, even the anger from yesterday which had barely subsided flared up again. A completely non-compliant armored vehicle, refusing to share decisions. Fine, you Fu Jingma were even prepared to go fight that mutated zombie alone without treating me as a teammate yesterday. Alright then, we'll each do our own thing moving forward. After more than 2 months of knowing each other, it ends up with no trust at all. You even wanted to die alone. Fine, we'll go our separate ways from now on. Lin Mu's face grew colder. He stepped firmly to the bathroom door, determined, once you come out, I'll take my changed clothes and leave. The person inside was humming a tune, enjoying the hot water drenching his body, completely unaware he had already been branded with countless labels. His mood was excellent after having taken advantage of Lin Mu earlier. After a comfortable shower, he opened the bathroom door and saw Lin Mu standing by the door. Yo, what's up? Waiting for me, bro. Steamy water vapor escaped as Fu Jingma exuded wetness and warmth just after his shower, carrying a faint scent of cheap shower gel. Lin Mu pushed him aside coldly, please move, Commander Fu. As he sidestepped towards the bathroom, he picked up his dirty clothes from the wet floor. Behind him, the man chewed over the 3 words, Commander Fu, and finally realized that the person in front might be angry. What's wrong, what's the matter today? Blocking the bathroom door, Fu Jingma's 190 centimeters tall frame completely filled the small doorway as he looked at Lin Mu's back. Lin Mu looked up at him coldly, move. And if I don't? A trace of anger flickered in Lin Mu's clear, cold eyes. If he didn't move, Lin Mu really wouldn't have any way around. Looking at that stern face, he bit his lip. Fu Jingmo reached up and ruffled his hair, stepping back, it was just a joke, why get so upset? Lin Mu walked out directly, pulled the room door open and went downstairs to find He's asleep, leaving behind a completely bewildered Major Fu. Seriously? He's actually mad. Living separately. Realizing the problem finally, Fu Jingma put away his playful mood, furrowing his brows and recalling yesterday's events, he probably knew why Lin Mu was angry. Shaking his head, Fu Jingma got onto the bed, fine, tomorrow I'll go comfort you. Chapter 83, Not Aligned Enough. Rib bit, goddess. I wonder if my goddess is still alive. He's was looking at a small photo on the bed muttering to himself. On the photo was an enchanting woman, red lips, curly hair, black one-piece dress, partially exposed bosom, truly beautiful. This was something he'd managed to acquire today from the guy next door separated by a cement wall, they had clung to each other fighting against zombies last night on the wall, mutually aiding quite a lot. Just as he was deeply engrossed, the door burst open and Lin Mu came in carrying his dirty clothes. Ah, Mumu, you're awake. Lin Mu nodded slightly, threw the clothes in his hand down and sat on the bed. With 3 question marks above his head, He's began examining the person up and down, what happened? Did you fight? Lin Mu glanced at him, no. TSK, after knowing each other for more than 20 years, when you pout, I know exactly what you're thinking, trying to fool me. Curiously poking his head closer, He's was full of gossip, why? What did you fight about? Yesterday didn't Brother Fu carry you back and worry about whether the slicing expert hurt you? He personally treated your wounds. Just stop annoying me. Lin Mu lay down on the bed, his wound was sore and itchy, his mood worse. Arguing at the start of the bed leads to making up by the foot. Frankly, Brother Fu is somewhat arrogant and domineering, somewhat tyrannical and fierce, somewhat conceited. Frowning, Lin Mu swatted the head on the pillow, you're too noisy. Hey, I'm not done yet, but during key moments, he does care about people. Taking a deep breath, Lin Mu took out a bunch of snacks and threw them in his face. If you have nothing better to do, eat. Whoa, Mumu, how did you pull off some magic trick, you can even conjure things up. Damn, these are real Oreos. Opening the packaging bag quickly, He's munched away, sitting there munching on snacks. Lin Mu turned over, facing the wall, closing his eyes again, without energy, his body needed long periods of sleep to recover. Arrogant domineering. Tyrannical fierce. Conceited. All correct. As for caring about others, isn't it possible Fu Jingma would care about anyone? He carried a mission, or responsibility, always ready to sacrifice. But why was he certain that they couldn't go together? Isn't it because in his eyes, he doesn't deem Lin Mu worthy enough to be his teammate? In the second floor room, Fu Jingma, who had taken over one of the beds, tossed and turned several times but still couldn't fall asleep. TCH, he simply got up to cultivate his special abilities. When the sky was starting to brighten, he heard a slight sound of someone opening the door downstairs. He held his breath and listened again. The steps were very light. It wasn't Hise, whose footsteps always sounded like things falling everywhere as he went. Nor was it Shinrangshin's unhurried pace. TCH, awake so early. Burn wounds are the most painful. Linmu had been awakened by the pain in the wound on his back during the wee hours and hadn't fallen asleep since. After enduring for a few hours, dawn was approaching, so he got up and went out. There were many zombie corpses outside, just right for absorbing residual energy, don't waste them. Pushing open the courtyard gate, he slowly walked along the cement road outward, his cold and slim figure looking somewhat lonely amidst the faint morning mist. Fu Jingma followed him from not too far behind. Watching him turn around toward the southeast corner, talking with a young soldier patrolling under the wall before climbing onto the cement wall to look out, without moving anymore. At 6 in the morning, the sky was dim, grayish dawn enveloping the blood-soaked land. Lin Mu sat down on the wall with his legs bent, his slender white hands resting on his knees as he looked outside. He had been carried all the way back into the courtyard after getting off the armored vehicle and didn't get a chance to see what the exterior of the safety zone looked like. Seeing it now suddenly filled him with an indescribable desolation and cruelty. In large pits there remained scorched remains of zombies, charred black bodies, collapsed abandoned buildings. Some crushed by giant zombies, others bombed by incendiary grenades. Traces belonging to human civilization gradually disappeared, replaced by bloody redness. He was not a compassionate savior of the world, but as a member of humanity, his heart still tightened. Fu Jingma leaned against the cement house for a while as the sun rose, falling upon that thin figure. Lin Mu slightly tilted his head, as if quietly watching the rising sun or just daydreaming. The sunrise gave him a layer of warm golden glow, making Fu Jingma feel somewhat strange in his heart. Lifting his leg toward the cement wall, the little soldier below respectfully called out, "Cadet Officer Fu." Fu Jingma nodded slightly, gracefully striding onto the cement wall. His heavy boots landed beside Lin Mu, looking down at the seated still figure. "What's wrong, little Lin Mu, still mad?" "Brother's wrong, will apologizing work?" "Cadet Officer Fu, you're blocking my son. Also, I'm not little Lin Mu. Lin Mu's lips parted lightly, speaking indifferently. Fu Jingma shifted himself to the other side, leaning on one hand to also sit down. In the distance, a few stray zombies were swaying unsteadily. Really, like grandpa's doing Tai Chi in the early morning, arriving so early. Casually tossing out 2 pieces of black crystal, they were resolved. Looking at Lin Mu's fluffy nape, he suddenly recalled how close they were when inside the truck. "Come on, tell big brother, any psychological issues?" Not receiving an answer, Fu Jingma awkwardly cleared his throat, rubbing his nose. "Alright then, let me tell you a joke." Where had he ever told jokes? He had done enough scolding yesterday night and racked his brains to create 2 jokes in his mind. Regardless of whether Lin Mu wanted to hear them, thoughts had already formed and could not be wasted. Long ago, a totally uninspired beginning. There was a Chinese cabbage that went to get a haircut. It waited a long time and the hairstylist never started cutting its hair, so the cabbage said, "Cut me, cut me." Understanding the implication in the story, the person facing away from him arched an eyebrow, his soft lips curling slightly. Seeing his unmoving head, Major Fu Jingma continued earnestly. "Not funny, huh? Then here's another one. One day, there was a duckling queuing up, but no matter how hard it tried, it couldn't align with the ducks in front. So it kept muttering, 'Can't align quack, can't align quack.'" Lin Mu couldn't hold back any longer and chuckled softly. Sick. TCH, brother knows, consoling children is not something easily done. His stern face lifted a bit in a smile. Lin Mu turned his head, looking at him. The laughter faded, replaced with a serious expression. "Fu Jingma, this world is terrible, you can't save everyone. It's not your burden alone." His long lashes, like ink-soaked brushes, fluttered slightly. Fu Jingma smiled faintly, nonchalantly, "I know, I haven't intended to save everyone, just within my capacity." The boy with the cool features shook his head. "No one should hide behind you all, they need to fight for their own survival, and so do I. I'm glad that I have special abilities so I can fight alongside you. If one day this world returns to normal, I hope we will still be alive. So, let me become your trustworthy comrade, alright? Not a friend, not a protected one, but a comrade who can stand side by side with you, just like those dead soldiers, with the same goal and trusted by you." The soft voice carried by the wind reached Fu Jingma's ears, candid and sincere. Suddenly, his heart started racing wildly, then became warm and tender. Suppressing his surging emotions, he curved his lips into a smile. "You always have been." Chapter 84, Praise Xiaoyuan 100 times. "But, Lin Mu, perhaps being by my side will expose you to a lot more unnecessary dangers." His eyebrows slightly bent in a playful manner, yet there was seriousness deep in his eyes. Lin Mu stood up, bending down to look at him, revealing an elegant collarbone through the wide neckline of his shirt without realizing it. Their noses were only half a finger's distance apart, they could both see their reflections in each other's eyes. "Major Fu, would you worry about your comrades' danger? Or stop them from participating in operations because of worry?" After saying that, Lin Mu stepped back slightly, lifting his chin in disdain as he left another comment, "You're too wordy." Then, with a flick of his legs, he jumped off the cement wall and headed towards the outside of the safe zone. "Humph, wordy, Big Brother actually cares about you," came the laughing shout aimed at him. Lin Mu waved his hand backward to acknowledge the words. A large number of zombies on the vacant land had already been cleared out, but last night too many had been killed, stacking up in some places where the zombie pile was 3 to 5 meters high, looking like a zombie fortress from afar. Where the giant zombies had fallen, many buildings had collapsed, scheduled for cleanup later. Countless zombies lay beneath the concrete and broken stones, and the crater blasted out by C9 was extraordinarily vast. The gate of the safe zone was opened, and gradually people began pushing carts out to clear the vacant land. Lin Mu released Xiaoyuan and stood on a higher position, absorbing energy while casually tossing the zombies into the pit. Fu Jingma jumped beside him, glanced at the restless man, and frowned, "Aren't your injuries not healed yet?" "It's fine, anyway, every move hurts." "Let me take a look." Stretching his head over, he lifted a finger and pulled down the neckline of Lin Mu's back, peeking inside. On the fair skin, a thin layer of pinkish blood scabs covered it, making it a shocking sight. "Deal with the wound first before doing anything else." Ignoring the strange sensation, Lin Mu no longer tried to be strong and directly sat down on a flat slab of cement. Surrounded by countless zombie corpses, Xiaoyuan continuously absorbed energy. Green vines wriggled everywhere, weaving through the piles of zombies, with 2 leaves at the top swaying happily like a snake twisted out of a branch. With heavy military boots stomping among the rubble, Fu Jingma dumped the zombie corpses in front of Lin Mu into a large pit, making it easier for him to absorb energy. The two worked quietly, occasionally catching curious glances or respectful salutes from passing warriors or mutants. Suddenly, as if discovering something, Xiaoyuan frantically shook its leaves. Lin Mu opened his eyes, expression tensed as he looked toward the tip of the vine. It was a small pile of zombies, where Xiaoyuan shoved aside the top 2 barely human-like ones and dragged out the one underneath. At just one glance, Lin Mu revealed a peculiar expression. Compared to other zombies, this one could be considered quite clean, its body tiny, resembling that of a child. Wearing a small black suit with a bow tie, the chubby face exuded cuteness. Xiaoyuan circled it twice. Before Lin Mu could discern further, its vine tip plunged into the little zombie's head abruptly. It didn't need to absorb energy this way. Lin Mu watched its movements, wanting to know what it was doing. Upon noticing the unusual situation, Fu Jingma swiftly hopped across the rubble and arrived here, following Lin Mu's gaze. Xiaoyuan was stirring inside the skull, the scene truly indescribable, white brain matter squished with gooey sounds, causing stomachs to churn. Soon after, the vine tip held up a bright, transparent crystal-like object, shaking off the dirt adhering to it, and waving towards Lin Mu. Just when he wanted to bring it back and examine it closely, it slid away and disappeared into the vine tip. Like a drop of water, it seeped into Xiaoyuan's body. Before Lin Mu could react, he was shaken by an overwhelming pain in his chest that nearly made him stumble into the pit if Fu Jingma hadn't been quick enough to catch him. Ah! A suppressed moan escaped, a pain too familiar for Lin Mu to forget. It was exactly like the feeling of Xiaoyuan initially drilling into his heart. It was a tearing pain. But this time, it was slightly different. The blood coursing through his body had mysteriously slowed, as though thickened and unable to flow smoothly. An immediate sensation of suffocation swept through him, causing him to kneel down with one leg curled under him. Fu Jingma helped support him, letting his body lean against his shoulder. Lin Mu. Lin Mu. Cold sweat spread across Lin Mu's face, quickly turning it pale. Fortunately, after so long dealing with all sorts of pain, his sensitivity to it had gradually decreased. Through gritted teeth, he managed 2 words, "I'm fine." He calmed himself, controlling his consciousness to enter the space. Once inside, the physical pain became vague. The grassy area was piled high with various snacks, clothes, and quilts from their last supermarket trip. Lin Mu guiltily glanced around and then walked towards Xiaoyuan as if nothing had happened. He wasn't sure if it was just his imagination, but it seemed. Xiaoyuan had turned greener than usual. Sensing Lin Mu's arrival, a few small leaves began quivering excitedly as if trying hard to suppress joy and excitement. "What's going on? Why are you so happy?" Without hesitation, the little leaf climbed onto his finger, and a more powerful awareness entered Lin Mu's mind. Xiaoyuan's cheerful voice echoed. "Moo moo 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 moo, I've grown, I've grown. Speak properly. Wah wah, don't be so mean. Quick, look at the storage ball." Lin Mu followed its words and looked at the storage ball, revealing an expression of surprise. This is. If the original storage ball resembled a bubble-like sphere with a hollow center, typically semi-transparent golden when energy was infused into it. Then now, the lower fifth of the storage ball had turned into solid gold. What is this? Xiaoyuan proudly shook its tiny leaves. Praise me, praise me. You need to praise Xiaoyuan 100 times. Alright, I'll praise you 100 times. While placating the young tree with patience, Lin Mu kept his eyes fixed on the storage ball. This comes from the small mutated zombie we encountered earlier. Mutated zombies have energy cores, moo moo, let's hurry and catch more mutated zombies. Is that how it works? Lin Mu fell into deep thought. Mutated zombies possessed these energy cores. This wasn't the weak energy found in regular zombies but highly concentrated energy solidified into a core. So, if they could gather enough mutated zombies and collect their energy cores, would it fill up the storage ball entirely? When that happens, what would happen? Xiaoyuan, why do you keep needing energy, why do you want to fill it here? The sapling wiggled its leaves innocently, puzzled. I don't know, but with more energy, Xiaoyuan will become stronger. These words were true, and for now, he would aim to collect as much as possible. Xiaoyuan was still in a state of confusion, slowly remembering more things over time. They just needed to wait patiently, and eventually, they would understand everything. Moo moo, let me heal your wound. My energy is already full. Green pigment from the leaves flowed into Lin Mu's bloodstream, concentrating around his back to repair the wound. Biting his teeth, Lin Mu endured the itchiness akin to ants biting him. However, Moo moo, didn't you say you'd grow some flowers and grasses for me? Next time. I forgot to find seeds. Wah wah, if I didn't love you so much, I'd definitely be angry. Chapter 85, Departure from Wuxia City. When he opened his eyes again, he was met by Fu Jingma's eyes, close and penetrating. What's wrong? He hadn't let go of the person in his arms yet, only easing up when he sensed the wound healing. Lin Mu sat up and shook his head. Nothing, my wound is healed. Seeing that Lin Mu had something to say, Fu Jingma patiently waited for him to start speaking. After sorting through the information obtained earlier, Lin Mu summarized briefly. That was a mutated zombie. The transparent crystal from earlier was its energy core. I need such energy cores. Fu Jingma, I feel this is important. The storage ball in my body, and Xiaoyuan, the energy cores can fill the storage ball. Perhaps, there's a big secret hidden here. He refrained from mentioning another even wilder speculation, perhaps everything was somehow connected to the apocalypse. As for more complex things, these weren't within his current capacity to figure out. After carefully listening, Fu Jingma nodded. The black box said there are mutated zombies in the mountain city to the north of Wuxia and also where Buying is. We'll pass by those places on our way to Fengcheng. If we get a chance, we'll take them down. Good. The burning and clearing of zombies were still going on. Occasionally, a few stray zombies would be attracted, and the mutated ones would step forward to eliminate them. Seeing that everything was normal, the two decided to return to the small yard for lunch first. Gan Hong would send over some food every few days, so the fridge in the small yard was still well stocked. Lin Mu's mood was good, his wound had healed, and he had at least made his stance clear to Fu Jingma. He took out some meat from the fridge and started stewing it in the pot. Zhe sniffed at the aroma and came over. So fragrant, Moo moo, he tilted his head and saw Fu Jingma sitting on the sofa. Bro Fu, you two came back together. Hearing this, the person on the sofa arched an eyebrow, of course. Oh ho, will you two sleep in separate rooms tonight, damn, hot. A piece of braised pork was stuffed into his mouth, scalding Zhe until tears welled up in his eyes, but he couldn't bear to spit it out. He chewed it a few times and swallowed it. The door to another room opened, Shen Rangchen emerged with a tousled hairdo, sniffing the air. Rangchen, did you not sleep well? Lin Mu glanced at him. Usually, Shen Rangchen was the most disciplined one besides Fu Jingma, waking up very early. I was refining ink needed for the talismans last night, but now I have no more talisman paper. There's nowhere to practice even if I'm well prepared. When will we go out again to find some? Shen Rangchen drank a glass of water and lazily nodded. As if remembering something, Zhe mentioned, Moo moo, those talismans really work. When you ran out the other day, Dust slapped a protection talisman on your back. Protection talisman? Recalling how when he rolled into the truck bed, there were undead zombies whose foul mouths were on his shoulder yet hadn't bitten him. Lin Mu understood and revealed a grateful expression, thank you, Rangchen. Otherwise, I might have been bitten. You're welcome. We're teammates. Heart softening, Lin Mu meaningfully looked at Fu Jingma, yes, we're teammates. His eyes showed a little provocative look, as if saying, look, Rangchen's awareness is higher than yours. The latter cold and severe gaze softened, helplessly shaking his head, really holding grudges. They didn't have to wait too long, the opportunity to leave arrived in the afternoon. When Tang personally visited, looking at the people resting after eating and smelling the lingering aroma of braised pork in the air. Seems like your meals are great here. Her curvaceous figure was wrapped in a thin black tank top, sexy and neat. Zhe poked Shen Rangchen beside him, TSK, little Dust, if this lieutenant weren't so fierce, she'd truly be an irresistible beauty. In return, Shen Rangchen gave him a disinterested white eye. When Tang approached Fu Jingma, Lieutenant Colonel, now there are no more mutated zombies in Wuxia City. We previously found a few spots where weapons were stored. In other words, they could retrieve the weapons now. Fu Jingma had intended to do this anyway, they were passing through Wuxia mainly to replenish supplies. Now, since the mutated zombies in Wuxia had been dealt with along the way, once they gathered some weapons, the safety zone in Wuxia would have self-defense capabilities. Then, they would set off again, cross the mountain city, and continue heading north. Choose people, set off in half an hour. Fu Jingma got up from the sofa, stuck the knife he was playing with back into his boot shaft, looked at Lin Mu, and nodded his head. Let's go. Both of you are going, can you take me along? He jumped off the sofa in a flash. Since his ability could summon water arrows to kill zombies, he always wanted to seize any chance to show off. In the end, 4 of them went together in one vehicle, following Gan Hong. This time Wen Tang was along too. The weapon spots were nothing more than secret arsenals or police stations. Had it not been for the mutated zombies blocking the Cross River Bridge area earlier, they should have retrieved them much sooner. There were also several confidential firearm storage points in Wuxia City. The higher-ups had already given them the locations and methods to enter, so their journey went fairly smoothly. 2 SUVs, 1 truck, almost full. They also stopped at a few large supermarkets and plundered a bit. Lin Mu naturally always kept himself ready to pick up whatever he thought might be useful, sweeping them into the space. Grains, flour, cooking oil, secretly taking away a few bags without anyone noticing, which wouldn't even be discovered, as well as basic condiments. In one supermarket, he even found vegetable seeds. They were for children's vegetable planting games, with colorful little flower pots, and a small bag of seeds tucked among them. He didn't even look at what kind of vegetables they were before throwing them into the space, along with a box of men's underwear and thermal clothing. They had come out of Yichang at the end of June, now it was more than August, soon autumn would turn into winter. Thermal wear was essential. Fu Jingma covered for him with mutual understanding, while directing others to move supplies in another direction. Lin Mu wasn't worried, mutated animals could be eaten, so their group of 4 didn't need too much food. Moreover, as long as they had the space, once they left Wuxia City, they could continue scavenging along the way. In one afternoon, with Fu Jingma leading the team, they collected a good amount of firearms and supplies. Eventually, they even confiscated 2 trucks to transport everything back. What surprised Lin Mu was that Wen Tang's ability turned out to be fire elemental. She was the second element mutated person they encountered after He, but her power was much greater than his. No wonder such a large safety zone was entrusted to her management, she definitely had the strength for it. Returning with a full load, Shen Rengchen found several bundles of talisman paper at the end in a small shop dealing with red and white affairs. It was a tiny store, stacked on both sides with paper-folded ingots, copper coins, and paper-made mansions and luxury cars, perfect for burning offerings for the dead. The store entrance was narrow enough for only one person to pass through. Shen Rengchen went inside himself, skillfully finding the talisman paper in a wooden box under the counter. Seeing everyone's puzzled gazes, he seriously explained. Good talisman paper is always hidden like this. Because of the mutated zombies, the Cross River Bridge they originally intended to take was packed with zombies, so they returned via a different Cross River Bridge. As the car turned onto the bridge, Fu Jingma waved his hand to signal Wen Tang to return along the planned route, allowing He to drive back to the first Cross River Bridge they came to. The bridge was densely filled with zombies, but since there was no need to save or protect anyone, passing through wasn't overly difficult for them. With He driving and Fu Jingma using his black blade to clear the way, the SUV roared onto the bridge with a push of the accelerator. Lin Mu raised an eyebrow, unsure why Fu Jingma wanted to take this route. The car they had been abandoned on was still in its original position, entangled with some ragged zombies. As the SUV sped by, Fu Jingma jumped out of the vehicle, kicked away the zombies basking in the sun with both feet, and retrieved Lin Mu's backpack from the broken rear window. Then, he jumped back onto the roof of the SUV, tapped the driver's seat, and shouted at He, retreat. Lying on the roof, he rummaged through the bag and pulled out Lin Mu's parents' leather notebook, slightly curling his lips. Just then, the sunset's glow shone perfectly, painting the sky with fiery clouds. A knock came on the car window, prompting Lin Mu to lower it. The meticulously cleaned leather notebook was tossed into the car from outside. Chapter 86, My Chicken Leg, My Egg. So, coming this way was just to help me retrieve my parents' notebook. Looking at the leather cover in his hands, Lin Mu opened it and saw the familiar handwriting on the first page, unblemished. The usually cold eyes lit up with laughter, a gentle curve forming at the corner of his mouth. Their car returned directly to the small courtyard, carrying plenty of weapons and food on board. Because they knew they'd be leaving, all the items in the car, including the SUV, were given to the others. He was the happiest. In the mall, he found a super large black canvas camping bag and scrounged a big pack of delicious snacks. It was filled to the brim, making him ecstatically count his wealth upon entering. Lin Mu and Fu Jingma were the last to linger behind. Fu Jingma still needed to go to the supervision hall to brief on the subsequent arrangements for the safe zone. The man walking beside stopped in his tracks, the young boy looking bright and handsome. His laughter made the faint tear-shaped mole at the corner of his eye stand out vividly. Fu Jingma hadn't gone to the supervisory hall the whole time, just waiting for Lin Mu to speak. Weighing his own thoughts, should I thank my brother? He was still sulking yesterday, but today he must still thank his brother. There's something I want your opinion on. I plan to tell Hizei and Shinrangshin about the space. They would set off together, travel together. Along the way, hiding it might be worse than choosing trust. Furthermore, Shinrangshin giving him a protective talisman earlier increased Lin Mu's faith in him. You decide. Fu Jingma had no objection. Even if someone eventually found out, he would protect Lin Mu. Alright, I'll tell them later. Lin Mu looked at him, nodding slightly to indicate he could go ahead and attend to his business. Finished? Alright, then I'll head out. A tall figure pushed open the wooden door of the small courtyard, and the young boy in the yard flashed a mischievous look in his eyes. Fu Jingma, thank you. The heavy military boots paused for a moment. A cold and detached sentence made Fu Commandant experience a sky-high joy as if a C9 bomb had exploded in his heart. Pretending to remain calm, he casually waved his hand backward. Tisk, it's nothing. In the living room, Hizei sat on the couch, placing his big bag in front of him and taking out snacks one by one. 1, 2, 3, 4. 12. 12 chicken legs. 1 a day can last 12 days, 2 a day lasts 24 days, save a little and it'll last a month. Incredible. And there are our dear boiled eggs, 2, 4, 6. After working hard all day today, he really wished he could bring the entire supermarket back home, though in the end, he had to abandon many delicious and tasty little treasures because there wasn't enough space. Zichinshin, Lin Mu's nickname, you didn't take any food with you. Don't expect to eat mine when the time comes. Shinrangshin was tinkering with talisman paper nearby. Hearing this, he lifted his gaze slightly and gave Hizei a glance before letting out a soft laugh. His jade-white finger tapped the talisman paper. Next to his right hand was a tiny white jade bottle. With 2 fingers lightly touching the bottle opening, a drop of ink landed on his fingertips. Then, with a smooth movement in midair, at the very last moment, a dark ink talisman materialized out of nowhere, with streaks of golden light intermingled within. It flew straight toward the talisman paper, immediately pressing down as if stamping it, imprinting the drawn seal onto the paper. Amazing. The voice came from the doorway, Lin Mu. Glancing sideways, he saw Hizei munching on a chicken leg, then looked at Shinrangshin concentrating on his work. Inequality in the world still exists, even in the apocalypse. Mulyen, I'll share a chicken leg with you. Hizei took out a chicken leg. It was only Mulyen who could get one. Thinking back to the last time in the supermarket, didn't he have at least 100 chicken legs stored in his space? He had grabbed dozens from each brand, but Lin Mu shook his head. I have something I want to tell you all. Seeing the serious expression on his face, Shinrangshin stopped what he was doing and turned his head toward him. As he moved his hand over the snacks on the table, the chicken legs and boiled eggs vanished into thin air. Wow! My chicken leg, my egg. Startled for a moment, Hizei let out an immediate wail. If not for Lin Mu, he would have already rolled up his sleeves to start a fight. Mulyen. You can't just take advantage of how much I like you and mess with my eggs like that, woo woo woo. Tough guy burst into tears. Hizei flopped on the couch, kicking his feet. I haven't erased them. Lin Mu flicked his hand again, and the chicken legs went flying back onto Hizei's lap with a pitter-patter sound. I have a space, where I can store a lot of things, and also retrieve them. For a moment, the air grew quiet. Shinrangshin nodded and said, this is amazing, you can store a lot of supplies. Yes, after we set off, we can continue collecting supplies, and we'll be able to carry them all along. And furthermore, if a space user dies, all the items inside will be revealed. Although this isn't my ability, if others find out, someone might kill me for the supplies. Hizei finally came back to his senses, hugging his chicken leg as he sat up. Mulyen, so this skill actually drops your inventory upon death. Isn't this just like a portable tier 3 backpack? Accurate description. Shinrangshin shot a disdainful look at Hizei. You're so dumb, that's why no one should know about this power. Little Lord knows better than you, pretending to be proper. Hizei gestured his fists at him. Well, you two, play around. I'm going back to my room to study. Lin Mu glanced at the two, shook his head, and stood up. Rationality told him to stay away. Hey, Hizei, help me out. With what? No time. It's easy. A talisman flew out from between his 2 fingers, heading directly for Hizei's forehead. You. The rest of the words cut off abruptly. Hizei couldn't move anymore. Shinrangshin ignored his glare, clapped his hands together calmly. I'll test how long my modified binding talisman works. When Fu Jingmo returned, the sky had already darkened. Pushing the door open, he saw Lin Mu sitting on the bed with closed eyes, clearly having entered his consciousness. Behaving well indeed brought him back, so obedient. Satisfied, he casually went to take a shower. When he came out, Lin Mu had already opened his eyes. What's wrong? The tall, long-legged man wore only a pair of pants, wearing flip-flops, exposing his upper body which still dripped with water, flowing along the contours of his solid muscles and disappearing into the edge of his pants. With a slightly tilted head, he used the towel to dry his dripping hair ends. The lines of his arms connected smoothly with his shoulders. For a moment, Lin Mu froze while watching. Coughing lightly, he turned his gaze away and said, I promised last time to plant some flowers for the little Yuan variety. So I just went ahead and planted them. Thinking of the vegetables sown in the ground, a smile spread across his lips. I planted tomatoes, strawberries, and chili peppers. I hope it likes them. If they were edible, he would probably like them too. Fu Jingma tossed the towel aside and sat down by the bed. Tomorrow, we leave for Mountain City. Chapter 87, Meeting Again Someday. Mountain City lies to the south of Wu City and to the north of Shaoyang. The country's largest Lukang River flows through it, where mountains rise high, gorges run deep, ravines crisscross, and mountain mists swirl around year-round. In ancient wartime, it was one of the most naturally defensible yet difficult to attack locations. Even in the era of civilization, it remained the geographically most distinctive city in Z country. Some people who arrived in the safe zone from Mountain City during the early apocalypse period were summoned to the supervisory hall yesterday for questioning. Apparently, Mountain City wasn't as chaotic as Wu City, with everyone evacuated into the safe zone. Instead, there were several factions at play within the city. At first, disputes among these groups were frequent, but now, their conflicts seemed balanced into a relatively stable situation of mutual restraint. After dinner, Wen Tang arranged for the gasoline that Fu Jingma needed to be delivered. They were not lacking in other resources, weapons and food supplies, but finding gasoline proved quite challenging. The gasoline collected earlier in the mining area had half been kept in the yard all along, while the other half was given to the miners who initially came to the safe zone together. They wanted to survive here, so they could use the gasoline to trade for essential supplies. Taking advantage of the nightfall, Lin Mu stored their portion of gasoline back into his space. The SUV's tank was full, and together with what Wen Tang sent over, they had about 50 to 60 liters of gasoline. It was roughly 300 kilometers from Wu City to Mountain City. Assuming no accidents occurred, this amount would suffice. Once the gasoline was loaded onto the car, everyone returned to their rooms. Only Wen Tang and Fu Jingmo remained in the courtyard. Lieutenant, higher-ups want you to resolve the potential threat posed by Bai Ying. And who are these higher-ups? Wen Tang frowned slightly. General Yi. You know very well that I don't take orders from him, I have my own mission. As for Bai Ying, dealing with him isn't part of my duty scope. If things get unavoidable, I will handle him. But for now, I'm not willing to let my team members take risks. The moonlight fell on Fu Jingma's stern face, reflecting an unwavering determination. Group 113 only followed that person's commands, and regardless of General Ye's status, he couldn't issue directives to Fu Jingmo. Lieutenant, you're not the same as before. Wen Tang let out a helpless chuckle and stopped pressing further. I'll deliver your words back to General Yi. Rest assured. He didn't care much about her judgment and turned to go back inside. In the living room. He was holding a pair of scissors in hand, waving them around Shen Rongchen's forehead. Damn, you've kept me immobilized all day today. Now, it's my turn to conduct an experiment on you. Don't mess with my hair. If you want to cut someone's hair, cut your own. Both of their elbows locked as Shen Rongchen's hair was already semi-long, tied neatly at the nape of his neck, a ponytail of sorts, no need for cutting anyway. Meanwhile, He's unruly mane had grown both long and ugly. Fu Jingma smirked, climbed upstairs, and muttered, his hair was starting to grow longer too. Pushing the door open, he saw Lin Mu sitting on the bed reading that notebook. On seeing him enter, Lin Mu glanced up momentarily then lowered his head again. Lin Mu, let's trim our hair as well. Fu Jingma suddenly became excited and started searching for the scissors. A random sentence made Lin Mu momentarily confused. Cutting hair. He looked at Fu Jingma's, it was indeed growing longer. When they first met, the person in front of him had a short haircut, roughly an inch long. Back then, Lin Mu had secretly thought, even an inch-cut hairstyle can make someone look this handsome. But now, it had grown long enough to fall across his forehead in loose strands. Although Fu Jingma still looked dashing this way, Lin Mu felt that such an individual should stick to a clean-cut inch head. It suited his personality perfectly, clean, sharp, direct, and strikingly unforgettable. Finding the scissors, he tossed them over to Lin Mu, while Fu Jingma pulled over a chair and sat beside the bed. You go first. I've never done this before, don't blame me if I mess it up. No matter what, big bro will still look handsome. Lin Mu shrugged, grabbed a towel, and placed it around Fu Jingma's neck, then bent down to begin cutting. His fingers brushed gently through the hair as Fu Jingma felt an uncomfortable tingling sensation all over his scalp, making him twitch a bit uneasily. Finishing the back side, Lin Mu checked it and found himself fairly satisfied. At least, it didn't look like it was bitten by a dog. Then he moved to the front. Leaning slightly forward, the broad collar revealed smooth, pale skin, while delicate and exquisitely carved clavicles came right into Fu Jingma's view. His gaze involuntarily swept downward. A faint aroma of grass and trees lingered at his nostrils, tightening the throat. Then came a cool voice from above. Close your eyes, the hair will fall in if you don't. Reluctantly closing his eyes, just a few minutes later, his haircut was done as Lin Mu stopped and stood up. That's it. Fu Jingmo ran to the bathroom for a quick look. Not bad, Lin Mu. Brother still looks handsome indeed. After he gave Lin Mu a haircut, they both lay down to sleep. This was their last night being able to rest peacefully in this warm and safe place, taking a hot shower too. Once they left the safe zone, everything about the days ahead was unknown. Perhaps it would take them a very long time to reach Mountain City. With slightly anxious feelings, Lin Mu slowly fell into dreams. The next day, they woke up very early. Most things were stored away by Lin Mu into the space pocket, the rest left in the car to keep others from noticing. Hizay rushed out holding slippers, tissues, and 2 sets of clothes given in the room, shoving all these into his half-empty bag. His hair looked like it had been gnawed on by a dog, some parts bald on one side, some uneven on the other. Wow man, did you clean up the room? Don't you know when you check out, you should take anything you can? Lin Mu glanced at him with amusement, you act as if we're in a hotel. Also, about that haircut, you managed pretty well. Whenever the two of them traveled before, Hizay always took away anything he could, leaving no trace of things like disposable toothpaste or tiny matchboxes. Now obviously, this old tradition continued. But better so, it showed how much they cherished supplies, making it less likely for others to suspect they had a space pocket. Thus, Lin Mu did not stop him. Mentioning the hair, Hizay bristled, wanting to try trimming Shinrangshan's and then cutting his own afterward. It only backfired though, getting stuck again by this devilish Taoist with a talisman and becoming a sitting duck under the scissors, ending up mutilated. Wah, Mu, why does your cut and Fuji's turn out so good? Next time help me. Hugging Lin Mu's leg, Hizay complained for a while until Lin Mu successfully pried him off with the promise of 3 drumsticks for dinner. With everything packed up, the 4 climbed into the car, glancing once more at the safety zone and this house. Regret lingered in their hearts, at least here, they'd lived some peaceful days. The SUV slowly approached the gate of the safety zone where Gan Hong stood waiting, eyes red. Lin Mu stopped the car, here they'd been well taken care of by Gan Hong and deserved to say goodbye. Little Gan, we're going. Gan Hong ran over, rubbing his eyes and sniffing, Lieutenant, Lin Mu, Hizay, and the Taoist, take care of yourselves. Yes, you too, Lin Mu smiled. Fu Jinghua nodded at him, in the future, see you in Fengcheng. Once the world stabilizes and all the zombies in every city have been cleared, most people will be transferred to Fengcheng to start rebuilding the homeland there. Maybe then, if they're lucky enough to still be alive, they'll have another chance to meet. The heavy iron gates were pulled open, and the SUV gradually started, driving away from Wushir safety zone towards the fiery sunrise. It wasn't until the doors closed again that Lin Mu saw Gan Hong lower his saluting hand, head bowed. In this post-apocalyptic world, each farewell might mean parting life from death. So Lin Mu couldn't bring himself to say goodbye. Looking at the Fu Jinghua beside him, only this person dared affirm that they'd surely meet again someday. Chapter 88, Have fewer children and plant more trees. The car drove out of the safety zone and arrived at an uninhabited area. Lin Mu took out several maps from his backpack marked with some places in red ink. This is the route map. Each of you keep one. The areas circled in red are the cities we temporarily plan to pass through. If we get separated, we'll meet up in these locations. He handed 2 copies of the map to Shinrangshan and Hizay. In the days ahead, they didn't know what they would face. Just in case, it was always good to make extra preparations. Half an hour later, the car reached the outskirts of Wushir City. This city was one of the earliest ones to complete evacuation and establish a safety zone. Maybe because it was relatively far from coastal areas, when the R virus ravaged Wushir, the government already had many countermeasures in place. However, among Wushir's population of over 2 million, only 60 to 70,000 survived within the safety zone, an unbearably painful statistic. Humanity struggled to survive in the midst of suffering. It was an unprecedented and arduous battle, but one day, humanity would triumph over it. When they set off, Fu Jinghua drove the car while Hizay and Shinrangshan practiced cultivation in the back seat. Fu Jinghua's energy bar was almost full, and soon he'd reached the critical point for upgrading his powers. Hizay and Shinrangshan also had only about a 7th left, and according to their plan, they must successfully level up before reaching Mountain City. At noon, they ate some dry rations they had with them, mainly bread. The tomatoes, strawberries, and chili peppers planted inside the space pocket after 5 days were already blossoming under Lin Mu's observation, and fruiting would soon follow. Judging from this, they'd likely have harvestable produce in around 10 days. Apparently, the growing conditions inside the space were different from outside, possibly due to the absorption of trace amounts of energy from the storage orb that promoted plant growth. After all, the changes brought by the R1 element in animals caused enlarged bodies, and in plants, the effects might be similar. The road condition wasn't ideal. After leaving Wushir, they often saw fallen trees blocking the path, broken down cars, or piles of twice-dead zombie corpses along with signs of battles. These things delayed their journey significantly. In the afternoon, Lin Mu took over driving while Fu Jinghua examined the black box. As time passed, information transmitted from it became scarcer. The latest part mentioned abilities leveling up. In Fengcheng, those with level 1 special powers who had reached the upgrade threshold had to look for a safe place when their energy bar was full to absorb ambient energy, compress it into the energy slot, and break through the obstruction. At the moment of breaking through, energy would surge wildly, consuming all reserves. That's why it was essential to choose a secure location for upgrading, because once energy was depleted, encountering zombies would pose great danger. This wasn't difficult for Fu Jingma as long as he stayed together with Lin Mu and the others. Being with them made any situation relatively safe. However, another piece of information in the black box caught his attention: not everyone could successfully upgrade their abilities. Upon failure, during the surge of energy, if unable to redirect the excess power properly, meridians might rupture, causing death by explosion. Fu Jingma, are we resting here today? Lin Mu's voice interrupted his thoughts as some scattered houses appeared by the roadside. After exiting the highway in the afternoon, these were the only houses they'd seen. Though the weather wasn't yet cold, staying in a house would still be more comfortable than being cramped in the car, allowing them to cook a proper meal. The car gradually slowed down. Fu Jingma glanced around and spotted a two-story house with old white tiles on its facade, situated against the mountainside. There were a few similar houses ahead, and looking to the other side of the rice fields, they seemed to belong to farmers who once lived there. Going further ahead would probably lead to smaller counties or towns, but staying here would be safer. Alright, find a place to park. They parked the car in a more concealed spot. Grabbing their backpacks, the group exited the vehicle, and Shen Rengchen turned back to draw a charm on the car. Little Dunchen, what's this little treasure? Hizei looked at his actions curiously, leaning his head in and playfully draping an arm over Shen Rengchen's shoulder. Shen Rengchen felt uncomfortable at being called that, shaking off the hand on his shoulder and giving him a sideways glance. It's a chi-concealing talisman. If anyone approaches, I'll know. Murmuring behind, Hizei followed Shen Rengchen as Fu Jingma and Lin Mu already walked up to the house. The house was eerily silent. With the acute hearing they all now possessed, neither zombies nor people were present inside without requiring a visual check. Only the front of the house had white ceramic tiles, whereas the sides were cement walls covered halfway by ivy, lush and green. Under the ivy, one could see inspiring slogans peeking out. To get rich, have fewer children and plant more trees. XXX fertilizer, each year better than the last. Behind the house, however, exposed a small patch revealing some disordered bones, catching Fu Jingma's attention. A single glance told him that they belonged to humans. In this world, bones weren't unusual. After taking 2 looks, he turned away. Pushing open 2 wooden doors closed together, Fu Jingma entered first. On the ground floor, there wasn't much, just basic furnishings like tables and chairs. Put down your stuff. Prepare some food, I'll go upstairs to check. Fu Jingma stepped up the stairs, prompting a joyful cheer from Hizei, who threw his backpack onto the table. Moo, what are we having for dinner tonight? He didn't want to munch on hard cookies anymore, and neither did Lin Mu. Given that they currently had supplies stocked up, there was no need to endure hunger unnecessarily. We'll light a fire and cook. Alright. There was a kitchen nearby, and they used what was at hand. They took the pot from the host's stove and replaced it with their own smaller one, starting a fire. Hizei's water element abilities had certainly improved significantly. He easily filled the pot with water. They had 2 stoves, one for cooking rice, the other for simmering meat that they had brought along. Lin Mu rummaged through his space pocket to retrieve 2 cans of luncheon meat and a bottle of Leoganma. Fu Jingma came down from upstairs after circling around thoughtfully, a hint of mischief playing on his lips. What's going on? Lin Mu glanced at him, dishing out rice for everyone. Nothing, let's eat. Everyone was given a bowl of fragrant steaming rice, and they began eating casually around the stove. Fu Jingma leaned lazily against a wooden rack. We'll all sleep together in the master bedroom upstairs. Why? Is there only one room upstairs? Hizei lifted his head from his bowl of rice while still eating. Fu Jingma ignored him. Eat your food. They had traveled approximately less than 100 kilometers that day due to the poor road conditions, often stopping to clean up obstacles along the way. At this rate, we should reach Mountain City in about 3 days. How are your energies holding up? He set down his chopsticks and crossed his arms, as if ready to conduct an inspection. Cough, cough, Hizei had a piece of meat stuck in his throat and began choking, finally answering nervously after some time. A little bit more is needed. Lin Mu found his antics amusing. Among the 3, Shen Rengchen and Fu Jingma were disciplined individuals who didn't need supervision like Hizei did. How much more? Anyway, before we reach Mountain City, I guess, maybe, probably, we'll be able to upgrade my powers. Fu Jingma gave him a somewhat warning look. If you don't upgrade, we'll leave without you. You can catch up later when you're done. Don't go, brother. I'll practice. No sleeping tonight, I'll keep practicing. Shen Rengchen had finished eating too. He placed down his utensils. For me, it should be possible by the day after tomorrow. Let me know when your energy gauge fills up. Don't try upgrading alone. Okay. Fu Jingma, how about you? Lin Mu looked at him, the firelight made his eyes glitter brightly. It's also around the day after tomorrow. After finishing their meal, Hizei, having eaten the most, was left to wash dishes while the others went upstairs, some resting, others practicing cultivation. It had grown dark, but they kept the lights off to avoid attracting unwanted attention. The small bed from another room was pulled into the master bedroom, the two beds pushed together. The old covers were discarded and Lin Mu pulled out a fresh one from his space pocket. Leaning back against the headboard, Fu Jingma closed his eyes to start meditating. Lin Mu, having nothing else to do, lied on the quilt pretending to nap. Feeling the dip next to him, Fu Jingma opened his eyes slightly. The only light in the room came through the curtain, a faint moon glow. Lying face down towards the inner side, Lin Mu's waist was slightly sunken. Through the thin clothes, his delicate butterfly bones could be seen, his neck white and fine. This inexplicably reminded Fu Jingma of the day Lin Mu had been bombed and was lying in a similar position. But just as he gazed for 2 minutes, sounds erupted downstairs, a clatter of plates breaking mixed with Hise's loud cries for help. Damn damn damn. Help me. Moo moo. Brother Fu. Dusty boy. What is this thing? Damn. Save me. Save me. Chapter 89, A World Where Only Hise Got Hurt. Lin Mu immediately sprang off the bed with concern. Something's wrong with Hise. Shen Rangchen, sitting on the small bed near the door, had already rushed out first. The three quickly descended the stairs, except Fu Jingma who maintained a leisurely demeanor. Lin Mu turned his head slightly, raising an eyebrow at him. Realizing something, he also slowed his pace. When Shen Rangchen reached the kitchen doorway, he froze, staring wide-eyed at the figure stuck in the window. That little wooden window was broken even when they ate dinner earlier and no one had paid it any mind. Now, Hise's muscular frame was tightly bound by the creeping vines coming from outside. With both hands gripping the wooden window frame, veins stood out on his forehead from exertion, his face turning bright red. Seeing Shen Rangchen, Hise managed to croak out a few words. Help, help. Dusty boy. His fingers slowly slipped off the window frame, looking utterly resigned. His predicament was indeed comical. A large man jammed into a tiny window filled the space completely. Shen Rangchen couldn't help but laugh. Hise looked at his laughing face and thought, wow. Dusty boy actually laughs. Caught off guard, he lost his grip and fell headfirst outside the window. Shit, what the hell is this thing? His panicked voice rang out from outside the window. Lin Mu and Fu Jingma had also arrived. The three of them walked up to the window together. Fu Jingma had already seen the scene behind the house from upstairs, even he was momentarily taken aback when looking down from the second floor. Behind the house, layers upon layers of white bones lay scattered, without a speck of flesh, shimmering eerily under the moonlight. Hise sat bewildered in a pile of bones while Lin Mu reached out to pull him inside. Hurry up, what is this thing? The ivy that had managed to snag a lump of fertilizer wasn't about to let him go so easily. Long vines swiftly stretched out, wrapping around Hise's waist and trying to ensnare Lin Mu as well. Shen Rangchen flicked his fingers, conjuring a small talisman in his hand. Decree. With a low chant, the talisman burst into flames and flew toward the ivy. This was a talisman fire from an earth cultivator, enhanced with energy. As soon as it touched the ivy, it ignited instantly. Wood naturally shied away from fire. The ivy quickly released its hold on Hise and retreated rapidly, ignoring the burning branches still aflame. Lin Mu, the vines. Fu Jingma watched the ivy intently and said gravely. As if struck by a sudden realization, Lin Mu swung his arm, and Little Yuan shot forward like a tiny tyrant charging at the ivy. The ivy had already escaped quickly upon encountering fire, but now meeting Little Yuan, it not only fled faster but trembled all over, its leaves rustling nervously. Little Yuan was like a small overbearing king, instantly tangling with the ivy. Shen Rangchen had already extinguished the fire under control. Such an enormous patch of ivy, having consumed countless people's flesh and blood, boasted lush branches and leaves. Its size was at least several times larger than Little Yuan's. Yet, right now, it resembled a rat encountering a cat. Once wrapped tightly by Little Yuan's delicate vines, it froze in fear, no longer daring to move. So, what's going on? Lin Mu looked off into the distance, utterly confused. I don't know, but I have a hunch that perhaps all mutated plants are afraid of Little Yuan. Can these plants, like Little Yuan, be utilized for our benefit? That sounded like a fairy tale. Little Yuan was just a nameless, tiny tree. But that wasn't quite right. It had consciousness, tremendous lethality, and even had a pocket dimension. Yet could all the plants in the world really fear it? Evidently, the present sight revealed exactly that. At least this mutated ivy, which had eaten many people, was indeed afraid of Little Yuan. With a surge of strength, Little Yuan yanked the ivy out by the roots. Once pulled up, the ivy shuddered and shrunk rapidly, transforming into a seed the size of a broad bean within an instant. So, what were they supposed to do with this? Lin Mu glanced at Fu Jingma, who shrugged nonchalantly, keep it and study it thoroughly. With a nod, Lin Mu tossed the thing into his pocket dimension. Just thinking about all the people it had consumed for nourishment made his palms feel icy cold. But this ivy was clever. It remained silently lurking until none of us were left except Hise, then it attacked. Probably, all the previous victims were dragged here one by one. Outside the window, those bones each had a hole where the skull should be, resembling how Little Yuan killed zombies. It first pierced through their heads to kill them before tossing them aside to slowly absorb their flesh and blood. Wow. You guys are still discussing the ivy instead of pulling me up. And besides, there's no way I'll forgive you guys for using me as bait. Lin Mu chuckled and shrugged, not my fault. I didn't know. Shen Rangchen shook his head and turned to leave. Fu Jingma gave him a cool look, his eyes plainly saying, I did it on purpose. What are you gonna do about it? All three had gone one after another, leaving Hizei hopping mad. Hey, you're really not going to pull me up? Ah, there are so many bones. Why is it always me who gets injured? Lin Mu pointed toward the door, just come back inside. Pfft, idiot. Chapter 90, even Mumu doesn't dislike. Stepping carefully over shattered bones, Hizei, suppressing the hair-raising feeling in his heart, sprinted back to the house like a 100-meter dash. In a few quick strides, he dashed straight up to the second floor, throwing himself onto Lin Mu. Wah wah wah, so cruel, Mumu, don't you love me anymore? You've started something you can't finish, haven't you? And moved on too fast. Had a wife and forgotten your mother, father, brother. Lin Mu was pushed backward onto the bed by Hizei, who, taking advantage of his 186 centimeters height and well-trained muscles as a PE teacher, threw all his weight down like Mount Tai, pinning Lin Mu beneath him. They had fooled around like this before. Lin Mu, being ticklish, couldn't help but laugh under such an attack. Stop it, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Humph, will you bully me next time? Before Lin Mu could answer, Fu Jingma suddenly grabbed Hizei up from behind with one hand, his face dark with irritation. Hizei, rubbing his neck, muttered questioningly, what's wrong, bro Fu? Can't I settle accounts with Brother Mu now? Smelly. Go wash yourself, coming out of a pile of dead bodies and then pressing against others. Tisk, Brother Mu didn't mind. Fu Jingma lifted his gaze to glare at Hizei with a look that wanted to eat him alive. His words got stuck in his throat. Wash. Go wash right now. He agreed and fled immediately, daring to turn back at the door to say, Brother Mu, I'll press against you again when I come back. A black crystal slap landed near Hizei's feet, instantly creating a dent in the cement ground. After Hizei left, Lin Mu stopped laughing, sat up on the bed, and looked at Fu Jingma. Why are you mad at him? He just likes to be playful and stubborn. The man standing by the table opened his mouth, unsure how to voice the thought, why get so mad, males shouldn't get so intimate. Go to sleep, don't affect my cultivation. In 2 strides, he walked to the side of the bed, grabbing Lin Mu in the same way as Hizei, tossing him to the inner side of the bed while lying in the middle himself. Ah! Lin Mu obediently climbed into the covers, realizing that he and Hizei had been too loud and disturbed their cultivation. Lying next to the wall, Lin Mu closed his eyes, intending to check on Little Yuan within his consciousness. The quilt behind him slightly sank as Fu Jingma laid himself without hesitation in the center. Shen Rangchen, sitting on the small bed, opened his eyes and glanced between the two men. Indeed sleeping on the smaller bed is better. After returning from his consciousness, Lin Mu fell asleep directly, hearing faintly the sound of Hizei claiming he wanted to sleep inside, likely also violently suppressed. Dawn began to rise. A white pigeon cut through the hazy mist, flying toward a city nestled between mountains. It finally stopped in front of a building of European style. Its retro red brick walls were complemented by lush green grass, while a black iron European-style round table rested at the edge of the garden. A servant dressed in a white maid uniform was already bustling about bringing out exquisite breakfasts, carefully grinding aromatic Italian coffee beans, allowing delicate coffee fragrances to float softly. On the second floor, a wooden window lattice was opened, and a hand reached out to bring the white pigeon inside. Master, there's mail. All communication systems had collapsed during the apocalypse, making carrier pigeons a newly important affair. The young man on the bed sat up, the silky thin blanket slipping off his shoulders, revealing his pale skin. His chestnut hair framed his refined and elegant yet unusually pale face. Bring it here. His voice was soft as the youth stretched out his hand, receiving the small note. They've arrived. The youth smirked and hummed, I'm waiting for them. Crushing the note in his hand, he tossed it to the side, stretching lazily as he got up from the bed. By this time, Lin Mu and his group had already packed their things and boarded the car to set off again. Lin Mu was driving, while the other three focused on leveling up their abilities. Regarding the matter of ability grades, Fu Jingma was one of the earliest to know. When many people hadn't yet discovered the energy bars in their bodies or knew how to use their abilities, he had already begun cultivating. Including Hizei and Shen Rangchen, benefiting from Fu Jingma's teaching method, the trio's upgrade speeds were ahead of most others. Especially Fu Jingma, the energy bar required for level 3 abilities demanded exponentially more energy, but he was already approaching the critical point. Driving approximately 20 minutes out, sure enough, they came upon a small town, roughly the same size as Uncle Zhang's at the foot of Jiaoshan Mountain. Built along the road, perhaps many zombies had already moved along the path or disappeared into the forests on both sides, so there weren't many zombies throughout the entire town. Occasionally, only 2 or 3 could be seen wandering. But that also meant there were no survivors here. Lin Mu drove past expressionlessly, aiming to save time. They ate lunch in the car. After eating, He took over driving for a bit. Lin Mu moved to the back seat, while Fu Jingma bent his head, looking at the map in his hands, pointing a little. There's still over 100 kilometers left. Tomorrow, Xiaochen and I can level up, and we need to find a place to stop. It shouldn't be too far from Mountain City, within half a day's journey. We should be able to reach Mountain City early the day after tomorrow. His finger landed on this route, pointing to a service area about dozens of kilometers outside Mountain City. The distance was indeed appropriate, but they still had to wait until they arrived there to assess the situation. Jingma Fu, what will upgrading be like? Will it be dangerous? Fu Jingma turned his head to look at him, his profound eyes firm and arrogant. Yes, but I believe we can upgrade smoothly. The car set off, and Lin Mu seized the time to rest. He leaned back in the seat and closed his eyes, the gently swaying car lulled him into sleepiness. A faint scent of grass and trees drifted through the air. Fu Jingma glanced at the person beside him, catching sight of a pale and delicate neck. Leaning against the car window, his head lightly bounced against the glass with each movement of the car. Perhaps the golden sunlight falling on his face interplayed with his pale skin, dazzling Fu Jingma's vision. Before his brain could catch up, Fu Jingma had already reached out his hand, supporting the person's head and laying it on his shoulder. As soon as his face was touched, the man pretending to nap couldn't help but swallow slightly, trying to remain calm despite his racing heart, continuing to pretend that he was asleep. On the endless and deserted road, the black SUV proceeded at a steady pace. Approaching Mountain City little by little. Dinner was taken on the side of the highway, finding a relatively flat open space. Along this entire journey, they had almost not encountered any living humans. It seemed that aside from ability users, ordinary people mostly hid in safe zones or shelters, not daring to risk their lives on the roads like they were doing. After cooking a few packets of noodles, the group ate casually. A slightly cool autumn breeze carried the faint smell of decay in the wind after several months in this post-apocalyptic world. They spent the night directly in the car. With four long-legged individuals, fortunately, the SUV's space wasn't too small. He and Shen Rangchen took the front two seats, each grabbing a thin blanket, reclining their chairs back and dozing off. In the night at such an open place, it was still somewhat cold inside the car. They pulled out a large blanket from the back seat to cover the two of them. Sleep leaning on my legs, I'll cultivate. After sitting in the car all day, with sore waists and backs, Lin Mu didn't refuse, lying down with his head resting on Fu Jingma's legs. Resting on those firm muscles wasn't comfortable, yet Lin Mu fell asleep instantly. He unconsciously curled his body, shifting direction slightly, his warm breath brushing across Fu Jingma's waist. Through the thin layer of clothing, the person seated suddenly dared not move anymore. The next morning, Lin Mu was the first one to wake up, wiping away the mist on the car window. In the distance, he saw a few zombies shambling towards them. Getting up and getting out of the car, he swung his vine whip, dealing with them. This trip had been relatively peaceful so far. By afternoon, they reached the service station they'd seen on the map yesterday. Chapter 91, Unwelcome Guests. After checking everything, the four got out of the car. There was no fuel left at the gas station, and the glass door of the convenience store had been ransacked, leaving a chaotic mess behind. Zombies wearing the vest of convenience store employees groaned helplessly stuck at the cash register. Apart from these, there were no other zombies or people. The windows and doors of the rest area on the farthest left were intact. They grabbed their bags, drove the car behind the building, went inside, and locked the door behind them. Fu Jingma briefly explained the precautions for upgrading abilities. So, upgrading might fail. Remember, when your energy bar breaks through its limit, you must release the energy immediately, either by using your powers or otherwise. Shen Rangchen nodded, and the two found a spot to sit down, leaving Lin Mu and He quietly sitting to the side. Mumu, Brother Fu and Dusty will be fine, right? Lin Mu's expression was serious as he nodded. They'll be fine. You need to focus on cultivation. Oh. He also sat properly on the couch. For a moment, the whole room fell silent. Time passed slowly. Lin Mu kept looking at the two, never having felt waiting to be such an agonizing experience. This was the first time their small team would go through an ability upgrade. Even though they believed in the capabilities of these two, it was impossible not to feel uneasy deep down. The energy inside their bodies surged quickly toward the energy bar. Though the gap was minimal, the energy absorbed seemed to vanish like stones thrown into the sea. Breaking through this final barrier truly required vast amounts of energy and time. Fu Jingma focused entirely on controlling the energy, hearing nothing in his ears and feeling no other sensations. His five senses seemed confined in a solitary space, unable to perceive the outside world. As the sky grew darker, the two were still sitting there with their eyes closed, just as they had been at the start. Lin Mu could keenly sense that it was as if there was a small vortex around them, crazily absorbing energy. However, before the two could upgrade, a sound of car engines came from far away. The sound was not small and indicated more than one vehicle. Moreover, the direction of the sound was opposite to where they'd come from, meaning these were people coming out from Mountain City. Lin Mu walked to the window. There wasn't a single source of lighting in the room. If those people were merely passing by, they wouldn't easily discover anyone hiding in this restroom. Outside the window, the sky was dim, transitioning between dusk and night, revealing a gray cement highway. Leaning by the window, Lin Mu turned slightly and lifted a corner of the curtain to sneak a peek outside. The sound became closer and closer. Hizei noticed too and stood up, walking behind Lin Mu. Lin Mu turned back and made a gesture for silence. 3 headlights appeared at one end of the road, 1 car and 1 heavy motorcycle. The glaring headlights made it hard to see who was on the vehicles. But, they were heading towards the service area. Mumu, what's going on? Hizei lowered his voice. Now there were only the 2 of them, Brother Fu and Dusty mustn't be disturbed. If these people weren't friendly. Just wait and see. The vehicles stopped on the open ground in front of the service area. The motorcycle seemed to casually circle around but its rider kept observing the entire service area. Next to the restroom was the convenience store. The man on the motorcycle held a baseball bat and passed by the door, knocking it against the glass, creating an ear-piercing sound. It slowly slid across the iron security bars, tap tap tap. The motorcycle stopped in front of the restroom, and a man's voice rang out, "There's someone inside. Come out and say hello." Lin Mu and Hizei stood close to the wall, the curtain long since drawn. Their hearts pounded furiously as they quickly analyzed the situation. They didn't know how much longer it would take for the 2 to successfully upgrade. Even after upgrading, they couldn't immediately recover their energy. For now, they would have to rely on themselves and Hizei to hold this place, at least until the others finished upgrading their abilities. Of course, the best scenario would be if these outsiders weren't here to cause trouble. Nodding to Hizei, Lin Mu reached out and opened the door. They both stepped out, and Hizei turned around to lock the door again. Is there a problem? There were 2 steps leading down from the restroom. From his higher vantage point, he looked down at the man seated on the motorcycle. His motorcycle helmet rested on the gas tank of the bike's front section. The man was young, around 27 or 28 years old, leaning on one leg while holding the baseball bat in his hand. He looked at Lin Mu with a half-smile on his face. What? Are you the only ones here? Aren't you also with some friends? Why don't they come out and chat together? Lin Mu gave them a cold glare, his icy expression showing his impatience and anger at being disturbed. They're not interested. TSK. We're interested though, the man sneered with a persistent smirk. A flicker of oddity crossed Lin Mu's mind. They had just arrived in this area today, so it was impossible for them to have had any conflicts or grudges with people from Mountain City. And yet, these few clearly seemed like troublemakers. Old Ma, how's it going? A head popped out from the back car, shouting to ask. More or less, it's them. This exchange instantly alerted Lin Mu. It's them. These people were here for a reason. 4 men got out of the rear car and stood behind the 2 motorcycle riders. An ounce of murderous intent flashed in Old Ma's eyes, and he grinned faintly at the corners of his mouth. Among you, who is the spatial ability user? A fleeting shock crossed Lin Mu's heart. His spatial ability had always been carefully concealed, known only to the 4 of them. When did others find out? No, forcing himself to stay calm, if they knew there was a spatial ability user, why couldn't they determine who it was? There's no damn such thing as a spatial ability user. I think you guys have it. Whoever does, show us something to eat. Behind him, Hizei shot a stream of water, sending the motorcycle man's baseball bat flying away. It scraped against the ground, making a jarring and harsh noise. Shit, Blondie. One of the men behind the motorcycle glared fiercely at them and lunged forward. Lin Mu swung his vine whip, blocking his way, his voice cold and sharp. What? Do you want to fight? No sooner had the words left his lips than the man who had been sitting on the motorcycle let out a roar, vibrating their eardrums painfully. His entire body rapidly expanded, massive muscles tearing through his thin clothing as black fur covered him all over. Within seconds, he transformed into a giant ape over 2 meters tall. Whoa! King Kong! Hizei screamed, his eyes nearly popping out. Before he could see more, a huge fist smashed toward them fiercely. In a flash of lightning, the 2 quickly rolled to the side, and the fist hit the steps where they had just stood. Rock fragments flew everywhere. Chapter 92, Abnormal Ability Upgrade. Lin Mu swung his whip backward, and the gorilla leaped, hooking onto the eaves and flipped himself onto the roof. Right after that, one of the men behind him threw a dark red sphere toward Lin Mu. Lin Mu quickly dodged it as the sphere collided with the cement ground, emitting an explosive bang, instantly creating a small pit on the ground. The explosion was not very powerful, but if it had hit their bodies, it would have drawn blood. Brothers, kill them for me. Burst through space, eat delicacies, drink fine wines, roared the man with inverted triangular eyes viciously. 3 others were holding long knives and axes, clearly strength abnormality bearers, but they were nothing to fear. The hardest one to deal with was the black gorilla on the roof. Animal mutations weren't scary, what was terrifying was human-animal fusion abnormality carriers. Not only did their height and body size grow, but they also gained all the instinctive traits of the animals. This black gorilla in front of them had extremely strong climbing ability. Moo, this one's mine. Lin Mu was facing off with the black gorilla when Hizay rushed towards the person who threw bombs. With agile movements, he dodged several attacks while pulling away distance rapidly. Water arrows swiftly shot out, immediately enraging the bomb thrower. Hizay was naturally gifted in athleticism. After the apocalypse, he had participated in a few battles alongside Lin Mu and Fu Jingma, plus receiving training from Ji Huiji, which greatly accelerated his progress. A water arrow tore open the bomber's pants, leaving an instant streak of blood. The bomber turned so angry that his eyes went red, rushing forward like a madman, throwing bombs without hesitation. He, you smelly garbage, do you think you can catch Grandpa? Your pathetic little bombs are no match for the firecrackers I threw at age 5. If I had your lousy abnormal power, I'd rather hide at home than let anyone see it. Provoked by such taunts, the face of the bomber distorted in anger. You little brat, shut up. Just because you tell me to shut up, I will. Show some respect, why don't you try to blow me up if you have any skills? Bang! A bomb exploded beside Hizay's feet. Evidently, the bomber had lost his temper and reason, releasing energy uncontrollably, focusing solely on killing the loud-mouthed guy ahead. Listening to Hizay running further away, Lin Mu's forehead twitched slightly. Was it still possible to pretend they didn't know each other now? The black gorilla on the roof cursed internally, calling the situation foolish. Leaping down from over Lin Mu's head, its two massive fists whistled through the wind as they aimed for Lin Mu's head. Lin Mu concentrated, rolling to avoid it. The vine whip slashed down forcefully, striking the shoulder of the black gorilla and leaving a blood trail, though it wasn't deep. Its entire shoulder went numb, prompting the gorilla to roar in rage. It shook its hands and then, with muscles bulging, it launched forward. It acted like a natural-born boxer, heavy punches flying out. Lin Mu deftly evaded left and right, narrowly avoiding several strikes, cracking the cement ground into pieces everywhere. What made animal mutation holders so terrible was how humans acquired multiple-fold characteristics of animals while animals gained human intelligence. Beside them was the car entrance of the rest area, with yellow-black iron railings blocking the way. In one swift movement, the black gorilla swept a heavy punch that shattered the posts of the railing. A 3-meter-long railing was ripped out. In a blink, that railing almost grazed past Lin Mu, with the black gorilla relentlessly attacking him using the iron barrier as if it were a mere stick. The vehicles parked nearby were caught in the chaos. Car windows cracked like spiderwebs, sharp alarm sounds piercingly ringing throughout the air. A drop of sweat slid down Lin Mu's cheek as his sharp eyes locked onto the gorilla. There was no doubt about it, if the railing struck him, it would definitely leave shattered bones in its wake. With thick skin, the gorilla proved hard to wound. So Lin Mu whipped his vines, abandoning the previous strategy of lashing the gorilla directly and instead extending the pointed tips of the vines toward the vulnerable parts of the gorilla, the eyes, ears, and neck. At high speed, a tip passed close by its ear, finally drawing blood. Roar! Enraged once again by the sight of its own blood, the gorilla used any point as a jumping platform, recklessly lunging toward Lin Mu. Of the 3 strength abnormals, 2 had gone after Hizay, leaving the last one hiding aside, waiting for opportunities to swing his axe at Lin Mu and continuously hurling rock fragments like a storm raining down upon him. Attacked from both sides, even Lin Mu had no choice but to retreat, his breathing growing heavier. The iron railing came whistling toward him, and before he could evade, it slashed across his arm, drawing blood instantly that soaked into his long-sleeved camouflage shirt. Lin Mu glanced sideways at the rest room. He could hold off these people, but why hadn't Fu Jingma and Rengshan finished yet? Had something gone wrong? Gritting his teeth, Lin Mu didn't want to waste more time. The vine whip split into 2, one wrapped around the iron railings, and the other shot straight for the black gorilla's face. Before the gorilla could react, the vine tip swiftly pierced through its bulging black eye with a poochie sound as it entered the flesh, followed by an anguished roar. Then there was a violent stirring, causing the entire body of the gorilla to convulse in furious struggle and howls. Its immense strength yanked on the vine whip, lifting Lin Mu off his feet. Meanwhile, the energy anomaly carrier also charged forward. A ripple of energy surged through the air. Lin Mu turned his head to see the entire rest room enveloped in dense black mist, a massive amount of energy much larger than anything he'd ever felt before, as if it would burst the building apart any second now. Lin Mu's heart tightened in concern. This kind of energy eruption indicated the critical moment of abnormal ability enhancement. He needed to end this fight quickly. Reaching out to grab onto the window of a nearby car, shards of broken glass immediately tore up his hand, blood seeping into his flesh. But at least it stopped his body from being dragged away by the gorilla. Blood dripped from his eyes down the vines and splashed onto the ground drop by drop. Not retreating a single step, Lin Mu directed the vine to pierce deep into the gorilla's brain. The power abnormality bearer suddenly lunged from the side, swinging an axe down with all his might toward Lin Mu. Lin Mu let go, using the force of the vine to slide aside just in time as the axe cleaved into the car, tearing a deep crack. As if fueled by the last burst of savage strength before death, the black gorilla dropped the railing, grabbing the vine with its hands. Blood gushed from its remaining intact eye, its arms straining as muscles ruptured inch by inch. It pulled hard, ripping the vine from its own ruined eye socket, then swung its arms and hurled Lin Mu away. There was no way Lin Mu could resist such a powerful throw. Curling his body instinctively, he tried his best to minimize the impact upon landing. But unexpected pain never came. A strong hand encircled his waist, and Fu Jingma's presence surrounded him entirely. Relieved that he was safe, Lin Mu's tense heart eased a bit, and the sharp pain in his palm became clear. He gasped in agony. Hearing the sound, Fu Jingma released him and gently placed him on the ground. The metallic scent of blood filled his nose. His usually cold voice carried a hint of anger, "Go to the back." A frosty look clouded his eyebrows as he hoisted a heavy machine gun over his shoulder with one hand, crouching without even aiming, his finger sliding through the trigger. Bang bang bang. Instantly, a fierce volley of bullets erupted from the machine gun, each round striking precisely on the gorilla's head. The shell casing scattered, scraping against the ground with a continuous racket. The gorilla abnormality bearer was forced to retreat under the overwhelming firepower. Its head exploded into a bloody mess with a final bang, falling flat on its back. The pungent smell of blood quickly spread, and the enraged figure redirected the gun and eliminated several staggering zombies in the distance. Then the machine gun aimed at the power abnormality bearer nearby. Chapter 93, Still Too Delicate. The bomber, hearing the commotion, had already made his way over. Seeing their leader dead, his complexion turned pale instantly. Hizei was still chasing behind him, cursing. "Wow, 3-on-1 and you still suck. If you have the guts, don't run. You were still beaten by me." His clothes were tattered as if blown apart, though he bore no bloodstains. On the contrary, the bomber had 2 blood-soaked holes in his arm. "Big brother Fu," wailing loudly, "this guy hit me." Upon seeing Fu Jingma, Hizei immediately switched to a pitiful expression, fully reliant on acting skills while out here. Fu Jingma gave him a chilly glance, saying nothing. Chilled by his icy stare, Hizei shut up and quietly rolled to the back. With 3 people left, they couldn't act arrogantly anymore. Their team had originally taken orders from the gorilla mutation bearer, thinking it would be easy, 2 people, one a pretty boy, the other a big oaf. There should have been no problem. But these 2 were unexpectedly difficult to deal with, combining the water elemental anomalies with the vine whip. More frighteningly, the man standing before them radiated danger throughout his whole body. Fu Jingma snorted coldly, his tone chillingly asking, "Who sent you?" If there was no purpose, these individuals wouldn't be foolish enough to start a fight with Lin Mu and company. Refuse to talk. The heavy machine gun swept past a few people's feet, instantly stirring up a cloud of dust, the warning implied clear without words. "They're looking for a spatial anomaly bearer," Lin Mu said indifferently. The bomber's legs went limp. Big brother, we also heard there's a spatial anomaly person coming from Wuhu direction, so. If we had known you were this strong, how could we have dared to pick a fight?" Fu Jingma, standing at 190 meters tall, stepped on the staircase and looked down at them with an oppressive gaze. Heard? Heard from whom? That triangular-eyed man blinked quickly. We don't know where it came from." Bang! A burst of bullets pierced through his shoulder, causing the triangular-eyed man to roll onto the ground with a cry of pain. Fu Jingma then turned his gaze to the other 2 power anomaly bearers. Trembling, the 2 fell to their knees. "Big brother, we really didn't know. It was information from old Ma, he's dead now, we just followed his lead." But it's not just us. Many people are searching for spatial anomaly bearers. Just those coming from Wuhu City, almost arrived here. 4 of them. And they say they look pretty good. And there's a portrait. Fu Jingma's expression grew serious as Lin Mu took 2 steps forward. "Where is the portrait?" "Where is it?" "At the task board when leaving the mountain city, we didn't have it." They huddled together trembling, completely forgetting their earlier arrogance. Thinking about how they had intended to kill Lin Mu, Fu Jingma couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Today, it's thanks to Lin Mu and the others' powerful abilities that these men died. If they were mere ordinary humans or regular spatial anomalies, would they have even stood a chance? With a quick flick of his eyes, a single gunshot from the heavy machine gun went straight through each of their hearts, splattering blood everywhere. Fu Jingma doesn't pretend to be a good person. His identity dictates he won't kill innocents recklessly, he might even save people. But scum like this? Keeping them around would only cause harm to others. One must eliminate all evil when seen. The people who were alive just moments ago instantly perished in front of them. Lin Mu gave them a glance before turning away, showing no sympathy. If their abilities had been sufficient, those who lay dead today would have been him and Hizei instead. People who wanted to profit from war in times of distress don't deserve mercy. TSK, what bad luck, brother Fu, how come you're out alone? Where's Dusty? Fu Jingmo retracted the heavy machine gun, showing no trace of joy after successfully upgrading his powers. He passed out but is breathing steadily, so he won't die. Resting will make him better. The 3 returned to the rest room. Fu Jingma turned on the light, pulling Lin Mu, who was walking behind, closer. You're injured. Outside earlier, the pale moonlight was too dim to clearly see where Lin Mu was wounded. Now inside, the room smelled much stronger of blood. Heze also crowded in closer. What? Mu, you're injured. Where? Are you okay? That damn big black hairy monster. No worries, minor injury. Lin Mu never imagined that a day would come when his arm was cut open and his hand looked bloody and mangled, yet he could remain calm and casually call it a minor injury. Still, compared to being blown apart by a C9 explosion, this truly did count as a minor injury. A small injury can't be ignored. There are germs everywhere now, easily leading to infection. Pulling Lin Mu down to sit on the broken sofa, Fu Jingmo rummaged through his own backpack for disinfectant, cotton, and bandages. My wounds will heal themselves. These injuries would likely recover within an hour or so. Looking at the disinfectant, Lin Mu suddenly felt frightened. The wound would eventually heal, but that didn't mean it wouldn't hurt. That won't happen immediately, though. A cold glare was cast at Lin Mu, who quietly closed his mouth. So, can you go easy on me? And maybe, we don't need the disinfectant. Oh, it hurts. Lin Mu tried instinctively to pull back his hand but failed as his wrist was tightly held. Was this level of pain all already? Fearful of pain yet still often getting hurt. Last time, you almost got yourself exploded. Fu Jingmo raised a disapproving eyebrow. If you feel pain, just try not to get hurt so much. Last time I fainted, so I didn't feel it. Heze held the light for the two of them, his eyes darting back and forth, checking both of them out before interjecting. Our Mu has always been afraid of pain since childhood, crying over even falling on his butt. When he grew up, just to look cool, he'd bear it without shouting. Other than this, he's pretty outstanding. Lin Mu wasn't sure if this was praise or insult, giving him a kick. Give me the light, you can go. Why so angry? Can't I stop talking? Humph, he liked to look cool, which explained why he'd endured everything silently before. There were many shards of broken glass in his palm, though Fu Jingmo expressed disdain verbally, he still eased his strength. However, I feel these people today are somewhat strange. They are looking for spatial anomaly bearers, but they don't even know specifically which one among us it is. Lin Mu spoke while forcing himself to ignore the pain in his hand. Also, I don't think my spatial anomaly has been exposed. It seems more like they've been tricked into coming here to bother us. Then who posted that portrait? Could it be that someone informed the Mountain City residents as soon as we left Wuhu? Hiss. The disinfectant was suddenly poured onto his hand, causing Lin Mu to sharply suck in a cold breath, and the corners of his eyes instantly turned red. Fu Jingmo held his hand tightly to keep him from moving around, and blew on it lightly before responding to his question. A cooling breeze swept through his palm, alleviating some of the pain, but his face grew warm and he suddenly stuttered. No problem, it doesn't hurt anymore. Fu Jingmo looked up at him with calm eyes, seemingly unfazed by the intimacy of the moment. Someone in the Mountain City definitely doesn't want us going there. We still don't know who, but before entering tomorrow, we should try to gather more information. The black box has a GPS, which transmitted some basic details about the Mountain City when it detected I was approaching. However, there's not much information. We basically only know the military safety zone leader there is named Xiaoyingjie. Lin Mu nodded, changing the topic. How about your powers? They're fine, no issues. Except for my energy being temporarily drained, all other aspects have even improved, such as the 5 senses, speed, and strength, etc., which have significantly increased. That's wonderful. A radiant smile appeared on Lin Mu's handsome face, delighted for him. Let's rest here tonight. I'll recover my energy as soon as possible. Chapter 94, Mountain City, Jianbei Team 1 in building. Recalling something, Lin Mu looked at Hize, your abilities have improved a lot. Of course. I've been rigorously trained by Dr. Cephalopod. After the iron plates were smashed, I sparred for days. Hize proudly puffed out his little chest, deserving praise 100 times over. After putting the medicine back in the bag, Fu Jingmo looked at Hize with ill intentions and said, that's impressive. Lin Mu caught the slight upward curve at the corner of his mouth and lowered his gaze, smiling. Right? Brother Fu, I really have become stronger, and you praised me. Since they first met, Fu Jingmo had never praised him, only scolded. So this single commendation made Hize happier than the Lunar New Year, and his tall frame spun around happily in place. If he had a tail, Lin Mu didn't doubt it would wag. Yeah, very strong, a great improvement. Look now, without my energy and Mu injured, Xiaoshen is unconscious. Everything depends on you. Hize, flattered and dazed, coughed slightly. Brother, it's good enough. Save some compliments for tomorrow. Alright, then go dump those several bodies outside and take their car. No, brother. You're our only hope, Hize. Otherwise, the smell of blood will surely attract countless zombies overnight. If I go, encountering zombies with no ability to use my powers, I might not come back. Fu Jingmo crossed his legs, leaning weakly against the sofa as if powerless. Hize suspiciously sized him up and down. It makes sense. Alright, I'll take care of it, guaranteeing completion. With that, he patted his chest boldly and marched out confidently. Lin Mu couldn't help but chuckle quietly. Who was it earlier furiously sweeping away with the heavy machine gun? If Hizei had even graduated kindergarten, he wouldn't have fallen for it so easily. You just love bullying him, he's afraid of ghosts. The latter arched an eyebrow, his lips curling with mischief, winking at him. As soon as the words were spoken, Hizei's voice came from outside, "Wah wah, Mu Mu, can you shine the light for me?" Lin Mu grabbed the lamp and walked to the door, shining it onto the ground for him. Moving real corpses was indeed different from handling zombies, it felt different to the eye. Without making Hizei do it by hand, Lin Mu called out, "Drive the car here, and I'll help throw them in." Hizei cheered, bounding off at 186 centimeters to get the car, while Lin Mu placed the flashlight on the windowsill. "Go open the trunk and the rear car door." Vines shot out, wrapping around the dead men and tossing them into the trunk. Fortunately, after the energy inside that big black hairy monkey disappeared, it returned to human form, otherwise, it would have been difficult to fit. But seeing its bloody and battered head sent shivers down everyone's spines. Lin Mu walked over to the other side and threw the distant power anomaly carrier onto the car. There was a bloody hole in the middle of his forehead, probably pierced by Hizei's water arrow. "Alright, drive slowly, be careful not to drop them. No need to go too far, just throw them off the road on the way you came." Hizei waved at the car window, got it. Watching Hizei leave, Lin Mu turned around, and saw the tall person with long legs lazily leaning against the doorframe with arms crossed, staring at him with deep eyes. "Did you guys used to have a good relationship?" Lin Mu nodded, "Yeah, our parents knew each other and lived in the same courtyard. We grew up together." "Oh." Not thinking much about Fu Jingma's sudden question, Lin Mu furrowed his brows, "We should be more cautious tonight since that portrait was posted. There won't be just one group looking for us." Don't worry too much, I can sense it, after the upgrade, my abilities underwent a significant change. "That's good, you've always been strong. Being with you, I've never worried." Lin Mu smiled, releasing a sigh of relief. This greatly pleased Fu Jingma, and the two went into the room, eating something casually. Soon after, Hizei also returned. They looked at Shenrengchen, whose breathing was even, as if only asleep with no serious issues. "You two rest, I'll meditate for a while." Fu Jingma sat down on the sofa and closed his eyes. Lin Mu and Hizei also nestled on the sofa. "Alright, next time I must grab 2 beds so we can sleep wherever we go." The dawn broke. The night was relatively peaceful, except for hearing a car pass by halfway through the night on the road. It was unclear whether they were the ones searching for them, nothing else happened. Though those few people had been thrown away, there were still bloodstains on the ground outside, which attracted a few zombies shuffling around. Lin Mu slept well, unaware of when exactly he ended up lying on Fu Jingma's leg while sleeping. He rubbed his eyes and sat up groggily, saying, "Sorry." Fu Jingma chuckled and reached out to take his hand. The dazed man obeyed silently, gradually waking up while letting Fu Jingma guide his movements. The bandage on his hand was unwrapped, and Fu Jingma checked, the wound had healed. Lin Mu regained consciousness, pulling his hand back. Somehow, after their conversation on the cement wall, Fu Jingma had suddenly become concerned about him. Although, like this, it wasn't bad either. The sound of their talking woke the other two as well. Shenrengchen sat up dumbly. The small ponytail at the back of his head, which Lin Mu had untied yesterday worrying he might sleep uncomfortably, now hung softly and messily down to his shoulders. This made the face that usually looked serious and cool appear younger, like that of a college student. "Rengchen, how are you?" Shenrengchen scratched his hair, blinking and looking at Lin Mu, "Seems fine." That's good." All of them picked up their things, with Hizei going to the back of the house to get the car. They left the service area and roughly discussed what had happened last night and some guesses. It was only 50 kilometers to Mountain City. According to what those people from last night said, the closer they got to Mountain City, the more likely it was for someone to wait and capture them. The allure of a spatial anomaly carrier was too great. In this resource-scarce end-of-the-world era, a single pancake or bun could lead to bloody fights, and space implied an enormous amount of survival supplies. The car hadn't driven for half an hour before it indeed encountered 2 waves of car blockers. However, they were easily dealt with. But all of them could feel that they were being watched. After driving further, a row of people stood ahead on the road. Compared to the previous 2 groups, these ones were clearly prepared. There were about 10 people holding weapons. What was more striking was that they were all in black suits, akin to bodyguards from pre-apocalypse times. The car stopped about 10 meters away from them. A man with slick back hair, shiny and oily, approached. "Brother, where are you coming from? Where are you heading?" The license plate was conspicuously starting with Wu. Fu Jingma didn't believe they couldn't see it, glancing coldly at him. "Move aside and don't block the way." "Don't say that, you're from Wuhu City, right? Which of you is surnamed Fu? Our young master wants you." Hizei couldn't help but burst out laughing, shouting loudly, "Young master. You have a young master here. Then do you have old lords and madams too? The man's face darkened instantly. Spit, shut your mouth or I'll tear it apart. Hurry up, don't make me beat you. Follow us. His iron rod pounded on the car door without hesitation, while that group gradually moved closer. Fu Jingmo remained motionless, a ball of black mist swirling in his palm, causing the slick-backed man to take 2 steps back. Just as they were about to be surrounded, from afar came a shout. Hey, you yellow dogs, get out of the way. Is it Jiangbei Team's Nanchulu that wants to make a move? Chapter 95, Mountain City, the Obsessive Young Master. The slick-backed man turned back and straightened his posture. Oh, Brother Zhao. No way, so these are your people. Following the sound, there was a military truck parked by the roadside, with someone stepping down. He had a ramrod-straight posture, wearing camouflage army uniform with a holster on his waist that held a gun. In the truck bed, there were over 10 soldiers with rifles aimed at this direction. TSK, such an impressive show. You must be welcoming important guests from Captain Zhao's team. We'll leave then. The slick-backed man shot a glance at the people inside the car, slightly reluctant, then led his group away. The man called Captain Zhao approached. He was around 6 feet tall. He had somewhat tanned skin, a square face. Just looking at him, one could see he exuded righteousness. With a straight posture, there was an air of strictness and conventionality surrounding him. He glanced into the car and shouted toward Fu Jingmo, Captain Fu. Fu Jingmo nodded slightly, waiting for his next words. My name is Zhao Ji. I am the security captain of the base. Teacher Xiao sent me here to pick up you and your friends. Alright, lead the way. Yes. The truck made a turn to guide them ahead while Hizei looked at Fu Jingmo. Big brother Fu, should we follow? Follow. There was no doubt, they were from Xiao Yingjia's group, knowing they were being hunted, waiting here to escort them into the city. The car sped on, nearing Mountain City, where the road conditions improved. They went through a broken-down toll booth and continued forward. Not far away was a checkpoint. At the checkpoint stood guards, 2 groups of them. One group wore regular clothes, taking up the left area. They held machetes and axes, lazily sitting on a long bench. Nearby was a small white wooden table with luxurious foods like bread and fruit. On the other side were those in military camouflage uniforms, holding guns firmly in their hands, standing uprightly. Clearly, they belonged to the same group as Zhao Ji. Mountain City had several different powers at play, rumors weren't groundless. Zhao Ji waved a greeting, and the wooden barricade blocking the checkpoint was moved away, allowing the car to pass through. After the checkpoint, the car turned right immediately. Compared to the tragic state of Wuhu's urban area with millions of zombies, Mountain City was relatively peaceful. There weren't many zombies littering the streets. It was originally an ancient city, surrounded by water on 3 sides, built along the mountainside. The area wasn't large, but most of its edges were lined with heavy ancient walls. Due to constant military presence, at the early stages of the apocalypse, they used large amounts of weapons and ammunition to lure the zombies on the northern side into the Lukang River to eliminate them. Though the process was difficult, the northern part of the river had been cleared. The bridges were blown up, trapping all remaining zombies in the southern part of the city, unable to cross the river. If seen from above, it would appear that north of the river was inhabited by living humans, while half of the southern city was full of zombies. The river ran deep, and almost no zombies could come across. But to prevent any mishaps, both the Jiangbei team and the Nanchulu allocated manpower daily to patrol along the riverbanks. People were assigned houses, living in the northern half of the city, able to go out for work as long as they didn't get close to the riverside, posing no significant danger. Excluding the shortage of supplies, life here wasn't much different from before the apocalypse. Looking across the whole of China, except for Fengcheng, this was likely the safest place. No one spoke throughout the journey until Hizei finally couldn't help himself. Big brother Fu, are you really that capable? How come military personnel welcome you wherever you go? Lin Mu seated at the back also became curious, silently retracting his gaze from the window, perking up his ears. Such a subtle movement didn't escape the eye constantly checking through the rearview mirror. Fu Jingma curled his lips slightly. Yeah, quite decent. Wherever there are military safe zones, you won't starve. Damn, big brother, no wonder Xiaogan admires you so much. But hey, is it because you're too strong that people want to kill you? To put it frankly, it wouldn't be from within your own ranks, right? Fu Jingma gave him a cold glare. Not possible. The few batches of people who came these last couple of days were weak. Apart from alarming them, they served no purpose. This person had not yet figured out their abilities or powers. Acting rashly without understanding was more akin to revenge. And the young master mentioned today by those black-clad individuals was probably the main puppeteer behind the scenes. At this moment, in the territory of Wenlu, a brown-haired teenager was looking at the distance from a balcony covered with green vines. He wore a complicated shirt with ruffled edges, a vintage brown knitted little waistcoat, and an equestrian trouser that extended straight down his legs into short boots. Golden sunlight fell on him, highlighting his delicate peach blossom eyes and pale face with mixed blood light blue pupils, resembling a noble young lord from European murals. Master, they've returned. Those people were taken away by the Jiangbei team. Take them away then. Since they entered Mountain City, everything would eventually be directed toward him anyway. There'd be plenty of time. Yes, also Mr. Chen has arrived. The boy's cold eyes instantly brightened with a smile, his pink lips curling upward. Is that so, Chen Yu? Quickly bring him up. Yes. The butler turned to go call him. The youth walked to the mirror, looking at himself from head to toe. Quite handsome. Steady footsteps echoed through the corridor as the door was knocked on. The boy happily ran to open it, immediately throwing himself into the arms of the person outside, rubbing and hugging. Chen Yu, why haven't you come over for 2 days? The man standing at the door was about 187 centimeters tall, the youth only reached his chest in his embrace, tiny. This man had a posture identical to Fu Jingma's, standing upright with sharp, cold eyes. His weak-colored skin made the boy in his arms look even paler, yet his face remained serious, even carrying a hint of anger in his eyes. He reached out and grabbed the youth's thin shoulders, pulling him away, and said coldly, Xingyi, what have you done these past 2 days? The boy shivered, showing expression on his face. Why are you being mean to me as soon as you arrive? You've gone too far. Is it true that you released fake information about space-related abilities on the mission board? Chen Yu ignored his sadness, speaking each word coldly and icily. Who let you care so much about that person surnamed Fu? I don't like it. Foolish, Chen Yu raised his voice, grabbing the boy's wrist as he entered the room and kicked the heavy wooden door shut, tossing the youth onto the bed. Looking down at him from above, he is merely my former comrade in arms. What's gotten into you? Xingyi lay on the bed and suddenly burst into soft laughter, his beautiful butterfly bones trembling slightly. He lifted his tear-filled eyes and glared at Chen Yu. I just don't like it, I dislike anyone who is related to you. Whoever you are nice to, I will kill. Chen Yu's heart trembled slightly at the sight of those tears, and then he bent down closer to him. Xingyi, if you continue this way, I'll only like you less and less. After saying this, he gave him a deep glance and turned to leave. In a panic, Xingyi sat up and hugged him from behind, sniffing. Chen Yu, Uncle Cheng, please don't go. Chapter 96, Mountain City, could it be because of love and revenge? Following the truck into the base, the group directly headed to Xiao Yingjia's office. This base was much larger than the safe zone in Wu City, after all, covering half of the Jiangbei district, complete with existing buildings. They stopped in front of a large building, with several big characters hanging in front reading Mission Hall. Once inside, it was lively, featuring 5 windows similar to those in banks, with many people coming and going. Above the windows hung screens displaying numerous missions, indicating that Mountain City had formed its own new economic model. The group followed Zhao Ji upstairs, who casually introduced them. Missions here usually involve hunting mutated animals outside. Many are also issued by the Science Academy, requiring specific metals or materials, all of which can be traded for points. Points. Lin Mu, walking a step behind, asked the question. Zhao Ji glanced back at him. The youth appeared very refined and gentle, creating a pleasant impression, revealing a smile on his dark face. Yes, there's a cafeteria and a mall within the base where you can eat or buy things. Of course, there are also many private shops, all equally usable. Points are currently the temporary currency used in Mountain City. Lin Mu nodded, realizing how much better the system was compared to many other places, still maintaining the economic and survival models of a civilized society. Xiao Yingjia's office was on the 7th floor. As they slowly climbed up with Zhao Ji, although some parts of Mountain City's power system had been repaired, they could not sustain excessive consumption. Thus, places like elevators, which weren't necessary, hadn't wasted electricity. Outside the office on the 7th floor stood 2 armed soldiers who saluted when they saw Zhao Ji and knocked on the door. A stern voice came from inside, come in. Pushing the door open, they entered an office that was fairly large. A simple desk stood in the middle with 2 large wooden bookcases on the walls, filled with numerous files. Director Xiao, Team Leader Fu has arrived. Xiao Yingjia looked up at the group, rising to his feet and saluting Fu Jingma as he approached. This man was about 35 years old, bearing a face full of righteousness akin to Zhao Ji's, maintaining a stern demeanor. If Fu Jingma was a soldier acting informally when not adhering to strict discipline, then Xiao Yingjia represented the utmost obedience to regulations among those with 3 stripes on their uniforms. Please sit, he gestured them toward the sofa. After introductions were made briefly, Xiao Yingjia carefully observed the 3 people. People who could accompany Fu Jingma must be extraordinary, or how else would they match Fu Jingma's lone wolf-like nature? Director Xiao, earlier Huango tried to take them away outside the city. I understand. Waving his hand dismissively, Xiao Yingjia sent Zhao Ji off to work before turning to address the group. Team Leader Fu, or should I call you Major Fu? Team Leader Fu is enough. Fu Jingma replied concisely. Team Leader Fu, you've come from Wu City. What kind of powers do you have? How's the current situation there? Do you have any information about zombies? Fu Jingma slightly lifted his chin, tapping his fingers rhythmically on his thigh. Director Xiao, are you interrogating me? He leaned back against the sofa, looking sideways at Xiaoyingjie, lazily saying, Wu City is temporarily safe, mutated zombies have been cleared. As for our powers, you'll know when it's necessary. Fu Jingma disliked being put in a passive position and even more so being treated like someone under interrogation. Right now, it's you who needs me. Tell me about Mountain City first. The man before him was indeed just as rumors described, arrogant yet naturally commanding respect and compliance. On the side, He nudged Chen Rangchen and gave a thumbs up, thinking, Brother Fu, domineering and impressive. Xiaoyingjie regained his composure, rigidly explaining, Huangdo is Yixing's subordinate. Now, Yixing controls another power faction in Mountain City, he's the head of Wenlu. Originally, Yi family was the richest in Mountain City, with deep-rooted influences. When the army was evacuating the masses and establishing bases, Yi already gathered 80% of the supplies, food, and warehouses in Mountain City. You probably saw it, the entrance where they displayed plenty of food. His subordinates include many mutants, both because of the food supply and Yixing's ability, healing. This time, even Lin Mu showed some surprise. On their journey here, all the powers they encountered had primarily been combat-based. It was the first time encountering such a supportive ability. Xiaoyingjie nodded at him, yes, healing. No matter how severe the injury, if one is not dead, Yi can heal them, except in one case, zombie bites. This is certainly an ability that makes people willing to fight for him, greatly increasing survival chances. Fu Jingma analyzed calmly. But that's not the most urgent matter at hand. Despite Yixing controlling half of Mountain City, he stays secluded in his corner without much conflict with Jiangbei team, except this recent incident targeting you. Fu Jingma couldn't recall even having met Yixing, unsure of any grievances between them. So what's the most urgent issue? Lujiang River. All the zombies are held back in the southern part of the city by Lujiang River. But recently, a monster has appeared in the river, causing many patrol soldiers to die each night. At this rate, that monster will eventually climb onto the northern Jiangbei area. Monster? Fu Jingma contemplated for a moment, calculating. If such a monster truly exists, then this isn't Jiangbei team's sole responsibility. Yixing should also play a role. There must be few mutant humans in Jiangbei team, right? Xiaoyingjie's expression became momentarily awkward. Most members of Jiangbei team are regulars. Wenlu offers good treatment for mutates. Here, they only manage basic sustenance, so many leave. Alright, understood. We'll rest for now and check out the riverside tonight. Have Zhao Ji guide you. Your accommodations have been arranged. The group left Xiaoyingjie's office, following Zhao Ji to their living quarters. Fu Jingma, you don't recognize Yixing, do you? Lin Mu tilted his head, questioning Fu Jingma based on what Xiaoyingjie had mentioned. Yixing didn't seem like the type to cause trouble easily. Searching through his memory, Fu Jingma genuinely couldn't recall anyone named Yixing. No. He leaned in curiously, Brother Fu, could it be another person you once reprimanded and thus developed a grudge? If not, why else? Could it be something related to love and hatred? Ha ha ha. He laughed heartily at his own words, finding them absurd. No, how could anyone dare to take interest in Brother Fu? Zhao Ji, walking beside them, seemed to recall something. Leader Fu, you don't know Yixing, but do you know Qin Yu? The former captain of Team 113. Fu Jingma paused mid-step and turned to look at him. Qin Yu. That's right. Zhao Ji, seeing Fu's interest piqued, continued eagerly, Qin Yu is now at Wenlu. They say he and Yixing are somehow, like that. He extended both index fingers and tapped them together, raising his eyebrows mischievously as if implying they should get the hint, which made his square face amusingly comical. Isn't Yixing a man? And Qin Yu too? He pushed Chen Rangchen aside to edge closer to Zhao Ji. They're both men, who cares about gender these days? Zhao Ji amiably chatted along with He, putting an arm around his shoulder as they walked. Lin Mu was momentarily stunned. This wasn't the serious and dignified Zhao Ji he'd seen before, so he was actually the head of gossip after all. Chapter 97, Mountain City, no scandals here. Yixing's father was the richest man in Mountain City, with his own security company and plenty of bodyguards. He had Yixing late in life, at the age of 40, pampering him beyond measure. But at 14, Yixing fell ill, suffering from heart disease, struggling to breathe even after taking one step, often confined to the infirmary. We suspect that his healing ability might be the result of being sick all the time. Now, at 19, when the apocalypse began, his father was bitten by a zombie trying to save him. Listening intently, Zhao Ji recounted animatedly, then Yixing's father entrusted him to Qin Yu, who has some sort of connection with the Yi family, possibly from before. So Qin Yu promised Ye's father to protect Yixing, but here's the kicker, Yixing developed a crush on Qin Yu, leading to... What happened next? Yixing has a short temper, anyone getting close to Qin Yu gets warned, either beat up or thrown out of Wenlu, never ending well. Wow, impressive, this young master is really something else. He touched his nose, listening attentively like an enthusiastic audience member, interjecting occasionally with supportive remarks. Zhao Ji looked at Fu Jingmo. So, Leader Fu, if you have any relation with Qin Yu, it's probably due to this. Woohoo. He looked as though he'd uncovered a big secret, eyes widening as he turned around. Brother Fu. No way, you and Qin Yu have a thing. While others just get beaten, you're marked for death. That shows a deep bond, brother. A flicker of thought passed through Lin Mu's mind as he glanced at Fu Jingma ahead, imagining what kind of person Fu liked. Pa! A black crystal exploded near He's foot, startling him into jumping and screaming, landing onto Zhao Ji. Brother Zhao, help. A deep crater remained where the black crystal had detonated, proving its devastating power post-upgrade. Embarrassed, Zhao Ji shoved He's away, coughing uncomfortably. Can't talk anymore, or I'll be the one getting hit. Fu Jingma turned around, briefly glancing at Lin Mu before glaring at He's. Comradeship, understand? I understand, brother, I totally get it. He's abandoned Zhao Ji and hid behind Shen Rangchen, zipping his lips in a gesture of silence. Slowing down, Fu Jingma came alongside Lin Mu, casting him a sidelong glance from beneath lowered lashes. Amidst the noisy chatter, the group arrived at their living quarters, a 3-bedroom suite on the 5th floor of a residential building, spacious over 100 square meters. Their vehicle was already parked downstairs. Captain Fu, won't disturb you then, I'm off. If there's anything during the day, send someone to the mission hall. I'll stay downstairs tonight. Alright. The house had 2 bedrooms, a living room, and kitchen. Fu Jingma and Lin Mu shared one room while He's bunked with Shen Rangchen. Ignoring Shen Rangchen's visibly disdainful and dissatisfied expression, everything seemed perfect. There was still time before going to the riverside in the evening. Lin Mu's first action was fetching clean clothes from his spatial pocket and heading to the shower. When he came out, Fu Jingma lay resting with his eyes closed, hands folded behind his head against the bedpost. Knowing Fu wasn't asleep, Lin Mu approached with a towel in hand, asking instinctively, "What's your plan?" Fu Jingma opened his eyes and gave him a lopsided smile, responding evasively, "Little Mu, brother doesn't have any scandalous affairs." Lin Mu felt a warm flush at his chest under Fu Jingma's gaze, blinking slowly, not quite reacting, and askedly, "Why are you saying this?" Fu Jingma didn't know why he was saying it either. All he could think of when he closed his eyes just now was this matter. Cough. Afraid it might affect brother's mature, steady, and loyal image. Brother will still need to marry in the future. You seem to have some misunderstanding about your own image. You go take a shower first, we'll talk later. Lin Mu awkwardly said a sentence, threw him a set of clothes, and left for the living room. When everyone came out after getting ready, Fu Jingma spoke up, "Tonight we're going to the riverside." He's scratched his head. The last times mutated zombies in Wuxia still made him shudder with fear. Are we going alone? Isn't it too dangerous? What was that monster anyway? We're just checking out first. According to Zhao Yingjia's hint, the monster only comes out at night. By the way, how are your abilities after the upgrade? How about Xiao Shen's? Shen Rangchen was busy with his talismans on the coffee table. After last night's upgrade, they had never had the chance to discuss their abilities. Upon hearing this, Shen Rangchen looked up, with a face and hair neatly arranged as usual, showing a clean and transcendent appearance. With a wave of his hand, 6 talismans flew up from the table, looking like before but now encircled by more intense golden light. I can control more talismans than before much easier, and I drew a few just now. The energy within them was even more concentrated when drawing, so the combat power should improve significantly. A slight smile appeared on Shen Rangchen's face. Anyone who got stronger in this apocalypse would be excited. Lin Mu praised without holding back, very impressive. Fu Jingma sat on the armrest of the sofa and opened his mouth. My energy has increased greatly as well, no point trying it here or you wouldn't have anywhere to stay tonight. You are already the strongest among us. Lin Mu turned around and smiled. After eating a little, the strawberries and tomatoes in the space had borne fruit. However, there were still green and unripe ones. But being unable to resist temptation, Lin Mu picked over 10 and placed the tomatoes and strawberries on the table, making He's eyes brighten. Wow, Mu, you're my Doraemon. Just eat. They aren't fully ripe yet. After the apocalypse, they didn't have to worry about food and clothing, but fruits were considered luxury goods. If they didn't eat some soon, they might lack vitamin C. The 4 grabbed without hesitation. Fu Jingma gave a relatively red tomato to Lin Mu. Lin Mu frowned at the tomato. He's reached out, snatched it away from him, stuffed it into his mouth, and handed Lin Mu a strawberry. Brother Fu, our Mu doesn't eat raw tomatoes. He loves strawberries the most. Fu Jingma looked amusedly at Lin Mu, still picky about food. Then he pushed the strawberry in his hand to him as well. He's ate joyfully, starting to spill secrets with his mouth full. Next time you find some strawberry milk, strawberry cookies, or strawberry candies, all for Mu. He only likes those sweet ones, like a girl. Fu Jingma glanced at Lin Mu's slightly red ears, feeling ticklish inside. Yesterday he feared pain, today he's picky. How many things about Lin Mu don't he know? How come he finds it cute? You can shut up now. Lin Mu twisted He's arm, stuffing his mouth shut couldn't stop him from talking. Someone behind leaned closer to his ear and whispered softly in a voice only the two could hear, nothing to be shy about. Kids like strawberries. Next time, I'll get some for you. Lin Mu turned back and glared at him, scooping the tomato out of his hand and handing it to Shen Rangchen. Let Chen eat this. Really, you don't deserve good things. Chapter 98, Mountain City, Night Investigation at the River Monster. Meanwhile, Chen Yu, hugged by a child, grasped his thin wrist bone tightly. Xing Yi, I've been lenient enough with you. The youth shook his head. I'm sorry, Uncle Chen, please don't be angry, I beg you. Chen Yu hardened his heart, pulled away the person hugging his waist, and looked down at him, with a trace of helplessness deep in his stern eyes. Even begging me won't work. Captain Fu and I are just comrades in arms. He's very outstanding, I admire him, and we meet occasionally. You also know the situation in Mountain City now, Yi Xing, you're not a child anymore, stop acting so whimsically. Do you want us both to die together? He withdrew his hand as the youth hung his head listening, his voice carrying soft sobs. Then, will you leave me? Will you go with him? Chen Yu took a deep breath and decided to give the child a lesson. If you don't learn to act appropriately, whether or not it's with him, I'll leave here, leave Mountain City. The thin body trembled slightly, small hands gripping the blanket tightly. Unlike usual, he didn't make a fuss, so Chen Yu glanced at him once before averting his eyes and walking away. The breathing from behind grew heavier as his steps toward the door stopped. Ugh. A suppressed moan escaped, Yi Xing clutching his chest, his fragile heart unable to handle the intense emotions. The porcelain-white teeth bit harshly into the soft lips, a trickle of red blood flowing out. Yi Xing, star. Chen Yu's heart jolted as he turned and rushed back to the bedside, hugging him tightly. Where are the medicines, star? Yi Xing gripped his clothes with a stubborn face streaming with tears, saying not a word. Li Zhou. Li Zhou, bring Yi Xing's medicine upstairs. Chen Yu shouted towards the door. Soon, footsteps were heard on the stairs as Li Zhou came rushing up, fetching a small bottle from under the pillow and bringing warm water. The young man gritted his teeth greedily observing the anxious expression of the man holding him. A strong hand grabbed his delicate chin, using a little force to part his lips easily, putting the small white pill inside. Water trickled down his lips, flowing over his pale neck, dripping onto the soft swan quilt. Chen Yu's voice was harsh, take the medicine, star. The deer-like eyes flickered as he sniffled, pleading, don't go. Don't threaten me, Yi Xing. Chen Yu looked at the vulnerable madness in the youth's eyes. If you don't take your medicine, I'll leave right now. Ugh. Enduring the discomfort, Yi Xing looked at him for a while before leaning closer to the cup, throat moving as he swallowed the pills. Then, his drooping eyes glanced at Li Zhou who nodded knowingly and left. As the tension in his body slowly relaxed, he still clung to Chen Yu without letting go. Chen Yu's expression was cold, but his worry went unnoticed by himself. Star, why can't your ability heal yourself? The person in his arms shook their head, lightly closing their eyes and struggling to stay awake. Sleep. No, if I sleep, you'll leave. Chen Yu said nothing, tucking the person into bed and covering them with the blanket. I won't go. Sleep now, we'll settle this when you wake up. After receiving the promise, Yi Xing stretched out a small hand, grabbing his and closed his eyes only then with relief. Chen Yu's greatest weakness was valuing promises and being soft-hearted. Having said this, he wouldn't leave. As twilight descended, the four prepared to set off. The Lu River runs long along the banks, so they split into two teams. He Zhe and Shen Rangchen went downstairs to call Zhao Ji, heading towards the downstream area along the river. Fu Jingma and Lin Mu headed upstream, driving their car to start. There was no one on the streets at this time. After 8 p.m., Mountain City prohibits going outside, which counts as curfew. Firstly, to prevent the nocturnal river monsters from appearing. Secondly, just like in Wuxi, residential areas do not provide electricity support after 8 p.m. Along the river bank was a long street. Before the apocalypse, its riverside scenery was breathtaking and an often sought-after tourist destination. At present, there wasn't a soul around. Patrolling guards about every 100 meters stood beyond the green zones with guns, firing shots to warn of any anomalies. The river wind was strong. Lin Mu had the car window open as the wind carried the putrid stench and screams of zombies across the river, making everyone's skin crawl. So many people gathered here. Naturally, the zombies on the other side were trying hard to come over, only held back by the Lu River. If they accidentally fell in, they would be swept away directly. There are quite a number of zombies on the other shore. How come there hasn't been any arrangement for clearance? Lin Mu watched the opposite shore where shadowy, restless figures filled the night. Fu Jingma's gaze leapt over Lin Mu and gave the other shore a glance. Eventually, they will need to be cleared out. It's just that bullets are precious now, and the Lu River keeps them at bay for the moment, making it relatively safe. But this is a hidden danger. This year's weather has become much colder. September feels like winter. If the temperature changes too, the river may freeze in winter, and it's highly possible that the zombies from the other side might cross over. Lin Mu analyzed calmly, without any specific basis, merely an intuition. In this world, even the smallest oversight could cost many lives. Fu Jingma held the steering wheel with one hand, the other resting casually on the edge of the car window. Lin Mu was really smart, just as he was during their first meeting, or rather, he had become even more perceptive. The government already has plans to bomb zombies in uninhabited areas, but in the central regions, crowded cities will require organized teams to enter, confirming there are no survivors hiding before clearing them out. What Fu Jingmo referred to was the content on the black box. This plan only had a preliminary concept and hadn't been truly implemented yet. Sending people into zombie-infested cities to search for survivors would be an extremely arduous task that required countless manpower and time. It might take many years before it could be realized. Whenever it was going to be achieved, at least knowing that someone was striving for dawn in this endless night was comforting. The car wasn't driving fast, and along the way, there were no signs of disturbance found anywhere. Lin Mu's position offered a perfect view of the river surface. Although there weren't the dazzling lights as before the apocalypse, the moonlight still made the river shimmer with ripples. His hands folded on the car window, his head rested casually on his arms, leaning away from the driver's seat. The white shirt made him look especially slim, and the hair that Fu Jingma had cut a few days ago was now tousled by the river breeze. Fu Jingma glanced over, inexplicably feeling like he was taking a kid out for a ride. The car kept moving forward until it reached the area near the west side of Wanan Tower, which was guarded by the people of Wanan Tower. Fu Jingma drove all the way to the end of the section where the road ahead was already blocked off by a concrete wall, indicating they couldn't drive any further. The two parked the car and walked towards the riverside. The young guard stationed there reminded them. "Curfew has started, go home quickly. No coming near the riverside." Fu Jingma smiled without worry, patting his pocket. After taking a shower, he forgot to bring things. He subtly signaled Lin Mu behind him, who immediately pretended to reach into his pocket and took out half a pack of cigarettes, placing them in Fu Jingma's hand. Fu Jingma took them, fiddling with the cigarette packet, crumpling it up and throwing it to the standing man. "Have a smoke, buddy." The man's eyes lit up as he treasured the cigarettes like a treasure, taking one out and hiding the rest in his clothes, fearing they would ask for them back. Fu Jingma obligingly handed over the lighter, lighting the man's cigarette, then casually squatted down on the edge of the greenery. "How come, isn't today unusually quiet? Isn't there supposed to be a river monster here?" Chapter 99, Mountain City, soon they'll call me delicate again. The man eagerly inhaled the smoke, closing his eyes in comfort, emitting a satisfied sigh. He looked at Lin Mu and the others, then at the car behind them. In these times, gasoline was hard to find, and those who could use cars usually held some status in Mountain City, probably dispatched for inspection. He smiled, inching closer. "Hey, don't disbelieve me, there really is a river monster, it even came out the other night, several meters long." The man wedged his weapon under his arm, awkwardly gesturing a long motion with his hands, smoking continuously, unwilling to put it down for a moment. "Hey, but it wasn't here on our section. It appeared in the street below the other night. When we heard gunshots, we rushed over, only to find that the two brothers guarding that spot had already been dragged down." "Oh, is that so? That's pretty scary. Did you see what the river monster looks like?" "Yes, I told you it's several meters long. It leaped out of the water, its head was as big as a large truck, dark, and smelled awful, just like those zombies across the river." "Wait, are you saying it's a fish?" Fu Jingma interrupted again. The man shot him an annoyed glance but repressed it when he remembered the half-pack of cigarettes he'd received. "Tisk, it's not a fish, its entire head is round. Fish heads are flat vertically, right? Anyway, I feel it somewhat resembles a snake, a big python. But where in Low River could such a large snake exist? Makes no sense. As long as it doesn't show up here, it's fine. Otherwise, I might lose my life." Fu Jingma chuckled, thinking this person had shared all he knew. After thanking him, he pulled Lin Mu, who was squatting nearby, and began walking back. Lin Mu was still pondering what the man had said. Could it really be a snake? Very likely, maybe something like a water python. But he mentioned a foul smell. Don't animals grow in size when infected? Fu Jingma stopped walking and turned to look at the river surface. That's just what we know. Perhaps there are many we haven't encountered yet, or is it possible that while humans were merging with animals, they were attacked by zombies? Lin Mu furrowed his brows, perplexed. Such a bizarre scenario could only occur to Fu Jingma, but upon looking at Fu Jingma, he realized he wasn't joking, he looked dead serious. "Forget it, let's go back first. Tomorrow, I'm planning to meet Qin Yu, Lin Mu's eyes flickered slightly, slowly saying a sentence. Will Yixing let you see him?" Fu Jingma laughed, that isn't something he can decide. Turning around to leave, there was suddenly an intense energy fluctuation from behind, followed by the loud scream of the man they had just been speaking with. The two quickly turned around, and that man was trying hard to run up onto the greenbelt. A huge whirlpool swirled out on the river surface, as if someone had pulled a plug at the bottom of the river, water rushing into it at high speed. The water continued churning violently, Fu Jingma's eyes tightly focused on it, the entire Low River seemed to be boiling. That man stumbled awkwardly, falling every few steps, and Lin Mu used his whip to toss him onto the street. It hadn't even appeared yet, and this already terrified him so much. Bang, came a gunshot, the man sitting on the ground dumbly fired a shot in the air. As the churning water stilled for a moment, it seemed to recognize this sound that hit it earlier. Then, along with a wave of putrid smell, a massive head emerged from the river. This deepest part of the low river could reach over 20 meters deep, and for such a large river, how long this creature might be wasn't surprising. With its emergence, that indescribable odor began spreading. People gathered quickly, those who heard the gunshot coming towards this direction, and 2 cars patrolling with people having special abilities also drove over. A massive black brain topped with 2 grayish-white eyes slowly rotated, then, the head started showing more and more until finally, before anyone reacted, a huge figure leaped out of the river. It was indeed just like what that man had described. It was a snake, or perhaps a massive water python. Zombie-infected water python. Fire your guns. An order was given, gunfire continuously rang out, but hitting the giant water python only created a spark without any visible signs of damage. Fu Jingmo quickly moved, gripping the shoulder of the man beside him. The iron grip made the man freeze. What the hell are you doing? Without further ado, Fu Jingmo grabbed the gun from the man's hands, aimed, and fired. The bullets accurately targeted the giant snake's eyes. Consecutively several shots were fired, each bullet flying along the same trajectory, stunning the people around who remained speechless. However, as the bullets reached the giant snake's eyes, it abruptly closed them. The small bullet striking its coarse and thick eyelids had no effect, instead clearly irritating it. The giant snake extended its head toward the shore, and then, opening its colossal mouth, it emitted a bizarre, unnatural sound, raspy and closer to the growl of a zombie. Its massive tail stretched out from the other side of the water. At this point, Lin Mu realized it wasn't merely dozens of meters, this snake was easily over 100 meters long. In one sweep of its tail across the southern bank's zombie cluster, countless zombies were hurled to the northern bank. Zombies that landed on the ground froze momentarily before shakily getting up and charging towards the street. Zombies. Zombies are coming. Fu Jingmo fired bullets with pinpoint accuracy, taking out one after another. Lin Mu rushed forward a few steps to eliminate the zombies closing in. Working seamlessly together to clear the zombies, watching their movements, the others also calmed down and opened fire, killing the zombies rushing onto the street. The long snake kept repeating its actions, and more zombies were flung ashore. We can't let this continue, Lin Mu threw aside a zombie, furrowing his brows and yelling. Tossing the gun back to the man from before, Fu Jingmo spun his wrist and condensed black mist in his palm, subsequently launching it forcefully. The black mist formed a black blade which, unlike previous ones entirely black, now glimmered faintly silver along the edges, quickly hurtling towards the giant snake's abdomen. Compared to the hard skull, this area looked softer. Gunshots were still going off, and more people came to help upon hearing the commotion. The black blade grazed the giant snake's abdomen, tearing a small wound. Although not large, it was enough for the creature that hadn't been injured to instantly feel the pain of torn flesh. It had no time to keep tossing zombies. Its long body thrashed wildly, sending water splashing 10 meters high on the river's surface, showering some of it onto the streets. Fu Jingmo swiftly grabbed Lin Mu's waist, retreating quickly to avoid the foul-smelling river water. Seemingly wanting to stop fighting, the long snake swept its tail through a patch of zombies, plunged its head into the water and disappeared beneath it. A long wave surged downstream as it fled, quickly vanishing from sight. Most of the street people were almost drenched, surrounded by the pungent smell. With the final swing of Fu Jingmo's black blades, most of the zombies thrown to the northern shore were dealt with. The remaining few scattered zombies were killed by bullets fired cooperatively by people nearby. Let's go back. Though they didn't manage to kill the river monster, this trip at least helped them know exactly what it was. The two had parked their car at the edge by a cement wall, at least avoiding the fetid river water, but the street was already dirted by the water flowing in from afar. You stay there, I'll go get the car. Holding back Lin Mu, he stood on the slightly higher sidewalk, while Fu Jingmo stepped into the foul-smelling water without hesitation to fetch the car. Lin Mu touched his nose and muttered softly, he's going to say I'm delicate again in a bit. Chapter 100, Lin Mu is more adorable and obedient. After returning to their accommodation, He Zhe and Shen Rangchen were still waiting downstairs. They had followed Zhao Ji all the way downstream but didn't see anything except listen to Zhao Ji teach them a bunch of gossip, ha ha ha. Seeing Lin Mu and Fu Jingmo come over, their expression seemed a bit off. What's wrong, Mumu? He Zhe jumped up, fun with frogs, brother Fu, you two didn't encounter the river monster, did you? Lin Mu nodded, we met it and fought, let's talk upstairs. Following the two of them upstairs, He Zhe was already eager. Mumu, did you kill it? How come you're back so quickly, what kind of monster was it? An octopus? A man-eating shark? A 9-headed dragon? A giant python? Lin Mu rubbed his aching forehead, a zombie-transformed giant python. Fu Jingmo was in the bathroom washing his shoes, then walked out, tomorrow I'll meet with Qin, he definitely has special abilities. Right now, the abnormal people on Jiangbei team aren't enough to handle this giant python. Aha, the zombie giant python ran when it saw trouble. We need more people to trap it. Lin Mu pondered the scene from today. Compared to the mutated zombies in Wu City, at least this python wasn't as ferocious, but it was not easy to kill it either. Sleep early, we'll talk tomorrow. The few dispersed and returned to their rooms. The first light of dawn broke through the mist, enveloping the mountain city's morning where visibility beyond 5 steps was unclear. Morning light penetrated the thick fog, everything slowly awakening. Lin Mu got up early to cook some millet porridge, fried a few eggs, and fetched 2 packs of pickled vegetables. They replenished some food supplies from a supermarket along the way, and they basically didn't lack food. After tidying himself up, Fu Jingma ate 2 fried eggs and prepared to go out. With a white porcelain spoon stirring the millet porridge, Lin Mu watched him bend down to put on his shoes and hesitantly said, "Are you going to see Qin? Would you like me to accompany you?" Hearing this, Fu Jingma looked up, revealing a hint of a smile on his stern face. "No need, old comrades meeting, I'll just have a chat with him." Without saying much more, Lin Mu lowered her head and sipped the porridge. He glanced at Shen Rangchen, nudging his elbow slightly. Shen, having just picked up a fried egg, let it drop back into the plate and glared at He angrily. Hey, don't be mad. I'll help you get one. The sound of the door closing came. Lin Mu finished drinking the porridge and placed down the bowl, standing by the window. He lowered his voice and leaned closer to Shen Rangchen. "Tsk, it feels like a boyfriend is going to meet his ex, doesn't it? Boring." "It's true, cough cough." He raised his voice a little Dunchen, yesterday that Zhao Ji mentioned that Qin Yu used to be the captain of Team 113, and Brother Fu was his subordinate. And also, didn't he say the relationship between the two was exceptionally close back then? Wow, no wonder Yi Xing went crazy with jealousy. Perhaps Brother Fu and Qin Yu really had something going on. Otherwise, why wouldn't he take us today? Clothes are less valuable the newer they become, but people cherish old friends. Lin Mu listened to He talking nonsense, with a twitch at the corner of her brow, completely confused. Yesterday, it was clear they talked about battlefield camaraderie. Outside the window, Fu Jingma's tall figure had just come out of the building. Lin Mu quickly judged the rhythm of his steps, which seemed, really quite good mood. The person below got into the car and drove away, without noticing someone watching from the window. In the Fog South Tower area. When Li Zhou knocked on the door, Yi Xing was just groaning pitifully while leaning in Qin Yu's arms. "Uncle Chen, it still hurts, would you rub it for me?" "Yi Xing, that's enough. It's already been rubbed." Qin Yu put down his hand and got up to open the door. Li Zhou nodded, entering and respectfully looking at the person on the bed. "Young master." The youth on the bed looked at him with dissatisfaction. This morning, he had just visited once to discuss last night's water monster attack. Why was he here again? What is it? His cold tone carried a trace of impatience, completely lacking the softness from when he was just being coddled earlier. "Someone wants to see Mr. Chen, Fu Jingma, waiting in the garden." Upon hearing these 3 words, Yi Xing frowned and looked at Qin Yu. The person by the window turned around and walked towards the door. "Bring me there." Li Zhou looked at his young master, then at Qin Yu. Thinking back to last night when Qin Yu spent the entire evening with him, and also mentioned that if he didn't behave well, he would leave Mountain City. Yi Xing suppressed her anger and pleaded pathetically toward Qin Yu. "Uncle Chen, after you see him, will you come back?" Qin Yu paused his step, nodded once, and then left the door. "Go, keep an eye on him, and bring him back when they're done." Ye Xing gave a subtle nod toward the door, indicating that Liz Ho should follow. She then walked to the window. This spot offered a clear view of the garden below from a distance. Down there, that man was sitting on the bench by the lake, his leg bent up in a rather casual manner. His head tilted upward basking in the sun. He didn't carry himself as seriously as Qin Yu did. Instead, his camouflage clothes hung loosely off him, exuding a sense of roguish charm that somewhat contradicted his sharp facial features. Yet Ye Xing had to admit he was very handsome and probably tall too. Her lips curved immediately afterward, thinking about Qin Yu and this man. Both didn't seem like they'd ever belonged together under the same roof. They really hadn't been involved, apparently. From the moment Ye Xing stood by the window, Fu Jingma had sensed it. Only Fu Jingma himself knew the extent of his level 4 mutant abilities, which had multiplied manifold since level 3. A snicker escaped his lips as he suddenly opened his eyes, coldly locking them onto the kid by the window. TCH, so this was the kid Qin Yu was raising. How young, before the apocalypse, he'd probably have been taken away. Qin Yu approached, a rare smile tugging at his lips. Jingma. Fu Jingma put down his leg and gestured for him to take a seat beside him, responding with a grin. Your little pet seems to cling to you pretty tightly. Qin Yu glanced back and met Ye Xing's pitiful puppy eyes before averting his gaze. Just a young one, overly attached. Cutting to the chase without further ado. The river monster needs to be dealt with, and will need help from your Fog South Tower group. Fu Jingma's expression hardened, reverting to his usual stern self. Qin Yu nodded in agreement. I know. It's still growing, I also encountered it a week ago. It was merely around 80 meters back then, but last night when you all saw it, it was reportedly over 100 meters long. That's right, and now it's throwing zombies from the south side of the river to the north bank. This is extremely dangerous. Without prompt reinforcements, the zombies might easily reach the shore. So what do you plan to do? As Qin Yu gazed at him, though he used to be Fu Jingma's captain once upon a time, since handing over the role of captain to him, Qin Yu knew that the person standing before him was much more capable than he had ever been. With a light tapping of fingers, Fu Jingma spoke up, "Last night I noticed several iron chains over the river. My plan is to drive the beast into that section and trap it there. The river is its territory, and if not restrained, it would escape too easily. The chains you mentioned are likely part of the original sightseeing cable car system over Lake Lugang. Though they are indeed sturdy, using them to control the creature won't be simple," Chen Yu responded. "Hence, that's where I need your help, and this isn't only about the Jiangbei team either. Also, what's your ability?" The cold eyes bore steadily onto Chen Yu. Chen Yu lifted his hand palm upwards, swiftly gathering a glowing purple ball of energy. Lightning flashed in the center of the orb, emitting a "hiss" sound that sent shivers down one's spine. Thunder elemental power, level 2. He hurled the sphere into the lake surface. Streams of white light stretched out instantaneously, causing a small patch of fish to float belly up. "Still a team leader, huh?" Fu Jingmo revealed an approving expression. A fleeting look of regret crossed Chen Yu's eyes. "I'm no longer the captain. Back then, I retired due to leg injuries, but even if I hadn't gotten injured, I'd still hand over the position to you. You're far more suitable." "Did the child get better?" Fu Jingmo pointed at his previously bombed leg. Except being a bit spoiled, he is rather adorable." A flicker of warmth lit up Chen Yu's face. "What's there to brag about? Lin Mu was cuter, obedient, not willful, and trouble-free. Alright, I'll wait for your message the day after tomorrow. Meet at the cable cars. These 2 days, make sure there's stronger manpower on the riverbank, so the giant snake doesn't drop any more zombie packages towards you." Fu Jingma stood up, ready to leave. Just before walking away, he turned around and added another sentence. "Chen Yu, currently, are you military or civilian?" Pausing slightly, the latter replied, "Same as you. You're hesitating, but I hope when that moment truly arrives, you can take care of the people of Mountain City. At least, until the government comes for assistance." Though seemingly random, Chen Yu understood what Fu Jingma was implying. If the members of Jiangbei team lack survival resources, he would arrange for Yexing to provide support. The resources within Fog South Tower were indeed quite sufficient. "Let's go then, see you the day after tomorrow. Bring more people along." Fu Jingma waved lazily as he began strolling away. Chapter 101, You're cuter than that Yixing. Fu Jingma went to Xiaoyingjia again and told him the rough plan. Xiaoyingjia's ability was earth-based. It seemed that this mountain city not only had a geographically advantageous position but also excellent feng shui, as these abilities were useful in one way or another. Guns, ammunition, and explosives could not be spared. As long as the zombie python was trapped, it was likely only explosives would be able to blow it apart. Even with superhuman abilities, thermal weapons created by human ingenuity across generations still wielded great power and remained crucial in this apocalypse. After discussing some arrangements, Fu Jingma left the task hall. As he left, he glanced at the tasks on the LED screen, narrowing his eyes slightly. He memorized a rather strange task. When he got home, the living room was filled with the faint aroma of food. Hizei was sprawled out on the sofa, groaning while rubbing his stomach. The other two weren't in the living room. "Brother Fu, you're back." Upon seeing him, Hizei quickly got up, showing a mischievous smile. He, how was your meeting with, old friend?" Fu Jingma withdrew his cold gaze and said, "Where are they?" "Mumu is resting in her room, Xiao Chenchen kicked me out." Wah wah wah. "Oh, have you eaten yet?" "Mumu said there's no need to save dinner for you." "I ate so much, I finished 3 bowls." Hizei babbled incessantly while Fu Jingma walked away from the living room towards the bedroom. Just after eating, Lin Mu was leaning by the window, his eyes gazing calmly at the outside through his long lashes. He saw Fu Jingma come back. "Why didn't you even eat lunch with an old friend? Wasn't one into well supplied?" Ignoring the inexplicable low mood in the morning, he entered the space to check on Xiao Yuan and then ate a few strawberries before feeling more relaxed. "You're back. How was it?" Lin Mu asked without turning around, his voice steady and toneless. The tall figure approached the window, placing his hand on the frame behind Lin Mu. He didn't answer the question. Looking outside, finding nothing unusual, he lowered his gaze to Lin Mu. "What? Didn't you even save dinner for me?" Lin Mu turned back, the distance between them suddenly closing. He moved his head back slightly, frowning as he looked at the hand supporting his above his head. "I thought you'd at least have lunch, with a friend." If there was anything good, I would have come back earlier. I actually went to see Xiaoyingjia again." Recalling the fleeting thought that came to him at Wanandu about Lin Mu being cute and obedient, he retracted his hand from the window frame, instinctively pinching Lin Mu's cheeks. You're cuter than that Yixing." With a slap, Lin Mu pushed his hand away, glaring at the person in front of him, stunned for a moment, lips moving hesitantly before squeezing out a few words. "What are you talking about?" Feeling uncomfortable, Lin Mu stepped out from in front of Fu Jingmo. "What do you want to eat?" "Make some noodles and keep the morning fried eggs." Fu Jingma observed the red tips of Lin Mu's ears as he spoke, indeed confirming their cuteness. After having lunch, the two went to the riverside in the afternoon where the river surface was calm and serene. Occasionally, when the wind blew, ripples spread in circles across the water. If you ignored the zombies on the opposite bank snarling with open mouths, you might even say the scenery was beautiful. So, Chenyu is lightning-based, and Xiaoyingjie is earth-based. Listening to Fu Jingma's introduction, it did seem like these abilities suited each of their personalities quite well. Lightning abilities must be very powerful, highly destructive. Fu Jingma glanced at him while driving, not bad, currently at level 2. But once upgraded, it will surely belong to someone who stands on their own, paired with Yixing's healing. The car arrived below the cableway, taking only a brief look last night without much examination. Now, both men got out of the car and walked towards the riverbank. There was an iron tower at both ends of the cableway, with 6 steel cables connecting them. The cabins hanging above had already fallen into the river, leaving just the bare cables. These steel cables should have the capacity to control the river monster, but we need enough strength-type ability users, Lin Mu thought aloud. This is something Xiaoyingjie and Qin Yu will think about. Fu Jingma looked at the empty riverside apartments behind them thoughtfully. Actually, the hardest part was figuring out how to lure the zombie giant python here since it could appear anywhere. After looking around and noting several key positions, Fu Jingma spoke up, let's go back. Tomorrow, start by lowering 3 cables in this area. Lin Mu followed him back to the shore. Still, why does this zombie giant python like to appear at night? Can't we catch it during the day? Lin Mu felt there was something indescribably strange. If it were daytime, it would benefit us more, at least we'd have a wider field of vision and wouldn't miss any zombies coming up. Some nocturnal pythons have very poor eyesight. They hunt at night by using heat imaging principles. Since daytime temperatures are higher than nighttime, its thermal eye won't function at its full potential. Lin Mu casually mentioned this information, which he had learned during an outdoor painting session some time ago. The person walking ahead of him stopped, raised an eyebrow, and turned to look at him, saying, Lin Xiaomu, how come you're so smart? Lin Mu sighed speechlessly, wondering how he had ever thought of him as mature, steady, and reliable. Pushing the man aside, he coldly climbed up the steps in a few strides. Fu Jingma, have you really become obsessed with acting like my brother? So boring. A muffled laugh echoed behind him. After checking out the cableway, it was still early, so the two slowly drove back to their neighborhood. At night, the person on the bed lay stiffly with his eyes closed. He observed for a while that Shen Yangchen always slept like this, lifeless. Lying straight, hands crossed over his belly, and his untied hair flopped loosely across the pillow. He rubbed his waist and then his bottom, finding the ground too hard to fall asleep. Seeing no reaction from Shen Yangchen, he quietly stood up, bent over, and crawled toward the inner side of the bed. Halfway through, a little white head popped out from Shen Yangchen's collar. It was the little paper figure. Hush, He whispered to the little figure, recognizing it as Lucy or Tina. Hush, don't make any noise. The small paper figure tilted its head as if observing him, then with all its might, it collided forcefully with He's face. Wow, damn it. That little paper figure had considerable strength. He's lost his balance and fell sprawling onto Shen Yangchen's body. As he looked up again, icy eyes filled with fury stared down at him. In an instant, He's quickly rolled into the corner. Damn, I'm not sleeping on the floor, I'd rather die than sleep there. It's so cold. His voice suddenly cut off as a talisman was slapped onto his forehead. Shen Yangchen closed his eyes once more. He's wanted to cry but refrained. Fine, at least he managed to sleep on the bed. Chapter 102, Mountain City, Be Careful Too. The 2 days passed quickly, and on the morning of the 3rd day, the 4 of them got up early to prepare for departure. Lin Mu put on the camouflage coat that Fu Jingma had given him again. The place where the sleeves were torn was patched with a plaster he bought from the mall using his points, and it didn't look like there was any problem. Fu Jingma, standing beside him, stepped into his military boots and squatted down to tie his shoelaces, then tied Lin Mu's laces as well. Lin Mu, be careful today. Ah, okay. Lin Mu looked at him squatting in front of him tying his shoelaces, feeling a bit uneasy. His eyes involuntarily focused on the 2 cowlicks on his head to distract himself. You be careful too, he said dryly. Fu Jingma smiled as he looked up, raising an icy brow, understood. The 4 didn't waste any time and set off quickly, taking a few bites of compressed biscuits in the car. Brother Fu, is that python really that scary? We'll definitely take it down today, right? He's was still excitedly chattering. You could fit more than 10 of your size in its mouth. Lin Mu thought for a moment, then turned around. He's the river is full of water, you can try it out, your powers should work great. Right. Why didn't I think of that? Whoa damn, Mumu you're so smart. Shen Rangchen nearby, with dark circles under his eyes, smirked coldly. Last night after the talisman's effect wore off, this fool kept talking loudly all night long. One day, he'll make sure this guy doesn't talk for an entire night. The river wind was strong, the weather wasn't good, and the thick fog hadn't dissipated yet. The whole river surface was covered in mist. The car arrived soon at the iron rope section, and Xiaoyingjie was already waiting here with the people from the Jiangbei team. There were 30 sharpshooters and 15 mutants, mostly ordinary strength mutants. The 4 got out of the car, and those standing stiffly by the roadside looked over. Most of the people from the Jiangbei team were disciplined soldiers who maintained strict discipline without needing orders. Xiaoyingjie's face remained solemn as he spoke. Leader Fu, what are your plans? The 30 armed soldiers will move to the vacant riverside building behind, firing through the windows and responsible for the zombies entering the south bank. The remaining mutants will focus on dealing with the zombie python, while the strength mutants control the iron ropes. Then who's going to lure the python over? I have someone in mind, let's wait. The Wunan Tower team hasn't arrived yet, so everyone was patiently waiting. The sky was overcast, with cold winds brushing their faces, adding a somber atmosphere. On the opposite shore, stone beaches, greenbelts, and streets beyond, they were packed with zombies, their ghastly decayed faces staring toward the north bank, howling numbly and tirelessly, making it feel like some bizarre video game. Lin Mu stood by the street watching, the wind picking up some of his soft strands of hair. Fu Jingma walked up beside him, looking at his face. What's wrong? Nothing, it's just that although I've seen it many times, every time I can't help but wonder, how did the world end up this way? Lin Mu opened his mouth faintly, his eyes reflecting no ripples. It will get better. In the distance, car sounds rang out. Through the thin mist, the Wunan Tower team arrived. They're here. Lin Mu turned to see a SUV in front followed by 2 buses. Fu Jingma calmly picked a small leaf from his hair before turning around. All right, let's go over. The car stopped, and a man with a stern face stepped out, walking steadily. A small boy poked his head out of the car window from the passenger seat, his beautiful eyes unblinking as he watched the man's silhouette, showing no interest in anything else. Lin Mu glanced once, quickly confirming that inside the car was Yixing, and the one walking towards them must be Chen Yu. He was tall, his figure lean but muscular, similar to Fu Jingma's build. Chen Yu nodded at Xiaoyingjie before heading straight for them. Jingma, how's it going? Fu Jingma took a few steps forward and smiled. We've been waiting for you. Their conversation was familiar and natural, clearly indicating they used to have a close relationship. 38 mutants, you arranged them accordingly. Many people got off the bus behind him. A group of people lifted a large box from the back bus. Chen Yu explained, it contains some firearms and ammunition. The Wunan Tower people aren't proficient, so you use them. Fu Jingma nodded and accepted it without hesitation. And, look over there. Several of them turned toward the direction he pointed. Through the thin mist, a yacht appeared, slowly docking nearby. We were worried that the giant python might overturn us on the road. There are a few yachts at the dock, but they lack fuel. We managed to start one just in case we need it. Fu Jingma patted his shoulder. You're always the one we rely on. Unsatisfied with not hearing more of their conversation, Yixing also got out of the car, and his elegant appearance immediately drew most eyes. Without further ado, the group quickly organized. The 30 warriors were handed firearms and ammunition, then went up the rear empty building to find suitable shooting positions. The strength mutants descended to the stone beach by the riverbank. Out of the 6 cableways, 3 had already been severed on this side, dangling over the stones. They went down to try controlling the remaining cables. The other 3 still hung high in the air, so no manpower was spent trying to control them. That giant python could be as tall as 15 meters when it reared its head, a distance that would effectively stop it. The rest of the mutants didn't need individual instructions, all had fighting experience. All 3 of them were quick and decisive, so arrangements were swiftly made. But where exactly is that giant python? Heizei curiously asked, wondering why everything seemed ready but the python hadn't arrived yet. It's downstream. Fu Jingma looked at Chen Yu. I need your thunder-based abilities to help drive it upstream. How do you know it's downstream? Lin Mu questioned. When I tore open its abdomen that day, I slipped a black crystal inside. I can sense its approximate location, Fu Jingma replied casually. Lin Mu subtly arched an eyebrow. Even amidst such an urgent and sudden situation, he managed to make decisions within fractions of seconds, leaving himself options. Truly, only someone like Fu Jingma, who has gone through countless battles and missions, could have such an almost instinctive response. All right, I'll go with you. Chen Yu decisively agreed. Uncle Chen, let me come too. Yixing clung to his arm, ignoring the fact that many people were around. Don't fool around, Xingxing. You promised me, today you'll follow my arrangements seriously. Yixing looked at him with beautiful eyes. I'm just going with you. I'll stay obediently in the car. If I stay here, I'll worry about you getting hurt. His soft voice made anyone who heard it feel moved. Lin Mu noticed upon closer inspection that this youth was genuinely handsome, like a little prince stepping out from a European mural. He had long lashes that were black and thick, big eyes tinged with a hint of pale blue, and soft chestnut hair. Fine, I'll go along too. In one SUV for 4 people, I'll help drive for you, Lin Mu spoke, breaking the tension. Yixing turned to glance at Lin Mu, slightly curling his lips. This person was good, and he liked him. Since this had been said, Chen Yu didn't argue further. The 4 got into an SUV, leaving the arrangement here to Xiaoyingjie, and drove towards the streets downstream. In preparation for any interruption where the giant python might send zombies their way, several warriors were tasked with carrying guns and driving another vehicle behind them. Chapter 103, Mountain City, Enraged Zombie Python. Luguang River is so long, why does the zombie python happen to be here? Yixing complained. Not expecting answers from the two stoic individuals, Lin Mu smiled and said gently, since it's a zombie python, naturally it wants to eat people. There are so many people gathered in Mountain City, how would it leave? Yixing nodded, sitting behind the driver's seat. He leaned forward slightly. That makes sense. What's your name? I like you. Chen Yu was hearing for the first time that Yixing liked someone other than himself, his eyes blinked slowly. Fu Jinghua glanced coldly backward at this little brat seated behind him. Lin Mu, double wood forest, single wood tree, Lin Mu explained carefully to him as if he were a child. Lin Mu, then I'll call you Mu Mu. Okay. Fu Jinghua coolly remarked, Yixing, because of the mission note you posted, Mu Mu got injured. Lin Mu was startled. Yixing's appearance had been very deceiving, he'd almost forgotten about the fake mission posting which led to a pursuit. The atmosphere became a bit awkward. However, Yixing poked his head onto the driver's seat, apologetically saying, sorry, Mu Mu, it wasn't intentional. I'm wrong. And, actually, I wasn't aiming to harm you. Fu Jingmo raised an eyebrow, oh, me. Lin Mu sighed. After all, Chen Yu was Fu Jingmo's former captain, and clearly, this kid was his person. It's alright, it's past now. Today we need to cooperate, forget about those things for now. Yixing reached out to touch Lin Mu's hair, finding it soft and comfortable. He happily stated, Mu Mu, you're really nice. But remember, you can't do such reckless things again. If it weren't for our good luck, we might have died or could have endangered innocent people. Yixing's voice carried a tinge of regret but was earnest. I know. It won't happen again. The two, one naturally educating the younger one while the other being unusually well-behaved, left the man on the passenger side and the back seat stunned. Fu Jingma thought silently, why does everyone listen to Lin Mu? Chen Yu, when did my kid become so obedient? But the ease didn't last long. Fu Jingma pointed ahead toward a small road leading down. Turn there. We're almost there. Then, he stuck his hand out of the car window signaling the car behind him to continue moving above. The vehicle followed the downward road and directly drove onto the pebble beach. Although called a pebble beach, most of the area was filled with sand piled on both sides, making the ride quite bumpy despite being drivable. After bouncing around a few times, Fu Jingma commanded sternly, stop. The river surface before them seemed calm and showed no peculiarities. Right here, at around 2 o'clock, roughly 150 meters away. Mu Mu, turn the car around first. Lin Mu followed orders and turned the car around. Chen Yu rolled down the window and extended his hand. A massive energy sphere formed in his palm, much larger than the one Fu Jingma saw the other day. With force, it was thrown precisely into Fu Jingma's position. An electrical net spread through the water, crackling sounds emanated, yet even after the current disappeared, there was no reaction from the water surface. One more. Fu Jingma opened solemnly, understanding the absence of a response was indeed significant. This river was so long, it was impossible not to have fish. Therefore, it confirmed only one point, because of the zombie python here, there were no fish in this section. Chen Yu increased the energy and threw another one. This time, the electric net expanded over a wider area, lasting longer. At first, it seemed as if the water stirred, then bubbles started emerging. Chen Yu capitalized on this momentum and threw the third ball directly, finally angering the zombie python lurking under the water. As though a train was passing underneath, a 100-meter-long waterline appeared on the water surface. Immediately following was a strong oppressive energy wave. Let's go. Before the giant snake surfaced, Fu Jingma let out a loud shout. Lin Mu promptly stepped on the gas pedal and decisively drove off. Awoken from its peaceful slumber, with a somewhat vengeful nature, the giant snake lifted half its head out of the water. Its grayish-white eyes floated on the water surface, showing 2 nostrils, the rest still submerged. Moving slowly, it then noticed the car on the beach and immediately started chasing it. Driving was tough on the beach, but thanks to Fu Jingma's timely warning, they had already driven several hundred meters, avoiding being caught up quickly. As long as the giant python got closer, Chen Yu would throw an electric ball at it. The advantage of this was that no matter how thick its skin was, the electricity in the water could still spread throughout its body. Enraged by being continuously bothered, the zombie python raised its entire head and let out a hiss, its ash-red tongue flicking out long. Its tail slapped on the water surface, making a loud crackling sound. Following that, a group of zombies from the south bank were flung towards the car indiscriminately. The zombies landed on the car roof with dull thumps, then started to get up, staggering after the vehicle once they fell to the ground. Some zombies were quite decayed, the moment they hit the car, their brains splattered everywhere, and some even flew through the windows inside, producing a nauseating stench. Fortunately, Lin Mu and Yixing had kept their windows tightly shut. As for the other 2 individuals, they'd experienced far worse and remained unfazed. Yixing had been shielded behind Chen Yu, but the young master was already clutching his clothes and gagging, ugh. Thanks to the numerous battles encountered along the way, Lin Mu had built up a certain immunity and didn't end up as disheveled as Yixing. Bang! Bang bang! Gunshots rang out. From the vehicles above the street that had been following them, 2 figures emerged, firing accurately, 1 bullet per zombie, targeting those chasing after the car. The zombie python continued to hurl more zombies. Lin Mu drove the car at top speed, so fast that when encountering rocky patches, he felt like bouncing several centimeters off his seat. After running for what seemed like a long time, ahead of them, the team led by Xiaoyingjie came into sight. On the riverbank, the mutation force members stood prepared, each end of the iron chains held firmly by 15 or 16 strength-mutated individuals. A massive stone weight hung from the final section. However, perhaps sensing something wrong, the speed of the zombie python slowed down gradually, seemingly planning to retreat immediately. Keep driving. Don't stop. Fu Jingma wouldn't let it escape. Without a second thought and despite the ongoing motion of the car, he yanked the door open and sprang out, completing 2 perfect rolls before landing smoothly on the ground. A black blade shot out, instantly eliminating a few nearby zombies. Then Fu Jingma dashed rapidly toward the back. Lin Mu glanced at the rearview mirror, obeying without hesitation and not stopping. He watched Fu Jingma form a huge black blade and slash it directly at the head of the zombie python. Sparks flew, accompanied by a few drops of dark red blood. The zombie python's head and back were its hardest parts. This single blow left Fu Jingma's arm numb, but only managed to sever a few scales. This attack enraged the creature fully. It swept its tail, flinging a large wave of zombies towards them. Then it moved quickly underwater, intent on solving Fu Jingma once and for all. Fu Jingma sprinted away madly, leaping and evading the rain of undead hurled down at him. No longer chasing the car, he ran toward the streets. Afraid to venture onto the shore, the zombie python could only follow along underwater. Fu Jingma nimbly climbed onto a vehicle on the street, snatching a gun from a young soldier's hands. He fired a series of bullets provocatively at the area on the zombie python's head where the black blade had struck. Such a ruckus reached Xiaoyingjie's ears well in advance. He gave the order for the strength anomaly wielders to prepare. 3 iron chains were positioned accordingly, one close to the water surface, another carried by mutation force members standing on stone steps about 5 or 6 meters above the water, and the last carried by those stationed on the street, 10 meters above the water. Including the 3 uncut ones overhead, approximately 15 meters high, they were arranged in step formation. The zombie python approached swiftly. 300 meters, 200 meters, 100 meters, 50 meters. Chapter 104, Mountain City, attacking the zombie giant python. Everyone held their breath, waiting. The strength mutant tightened the iron chains, his heart pounding. Those few iron chains, each as thick as 3 fingers, seemed increasingly small and fragile in front of the enormous zombie giant python. There was a great fear they would break at any moment. Bang! A tremendous sound echoed as the zombie giant python charged headfirst into the iron chains. Its vision during the day wasn't very good, so the part of its head that was exposed above water for dozens of meters instantly reeled backward from the impact. The strength mutant was hit with such force that he flew back over 10 meters. The last few people had already been thrown off, hitting the ground heavily. Despite the pain of their injuries, they quickly got up, bloodied heads and all, rushing back to their positions. Their clenched teeth bled as blisters formed in their palms, but they held tightly onto the chains, taking advantage of the python's confusion. With one command from Xiaoyingjie, cross the chains. Wrap around its head. As expected, the chain on the street was dragged back a large distance by the strength mutants, and the chain reached the giant python's head. The strength mutant jumped down from the street surface, directly throwing the chain onto the body of the giant python. The lower and middle chains moved accordingly as well, with the mutants pulling them and running back together. The mutants handling the top and bottom chains ran together, exchanging the chains in their hands and instantly creating an entangled knot. In less than half a minute, before the giant python even realized it, the chains gradually tightened around its body. It then shook its massive head slowly and turned it around. Lin Mu and a few others abandoned their vehicles too, Fu Jingma jumping down from the street, coagulating a black blade and slashing straight toward the giant python's body. Chen Yu grabbed Yi Xing, who was almost vomiting herself weak, and yelled, "Xing, go up, wait for me on the street." Having said that, he sprinted over to Fu Jingma, forming an electric ball. His wrist was grabbed, and Fu Jingma spoke, "Together with the chain, the electricity won't work easily. You go clean up the zombies." Before he could finish, the giant python began flinging undead creatures from the southern bank towards them. It was only then that everyone on the northern bank understood just how long the python was. They had assumed they'd ensnared its upper body, but when the 100-meter-long tail emerged from the water, they realized that the chains were merely holding onto a small portion of its head. Frustrated, the python wanted to throw off the restraint around its neck. However, the combined strength of dozens of strength mutants was not to be underestimated. Although tossed around, they firmly held on. Realizing this, the python stopped caring and began madly swiping zombies with its tail. Ugly, monstrous zombies either fell into the water, if not swept away, they climbed back ashore unsteadily, or landed on steps, charging toward the street like a zombie rainstorm. An overpowering stench of madness came rushing towards them. Guns immediately fired, precisely shooting into each zombie's brain. Blood splattered everywhere. Yi Xing, who had just made it onto the street, paled at the sight and was promptly pulled and thrown inside a house by Xiaoyingjie. "Go, upstairs." Although the Jiangbei team had put up with mistreatment from the Wunan Tower team countless times, in Xiaoyingjie's eyes, Yixing was still a kid, about the same age as his own son. Yixing looked in the direction of Qinyu, gritted her teeth, and ran upstairs. Boom! A different explosion than the sound of gunfire. 2 fire rocket launchers erected on the street fired 2 rounds at the giant python. The pressure-driven shells blasted directly onto the python's head. A thunderous explosion erupted. The few soldiers controlling the fire rocket launchers relaxed somewhat. If this thing could blow apart walls, surely the python couldn't withstand it. However, after the bombs exploded, instead of the anticipated spray of flesh and blood, only a few scales flew off. A roar followed as the python abruptly raised its head. The 7 to 8 meter part visible on the river surface instantly grew to over 10 meters. No matter how strong the strength mutant's power was, their body weight remained that of ordinary humans. As the python lifted its head high, several people in the front had their feet lift off the ground. A zombie rushed close, and Heizei smashed its head with the iron rod in his hand. Water arrows shot out, eliminating a few more nearby zombies. As fast as the bullets rained down from above, hundreds of zombies being thrown continuously made it overwhelming. Shen Rengchen managed a sort of ranged attack, standing on the steps. After reaching the 2nd level, his ability significantly increased. Now a single 5 Thunder Talisman could kill a few zombies. Talismans flew out one by one, landing where zombies gathered most densely. The 2 new paper figures he created tore into the zombies trying to climb the stairs beneath him. Conversely, Shen Yu's electric net killed zombies quite efficiently. A single electric net falling could wipe out many. But continuing this way wouldn't do. Zombies on the southern bank were countless, and at this rate, breaking through their defenses was just a matter of time. People could grow tired, but zombies would forever be numb and relentless. Lin Mu swung the vines, slashing a bloody path as he gradually neared Fu Jingmo. Fu Jingmo's black blade repeatedly attacked the zombie giant python. The wound on the python's belly from a few days ago had been torn open again. Smartly, it concealed its stomach in the water, swiftly locking onto Fu Jingmo among the 100-plus crowd. It was this man. His attacks were the most terrifying. The giant python emitted a shrill roar, its throat producing a strange gurgling sound. Lin Mu's expression hardened as he swung his hand to shove a few nearby zombies aside. What is it doing? Dodge, came Fu Jingmo's sudden shout in response. They say snakes can swallow elephants. No one knew how much this 100-meter-long python could contain within its belly. It opened its colossal mouth, and foul, viscous saliva mixed with countless pebbles, sand, and decaying zombie bodies spewed directly toward the position of Fu Jingmo and Lin Mu. In an instant, Lin Mu shouted Heizei's name, whether saliva or river water. At the end of the day, it was still liquid. Heizei focused his energy, halting the incoming torrent midair. But how could he withstand several tons of water? With a loud yell, Heizei forcibly threw the curtain of water, redirecting its descent toward another direction. Fortunately, these few seconds gave Lin Mu and Fu Jingmo enough time to dodge. Fu Jingmo swung his black blade back over his shoulder, launching it into the python's mouth before it could close. The black blade sliced through its snake tongue, tearing apart a large piece of flesh around the corner of its mouth. This must have been the python's largest injury yet. Instantly, it thrashed about in agony on the river surface, sending up towering splashes that crashed down again. Looking out across the river, it seemed as if hundreds of meters of water churned violently. Meanwhile, the hideous zombies continued to climb toward the street unsteadily, some hit by gunfire only to clumsily tumble down the steps. The scene was utter chaos. The strength mutants gripping the iron chains lacked the strength to fight off surrounding zombies, while other mutants gathered nearby to assist in clearing them away. This can't go on forever. Lin Mu's eyes turned cold as he forced himself to remain calm. It was too massive. This giant python was truly too big for humanity to handle. With its tough outer shell and enormous body, where could they possibly find its weak point? Fu Jingmo ordered the fire rocket launchers to continue targeting the split area by the python's mouth and its eyes, but the python kept writhing, making it difficult to land a direct hit. Several rounds of shells shot out, hitting only once or twice, which only enraged the python further. As the sunlight dipped lower, casting a glow upon the python's body, something unusual caught Lin Mu's eye. Chapter 105, Mountain City, Follow Big Brother, Don't Get Lost. Because of its overly large body, the scales of the zombie python were also quite big and oval-shaped. Under the sunlight shining on the python's body, there were gaps roughly as wide as a forearm between those scales. Dragons have reverse scales. Similarly, the entire body of this python was covered in scales. If one were to get closer, it might be possible to use something small, like Xiao Yuan or anything else, to lift its scales. Once that's done, breaking open its body to kill it would become easier. Lin Mu's mind was spinning with ideas, almost forgetting about the zombies around him. Fu Jingmo had cut down a group of zombies and grabbed his wrist, pulling him behind him. Lin Mu. Stop spacing out. Fu Jingmo, I know how to kill it. His youthful face already splashed with water looked at Fu Jingmo brightly, hiding a hint of excitement in his light-colored pupils. Look, it scales. Upon taking a closer look, Fu Jingmo immediately understood what Lin Mu meant. However, the scales were arranged against their will, meaning they would have to pry them open from below. The python wouldn't be unaware of its own weakness, it mostly faced them head-on. As a result, there was absolutely no chance to pry open those scales. We need to get closer to it. Lin Mu took a deep breath and glanced at the people around him. The thin wrist was still clasped in his hand. For a moment, all Fu Jinghua could think about was how cold Lin Mu's hands felt. He turned to Lin Mu. I'll go, you stay here and clean up the zombies. With the depth of the river being so unpredictable, even falling into it could potentially lead to death under the python's single flip, not to mention countless floating zombies in the water. A frown creased Lin Mu's eyebrows, the excitement vanishing instantly. Together, you said I'm your teammate. Fu Jinghua locked eyes with him. Swinging his hand, he quickly disposed of several zombies before eventually opening his lips in resignation, softly saying, all right, together. Xiao Xiao, it's your responsibility now. Fu Jinghua shouted loudly toward Xiao Yingjia on the street. Turning to look around, he noticed 3 iron cables still stretched across above them and spoke to Lin Mu. Let's cross over from there. Good, both rapidly ascended the iron tower, getting close enough to the iron cables that by reaching the middle of the river, they'd be able to leap onto its back. Seeing their actions, Hizei looked upward and shouted Lin Mu's name. Lin Mu casted a calming glance downwards. Fu Jinghua pulled out his belt and swung it skillfully to hang onto the cable. Looking at Lin Mu, he asked, ready? The latter nodded, stretching vines to latch onto the cable as well before climbing aboard. The two began gliding towards the center of the river. Golden talismans flew halfway through the air, Shen Rengchen swiftly slapped protective talismans on both of them. The figures on the cable grew increasingly distant, soon only tiny dots were visible. In the eyes of the giant python, they resembled mere bugs, insignificant enough to ignore. However, it found it peculiar how the energy entity continuously attacking from the rocky beach had vanished, leaving it free to leisurely toss the surrounding zombies with its tail. As they drew nearer to the python, their sense of insignificance magnified, neither of them was even as big as the creature's eye, let alone its whole head. Its skull resembled a flat platform capable of hosting over a dozen individuals. The stench was nauseating. Less than 5 meters away, its murky gray-white eyes swept past them, seemingly not noticing their presence. Humans inherently feel fear when confronted with beings many times larger. Though shaken, Lin Mu managed to suppress it. I'll go first. Fu Jinghua gracefully swung himself from the cable, contorting his torso into an unnatural curve. His muscular frame taut as a powerful panther, he landed silently atop the python's head. Reaching out, he signaled Lin Mu that he'd catch him next. Lacking Fu Jinghua's core strength, Lin Mu threw his vine-laden hand forward to hook Fu Jinghua's arm and was forcefully pulled across. Both crouched low, gazing down at the slick black scales beneath them, noting the difficulty of gaining footing. Those watching from the shore also realized their intention. Chen Yu boarded a yacht parked at a distance, ready for immediate rescue should the situation arise. No more rocket launchers fired, worried that the angered python might thrash wildly and fling the two individuals on top into the river. Where is its weakest point? Staring down at the immense serpent-like body, they now stood 15 meters above the river surface. Moreover, the python's body remained submerged in the water, only casting dark shadows. You find where his energy core is. Suppressing his thoughts, Lin Mu extended his power. Initially believing this 100-meter-long beast would consume significant energy, but upon reaching merely several meters below its head, he found the energy core. It's not far, it hasn't even reached the water surface yet, about 10 meters down from here. Striking a snake requires hitting its 7-inch spot, which is its heart hidden in the abdomen. That should be the place. Fu Jinghua nodded and walked to the edge of the snake's head. We'll descend from here, without the scales, we'll use vines to directly dig out its energy core. With no hesitation, they moved without wasting any time. The snake's body was entirely covered in slippery scales. The two of them slowly descended through the gaps between the scales, gradually approaching the position of the energy core. Being handled this way by having their scales pulled, the giant python sensed the strangeness on its back and wriggled its body. This slight shaking felt like a tremendous disaster to the two men as they instantly hung midair. Only when the python stopped moving were they able to step back onto the scales. The texture of these scales was truly unpleasant, covered with a pungent and slimy liquid that made their hands continually slip. If not for Xiao Yuan aiding them, Lin Mu might have already fallen into the water countless times. This is it. In front of them was an area with over 10 scales, each as large as a wash basin. The gaps in the middle allowed a hand to fit in. Fu Jinghua concentrated, knowing they only had one chance, to lift the scales and let Xiao Yuan pierce into the python's body, extracting the energy core. Neither of them thought about what would happen afterward. Below in the river, countless zombies stared upward with upturned heads. The best outcome would be the death of the python and being rescued by the yacht. Or perhaps, they'd perish in the river. A black blade formed in his palm, but suddenly Fu Jinghua froze and ceased his movement. Lin Mu looked up, locking eyes with those always cold yet occasionally smiling eyes. His dark gaze was like a deep pool, almost drawing Lin Mu in. It carried an inexplicable allure. What's wrong? Fu Jinghua retracted the black blade with a flick of his wrist and moved closer. Warm breath brushed against Lin Mu's nose. From the small courtyard at Jiao Mountain, through the mine, to Wuhu City, and finally the Mountain City, amidst the turmoil of the collapsing world, they had endured life-and-death situations countless times. In all the chaotic battles, Lin Mu had always been steadfast and brave, unconditionally trusting him. He slowly raised his hand to touch Lin Mu's pale face. The motion was very gentle, allowing Lin Mu to feel the rough calluses from years of holding guns and slightly coarse knife scars. "Follow big brother, don't get lost." Lin Mu's cheeks stiffened slightly. Before he could fully contemplate this moment, the black blade whistled sharply through the air, plunging straight into the python's scale. Condensing the formidable strength of a fourth-level mutant, the row of scales along with chunks of flesh were torn and sent flying into the air. A burst of foul dark red blood splashed all over their faces. "Hoo!" A scream of tearing pain resounded. Amidst the bloody mess, without a second thought, Lin Mu extended Xiao Yuan, drilling it into the wound where there were no scales covering it. Chapter 106, Mountain City, the giant python is dead. The giant waves on the water soaked both of them. Without the obstruction of scales, Xiao Yuan entered smoothly. The closer they got to the python's heart, the crazier it moved. Intense pain and approaching danger made the giant python struggle desperately. The iron chains came into play at this moment, as the mutants on the shore pulled with all their might. With no time to toss zombies around, the python let out its last wave on the pebble beach before everyone rushed over to help. However, the raging and struggling python possessed strength beyond estimation. The iron chains were flailing wildly, the palms of the mutants were bleeding from being ground by the rough iron chains, and deep footprints were stamped into the muddy earth beneath their feet. Fu Jingma firmly held onto the edge of a snake scale, barely stabilizing his body. As for Lin Mu, he was already suspended in the air, swaying along with the python's movements. If it weren't for Xiao Yuan still inside the python, he would have been thrown into the river long ago. The python's body was too large, Xiao Yuan was still struggling to find the location of the energy core. The entire river surface splashed with water chaotically. In its fury, the python bit onto the iron chains and fiercely shook them off. Its flexible body coiled, and its tail struck the position where Lin Mu and the others stood. With one hand gripping the snake scale tightly, Fu Jingma launched a black blade straight onto the enormous snake's tail. The snake's tail trembled slightly, swung to one side, and then immediately reared back up again. "Lin Mu, you need to hurry." Fu Jingma glanced at the young man dangling mid-air and reached out to pull him close. The python's body was incredibly tough. Lin Mu had collided with it countless times, his half-body almost numb, revealing bruises all over his exposed shoulder due to the tilted collar. Fu Jingma held on to the person tightly with one hand, concernedly asking, "Are you alright?" "I'm fine. It's just that its body is too big." Pale-faced, his face dripped with countless droplets of water, every corner of his eyes and eyebrows drenched. His bright eyes remained determined yet clear. This python measured over 100 meters in length, its diameter when encircled 20 or 30 meters wide, even thicker than 3 train cars combined. Such a minuscule energy core, despite knowing it was somewhere in this section, wasn't easy to locate. Before either could say more, the python's tail wrapped around again, and suddenly both heard an enormous crash, another sound reverberated. The mutants on shore were trying desperately to hold on to the iron chain, but the metal tower anchoring it on the southern bank finally gave way, tumbling and rolling into the river, causing another tremendous noise. Without the anchor point, the giant python regained its freedom instantly. Its colossal head nearly turned 180 degrees behind itself, its grayish-white eyes fixated on its wounded area, and opened its vast mouth. A glug-glug sound echoed. Both were familiar with this sound, it was about to spray water. "Dodge!" Fu Jingma shouted loudly, his arched body releasing a terrifying burst of power while still holding Lin Mu with one hand. He surged upwards, grabbing the upper scale tightly and supporting firmly, his heavy breathing echoing beside the ear. What the python sprayed narrowly missed them both. Protected within Fu Jingma's embrace, Lin Mu avoided getting any of it. Sticky fluid began oozing down from the python's body. Grasping the snake's scales became increasingly difficult. With its frantic lashing of body and head, people on the shore were too far away to offer any assistance. Hizei and Shenrangchen also jumped aboard the yacht and approached nearby. "Let go of me, I'm fine." Lin Mu spoke, wiping a fierce sweep of water off his face. Fu Jingma didn't persist and released him. The two were extremely close. Unrestrained by the iron chains now, having gained no advantage, the python started attempting to flee, gradually sinking its body. Fu Jingma delivered several strikes with his black blades onto its tail. Instantaneously, half the scales flew off its tail. Pain jolted through it as it suddenly darted up, finally realizing that as long as the two humans on its back were present, it couldn't escape. Ignoring everything else, the python violently plunged itself entirely underwater. Both only managed a quick deep breath before being enveloped by the murky and fetid river water. Breathing was impossible underwater. Lin Mu felt like he was witnessing the most horrifying scene of his life. The enormous snake's body flashed past his vision. All around were zombies submerged in the water, rotting mouths gaping open through the muddied depths. There were countless dismembered bodies and limbs everywhere, colliding accidentally. In the middle of the river, the water depth reached 20 meters. Once underwater, this was the python's domain. While the zombies posed no threat to the python, they represented a grave danger to Lin Mu and the other. Fu Jingma loosened his grip and started dealing with the surrounding zombies. Struggling, Lin Mu kicked 2 zombies away. Underwater motions rapidly depleting the oxygen in his lungs. They could only hold their breath for a few minutes. Handing over the surrounding zombies to Fu Jingma, Lin Mu began climbing towards Xiaoyuan, fully concentrating on finding the energy core. From the shore, they only saw the python vanish in the blink of an eye, leaving nothing but pale white bloated zombies floating atop the water surface. The river surface occasionally stirred, preventing the yacht from getting too close. Hizei and the others could only try their best to clear away the zombies. Under his palm was the sticky blood and flesh of the giant python. Lin Mu tightly held on as finally, Xiaoyuan seemed to have touched something pulsating. Yes. It was the python's heart. The energy core must be inside it. He gathered all his strength, and Xiaoyuan quickly pierced into the heart at that moment. The entire python rolled over, creating towering waves that soaked everyone on the shore, leaving them disoriented. Lin Mu gritted his teeth, unwilling to let go even an inch, his rounded nails nearly flipped open. More terrifyingly, he was nearing his limit. His lungs violently spasmed as Lin Mu clenched his teeth, trying to hold on to the last bit of oxygen. In a panicked moment, he looked towards where Fu Jingma had been, but there was no sign of him. Fu Jingma had disappeared. They had been separated. Lin Mu was startled. He needed to find the energy core, only by finding it would they stand a chance. The white yacht appeared like a toy in front of the giant python, unable to even approach the turbulent water. What should we do? They've already been underwater for so long. If they haven't been swallowed by the snake, they'd drown. Hizei threw off his jacket. I'll go look for them. Shen Rangchen grabbed him firmly, seriously saying, try controlling the water level. Let's get closer. Hizei glanced at the river surface, then at Shen Rangchen. It wouldn't work, the river was too vast. Give it a try. A hint of determination in his indifferent eyes, Hizei suppressed his emotions and began gathering his power. Fu Jingma had been clearing the zombies in the river, and in an instant when the python violently moved, he was thrown off by its hard body. No matter how powerful his energy was, compared to the massive size of the python, just a small collision felt like being hit by a speeding train. He was surged over 10 meters away. When he returned, he was no longer in the previous position, the python had lunged forward some distance, and he now landed near the tail. It was too dangerous to stay underwater any longer, every second spent increased the danger. Clutching onto the python's scales, Fu Jingma used this leverage to swiftly swim forwards. Lin Mu gritted his teeth. The python continued descending, and the increasing water pressure made his eardrums ache painfully. The air in his chest cavity was gradually disappearing, his lungs feeling like they would explode at any moment. Xiaoyuan moved through the endless blood and flesh, finally penetrating the heart and touching the energy core. The energy core was rapidly absorbed by vines, and the python began to violently tremble all over, becoming stiff inch by inch as it convulsed in its final throes. Xiaoyuan emerged from the wound, and a tremendous amount of energy surged into Lin Mu's body. Like before, his blood became thick and stifling with the overwhelming energy. Finally unable to endure it, Lin Mu slightly opened his mouth. With that single small movement, foul water immediately rushed into his nose and mouth, invading his lungs as large bubbles burst out. Extreme hypoxia caused dizziness, blackening his vision. His mind turned hazy, and his body started to slowly sink. The python beside him appeared still, and Lin Mu let out a sigh of relief in his heart, at least the python was dead. And what about Fu Jingma? Without the python, he should be safe, right? His cool, clear eyes gradually closed, separating him from the murky river water and countless snarling zombies. The last image before his eyes was that stern face, drawing closer. Fu Jingma. Chapter 107, The Mountain City, an addictive mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. The moment the giant python fell, Fu Jingma knew Lin Mu had succeeded. Recalling Lin Mu's reaction when he absorbed the energy core last time, Fu Jingma quickly approached his previous position and saw the teenager's body sinking deeper into the river. The breathless python was also sinking. If it pressed down with its massive body, the consequences were unimaginable. Fu Jingma kicked off the snake's body and dived several meters downwards with the momentum, heading straight for Lin Mu. A strong hand tightly gripped Lin Mu's slender wrist, pulling him back so that his frail body crashed into his arms. A delicate, indescribable pain spread in his chest. Fu Jingma clamped Lin Mu's chin and passed a breath over, but the unconscious person had no response. The body of the giant python slowly descended, and his blood-red eyes focused on the energy concentrated in his palm, which split the snake's body fiercely, crossing the water surface and stirring up huge waves. Without the energy core, the massive snake body was directly split in half and fell apart on both sides. Fu Jingma quickly carried the person upstream. A yacht that just happened to be arriving at this spot was startled by the immense energy, mistakenly thinking the giant python wasn't completely dead yet. Hizei hurled the condensed energy towards the water, creating an opening in the river surface, allowing Fu Jingma to exactly rise up with the person. Pull us up. Fu Jingma gave a cold shout, his eyes looking at the senseless youth in his arms. After being pulled onto the deck, without any delay, he quickly placed the person he carried in his arms. Lin Mu's face had already turned blue, having lost consciousness. People on the deck gathered around. Hizei worriedly called out his name, Mumu. Lin Mu, Lin Mu. Fu Jingma called out a few times, laying the person flat, his slightly trembling hand covering Lin Mu's icy forehead while another hand lifted his chin. Having settled him down, Fu Jingma interlocked his wrists, crossed his fingers, kept his arms perpendicular, took a deep breath, and then placed his hands on Lin Mu's chest. Knowing well the emergency methods, Fu Jingma still proceeded cautiously. Repeating the actions, he bent down, their lips touched, cool and soft, as if drawing him to linger every single time. The person who was usually indestructible now had bloodshot eyes, water droplets from his damp hair falling onto Lin Mu's face. Seemingly oblivious to others, the surrounding sound seemed irrelevant to him. Brother Jingma won't let anything happen to you, little brother Lin. Hizei knelt beside him, tears streaming down as he wiped them away forcefully. After nearly 10 minutes of continuous CPR and artificial respiration, Fu Jingma could almost no longer feel his hand's existence. Hack, 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 hack. The lying person suddenly coughed violently, shaking violently. Fu Jingma hugged the person up. Lin Mu grabbed his clothes, expelling a large mouthful of water, the sound like trying to rip his lungs apart. Fu Jingma breathed heavily, slapping the thin back of the youth, feeling his gradually warming body temperature, and shakily whispered, "It's okay, Lin Xiaomu, it's okay." Lin Mu's throat was in excruciating pain as he continued to gasp for air, hoarsely saying, Is it dead? Dead, it's already dead, you did well. Pressing the person closely against his chest, inhaling the faint grassy scent unique to Lin Mu amidst the fishy smell, Fu Jingma finally felt his heart ease. Lin Mu hadn't regained his strength yet, hearing his words, closed his eyes again in peace. Big brother Fu, is Mumu alright? Hizei was still stunned, watching their movements, unsure how to break into their conversation. Chen Yu leaned against the railing of the yacht, looking at the two embracing people, raising an eyebrow with interest evident on his face. It's fine. Fu Jingma lightly wiped the water from the young man's hair strands with his distinctly jointed hands, despite them feeling nearly useless. Still, he did not let go of the person in his arms. The yacht slowly approached the riverside. Sunlight brought a slight warmth, and the wind brushed past his lips, causing Fu Jingma to involuntarily recall the sensation of their lips touching moments ago, incredibly soft, incredibly tender. Once the iron chains served their purpose, all the mutants on the stone beach started clearing away the zombies. At this point, it was almost finished. Yixing waded ashore, rushing forward the instant the yacht docked, bolting into Chen Yu's embrace like a bullet. "Uncle Chen, are you alright?" Rarely did Chen Yu reprimand him. Instead, he cradled the boy under the buttocks, lifting him up as if he were a child. "I'm fine." Xiao Yingjie walked up, his usually impeccable hairstyle somewhat disheveled, his deep-set eyes gazing at Fu Jingma. "Captain Fu, thank you, I'll take care of this side." Fu Jingma nodded. The python was dead, and there was no more threat here. All he wanted was to take Lin Mu back first. Carefully placing the person in the passenger seat, the car sped off. Brother Fu, I haven't gotten in the car yet." Hizei had just stepped on the stairs when he only saw the cold and merciless back of the car. Shen Rangchen tugged at him, "Don't be annoying." On the way back home, Fu Jingma placed the person on the bed and then changed Lin Mu's soaked clothes. After tidying up both of them, he sat down by the bed, looking at the teenager whose breathing gradually stabilized, raising an eyebrow. "Where does this young master come from, always having brother take care of you?" Then he gently pinched his face. "Well, it seems like I'm only taking care of you." As he withdrew his hand, his fingers accidentally grazed Lin Mu's lips, causing him to pause for a moment, with a lump in his throat. Fu Jingma inexplicably used his thumb to lightly pinch that soft and crimson lip. Once wasn't enough, so he did it again. Perhaps feeling relaxed, Lin Mu lay on his side, slightly curling his body. His long, pale neck disappeared into the white collar, while his slim waist was hidden under the blanket. In Fu Jingma's 23-year life, he had never gotten so close to anyone. Since the day that person trained him, his life was filled with one task after another. He always acted alone in all kinds of dangerous situations. Even his teammates over the years could only count as someone like Chen Yu with whom he could have conversations. To others, he was a lone wolf no one dared to approach, fierce and self-centered. Until he met Lin Mu, everything seemed to change. Unconditional trust and fighting shoulder to shoulder made him care about someone in ways he had never done before. Indeed, what that person said was right, teammates and partners, these things, can only make you addicted. Again, Fu Jingma pinched Lin Mu's ears. The sleeping person allowed himself to be played with, making Fu Jingma feel satisfied. Being addicted, so what? The person lying there suddenly moved, seemingly uncomfortable. Fu Jingma froze his hand and looked at him. Lin Mu buried his face deeper into the pillow, as if not finding the blanket, frowned in dissatisfaction. This action exposed his delicate neck to Fu Jingma's eyes, making the stern-faced man momentarily stunned. For a long time, Lin Mu softly hummed, the tail of his voice slightly trembling, carrying a touch of unease, as if falling into some chaotic dream. The fingers gripping the pillow loosened. He turned around, rubbing against something, as if searching for a blanket or some object to lean on. Fu Jingma's throat tightened, and he quickly pulled the blanket over the person, stroking his head. He felt a bit hot. Chapter 108, Mountain City, Lin Mu's Approach. Since the anomaly began, they had almost never fallen ill or had a fever again. Fu Jingma was startled in his heart and quickly looked for medicine in his backpack to feed to the person. The sleeping person resisted taking the medicine, puckering thin lips, frowning eyebrows, and tiny beads of sweat on their pale forehead. Fu Jingma raised an eyebrow, feeling a stir in his heart, softening his tone. Drink it, it's strawberry flavored. Long lashes quivered, then closed eyes slowly opened, revealing Lin Mu looking at him with weak eyes like he was a fool. Could He's foolishness be contagious? An indescribable awkwardness spread through the air. Because of feeding him the medicine, they were extremely close, with the tall man sitting at the bedside encircling the person in his arms. The slender forearm lay in his hand, making contact at a spot so warm it felt like letting go. After coughing, the throat irritated from water still sounded hoarse. Fu Jingma handed over the water, and Lin Mu took 2 sips leaning on his support, showing his pale neck as he bowed his head. Eat your medicine, you're running a bit of a fever. For some reason, Fu Jingma also felt affected, with a touch of hoarseness in his voice. Lin Mu obediently took the medicine, drank more water, and shook his head to indicate that was enough. What about them? They haven't returned yet. The feeling of surviving a disaster made thoughts somewhat blank, responses a bit slow. As Lin Mu sat up a little straighter, a pulling pain came from his chest, causing him to inhale a mouthful of cold air. You won't recover that fast, be careful with your movements. Thinking of the wound on his chest caused by being forcefully pressed, it was already good that no ribs were broken. Lin Mu glanced up and down at him. After drinking water, his lips turned rosy. This proximity made the warm breath spray ticklishly on Fu Jingma's face side, eyelashes lightly flickered, and he slowly spoke. Are you okay? I'm fine, but you have issues. The moment of sinking into the river replayed in his mind. Lin Mu frowned slightly, hugging his bent legs closer. What had he been thinking at that time? It seemed he was thinking that if the giant python was dead, Fu Jingma would probably be fine. Then, even if he himself died, it wouldn't matter. When did he start to feel that it was important for him to be alive? As for himself in W City, why couldn't he endure being outside of his world? Everything was chaotic, yet oddly clear. As if aware of his deep thoughts, Fu Jingma just silently stared at him. For a long while, Lin Mu edged a little closer, suddenly gently knocking his head against Fu Jingma's neck. The soft hair texture made Fu Jingma stiffen all over, the sweet scent of grass and wood swirled around his nose, his heart beat thump-thump inside his chest, involuntarily swallowing. Because of the lingering fever, Lin Mu's body temperature wasn't cool as usual. The head resting on his right shoulder was hot, akin to ants crawling before igniting sparks that became scorching. What's wrong? The fluffy head shook back and forth. Lin Mu's hands tightly gripped Fu Jingma's wrists. He truly was confused, perhaps because of the fever. He only knew he wanted to get closer to the person in front of him. A bit closer. Worried about any discomforts, Fu Jingma finally couldn't help but nuzzled his chin against the top of his head, almost whispering next to his ear, "What's wrong? Tell your big brother." Lin Mu's grip tightened more and more. Without raising his head or speaking, Fu Jingma reached out and gently pinched his chin, lifting his face. On his pale refined face, only his eye corners were red, like someone had bullied him. Does it hurt somewhere? His voice sounded unprecedentedly gentle. Lin Mu seemed to come back to his senses, fingertips trembling faintly, and then he gently let go. Moo. The door to the living room burst open, and He's voice rang out outside, followed by a sound of running. Fu Jingma rubbed his head. All right, the annoying kid is here. The bedroom door was abruptly pushed open, and He's rushed to the bedside with a big bear hug. Fu Jingma pulled Lin Mu's wrist and moved him aside, dodging He's strong leap. He stood up, placing the glass on the nightstand. Don't touch him, he doesn't feel well. He's looked up after failing to land his hug. Moo, where does it hurt? Not anywhere, just a slight fever. I'll rest a bit, and I'll be fine. Wah, I thought you were dead. You don't know, when Brother Fu carried you up, wah, your face was all blue. If it wasn't for Brother Fu constantly giving you CPR and mouth-to-mouth, you would have been gone. It was too dangerous, Moo. Next time, please stay away from those mutated zombies or whatever. Don't rush in front of them like that again. He's kept nagging on and on as if he wouldn't stop until given an answer. Through his long rant, Lin Mu only picked out the 4 words, mouth to mouth. Mouth to mouth. His lips suddenly felt strange, and he instinctively licked them, glancing at the person who had turned and walked away. Hey, are you even listening to me? He's was unhappy with his distraction, earnestly continuing his ramble. The towering figure came back, grabbing He's by the collar and dragging him out. Brother Fu, I haven't finished yet. And by the way, that was our Mumu's first kiss. His first kiss. The 186 centimeters tall giant was dragged out like a chick, and the latter didn't reply, closing the door. Wah, Chen, this guy is so mean. He separated me from Mumu. Outside the wooden door, Hise's complaints echoed before abruptly stopping. The room fell silent all of a sudden. Lin Mu lay down on the bed, pulling the blanket over himself and closing his eyes. First kiss. It tasted like a zombie. The giant python in the river had been dealt with. Xiaoyingjie began arranging people gradually to handle the zombies on the south bank, batch after batch every day. They went by yacht, not getting close to the rocky beach, then returned after each round. The fuel for the yacht was insufficient, so they started making wooden boats, and the long-range mutation handlers joined in. Even though millions of zombies in the mountain city couldn't be killed quickly, they still made progress. Killing some counted as better than doing nothing. Lin Mu's injuries from that night were healed by Xiao Yuan, except for the inexplicable fever that lasted for 2 days before subsiding. The energy ball in the space filled up a little bit more. Compared to the previous mutated zombies in Wu City, this one added a tiny bit more, possibly because the python's energy core was larger this time. Xiao Yuan tilted its little branch happily. Lin Mu planted another batch of plants inside the space. Colorful ones, anyway. Xiao Yuan said it liked them. It was surrounded by them in circles, looking like an emperor surrounded by concubines. With the new energy core obtained, Xiao Yuan finally managed to resolve the storage sphere issue that had been troubling Lin Mu for a long time. Yet, upon learning about this news, Lin Mu was temporarily at a loss on how to adapt to or even accept it. They rested for a few days without deciding their next move, when unexpectedly visitors arrived. Yixing and Qinyu. Chapter 109, Mountain City, He's Jealous. Yixing was still dressed like a little prince, spotlessly clean, not at all like someone who had survived in the apocalypse. His light chestnut hair was soft and fluffy. He walked ahead while Qinyu followed lazily behind. When they arrived, the house was filled with the aroma of food. Lin Mu and a few others were eating. There was braised pork ribs, tomato and egg scrambled, and a plate of green vegetables. In Mountain City, food wasn't too scarce because half of the city covered a large area. Besides mutated hunters sent out daily on missions to hunt, ordinary people could claim a piece of land from the task hall to grow various vegetables and crops. However, during harvest, they would need to pay a certain percentage of their grain yield to the task hall. The surplus would be private property, either exchanged for points or consumed by oneself. Yixing's meals were handled by Li Zhou at the Misty South Tower. Mostly bread, pastries, or simple Western dishes such as beef pasta. The scent of this savory stewed meat and rice caused his stomach to let out a gurgle. Moo moo, I want to eat too. His light blue eyes blinked innocently, bright and shiny, staring at Lin Mu. Lin Mu hummed in agreement, rising to fetch him some utensils. TSK, you little brat, don't think about freeload either. Didn't your task post almost get us killed? Hise glared at him, refusing to buy into the act of that so-called cute young boy. Yixing lifted his chin slightly. Since Lin Mu was already getting him a bowl, he paid no attention to what the other said. It wasn't intentional. I thought Qinyu had something going on with Fu Jingmo. That statement was direct, and it immediately caused silence among those at the table. Fu Jingmo raised an eyebrow and glanced at the child before turning to Qinyu and saying a single word, manage. Qinyu pulled Yixing's hand gently. Xing, you shouldn't say such things. Instantly, Yixing lowered his head, snuggling closer to Qinyu's hand. I've been very good. It's him who spoke ill of me first. A pale finger pointed towards Hise, who in turn pointed at his own nose. Wasn't it the truth? Placing the utensils before Yixing, Lin Mu chuckled. Stop fooling around, let's eat. Subsequently, he looked at Qinyu, there's only one bowl left, you two can. Before he finished, Yixing had already handed over the utensils to Qinyu with the intent to feed him. Qinyu shrugged toward Lin Mu, smiled lightly, and took the utensils offered by Yixing, diligently serving him the food without complaint. As Yixing swayed his legs and enjoyed being fed, he asked curiously, Lin Mu, your abilities are amazing. Your power is Vine Whip, right? Oh, and this older brother's ability is great too. He turned to look at Shen Rangchen sitting at the edge. Shen Rangchen was fully focused on eating. Whatever he did, he concentrated deeply, and during meals, he ate particularly seriously. If you didn't call his name, there was almost no reaction. Lin Mu called out, Rangchen. Only then did Shen Rangchen lift his head from his bowl, his eyes regaining their icy clarity. He glanced at Lin Mu and followed his gaze to Yixing. Older brother, what's your ability? Are you a Taoist practitioner? Shen Rangchen calmly took a napkin to wipe his mouth and replied earnestly, yes, I am the 56th generation patriarch of Shuyang Daoist school. Whoa, sounds powerful. Your paper figures can kill zombies. Can you give me one? Xing. Qinyu gave a warning nod towards him. Every person's ability came hard-won, through rigorous training. Qinyu had seen Shen Rangchen's paper figures, it must have taken a lot of time to make them. As if aware that someone was talking about him, two small white-headed paper figures peeked out from Shen Rangchen's collar. So cute. Yixing watched with genuine affection. Shen Rangchen nodded, they're quite cute indeed. This one's named Strawberry, and this one Tomato. Ah, aren't they Lucy and Lily? Hise muttered with a bite of meat halfway out of his mouth, unaware that the names had changed. Shen Rangchen shot him a glare and then turned back to Yixing. However, I cannot give you one. These paper figures are difficult to craft. They require the ashes of dead people to be refined and ground into fine powder, then forged using three-pronged fire and infused into talismanic paper, before they can be cut out. After he finished speaking, several people who had been gnawing on bones quietly put down their chopsticks. Upon seeing those white paper figures, Yixing suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Earlier, Lin Mu and the others had only known that Shen Rangchen's ink used for painting talismans contained human ashes, but hadn't expected that these paper figures were even more eerie and frightening. Damn, I'm not sleeping with you tonight. He leapt up from his seat, dragging his stool next to Lin Mu, utterly dejected. Wah, you didn't tell me sooner. This Lucy, no, this Strawberry, even slept on me last night. Strawberry made Lin Mu rub his arm unconsciously, suddenly finding strawberry-flavored things not so tasty anymore. The few of them chattered nonsensically as Fu Jingma shook his head and looked at Chen Yu. Why are you here? Anything? Humph, can't we just come to see you? Chen Yu gave a little laugh, poking Yixing's pale cheek lightly. Didn't you want to invite them? Yixing came back to his senses, looking at Lin Mu. Ah, right. Mumu, come to the Misty South Tower the day after tomorrow. We're going to have a cocktail party, and you're invited too. A cocktail party? At such a time, to use supplies for a cocktail party was indeed luxurious. Yixing nodded affirmatively, showing no issue with his delicate face. Isn't it appropriate to celebrate the demise of the great python with a party? A glint of shrewdness flashed in his eyes. More importantly, he had a grand plan. Lin Mu instinctively glanced at the person beside him, silently seeking Fu Jingma's opinion, whose fingers tapped lightly on the table edge. Do you want to go? Anything is fine with me. Mumu, why are you asking him? Let me tell you, there'll be plenty of delicious food prepared at the party, cakes, steak, various foreign liquors, wines. And by then, all the powerful mutants from the Misty South Tower will be present. I could introduce you to some new friends, Yixing said with a sidelong glance at Fu Jingma. His attendance is inconsequential anyway, but you must come. He leaned closer to Lin Mu and whispered quietly, a few mutants are pretty handsome, hee. No matter how softly he spoke, others couldn't hear, but Fu Jingma, as a level 4 mutant, definitely wouldn't miss it. The tapping on the table edge stopped. Oh, if that's so, then I must join too. He patted his chest. Young master here can handle 10 people easily. 1,000 cups won't faze me. Humph. Yixing sniffed disdainfully, his eyes fixed on Lin Mu. Go, Mumu. You've never been to my place yet. It was hard to resist a kid acting coquettishly. In the end, Lin Mu agreed. Since he was going, naturally, they would all go. After having dinner, Yixing left happily, reiterating before departure that Lin Mu should not forget. How strange Yixing feels today, Lin Mu muttered, getting up and returning to his room. He went to the kitchen to wash the dishes automatically. Fu Jingma also followed him back to the room. As soon as they walked in, he threw out a chilly comment. So eager to go. Lin Mu didn't understand at first, thinking about it before replying. Isn't Yixing just being coquettish? There's nothing wrong with going, it's an opportunity for everyone to relax a bit. Once we leave Mountain City, we might not get chances like this again. Licking his lips, Lin Mu found himself craving a drink, maybe because of the prolonged oppressive atmosphere in the apocalypse world or perhaps the turmoil in his recent thoughts that needed easing through alcohol. Fu Jingma watched as Lin Mu's pink tongue flickered over his lips gently, and the ink-painted gaze darkened slightly. Not interested in meeting those handsome mutants. What a sick joke. Chapter 110, Mountain City, will he be turned over to the state? Lin Mu suddenly turned around, his cool gaze locking onto Fu Jingma, his beautiful peach blossom eyes slightly tilted upward. He took a step forward, closing the distance a little, and parted his lips. However, why can't we see exceptionally handsome mutants? Fu Jingma was stunned for a moment before defiantly pinching Lin Mu's face in response. Big brother says no, then it's no. Lin Mu's pupils contracted as he stood frozen for a brief moment, muttering under his breath, you don't get to decide. Then, turning around, he quickly left the room. He also didn't notice the complex emotion lurking in the eyes of the person behind him. It was like being confronted by a territorial leopard. His eyes were a mixture of possession, malice, and a fleeting self-doubt. The gala was just 2 days away, and they absolutely needed to wear more formal clothing. There was a market between Wenansu Tower and Jiangbei Team. This area used to be a shopping mall before the apocalypse, now it lay abandoned with only the first floor cleared out and functioning as a market. Purchases here were made using the integral system from Mountain City. Yesterday, Zhao Ji had conveniently delivered a stack of these points, explaining that Xiao Yingjie instructed them to use the funds to procure supplies. Available denominations included 2, 5, 10 points, with a few 50s and 2 100-point notes among them. Just 2 points could feed a whole family for one meal, and this collection, nearly 500 points, would cover half a year's living costs for an average person. He clutched the colorful set of points ready to spend them. Fu Jingma went to meet Xiao Yingjie while Lin Mu and the other two decided to join a trip to the market. Though his personal dimension space already contained many clothes, he wanted to maintain the appearance of casualness by browsing the market first. The market was larger than Lin Mu imagined. There were sections dedicated to eating, drinking, daily necessities, etc., all organized in a bustling manner. Ordinary people carried crops like potatoes and sweet potatoes on their poles, staples known for filling one up easily. Some original shops had been rented out. Their occupants ate and slept inside, placing their goods out front for sale. Clothes, in this setting, functioned more as a luxury item rarely visited by commoners. Specifically, fine suits seemed especially unpopular. Who wears such impractical clothing during the apocalypse? Outdoor sportswear and soon-to-be necessary winter coats were the priority choices instead. In fact, walking through the entire market, they found only one small shop tucked away in the corner offering clothes. Hizay meticulously picked but couldn't find a suitable size. After all, none of them were particularly short, even Shen Rangchen, who appeared slim, stood at 182 centimeters. Lin Mu, at 179 centimeters, was the shortest of them all. Not finding appropriate clothing left Hizay somewhat disappointed. We may have a handsome exterior, but alas, there are no fitting clothes to enhance our look. His muttered complaints didn't faze Shen Rangchen or Lin Mu ahead of him. They were accustomed to his occasional whimsical outbursts. When necessary, they'd waste a talisman. Shen Rangchen's mood seemed excellent. He purchased a peachwood sword at a small stall, holding it tightly as though unable to let go. This peachwood sword isn't too old, probably only about 20 to 30 years worth of wood. But once infused with energy and carved with the right talismans, it could slice through undead flesh like cutting through iron. Lin Mu smiled. Shen Rangchen's unique abilities were truly one of a kind. That's quite impressive. Indeed, it is very impressive. He nodded in agreement, unreserved in recognizing his own talents. Rangchen, is your Taoist monastery actually legitimate? Well, the last master did say we had operating licenses, but some others from different monasteries often accuse us of being unorthodox practices. Shen Rangchen shook his head, dismissing those comments. I believe cultivating Tao requires focusing on the heart. Using the remains of the dead for talisman making is simply a necessity given our current circumstances, with the sole purpose being to save lives. I hold no guilt. Hizay quickened his pace to catch up, draping an arm over Shen Rangchen's shoulders. It's true. Those so-called dignified individuals would abandon everyone in a real life or death situation. Walking along and chatting, they slowly meandered back home by the riverside. However, the lack of proper attire did not bother them for long. By evening, Fu Jingmo returned, followed shortly by Li Zhou. A few neatly folded suits placed in fancy gift boxes arrived, presented directly to them. Having met Li Zhou, Fu Jingmo calmly accepted the attire. Hizay eagerly tried on the new suits. With his naturally pleasant features, he radiated an aura of openness and friendliness. Since the apocalypse began, his physique grew stronger and more defined, moving far from any previous semblance of superficial elegance to becoming genuinely sturdy and robust. The others weren't as enthusiastic. They returned the clothes to their rooms, deciding to wear them on the day of the gala. After dinner, Lin Mu returned to his room. Outside their building stood a large tree, approximately 4 stories tall. Even though winter had arrived, its leaves were still lush and green. The vibrant display of life brought an inexplicable sense of calm to those who gazed upon it. People occasionally stepped out from the building downstairs, creating fleeting illusions that they were still living in times before the apocalypse. Xiao Yuan's words continued to echo in Lin Mu's mind. Leaning by the window with his elbows casually resting on the frame, he pondered deeply. If the apocalypse was caused by the R virus carried in the rain, which led to human zombification, then the R1 element was another kind of element capable of countering the R virus. Xiao Yuan had said that when the storage orb filled up, it would grow, bear fruit, and potentially alter the current state of the apocalypse. Exactly how it would change things remained uncertain. If all of this was true, then his future path would be to seek out mutated zombies and acquire their energy cores. How could such a preposterous mission akin to being a savior fall on him, such an ordinary person? Shouldn't someone as capable as Fu Jingmo be destined for such a task? Lin Mu found it incomprehensible. He was too ordinary, lacking a strong heart and resolute will. His reaction to this news wasn't nearly as composed as he imagined. He was selfish and afraid of death. He could only manage to save a few lives within his limited capabilities. During the first 2 encounters with mutated zombies, how much of it was really about saving people? How much of it was due to circumstances forcing his hand? And how much of it was because of Fu Jingmo? He had even considered whether keeping this information secret from everyone might be better. With Xiao Yuan's dimensional space ensuring no worries about food and drink, he could live well enough in the post-apocalypse world without concerning himself with those mutated zombies. What exactly was Xiao Yuan? And why had he been chosen? Behind him, there came soft footsteps as Fu Jingmo also returned to the room, glancing briefly at Lin Mu by the window. After bathing, they both laid down in bed as usual. Although Lin Mu always maintained a detached and aloof demeanor, after spending some time together, Fu Jingmo clearly noticed when he had something on his mind. However, Fu Jingmo didn't ask, patiently waiting for Lin Mu to speak up. Going to sleep? Without much spirit, Lin Mu nodded absently after a moment. Fu Jingmo reached over to turn off the light, plunging the room into darkness. Beside him, Lin Mu turned around, facing the window, lost in thought again. Moonlight spilled faintly into the room, making the air feel cold, while behind him, the steady and powerful breathing of Fu Jingmo remained undisturbed. The figure lying stiffly motionless beside him gave no indication of stirring. Lin Mu became fully insomniac, eventually turning back to face the other side, eyes closed but unable to drift off. As he glanced towards the person lying next to him, immobile even under the dim moonlight, he could make out Fu Jingmo's prominent nose bridge and stern brow bones. What if he told him? Being affiliated with the state and the government. Lin Mu knew nothing of Fu Jingmo's specific missions, yet he was clear on one thing. For Fu Jingmo, their ultimate goal was to eradicate the R virus and prevent the extinction of humanity. If Fu Jingmo knew about Xiao Yuan's secret, what would happen? Would he turn himself over to the state? Would they protect or study him? Chapter 111, Mountain City, Declaration of Sovereignty. A soft sigh escaped his lips. Lin Mu shook his head, trying to rid himself of the chaotic thoughts. The person lying flat suddenly turned over and opened their eyes. Can't sleep. The bed wasn't big, and the two were very close. Fu Jingmo's eyes were clear, without a hint of sleepiness. I disturbed you. No, I'm not sleepy. Deep eyes gazed at Lin Mu, and his lips curved slightly. Thinking about meeting a handsome guy tomorrow, can't sleep. Seems like there's no way around this. Or do you want your brother to help you sleep? Thrown off by his comment, Lin Mu emerged from his thoughts and shot him a glare. Go to sleep. His wrist was grabbed as Fu Jingmo pulled him closer, leaning in close to his ear. Sleep, don't overthink it. Anything that happens, I'll be there. His warm breath brushed against Lin Mu's ear, making his whole body shiver. Under one blanket, so close, they couldn't help but touch. Yet, it gave him an inexplicable sense of peace. Slowly closing his eyes, he finally drifted off. Watching the person next to him, furrowing his brows in sleep, slowly inching closer, Fu Jingmo's heart thudded twice. Delicate hands grasped his collar, and unconsciously moved closer, the scent of grass and trees became clearer. Swallowing, looking at the person before him, his sexy Adam's apple rolled. Fu Jingmo extended his hand, gradually getting closer, his thumb rubbing against the white skin of his face, his gaze swept over his exposed collarbone. Carefully, he leaned down and nuzzled against his soft hair. Lin Mu, do you trust me this much? If we get any closer, your brother won't hold back. The next afternoon, the four of them changed into clothes sent by Yixing. It was the first time since the apocalypse that they wore such nice clothes. The sizes had probably been specially instructed, fitting perfectly. Lin Mu was wearing a silver-gray suit. His physique, similar to Shen Rengchen, was rather slim. A white shirt paired with a suit made him appear exceptionally refined. Previously cut hair had grown to a length that was just right, soft at the tips. Thanks to Xiao Yuan's efforts, his skin hadn't been roughened by the post-apocalypse conditions, instead becoming even whiter and tender, as if thriving. When Fu Jingmo came out of the room, his gaze was immediately drawn to the young man standing by the table. Tall and slender, his long, thin legs were a sight he'd seen many times. Wearing tailored pants accentuated how good he looked. Sensing the gaze, Lin Mu turned around and saw the broad-shouldered yet slim-waisted figure dressed in a black suit for the first time. As expected, just like he imagined, extremely handsome. Smirking, he didn't hesitate with his praise. Very handsome. The other smiled, placed a hand on his shoulder, pulling him close. Let's go. The cocktail party was held where Yixing lived. What is said to be a villa might better be called a mansion. There's a garden, a lake, occupying thousands of square meters. The entire grand hall on the first floor can accommodate many people, white tablecloths spread across the long tables, filled with luxurious fruits and pastries. On the other side are various beers, champagne, red wines, and even high-proof baijiu, filling half a table. But in this world after the apocalypse, having alcohol is enough, who cares what kind it is? Of course, the cocktail party invited more than just the four of them, all the transformed creatures by the river that day and important figures from the Fog South Tower also attended. However, when the four got out of the car, they still drew the attention of everyone. Their towering height, along with the four distinctively handsome faces, especially the abilities shown when killing the zombie giant python that day, left people in awe. Everyone could bring a dance partner to the party. Male mutants almost all brought female companions. All the girls meticulously dressed up, searching hard to find skirts and lipsticks. For those without abilities, attending such a gala would be lucky. If successful, captivating a mutant or two into loving them means security in this post-apocalyptic world. The most attention naturally fell on Fu Jingmo, his 6'3" frame, his stern face, and his rumored legendary ability. Ignoring these gazes, the group walked inside. Yixing was pestering Chen Yu for a drink, the latter gave him a glass of fruit wine to pacify him. Seeing Lin Mu, Yixing excitedly approached. Mumu, you're here. He shoved Fu Jingmo aside and hugged Lin Mu's arm. Mumu, you look so handsome. Have you been drinking? Yixing carried a faint alcohol smell. Hearing the question, he lifted his head, blinking his pretty eyes. At a cocktail party, you must drink. Underage drinking is prohibited. Oh, I'm 19 already, I'm an adult. With the arrival of the most important guests, the cocktail party naturally began. The melodious violin music played, and the lighting in the grand hall switched to a cool blue tone. A few beams of white light created circular halos on the floor, slowly moving around. Yixing led the group to the side of the dining table, where rows of high-stemmed glasses were neatly arranged, filled with various wines. He picked one up and handed it to Lin Mu. "Drink up." Lin Mu didn't refuse, taking a sip. Before the apocalypse, he was a somewhat famous painter and had attended many similar parties. Participating now felt somewhat like returning to those times. He was already mesmerized by the alcohol, dragging Shen Rengchen away to challenge others to drinking games. The transformed creatures started their revelry. Every crowd always has someone who sets the mood. By now, people had spontaneously cleared a space in the center of the grand hall. Dancing partners were invited to dance, creating a lively atmosphere that enveloped the room. Fu Jingma was taken aside by Chen Yu, leaning against the long table chatting while holding a glass of red wine, occasionally sipping. Chen Yu smiled. "You and Lin Mu. Very close." That day on the deck, he'd been watching. He had never seen such anxiety on Fu Jingma's face before, not the kind between comrades, but a deeply personal, intense worry. It wasn't like him. Very close. Fu Jingma glanced at him sideways, his eyes twinkling with amusement, then added, "And you and Yixing are very close too." "We're different." He raised an eyebrow, his voice laced with laughter. "Yixing is mine. Your person." His lips chewed on these 3 words thoughtfully, finding some meaning behind them, like after a certain contract, this person belonged to another entirely. It allowed one to openly declare possession to others. "Seems like Lin Mu is quite popular." Chen Yu sneaked in a remark. On the other side, a girl in a red dress approached Lin Mu. Of the 4, Fu Jingma was the strongest, but not everyone dared approach his cold face. He was busy playing drinking games with Shen Rengchen among the transformed creatures. This left Lin Mu, who seemed gentle and handsome, easy to get along with. Lin Mu finished the drink Yixing gave him and was handed another. He turned to Yixing and whispered softly, "Do you want me drunk?" Lin Mu, do you have something on your mind? I feel like you're a little unhappy." Lin Mu smiled faintly, tilting his head back to finish the glass of wine. "Nothing. Getting drunk might not be bad either." The girl in the red dress came over with her drink, getting closer to Lin Mu. Yixing stepped back tactfully, even whispering encouragement from the side. "Oh. Sir, may I offer you a drink? Or would you like to dance?" Lin Mu shook his head, about to decline when someone else appeared, hooking his waist from the side. "Not possible, we still have things to do." Fu Jingma looked at the woman, revealing a hint of warning in his calm, deep eyes. The woman's expression stiffened for a moment, her gaze dropping to the hand that rested possessively on Lin Mu's waist, then she unhappily twisted her hips and walked away. Chapter 112, Lin Mu, I want to possess you. The woman left, but the hand still hadn't let go of his waist. Lin Mu glanced down, noticing a slender forefinger lightly tapping on his waist. Once, and again. The faint vibration passed through his clothing, as if his whole torso was being struck by something, burning fiercely hot. Lin Mu retracted his gaze, his reddened eyes flickering slightly, as he looked at Fu Jingma. "You." The man beside him tilted his head back, swallowing down the wine in his glass. "Do you want to be harassed some more?" The teasing words strangely made Lin Mu feel a bit, gritting his teeth. Lin Mu was speechless. "Isn't it you harassing me?" He drank 2 glasses of wine, his eyes now slightly red, his peach-like eyes carrying a hint of moisture. The dark blue light fell onto Lin Mu's face, making him look like an untouchable youth submerged beneath the icy blue water. An inexplicable impulse surged in Fu Jingma's heart to destroy this person. However, before he could do anything, He intervened uninvited. "Wow, Mumu, I can't drink any more. Emergency help needed, save me. Save me." Lin Mu was pulled away, turning back to glance at Fu Jingma, feeling that he seemed a little unhappy. "What's wrong? Isn't Shen Rengchen here?" Mentioning this angered Daoist Shen, doesn't touch alcohol. Can't count on him. Who knows whether it's due to mutants having better tolerance or something else, but after drinking several bottles, no one had been knocked out. In the elegant wine party where these people were drinking, Lin Mu scanned around. Apart from Shen Rengchen calmly seated on the sofa unaffected, everyone else had slightly flushed faces. He was pushed to the side of the sofa, quickly handed a glass of wine. Clinking cups with someone unknown, the wine slid down his throat, finishing it in one gulp. Well, rarely relaxed, perhaps getting drunk might not be such a bad thing. Fu Jingma stared at the person on the sofa with indiscernible eyes. Amongst the noisy crowd, he could only see the silver-gray suited teenager. His white neck, tilting back to drink, a trace of pale golden champagne grazed his lips, trickling down along his neck into the collar. He felt as if he himself were also drunk, then grabbed another glass from the wine counter, finishing it in one sip. TSK, men who haven't been in love are so boring. Yixing hugged Chen Yu's arm, shaking her head, mocking Fu Jingma. "Uncle Chen, let's go drink with Mumu." Chen Yu had no choice but to join their binge drinking session. Seeing them come over, Lin Mu wanted to invite Fu Jingma as well, raising his head to look at the seat from earlier, but found that the person originally standing by the table was gone. Mu, here you go. Another cup was placed in his hand. Lin Mu looked around everywhere, and finally lowered his gaze. His alcohol tolerance wasn't great. After rapidly drinking a few cups, he suddenly felt dizzy, unbuckling 2 buttons of his dress shirt because of the heat. Come on, continue. Don't chicken out. Damn, Lord is about to get serious. Cheerful sounds rose up one after another. The zombie giant python was like a sword hanging above the city, resolved this time. Everyone was delighted. It meant that, at least for a long while, there would be nothing threatening the lives of the people here in the city. The Lu River was the best natural barrier. They believed that as long as they persisted, even with 1,000,000 zombies on the other side, they could solve it bit by bit, seeing hope for the future once again. They were too happy, and grateful to these several mutants who had come to the mountain city. When the bottom of the glass was emptied of red wine, Lin Mu shook his head, planning to go use the restroom. All sorts of alcohol mixed together, clouding his senses, everything seemed distorted and colorful like inside a kaleidoscope. The Roman column staircase was wobbly and crooked. He carefully avoided it, heading towards the restroom. Apparently, he had really overdrunk, rolling his sleeves up 2 folds, washing his hands at the sink. He looked up at the mirror and saw himself. Pale face flushed red, too long without drinking this much, everything spun around dizzily. The restroom was very quiet. He wiped his clean hands and entered a stall, swaying against the doorframe. Just as he closed the door, a tall figure squeezed in behind him, a familiar cold, crisp snow pine scent immediately strongly enveloping him. Next, his waist was gripped by strong hands, a clever force easily turning him around, pressing tightly against the wooden board of the stall. What's wrong? Is there something? Lin Mu spoke haltingly, nearly biting his own tongue. You're drunk, let's go back. Fu Jingma lowered his head, intending to take Lin Mu away, not wanting him to continue drinking with those people or laughing along with them. The person in front shook their head, the scorching breath fanning against his neck. A pale hand waved before his eyes as a mumble escaped the lips. Not going back, I can still drink. Being drunk was good, at least it allowed for some escape. From all matters regarding Xiao Yuan, and from those complex, tangled emotions that were too difficult for him to untangle. The hand around his waist tightened slightly. Fu Jingma looked clearly at the drunken man, his palm covering the back of Lin Mu's head, gently caressing it. How disobedient. You're drunk, you can't even stand properly. His calm, almost icy voice made Lin Mu chuckle bitterly at himself. As if all issues only troubled him, only trapped him in the quagmire. The person before him was always like this. Calm, proud, knowing exactly what they were doing. Not like himself, cowardly, timid, hesitant, selfish. He had a dazed expression, his head leaning against a solid chest, steadying his body. Fu Jingma intended to speak, but a despondent voice came from his chest area. Fu Jingma, I seem so inadequate, never able to catch up with you. That's why you always place me in the position of someone who needs protection. Even when I ask you to treat me as a teammate, it's all due to my insistence. Lin Mu took a deep breath, pressing on his arm to try and stand straighter after speaking, immediately regretting such unfiltered, venting words. Fu Jingma's posture remained perfectly straight, without any waver. He lowered his head, looking at the fragile, self-doubting person, feeling a subtle pain at his heart's core. His tone softened a little. You're doing great, Lin Mu. The young man hung his head low, merely shaking it lightly. You don't need to comfort me. Fu Jingma bent down, reaching out to pinch Lin Mu's chin, lifting it slightly, meeting his eyes levelly. He had striking eyebrows, a slightly sunken eye socket, and his eyes were very dark. Lin Mu saw his reflection within them, disheveled hair, pale and somewhat dispirited. He wanted to turn his head away, not wanting to see such a reflection of himself. However, Fu Jingma's hand didn't budge, leaving him no way out. Not comforting you, from the moment we met until now, you are the most resilient person I've ever seen. Your progress is unparalleled. What? Lin Mu stared at him, slowly realizing he was seriously responding to his reckless, self-abandoning nonsense. Eyes dark like ink held stormy implications as Fu Jingma pressed his tongue against the back of his teeth. Gazing at the rare display of vulnerability, he reached out to rub his pale face, exercising infinite patience. Word by word, clearly spoken. Yes, I am protecting you. I don't want you hurt, and I definitely don't want you to die. Because you're important, to me, you matter greatly. Not just a comrade or partner. Lin Mu. I want to possess you. Possess you. Possess. It felt as if these few words cut through the air, allowing something wildly intense to surge in. Lin Mu felt certain he must be drunk to the point of hallucination. Chapter 113, They Must Be Crazy. His lips began to tremble, and there was something collapsing bit by bit in his eyes. The words that fell into his ears resonated with a tremendous sound in his chest. Each word floated in the air. Encased in bubbles, they could not touch the ground. After a long pause, Lin Mu managed to force a word through his teeth, you. The dark as ink pupils suddenly enlarged, the self-image within those irises gradually becoming clearer. The hand at the back of his head suddenly exerted force, causing Lin Mu to be involuntarily pulled forward. Then, his lips were forcefully kissed. The kisses slowly descended, powerful and irresistible. Lin Mu started trembling, the heart in his chest wildly pounding as if it had been shattered that night. The man seemed to want to immerse himself in his flesh, carrying an absolute possessive intent. In the confined space, for the two tall figures, it was overly cramped. Lin Mu was momentarily dazed, his mind blank. The kiss took away his breath, then left his soft lips, seeking other places. Not gentle kisses, these carried a force that wanted to be rough yet struggled with restraint. Lin Mu gasped for breath urgently. Wait. He couldn't think clearly, panicking and trying to stop it. Retreating backward, he exposed his delicate neck right in front of Fu Jingma's eyes. What was Fu Jingma doing? Was he also drunk? As if dissatisfied with only lowering his head, Fu Jingma abruptly lifted the person up and embraced them. At the instant of being lifted into the air, Lin Mu let out a startled exclamation. The hands clasped around his waist tightened instantly, stabilizing his body. With a loud bang, the wooden plank groaned in protest under the excessive weight. Carrying an oppressive sensation that wanted to crush him, the pain made him tremble uncontrollably, leaving no place to escape. However, the terrifying part was that he actually felt himself wanting to sink in this almost rude treatment. Crazy, they must both be crazy. Fu Jingma was crazy. So was he. Breathing grew increasingly heavy, the originally cool person flushed red, enticing others not to leave. He truly wished to engrave this person into his bones and blood. Fu Jingma indulged in kissing the person in his arms, feeling his heart gradually filling up with every moment, discovering this was Lin Mu's scent. It was very sweet, very soft, completely unlike his usually cool exterior. The heat rose in the tiny compartment when suddenly, outside came the sound of someone opening a door. Wow, I beat 2 people down at noon, Xiao Qinchin, am I not amazing? He-Zai's slurred voice approached step by step. Every pore on Lin Mu's body erupted, his intoxication dissipating halfway. Swallowing thickly, he helplessly looked down at Fu Jingma. The madness in Fu Jingma's eyes that hadn't subsided gave Lin Mu a shock. Immediately, Fu Jingma supported Lin Mu with one hand and calmly reached out to lock the door from the inside. Just that brief moment, the lock clicked. Fu Jingma arched an eyebrow, gazed at the person in front of him, then leaned over and pecked his now rosy lips once more. Tisk. He-Zai pushed the door but failed to open it. Frowning, he pushed again. Seeing this, Shen Rangchen stepped forward and grabbed his clothes. Step aside, there's someone inside. Oh, alright. He-Zai obediently moved to another compartment and then foolishly patted the thin wooden panel, laughing. He then opened his mouth lecherously. Big brother, after staying in here for so long, what is bothering you? This teasing voice drew attention, the ridiculed person's face darkened, grinding his back molars. Very well, there would definitely be a beating later. No insight, and a chatty mouth. Chapter 114, Red Romance. Lin Mu couldn't help but laugh after listening to He-Zai's words, biting his lips with difficulty to hold back the laughter. The person being laughed at gave a warning-like pinch on his buttocks, then raised his right hand and lifted Lin Mu's left leg high, hanging it around his waist. A warning posture was ready for further action. Lin Mu instantly froze, his breath catching, and his pale fingers tightening immediately. In the next room, He-Zai had finished turning off the water and washed his hands before being dragged away by Shen Rangchen. Little Mu, do you want to try? Is it good or not? A hoarse voice came from his neck. Lin Mu clung to his shoulders, completely unwilling to let himself slip even a little, his mind in a complete mess. What is it about being good or not? Haha, Fu Jingma helplessly buried his face into Lin Mu's shoulder, chuckling, is brother's kidney good? Put me down. Lin Mu's voice trembled entirely, overwhelmed by the development of events. Without troubling him further, Fu Jingma slowly set him down. The moment his feet touched the ground, he weakly staggered. If not for the arm around his waist, he would have fallen flat on the floor. Fu Jingma leaned closer, carefully looking at Lin Mu's face, from his clear, cold eyebrows and eyes to his straight nose, and then to the red lips that had just been kissed. His fingers traced downwards, caressing those smooth lips. You can't drink alcohol with anyone else anymore. Why? Lin Mu frowned, a hint of stubbornness lingering in his slightly pink eye corners as he said firmly. I've claimed you, so you belong to me now. You must listen to me. I've told you, I'm 2 years older than you. I won't listen. Little Mu, will you agree? All right. He turned his face, pretending to be annoyed, avoiding the hot breath and letting Fu Jingma pull him closer by gripping his neck. A quick rub and another kiss, and his entire neck was sore. Embarrassed and flustered, Lin Mu finally snapped, are you done messing around yet? Not yet, Fu Jingma pressed against his ear, his voice rough, I've already been holding back a lot. As he spoke, he tightened his grip on Lin Mu's hand even more. After a long while, Lin Mu blinked and said despondently, do you know what you're doing, Jingma? Yes. Do you like men? I like you. Lin Mu's eyes were shrouded in a mist of confusion, somewhat bewildered. But there are many things I haven't told you, perhaps, you might regret it. If Jingma knows about Xiao Yuan, if one day you need to give yourself up. Perhaps. Maybe. What if? Fu Jingmo repeated his words with a scoff. Lin Mu, do you think I cannot take responsibility for my own decisions? His voice was firm as ever. Ernest, don't you trust me, brother? Lin Mu shook his head slowly. Trust him. He trusts so much that he doesn't want to see him struggle one day. Maybe tell him everything and let him choose again. With a touch of moisture clouding his eyes, Lin Mu looked up and said, there's something I want to tell you. Fu Jingma felt a pang of pain in his heart and reached out to comb his hair which he had disheveled earlier. All right. The bathroom was clearly not the place to talk. Quietly, they left the bustling wine party. The car drove out of the Wonandu area, continuing along the riverbank. It was already deep into the night, and a cold moon hung high in the sky. Lin Mu rolled down the window, staring unblinkingly at the zombies on the opposite bank. The cold wind blew on his face, dispersing his intoxication and gradually fading the heat on his face, slowly restoring calmness. The car stopped in front of a house. With his mind absorbed in thought, when Lin Mu came back to his senses, he found himself being pulled by Fu Jingma towards a store entrance. Noticing the large characters outside the store didn't register until later, read romance. The small room on the first floor was lit only by a faint yellow light, with a woman sitting at the front desk reading a comic book. Fu Jingma took out a few colorful credits from his pocket and threw them onto the table. One room, hurry up. The woman fumbled with the credits and then cheerfully picked out a key from a big bunch and handed it over. Her eyes flickered back and forth between Fu Jingma and Lin Mu, exclaiming, wow, handsome. Then she cleared her throat ambiguously and said, room on the left on the second floor. Have fun, you too. Chapter 115, Candor. This place used to be a small hotel, with no lights on the second floor. The corridor was dark, and underfoot was a red carpet. On the walls, two green-lit signs read, Safety Exit. It should be a private small generator the boss found from somewhere. It was already good that there were lights at this time. Lin Mu was pulled forward by the hand, Fu Jingma's large yet slightly dry hand never letting go of him. It was very quiet at night. But due to the heightened senses and the poor soundproofing of this small hotel, indecipherable sounds occasionally leaked out from the rooms on both sides. Lin Mu was startled by the sound and brought back his wandering thoughts. Just as he wanted to speak, Fu Jingma had already taken out the key, opened the door ahead, and pulled him in. Lin Mu followed inside, the door kicked shut behind them. Immediately after, his wrist was forcefully grabbed, and he was pressed against the wall. His hands were twisted and pinned above his head by one hand, while the tall figure before him leaned close. The lights in the room weren't turned on. In the cold moonlight, Fu Jingma's face was completely indiscernible. Then his lips were claimed in a kiss, making Lin Mu's heart pound. Compared to earlier in the restroom, although this place wasn't as cramped, it was too dark. Darkness infinitely magnified sensation, the kisses were scorching and ferocious. Teeth clashed, like a fierce fire burning cold ice, immediately enveloped in heat. A faint metallic taste spread from his lips. Fu Jingma's kiss was as domineering and unyielding as the man himself. Passively enduring, Lin Mu's thin lips gently parted, giving way. After what felt like ages, the person in front finally loosened his grip, forehead pressing against his, stifling a chuckle. You're so sweet. The hands held tightly above his head were finally released, slightly numb and sore. Lin Mu rotated his wrists lightly, feeling like they'd been nibbled by a big dog. He adjusted his chaotic breathing against the wall. Fu Jingma embraced him, chin resting on his delicate shoulder, deeply inhaling, calming his restlessness. They stayed silently embraced for quite some time. People in the next room seemed deeply moved, emitting a sharp cry, making Lin Mu tremble and flush crimson. You. Why did you bring me here? His voice was hoarse, like a kitten scratching at someone's heart. Fu Jingma heard the barely audible tremor in his voice and chuckled again, his hands lightly pinching and caressing Lin Mu's slim waist, playing with it. Come here, what do you think we could do? Lin Mu's eyelashes fluttered, his pale face looking pitifully vulnerable. Fu Jingma reined in his teasing mood and stroked his face. Weren't you going to tell me something? I was worried that if we went back, that stupid oaf who keeps ruining things by bumping into us, would interrupt us again. It made sense, but obviously, here wasn't quiet either. How do you know about this place? Embracing each other in the darkness, they softly exchanged words, mysteriously imbued with an indescribable intimacy. I haven't been here, but I saw it one day passing by. Oh. With no light, Fu Jingma led Lin Mu toward the bed. The little hotel was relatively clean, even the blanket smelled like it had just been sun-dried. Knowing Lin Mu was fussy and disliked dirt, Fu Jingma simply grabbed the quilt and sheet from the bed, tossing them onto the sofa in the room. We'll use our own. Lin Mu took out the quilt and sheet from the space pocket, quickly laying them down, and sat down directly on the middle of the quilts. Stretching out a hand towards Lin Mu, come over. Chapter 116, Lin Xiaomu, do you trust me? Lin Mu stood motionless beside the bed. Every night they had slept on the same bed, but now his legs were frozen in place, unable to move. The person on the bed gave a muffled laugh, his face no longer so stern but showing a hint of intimacy. He sat there casually, extending his hand towards Lin Mu. Shy. What a joke. Lin Mu gritted his teeth and sat down by the bed. As soon as his butt touched the bed, he was instantly pulled into someone's embrace. You. Fu Jingma lowered his head, holding him tighter, then pulling up the blanket to cover him snugly. Like this it won't be cold. The two beneath the blanket were extremely close, with Lin Mu almost completely nestled in his arms. For the first time, Fu Jingma started being satisfied with his height, finding Lin Mu to be perfectly suited for him. With one hand, he could hold Lin Mu easily. He tilted his head, his lips almost touching Lin Mu's ear as he said softly, "Speak. What do you want to tell me?" His ears burning, Lin Mu remained rigid, not moving an inch. His body temperature was always a bit cool, but Fu Jingma radiated heat endlessly. Fu Jingma kissed his cheek, silently soothing him. Lin Mu stopped overthinking, trying to ignore the hand around his waist as he seriously spoke. Fu Jingma, I think I can solve the R virus, or rather, Xiao Yuan. The voice in the darkness trembled slightly, accompanied by a trace of bewilderment. What else? Fu Jingma's tone was calm. This news was unexpected for him, but compared to how shocked he should have been by the information, he oddly found himself more concerned about Lin Mu's feelings. He could sense Lin Mu's fear, a fear he'd never seen before, even when facing zombies or giant pythons. Even though his body quaked with fear, Lin Mu's heart had always been resilient and brave. Lin Mu shook his head, dejectedly saying, I don't know, I can't do it. Why is it me? I'm so inadequate. I just want to be an ordinary mutant, to survive with you in this apocalypse. To go to Fengqing together and lead a safe life. He whispered softly. Although many of these things, without Xiao Yuan, he couldn't achieve them with Fu Jingma either. Fu Jingma's mission and identity destined him to not find peace in this apocalypse and remain detached from the chaos. Under the cover of the dark night, the fragile voice finally dared to slowly confide inner thoughts. These small wishes and worries hidden deep within his heart were gradually revealed. Fu Jingma looked at him, his arm going around his shoulders, easily picking him up and turning him around. He made him lie down on his shoulder, hugging his waist, while gently resting his hand at the back of his head. It was a position filled with immense care and protection. Lin Mu buried his face in his neck, rubbing lightly, full of complete trust and dependence. Fu Jingma spoke softly, don't be afraid. Warm tears fell into his neck, so hot they felt like they would scorch his skin. Lin Mu's voice was choked with emotion. Fu Jingma, it's not too late to know. What will you do, hand me over to the country, or, the Academy of Science? I can pretend that nothing happened tonight. I should have told you earlier. Before you kissed me. So I wouldn't be emotionally blackmailed by feelings. The hand at the back of his neck moved down, giving his neck a punishing squeeze, yet unwilling to use force, softening its strength. Huh. Pretending it didn't happen. Denying what we shared. Lin Mu, I won't give you to anyone, not even if that day comes. I will forever be with you. He solemnly promised, breaking the 4 binding words of his lifetime, obey orders. We will find the best solution, no one can treat you as a research subject. When those scorching tears landed on his neck, he wanted to say he would oppose the entire world for Lin Mu. But he knew Lin Mu wouldn't. Lin Mu's hesitations all stemmed from protecting his duties, not wanting to make him struggle. How could he not understand? Am I selfish? Lin Mu sniffed quietly, it had been too long since he cried. Since when? Was it when his parents left? Because even crying, there was no one by his side who cared. But now, finally, there was someone letting him lean on them. Lin Xiaomu, do you believe in me? Yes. Almost whispering, yet he answered without hesitation. Alright, then keep trusting me. Fu Jingma gently patted his thin back, sleep. Take a nap, you're too tired. It was these things that had kept him up at night, disturbing his rest. He must have been very afraid. Leaning his head, he kissed the side of his face. Lin Mu didn't refuse, closing his eyes as he confided all his hidden worries to the person he most wanted to tell. And their reply, steady and sincere, calmed his heart. The unique scent of cold cedar specific to Fu Jingma lingered around his nose, immensely familiar. As the alcohol in his system resurfaced, sleepiness washed over him again. He was dazed, only aware that he was constantly being held. Fu Jingma. I will try harder. You're already good enough as you are. No, I'll work hard to keep up with you. It's fine if you can't keep up. I'll wait for you, where you can see me, I'll always wait for you. Thank you. Lin Mu was exhausted, yet stubbornly refused to fall asleep, yearning to draw more comfort, one more moment of solace. Kissing his hair softly, Fu Jingma soothed. Sleep now, Lin Xiaomu. Don't worry, I won't change my answer when you wake up. Alright. As the last syllable left his lips, Lin Mu finally succumbed to sleep. In the dark, the man stopped patting and gently laid him down into his embrace, looking at his tear-streaked face before wiping it away tenderly. His fingers froze near Lin Mu's lips, reluctant to move for a long while. After some time, he took out a small black box he carried with him, flipping to a message from long, long ago. It was when he first arrived at Jiaoshan House and met Lin Mu on the first day. The signal disappeared the next day, when Lin Mu was still just an odd mutant in his eyes, after discovering his regenerative ability. He quickly reported upwards, and the simple 5-word message received in the black box read. Bring him to Fengcheng. He didn't deny that at the beginning, his reason for taking Lin Mu along wasn't pure. But from when did it start, when he just wanted to bring Lin Mu along, protect him, take care of him, truly get him to a safe place? And now, he knew this no longer satisfied him. He only wanted to possess him. Fu Jingma curved his lips in a faint smile, a flash of pride crossing his cool face. The person he wanted to protect, no one could touch. Leaning down, he kissed him softly, then placed him on the bed and climbed under the covers. Stretching out his long limbs, he casually pulled the entire person back into his arms. Humph, now he belonged to him. He could hold him however he wanted. Chapter 117, Then Keep Believing. The two of them were sound asleep here, while at the wine party side. Chen Yu pulled the kid away from the drinking session. It's time to go to sleep, you can't stay up all night. Then sleep with me. Yixing held onto his waist and wouldn't let go. Chen Yu hummed in agreement and led him upstairs. By the way, where have Mumu and the others gone? Yixing looked back but didn't see Lin Mu or Fu Jingma anywhere in the hall. Don't worry about other people's business. Hee, I call it doing good deeds. Morning light cut through the mist of the mountain city and fell onto the windows. The ragged red curtains couldn't block out the sunlight, which illuminated the two figures under the white feather quilt. The tall man embraced the somewhat slender person protectively. His cold, sharp features were clear, showing he was not asleep. The person in his arms had slightly trembling eyelashes as if waking up, and Fu Jingma immediately closed his eyes. Lin Mu frowned lightly, finding the sun somewhat glaring, so he buried his head further into the covers. This movement caused him to feel a hand lying across his waist. He paused for a moment, opened his eyes, and saw a handsome face just inches away. Normally, when he woke up, Fu Jingma had already started practicing his special abilities and had never stayed in bed this long. Gradually regaining his thoughts, last night's events slowly became clear in his mind. Last night, he and Fu Jingma hugged again, kissed, and cried. His headache was slightly dull due to the hangover, and he curled his fingers, tapping on his head. Looking at the person in front of him, even in sleep, their posture was so dominating, as though he were an exclusive pet lamb. However, Fu Jingma was truly handsome. Before leaving W City, someone had given him a short haircut that was now growing out a bit. Though his hair wasn't too long or too short, it didn't look strange on his head, rather adding an air of casual wildness. His eyebrows were dark and thick, yet elongated, what people would describe as arching brows that blend seamlessly into the hairline, trimming away 3 parts of his roguish demeanor. Slightly deep-set eye sockets, when those eyes stared at him, it made his heart tremble. A strong bridge of the nose, sharp jaw, and thin lips. He suddenly remembered how forceful yet domineering those lips kissed him last night, impossible to resist. Lin Mu subconsciously touched his own lips, then felt the bruises on his neck, which hurt slightly upon pressure. Indeed, it hadn't been misremembered, this area had been repeatedly bitten last night. After staying silent for half a day, the person pretending to sleep couldn't maintain the act anymore, laughed lightly, leaned closer, and teasingly said. Lin Xiaomu, am I that handsome? You've been staring at me this long. Were you satisfied last night? Not planning to toss over some money and then turn around without taking responsibility? Lin Mu looked at the head resting on his shoulder, speechless. Again, he could feel the vibrations from the laugh transmitted by the hand lying on his waist, causing his body to stiffen instantly. Shouldn't you get up already? Fu Jingmo raised his head and gave him a quick kiss. Why get up? We should go back. He's a will. Fu Jingma placed a finger on his lips and pressed it slightly before shaking his head. Why do you mention another man's name right after waking up? Don't be troublesome. Lin Mu dryly retaliated with a weak tone. I can't get up yet. Let me rest for a while. Having hugged him all night, he wasn't someone who suffered any physical issues. In the past, at Unit 113, less training during the day often left him with unfinished energy, making him wake up the next morning wanting to smash the bed frame. Now, with such a presence beside him, it almost drove him insane. Saying this, he scooped the person toward himself again. Lin Mu instantly understood his implication and stopped moving. You shouldn't still be like this. Fu Jingma lifted his head, smacked a quick kiss. Why get up? Chapter 118, Fu Jingma, the young guy is shy. Fu Jingma's voice was slightly hoarse, close to his ear, trying to divert his own attention as he spoke. Lin Xiaomu, I also have something to confess to you. What is it? Lin Mu's mind was in chaos, subconsciously clutching a corner of the blanket, his pale fingers tightly gripping it without moving. Fu Jingma hesitated for a second and continued. When I took you away from Jiaoshan, there were personal reasons, but there was another reason. They asked me to take you to Fengcheng. A wave of heat throughout his body seemed to be extinguished by a bucket of cold water. Lin Mu looked up at him. That stern face was less than an inch away, warm breath even spraying on the side of his face. In Fu Jingma's eyes, Lin Mu saw a trace of uneasiness he had never seen before. His mind raced quickly, and he immediately understood the key point. Is it because of my self-healing ability? You noticed the first day when you saw my wound heal. Yes, Fu Jingma nodded, rubbing noses with him. They asked me to report any special cases of mutations I encountered on the road. So that first night, while you were unconscious, I reported it. Lin Mu could understand, they just met that day, and he was unconscious at the time. For Fu Jingma, he was merely a strange mutant then. So, what was the private reason? The private reason was what I said earlier, I wanted to take you with me. Why tell me now? Because, this isn't the reason anymore why I'm taking you to Fengcheng. Fu Jingma nipped his nose tip lightly, unable to get enough of the intimate action. You're mine. Whoever wants to do anything to you has to pass through me first. Lin Mu paused, somewhat awkwardly replying, who said I'm yours? After all, it was only 2 kisses, which didn't mean anything. Oh, it's fine right now if you want to become mine. Lin Mu stirred, wanting to get up but was held down again. Are you mad? Fu Jingma, acting like a young boy just starting to date, leaned in to ask. No. Don't lie to me. It says in books that saying, not mad, means you are actually mad. What kind of nonsensical books have you been reading? Yeah, I don't remember. Do you want me to cajole you? No. Lin Mu's gaze returned to its usual icy calm, wanting to get up again, but he was pulled back. One long leg crossed over, pressing down on him. Lie down a bit more. You're not recovered yet. You. Be good, stop being so restless, like a little cat. Fu Jingma hugged him a bit tighter, closing his eyes himself to try to calm down. Lin Mu helplessly stopped moving and lay still. After a moment, he spoke up. Fu Jingma, 1 time each. It evens out. Evened out. From now on, we can't hide anything, okay? Aha. Even though both had hidden things from each other, Lin Mu still responded sheepishly. The man before him, who would mess around sometimes, was both stubborn and arrogant. But Lin Mu knew, in all the most dangerous situations, he was always the most composed and reliable person. Everything happened step by step, perhaps it wasn't the order to let Fu Jingma bring him to Fengcheng. At that time, he was also not significant enough to make Fu Jingma want to take him along. It wasn't until noon that hunger drove them to finally get up. Lin Mu's shirt, wrapped in the quilt where he slept overnight, was crumpled. He tidied it up, and the first thing he did was check his neck in the mirror in the bathroom. Fortunately, the marks had already healed. The sheets and quilts were folded and stored into the space again, with the original set thrown back onto the bed. At least he could wear his suit to cover up his wrinkled shirt, while Fu Jingma's jacket was left behind last night. But Fu Jingma didn't seem to care. He fastened his collar buttons. Let's go. When they went downstairs, the front desk clerk from last night was still there. Upon seeing the two come down, her eyes roved over their clothes with a suggestive look, thinking, what a wild night. Hey, handsome couple, enjoy your time. Do come again. Lin Mu's handsomely dignified face reddened slightly as he quickened his steps to leave. Fu Jingma, following behind, winked at the receptionist, putting on an air of feigned helplessness. The young guy is shy. The figure ahead stumbled momentarily after hearing his words, pretending to regain composure with ease. Chapter 119, he would be Lin Mu's protector. The two returned to the neighborhood, and Hizei was still snoring in the room. Shen Rangchen was eating a bowl of instant noodles for lunch. Cooking instant noodles was one of the few skills he had learned from Lin Mu. Rangchen. Lin Mu greeted him and immediately went into the room, finding clothes to take a shower. When he came out, Fu Jingma was leaning against the side of the bed, his gaze shamelessly fixed on him. He wore a white shirt, searching in the wardrobe for his camouflage uniform. Pale fingers emerged from the sleeves, his hair still wet, with water droplets slowly dripping from the ends. Feeling the sticky gaze, he pressed his lips together. What are we having for lunch? Before he could finish speaking, a white towel was thrown over his head. A figure pressed close behind him, skillful fingers threading through his hair, naturally drying it. Lin Mu slowly blinked, adjusting to the sudden intimacy before turning around to look at him. Fu Jingma didn't stop as he smiled slightly. We're having sunny-side-up eggs. After drying his hair, Fu Jingma went to change clothes, while Lin Mu went out to prepare some food. Of course, they wouldn't just have sunny-side-up eggs, Lin Mu also stewed some meat. Hizei woke up right on time for dinner. Mumu, you didn't come back last night. TSK, staying out all night, the kid is growing up, his wings are getting stronger. The three sat down to eat. Shen Rangchen sat properly in his seat, his instant noodles were finished, and now he wanted some more rice with meat soup. Brother Fu, where are we heading next? Hizei took a bite of meat. The abnormal zombies in Mountain City have been dealt with, should they continue their journey to Feng City? Fu Jingma hesitated for a moment before speaking, I have something else to deal with. You can wait for me in Mountain City. What? What thing, aren't you taking us along? Lin Mu looked up at him, his eyebrows slightly raised. Fu Jingma met his eyes and shrugged. I'm just giving you a choice. If you want to follow me, I don't mind either. But you know, my mission, it won't be too easy. Maybe even more dangerous than the abnormal zombies. He put down his chopsticks and said seriously, Brother Fu, your matter is our matter. Of course, we must share the same fate. I have no objections. Shen Rangchen wiped his mouth and carefully cleaned each finger one by one. Since there were no objections, after they finished eating, they rested. Lin Mu assigned He and Shen Rangchen to spend the points and purchase some supplies. The road is long and rugged, no one minds having more supplies. Before sleeping, Lin Mu entered the space awareness once again. It had been many days since the last time he heard news, and he hadn't entered it. Little Yuan had its little head drooping, humming softly upon noticing Lin Mu's arrival, clearly annoyed, a type that couldn't be consoled easily. Lin Mu walked over, touched its little leaves. On the left tree branch, there were 2 more small leaves sprouting a fresh green bud. Little Yuan had grown several centimeters taller, standing out among the strawberries and chili peppers. What's wrong, are you mad? The little sapling shook its leaves, turning its small body towards him with an aggrieved voice. Mumu has been without seeing little Yuan for 7 days, 12 hours, and 21 minutes. My fault. I just needed some time to accept what you told me. Did you accept it then? Does Mumu not like little Yuan anymore? What if I didn't accept it? Can you change masters? Not possible. Oh, little Yuan's blood has already fused with Mumu's, and we can only stay together. The small leaves rubbed against Lin Mu's palm, fearing being abandoned. But you said, how do we resolve the R virus? Little Yuan doesn't know yet, probably need to fill the energy ball a bit more. Okay, why is it so similar to squeezing toothpaste? Wah. Are you dissatisfied with me? No. Do you like strawberries? Shall I plant more for you? Yes. More please, the red ones are nice, like Mumu's blood. Lin Mu planted a few more strawberries for little Yuan before leaving the consciousness space. The light in the room was on, and the base's lights out time hadn't arrived yet. The sound of water trickled from the bathroom. Lin Xiaomu, get me some clothes. Lin Mu stood up by the bedside, found some clothes in the wardrobe, pinched the white underwear, and chose the larger pair beside it. Knocked 3 times on the door, here you go. The door opened slightly, and a hand, warm with moisture, reached out to grab the clothes. It caught his slim wrist bone, pulling him inside along with it. His body collided with a firm chest, slightly wetting the shirt. Honey, let's wash together. Warm breath sprayed by his ear, humid hot air rushed to his face. The pale face instantly blushed, looking at the evenly muscled body, with 8 distinct abs. Lin Mu averted his gaze, refusing to look further down. No, I've already washed this afternoon. He pulled back his hand, swiftly exited the bathroom, and didn't forget to quickly shut the door. A sound of helpless light laughter came from behind the door as Fu Jingma lowered the water temperature and looked down to deal with his own issue. Truly, fatal, he brought it upon himself. After a long while, the water sound in the bathroom stopped, and the broad-shouldered, narrow-waisted figure wearing a tank top came out, glaring at the person on the bedside with resentment. Lin Mu sat cross-legged, showing a bit of teasing smile. Fu Jingma leaned close to him, the lofty pose letting the water droplets from his hair fall onto Lin Mu's shirt, acting fierce. Brother just doesn't want to scare you. When I find a good day, I'll, humph. Choose carefully, pick a good day. Long lashes fluttered lightly, Lin Mu curved his lips to provoke him. Lowering his head for a peck on the fearless one, watching his calm eyes, he truly couldn't help but kiss him until he was speechless. Better yet, have him crying out, big brother, in a whining voice. The person who couldn't get what he wanted started scheming secretly as Lin Mu reached out to poke his chest. Go dry your hair first. Obediently standing up to dry his hair, Fu Jingma asked, when do you want to depart? Anytime, it's up to your arrangement. Tossing the towel aside, Fu Jingma sat back on the bed, pulling him over and kissing the side of his face. I mean, Mountain City is safe and comfortable after all. If you want, we could stay here for a few more days. A life of upheaval and displacement isn't easy. No need. No matter how many days we stay, we'll eventually have to leave. Completing your task earlier means we can submit earlier in Foam City. Lin Mu paused for a moment before continuing, Xiao Yuan's matter. I'm thinking, since it's fallen on me, there's nothing to do but accept it. Perhaps it could really give this world a glimmer of hope. But I don't know how many mutated zombie crystal cores are needed to fill the storage sphere. Maybe we really should ask for help, relying solely on our 4 people, this power is too weak. Fingers were gently pinched as Lin Mu raised his eyes to look at the person embracing him from behind. Fu Jingma gazed at him, with faint amusement in his deep eyes. Lin Mu was not someone who hesitated or stayed stagnant. His Shaolin just needed a little time to adjust himself. You're right. If it really can solve the R virus, it's not just your affair. But before reaching Foam City, don't let anyone know. Fu Jingma patted his head, I can't trust others. Once they reach Foam City, he would recall the members of 113 and set up enough protection for Lin Mu. Alright. The two softly conversed, then turned off the light to sleep. Just that from their previous positions of lying apart. They now shifted to lying intertwined. Chapter 120, My Wife Loves Strawberry Milk. The next day, Shen Rangchen went out shopping with his A. Fu Jingmo went to the mission hall and met Xiaoyingjie. When he came back, he took out a pocketful of points. After all, they had helped solve the zombie python problem for Mountain City, so it wasn't unreasonable to take some points from him. These were his hard-earned points, so at least they had to be used to buy something nice for his wife. He casually strolled into the Jiangbei Team's mall with one hand in his pocket, taking a leisurely walk around. Strawberry milk plus 3 boxes, strawberry candy plus 2 packs, strawberry cookies plus 7 pieces, strawberry jam plus 3 bottles, strawberries. All the products packaged with the word strawberry or illustrated with strawberries in the store were bought by Fu Jingmo. Normally, people here would count their meager points carefully, purchasing the cheapest and most filling coarse grain cakes. When they suddenly saw someone spending points so generously, many people revealed envious looks. The cashier calculated the points using an abacus, the oldest method possible, while secretly thinking. Sir, there are still 2 boxes of strawberry chocolate, do you want them? The sly cashier rummaged through the drawer and pulled out the chocolates. 2 boxes of strawberry-flavored chocolate, even the wrapping paper was red. Fu Jingmo raised his chin slightly, I'll take them. Good, sir, you really like strawberries. TSK, not me. But my wife does. His voice was loud enough that several young girls waiting in line to buy coarse grain cakes heard him. You know, going out and hunting one mutated animal could only earn you a few dozen points, yet this pile of strawberry-flavored items cost over 100 points. In these times, such a great man was already married early. Murmurs of envy could be heard. His wife must be very pretty. Having such a husband is truly fortunate. Fu Jingmo remained calm on the surface but inwardly felt quite satisfied as his strong arms picked up the 3 pink-colored boxes of strawberry milk. Then he grabbed the large bag of snacks and headed towards the car, feeling happy inside. TSK, Lin Xiaomu, you really hit the jackpot. Your brother is an extraordinary good man. Handsome, caring for his wife, willing to spend time, and loves you the most. The car drove directly back to the neighborhood. Fu Jingmo effortlessly carried the stuff up to the 5th floor and entered the room like a peacock spreading its feathers to find Lin Mu. Lin Xiaomu, I've bought you some snacks. Lin Mu emerged from the bathroom, looked at the pink ground covered with strawberry-flavored food and the smug expression on Fu Jingmo's face, causing his eyebrows and eyes to curve slightly. He indeed liked things with a strawberry flavor because every morning when he was a kid, his mom would give him a bottle of strawberry milk. Used to drinking it regularly, he naturally developed a liking for it. He squatted down and examined it, a warm current flowing through his heart. He glanced at the person beside him and said gently, thank you. Fu Jingmo squatted next to him and dug out a bottle of milk from the milk carton, inserting a straw and handed it to him, drink. As the straw went into his mouth, Lin Mu took small sips, pink milk traveling up the straw, his Adam's apple lightly moving. Watching him, Fu Jingmo leaned closer and forcefully kissed him on the neck. Tasting his lips and tongue, trying the flavor of the strawberry milk, he nodded affirmatively with a hoarse voice. It's quite tasty. Lin Mu moved closer, his pink tongue flicked over Fu Jingmo's lips teasingly, let me give you another taste. He wasn't an easily shy girl. Since they were together now and Fu Jingmo didn't feel embarrassed either, why should he have to let himself be manipulated by him? Caught off guard by his sudden movement, Fu Jingmo quietly recited morality and discipline and the 10 glories and 10 shames. He just felt that good days needed to be on the agenda earlier. Lin Mu put the items away into the space. The two decided to go see Yixing. The car drove along the riverbank toward the one in tower. Fu Jingmo drove with one hand, his right hand resting on Lin Mu's knee. The latter drank the strawberry milk happily. There were a few bamboo rafts on the river surface. Each raft held 2 people, one rowing and the other using their abilities to kill zombies on the southern shore's rocky beach. Mountain City has Chen Yu and Principal Xiao, they should be able to maintain peace well, Lin Mu commented casually while looking out the window. But the situation in the following cities isn't looking too good. Buying occupies the safe zone of Hankou City. If we're going to Fengcheng, it's likely we will need to pass through Hankou. Fu Jingmo thoughtfully added, I can't figure out why he betrayed us. If you can't figure it out, don't think about it anymore. Let's deal with your task first. Lin Mu. What's wrong? He turned his head to look, rarely seeing Fu Jingmo so serious. To be honest, I really don't want you both to go together. If you encounter danger, make sure to protect yourselves. I understand. Fu Jingmo's mission place must be very dangerous, which is why he feels uneasy even himself. But it doesn't matter, life and death are fated, they'll do their best. As long as they're together, that's all that matters. He reached out lightly touching the hand on his knee, the other moved, palm facing upwards. Lin Mu placed his own hand into Fu Jingmo's warm grasp. Dry yet warm hands enveloped his, bringing a sense of reassurance. The car soon arrived at one in tower, Yixing and Chen Yu happened to be in the garden. On the table were coffee and desserts, the sun was shining brightly. Seeing Lin Mu arrive with the others, Yixing bounded up to them. Mu Mu, you've come at a good time, Licho has just baked some delicious cakes and cookies. Lin Mu chuckled, so this is how you live during the apocalypse, young master. TSK, can't help it, one in tower may lack other things, but food won't be lacking. Chen Yu sat on the chair, glancing sideways at Fu Jingmo, his gaze circling between the two before retreating again lazily. So, you guys are leaving? Yeah. All of them took their seats. Fu Jingmo found a pink strawberry-flavored small cake among the pile of pastries without hesitation and placed it in front of Lin Mu. TSK, love-addled brains. Yixing shook his head, mocking the stench of romance. Then he turned towards Lin Mu. Mu, why don't you stay in Mountain City? Where else is safer than Mountain City right now? We have some things to do, we should go back to Fengcheng. What could there possibly be? Fengcheng is so far away, it's not necessarily better than Mountain City. Yixing dismissed the idea easily, he liked Lin Mu. If they stayed here, wouldn't that be great? It's fine, it's not like we won't meet again later. The boy turned around, eyes a little red. Just the zombie python in the river almost cost Lin Mu his life, and who knows how many terrifying things there are outside. He pouted, ran to Chen Yu's arms, and buried his head inside. Fu Jingmo, completely unfeeling, kicked the table leg. Don't waste time, if you're afraid we'll die too quickly, then give us more weapons and supplies. A slightly sorrowful atmosphere was instantly dispelled by his brutally candid words. Yixing looked up and glared furiously at Fu Jingmo. Mu, how do you even like such a boring man? Even while saying this, Fu Jingmo still followed Chen Yu to the armory to pick things. Lin Mu and Yixing continued being wastrels, eating cake. Seeming to remember something, Lin Mu tilted his head towards the boy. Stars, did Chen Yu say your heart disease couldn't heal itself? Is that true? Yixing swallowed the cake in his mouth and leaned close to Lin Mu. Shoo, it's false, this is called the small artifice of love. Lin Mu laughed and patted his head, smart beyond his years. However, Mu, you need to learn from him, don't let that big block of ice bully you. Thinking of Fu Jingmo's strutting appearance earlier today, it was nowhere near fitting to call him a big block of ice. A trace of amusement flashed across his eyes. He similarly whispered close to Yixing's ear, don't worry, he's just a paper tiger. Both bent their eyebrows and shared a hidden smile. Chapter 121, Xingshan Research Institute. The group, originally planning to leave the mountain city the next day, ended up staying one more day. Because Heze's superpowers could be upgraded. With the experience of Fu Jingmo and Shen Rangchen, the group wasn't overly worried. Shen Rangchen took care of him all night, and he smoothly reached level 2. However, the whole room was flooded like a scene from mythology. Thus, in their team of 4, one member had level 4 powers, 2 had level 2, and Lin Mu possessed a special ability. In a world where most mutants still only have level 1 abilities, their strength was indeed formidable. The morning mist hadn't dissipated as the car left the residential area, crossed the Riverside Avenue, and drove out of the mountain city. On the first day, they followed the national highway northward. After leaving the mountain city, the road consisted of high bridges between 2 mountains. Looking down from the bridge, there was an abyss thousands of feet deep. It could only be marveled that China is a powerhouse in infrastructure. Drivers without significant skill wouldn't even dare to take this road. That night, they made a fire in the plains and cooked meals silently. From Yichang City to Wuhu City, then back to Mountain City. The apocalypse had been going on for almost half a year. Messages from the black box revealed that within these 6 months, nearly 4/5 of the population had turned into flesh-rotting undead. That's billions of people, while the remaining survivors, many of them hid inside safe zones or lurked among millions of zombies in urban areas. Hidden from sunlight, struggling for survival. No one knows if this disaster of long duration will end, nor how many years it would take to do so. But at least, humanity has not gone extinct yet, and there's still hope. The wind roared over the plains, making faces ache with cold pain. It was early winter now, and when colder weather arrived, it would pose another enormous test for humans. Huge swathes of land were without electricity, many lacked warm clothing, unsure how they'd make it through the winter. How many would never see the sunshine of spring? Surrounding the fire pit, the 4 boiled some hot noodles and drank a few sips of hot soup to warm their bodies. Since they had set off together, Fu Jingmo fully trusted them. Tomorrow, I'll drive. Later, we need to park somewhere and enter the mountains on foot. Enter the mountains? Yeah, our destination is called the Xingshan Research Institute. From the mountain city to the provincial boundary, it's all mountainous terrain. Xingshan is just a fictional name, the exact location of the research institute can only be found using secret coordinates. Fu Jingmo paused, judging by the distance shown on the coordinates, it should take about 2 days of walking. I'm not exactly sure. Lin Mu asked, what does this institute research? In today's terms, it focuses on bioelements. The R1 serum we used had elements integrated into it, so after the injection, everyone manifested different types of superpowers. This institute, before the apocalypse, was researching biological DNA and held some highly valuable amber samples with ancient biological elements inside. I need to get my hands on their research data and those pieces of amber. Wow, sounds super badass, high-tech stuff. Brother Fu, do you think there are dinosaur bioelements or maybe mammoth stuff, or other cool animals trapped in that amber? He chattered excitedly, dreaming wildly. Fu Jingma gave him a cold glance. So, do you think a piece of amber could contain a Tyrannosaurus rex or a plesiosaur? What concerns do you have? Lin Mu asked, because if it was simply retrieving some data or pieces of amber, such tasks weren't enough to cause concern for Fu Jingma. Fu Jingma scoffed lightly, his eyes flashing a chilling light. These quirky researchers create all sorts of things, especially those related to biology. With DNA studies and experiments hidden deep in the mountains, most of them deal with ethically questionable matters. He once went to a toxicology research institute where experimental subjects were grotesque shapes, covered in festering sores, colorful and bizarre. Compared to the rotting zombies of today, they were no less terrifying. Even someone as tough as him felt goosebumps seeing them. Anyway, don't underestimate the risks there. Things you see may completely overturn your understanding. He rubbed his arms. Alright, Brother Fu, what you're saying is truly scary. They stopped chatting, packed everything up, and then arranged shifts for keeping watch throughout the night before heading off to sleep. Fu Jingma stood guard in the first half of the night. Crackling wood sounded in the fire pit as darkness surrounded them, save for the faint flicker of flame. Lin Mu returned to the car, wrapped in a blanket, closed his eyes to rest for a while but couldn't fall asleep. After tossing and turning a few times, He up ahead had already started to emit soft snores, and Shen Rongchen's breathing was steady as well. Sighing, he got up. Hearing the footstep behind him, Fu Jingma didn't look back. The instant gentleness in his cold eyes betrayed his softened demeanor, his lips slightly curved upward. Lin Mu sat down next to him, wrapped in a thin blanket. Fu Jingma stretched out an arm and pulled Lin Mu, along with the blanket, closer to him. Are you cold? Let me cover you a bit more. No need, I'm not cold. Mutants have enhanced capabilities in various aspects, including greater tolerance to cold. Lin Mu, on the other hand, still differed somewhat from mutants. It seemed that only his senses and physical abilities were heightened, while fundamentally, his constitution remained that of an ordinary person. In front of them was a warm bonfire, and behind them stretched boundless night. The two were extremely close. Fu Jingma placed his hand in his palm and squeezed it lightly, then turned his head to nuzzle against Lin Mu's face gently. What's wrong? Can't sleep without brother holding you? Can't sleep. Lin Mu looked up at him and smiled. The firelight reflected in his amber-like eyes, shining like stars. Lin Xiaomu, why does brother love you so much? He truly adored this mischievous side of Lin Mu, who once accepted something, would be straightforward and unreserved about it. Boop. Fu Jingma leaned down and took a quick sip of his lips, still unsatisfied, came for another kiss. Not until the thin lips glistened with moisture did he reluctantly let go. Fu Jingma fished out a strawberry milk candy from his pocket, tore open the wrapper, and stuffed it into his mouth. Eat it, then sleep. It'll cause cavities. Lin Mu furrowed his brows but licked his lips which had been touched by sweetness. It's fine. After eating, brother will take you to brush your teeth. He pressed down on Lin Mu's head, letting him lean against his shoulder. Feeling the warmth of the body beside him, Lin Mu closed his eyes. The sugar in his mouth was sweet, and his heart inexplicably caught a hint of strawberry sweetness too. Chapter 122, Wow, Behave Properly. The weather was great the next day, with a clear blue sky and the sunshine everywhere. Lin Mu was carried back to the car by Fu Jingma in the middle of the night. Then Fu kicked He awake and they swapped positions for the night watch. When Lin Mu woke up, he found himself snuggled in Fu Jingma's arms, who had one hand around him while leaning against the car wall, watching a black box. Are you awake? Lin Mu sat up and glanced around. He and Shen Rongchen were not in the car. Any new news? It's about Bai Ying. There's an arrest warrant out for him. Why? Bai Ying was powerful. If he just stayed guarding a safe zone, he could also protect the people within it, and those higher-ups wouldn't waste valuable manpower dealing with him at such a time. Fu Jingma smirked coldly. He's been conducting live experiments, disregarding life or death. Live experiments? These 4 words sent shivers down Lin Mu's spine. In Z country, or even internationally, this is strictly prohibited. Fu Jingma reacted better than Lin Mu. After all, the previous Toxic Substance Research Institute was essentially the same thing. It was just that he never thought Bai Ying would do such a thing. The person who once protected the people became someone stained with blood. So, are we going to deal with him? No, the mission wasn't issued to me. Someone else will handle it naturally. Fu Jingma put aside the black box. Eat something, we're about to set off. The two got out of the car. He had prepared noodles which they ate before leaving. The car took a turnoff from the national highway and drove onto a secluded small road. There were positioning coordinates on the black box, gradually getting closer to Xingshan Research Institute. We're almost there. Lin Mu looked at the coordinates and judged. They were currently on a small road, with a not-so-large river below the road on the right side, and a towering mountain on the left. About 40 to 50 kilometers ahead was a county town, but it wasn't their destination. The Xingshan Research Institute was nestled among the mountains on the other side of the river to the right, here already being the closest point in straight-line distance. Get out of the car and pack your stuff. Everyone was accustomed to living a nomadic life and quickly packed their backpacks. Wow man, how are we supposed to enter the mountain? It looks like there's no path. Hizay shouldered his bag and looked across. The shore was filled with rounded stones polished by water flow, followed by a beach covered in trees. It was impossible to tell where to start. Could there be mutated plants here? Shenrangchen rarely spoke, observing for a while. On the opposite mountain, the vegetation was lush, mostly broadleaf plants, with many shrubs growing in low-lying areas. Occasionally, you could see one or two particularly large trees. Those trees had grown far beyond the size of ordinary plants. But what he referred to wasn't these physically larger mutated plants, but rather the kind of plants with abilities, like that ivy. No worries, Xiao Yuan's here. Among the group, only Lin Mu didn't carry a backpack, his stuff was all stored in the spatial pocket. The others, to prevent getting separated, still carried basic necessities and food on their bodies. Lin Mu had already discussed with Xiao Yuan, deciding to store the car inside the spatial pocket. With such a spacious space, keeping a vehicle took up very little room. Xiao Yuan reluctantly agreed after Lin Mu planted 2 little flowers for him. The car was stored inside, and the 4 went down to the riverside. This small river was shallow, allowing them to jump over using exposed boulders. They easily crossed. Fu Jingma led the way, finding a place where the plants weren't too dense, and first entered the woods. They followed along the base of the mountain, intending to approach the coordinate point first, then find the exact location. Without a path, they trod through dirt, dense vegetation occasionally brushing against their bodies. Thankfully, the weather was cooling, so their clothes were thick enough to not let the foliage bother them too much. When plants really obstructed their way, Fu Jingma would cut them away with a black crystal. As they ventured further in, the temperature grew lower, perhaps due to the rising terrain. Occasionally, they could hear 1 or 2 bird calls, piercing and echoing high above before flying off into the distance. Shenrangchen's small paper figure sat on his shoulder, tilting its head as it curiously gazed around. The group walked briskly, and by noon, they had passed 2 mountains without encountering anything strange. They found a flat area to sit and started eating bread. Brother Fu, it turns out what they show in movies is true, classified places are often hidden deep in forests like this. Isn't it possible that signals are jammed or something? If anyone tried to search, they wouldn't find it. As soon as they stopped, Hizay couldn't help starting to talk. Fu Jingmo raised an eyebrow and looked at him, handing Lin Mu the open cookies. Yeah, not only are there strange research institutes in the mountains, but I've heard that those lost souls with nowhere to go will all gather around the research institute when they see it. Just then, a cold wind blew past, and Hizay shivered, inching closer to Shenrangchen. Little Dusty, your Taoist priests know how to catch ghosts, right? They do you want to keep one? The little paper figure on his shoulder jumped onto Hizay's head, grabbing at his hair, causing him to let out consecutive screams. Lin Mu shook his head, quiet down, it's broad daylight, what kind of ghost would be here? No sooner had the words left his mouth than something dashed past from behind them. A black crystal was flicked out, making a sound of flesh being pierced. It was a wild rabbit, and it seemed like a meal that had practically delivered itself to them. Forgetting his fear, Hizay jumped up and ran to pick up the rabbit. My God! God damn! He kicked the rabbit far away, the rabbit's burst belly was full of wriggling black things. Fu Jingma stood up to take a look, his expression suddenly becoming serious as he gazed off into the distant mountain peaks. Lin Mu stood by his side and looked at the rabbit lying on the ground. They could already smell the faint stench of decay coming from it. This rabbit did not look as if it had simply become zombie-like. Could it have anything to do with that research institute? They were still a day's journey away from the institute, yet if this was the case, just how many strange things would be waiting for them in this whole mountain? Losing their appetite, the group tidied up and set off again. Thankfully, they didn't encounter any more bizarre creatures during the rest of the afternoon. That night, they rested by a small stream, taking out 2 tents and several sleeping bags from their storage space. They had gathered quite a lot of practical outdoor gear. Shenrangchen placed concealing charms on both tents and set a little paper figure outside. After level 2, his paper figures no longer consumed much energy. Tomorrow, they were going to reach the research institute, so they wouldn't arrange anyone to stay up to watch during the night, they all needed a good rest. They used water that Hizay had stored in a basin, this mountain felt too eerie, and they weren't sure whether the water from the stream might contain anything odd. Not worried about the R virus, but who knew if other things might lurk within. Pairing up, they entered the tents. As Lin Mu was about to lie down in his sleeping bag, he was abruptly pulled aside by someone. Fu Jingma bent over, unzipped the 2 sleeping bags, spread them out, and then rezipped them together into a large double-person sleeping bag. Chin tilted slightly, he glanced at Lin Mu almost as if asking for praise, sleep, darling. With an exasperated sigh, Lin Mu got into the sleeping bag, followed by Fu Jingma's tall frame squeezing in after. The sleeping bag was sized for normal adults, but Fu Jingma's long legs and height filled it completely. Fortunately, Lin Mu was slender, preventing the sleeping bag from bursting under the strain. But now there was absolutely no gap between them as they lay flush against each other. Fu Jingmo rested his chin on Lin Mu's soft scalp, pleased with his own cleverness. Fu Jingma, do you think why the rabbit turned out like that? Was it zombified? Lin Mu still couldn't understand. It wasn't possible for the R virus to cause animal zombies unless some change occurred in the meantime. Who knows? People in these kinds of research institutes have messed up brains and can do anything. The R virus initially couldn't make animals zombified through water, but what if it was done deliberately? While analyzing, Fu Jingma's hands and feet were busy, roaming everywhere without restraint. Look, ordinary people who haven't been exposed to infected rainwater will still get infected if bitten by a zombie, so it's not that they cannot be infected by the R virus, it's a matter of transmission pathways. Hiss, Lin Mu sucked in a breath, shaking off the roving hand on his waist. Behave properly. Could it be that the people in this institute are experimenting with the R virus on animals? Chapter 123, Fu, are you too clingy? Fu Jingma wasn't annoyed, and he placed it again. It's very likely. It might not just be animals, or the R virus. Anyway, be careful tomorrow. The corner of his forehead twitched, Lin Mu gritted his teeth, Fu Jingma. What's wrong, darling? Take your hand off me, The hand on his waist moved down a little, pinching hard. You. His lips were sealed, and Lin Mu didn't get to say another word. The small paper figure perched on top of the tent next door heard some strange noises, slid down along the tent, and crouched by the side of Lin Mu's tent. It suddenly became quiet inside, the small paper figure shook its head, and obediently went back. Lin Mu let out a sigh of relief, forcefully biting the thin lip still pressed against his, causing the other person to groan softly as he licked the streaks of blood on his lips. Lin Xiaomu, hey, as expected, once you have something, you don't cherish it anymore. Before, you'd always sleep well at night, hugging Big Brother to sleep. Now when you kiss, you bite. Was that even just a kiss? Lin Mu supported himself with his hands and managed to raise his head a little, turned on the small flashlight, wanting to take a look at his lips. The pale blue cold light spread in the tent. Under the lamplight, the man's handsome face was full of mischief, looking every bit like a rogue. If it weren't for how outrageously handsome his face was, he would have been locked up long ago. The white fingers touched his lips, Lin Mu looked down, okay, they were bitten through. Fu Jingma watched him with a widening smile, noticing his slightly open collar and glossy eyes. Does it hurt? It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. At this point, only a fool would say it doesn't hurt. Fu Xiaoxiao, who wouldn't even complain about getting shot clean through, cried out repeatedly. If seen by the members of Unit 113, it would surely scare them out of their wits. Lin Mu leaned in close, kissed him lightly, then licked his wound, awkwardly saying, all right, it'll be fine soon. The person lying down indicated that it wasn't better yet, pulling him into an embrace all at once. Darling, this way heals faster. Fu Team Leader. Tisk, why call me Fu Team Leader? Are you too clingy? Ignoring him, Lin Mu turned off the flashlight and closed his eyes to go to sleep. The shameless man held onto him all night, both unable to endure but also reluctant to let go. In the early morning, the mountain was peaceful, and the stream was crystal clear. Shen Rangchen was the first one to wake up, throwing aside the person sleeping sprawled out everywhere, and leaving the tent. He straightened his wrinkled blue silk clothes while lowering his head, then retied his slightly loose hair at the back. The small paper figure climbed onto his shoulder from his leg. It leaned over his ear, as if whispering something, but upon listening closer, there was no sound at all. Shen Rangchen slightly lifted his brows and gave a sideways glance at the neighboring tent. Just at that moment, Fu Jingma opened his tent and stepped out. There was a faint dark shadow under his eyes, and he nodded at Shen Rangchen. The two of them sat down on a rock and quietly began absorbing the R1 elements from the air. After a while, Lin Mu also came out, climbing over to the next tent to wake Hizei. He filled a basin of water and stood on the rocky beach washing his face diligently. Hizei leaned over closely while holding a toothbrush in his mouth, full of white foam. Wood, tell me, is there really a ghost in that research institute? No ghosts, but there should be something more terrifying than ghosts. Pretend I didn't ask. He rinsed his mouth and spat out the foam, come on, let's eat breakfast. Once we're full, we'll have energy to deal with that shoddy research institute today. Lin Mu wrung out the towel, glanced at the person sitting quietly on the rock with eyes closed, and followed Hizei to prepare breakfast. By the time the meal was ready, the other two had already gotten up. Brother Fu, you didn't sleep well. Fu Jingmo raised an eyebrow, there was a cat scratching. After having a casual meal and putting away the tent, they continued their journey. To save time, they didn't stop midway. Trying their best to reach the research institute before nightfall. The closer they got to the coordinates, the more zombie-like animals appeared. When the coordinates on the black box matched with the coordinates given by Fu Jingmo, they stopped in their tracks. The surrounding vegetation was dense, trees covering the sky and blocking out the sun. Their current position was on a small slope, and through the layers of tree canopies, they could only see fragments of the sky. And less than 20 meters ahead, hidden under dried branches and leaves, was a heavy silver alloy door. This door was extremely well hidden, impossible to spot from the sky. Only upon reaching such a close distance was it discovered. The time wasn't too late, 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The group observed their surroundings, and there was not a trace of recent human activity. This place, deep in the mountains, was impossible for outsiders to reach. But during the early stages of the apocalypse, water sources alone were enough to cause people to turn into zombies. Besides researchers, such an institute would have its own independent security personnel. If the zombie mutation wasn't severe, it was possible that they could have been suppressed. Of course, this was the best-case scenario. The group waited for half an hour, but there was still no sign of movement around them. 2 wild rabbits and a squirrel had passed by, all showing signs of zombification. Fu Jingma said solemnly, "We are preparing to go in. If this research institute is still functioning normally, we would have been detected once we approached within 5 kilometers. Now that we're already at the entrance and they're still quiet, there's only one possibility left." Lin Mu opened his mouth and said, "There are no living humans inside." Relax, Brother Fu. How many people can this research institute even hold? If everyone turned into zombies, we can clean them out. Fu Jingma's eyes gleamed with a cold light as he slowly shook his head. What's truly terrifying isn't the people. Don't forget, this is a biological research institute. Let's go. He stood up sharply and moved toward the alloy door. Lin Mu and the others followed closely behind. The alloy door wasn't large, specially crafted from a unique alloy with tight seams, unbreakable by regular human strength. After observing for a moment, Fu Jingma tore off the vines covering the door. Since the door couldn't be opened from the outside, he pulled out his backpack and took out some miniature explosives, attaching them to the 4 corners. Boom! Hizei was showered with mud flung up by the explosion and saw Lin Mu pressed against Fu Jingma's chest instantly. His face fell immediately. Ugh! Brother Fu, you didn't give us a heads up. Fu Jingma helped Lin Mu stand up. Cracks appeared on the door. Then 2 black crystals were thrown straight into the cracks. And exploded violently. The alloy door was blasted open with brute force, leaving a large hole. Hold your breath. As he spoke, he covered half of Lin Mu's face with his hand, intently gazing into the darkness beyond. A strong, indescribable smell rushed out. It was like the summer heat melting a rotting garbage bin, putrid, rancid smells mixed with the pungent chemical odors of disinfectants. Ugh. Hizei dry heaved twice and hid behind Shen Rangshan, realizing that these two wouldn't care about his life or death. As the smell began to dissipate, Fu Jingma withdrew his hand. In sync, both men took out their flashlights and peered into the institute. Thanks to the high focus ability of their flashlights, they clearly saw the area where the entrance had been broken. Stacked there were 4 or 5 bodies. No, they should be called skeletons. Piled together. As if trying to claw their way through the door to escape. Chapter 124, Welcome to the Experiment. All around was quiet, the only sound of a nearby stream suddenly seeming amplified, causing an earache. Let's go in and take a look. Fu Jingma looked serious as he entered first. Hizei shook his head. What kind of strange things are in this ghostly place? Shen Rangshan glanced at the hand pulling on his clothes, pursed his lips, and refrained from saying anything. The 4 slowly moved forward, shining flashlights on some white bones on the ground, without a trace of flesh, and even with some small, peculiar scratches. It wasn't naturally decayed, it was eaten clean. Lin Mu nodded in agreement. Hizei rubbed his goosebumps. Geez, it eats people too. The institute's normal power supply was already damaged, but the emergency power source was still working, casting faint gray-white light from the emergency lights along the walls. On both sides were rooms about 30 to 40 square meters, with glass walls, the lower part frosted, the upper part fully transparent. Peering inside, they saw several metal workstations displayed in the middle along with many unnamed metal tools. It looked like some kind of dissection or treatment showcase. The glass room on the right was clearly a specimen room, steel shelves glowing with cold silver, all filled with formalin-soaked specimens. As the flashlight beam swept over them, the glass containers were full of strange items. Enormous eyes, hearts, kidneys, lungs, and completely intact, unidentifiable specimens from unknown animals. Without looking any longer, the 4 continued forward. Their target was a place like an archive room. Walking through the long corridor, the rooms at the back were no longer made of glass, not as unnerving anymore. Hizei and Fu Jingma walked ahead. At the end of the corridor was a staircase leading downward. They followed the stairs down. On both sides of the corridor, the ground was scattered with chaotic, incomplete white bones. Terrifying were the dark bloodstains and claw marks on the wall, as if scratched by a fierce beast. Upon reaching the first basement level, a black iron door slightly opened at the stairway entrance. Surroundings were extremely quiet, hearing nothing but the breathing of the 4. Hizei frowned. This is terrifying, let's chat instead. His words were met with silence, and he quietly closed his mouth, continuing to follow Fu Jingma forward. The first basement level seemed to be a laboratory, doors labeled Laboratory 1, 2, 3, moving forward one after another. Doors of the laboratories were reinforced with black iron grills. Evidently, they weren't researching anything harmless. At the end of the path stood another aluminum door. A large sign read, Dean's Laboratory, no entry. The thing they were searching for should be here. The door required iris and fingerprint recognition to open. Fu Jingma retrieved a black box from his backpack, pressed a few buttons, extending about a 2 cm silver piece. Holding the flashlight in his teeth, he fiddled with the iris scanner, smoothly inserting the silver piece into a small hole. In less than half a minute, the door slowly slid open. Vines dropped onto Lin Mu's palm, the four keeping their eyes on the opening door, prepared for an attack at any moment. The laboratory's full view gradually revealed itself, a room of at least 200 square meters. On the left side stood 3 large, icy steel experimental tables, while the right side closely resembled the specimen room upstairs, all glass incubation dishes. The flashlight beam flickered. Fu Jingma looked up reading the words hanging above, biological fusion incubation dish. The substances within the dishes were turbid, only showing clusters of meatballs, various sizes. The group couldn't help but wrinkle their brows, experiencing physiological disgust and discomfort. Behind the incubation dishes, adjacent to the wall, stood a huge freezer, its interior still emitting a pale cold light, indicating it was still functioning properly. Through the glass, they could see the amber that Fu Jingma was searching for. On the other side of the cabinet sat leather document pouches. "Let's get the stuff first," Fu Jingma spoke in a low tone, walking toward the freezer. Since entering, he had sensed something watching them. If possible, once they grabbed the item, they needed to leave immediately. He bent down and pulled out 2 silver cases from under the freezer. These cases were designed to temporarily hold amber. The instant the boxes were opened, the built-in reserve power source connected, immediately releasing coldness. Wasting no more time, Fu Jingma directly shattered the freezer's glass door with a black crystal. In similar fashion, Lin Mu and the others quickly began packing the items. While Hizei and Shen Rengshen shoved the documents from the cabinets entirely into their backpacks. This place gave them a really bad feeling, and they needed to leave as soon as possible. "Shit, hurry up. I feel my entire body tingling," Hizei said as he continued packing the amber without stopping. Once the amber was mostly packed, Fu Jingma closed the box. He and Lin Mu each carried one of the cases. "Watch out." As they turned around, Fu Jingma sharply warned, throwing his black blade. A rustling sound followed, striking against something dense in the air. Under the emergency lighting, it revealed countless blood-red-eyed bats. Hizei shone the flashlight on the ceiling, breaking into cold sweat instantly. The entire lab's roof was covered with hanging bats, some still asleep. The bats varied in size, the largest being nearly half a meter long. Fu Jingma's black blade had killed quite a few, but the rest landed atop the cabinets, their blood-red eyes tightly watching the group. They were clearly not normal bats, these creatures likely fed only on blood. Under the threat of Fu Jingma's weapon, they momentarily refrained from attacking. "Retreat." Fu Jingma's cold gaze remained fixed on the bats as he moved back step by step. The door to the lab was nearby. The 4 made no sound as they retreated, even restraining their breathing. Just as they neared the door, a piercing, screeching sound echoed like a damaged speaker. With that, the swarm of bats charged at the group, stirring up even those resting on the roof. Simultaneously, the doors of laboratories 1, 2, 3, slowly opened. "Ah, subjects have arrived, welcome to the experiment." An eerie voice came from a tiny speaker in the corner, dripping with sinister laughter. "Let my little things entertain you nicely." Several figures then darted inside from outside the laboratory doors, quickly crawling along the walls. Lin Mu focused on them, they resembled geckos or some strange kind of lizard. Yes, a lizard, or something. But their faces, they were unmistakably human faces. There were 3 of them. What the hell is this? Hizei couldn't help but curse, which idiot hides behind there and doesn't dare show himself. The speaker gave no response to his cursing, instead, the bats dove forward again with an overwhelming stench. Fu Jingma threw several black blades, splattering blood everywhere. 6 talismans glowed with golden light, flying into the air as Shen Rengshen quietly chanted, pinching them with 2 fingers. The talismans rapidly ignited with firelight. The bats naturally feared light, immediately avoiding the glowing talismans, which illuminated the whole space. While Fu Jingma and others fought off the bats, Lin Mu's whip of vines lashed toward the wall-clinging monstrosities. The lizard humans slithered backward along the wall, narrowly avoiding the vine whip. But the whip seemed to have its own will, wildly extending and ensnaring the creature. About to assist, Hizei noticed a square opening appearing in the wall nearby. Click, click. A sharp metallic sound resonated, and from the dark rectangular gap emerged a thin leg-like appendage resembling a black blade. Then another one. And another one. Chapter 125, Vine Upgrade. A shrill screech followed, as 8 legs emerged from the narrow square doorway and slowly stretched out. The black long legs bent in 2 folds, only as thick as 2 fingers, with a row of sharp spines on them. Where they gripped the wall, it was like needles piercing 1 centimeter deep into the wall. Connected to the giant belly was the upper half of a woman's body, her head emerging with a green-black face of a woman. Her lips were pitch black, and her appearance horrifying. From its mouth came a huffing sound, its completely black pupils fixated on the nearest Hizei. Hizei exclaimed, "What the heck? A spider demon." As soon as he finished speaking, the pointed long legs made a ding sound, piercing into the ground beside Hizei. Then the 8 legs swiftly advanced. Hizei rolled away from the spider woman, throwing back 2 ice arrows that flew towards the woman's face. Only the upper half of her looked vulnerable to attack. The spider's two front legs crossed in front of her body to block, water arrows colliding lightly against her thin legs. After reaching level 2, his water arrows had become incredibly hard, but despite the collision, none of the Spider-Woman's legs broke. Hizay tightened his expression and ran towards the steel control panel nearby. Lin Mu's vine whip entangled the leg of the last lizard man. With strength in his wrist, he violently swung, and the 2-meter-long lizard man was slammed onto a cold cabinet, glass shattering and creating a tremendous noise. The lizardman's skin was thick, even this didn't cause any penetration by the shards. It shook its head, palms pressed against the edge of the cabinet, then leapt to the top, staring down at Lin Mu from a higher position. The other 2 lizard men quickly regrouped, advancing toward Lin Mu in a triangular formation. Their cold blue eyes resembled huge glass balls, purely reptilian eyes, devoid of any human consciousness. The 3 lizard men rushed forward at high speed. Lin Mu whipped his vines, which coiled around an autopsy table. Twisting his waist, the cold steel dissection table soared sideways and collided with the lizard men. They neither dodged nor avoided, swinging their tails powerfully at the autopsy table. The great force made Lin Mu's palms numb with no sensation left within seconds. Gritting his teeth, not letting go even for a moment, Lin Mu pulled back his vines and created distance. Xiao Yuan tightly clenched something in his palm, while Lin Mu focused, a corner of his lip curling upward. Ha, just right to test the changes after absorbing the Python energy core. A murderous intent released from his cold brows, strange sounds coming from behind him, like the sound of plants breaking through soil, vines spreading. In an instant, over a dozen vines shot out from behind him, their sharp tips directly aiming at the 3 lizard men. They paused momentarily in midair. Amidst them stood the frail youth, tender green vines layering around him protectively. Then, carrying a sound akin to ripping through air, they rapidly charged towards the lizard men. Poo, pu pu. The sound of flesh being pierced rang repeatedly, as over a dozen vines tore through the tough skin of the lizard men, piercing into their bodies. Green, viscous blood flowed along the wounds. The vines flicked themselves in disdain, similar to Xiao Yuan's behavior, then retracted. Recalling the first time he used his powers, it had been much the same back then, he'd unconsciously overused all his energy. Now he could control it freely. Between evading the Spider-Woman, Hizay couldn't help but glance back and shouted, "What the heck, Mumu, how cool." Ding! Another hole was punctured into the ground, white spider webs falling like a hood. Water arrows penetrated through the gaps in the web, aiming for the Spider-Woman's eyes, Hizay swiftly moving aside to avoid the webs. Lin Mu glanced at him, shaking his head before looking for Fu Jingma's figure. Shenranchen's talismans made the swarm of bats gain no advantage, nearly cleaning them all up. Small paper figurines flew from Shenranchen's shoulder, leaping onto the Spider-Woman's back, firmly holding her head. Just this brief opportunity. Hizay let loose simultaneous water arrows, slicing across the neck of the Spider-Woman, blood spraying everywhere. The Spider-Woman fell dead to the ground. The entire lab was a mess. In the lulls between fighting, Fu Jingma had forcibly broken open a hidden door in the lab, searching for the person hiding behind everything. The 3 stepped over the scattered bat corpses on the ground, entering the dark, gaping doorway. Inside was a rather small space. Fu Jingma was standing lazily with his back facing them. But upon closer inspection, one would notice his posture was tense, never truly relaxed. Not far in front of him sat a man wearing glasses on a large dissection table. From his waist down, his body consisted of tentacles resembling those of an octopus, hanging down off the table and onto the floor. Different from the lizard men and the Spider-Woman, the man before them still possessed human consciousness, his upper body was clad in a white lab coat. Looking at Fu Jingma and the others, he let out a low, deranged laugh. Ha ha, failed experiments are indeed failures, utterly useless, not even able to kill a few abnormal humans. He raised his head, his gaze moving away from Fu Jingma and landing on Lin Mu instead. On a massive screen beside him, the live surveillance footage of their earlier fight played. His sticky eyes, like those of a venomous snake upon sighting its prey, were both repulsive and bone-chilling. TSK, your power is rather unique. Among all those test subjects injected with animal elements, while they failed to retain human consciousness, at least some managed to stay alive. But those who fused with mutated plants, none survived. You are the only one to successfully fuse with a plant. He spoke to himself as Lin Mu focused intently, noticing the name tag pinned on his left chest pocket of the lab coat. It read, Zhou Xiaofeng, which clearly matched the director's name they'd seen by the entrance. Humph, came a cold chuckle as Fu Jingma mocked him, a sardonic smile curling on his lips as he looked at the man on the dissection table. Professor Zhou, it seems your experiments aren't up to par. Zhou Xiaofeng ignored his mockery and shook his head. No experiments. I'm simply saving them. They're all sacrifices for scientific research. And you might say, there just aren't enough people here. Not nearly enough to allow me to complete my grand experiment. They finally understood, the death of everyone in this place could be attributed to this madman's hands. Those who hadn't fallen to zombies were slaughtered by someone of their own kind, a sorrowful fate indeed. Zhou Xiaofeng's tone grew increasingly fervent as he fixed Lin Mu with another glance. You, let me give it a try, allow me to extract your elemental chain, alright? His greedy eyes glinted as they locked onto Lin Mu. Extract my what? Your mom's an extraction. You're neither man nor beast, sick freak. Before Lin Mu could respond, Hizei spat back a string of curses. This lunatic showed no regard for human life. Not man. Not beast. Ha, ha ha ha. Zhou Xiaofeng lowered his gaze toward his tentacles, octopus-like appendages covered in suckers and mucus, coiled tightly together. These were the result of him successfully injecting himself with marine creature element chains. Idiots, you fools, you simply don't understand how incredible these legs are. Once I successfully researched the perfect element chain, the one not rejected by the human body, it'll save humanity. Thank you, but no thanks. Hizei shot another retort, causing Zhou Xiaofeng's face to darken immediately. Ignorant humans, you know nothing. If you know nothing, then die. A huge tentacle lashed out viciously, the falling slime making soft splatting noises as it hit the ground. Corrosion. Chapter 126, How dare you my people. However, before the tentacles could get close, Fu Jingma's black blade flew through the air. I've had it with you for a long time, how dare you my people. The power of a 4th-level mutated individual, how could Zhou Xiaofeng possibly block it, being even less than a biomutant? A clean cut, the tentacles were all sliced off and, thud, fell to the ground. Pfft, ha ha ha, isn't this just a joke? You're not even as good as a spider demoness. Hizei was laughing so hard he bent over, clutching his stomach, while Lin Mu even slightly curled his lips. Infusing only element chains without any support from our one element simply doesn't work. Those unconscious people outside, they might naturally become mutants. Without Zhou Xiaofeng's experiments, they would already have been a certain type of mutant by now. But, who knows what method Zhou Xiaofeng used, somehow, he managed to retain his consciousness. Looking at the easily severed tentacles, Zhou Xiaofeng's eyes widened in fury as he let out a shrill scream. To die, you must all die. Fu Jingma gave a cold laugh. To die, it is you. Without giving him a chance to speak further, the black blade shot out instantly, and Zhou Xiaofeng realized his death was inevitable. At the brink of death, all the tentacles rose and shielded himself in front, quickly pressing a few buttons on the machine beside him. The black blade split through the tentacles and chopped off half of his body. Hurry, go. Fu Jingma yelled furiously. Meanwhile, the lights flickered, emitting sharp, beep sounds. Such research institutes always have a self-destruct mode. If someone suddenly attacks and can't save valuable data, it will activate. The four didn't hesitate and rushed outward. However, when they reached the stairs, the originally ajar black iron door had closed. 10, 9. The countdown voice rang mechanically. This black door, made of some unknown material, couldn't be broken through immediately. Fu Jingma looked up and with force kicked open the adjacent lab, letting 2 black blades hit the wall. Rubble flew everywhere as the wall broke into a large hole, revealing the upward staircase beyond. Indeed, only he could think of such a solution in such times. Most people would fall into a fixed mindset and keep trying to deal with that door. The group drilled through the hole, striding up the stairs and running back toward the way they came. 4, 3. The 4 ran incredibly fast, crossing the corridor of the first floor. The broken alloy doors were already in sight, with dim light appearing outside. With no time for other thoughts, Lin Mu absorbed the boxes held by the 2 others into his spatial pocket. Boom. The explosion sound chased after them like shadows, making the corridor violently tremble. Tongues of fire shot out, and stones began to fall. Fu Jingma pulled Lin Mu's arm forcefully, releasing surprising agility as he leapt forward, directly dashing through the main gate. Boom, boom. The entire research institute collapsed like dominoes, with flames shooting high and raising hot waves several dozen meters, sand and rock scattering everywhere. Lin Mu was tightly pressed beneath Fu Jingma, protected in his arms. The 2 lay down on the lush grass until the explosions gradually ceased before lifting their heads. Are you alright? Lin Mu asked, looking at the person above him. Fu Jingma tightened his arms, tilting his gaze with a hint of deep meaning. If you move, you'll be in trouble. Phew phew phew, Hizei crawled up from the grass, spitting the sand and dust from his mouth, then reached out to pull Shenrengchen to his feet. Damn it, almost got buried alive. Their clothes were stained with all sorts of dirty things, and Shenrengchen frowned as he started patting down his garments. Lin Mu pushed Fu Jingma up, turned around, and saw that the semi-hidden underground research institute had caved in. The flames were smothered by dirt and gravel, gradually extinguished because the stream water surged back inside. As the moon rose, the clear mountain moonlight illuminated the surroundings. What's happening to the animals in the mountains? Lin Mu pondered. They might have eaten some excrement or failed experimental subjects thrown away by these test bodies, Fu Jingma replied, walking close behind him. Since they weren't experts in these fields, this was the best explanation they could come up with. Fu Jingma returned to his usual easygoing state, speaking up. Alright, we're done, let's go eat. All 4 were covered in a foul smell and various sticky fluids, reds and greens mixed together, having rolled around in the explosive dust, truly leaving little appetite for food. Especially Shenrengchen, whose furrowed brow indicated he couldn't say a word. Following their path back, they found a wide stone beach by the stream and took out 2 large buckets from the spatial pocket. Hizei filled them with water. The group hurriedly cleaned themselves up, with Fu Jingma holding a small plastic basin to pour water over Lin Mu. Under the cool moonlight, Lin Mu's skin shone pale white. A gust of wind caused tiny bumps all over his body as he slightly trembled. Fu Jingma pulled him to the side, shielding him from the mountain breeze. "Let me wash you first." Aberrants weren't very susceptible to cold, and this wind left him unfazed, even making him feel warm looking at Lin Mu's body. Water poured down his back, and Lin Mu gritted his teeth against the chill, thinking how great it would be if Hizei could conjure some hot water. The person behind edged closer. "Still cold." Warm breath tickled his ear as Lin Mu swallowed. "I'm fine." Or, "Let your big brother finish washing you quickly." A quick elbow sent Lin Mu forward a bit as he bent over to hastily wipe himself down. The sight of his lithe waist made Fu Jingma involuntarily lick his lips. TSK, last time in Wuxia when he was helping clean Lin Mu's body, he should have pinched a few more times. Thankfully, there wouldn't be anyone within dozens of miles, so the 4 quickly washed naked wearing only their underwear. As the night deepened, they simply prepared to rest here for the night. They started a fire and hung an iron pot over it. The animals in this mountain were not edible. Lin Mu rummaged out a few canned luncheon meats, fried them with oil, and tossed a couple of sunny-side-up eggs on the side before pouring water and adding noodles into a large pot. All had exhausted much physical strength and were starving. As soon as the food was cooked, they gathered around the pot and ate enthusiastically. After dinner, Fu Jingma had someone take out the documents from the backpack. While digging out the materials, Hizei curiously asked, "Brother Fu, your mission isn't that hard, right? Could it be, we're just too badass?" Fu Jingma glanced at him sideways and flipped through the materials. Securing the data is only the first step, traversing a city riddled with zombies and delivering it to Fengcheng is where the real challenge lies. His pupils glimmered under the moonlight with a hint of coldness. Besides, many people want these items. Don't let your guard down. Hizei's face drooped reluctantly. All right. Handing over the documents to him, Hizei dutifully went off to set up the tent while Shen Rangchen drew talismans by the moonlight nearby. The documents contained information about biological research and results. Looking at the hybridization of different species of organisms, neither of them showed much interest. Are these experiments good or bad? Lin Mu muttered absently after a pause, as though talking to himself. Fu Jingmo resealed the documents and turned his head to look at him seriously. Whether good or bad, someone always has to do it. Only, Zhou Xiaofeng has already crossed the line. Yeah, let me keep them. They'll be safe in my space pocket. Fu Jingmo looked at him intently, his expression solemn. But then, you won't be safe, Lin Mu. The latter raised his head and smiled faintly. Yes, so please, Fu team leader, take good care of me. That smile dazzled him momentarily. Glancing at the other two briefly, he confirmed no one was watching this way. Yes, I'll protect you. Protect you for the rest of my life. Saying this, he leaned and swiftly and lightly pecked Lin Mu's lips, shaking his head while sighing. Alas, it's only your big brother who's unnamed and unsung, yet still sticking by you. Lin Mu chuckled, propping his chin with one hand and tilting his head to look at him while his half-dry hair danced lightly in the wind. Unlike Fu Jingma who could speak freely without hesitation, Lin Mu found it difficult to bring up that the two of them were now together. Chapter 127, Plunder. Big brother Fu, Mu, the tent is set up. Hizei waved as if claiming credit, and Lin Mu got up and went over. Let's rest early. Come on, Mu can go release some water before coming back to sleep. Behind the pebble beach was a dense forest. The moonlight was blocked by branches and leaves, and it couldn't shine through, leaving everything pitch black. Hizei felt uneasy in his heart. Let's go. The two walked into the woods. Fu Jingma watched Lin Mu's silhouette, stepped forward and shouted loudly, I'm coming too. After taking care of their biological needs and walking back for a while, Fu Jingma stopped Lin Mu. Winking at him, the two left Hizei who was still looking down and walked ahead, then darted behind a tree. Lin Mu's thin figure was pressed against the trunk by Fu Jingmo. Looking up, Lin Mu asked curiously, what's wrong? Nothing much, it's time for a bedtime chat. He supported himself with one hand on the tree trunk, while using the other hand to pinch Lin Mu's cheek, remembering his words asking him for protection earlier, deepening his smile. TSK, how soft is our Mu's face? As they touched temperatures, Lin Mu smiled but did not stop him. He reached into his pocket and took out a strawberry-flavored candy, peeled off the wrapper, and placed it in Lin Mu's mouth. Huh, big brother Fu gives you special treatment. Did you wash your hands? TSK, I intentionally didn't touch the candy, knowing how delicate you are. Lin Mu looked at him smilingly, he wondered what else this mouth could blurt out shamelessly. In the past, he didn't know that when they first met in the courtyard, he thought he was a soldier. The taste of the strawberry candy slowly spread across his tongue. Fu Jingma moved closer, is it delicious? Yes, it is. Then can big brother Fu get special treatment? Fu Jingma snorted, suddenly reached out, holding him around the waist with both hands, exerting some force and pushed him against the tree trunk, lifting him slightly off the ground. Lin Mu. A dominant kiss fell, the lips were slightly dry, yet unexpectedly tender. He mumbled as he walked onto the stone beach and discovered the two hadn't followed up. Come on, let's sleep. Shen Rangchen picked up the talisman and glanced at the sky. It was time to sleep. Dusty, won't they be carried away by some animal? Thinking about the animals in the mountain, He shook his head. Animals capable of carrying them away probably don't exist yet. Hurry up, or you won't enter tonight. I'm coming, why are you so rude? How will you find a wife in the future? Shut up. The night grew deeper, there wasn't a sound in the woods, except for their somewhat heavy breathing. Lin Mu pushed the person aside who resembled a dog. His collarbone was bitten with several marks, not light nor heavy. Let's go back. The latter contentedly licked the corner of his lips. Alright, let's go back and sleep. The next day, they quickened their pace, exiting the forest before dark. Once on the car, they headed towards the next location. From Yichang City to Fengcheng, the group had covered half the distance, entering the northern region of Z country. The weather was also getting colder. After an hour of driving, they reached the county marked on the map. The population of the county was not small, and the density of zombies on the streets increased. The roads were filled with blackened corpses, the smell of decay was nauseating. Both sides of the shop's windows were shattered, display cabinets overturned. Several zombies aimlessly wandered around further ahead. Upon seeing the vehicle, they stupidly turned their heads and ran towards it screaming. Fu Jingma slammed the accelerator, with several bangs, crashing and scattering them away. No need for supplies, the SUV roared past, stirring up plastic bags flying around the street. A horde of clawing and roaring zombies, faces rotten, closely followed behind. They quickly fell back. At night, the car stopped by the roadside. That day, they hadn't seen a single living soul on the road. After passing through a county and several villages, without exception, there were countless zombies everywhere. Fu Jingma lazily leaned against the body of the car, his tall and handsome figure highlighted by the firelight. His legs, encased in military boots and camouflage pants, appeared strong and powerful. When he lowered his head, his thick eyelashes drooped a little, casting a shadow beneath. His fingers lightly cracked the joints as he held the black box and examined it. After a while, he tossed it back into his pocket. Looking serious, he gazed toward the distance, where endless darkness lay. Lin Mu threw another piece of wood into the campfire, handed the spoon to He, and stood up heading towards the car. What's wrong? The dawn operation is about to begin. The weather is getting colder, and the Academy of Sciences research indicates that cold weather will affect the mobility of zombies. All forces in Fengcheng will be reorganized into teams. From north to south, we will penetrate deep into the city for clearance. Isn't that great? If Fengcheng still had spare strength to clear out zombies, it was evident that Fengcheng had developed much better than they imagined. Fu Jingma turned his head and looked at him, a hint of apology flashing in his deep eyes. This means that when I arrive at Fengcheng, I will also have to join the dawn operation, maybe even go to the most challenging cities. Lin Mu, I apologize. The peaceful life you envisioned in Fengcheng might not come true. Lin Mu smiled, his gaze gentle. It will come true. When we bring this world back to normal, you just do your work and don't worry about me. His eyes shone with starlight, but what made one's heart beat faster was the deep-seated trust and support beneath them. If you were a person who only sought comfort and pleasure, we wouldn't have come this far, right? From Jiaoshan until now, what had progressively attracted him to this man was never peace and quiet. The tense expression relaxed as the heart softened from simple words. Fu Jingma lowered his head, gritted his teeth and muttered. Fuck, I want to kiss you. Why don't you then? Captain Fu. He wore an open and slightly cunning smile, pulling at something deep within. Fu Jingma suddenly felt that his self-control, which had been first class over these years, crumbled entirely under Lin Mu's presence, unable to hold up in the slightest. He reached out, hooked Lin Mu's long neck, pulled him close, and bent down to take control. The passionate kiss was filled with undeniable force. A clatter resounded as the stainless steel spoon fell to the ground. Oh shit, burning. He sprang up and loudly exclaimed, let go, stop, you audacious rogue, let go of my Mu. Fu Jingma chuckled lowly, letting Lin Mu go, indicating it's time for him to handle this. You, damn it, it must be you forcing Mu. As he prepared to rush forward, Shen Rangchen picked up the spoon behind him and grabbed his collar, frowning at the mud on the spoon. Give me some water, I need to clean this. Little duster, didn't you see? Brother Fu is taking advantage of Mu. He tried to wiggle free from the hand gripping his neck. Let go, let me go and kill him. Plundering by brute force, disregarding the law, oppressing and dominating women. Let me go. Shen Rangchen glanced at both of them and said, Mu seems willing. He's gaze moved from Fu Jingma back to Lin Mu standing nearby. Mu, you must be forced. We can fight against him. Don't be afraid. Lin Mu's face flushed faintly red. He cleared his throat, walked towards the fire pit, and said, don't fool around anymore, it's time to eat. This method was quite good, saving him the trouble of explaining. Fu Jingma raised his chin towards He, quickened his steps, and placed his arm around Lin Mu's shoulder. Then he leaned in and planted a loud smooch on Lin Mu's cheek. You. Hizay was on the verge of tears, turning around and squatting down. No questions, if asked, it would be like seeing a cabbage getting ravaged by pigs, all happening right under his nose. Chapter 128, Sudden Change. The meat in the pot had been stewed to tender softness, releasing its aroma. The group sat by the bonfire, with Hizay alone, his lonely and sorrowful figure crouching aside. Shen Rangchen pulled him up, sit properly and eat. Lin Mu amusingly dished out a bowl of rice, poured 2 spoonfuls of meat soup, and handed it to Hizay as a gesture of comfort. Go ahead, tell me what I don't know yet. Wah, do we have a kid? How many months? Boy or girl? The emotionally charged person started rambling nonsensically. Are you crazy? Can I give birth or can he? That's true. Hizay sniffled, glaring at Fu Jingma before stuffing another piece of meat into his mouth, deciding to digest this all himself for now. It's true, the two of you sleep together every night. It's all my fault. I should have slept with you. Wah, that's why you bought him strawberry milk. I keep telling you, he's just like the little girl downstairs who delivers breakfast to the dormitory. Old man, your intentions are not good. Hizay took a bite of meat, muttering under his breath while sitting across from Fu Jingma who couldn't take it anymore and glared at him. Do you want to be spanked? I'm 23, Mumu is 25, you're 26. Hizay snorted after being mocked, young but bold. Indeed, younger men not calling their elders brother must surely have wild thoughts. Then he bypassed Shen Rangchen and sat beside Lin Mu, lecturing him earnestly. Mumu, even though you two are together, you still need to protect yourself. Some people look proper enough on the outside, Lin Mu smiled and continued eating, not stopping him. After all, this matter was initially concealed by him, so he allowed Hizay time to process it. And by the way, when did you start liking men? Didn't you used to like girls? What about the girl who always ranked second in exams, something Ying? What about the braid-wearing girl who sat next to you in junior high? The meat Lin Mu was holding slipped off the chopstick and fell back into the bowl as he nervously glanced at Fu Jingma, talking nonsense. I never liked anyone. They're all rumors. All right then, if you say so, then it's settled. Unexpectedly, Hizay closed his mouth and began eating his meat sadly. Lin Mu bore the resentful gaze directed at him, pretending to stay calm. As night fell, someone inside the tent had bruised ribs. Huh? What's this about the braid-wearing little girl? And the one who ranked second? Looks like our Lin Xiaomu is quite popular, isn't he? Lin Mu gritted his teeth, batting away the mischievous hand. SSS, stop it, please, let me defend myself. No, let me explain. The car kept moving north toward Fengcheng. Along the way, they avoided entering safe zones and tried to go around the edges of the cities. Besides road conditions, they didn't waste much time. The farther north they approached, the colder the weather became. Lin Mu added a windbreaker over his camouflage uniform. Out of everyone in the car, only he was cold sensitive, but luckily, Hizay somehow convinced himself. Accepting the fact that Lin Mu indeed shared a bed with Fu Jingma. Heartbroken, he patted Lin Mu's shoulder advising him to hold his own ground and not get bullied. Passing by a gas station, despite no signs of zombies, the group still got out to rummage through everything. None were complaining about too many supplies. Hizay inspected the fuel hose, it was completely empty. Everything in the convenience store had already been looted long ago. Lin Mu sucked on a strawberry candy Fu Jingma gave him. After a circle of searching, Lin Mu emerged holding 2 half-empty bags of salt from under the shelves. After finding another bag, he neatly packed them away into their storage space. Let's go, there's nothing else here. It must have been plundered countless times by survivors long ago. They walked back towards the vehicle one after another. Whoosh! In an instant, before Lin Mu could react, a powerful force swiftly grabbed him and rolled him out of harm's way, flinging out a black blade rapidly. In the flash of an eye, Lin Mu looked up and saw where he'd stood moments before now deeply marked with a bullet hole drilled into the cement floor. F***K. Fu Jingma's eyes darkened with chilliness as he hauled Lin Mu up and sharply stared at the second floor of the gas station. Suddenly, more than a dozen people appeared in all the windows on the second floor, each armed with a gun, aiming at them. Upon hearing, Hizay and Shen Rangchen quickly joined them, standing side by side. Shen Rangchen moved his nose slightly and whispered, concealment talismans. Wow, Master Shen really has deep cultivation, they heard a voice laugh. A man walked out from the window, dressed in a deep blue Taoist robe, his white beard lending him an air of being somewhat divine and ethereal. However, his inverted triangular eyes were cunning and repulsive, belying his supposed moral demeanor. Shen Rangchen did not respond to his words, nor could he remember who this was. With over a dozen gun barrels pointed at them, Fu Jingma gave a cold laugh, his lips curling in a smile as a glint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. He turned his head and tossed 2 words, do you know him? I don't. Shen Rangchen shook his head. The people on the second floor seemed completely unaware of the danger, continuing, Master Shen truly forgets many things due to high status. If you don't want to die, follow me. Behind him stood 3 mutants, and over a dozen guns. These people wouldn't amount to much trouble. Fu Jingma sneered again, and before anyone could react, he threw out a flash of black blades. Instantly, blood blossomed on the chests of those on the second floor. In the ensuing chaos, gunfire erupted, firing indiscriminately downwards. The group dived and rolled behind nearby vehicles for cover while Shen Rengchen hurled several talismans of 5 thunders. The modified talismans shot towards the second floor, exploding with a thunderous boom. Another round of cries followed. Stop. A voice came from under the window. Fu Jingma slapped the car and leapt atop it with astonishing speed, dodging a bullet midair. He grabbed hold of the outer air conditioning unit and nimbly scaled up. Hanging in midair, he delivered a sweeping kick, sending 2 men flying with an audible crunch of broken ribs under the impact of his iron-hard boots. He then seized the Taoist cowering under the window, his 5 fingers gripping around the man's throat. Who should stop? With the man as a shield, Fu Jingma jumped down to the first floor. The remaining attackers dared not fire again, nervously poking their heads out from the windows. Once reunited, Fu Jingma threw the man to the ground, the bearded stinky Taoist coughing out a mouthful of blood. No, don't kill me. Your people are in our hands. He trembled, speaking incoherently. Who sent you? Fu Jingma applied force underfoot, grinding the man's chest, causing another gush of blood from his mouth. Ah. Bai. Bai, Master Bai. You're 113, someone is in our hands, release me quickly. Fu Jingma's eyes darkened. With a disdainful laugh, he launched a powerful kick that sent the man crashing against the wall, rendering him lifeless. It was too close, just now, if the bullet had been even slightly slower, it would have hit Lin Mu. Good. Very good. Bai Ying. Chapter 129, Brother Fu is the most powerful. After forcing out the location of the White Eagle base and dealing with the remaining individuals, Jingma Fu and Mu Lin returned to the car to look at the map. Rengchen held to the principle of not wasting anything and inspected the bodies on the ground. With delicate fingers pinching a few talismans, his left hand rested behind him while his right hand launched several spells. Then, he drew another spell in the air in one fluid motion. Dragon sword and phoenixes danced as the golden talisman struck the flying ones before colliding with the corpses. The talismans ignited upon contact with the bodies, creating a mysterious blue flame tinged with a touch of green. It burned faster than before. He, seeing this for the first time, stood aside with wide eyes. Despite the frightening nature of it all, Shen performed it calmly. In comparison to the smelly old Taoist priest, Duschen was ethereal and transcendent, possessing an air of otherworldly grace and power. The smell emitted by the burning was unbearable. Rengchen waved his hand and released another talisman, which effectively neutralized the foul odor in the air. What do you think? As they got into the car, Mu Lin pulled out the map and asked. Jingma Fu furrowed his brow. Like himself, Bai Ying had been injected with the R1 virus and they were separately researched on. Hence, Fu did not know what kind of superpower Bai Ying possessed. When we were in Wu City, Tang Wen mentioned that Bai Ying and I were the only 2 level 3 mutants. There were also 2 level 2 mutants from my team 113 who likely entered the Chang River base this time. Chang River? Yes. His secure area is located in Changjiang City. Mu Lin pondered, Chang River is a big city. He wanted to take us away, what could be the reason? Uncertain, but based on what those men said earlier, Lord Bai Ying, and test field, it suggests that Bai Ying, just like Zhou Xiaofeng who fears death not, is conducting some experiments. It's not hard to understand. After all, in the end times, power represents everything, and someone like Bai Ying would naturally seek absolute power. Jingma Fu showed disdain in his eyes. Even if one craves power, being controlled by such desires, losing principles and bottom lines, can such a person still be called human? Are they any different from the zombies that eat people? Lin's soft bang swayed gently with the wind entering through the car window as he stared intently at the map. His finger landed on the map as he spoke thoughtfully, we're here now. Taking the Chang'e Expressway, we should reach the Changjiang City in less than half a day. However, Changjiang City is vast, so where might the safe zone be? Lost in thought, Lin instinctively tapped his forefinger lightly, a recent little habit discovered by Jingma Fu. Huh, little Woody, Fu teased. Hearing his nickname, Lin looked up. Fu's rough finger grazed the side of his face, rubbing the pale skin slightly, not even asking brother whether he wants to go, have you decided on your own? Lin smiled, because I know you will go. You wouldn't abandon your teammates, and wherever you go, I will follow. Besides, this Bai Ying wants to capture us, not just you. Are you not letting me get revenge? Hee, good reasons, impossible to argue against. Fu leaned in and pecked his lips gently, returning to the topic at hand. The Changjiang City is one of the northern cities with the largest population, which means there are the most zombies here too. But I don't believe that Changjiang has only one force led by Bai Ying. Lin nodded in agreement, what you say makes sense. Perhaps we can find other forces and form alliances. Right. Fu laughed, approval and pride evident in his eyes, now the most important thing is to understand the current situation in Changjiang City. Let's go. Leave here first and find somewhere to rest. We'll set off early tomorrow morning. Calling Hizay and Shenrengchen to get in the car. Wow man, Woody, Duschen is so cool. Zay shook his tail wagging and sat down in the back seat. Lin glanced backward. Shen was carefully placing a small porcelain bottle into a blue cloth bag. He is indeed amazing. Hearing the compliment, Shen nodded approvingly, agreeing, after reaching level 2, I am truly powerful. Fu started the vehicle. Their position has already been exposed by Bai Ying's men, so tonight they need to find a more secluded spot to rest. Duschen, was that man earlier also a Taoist master? Shen lifted his head, leaning closer to Mu Lin. I remember now. I think I met him at a Taoist friend exchange conference once. He should have been the abbot of some temple. At that time, he was speaking to everyone, and I thought his Taoist magic skills were quite mediocre, worse than my junior disciples. So, I offered some advice. Unexpectedly, he got angry and scolded me. To refuse to learn humbly, it's no wonder he hasn't improved much since then. Shenrengchen spoke with utmost seriousness, even shaking his head, presenting a face of deep disappointment, truly inviting laughter. Lin Mu could easily imagine the irksome scene back then, no wonder that Taoist master resented him to this day. Absolutely, little Dusty, when it comes to annoying people, you're number one, Hizay gave a thumbs up, conceding utterly. Shenrengchen arched an eyebrow, proudly nodding his chin a little in acceptance of the compliment. Without further jests, Lin Mu spoke up, we've decided to go to Kongjiang City and see what exactly White Eagle is up to. What do you think? What's there to think? This stinky White Eagle, I'll pluck every feather off him, turning him into an ugly vulture. I'm going too. That Taoist is there, I want to see if my little disciple is around. Before the apocalypse, because I didn't want to attend another dull meeting, my little disciple went alone, in Changjiang City. We still don't know what White Eagle's power is, but it's certainly stronger than anyone we've seen. We absolutely can't let our guard down. Take good care of yourselves. Though the decision was made, Lin Mu still had some worries on his mind. Both White Eagle and Fu Jingma were injected with the R1 agent, their abilities starting at level 3, now who knows to what extent they have developed. Wrong. Hizay stretched out a finger, wagging it, Brother Fu is the strongest. The driver snickered, suddenly remembered yesterday someone called me an old man and wanted to beat me. Hizay leaned his head over flatteringly, but things are different now, Brother Fu, we need to unite against the external threats. Joking banter helped dissipate some concerns among everyone as the car slowly moved forward. Night fell. They stopped in a place dense with lush grass and trees, driving directly behind a big tree. No cooking fire was lit, they casually ate something, without setting up tents. In the car, they could leave whenever anything happened. The small paper figure climbed onto the canopy of the tall tree, keeping watch for everyone. Shenrengchen took his spot in the passenger seat as Fu Jingma pulled the car door open, pulling Hizay to the front too. Brother Fu, we're still here, you can't do anything. Ouch. Hizay, drunk-mindedly muttered, Mumu, scream if there's danger, we can't let Brother Fu. Before he finished his sentence, a talisman was stuck on his back, completely silencing him. Lowering the backrest, Fu Jingma embraced the person and closed his eyes. Chapter 130, Hualin Scenic Area, 2000 m. That night was relatively peaceful, except for a few zombies that loitered by and were dealt with by the little paper figure. It could only be said that the population of Changjiang City was truly large. Even in places so far from the city, stray zombies still appeared. As dawn broke, golden sunlight filtered through layers of clouds and fell upon the earth. A gentle breeze swept over grass as tall as a person, causing it to sway lightly with a rustling sound. The group had already woken up, refreshed after exiting the car, and looked at the several zombie corpses lying nearby. Shenrengchen beckoned to the little paper figure. Good job, he said while petting its head. After eating something casually, they set off in the car. It was a half-day journey, and if the road conditions were good, they would reach Changjiang City in the afternoon. Lin Mu drove the car, while the other three used their time to cultivate their psychic abilities. The sun was shining brightly, dispersing much of the winter's coldness. He looked at the road ahead. He vaguely felt that it hadn't rained since the apocalypse began. If this continued, how many places would be drought-stricken by next summer? Changjiang City. The entire city was completely packed with zombies. There were countless of them on the streets, like a giant crouching beast covered in hair like zombies. On the edge of the city, a small town, there were a few people quietly searching for supplies. The condition downtown was such that even powerful mutants dared not enter. Thus, the surrounding small towns or scattered villages and gas stations became repeated targets for supply searches. In the center of the town stood a boy with his hands clasped behind his back, his posture upright. Though looking no older than 15 or 16, his face bore an expression of seriousness. A blue cloth bag hung diagonally across his shoulder. Guanju, everything has been scavenged here, there is no food. A similar-aged child ran out, his little face dirty. Hearing this, young Guanju frowned deeply. They had to find more food. The supplies within the scenic area had all been taken away. If they didn't find more soon, the younger kids wouldn't last long. Search again, anything edible will do. Guanju entered another house, thoroughly searching everywhere inside. On the stairs were 2 decapitated zombie corpses, which he kicked aside. No drawers, cabinets, or even spaces under beds were spared from his search, but this house, having been plundered countless times, left not even a crumb of food. Ah! Help! Help me! A scream echoed from downstairs. Guanju flipped himself down the stairs, shouting, "Be quiet." However, the noise had already attracted the attention of zombies surrounding the house. Dozens of them rushed toward it. There were only 3 of them, children just 15 or 16 years old who usually stealthily scoured the area for food. This time, due to desperation, they ventured into the town. Seeing so many zombies, the children immediately lost their composure and forgot the rule against loud cries. Inside. To the upper floor. Zombies lurched forward grotesquely. Guanju bit his tongue to force himself to stay calm. The last house they searched had been free of zombies. The other 2 quickly obeyed, rushing into the house. Quickly. Guanju. Guanju took a small bell out of the blue cloth bag. The copper bell, reminiscent of one used in rituals, had a hand grip above, and below, round copper plates dangled. Shaking it, the copper bell emitted a pale golden glow, its sound clear and eerie enough to send chills down one's spine. The approaching zombies oddly froze mid-step. Seizing the few seconds, Guanju swiftly turned and ran back inside, yelling, "Quick, shut the door." The 2 children shut the wooden doors on either side and shoved furniture around the room in front of the entrance. "Hurry. Check that all windows are closed, all doors securely shut. Go upstairs." Guanju calmly commanded. Just as he finished speaking, the zombies outside had reached the front door and started ferociously pounding it. The houses in the small town still used wooden doors. Tables and chairs wouldn't hold long. The 3 children ran upstairs. Though obedient, apart from Guanju, the other 2 children were now terrified, their wide eyes filled with tears, stammering, "Gu. Guanju. Will we die?" Guanju's solemn young face shook his head. "My master said, when faced with danger, don't panic. Stay calm and think of a way." They found a room with decent doors to hide in, closing the door behind them. This was a bedroom. Guanju glanced around and said, "Pull the bed over to block the door." The 2 kids wiped their tears and did as he said. The sound of zombies pounding on the door downstairs was clearly audible. Guanju peeked out the window. Because of the commotion earlier, on the streets of the distant small town, horrifying zombies wobbled in endless streams toward this direction. The warm sunlight brought no comfort, Guanju only felt bone-chilling coldness envelop his body. The small hand at his side trembled slightly then clenched tightly into a fist. "What should we do now, master?" The vehicle continued heading towards Zhangjiang. After exiting the expressway, they decided to circle around first. The closer they got to Zhangjiang City, the more zombies there were on the road. There was no need to guess that it would be impossible to enter the city area. The downtown areas of Wushi and Yichang were already crammed with zombies. The only place that fared slightly better was Mountain City. But Zhangjiang lacked the geographical advantage of Mountain City, so it wouldn't be much better. If there were survivor bases or any forces, they could only survive by securing areas on the outskirts of the city such as villages, factories, and small towns. No longer focusing on cultivation, they all helped Lin Mu keep an eye on the surrounding conditions. Zombies occasionally appeared on the asphalt roads. "I wonder where that Buying is hiding." Hizay dragged his chin, gazing outside the car window, and shot a water arrow through a zombie's head. "I think we should find a place to wait. Information about Buying will likely come soon." Fu Jingmao looked at the map and said, "The black box positioning is already in Zhangjiang. They'll know I've arrived here and give me updates on Buying. Let's check. It's best if we find somewhere with survivors so we can gather some information." The car kept moving until the sky darkened. They had scouted 2 villages but found nothing. Up ahead, a fork in the road appeared. A worn wooden sign read, "Hualin Scenic Area 2000 m. Scenic Area? Do you think anyone might be hiding there? Such scenic spots weren't far from cities, usually weekend or short-trip destinations ideal for self-driving tours. It's not impossible. Let's take a look. The car turned onto the small road and drove toward the scenic area. Chapter 131, Heart of Kindness. The path was a dirt road that hadn't been repaired yet. The road conditions were terrible, full of potholes. The car barely made its way through, and there were quite a few loose rocks on the road. Presumably, the scenic area up ahead was an undeveloped mountain forest. After driving for about 10 minutes, the narrow road gradually widened. At the foot of the mountain lay a vast open space with 2 unfinished wooden houses and a winding stream nestled between 2 mountains. Following the stream and at the base of the mountain stretched a long wooden corridor, with wooden handrails extending alongside the river. It was a very ordinary small scenic spot. People usually just walked along the wooden corridor by the river to enjoy the mountain scenery. But now, as twilight descended, only the sound of water and the occasional cry of a bird filled the air, making it feel desolate and vast. The group parked their car without rushing to get out. "Mr. Fu, will there really be anyone here?" Hizay poked his head out to take a look. The surrounding mountains were grayish-green, it would soon be dark. This transitional time between day and night felt particularly uncomfortable, damp and gloomy. Fu Jingma focused his attention and amidst the sound of the flowing stream, he heard faint weeping from a child. It's inside. He pointed toward the wooden corridor with the hand resting on the car window. Let's go then, and check it out. All right. Parking the car to the side, the group got out and walked inwards. The cold wind brought damp mist towards them as they moved deeper into the mountains. As they drew closer, Hizei and others also began to hear the crying of a child. What the heck, is there something weird here? It's a living person. Lin Mu's expression turned serious as he realized that it wasn't just one child but more than one. They turned around a corner and saw another wooden house similar to the ones before, surrounded by bamboo fencing. The crying came from within. Approaching further, knowing it was humans, Hizei lost his fear and ran forward, knocking on the door. Is anyone home? Is anyone home? From inside, an angry voice replied, no one is here. No food either. Go away. Go far away. It was an elderly man's voice. Hello, we don't need food. We just need a place to stay. The bamboo gate couldn't close tightly. Saying this, Hizei pushed the gate open and went inside. An old man appeared in the room, holding a stick, his face unwelcoming. What do you guys want? There's only me and a few children here. Not a single morsel of food available. He was roughly 60 to 70 years old, lean, with white beard and hair. He wore a black cotton coat and seemed to still be physically healthy. Among the four people, apart from Lin Mu and Shen Rengchen, the other two were tall with piercing eyes and somewhat thug-like, not exactly appearing friendly. Lin Mu pulled Hizei back a bit, took a step forward, and said gently, Old sir, we're just passing by and aren't lacking food. We just need a place to stay for the night. The old man looked them over for a while, noticing Lin Mu's gentle demeanor and realizing that none of them looked starved, eventually relaxing slightly and putting down the stick in his hand. Even if these people were determined to rob, he could do nothing to stop them. Sai, how come Guanju has not returned yet? You can stay if you want. There are a few empty rooms here, but this large room on the first floor is ours. Don't come in. Okay, thank you. Lin Mu smiled, reached out, grabbed Hizei, and took 2 packets of biscuits from his backpack, handing them to the old man. Looking at those 2 packets of biscuits, the old man immediately accepted them and hugged them close, as if afraid they would change their minds. You're free to help yourselves. With these 3 words, the old man turned around and entered the room. A short while later, the sound of plastic packaging being torn and quiet voices of the children talking could be heard. Grandpa Lu, it's so good. Have some. The grandpa isn't hungry. You eat. The 4 of them naturally heard everything clearly, which caused them to sigh involuntarily. Too many people were struggling to survive in this post-apocalyptic world. They couldn't save everyone, but they would give their best when they encountered situations like this. Look around. After Fu Jingma spoke, he inspected the surroundings. The house had 4 rooms both upstairs and downstairs. There was nothing inside the rooms, except for 1 or 2 solitary tables left there, probably not intended for use as bedrooms. There were no signs of other human presence nearby, making it relatively safe. Hizei, start a fire. I'll go to the car and fetch some food. Lin Mu headed outside because it was inconvenient to retrieve items from the spatial storage when there were people present. It had become completely dark, so he stepped out of the small courtyard. Fu Jingma glanced once, then followed him with his leg movements, holding his hand in the warmth of his broad palm, walking shoulder to shoulder. What's wrong? Not happy. Lin Mu's lips twitched. Nothing, it's just that I feel the world has become like this. I wonder how many people are struggling to survive in such hidden corners. He sighed, and Fu Jingma stopped him, supporting his hands on the wooden corridor, confining him within the space between his arms. Behind them was the sound of flowing stream water. Fu Jingma leaned down to look at him. Hey, don't be like this. Humans are the most adaptable creatures. Even now, they'll fight to live. And besides, look, they're hiding here but still manage to meet us. Perhaps those who hide elsewhere will also encounter others who still harbor goodwill. The country has sent people to search cities and villages. The survivors will get help. With all these words he spoke one after another, his dark eyes were filled with a certainty that inspires trust. The oppression in Lin Mu's heart dissipated somewhat as he softly said, Fu Jingma, why are you always so rational and calm? I wouldn't be calm. Seeing you upset makes me lose all composure. His voice was slightly hoarse, like a drug intoxicatingly inviting one to fall into it. Lin Mu smiled, lifting his neck to peck his thin lips gently. Thanks, Captain Fu. Let's go. Fu Jingma licked the spot that had been kissed and pulled his hand. Let's go then. The tall man held the slightly more slender person by the hand as the two walked side by side along the corridor by the river. Fu Jingma, I think what you said is right. Although we've met a lot of bad people, I know most people still carry kindness in their hearts. This is the innate gentleness of the Chinese people over thousands of years. They will extend a helping hand when they can. Fu Jingma smiled and continued, so don't worry. There are many people making efforts. Lin Mu isn't someone who indulges in melancholy either. Though he occasionally feels sorry, he soon picks himself up again. Reaching the car, he took out 2 large backpacks from the trunk, pretending to place items inside while slipping various snacks in as well. He quietly grabbed 2 tents from the backseat too. With no room for sleeping quarters there, tents would be more practical. Fu Jingma slung the tent bag over his shoulder and picked up 2 bags of food with one hand. They had parked the car a bit further away, and now both headed back. Chapter 132, Shen Rengchen's Little Apprentice. He Zhe and Shen Rengchen had prepared the bonfire. Seeing the 2 of them return, they stepped forward to take the things. Moo, let's stay on the first floor. I cleaned it up a bit. Okay. They threw 2 tents into the room and began preparing dinner in front of the bonfire. A pot was hung over the fire to boil rice, and some potatoes and sweet potatoes they had gathered from a few villages were tossed into the flames. He Zhe went to wash the rice while Lin Mu said something to him after washing his hands, cook a little more. Oh, okay. He then took out another small pot, fried a few sausages, and started stewing meat. Meat was what they had most. Before leaving Mountain City, Yixing arranged for his subordinates to butcher a mutated pig and several chickens. Worried that Xiao Yuan would be repulsed by them, all the meat was sealed in plastic bags, and even stored in their space where it wouldn't spoil. The aroma quickly filled the little house, tempting the stomachs to rumble. Shen Rengchen, who had been meditating seriously beside, opened his eyes and glanced at the pot. Not ready yet, Moo said the soup has to reduce by half to be done. With peace of mind, he closed his eyes again. The aroma not only tempted Shen Rengchen but also triggered saliva production among the people inside the house. They hadn't eaten rice or meat for a very long time. Inside the room, apart from the old man, there were 3 children, 2 around 7 or 8 years old, and 1 probably only 4 or 5 years old lying in a thin blanket with tightly shut eyes. His face was so gaunt that his cheeks had sunken. This place was a scenic spot, an underdeveloped one, without any food. At first, they could find some food from the nearby villages, stockpiling some rice, noodles, and vegetables. Later, all those provisions ran out, and anything left was taken away. For the past half-month, they survived only on what little food they occasionally found on the mountain. Grandpa, how come Brother Guanzhu hasn't come back yet? The old man looked at the sky outside and sighed worriedly in his heart. It's been such a long time, they promised to come back before dark. Afraid they might. Grandpa Lu, it smells so good. The child's sunken face made his eyes look bigger, bright and glistening. He swallowed softly. Are you hungry, Xiaodou? The child hugged his stomach and sat down again, shaking his head. There were too many bad people outside. Because he said he was hungry, his parents went out to find food for him, only to be killed by bad people and monsters. I'm not hungry. The old man stroked his head. Wait a moment, Grandpa will be right back. He got up, walked to the door, and took a look outside. A few people were enthusiastically cooking. Then he looked at Lin Mu, who didn't seem like a bad person. Opening the wooden door, he walked out. Could you give us a little rice? Not much, just for the kids. His expression seemed somewhat uncomfortable. Before the apocalypse, he was a teacher at a university, with a stubborn and conventional nature, rarely troubling others this way. Now he knew how precious every grain of rice was, but the children really were hungry. Lin Mu looked up and saw the old man standing at the door. Such elderly people were tough-talking but soft-hearted. If you offered them something directly, they might become suspicious, so he waited for the old man to ask. He smiled, elderly sir, come eat together, invite the children as well. We've cooked plenty. The old man struggled internally for a moment, unable to resist the allure of the food. He called out toward the room, Xiaodou, bring Duo along to eat. The child cheered, rushing out the door and stopping hesitantly when he saw the group. Lin Mu gestured to them with a hand, come over, have some rice. The old man carried the smallest child, wrapped in a tattered coat, and stepped outside. Such opportunities to eat something warm were too rare, so they couldn't afford to let the children miss this chance. Go, sit closer to the side. The 2 older children followed the old man carefully, sitting near the fire. Their big eyes fixed on the meat inside the pot. Without saying anything, Lin Mu took out the bowls and served everyone, sharing the dishes. He Zhe helped, looking at the emaciated children and feeling pity. How come there's only old people and young ones hiding here? The old man, no longer as resistant, sighed. Parents went out to find food, none came back. The children were entrusted to me before they left. He didn't say much, but they all understood what he meant. Lin Mu looked at the child in the old man's arms. He opened his eyes now, appearing very weak. He scooped some rice, adding some meat broth to make it easier to swallow, and handed it to the old man. The old man looked at the hot rice and meat soup, his eyes turning red in an instant. Despite being very hungry himself, he first fed the child. Duo, eat quickly. The meat is very fragrant. He cooled the soup before feeding it to the child's mouth. The child obediently drank a little, not eating much of the rice, probably unable to eat due to being hungry for too long. The other 2 children fared a bit better, helping themselves to rice and sausage, stuffing their mouths full. Seeing the children, all of them felt uneasy. Even Shen Rangchen, who usually had a good appetite, didn't eat much. When the children finished the rice in their bowls, Xiao Dou looked at Lin Mu, pursing his lips and timidly asked, "Big brother, can I have another bowl?" Lin Mu thought the child hadn't eaten enough, so he nodded, "Yes, I'll get you some." The child immediately showed a happy smile, "Thank you, this way when Guanzhu and the others come back, there will still be food for them." Clatter, the chopsticks lightly fell back into the bowl. Shen Rangchen looked at the child. "Guanyu." His face showed a trace of urgency, losing his usual calm composure. Xiao Dou nodded, thinking that he might have said something wrong, so he softly replied, "Yes, Guanzhu." "What does he look like, how old is he, and where is he now?" Shen Rangchen asked with serious expression, asking one question after another. The child couldn't say much, so the elder took over the conversation. "Guanyu should be about 15 or 16 years old, yes, just like you, with a little ponytail, carrying a blue cloth bag, claiming to be a young Taoist priest. Do you know him?" Shen Rangchen's fingers trembled as he looked at the elder. "Where is he?" They had no food, so Guanyu and two other children went to the nearby town to find some. "But they've been gone for quite a while, I'm afraid they might have encountered something." Shen Rangchen suddenly stood up. In a flash, Xiao Dou ran back into the room and soon came out holding a picture. In the picture was an elder with a sage-like demeanor dressed as a Taoist priest. "Big brother, take a look," Guanyu said. "This is his grandmaster." Shen Rangchen looked at the picture, his heart racing like thunder, urgently saying, "I must go find him." Everyone understood, this Guanyu should be Shen Rangchen's apprentice. Lin Mu held on to him. "Lechen, don't rush yet, let's clarify first." He looked at the old man. "Lu sir, this child is your junior apprentice. Which direction is the town? We will go and bring them back." "Oh, that's right, they said they were going to Hualin town, just follow the road outside straight ahead for about 3 or 4 kilometers, and you'll see it along the way." Chapter 133, Rescue. A few of them wasted no more time and went out. "Mr. Lu, this is left to you." Good, be careful, you guys." It was originally the master of Guanzhou, no wonder they looked so alike, even in demeanor. But what a coincidence, in such a big world, they actually met here. Mr. Lu added more firewood and served the children some more soup. The four didn't stop walking, got into the car, and directly went to Hualin town. The distance wasn't far, soon scattered zombies appeared on the road, dealt with by Lin Mu using his vine whip. He looked at Shen Rangchen's serious expression and offered dry comfort, "Don't worry, your apprentice must be very capable too, nothing will happen." Shen Rangchen frowned and said, "I should not have let him come to Cangjiang alone." Throughout this journey, he hadn't mentioned Guanzhou's situation, too many people had died in this era, and he didn't want to hope for something only to end up with despair. He originally thought that after Lin Mu's group traveled north, when they reached a place close to Cangjiang, he would go alone to find Guanzhou. Now it seemed like fate. Houses began to appear in sight. The town was small, the stones on the path ahead of the scenic area were probably to block the zombies. As the car approached, the zombies gradually gathered around. 2 small paper figures ran out, lightly jumping onto the heads of the zombies. Thin paper slices acted like blades, cutting through the throats of the zombies and pulling their heads off. The car stopped behind a tree. Fu Jingmo looked afar and said, "There are people in that house." Shen Rangchen peeked out of the car window, looking towards the direction he mentioned. Indeed, under that house gathered many zombies furiously hitting the door which was on the verge of collapsing. "They're just here looking for food, just a few kids who didn't dare to enter deep into the town, likely still here." Lin Mu analyzed as the sky had completely darkened, only illuminated by the moonlight. A 2-story cement house was on the street, surrounded by countless zombies. The terrifying screams and the sound of nails scraping over the wooden doors became even more frightening in the night. Wah! Wah! Guanzhou, will we die? Such a scene was one none of them had ever encountered. The child was already crying from fear, tear streaks running down his black face, pitifully. Chairs and tables downstairs could be heard occasionally falling over, and the door was slammed with a thump-thump sound, showing it wouldn't last much longer. Guanzhou gripped the jingle bell in his hand tightly until his fingertips turned white, his little face strained. We can think of a way." "What method?" He didn't currently have any solutions, it wasn't like those zombies would suddenly lose interest in them and leave. But he wouldn't cry, Master said, boys need to be strong and independent, and encountering trouble shouldn't mean simply shedding tears. Biting his teeth, he peered outside again, it was dark everywhere with countless gaping-mouthed, ghastly-looking zombies downstairs. Their hands looked like dead branches, and it wasn't hard to imagine that if a person fell in, they'd instantly be torn to pieces. Guanzhou took a deep breath, and suddenly, a pale hand extended along the windowsill and grabbed his arm. Ah! Even though startled, he stepped back several paces quickly, thinking a zombie had climbed up. The small paper figure was shaken off its grip, peeking its little head through the window. What, Guanzhou, what is this? The 2 children huddled together, gazing at the animated paper figure on the window. The small paper figure tilted its head for a while, causing Guanzhou's eyes to well up, Master. It was the favorite little paper figure cutouts of his master, yet when did the paper figures start moving? Daisy, Lily. The small paper figure shook its little head in confusion. Guanju frowned. Lucy, Gina. Never mind what your names are, where's my master? He rushed to the window. Just as he looked down, there was a loud sound below. Fu Jingma tore several black blades through the zombies blocking the entrance, and closely following behind was Shen Rengchen. 6 heavenly thunder talismans flew into the crowd of zombies and exploded powerfully, leaving a field of blood mist. Shen Rengchen kicked away the wooden door blocking his way and quickly charged upstairs. Through the small paper figure, he had already known that Guanju was here. Guanju, open the door. Without thinking, the person inside yanked the door wide open, rushing straight into Shen Rengchen's embrace with his small body. Tightly hugging his waist, "Master, you've come to look for me, woohoo, woohoo." After all, he was just a 15-year-old child, having been hiding in the scenic area for months, living in constant fear, wanting to cry but forcing himself to endure with the words Master had told him. He just knew that his master was so powerful, and he would definitely come looking for him. At this moment, upon seeing Shen Rengchen, tears welled up immediately, and he couldn't hold back the sobs any longer. Shen Rengchen patted his head gently and didn't push him away, speaking softly, "Didn't I tell you, real men don't cry?" I am not crying, I have been holding it in. Good boy. Heizei also rushed upstairs, leaving the zombies downstairs to Mumu and the others to handle. Seeing Shen Rengchen's clear eyes tinged with a layer of teariness, his heart stirred slightly, and he said, "Let's go, we'll talk about it when we get back." He lifted the other 2 children from the ground. "Come on, kids, let's take you back." The 2 children followed closely behind Heizei, tightly gripping his hand. Most of the zombies downstairs had already been cleared out. Seeing them come down, Linmu turned around and smiled, "Did you find him?" Shen Rengchen nodded, taking Guanju's hand and revealing a rare look of happiness on his face. "Retreat towards the car, you guys go first." The ground was littered with dead zombies. Aside from Guanju, the other 2 children were trembling with fear, this was their first time seeing so many zombies. Heizei and Shen Rengchen led the children toward the car. Fu Jingma and Linmu were dealing with the encircling zombies, buying them time. Fortunately, the SUV had enough space, and the children were still slim, so they all squeezed into the back seat. Guanju was entirely draped over Shen Rengchen, still sniffling, "Master, how did you find me? I thought you were dead. Please never leave me again, okay?" Shen Rengchen stroked his head, nodding earnestly, "All right, from now on, you will always follow your master. I won't leave you behind again." Heizei glanced askance at him, thinking, "Why is the kid so old but still acting cute?" Fu Jingma and Linmu returned quickly, getting into the car and slamming the door shut with a bang. They made a U-turn, reversed, and the car sped away from Hualin town. In the rearview mirror, the wobbly zombies were still chasing after them but eventually fell far behind as the car drove away. Chapter 134, Fu Jingma, I'm the best. The car went straight back to the scenic area, and all the younger children were asleep. Grandpa Lu was waiting for them alone, tending a fire. Seeing everyone had returned, he instantly felt relieved. "Ah, glad you're back, come over here, there's still some food. Eat first, if it's not enough, we can cook more. There are potatoes and sweet potatoes underneath." Everyone sat around the bonfire. The children were starving, holding their bowls and eating the fragrant rice in large bites. Guanju had been clinging to Shen Rengchen, sitting next to him with bright eyes as he ate his rice, but still maintaining basic etiquette, just like Shen Rengchen. "Hey, kid, how old are you?" Heizei asked out of curiosity. Annoyingly, one this age should stop acting cute, it's impolite. 15. Guanju seriously answered. He knew that these people were friends of his master who had saved him. Shen Rengchen noticed Guanju eating plain rice, and poured a ladle of meat broth into his bowl. Guanju frowned. "Master, we cannot eat meat." "Go ahead, I've eaten it already. Now we eat whatever we have, as long as we can fill our stomachs." Lin Mu laughed, never imagining that this young disciple would follow rules better than Rengchen did. Guanju stared at the meat in his bowl, struggling internally. But he couldn't resist its enticing aroma and eventually picked up a small piece and put it in his mouth. After being stewed for so long, the meat was tender and melted in the mouth. Guanju's eyes lit up immediately. So delicious. Mu made it. Guanju scanned the group, not yet knowing their names. Lin Mu nodded slightly, I am Lin Mu. If it tastes good, feel free to have more. Thank you, Brother Mu. After those 2 kids finished eating, Grandpa Lu sent them to sleep. They were exhausted from the day's tension. Once everyone's emotions calmed down, Fu Jingma spoke up. Do you know Bai Ying? At hearing the name, Guanju humphed, showing a hint of anger on his little face. Bai Ying? Grandpa Lu nodded. Yes, alas, right now in Sanjiang City, he pretty much calls all the shots. Previously, some people escaped from the city and passed by here. Out of kindness, they told us that Bai Ying was looking for some younger children everywhere, warning us to be careful. We don't know why he wants children. Grandpa Lu shook his head. Lin Mu asked, how come there are so many children with you here? Grandpa Lu glanced towards the direction of the wooden house. They're all pitiful. I used to be a university professor, came here on holiday without anything else to do. These kids are all from the town. At first, their parents were hiding here with them, then the parents entrusted the kids to me and went out to look for food. But they haven't returned since. I don't really have the ability, but I promised someone something, and I'll see it through. To find such a person even in this post-apocalyptic world is something Lin Mu and others admire. However, staying secluded here has left them very isolated, unaware of the details regarding Zhangjiang City. Thank you, Grandpa Lu. You can rest if you're tired. Grandpa Lu waved his hand, got up, and returned to the house. For a moment, everyone was quiet. Shen Rengchen looked at his little apprentice sideways, tired. The apprentice shook his head and leaned against his legs. Master, can I sleep with you tonight? Since he was very young, Master had made him sleep alone, but he really wanted to stay close to his master now and not leave him. Sure. Shen Rengchen stroked his head and didn't refuse. Anyway, in the future, he'd need to travel with him. Given the situation, having somewhere to sleep is good enough, there's no need for too many formalities. He raised an eyebrow from where he was sitting. Since earlier, Fu Jinghua had been checking the information on the black box. Just as he predicted, information about Baiying soon appeared. Brother Fu, why does Baiying want children? Fu Jinghua coldly replied, don't know yet, but it's definitely not for anything good. Baiying detained a shipment of weapons destined for Wu City, and added them to Zhangjiang City's weapon arsenal. What he possesses isn't just mutated people and safety zones, it's more complex. What do we do then? We might not be able to defeat him. Fu Jinghua furrowed his brows. This matter needed further consideration. Besides Baiying, there were two other factions in Zhangjiang City. It was necessary to think of a way to cooperate with them. Let's talk later. Rest first. There was a lot of content on the black box, and it would be best for him to check it personally. The group stood up, stepped on the fire to extinguish it, and went back inside. Guanju was originally supposed to sleep on the straw bed with a few other kids in the next room, but now he could sleep with Shen Rengchen and was incredibly excited. He awkwardly went about setting up a tent. It felt strange that there was suddenly an extra kid around. Cough, little dust, I think we should get another new tent. Shen Rengchen seriously looked at him and thought for a moment before replying, that's fine, if you don't like being cramped, you can sleep alone. A lump of blood lodged in He's throat. Being obedient but feeling resentful, he let out some humps. How could you treat me this way, throwing me aside after using me? Now that you have an apprentice, you've forgotten all about me. Weren't you the one who wanted a new tent? Shen Rengchen lifted his eyes and looked at him, not understanding why he was upset. Well, it's not too crowded either, so being squeezed together is warmer. He shut his mouth and continued putting up the tent. Guanju crawled into the tent with Shen Rengchen, while He threw in another sleeping bag. There was no way both of them were sharing one. Shen Rengchen moved the sleeping bag further inside, letting Guanju lie down first, while he took the middle spot. Given He's sprawled-out sleeping posture, he didn't want the boy accidentally kicked. Guanju couldn't fall asleep happily and asked as he leaned on Shen Rengchen, Master, did you come specifically to find me? The person in the middle lay straight, hands folded over his stomach, eyes lightly closed, and responded indifferently, yeah, I came to find you. I knew you would come for me. You don't know, when we traveled together, that stinky Taoist tricked me into getting off the car and left me by the side of the road. As soon as Guanju found his master, it was like finding a support. He immediately began airing grievances. Which stinky Taoist, is he still alive? Yes, he's still alive. The last time I went out by myself, I actually ran into him. When Baiying sent people looking for children, he was involved too. I see, it doesn't matter, we'll settle accounts with him later. Master, I missed you so much. Every day I thought of you. Go to sleep. He turned away, his face full of expression, humming indignantly to himself. So what if he has a master? And what's so great about having a disciple? How heartless. My little paper figure won't even sleep with me tonight. On the other side, Lin Mu and Fu Jinghua had already slipped into their own tent earlier. In the dim tent, the black box emitted a faint glow. Fu Jinghua rested his hand on Lin Mu's waist, frowning as he stared at the screen. Has Baiying confirmed who the captives are? Yeah, they're mine, only 113 people from then remain now, and I have to bring them back. Don't worry, they must be very capable, just like you. Fu Jinghua smiled slightly, gently kissed him, and said without reservation. Although hearing you say that makes me very happy, let me tell you, compared to me, they're all amateurs. I'm the best. Far away, within Baiying's safety zone, two people were crouching outside a building wall. One suddenly sneezed. Brother 5, how come I feel like someone is badmouthing me? I feel the same, my nose itches. Shoo, stop talking. We need to escape quickly. Chapter 135, Dual Element Powers Exposed. The sky was just beginning to lighten. Lin Muzhen took a deep breath and opened his eyes. He realized he was being held in someone's arms, his body snug against another. The warmth inside the sleeping bag made him feel cozy. Having someone like Fu Jingmo around, who always had an overly warm body temperature, seemed to make winter not so unbearable. As soon as he moved, a slightly hoarse voice came into his ear. Awake already? Yep. Lin Muzhen rubbed his temple, turned over, found a comfortable position, and smiled faintly. Why don't you wake up earlier these days to develop your special abilities? You used to be so diligent. His morning voice carried a hint of laziness, tickling one's heart. I'm asking on purpose. Back then, I didn't have a wife to hold me, so what would I lie down for? Fu Jingma chuckled. Anyway, it doesn't hinder the absorption of power, 2 birds with 1 stone, maybe I could get even more excited and gain more abilities. Reaching out to pinch his Adam's apple, Lin Muzhen helplessly replied. Nonsense, get up quick. Fu Jingma tightened his arms around him, hugging him like an octopus. Stay a little longer, and I'll give you an extra candy reward. After squeezing and cuddling, getting all the interest out of this candy, he finally let go, allowing Lin Muzhen to get up. Climbing out of the sleeping bag, a chill immediately hit them. Fu Jingma skillfully covered him with clothes and zipped up the jacket. Snow should come soon. You must be scared of the cold. It's much colder here in the north than in the south. Lin Muzhen shrugged, his brows slightly bent. Then I'll discuss with Xiao Yuan, see if there's a way to make me not afraid of the cold too. Laughing and playing around, the two exited the tent. Fu Jingma went to start a fire, and Lin Muzhen prepared some breakfast. Fortunately, he had packed 2 large backpacks full of food yesterday, including 10 pounds of rice per bag. This should last them a few days. If it wasn't enough, they could pretend to grab more from the car. The trunk already contained plenty of supplies. Hearing the commotion, Hizei also came out. Rubbing his eyes, he looked like he hadn't slept well. Mumu, good morning. Good morning. What's wrong with you? Did you go hunting zombies in the dark last night? Incredible, this kid. Why can't he sleep soundly like Chin-Chin? Last night, he even kicked me a few times while crossing Chin-Chin in his sleep, absolutely incredible. Hizei squatted next to him, shaking his head in disbelief, muttering under his breath. Lin Muzhen thought of his sprawling posture while sleeping, your pot calling the kettle black. Chen must have suffered the most. Why are you saying this, Mumu, whose side are you on? Ignoring his loud protests, Lin Muzhen started preparing food. Lifting the lid of the pot, noodles were placed into boiling water, and steam quickly rose, filling the air with warmth. Adding the children's favorite sausages, he then added about 10 boiled eggs scavenged from the supermarket. Wah, thank goodness you're here, Mumu, otherwise none of us would have a meal. Hizei hugged him closely, whining incessantly, and asked for some perks. Can we add a bottle of Leoma chili sauce? Lin Muzhen handed him a plate of sweet potatoes. Go wash them, put them into the fire to roast. There's Leoma chili sauce in your backpack. Moi, love you. A piece of black crystal fell by his feet. Beside him, Fu Jingma was chipping firewood with black crystals, glaring coldly at Hizei and lifting a brow warningly. Sorry, bro, I'll go wash the sweet potatoes. Hizei hugged the sweet potatoes and fled the dangerous zone, muttering, worst thing ever is seeing people who've been in love since birth flirting. They're like dogs looking at meat, won't let anyone else touch. After washing the sweet potatoes, the children woke up. Shen Rangchen and Guanzhu also came out of the house. Guanzhu held a rattle in her hand and called out sweetly, Brother Mumu. What is this? Master said it's my power. Power? So lucky, his young apprentice also has a special ability. Yup, look. With a flick of Guanzhu's wrist, the rattle emitted a clear, ethereal sound that instantly cut through the eardrum, making the mind immediately clear. Seemed like it'd be useful if encountering any hallucinatory elements. The other sound confuses people, but I won't try it on you guys. It works on zombies too. Guanzhu squatted next to Lin Muzhen, happily eyeing her rattle. The other children gathered around her like a group of small tails, squatting neatly in a line and gazing longingly at the noodles in the pot. The children seemed more spirited than yesterday. All of them were boys except for the youngest girl who was still lying in bed. She was younger and hadn't recovered as quickly. After eating, Fu Jingma and Lin Muzhen planned to head to Beiying's safe zone as discussed last night. Hizei and Shen Rangchen stayed behind to take care of everyone here. We don't know Beiying's exact location. Sitting in the passenger seat, Lin Muzhen bent his legs and studied the map in his hands. Fu Jingma glanced at the map and pointed to a spot. It's roughly here. Aside from Beiying safe zone, there's another force here. This whole area is factories, with mostly surviving workers. It seems Beiying over here is a prison. Yes, the prison is secluded, surrounded by tall walls, defenses are unbreachable, making it actually an ideal place for survival in the apocalypse. Moreover, it contains firearms and weapons. The prisoners originally locked up can't escape from their cells either, turning into zombies easily allows for efficient cleaning. Many safe zones were actually chosen because of prisons. Lin Mu nodded, the only advantage is that we don't need to go through downtown when we get there. Yeah, not bad. A pair of well-defined fingers gently pinched his chin. Fu Jingma leaned forward, and kissed him on the lips. Let's go. The car started, heading towards the Zhangjiang Water Consolidation Prison, marked on the map. It was quite a long distance. Without going through the city, they had to take a longer route. Approaching the Shueha prison, both sides of the road were lined with towering trees, with not a sound on the entire road. The two found a hidden place and simply stored the car in the dimensional space. Their current location should be on the side of the prison. Following the road straight ahead would reach the main gate. But clearly, as they had come secretly to reconnoiter, they couldn't enter boldly. Inside Shueha prison, a man leaned against a large chair. Dressed in a white tactical jacket, his trouser cuffs neatly tucked into military boots, his wrist rolled up, revealing sinewy arms. Due to the exceptionally pale skin, veins stood out clearly. Moving upward along his muscular chest was his cold jawline and prominent nose. Further up, his deep-set eyes, and light chestnut hair. Apparently of mixed blood, his eyes contained a hint of lake green. The computer beside him was playing a short video, showing 3 people fighting spider-like humans, lizard-like humans, and bats. Master Beiying, the video is incomplete. What we've intercepted is just a small part. A person sitting before the computer respectfully spoke. The agents originally sent out had gone there to retrieve the amber DNA placed there. Though unsuccessful, they unexpectedly discovered useful footage. He stared coldly at the individuals in the video, the last segment where several people rushed out of the institute just before the explosion. 2 silver cases held in someone's hands vanished in an instant in the young man's possession. One moment they were on the second basement level. He had clearly been a wood elemental power user. So now this was also spatial power. Beiying's eyes revealed a shade of deep thought, followed by an interesting, sardonic smile. Truly, somewhat intriguing. This was the first botanical mutant, even more remarkably, the first dual elemental mutant. Teammate of Fu Jingmo. Lucky indeed, always able to find useful individuals. Chapter 136, the people of room 113 ran away. The two circled around the perimeter of the secure zone. The Beiying safe zone was unlike any other safe zone they had seen before. They didn't arbitrarily take in survivors, so there was no way to sneak in through the main gate either. The prison had tall walls all around it, and on top were watchtowers that existed even during peacetime, built specifically to prevent anyone from escaping, providing a broad view, allowing everything around to be clearly seen. They have very strict security, Fu Jingma said as he put away his small telescope. A flash of coldness passed through his eyes. Beiying is cautious, and the monitoring and patrol schedules are arranged very meticulously. You're quite willing to compliment him, but regardless of how tight their defenses may be, there must always be a flaw. Lin Mu raised an eyebrow, looking at the person beside him. Fu Jingma grinned and leaned over. Why do you sound so sour? His head was pushed away by the other, and Lin Mu shook his head. It's certain someone is jealous, stop messing around. We'll wait until nightfall, we'll slip in under the cover of darkness when the guard posts rotate shifts. Their position was on a small hill outside the prison. Going down to the left would lead to the road they came from, and this spot gave them a clear view of the gate. There were still a few hours before it got dark, and with nothing much to do, the two simply lay down, closing their eyes to bask in the sun. Jingma, did your missions used to be like this too, staying crouched for an entire day? Lin Mu plucked a blade of grass and played with it between his fingertips. He was just an ordinary person, unsure of what true mission participation entails, but he knew it must be arduous. Recalling their trip to the Xingshan Research Institute, if it hadn't been for the few of them, Fu Jingma would have had to go complete the task alone. The person beside him continued observing the direction of the prison patiently. After hearing Lin Mu's question, he smiled faintly and responded, "What, feeling sorry for me? Crouching for a whole day is actually considered good. Back then at the borderline, to catch a group of criminals crossing over, I buried myself in the snow for 2 days amidst the freezing weather. When I finally captured them, I almost froze into an ice block, unable to take care of myself." Lin Mu edged closer. That sounds so tough, it must have been dangerous too. It's alright. As you see, I haven't lost any limbs. Fu Jingma seemed unconcerned, searching through his pocket and pulling out a strawberry milk candy. He carefully peeled the wrapper and slipped it into Lin Mu's mouth. A faint strawberry aroma filled the space between them. Lin Mu chewed on the candy, starting to think again. Why does Beiying come after us? I feel like he knows quite a lot about us. At this, Fu Jingma's expression turned serious. He must have learned something important. Lin Mu, whether it's Mountain City or Wu City, there are far too many risks of us being exposed. Your plant-based superpower has never been seen among the people we've encountered thus far. So, it could very well be targeting that. Or perhaps, space abilities. If you possess space powers, this isn't a simple one. It means multiple superpowers exist within you. Lin Mu, do you know what this represents? Lin Mu's expression grew serious, and the blade of grass in his hand was unknowingly shredded into thin strips. I didn't consider it from the perspective of dual superpowers, but based on your descriptions, Beiying now craves power, be it weapons, mutated individuals, or a desperate need to enhance superpowers. The appearance of dual superpowers would indeed tempt him greatly. Fu Jingma took away the thing in his hand, leaning down to look at him. Lin Mu lifted his eyes, meeting his deeply darkened pupils. Don't worry, I will protect you, whatever happens. A smile spread across Lin Mu's lips as he nodded. I know. The sunlight filtering through the branches fell onto the slightly open collar of his shirt, illuminating warm light spots that made the viewer squint, instinctively wanting to see more. Fu Jingma extended his hand and pulled him close into an embrace. Rest for a while. Nothing much is happening right now, we'll have to wait for a few more hours. Lin Mu closed his eyes, enjoying the warmth of closeness with the person next to him. As the sky slowly darkened, inside the buying safe zone, two shadowy figures crept cautiously behind a two-story building. Fifth brother, there's a window here. The young man with a buzz cut at the front waved back to his companion. Let's climb up here. Alright, the slightly older man agreed. The two stood under the second-floor window. Fifth brother positioned himself in a horse stance against the wall, hands braced beneath his right knee. In perfect sync, the young man took a couple steps back, running quickly and stepping onto the overlapping palms provided by fifth brother. His body agilely scaled the wall. Next, he hooked onto the second-floor window, flipping upside down to help pull the person below up. There could be mutants here. The two spoke in extremely low voices. This was an important research building that Buying valued greatly, and no one was usually allowed to enter. 4 people were guarding the gate downstairs. They landed at the corner of the stairs between the first and second floors. The two crouched low and slowly made their way upstairs. At the same time, in Bai Ying's office, his subordinates were trembling as they delivered a report. Bai Ying, the 2 individuals from room 113 are missing. Bai Ying's hand paused, crushing the cigarette he held between his fingers into the ashtray. His once gentle eyes grew cold. Ho, you lost them even after administering sedatives. You're useless. He stood up, grabbed the ashtray on his desk, and threw it at the subordinate who was shaking all over. Get out, aren't you going to go find them? After saying this, he pressed the button under his desk. Ah. The alarm sounded quickly, and instantly, the lights on the lookout towers lit up, illuminating the open area in front of the entire prison with bright lights. Dozens of people quickly gathered on the open ground. Bai Ying stepped out of his office quickly. Go, don't leave a single corner unchecked. Find the 2 from room 113. Yes. His subordinates scattered in response, each holding a gun, quickly searching every corner of the prison. Bai Ying personally led a group towards the research institute. The second floor of the research institute was brightly lit, with people in white lab coats moving about inside. Fifth brother, there's an alarm sound. Have we been discovered? Let's go, hurry. On the second floor, there was a cold storage room where various prepared reagents were stored. These reagents were intended for injection into the children who had been captured. The children were detained with them in the underground cells of the prison. It was clearly unrealistic to escape with the children. But by destroying these things, they could delay for as long as possible and then seek reinforcements later. In Bai Ying's safe zone, most of the inhabitants were mutants, not to mention Bai Ying's own strength. It wasn't something the 2 of them could deal with while carrying the children and escaping unscathed. Puff. A soft sound, and finally, a hole was corroded through the lock of the cold storage. The 2 pulled open the door, revealing neatly arranged rows of stainless steel shelves. On the shelves were glass bottles containing reagents of different colors. No longer wasting any time, they unleashed their abilities, causing all the glass bottles to burst. Colored liquids flowed down the shelves wildly, mixing together. Let's go. Chapter 137, Worthy of Praise 100 Times. The commotion in the safe zone had already caught the attention of the 2 people waiting outside. As the sky grew darker, just as they were about to move, the alarm sounded loudly. Only in such a remote place would they dare to sound an alarm. What could this alarm be for? Lin Mu was staring at the direction of the safe zone. With the help of the powerful floodlights, he saw people with guns running quickly. What are they searching for? Is someone escaping? Could it be those 2 kids? Fu Jingma had full confidence in the people of Unit 113, Bai Ying wouldn't easily trap them. As long as they found even the slightest opportunity, no matter how small, they would fight back fiercely. On the other side, Bai Ying quickly arrived at the research building, but the second-floor cold storage was empty, leaving only chaos behind. His 2 subordinates were trembling nervously, their legs shaking involuntarily. A low chuckle echoed as Bai Ying pressed the door handle, laughing until his whole body shook, the sound growing louder and louder. Truly worthy of being from Unit 113, certainly not to be underestimated. Ha ha ha, he wiped away a tear from laughing too hard, taking a deep breath. Good, very good. Fu Jingma. The mess your subordinates have caused will now be your problem to clean up. Regroup. Starting tomorrow, patrols and surveillance within the safe zone will be strengthened. His emerald green eyes were icy and venomous, and we'll wait for Captain Fu to come knocking. Yes. Unit 113 had definitely gone out to seek reinforcements. Undoubtedly, Fu Jingma, who was near Chang City, was the best choice. Since you won't come, we'll just wait for you to show up voluntarily. Bai Ying's expression became serious as he adjusted his collar, walking away slowly from the research building. Meanwhile, Lin Mu and the other one were still crouching on the small hillside, having moved closer. Just at that moment, 2 furtive figures passed below, hunched over and tightly clinging to the high cement walls. Phew, fifth brother, that was quite an adventure just now. Indeed, if Buying had caught us, our skins would be stripped off. Fantastic, so exhilarating, huh? We've messed up all those reagents. If the captain were here, he would surely praise us, right? Xiao Lu couldn't help puffing out his little chest. The captain only knew how to scold people, never praising them. This time, it's absolutely worth being praised 100 times. They quickly climbed over the wall toward the small hillside, gripping onto tree trunks and deftly sliding up the slope. Suddenly, a small branch fell down from above, and Xiao Lu quickly dodged to the side. Damn, who's there? Sneak attack. Fu Jingma was chewing on a twig, glancing sideways at the bear-like pair of individuals, coolly saying. After so long, it seems you're still making zero progress. To the two, the icy sarcastic voice was like music from heaven. Xiao Lu leapt forward in a flash, covering 3 steps in 2. Captain. Captain, it really is you. The young man's tanned face was filled with excitement, his eyes bright in the night, wanting nothing more than to hug the captain's arm and cry loudly, if it weren't for the awe-inspiring dignity of Captain Fu. The other person soon followed, standing straight with feet together, saluting sharply, Captain. Fu Jingma nodded slightly, sternly saying, this isn't a place to talk. Let's move further away. Yes. Only after Fu Jingma turned around did they see Lin Mu standing behind him, curiously glancing twice. Lin Mu smiled lightly, feeling somewhat strange inside. Why does it feel like meeting my boyfriend's friends? The group quietly ran along the mountain road for a few kilometers before stopping. Fu Jingma leaned against a pine tree lazily, lifting his eyes but with a solemn look beneath them. Speak. What happened? This familiar gaze automatically triggered a physiological response, immediately straightening both of them as they lowered their voices and spoke succinctly. Report, Captain. We were ordered to infiltrate Bai Ying's secure area to investigate his experimental research. 7 days ago, we reached Chang City, sneaking in among the gathered crowd. But unfortunately, we were discovered by Bai Ying. Fu Jingma sneered with contempt. Xiao Lu stole a glance at him anxiously. Every 5 days, Bai Ying's secure area sends people out to gather children and survivors for cruel experiments. What kind of experiments? Fu Jingma asked indifferently. They inject our one elements, extracted from zombies combined with elemental chains, into young children. The more stable senior member Old Wu took over, his expression grim, because children need less reagent content, they generally use them for experiments. All the children are concentrated in a segregated prison. Children who have been injected with reagents almost never return, and we found traces of burning behind the safe zone. Apparently, these experiments all failed and were incinerated as a result. Humph, asking for death. Fu Jingma coldly muttered, pressing his tongue against the back of his teeth. Extracting R1 elements from zombies, how could there only be 106 vials if the R1 element from zombies was enough to produce the R1 reagent? However, Captain, tonight we already disposed of their newly developed batch of reagents. They shouldn't be able to conduct research anytime soon. Xiao Lu couldn't help but curve his lips into a slight smirk before quickly composing himself again. Now, the captain must praise me. Humph, going inside to gather intelligence and still getting caught by Bai Ying, truly impressive work on your part. Fu Jingma kicked him in the leg, looking like he didn't even want to acknowledge their existence. Xiao Lu wanted to cry but couldn't. Lin Mu couldn't help but turn toward the road below, pressing his lips together in a small smile. Teaching kids shouldn't be interrupted. So this is how Fu Jingma behaves in front of his team members. Like some kind of grim-faced demon king that makes people too afraid to speak, which means he's quite lenient with his normally. You two wait here. I'll go take a look. After such a commotion tonight, Bai Ying wouldn't expect us to sneak back. Fu Jingma's eyes sharpened as they focused on the distant prison. Captain, they've already increased patrols. So what? Do you think I'm as useless as you? Fu Jingma turned his head to glance at Lin Mu and spoke gently, you stay here with them. I'll be right back. Alright, half an hour, no more. Lin Mu thought carefully, they just got lucky timing now since Bai Ying doesn't know they reached here tonight yet. Nor does he realize they joined up with the Unit 113 team so quickly. Entering once more truly seems like a good opportunity. But not for too long. Behave, wait for me. He tenderly ruffled Lin Mu's hair before turning and swiftly heading toward the prison. As Lin Mu watched him disappear among the shadows of the trees, he felt no concern. It was merely a reconnaissance mission, and Lin Mu trusted Fu Jingma to come out unscathed. Turning around, Lin Mu noticed the two standing in front of him, their eyes wide and faces full of astonishment. It was as though they'd seen a ghost. What's wrong? Lin Mu glanced down at himself, seeing nothing unusual. Xiao Lu pointed toward the direction where Fu Jingma had left. See Captain, was Captain possessed by something evil just now? Fifth brother, have you ever seen the Captain act so gentle? Surely no ability exists to change one's appearance. Wu scratched his head, wearing the same shocked expression. Winky face. But the force with which Captain kicked me earlier, that was still the familiar strength. Lin Mu chuckled at the pair's antics, then remembered that Fu Jingma was only 23 years old, making these two even younger, still mere boys. Finding a stone, he sat down, feeling rather pleased. His teammates were actually cuter than he had imagined. Take a break, let's wait for him to come out. Oh, okay. The two numbly followed in unison, sitting beneath the tree awkwardly. Chapter 138, just worrying about where to show off his wife. Fu Jingma quietly sneaked to the rear of the safe zone, and as expected, he saw the burn marks that Little Six had mentioned. He squatted in a blind spot, so even if someone walked by, they couldn't clearly see this position. There were 3 to 5 pits on the open ground, each about the size of a container. Inside there were still some charred bones, and his sharp sense of smell allowed him to faintly detect the scent of medicine and disinfectant. He focused and took a few more steps forward, sticking close to the back door. It was a huge iron gate, and through the gap, he could see a large truck parked sideways, blocking the door behind it. Above him, atop the truck, stood a patrolman. Shit, do you think those two really escaped today? That's pretty impressive. Don't talk nonsense. I heard they're from 113. Do you know 113? Their captain is rumored to be extremely tough, the best mercenary in Z country, only taking orders from higher-ups. Then what do you think, will they come back to cause trouble? I don't know, anyway Lord Beiying is so powerful, he'll kill anyone who comes, so what's there to fear? Yeah, I haven't seen anyone stronger than Lord Beiying, but their research indeed seems a bit creepy. Those children, sigh. In this world, we can barely take care of ourselves. Helping others is out of the question. Fu Jingma didn't listen to anything after that, glancing around the surrounding area. The guard at this location was weak, but the watchtower at the front gate could see here directly. His deep eyes silently observed in the night, like a lurking leopard. After a long while, roughly estimating that it was almost time for the agreed-upon meeting with Lin Mu, he left the safe zone. On the hillside, Lin Mu was chatting casually with Lao Wu and Xiao Lu. After recounting their journey from Yichang City up to here briefly, he took some food from his backpack to share with them, talking as they ate. Brother Mu, so you've been with the captain all along. Talking about the zombie siege in Wuhu City alone is scary. You are part of Team 113, why would you be scared? Lin Mu smiled. Xiao Lu took a bite of beef jerky and grinned, hee, yeah, we're scared, but when we think about the innocent civilians behind us, we just grit our teeth and move forward. It's not like we have much else to lose. Lin Mu looked at them gently, remembering the young soldier who held the bomb package and rushed towards the giant zombie in Wuhu City. Moved by heart, these were just children. Enough? Do you want anything else? He rummaged through his bag again and handed over a few more salted eggs to both of them. Thank you, brother. Holy crap, the two of us eat compressed biscuits every day, our teeth are going to fall out. Xiao Lu gobbled them down, one after another, relishing the flavor. In contrast to him, Lao Wu was obviously much more composed. Enjoy eating? A calm voice suddenly came through. Fu Jingma approached with his hands in his pockets, looking utterly relaxed despite having just been inside the enemy's lair. The two stood up immediately with the salted eggs still half swallowed in their mouths. See, Captain. Let's go back and talk on the way. With a single order, Fu Jingma started walking toward the highway first. Captain, where are you now? Walking there. Xiao Lu swallowed hard past the yolk stuck in his throat, mustering up the courage to ask a question. Thinking maybe they should try to pry a car somewhere. Fu Jingma didn't speak but glanced at him and slightly raised an eyebrow as if challenging them. Time for you guys to see my wife's abilities, I'm actually worried about where to show her off. They descended onto the road at a concealed place, already about 5 or 6 kilometers away from the Beiying safe zone. The two trailing behind looked around in confusion, not really understanding where they were supposed to go. Fu Jingma stopped and nodded toward Lin Mu. Lin Mu flipped his wrist, palm facing up, and casually flicked it. Instantly, an SUV appeared on the ground. Brother Mu, you're a space ability user. That's so cool. Both showed unrestrained admiration in their eyes. After all, how rare were space ability users? During missions outside, they could store any weapons or food they needed. If they found grain warehouses or large supermarkets, they wouldn't have to worry about carrying everything. The two, seemingly never having seen such sights before, circled around the SUV curiously. Fu Jingma found their reactions quite satisfying. Lin Mu smiled, not really, you'll understand later. The group climbed into the vehicle, and as Fu Jingma drove, he began to speak. I took a look. The back door is relatively less fortified. With all those weapons in Beiying's safe zone, we need to figure out where they're stored. Upon hearing this, Lao Wu focused his attention. I have a general idea of the safe zone's layout. We can draw a map when we return. Captain, what's your plan? Fu Jingma furrowed his brow, his piercing gaze fixed on the endless road cloaked in the night. His lips parted slightly, and he spoke one word at a time. Cut them off entirely. Yes. Apart from the children locked in the dungeons and the ordinary civilians, the rest are Beiying subordinates. Even though the prisoners were behind bars, they could still frequently hear the cries of tormented children through the iron windows, chilling screams that no one dared listen to for too long. Prepare 2 vehicles. Once we rescue them, we'll evacuate them. Who else controls territory in Jiang City besides Beiying? Lao Wu had gathered some intelligence upon arriving in Jiang. There's a factory in the southern part of the city housing workers and survivors. Their leader seems to be named Hong Zhenbang, originally the factory director. He organized people to build their own safe area. The folks over at the factory don't have many weapons, though there are plenty of abnormal ones around. However, they may not necessarily offer help. Fu Jingma shrugged indifferently, letting out a cold laugh. It doesn't matter if they want to help or not. Bei Ying's ambition doesn't stop here. When he runs out of test subjects, the people over there will become his best choice. No further words were exchanged as the car drove silently through the night towards Hualin scenic area. Lin Mu had just finished eating something with the others, realizing Fu Jingma hadn't yet eaten dinner. He pulled out a few strawberries and tomatoes from the spatial dimension. He handed some to Lao Wu and Xiao Lu, who looked at them with admiration mixed with shock. Lin Mu shook his head at them, then turned around and fed the driver piece by piece. Give me a tomato, you can eat the strawberry yourself. There are plenty. You won't finish them all. With pale fingers, he held up a bright red strawberry and extended it toward Fu Jingma's mouth. Fu Jingma leaned down and ate it, brushing his lips against Lin Mu's fingertips, instinctively licked them afterward. He paused momentarily, realizing how strange his action might seem, and felt slightly disgusted with himself inside. Is it sweet? Yeah, very sweet. The two in the back seat turned their heads left and right, glancing alternately between Lin Mu and Fu Jingma. They weren't sure if it was just their imagination, but it seemed strange. Chapter 139, Hizei and others were captured. Back at the Hualin scenic area, it was around 1 o'clock in the morning. Lin Mu tossed a tent to the two of them, then took 2 bags of food from the car for them to carry. The four followed the wooden corridor towards the mountain hollow. It was quiet in the mountains, at 2 in the morning, as if isolated from the world. Their steps on the wooden walkway emitted faint muffled sounds. After only a few steps, Fu Jingma, who was walking in front, stopped and concentrated his hearing. It was quiet, so quiet. This silence was the silence of emptiness. The 7 or 8 people should have been sleeping in the wooden house, but they were not there waiting for them. Hizei should still be making a fire and waiting for them. It wasn't like this with no sound at all. Something's wrong. His expression turning cold, Fu Jingma quickened his pace. Lin Mu's heart raced and he quickly followed suit. In front of the wooden house, it was a mess. The bamboo-woven fence had collapsed on the ground, and the ashes of the extinguished firewood in the yard were scattered around. Lin Mu quickly walked to the wooden house and pulled open the door to check inside. No one. Not a single person. Hizei, Shen Rangchen, the little apprentice, Master Lu, and the child, none of them were here. Clearly, a fight had occurred. Lin Mu's mood turned sour, and the usually mild expression on his face became stern. Old 5 and little 6 hadn't figured out the situation yet. Wooden brother? Your friends? Lin Mu nodded, looking towards Fu Jingma, who was squatting by the corner of the wall examining something. A bit of white peeked out from the gap in the wooden house, seemingly observing Fu Jingma to make sure there was no danger. Then cautiously crawled out, a little paper figure. Fu Jingma extended his hand, and the little paper figure climbed onto it as Lin Mu approached. Strawberry? Upon hearing its name, the little paper figure lifted its small head and crawled reluctantly to Lin Mu's chest, clutching his clothes with its tiny hands. It must have been left behind by Shen Rangchen. Only Bai Ying's people could have taken them. Fu Jingma furrowed his brows. Don't worry too much, Hizei and Shen Rangchen aren't pushovers. To Bai Ying, the children are useful, they won't touch them for now. As he spoke first to reassure Lin Mu, his eyes glinted with a cold light. You destroyed Bai Ying's reagents, and now he has taken our people. I guess that evens things out. Little 6 scratched his head, recalling, I've heard rumors about this scenic area before. The guards in prison mentioned there were a few kids over at Hualin. Now, we can only hope Bai Ying is just after the kids and incidentally took Rangchen and Hizei without realizing we're here. Lin Mu expressed his concern. Maybe they didn't know until they saw Hizei and realized we're here, Fu Jingma reflected aloud. Sighing, Lin Mu let go of the self-deceptive thoughts. Let's go and find Hong Zhenbang's group, Fu Jingma decisively announced, knowing staying here would just waste time. Alright. The 4 had barely arrived, and now hurried off once again. Old 5, familiar with Zhangjiang City, was responsible for driving. Lin Mu got into the back seat, where little 6 had already settled in. Fu Jingma opened the back door and looked coldly at little 6. Little 6. Go to the front. Fu Jingma showed no patience and pushed him to the passenger seat. The night was deep, the black SUV moved along the road. Looking out the car window, Lin Mu was lost in thought while the little paper figure lay quietly on his chest, unmoving. After a long time, Lin Mu snapped back to reality and glanced at the person sitting next to him. Opening his mouth, he said, these past few days, I've been wondering why Bai Ying knows where we've been. And when we met that Taoist master, the talk seemed like he knew that Rangchen was with us. Perhaps we've been exposed all along, and the only place that makes sense is the Xingshan Research Institute. Chengdu is too far from here, and even if someone informed Bai Ying when we left Chengdu, they couldn't pinpoint the exact time we'd arrived near Zhangjiang City. Fu Jingma, don't you remember, on Zhou Xiaofeng's computer in the Xingshan Research Institute, there were surveillance videos covering the whole institute. Fu Jingma looked at him, listening patiently, and gave a nod. You already knew this? Seeing his face didn't show any sign of surprise, Lin Mu questioned. No, I just thought about it now that they're missing. Rubbing his head gently, Fu Jingma understood that Lin Mu was blaming himself. Don't overthink it. Bai Ying is conducting experiments with the elemental chain and our one element. Maybe he found out somewhere about the presence of amber DNA in the Xingshan Research Institute. I'm pondering this mission was classified, and the only people who might have known in Fengqing might have encountered an issue. Lin Mu furrowed his brow. Then what should we do? This matter is worse than we imagined. There's nothing to do. Let's focus on the immediate issue. The people from Fengqing aren't useless either, someone will step in. Seeing the calmness in his eyes, Lin Mu bit the tip of his tongue and forced himself to calm down. The worst-case scenario is that all the surveillance footage from the Xingshan Research Institute has been seen by Bai Ying. That would explain why he's after us. Yes, each of our abilities is worth studying, and we have the amber DNA in our possession. Aha. Lin Mu nodded. On this journey, they had encountered many mutants, with the most common ones possessing superhuman strength or similar abilities. But their group of 4 had very special powers. They had tried to be low-key, but these abilities destined them to never be able to remain inconspicuous. Fu Jingma took his hand in his palm and gently squeezed it, saying seriously, honey, Bai Ying is most interested in you. The car suddenly swerved as old 5, who had been listening carefully to his captain's analysis, was struck speechless by the term, honey. Honey. He turned to see little 6's face even more shocked than his own, immediately restoring his mental balance. Glancing at the rearview mirror and meeting Fu Jingma's icy gaze, he quickly shifted his eyes back to the road. I'm driving, I'm just a driving machine, I only know how to drive. Whatever you two say has nothing to do with me. Old 5 hyped himself up again and finally steadied the car. Lin Mu didn't care too much, knowing anyway they'd find out about his relationship with Fu Jingma sooner or later. This wasn't the time to worry about those things. However, he still gave Fu Jingma an exasperated look. The latter raised an eyebrow, suddenly reaching out to touch his lips, frowning slightly. Let me see, did you bite your tongue? Knowing he had bitten himself when seeing him move his mouth, Fu Jingma muttered something about it being a bad habit that needed to change. Lin Mu's face reddened upon realizing the intimacy of the moment. Yet, he obediently opened his lips slightly. Fu Jingma observed the injured tongue tip and said sternly, next time you bite, no strawberry candies for you. Understood. Satisfied with Lin Mu's promise, Fu Jingma acted as if nothing happened and continued talking. Bai Ying's research is ultimately aimed at enhancing his own abilities. If he discovers someone can possess 2 types of powers simultaneously, he'll naturally want to capture you right away for study. Aha. After finishing their conversation, silence fell between the two. Fu Jingma patted his shoulder and drew Lin Mu closer, letting him lean on him. Rest a little, you're tired. Lin Mu didn't refuse and leaned on his shoulder, closing his eyes. The long, straight lashes cast a slight shadow. Fu Jingma tilted his head, glanced at him, and held his hand, quietly comforting. Neither old 5 nor little 6 made any sound, allowing him to rest. They also quietly processed the revelation about the 2 abilities. They had thought those who received our 1 reagent had the strongest abilities, but apparently, some could possess 2. And the person in question seemed to have a rather close relationship with the captain. Would knowing too much lead to being silenced? Don't ask, just know it causes panic. Chapter 140, The Lost Child. The industrial area was quite far from Hualin town. It wasn't until the dead of night that they finally caught sight of the squat factory buildings emerging into view. Rectangular factory buildings loomed silently in the night, resembling silent coffins. Captain, we're almost there. We've been here before, and there will be patrols at the crossbar up ahead, Xiao Lu whispered. His voice was soft, but Lin Mu had been awake all along and opened his eyes upon hearing Xiao Lu's words. Under the silvery gray moonlight, factories lined both sides of the road. Boilers and pipes had ceased their work, lying immense and quiet in the darkness of the night. Halt! A coarse voice rang out. 2 large container trucks were parked crosswise on the road ahead, blocking it completely. Lao Wu stopped the car and poked his head out of the window, shouting, "We've been here before, looking for Hong Zhenbang." 2 patrol officers jumped down, approached, and glanced at Lao Wu. "Oh, it's you. What brings you back?" It was 3 o'clock in the morning, and having visitors at this hour was truly irritating. There was a tone of impatience in the man's voice. "Our captain wants to see the factory manager." "Let us through." They represented the government. Although Hong Zhenbang had rejected the previous proposal to deal with Bai Ying, he showed no disrespect to those sent by the government. Thus, he instructed that if they had other matters, they could come again to the industrial area. "Get out and follow me." The 4 got out of the car, leaving it with one of the men, and followed the person speaking as they walked forward. The place was eerily silent, and the industrial zone was vast. They only lived in one of the best defended factories, the rest were abandoned. In the unmanned factories, weeds had grown wildly, reaching up to waist height, only to turn dry under the biting chill of early winter. The scene was desolate. Hey, brother, is your boss asleep? Has anything unusual happened recently? Xiao Lu began chatting noisily, fishing a boiled egg that he had saved from his pocket, reluctantly offering it to the person guiding them. This person didn't hesitate to take it. While the factory could ensure basic food supply, a boiled egg was considered a luxury item. Before the apocalypse, people wouldn't have given such things a second glance. Now, just the sight of it made mouths water. He hid the boiled egg carefully in the inside pocket of his clothes, visibly more pleased. The boss should still be awake. He's been sleeping late lately. About what? He hesitated, looking like he found it hard to continue. Xiao Lu leaned closer and took out a stick of beef jerky, something he hadn't dared eat himself just moments ago. Please, accept this gift. Just give us some details. It's late, we're here just to chat. The man's eyes lit up. He took the beef jerky and glanced sideways at Fu Jingma and others walking alongside him. TCH, it's not much. You know, most of the people here are originally from the factory. During the summer break last year when the apocalypse started, many workers living permanently in the factory brought their wives and children to live in the dormitories. After the initial apocalypse chaos, many women and children were left behind. But since a few days ago, several kids have gone missing without explanation. The boss hasn't been sleeping these past nights either, sending people out constantly to strengthen the patrols. Missing? About when did it happen? Fu Jingma coldly asked. His voice carried an aura of stern authority and coldness that made the man suddenly stutter nervously. Around dusk, usually while the mothers were cooking, and the children playing outside. By mealtime, they couldn't be found anymore. It seemed Buying had long been targeting this place. Perhaps now it wasn't just them asking for Hong Zhenbang's help, it was also Hong Zhenbang seeking their assistance. Not long after, they saw a cleaner and more orderly section of the industrial area, free of overgrown weeds, where clotheslines stretched across open spaces for drying laundry. Surrounding the perimeter were iron fences, fortified at connecting points with thick wooden poles every few meters supporting the wire mesh. Each pole stood next to a guard who held sharpened rebar sticks ready to pierce any zombies trying to approach the fence. Fu Jingma surveyed it. This fence might hold off regular zombies, but in the event of a zombie tide, it wouldn't last very long. Nevertheless, some areas already had cement being poured. Clearly Hong Zhenbang was aware of this limitation. They passed through a door in the iron mesh wall and entered. Their guide briefly spoke to someone inside a nearby guard station. Nodding, the person then led them toward a building that looked similar to employee dormitories. It was a large building, with rooms arranged side by side like a school dormitory, one room after another. They continued up to the 5th floor, walking to a room at the farthest corner. Their guide knocked softly and said, "Factory manager, someone is here to see you. Come in." The door was pushed open, revealing a lit room where all windows were covered with blackout fabric. The furnishings inside were simple, a desk, a sofa, and a bed. Hong Zhenbang was sitting on a chair behind the desk, looking up at them. His gaze lingered briefly on Fu Jingma before turning toward Lao Lu and the others. "Officer, what brings you here again?" Lin Mu observed the elderly man. He was very thin, even emaciated. His sunken cheeks and age, roughly estimated between 55 to 60, gave him an appearance of being stern and stubborn, somewhat reminiscent of old Lu. Lao Wu stepped forward and said, "Manager Hong, this is our captain, Captain Fu." Hong Zhenbang turned to Fu Jingma but remained silent, his weathered face scrutinizing him without pretense. After a long pause, he sighed and stood up. "Please sit down, Captain Fu." Without hesitation, Fu Jingma pulled Lin Mu to sit on the sofa, while Lao Wu and Xiao Lu dragged 2 small stools from the corner. Hong Zhenbang fetched 2 cups and placed them in front of the two, pouring water from a glass teapot on the table. Inside the teapot were tea leaves that had steeped all night. The leaves had fully unfurled, and the tea water had turned yellow. "There's not much I can offer you, Captain Fu. What brings you here?" Fu Jingma picked up the teacup and calmly took a sip, unperturbed by the delay. After finishing his tea, he spoke, "Manager Hong, is there anything in the industrial area that requires my assistance?" He cut straight to the chase, taking charge as if he were the host. Sitting at the edge of the bed, Hong Zhenbang twitched his fingers slightly on the blanket upon hearing this. "What do you mean, Captain Fu? Things are still stable around here." "Oh, we just came from Baiying's safe zone." Those two were detained in the prison for a while. Fu Jingma glanced disdainfully at the 2 people sitting on the stools. Alongside them, many children were locked up as well. "Children?" The towering man put down his teacup, resting both hands on his knees and leaning forward slightly, his icy gaze fixed on Hong Zhenbang. "Do you know what Baiying wants with those children, Manager Hong?" Chapter 141, The Reason for Wanting to Get Closer to You. A hint of anger flickered on Hong Zhenbang's face as he spoke. "We and Baiying have always kept out of each other's way, so why did he take our children?" "Kept out of each other's way?" Fu Jingmo repeated his words and gave a small laugh. "That's just what you think. Baiying is using the children for experiments. In his eyes, your factory district is merely a storage place for the Baiying safe zone. Whenever he needs them, he will take the children away. Do you still think that you can live in peace with him?" Hong Zhenbang gritted his teeth. "What kind of experiment?" Fu Jingma glanced at Xiao Lu, who immediately spoke up, Director Hong, they inject reagents extracted from zombies into the children. It's too pitiful for those kids. Reagents from zombies. Hong Zhenbang's sunken cheeks twitched slightly as he exclaimed in shock, how could they use it on the children? Although he was only an ordinary factory manager, he had been able to quickly tidy up a workshop after the apocalypse, accommodating survivors. In essence, he wasn't someone who solely looked out for himself. Director Hong, do you believe that this disaster will pass? Hong Zhenbang's lips moved slightly, hesitating without saying a word. Fu Jingma's gaze was sharp as he continued, I believe it will pass, but it won't be enough for the country and the government to work hard alone. This is a disaster like none we've ever seen before. We need the effort of every single person, your contribution, their contribution, to restore order to the world. If you hesitate and only think about yourself, in the end, you will only prolong the time of this disaster. Every word of his was firm and confident. And during this process, those who act wantonly and lose their conscience should be completely eradicated. Lin Mu looked at Fu Jingma's serious expression. His features were deep, his brows slightly furrowed, and his dark eyes looking at others made people want to follow his words involuntarily. Deep down, Lin Mu felt that the person in front of him was like a star. No matter how black the night, he would always tear open the boundless darkness, revealing a resolute light. Perhaps this was the reason why he wanted to get closer to him. Hong Zhenbang, caught between Fu Jingma's words of urgency and calmness, finally loosened his mouth. Captain Fu, how do you need me to cooperate with you? Tomorrow, gather the mutated people from the factory area and those skilled with firearms. I'll count them first. Okay. That settled the matter. Hong Zhenbang personally led a few of them out the door. There were roughly over 10 rooms in the corridor. There are only 2 vacant rooms left. You may have to squeeze in together. No problem. Hong Zhenbang nodded, turning around to prepare to leave, but turned back and said another sentence, my son was also a member of the Zhangjiang team just like all of you. He died while saving people, but he's my pride. Fu Jingma bowed slightly, his cold demeanor softening a little as he saluted, he's the pride of everyone. As the elder man's figure walked away, Xiao Lu sniffed, Captain, we will definitely deal with that villain Bai Ying. Stop babbling, Fu Jingma gave him a sideways glance. Bai Ying's downfall is inevitable. Approaching 4 o'clock, viewed from this place, the factory area looked extraordinarily barren. Lin Mu softly said, let's sleep first. We still have things to handle tomorrow. Alright, Brother Mu. Xiao Lu nodded, pushing the door open, the bed is big, let's squeeze together. You two crowd yourselves then. Fu Jingma kicked the person into the room and pulled Lin Mu toward another room. Lao Wu, dodging this ordeal, slipped quietly into the room. Less talking, more trouble, it was best to keep silent. The room was fairly clean, except the blanket on the bed was somewhat thin. Fu Jingma sat down by the bed, extending his hand toward Lin Mu, come over, rest a bit. Lin Mu went over and was pulled onto his lap. The latter buried his nose in his neck and inhaled deeply, don't worry, they'll be fine. Lin Mu smiled and patted his grown-out hair which no longer pricked his hands, not worried, with you here. Hee, so trusting me? Yes, trust you. He spoke the truth. If even Fu Jingma couldn't make it, no one could lead them out. Satisfied, Fu Jingma lightly squeezed the other's waist and laughed lowly, why does brother like you so much? It's natural, changing to a lighter topic, who would have thought Captain Fu would be such a persuasive person? Director Hong has already agreed. He's not stupid either. All the advantages and disadvantages are right there, besides, he has courage at heart. That's true, let's sleep now. Sleep, Fu Jingma stood up with the person in his arms and threw them on the bed, raising an eyebrow with a smile, the quilt is so thin, I'll hold you while we sleep. It sounded like he wouldn't hold him when the quilt was thicker. Lin Mu shrugged and ignored him, simply crawling into the quilt. At this time, in Bai Ying's safe zone. He Zhe and Shen Rangchen were tied up with chains and handcuffs and thrown back into prison. Bai Ying interrogated the two for a while but lost patience eventually. One of them was talking nonsense. The other answered everything seriously but gave completely unrelated answers. Anyway, Bai Ying captured these people only to lure Fu Jingma here. After letting the research institute draw 2 tubes of blood from them, Bai Ying ordered his men to throw them back into the jail. These captives were seized during the night. He Zhe was still waiting for Lin Mu outside. Old Lu took the children to sleep, and Shen Rangchen also returned to the tent. About 10 people came, driving 4 cars, 3 of whom were physical mutants. A particularly special one was a poison user, not like Kong Tianming's lethal gas encountered earlier at the mine that had no effect on zombies but was dangerous against humans. Another was a girl about 10 years old, wearing a red skirt in the cold winter and hugging a wooden doll. The eyes of the wooden doll took up half of its face, larger than bull's eyes and filled the entire eye sockets. They were almost unmatched as some white squeezed out from the edges. After seeing her wooden doll, He Zhe thought Shen Rangchen's little paper figures were clear-eyed and adorable. Once it dropped, the wooden doll acted like a puppet. Blades grew out of its wooden hands and tangled with Shen Rangchen's paper figures. Both were second-level ability users, but there were more than 10 gun-wielding men over there. No matter how capable Hizei and Shinrangshan were, they couldn't protect everyone inside the cabin under such odds. After some fighting, they could only surrender. Hizei moved his hands bound behind his back. Both of them had 2 pairs of handcuffs and iron chains on their bodies, which made them very uncomfortable. Shinrangshan sat on the ground without moving, looking at his dirty clothes and frowning. Little dust, don't worry, I'll wash them for you once we're out. We need to figure out a way to untie these first. Hizei leaned in closer and whispered. Guanzhu and the children were locked together, probably in the next room. But none of their abilities were as violent as Fu Jingma's. Even Hizei's water arrows merely scratched a small white line on the chain. He persisted stubbornly, muttering, water drips through stone, let's try again. His light blue coat button was cut open, causing Shinrangshan's brows to tighten further. Ha, sorry, I'll buy you a new one once we get out. The latter gave him a glare that silenced him. Don't waste your effort, they will come soon, conserve your strength. Shinrangshan spoke indifferently, glanced around, found the wall dirty, then sat cross-legged in the middle of the room and closed his eyes, beginning to absorb our one elements. A warm human body pressed against his back. Hizei adjusted himself into a comfortable position, sitting back to back with Shinrangshan. Lean on me, it's more comfortable this way. Chapter 142, The Captain's Little Sweetheart. The next day, Hong Zhenbang quickly gathered the mutated people from the factory zone. There were many survivors in the factory zone, and quite a few mutated individuals, about 20 to 30 in total. Moreover, under Fu Jingma's command, they gathered those who knew how to use firearms and weapons. News about the children being taken had already spread. Firstly, it was so everyone could understand the threat the White Eagle safe zone posed to the factory zone and would voluntarily come forward. Secondly, it was to give an account to the families whose children had gone missing. If Fu Jingma's information was accurate, the children might still be alive, and there was a chance to bring them back. The cold wind howled as everyone stood neatly on the open ground of the factory zone, arranged in 3 rows. On the side, there were some spectators, parents with red-rimmed eyes who had lost their children, and other survivors indignant at the situation who wanted to help. All faces were overshadowed by a layer of gloom. Fu Jingma and his group slowly approached. Lao Wu and Xiao Lu were nearly 185 centimeters tall. Walking together, they exuded a stern presence characteristic of mercenaries. They stood upright, with determined gazes, offering a sense of overwhelming security even at a glance. By comparison, Lin Mu was slightly more gentle, lacking aggressive energy but drawing attention effortlessly. When they settled before everyone, Fu Jingma took a look but didn't say anything yet. A few burly men stepped up from the sidelines, holding sharpened rebar and shouting loudly, Captain Fu. Let us go too. Though we aren't mutated, we are strong. Yes, Captain Fu. We'll go too. Let us join you. Fu Jingma glanced at them, his expression unchanging, keep 4 skilled drivers. The rest aren't needed. Looking among themselves, this group of 10 or so men began arguing heatedly over who would go. Quiet. With a single harsh command, Fu Jingma silenced all noise, his commanding tone allowing no argument. I don't want to see anyone talking after I've issued an order. Just obey and execute. Understand? The men nodded nervously, signaling that they understood. Going to the White Eagle safe zone is crucial, but defending here is equally important. Once we leave, the factory zone and the people here will need your protection. With no concerns from behind, we can fight without hesitation up front. Yes. Voices of agreement rose, devoid of the previous chaos, precise and swift. Nodding briefly, Fu Jingma swiftly gave orders, everyone, report your abilities. Strength. Speed. Strength. Defense. Raising his head, Fu Jingma questioned, defense? Yes, Captain Fu. I can create a light barrier capable of resisting several hits from mutant attacks. But I just leveled up to level 2 a couple days ago, replied the earnest man, scratching his head in excitement. Not bad, Fu Jingma commented favorably for once, then continued on. After everyone reported their powers, Fu Jingma selected a few with precision. 4 vehicles would be used altogether, 2 panel vans and 2 SUVs. There was no shortage of trucks in the factory zone, and the gasoline from all nearby cars had been collected early in the apocalypse. With so many children in the prison, the panel vans would primarily carry the kids. In total, 20 mutants and 10 commoners skilled in gun use accompanied the group. Lao Wu and Xiao Lu removed backpacks loaded with prepared firearms, bullets, and some explosives, distributing them accordingly. Before departure, Fu Jingma asked one final question, what do we do when we arrive? Follow orders. The chorus of voices confirmed unanimously. Satisfied, Fu Jingma nodded as Hong Zhenbang stepped up to make a few remarks. Listen carefully to Captain Fu. Bring the children back, and protect yourselves. All of us here in the factory zone are waiting for your return. Yes, factory manager. It was almost noon, and with no further delay, the team started boarding the vehicles. No one felt entirely at ease. They'd killed plenty of zombies, but they hadn't anticipated this kind of treachery, a time when unity was crucial, and yet madmen still dared to commit such atrocious acts. Nor had they thought that their firepower would one day be aimed at their own kind. Time didn't allow for acceptance, the situation was urgent. Fu Jingma adjusted a heavy machine gun on the empty ground. Weapons obtained from Chen Yu in the mountain city were finally put into action. Mutant powers would eventually run out, so starting with weapon use would conserve energy. As long as Lin Mu remained by his side, he'd never lack for ammunition. Lao Wu and Xiao Lu were also busy with the guns while Lin Mu leaned against the vehicle looking envious. I guess most guys can't escape the love for these weapons. He took out the silver pistol that Fu Jingma had given him at the very beginning and played with it. Xiao Lu happened to turn around and see it, instantly widening his eyes, and he ran over in a few steps, looking panicked, covering the direction of Fu Jingma with his body. Mu. Brother Mu, this is the captain's gun. You better put it back. He thought Fu Jingma had placed the gun in Lin Mu's space, and Lin Mu had taken it out to play with. Lin Mu nodded, I know. What's wrong? Hiss, you're dead. Xiao Lu made a gesture as if wiping his neck, shaking his head furiously. When he first joined the team, he had touched the captain's pistol just once. He was thrown to the ground by the captain, beaten up, and penalized to run 20 kilometers, almost kneeling on the training ground. Quick, hide it. This is the captain's little sweetheart. With a nearly crying face, Xiao Lu hadn't finished speaking when a cold voice came from behind. What are you doing here? Haven't you gotten in the car yet? Fu Jingma approached, seeing Lin Mu holding the silver gun, raising an eyebrow, kicking Xiao Lu aside, and standing next to him. Want to use the gun? I'll teach you sometime. Your strength has improved a lot now, so you don't need this one. Heavy machinery is fine too. He took the silver gun from Lin Mu's hand, aimed swiftly, then retracted it and handed it back to Lin Mu. That's great, teach me when you have time. Xiao Lu swallowed hard, there seemed to be something going on. Yesterday he was just suspicious. Today, he understood somewhat. He leaned in a bit closer, being careful despite his towering 185 centimeters height, and quietly said. Captain, I suddenly remember that year when I first entered Unit 113 and couldn't keep up with the training. My butt got kicked at least 13 times daily. Fu Jingma flicked his gaze coldly at Xiao Lu, 13 times. Wasn't it always at least 15 times? Humph. With a cold laugh, Fu Jingma pulled Lin Mu into the back seat. Lao Wu watched everyone get in the car and climbed into the driver's seat. Xiao Lu patted his chest nervously sitting down. Really, the captain wasn't replaced. He remembered clearly. The car slowly started and left the factory zone. Chapter 143, Pretending to be a precious treasure. It took them quite a bit of time on the road, and they split into two groups. The fifth elder, Xiao Lu, led everyone to the Beiying safe zone, hiding the cars 10 kilometers away in a concealed spot. Everyone dispersed and entered the hillside where they had lain in ambush last time, waiting for the signal. However, Fu Jingma and Lin Mu decided to head towards the southern area near the safe zone. People in the Beiying safe zone would leave the safe zone en masse every 5 days to search for children. Additionally, every day, 2 small teams were sent out from nearby urban areas around the safe zone to gradually collect supplies and food. If they came across any children, they would take them back as well. Inside the Beiying safe zone, besides children, there were also mutants who held equal importance. Particularly special mutants, those with mutations beyond strength and speed. Each time a mutant was brought back whose ability was unique to the safe zone, they could claim a reward. According to what Xiao Lu had gathered, their current search area had likely reached the edge of the southern region. There were still plenty of zombies in the city. Even Beiying safe zone couldn't just send in 2 small teams. What Lin Mu and Fu Jingma had to do was pretend to be survivors. They intended to wait patiently and infiltrate the base. The 2 of them spent some time getting to the southern area. They found a relatively tall building and started observing the surroundings. It was an office building, the number of zombies inside wasn't too many. With the current abilities of Lin Mu and Fu Jingma, it was very easy to clear them all out, so they immediately ascended to the top floor. After closing the rooftop door, Fu Jingma walked over to the railing and looked far into the distance. He got a full view of the entire area. The 2 of them leaned against the railing, looking down at the street 18 floors below, where scattered zombies aimlessly roamed. In the distance, as they approached the city center, the density of zombies grew even larger. Will they come? Lin Mu asked. Fu Jingma nodded slightly. Yes, it's nearby residential areas. Comparing to supermarkets or malls which have short floors and doors on all sides, residential areas are definitely easier to search for supplies. In a residential area, you can avoid zombies by trying your best to stay hidden, lock the door to one floor once you're inside, and not worry about more zombies coming in. The zombies within one building are limited in number, and just like how we came up here, it's manageable to clean each floor gradually. There should be some rice, noodles, cooking oil in every home. Climbing 2 buildings will be enough to fill up a truck. Lin Mu agreed. His hair was a little messy from the wind. The wind at the high-rise roof whistled fiercely, mingling with the groans and screams of the millions of zombies in this city. He realized that he had really adapted well, he no longer felt fear or terror at seeing so many zombies downstairs. One day, these zombies will disappear from the earth. Yes, they'll vanish soon, and the cleanup squads will set out. I'm thinking, if Xiaoyuan's energy sphere is filled, how will she handle solving the virus? If it's already too late, does solving the zombie virus still matter? Fu Jingma turned his head to look at the person next to him and grinned. Of course it matters. There won't be only zombies in the cities. In remote forests, uninhabited places, there will be corners we haven't cleaned yet. If we don't solve the zombie virus, even if there's only one zombie left, biting someone will cause everything to happen again. Sacrifices are inevitable during the cleansing process. If there's an agent that can suppress the zombie virus, many fewer people would sacrifice themselves. You always think things through better. Lin Mu questioned himself. He wasn't dumb, but his thoughts weren't broad enough sometimes. Before the apocalypse, most of his time was spent in his own world, so when considering national affairs or issues related to the safety of people, he wasn't as sharp as Fu Jingma. The two of them chatted idly, passing the time. Soon, just as Fu Jingma had predicted, the sound of car engines echoed from afar on the distant street. A black small truck appeared, crashing through the stray zombies on the road, driving closer toward this location. Fu Jingma swiftly pulled Lin Mu close, his face displaying a mischievous grin as he arched an eyebrow and glanced at Lin Mu. Honey, cooperate well with me later. Don't let anyone know about your powers. Huh? How do I cooperate? Fu Jingma moved closer and gave his cheek a light kiss. You should just play the role perfectly, a pretty face, my precious little darling. Be good. Just cling to me and act scared, for example, keep holding on to me, trailing behind me all the time. And when you're scared, cry softly. Fu Jingma exaggerated his tone, unable to resist teasing him further. Lin Mu's cheeks grew warm at his words, and he gave him an exasperated glance. I know. How come you don't look like you're willing at all? No, I'm perfectly willing. The voice was gritted through clenched teeth. Really? Yes, stop bothering me. Team leader Fu decided not to push too far for fear of truly irritating the other person and stopped talking. He looked Lin Mu up and down, his skin was pale, his figure slim, with soft hair, red lips, and white teeth, indeed resembling someone's precious little darling. Just his expression was too cool and calm, and his demeanor too composed. He reached out and undid 2 buttons of Lin Mu's shirt, exposing a beautiful collarbone. Before Lin Mu could react, Fu Jingma leaned in close. He grabbed Lin Mu's shoulders firmly to keep him from moving while planting kisses on his neck that were far from gentle. Hiss, what are you doing? Tisk, very good. Fu Jingma raised his head to look at his handiwork. He turned away his gaze from that tempting spot, smiling, of course it's to make you look more like my heart's little treasure. Lin Mu glanced down, seeing little red marks that evoked imagination. A slightly rough hand then caressed his cheek. Don't wear that expression, although brother likes it, but the heart's little treasure should be shy, just act spoiled. Understood, we'll wait for them to arrive. Having reached his limit, Lin Mu swatted his hand away and went downstairs after opening the rooftop door, stammering, hurry down, otherwise they'll leave. Coming, my little liver. Fu Jingma replied happily, loving how Lin Mu blushed when he was embarrassed. He followed suit, picking up some wall dust from the rooftop and smearing it on his own face before applying a bit onto Lin Mu's as well. Back on the first floor, the sound of the engine was getting closer. They had specifically observed this street, it was the inevitable route leading to the nearby neighborhood and had few zombies. There were only about a dozen scattered along the entire road. Sweetheart, remember to look scared. As soon as he finished speaking, Fu Jingmo rushed out. Chapter 144, Brother is the best for you. A few zombies on the street, upon seeing people, immediately charged over. He stumbled backward, reaching out to throw a black crystal. The black crystal made a snap sound as it struck the right shoulder of a zombie, only managing to cut a small button-sized wound. Unaware of its injury, the zombie continued forward. Startled, he tripped and fell backward onto the ground. Lin Mu silently gave a thumbs up in his heart. If there were any awards now, Captain Fu would deserve one. The car turned around a corner and appeared at the end of this street. Lin Mu dutifully put on an expression of fear. Desperately recalling the few films he'd seen before, he thought about how frightened girls behaved in those movies. His hands clenched into fists by his side, his back pressed tightly against the wall, trembling all over, his eyes gradually filling with moisture. Truthfully speaking, he himself deserved an award too. Run. Darling, run fast. Fu Jingma picked up a wooden stick from the ground and slammed it forcefully into the head of a zombie. Turning around, he let Lin Mu escape. Understanding perfectly, Lin Mu wobbled toward the direction the car had come from, shouting for help while running. The driver stomped on the brakes, stopping the car about 700 or 800 meters away. In the passenger seat was a young man, bald with a buzz cut, his arms covered with large muscles. His face looked to be in his 30s or 40s, exuding an air of ruthlessness. Let's take a look. He opened his mouth and chuckled, this power is interesting. What did he throw? Black, stones. Weapons. Fu Jingma threw several more black crystals in quick succession, heading toward Lin Mu's location with 5 or 6 zombies relentlessly pursuing him from behind. He occasionally looked back to throw a black crystal with poor aim, just barely keeping the distance so that the zombies wouldn't grab him, appearing quite disheveled. How go, I've never seen such an ability in the safe zone. It seems intriguing. The driver was a slightly younger man, with sly and shifty eyes, and a lecherous face. Without further delay, Lin Mu ran to the front of the car, beads of sweat breaking out on his forehead as he gazed at the person inside. Trembling with apparent fear, he pleaded, "Help me, big brother, please save my brother. Please, please." "Huh, your brother?" The muscular man glanced Lin Mu up and down, catching sight of the traces of intimacy peeking out from his collar, understanding instantly with a smirk. Not a brother then, it seemed like a lover. "Heh, this boy is indeed fair-skinned, his eyes holding pools of autumn water, lips red and lustrous." It appeared in the apocalypse, his lover brother had taken good care of him. The man leaned in closer. "Why don't you call me brother instead? I'll help you rescue him." How convenient, he liked exactly this kind of look, clean and refined, far better than those rough men back in the safe zone. This skin, perhaps pinching hard once would leave a mark. "Brother, big brother, please." Lin Mu suppressed his disgust, squeezing his own leg and calling out again. The man laughed heartily. "Good child, call me how go." He got out of the car and, with a contemptuous look, glanced at the pitiful figure far away. What a waste being tall with powers, just couldn't handle a few zombies. Useless. With a wave of his hand, the flesh and blood of his whole forearm suddenly disappeared, turning into a bare bone. This white bone didn't resemble normal arm bones but rather looked like a pointed bone spike, sharp and lethal. Next, with tremendous speed, he rushed ahead. With a flick of his hand, the bone spike plunged into the zombie's brain as if through tofu. Get lost, casting a glance of disdain at Fu Jingma lying on the ground, he quickly dealt with those few zombies. Other zombies had already gathered nearby. Hao Ge quickly returned to the car. With feigned respect and awe, Fu Jingma followed behind him. Approaching Lin Mu, he enveloped him in his arms. "Mumu, don't be afraid, everything's fine now." Lin Mu clutched his collar, burying himself entirely in his embrace. Big brother, woo-woo, I'm glad you're okay." His tears were ready to fall, looking pitiable and helpless. If there wasn't someone else present, he'd have wanted nothing more than to press their lips together for a passionate French kiss. "Good child," calming Lin Mu, he lowered his head swiftly towards the bits of paper on the floor in the car. "Thank you, big brother, for saving us." Hao Ge snickered, shooting him a sideways glance. "You possess abilities too. Where are you heading?" "Yes, I do know a little, it's dark projectile ability, though I don't know fully either. We've been moving around in hiding, truly having no food left today. So, we ventured out to look for some." Fu Jingma bent over with a fawning expression, truly embodying the essence of adaptability and flexibility. Before Go Hao could speak, the lewd man beside him chimed in first. "Hey, your ability is kinda interesting. We have a safe zone. Want to come with us? Mutants in a safe zone don't need to worry about food or fighting zombies." Fu Jingma looked at him and immediately showed an expression of joy. "Really? Really? Yes, we'll go." He turned his head and looked at Lin Mu in his arms. "Mumu, no need to be afraid anymore. We'll finally have a place to live. And there's food." Lin Mu flashed a happy smile, nodding vigorously like a little chick pecking grains. That's great. Brother, you won't have to work so hard for me every day." Fu Jingma clenched his teeth. The word brother almost made his legs go weak. This life was doomed. Lin Mu's appearance was practically a biochemical weapon. "Get on the car first, old dog, go open the back door." The man in the driver's seat chuckled as he got out of the car and walked to the rear compartment, opening the door. "Come on, we still have to collect supplies. You can help later when we get back." "Alright, thanks, brother dog." Fu Jingma nodded, half holding Lin Mu and climbed into the rear compartment. The two of them sat huddled together in a corner as the door closed and locked. Not long after, the car started moving. It was quiet inside the compartment, pitch dark with no light once the door was shut. Fu Jingma sat on the floor, with Lin Mu completely curled up in his arms. Fu Jingma let out a soft laugh, leaning down in the darkness to find his lips, shifting and kissing. The darkness amplified all sensations. A soft moan escaped Lin Mu's throat as he unconsciously tilted his head, surrendering to the plunder. Their breathing became heavy, his fingers tightening around the collar of Fu Jingma's shirt, the touch of the skin beneath his hand burning hot. The sounds of their kisses grew more distinct, his waist repeatedly being fondled. After a long time, when Fu Jingma ended the deep French kiss, Lin Mu was already limp, devoid of strength. "Sweetheart, it's wonderful, good people saved us." Fu Jingma's hands roamed restlessly as he spoke calmly. "Once we reach the safe zone, I'm a mutant so I will definitely be valued, then we'll have food to eat." His voice wasn't low, clearly intended for the people in front to hear. Lin Mu caught on, adjusting her breathing which had been disrupted by the kisses. I understand, brother is the best. View. As soon as the words left his mouth, he felt goosebumps rise all over his body and shivered with discomfort. Fu Jingma couldn't resist, burying his head and chuckling softly. Brother treats you the best, my dear little liver." Chapter 145, Brother, we found rice. A thin layer of iron sheeting couldn't muffle the voices of the two people in front of the mutant. The Hao brother sitting in the passenger seat sneered disdainfully. He knew this good-looking man was one of them. Otherwise, how could a man without any mutation power be by the side of a mutant? In this world now, women without powers can only rely on mutants, and handsome men. The principle's not much different. Still, this young boy was really striking. Cool and calm, with white and delicate skin. His tear-filled eyes were like spring water, making your heart itch with desire. He cracked his knuckles one by one with his thumb, emitting a clacking sound. His slightly upturned eyes at the corners highlighted his excellent mood. Once inside the safe zone, isn't it all up to him? After all, he's just a guy, whomever he takes back belongs to him. The car soon arrived at the residential complex. They would come here every time and search 2 or 3 buildings, load up the car and return. With bang bang, 2 sounds, the car crashed into a few zombies aimlessly wandering downstairs, and subsequently, the wheels ran over them, brain matter splattering everywhere. Hal got out and opened a few barriers at the entrance to the compound, then closed them after the car drove in. As long as no one's around in the complex, normally leaving a few barriers there will prevent the zombies outside from continuously entering, saving them the trouble of clearing up each time they come. They parked under Building 8, and the trunk opened, the sudden light making the two instinctively raise their hands to shield their eyes. Lin Mu was still sitting in Fu Jingma's arms, a rosy hue spreading across his pale face. Seeing the two standing outside the truck, he scrambled off of Fu Jingma anxiously. He even slipped a bit because of his shyness, almost falling. "Get down, today we're searching buildings 8, 9, and 10. Old Dog looked at them leisurely. "There are still zombies inside the building, these two would be scared shitless again soon." Fu Jingma jumped out of the car and helped Lin Mu down. "Alright, Uncle Hao, Uncle Dog. Don't dilly-dally, let's go." Hao walked ahead, entering the nearest building 8. This building had about 7 floors, an old residential area with no elevators, of course, now if there were elevators, they wouldn't work anyway. But this kind of residential area has one advantage, it houses older people who aren't as busy as the younger ones and cook more at home, naturally storing more food. The first floor was unremarkable, with a few zombies aimlessly roaming the corridors. Old Dog, being a strength mutant, grabbed his machete and chopped off half a zombie's head with one stroke. The building was a 2-household-per-floor structure with only stairs, making it easy to clear. After killing these 2 zombies, the door to the apartment on the left of the second floor was wide open. Old Dog walked straight in while taking out a large woven bag with classic red and blue checks from the backpack on his back. He bent down, grabbed a can of beer from the table, and yanked the tab open. He chugged it down with a loud glug-glug, then threw another bottle into the woven bag. Looking like he was about to start collecting stuff, Lin Mu and Fu Jingma followed last. Seeing this, Lin Mu quietly asked, "Why, don't we clear all the zombies to the top floor first, and then search downward?" His voice was very soft and spoken slowly, as if he was afraid he might say something wrong. His eyes carried a slight unease, and seeing this made it hard for anyone to have the heart to criticize him. He moved closer to Fu Jingma's embrace, explaining, "This way, we don't have to carry things up the stairs and won't worry about zombies suddenly coming down from above." "TSK, why so many words?" Old Dog glanced at him, annoyed. "Good, well said, right, little wood. Let's go upstairs and clear it out." Hao looked at Lin Mu thoughtfully. Fine, he wasn't just some useless pretty boy after all, he actually had some use. "Let's go, Old Dog." "Thank you, Uncle Hao," Lin Mu smiled happily. The group followed Hao upstairs, with Fu Jingma trailing last, gritting his teeth and pinching Lin Mu's waist. He felt indignant inside. Humph. Lin Mu gave him a glare, making a warning expression. There were quite a few zombies on the upper floors, some walking aimlessly on the stairs, others unable to climb them, seemingly having fallen from the top stair to the corner, lying on the ground like piles of messy flesh. Fu Jingma used a stick he picked up in the hallway and jabbed it fiercely downwards. Occasionally there were open doors, where the number of zombies inside was greater than in the stairwells, but the 4 of them together could easily handle whatever they came across. Soon, they reached the top floor, just as Lin Mu had suggested, and began to search for supplies from the top down. Things became much more efficient. Food, cigarettes, alcohol, everything we can use. Also gather a few intact winter clothes, and any weapons too, don't miss out on anything useful. Old Dog said this and then tossed the red and blue checkered woven bag into Fu Jingma's hands. The tall man bent down to pick up the bag, draping it over his arm. The ugly bag somehow looked stylish on him like a model walking down the runway. Lin Mu helped obediently to put things into the bag, but he always trailed closely behind Fu Jingma, like a little shadow. Hao observed Lin Mu quietly by the side, lost in thought. Yes, very good, following along like this wasn't bad at all. Brother, I found a pack of cookies. Brother, there's bread here. Ugh, it's moldy. Brother, we found rice. Lin Mu searched earnestly, bringing whatever he found to Fu Jingma with childlike excitement, beaming with joy. Fu Jingma would take the items with a smile and say, "Great job, Mumu." The two were acting perfectly professional. When others weren't looking, Lin Mu raised an eyebrow mischievously, thinking to himself. Isn't this just acting? I can do it too. Chapter 146, Lin Mu was taken away. After searching one building, they had filled up 8 woven bags. Each person carrying 2 bags was perfect, however, there was no way Lin Mu could carry even 1 bag. Naturally, he gave his to his dear brother. Fu Jingma carelessly walked down the stairs carrying 3 colorful woven bags. They spent about 2 hours gathering resources from 3 buildings without encountering any other survivors. On their return journey, both of them sat in the back again. Before long, the car stopped, apparently having reached Buying safe zone. The sound of the iron gate opening rang out, followed by voices of people talking. "Hey, Big Hao, dog brother, you're back. How was today's harvest?" Of all the supplies they gathered, they were entitled to a 5th each. The addition of 2 new members naturally increased the usual take. Moreover, they picked up not only a mutant but also a pale-faced young man. "Not bad, very good, and surely won't leave you empty-handed," Brother Hao grinned. His power was highly destructive, which made him someone that Buying quite valued. "Thank you, Big Hao." The vehicle started again, driving for around 7 or 8 minutes before it came to another stop. "Get off, both of you, and move these things to the warehouse." Though the pair began unloading the cargo, Laogo's whereabouts were unknown. Big Hao simply leaned beside, giving cigarettes to several people at the warehouse. Soon, the final 4 bags remained on the truck. These belonged to Big Hao. Fu Jingma stepped forward and looked at him. "Big Hao, thank you for bringing us here to the safe zone. Now, we won't have to fear the zombies outside anymore." "Huh, don't thank me. Bringing back the mutant is for the reward, not because I feel pity for you. You will report to me later." He then glanced sideways at Lin Mu, revealing a sly grin on his face. "Little Wood, since you're not a mutant, why don't you follow me? I do have some say here in this safe zone." Lin Mu displayed an expression of humility and respect while quietly replying, "But, I need to stay with my brother. Him. Zombies can easily defeat him, at best, he'll just be a doorkeeper. His earnings are barely enough for himself, you probably wouldn't even know when he sells you off." "No, my brother would never sell me. Any food he gets, he gives to me." Lin Mu turned and hugged Fu Jingma, revealing slight disappointment in his eyes. "Big Hao, this isn't right. Mu belongs to me, it's clear to see." Fu Jingma's face revealed a mix of anger, genuine for part and feigned for the rest, portraying a convincing scene of betrayal akin to being a cuckolded husband. "Shut up." Big Hao rushed forward fiercely, pulling Lin Mu to his side instantly. "I'm not patient enough to argue nonsense with you two. Otherwise, what do you think? Why would I bring such useless individuals who lack abilities back with me?" His lewd gaze lingered on Lin Mu's face for a moment. "Your face is dirty, little brother. Let Brother Hao take you to wash it." Fu Jingma clenched his fists, imagining cutting this unreasonable man countless times in his mind. Lin Mu signaled to him discreetly, suggesting that he would go with Big Hao so Fu Jingma could act independently. In the end, Fu Jingma pretended to get into a conflict with Big Hao, ending up pitifully beaten down while watching Lin Mu being forcibly taken away. Such occurrences were too common in the Buying safe zone, where whoever had stronger powers called the shots. As a result, those stationed at the warehouse entrance simply watched this spectacle unfold. Only after Big Hao left with Lin Mu did they shake their heads mockingly at Fu Jingma's sorry state, saying, "Buddy, stop daydreaming. Everyone knows Big Hao has a preference for fair-skinned men, your little lover is probably beyond saving now." "Humph." Fu Jingma angrily wiped the dirt off his face and gritted his teeth, staring intensely at the direction they departed. This brief interruption made Big Hao lose interest in seeing Fu Jingma further, deciding to grab him next time for rewards. The warehouse guards noticed his abilities and, moved by compassion for his miserable appearance, said, "Friend, I'll find something for you to do. Not much to earn, but you won't starve. Just look on the bright side. There are plenty more fish in the sea." Then, sympathetically patted Fu Jingma twice on the back. Since Fu Jingma hadn't fully understood the situation here yet, he decided to follow him along. The safe zone was a labyrinth of walls and iron fences. After all, it had originally been a prison, where defense was the highest priority. After walking for a while, the person in front stopped. "You'll be stationed here. A few people were here before, they caused some trouble and got eliminated. No one's watching this area for now." That person went ahead to greet someone else and then left. The guard brought Fu Jingma inside. "All the kids and useful individuals are locked up here. Don't ask questions you shouldn't, just ensure that no one escapes. Otherwise, you'd better prepare your neck for execution." Fu Jingma didn't know what to say. That person had conveniently assigned him to guard prisoners inside the jail. It was so convenient it could take him straight home. Thinking about it, those incidents a few days ago must have been when Lao Wu and Xiao Lu escaped. There was only a dim light in the prison, as night had already fallen. Fu Jingma didn't know where Lin Mu would be taken, but as long as he didn't encounter Bai Ying, he should be fine. As for that Hao guy, his time is almost up. The person led him to a cell door and said, "Just watch over here." Then he left the prison. They had passed through 3 iron gates on their way here, with a guard at each. His position was between 2 cells' entrances, apparently these cells contained very important people. Fu Jingma clicked his tongue, comprehending the situation. The cell doors were thick iron ones, each with a small window. He tapped lightly on the door. An annoyed voice came from inside, yelling, "Go away, go away. If you're not here to let me out, don't bother me." It was obviously He's. Fu Jingma's gaze turned cold as he knocked again. The person inside seemed to struggle to get up, hopping toward the window with difficulty. "What?" I said. "Rescue me, Brother Fu. Brother Fu, are you here to rescue me?" "Wah." Seeing Fu Jingma as a savior, He's eyes glistened pitifully. "Shut up. Do you want to attract attention?" He's immediately closed his mouth and stared at him with watery eyes, appearing wretched. "Wah, Brother Fu, I'm tied up like a dumpling." Behind him, Shen Rangchen also bounced over upon hearing the commotion. Fu Jingma couldn't help but smirk. "Deserves it, for getting captured." "Brother Fu, where's Mumu?" Not seeing Lin Mu, He's blurted out the question. "Don't worry, he's been taken by that old pervert. Now, move back quickly." He's complied, jumping back a bit while still puzzled. Where did that old pervert come from? Shit. Before he could finish complaining, two black shards struck the chains and cuffs, instantly shattering the sturdy restraints. He's fumbled with the chains to keep them from clanging loudly on the ground. Where are the others? Here, there were only He's and Shen Rangchen. He saw no one else. The children were originally in the adjacent cell, but they've all been taken away before dark. It might be dangerous. He's scratched his head nervously. Shen Rangchen interjected, "I can track them down. Tomato is with Guanju." "Good, act sooner rather than later. In a while, the two of you find the children while I search for Bai Ying." "Ah, you're going to look for him alone. He will definitely have many men around him." Ignoring He's grumbling, Fu Jingma smashed the door open and started slipping along the corridor quietly. "Later, someone will meet up with you. You lead the children to the rear gate, the area where a container truck lies horizontally. Hurry." "All right." Chapter 147 Bai Ying's special ability. Regeneration. The three silently dealt with the people in the prison, tossing those at the entrance inside. They split into two groups and acted swiftly. Fu Jingma observed the surroundings. Fortunately, although Bai Ying's secure zone was heavily guarded and different from regular ones, it still had many ordinary people living inside. The time was early, so there were still people outside walking about. He wasn't very noticeable in the darkness. Lao Mu had drawn him a rough map of the secure area. Bai Ying was generally in the research building or in the white three-story building beside it. That building was his exclusive use. There were guards downstairs while he was usually in the third-floor office. In the room on the third floor, Bai Ying was sitting upright at his desk, where a file lay. On the white A4 paper, on the left column were the experiment subject numbers followed by brief experimental results. Subject number 1, 13 years old, male, reagent G1, failed. Subject number 2, 5 years old, male, reagent G1, failed. Subject number 3, 11 years old, female, reagent G2, failed. Subject number 4. The sight was chilling, and the implication of failure was evident without saying. Looking at this list, Bai Ying's face became grim, his mixed-blooded features showing deep-set eyes which slightly narrowed. Fu Jingma arrived surprisingly quickly, already making it to Hualin's scenic area with the others. At the time of capture, both him and that dual attribute mutant were absent. Apparently, the place they could be yesterday was here. Thinking that he hadn't noticed this, Bai Ying coldly smirked as the emerald green in his eyes gradually turned gray, like a layer of gloom covered over them. He pinched the thin gold frame of his glasses and placed it down on the table. With a slight movement of his ears, an acute intuition alerted him to the approach of danger. Turning his head, his sharp eyes glanced at the glasses on the table. The clear glass lenses reflected the silhouette of a shadow outside the window. In the blink of an eye, the sound of shattering glass reverberated. At the moment when the breeze swept in, Bai Ying instinctively turned back. His muscular arm exerted immense strength, colliding with a cold hand aimed for his neck. Everything happened in a second, even faster. The moment their eyes met, the shards of glass from the shattered window had just fallen to the third floor below, hitting the concrete ground and creating a loud noise. Amidst the thunderous sound, Fu Jingma delivered his second strike, sweeping his leg up like a gale. Bai Ying quickly retreated, narrowly avoiding the blow. That powerful kick smashed into the solid wood desk, scattering wooden fragments everywhere, instantly creating a sunken indentation. Using that momentum, Fu Jingma flipped backward, squatting with one knee bent, tensed muscles braced for action. Lifting his piercing gaze, he locked eyes with Bai Ying across the room. Their eyes met, each seeing in the other a lethal intent to kill. Bai Ying sneered immediately, "Long time no see, Captain Fu." Though the smile didn't reach his eyes, it was merely a forced expression. Fu Jingma stood up. His height was comparable to Bai Ying's, but his demeanor was colder and firmer. Yet, the smile on his face contrasted greatly with Bai Ying's. It was mocking, easygoing, yet arrogant. He clapped his hands once. "Indeed, it has been a long time, vanquished one." Just as the words left his mouth, a black blade flew out. Bai Ying executed an almost perfect dodge, arching his body into a U-shape and rolling away with speed. The blade struck the wall behind him, shattering the wall, sending bricks flying due to its force, revealing a hole against the pale gray sky outside. An extremely quick reaction time, his abilities were akin to munitions, making it incredibly difficult to hit a mercenary mutant like Bai Ying, who was 1 in 10,000. Fu Jingma advanced several steps, and the two engaged once more in brutal combat techniques. Both were fiercely fighting, with every punch aiming directly for flesh, fists joints colliding with hard muscles. Outside, the sounds of running footsteps could be heard approaching from the lower stairs. Fu Jingma blocked an incoming punch towards his chest with an abnormal twist of his waist, retaliating with an elbow strike. He had to win this battle swiftly. A hand slid down his calf, pulling a black dagger from his boot sheath. Bai Ying shook his head and grabbed a triangular spike. Without another word, he charged forward violently, jumping high up. He thrust downward with the triangular spike, which Fu Jingma deflected with great force using the dagger held in reverse grip. The metallic collision produced a piercing sound that ripped through the eardrums. Upon the instant touch of the blades, they parted only to clash again. The chilling gleam under the fluorescent light made it impossible to look straight. The person who rushed to the door knocked a few times, hearing the sounds of combat inside. Without further ado, they kicked open the heavy solid wood door. The sight before everyone's eyes was shocking, two figures moving with incredible speed, each motion and technique lethal, aimed directly at vital spots. They were aware of Mr. Bai Ying's prowess, but who was this man who could so effectively counter Mr. Bai Ying? The patrol soldiers held their guns, but couldn't fire indiscriminately. The two men were too close together, and any mistake would risk injuring Mr. Bai Ying. SSSCZT. The sound of blades slicing into flesh rang out as blood spurted from beneath Bai Ying's clavicle, forcing him to take a step back. Indeed, underestimating Fu Jingma was a mistake. He was just as formidable as he used to be. With muscles like steel tanks, Fu Jingma gave Bai Ying no time to react, closing in instantly. He couldn't allow Bai Ying a moment to catch his breath. Because of Bai Ying's ability, extreme regeneration. Any wound inflicted on him would heal in an incredibly short amount of time. Damaged skin regrows, even severed limbs recover unless it is an immediately fatal blow. They will quickly mend and regenerate. Unless his head was cut off or his heart was removed, Bai Ying wouldn't die. In simpler terms, this was an advanced version of self-healing. If such an ability belonged to an ordinary person, it might be considered useless. But in Bai Ying, combined with his inherently strong fighting skills and enhanced physical abilities due to mutation, they complemented each other perfectly. There was no need for further advancement in battle techniques. This supportive power made him especially terrifying. Fu Jingma's sharp eyes narrowed slightly at the corners. Excellent. Then let's fight seriously. Chapter 148, White Eagle Safe Zone Melee. On the other side, Lin Mu followed Big Brother Hao into a building. The house should be a residential building in the safe zone. In the hallway, occasional voices could be heard from passing rooms. They went up to the 4th floor, and Big Brother Hao took out his keys and unlocked the door. Inside, there was no one. The house was about 50 to 60 square meters, with 1 bedroom and 1 living room. It seemed like he lived alone. To be assigned such a house, he must indeed have a certain status in the safe zone. Big Brother Hao turned around to look at the young man behind him, leaning close to Lin Mu, revealing a lecherous smile. Mu, come on, Big Brother Hao will take you to wash your face. Look at your little face, how dirty it is. Lin Mu raised his eyes to look at him, without a trace of fear or helplessness from before. What kind of pupils were those? Calm and composed, they made Hao's heart tighten. His intuition told him that this was the real Lin Mu. His thin lips parted slightly as Lin Mu said softly, "No need, I don't mind the dirt." A hint of coldness appeared in Big Brother Hao's eyes, and gritting his teeth, he said, pretending pretty well. "Tell me. Who are you, and what's your purpose?" Lin Mu looked at him indifferently. "No particular purpose, just here to deal with scum." "Where are the children being held?" Naive brat, your brother couldn't teach you well, let Big Brother Hao give you a lesson." Big Brother Hao raised both hands, and instantly white bone spurs grew on his forearms, like spring bamboo shoots piercing through the soil. But those sharp bone spurs were not as easy to handle as bamboo shoots. Lin Mu had seen them pierce through zombies' foreheads. One could imagine, if they hit his body, it would definitely leave a bloody hole. He spun his wrist, and suddenly Xiao Yuan appeared in his hand. The green vines were no longer as delicate as before, instead, they had developed a rough, hard exterior. Plant type. "You," Big Brother Hao's fierce face showed a bit of hesitation as he exclaimed in shock, "You're the person Master Bai Ying is looking for. Don't waste words." As soon as he finished speaking, the vine whip quickly lashed out, breaking through the air with a sound as it fiercely struck toward Big Brother Hao. After all, Big Brother Hao wasn't someone to be trifled with. He had originally been following Bai Ying and continued mixing with him after the apocalypse. Good or evil, morality. With the world turned upside down this way, survival is king. Strong people should control the world. He quickly retreated, cracked his knuckles, and the joints in his fingers made a creaking sound in his palm. Then, like a ghostly shadow, he rushed forward fiercely. Lin Mu delivered a powerful kick, unleashing fighting techniques honed through training with Fu Jingmo. He kicked Big Brother Hao's chest, each boot strike infused with immense strength. Big Brother Hao blocked with clenched fists but still stumbled back half a step to steady himself. Then, with one punch, he fiercely thrust toward Lin Mu's face. Lin Mu ducked, his frail figure making him seem like an underdeveloped youth against a tall and menacing man. But the calmness and steadiness in his eyes contradicted his appearance. Big Brother Hao roared as another punch flew past. This time, the bone spur grazed Lin Mu's forearm, and a line of blood gushed out. Unperturbed, Lin Mu twisted his body, flailing the vine whip around his forearm. Those bone spurs could pierce his skin, yet they failed to scratch Xiao Yuan even slightly. With intention, the vines consciously tightened around Big Brother Hao's hands, restricting their movement. With another ruthless flick, Lin Mu threw the strong man harshly against the wall. Chunks of plaster fell, and Big Brother Hao spat out a mouthful of blood. Following this, Lin Mu swiftly pulled him back by yanking his wrist, throwing him to the ground at his feet. Stepping on Big Brother Hao's back. The man lying prone on the ground burst into a mad laugh. Then, Lin Mu saw more elongated and sharper bone spurs emerge from his back. He quickly withdrew his foot. His military boots were already cut through by the bone spurs. Big Brother Hao had transformed into a man entirely covered with bone spurs. With a bloodthirsty smirk, he looked at Lin Mu. "Huh, see what you can do now. Don't be too nice to Big Brother Hao, little." "Mu. Mu." Lin Mu licked his lips and shifted slightly. In the instant Big Brother Hao charged, dozens of sharp vines emerged out of nowhere behind him. Then, they simultaneously shot out, penetrating the cracks between the bone spurs on the man's skin. Blood flowed rapidly. Xiao Yuan didn't hesitate to absorb the R1 element from the blood, then discarded the man now riddled with holes. Lin Mu shook his head, it was truly disgusting. After killing the lizard men last time, he hadn't used this method again. He certainly didn't prefer using a tactic that resembled bloodsucking. Although he knew that Xiao Yuan absorbed only the R1 elements. He glanced at the man lying on the ground, who unwillingly closed his eyes filled with disbelief. Turning away, Lin Mu descended the stairs to summon Fu Jingmo. Outside, tremendous sounds had already erupted, along with alarm sirens. The strong searchlights had been turned on, illuminating the night like daylight. There was no doubt that Fu Jingmo had already confronted Bai Ying. As two level 4 mutated individuals facing off, this was the highest level ability clash they'd encountered since the apocalypse began. Lin Mu couldn't help but worry. In the forest, Lao Wu and Xiao Lu had waited for the entire afternoon, lying in ambush outside the mountain. At the moment Fu Jingmo broke through the window, he had already launched a signal flare. By now, they had arrived at the back door with everyone. Gunshots rang out, and the guard stationed atop the rear gate had already been neutralized. Brother Wu smashed through the door. The door was forced open, and the vehicles blocking the way were pushed aside by several strength-mutated individuals. Then, they met Shen Rangchen and He rushing out with the children. Shen Rangchen ran ahead, occasionally turning back to throw talismans, driving away the pursuers with powerful explosions. He brought up the rear, firing water arrows in all directions, engaging in fierce combat with the mutants. Lao Wu and Xiao Lu immediately pulled the children behind the truck as the two sides instantly locked into a standoff. Gunfire erupted, stirring up clouds of dust. Brother Wu, you take the people and lead the kids away in the vehicle. I'll handle this here. Xiao Lu shouted loudly amidst the gunfire. Lao Wu glanced at the battlefield. With Shen Rangchen and He present, along with their side's mutants, they wouldn't be at a disadvantage. So, he dispatched a small team to leave from the back mountain with the children. Lin Mu quickly located Bai Ying's 3-story villa and rushed upstairs without hesitation. The patrolling soldiers standing outside heard footsteps, turning swiftly with their gun barrels aimed straight at Lin Mu. Lin Mu swung his vine whip, sending over a dozen people flying in one swift motion. Then, with a crack of the whip, each was sent tumbling down the stairs. In the chaos, gunshots went off erratically, grazing his arm. Ignoring it, Lin Mu reached the doorway and saw the two figures locked in fierce combat inside. It was only now that Lin Mu realized what real hand-to-hand combat looked like, every move instinctual, perfectly timing the actions and power with precise balance. Bai Ying's white clothing was already soaked with blood, yet there wasn't a single visible wound on him, his smile confident. Fu Jingmo also bore injuries, his lip was cracked, and a deep gash cut across his thigh. Their fists collided, then both violently retracted, catching sight of Lin Mu standing at the doorway. Bai Ying revealed a greedy grin, a dual attribute mutant. Lin Mu stepped beside Fu Jingmo, the two close together, glaring coldly at Bai Ying. Seeing the blood on Bai Ying's body, Fu Jingmo's expression darkened, fury blazing stronger. Looking at the pair, Bai Ying knew he wasn't Fu Jingmo's match, with Lin Mu joining the fight, things would go even worse for him. Another day would come. Lin Mu. You. Are mine. He enunciated each word slowly, throwing out a parting threat, remember to stay alive. Don't die easily. With that, he suddenly dashed toward the window Fu Jingmo had climbed through earlier and leaped down. Reacting swiftly, the two realized too late, the distance was too great to stop him in time. Glancing down, Bai Ying performed a few graceful flips before landing steadily on the ground. Without hesitation, Fu Jingma followed the leap, startling Lin Mu, who flicked his vines, wrapping them around a pipe to descend as well. Bai Ying had already fled far ahead, his bloodthirsty gaze turning to glare at them as he smirked smugly, waving goodbye. He mouthed 2 words. "Enjoy yourselves." At the same time, on both sides, 2 doors sealed with iron locks burst open. An endless stream of zombies flooded into the entire safe zone. Chapter 149, That brother is my most beloved person. Lin Mu, heavy machine gun. Fu Jingma spoke out solemnly. Lin Mu handed him the heavy machine gun and added 2 more ammunition belts. The zombies gradually approached, and Bai Ying had already disappeared. Originally, the people in the safe zone belonging to Bai Ying had already fled through a secret passage if they were useful mutants. And the remaining ordinary people were quickly torn into pieces by the zombies. Lin Mu gripped the vine whip tightly, there were more zombies than they had imagined. It seemed the entire prison was filled with them. His clear eyes tightly focused on the grey pupils of the zombies as Lin Mu noticed something strange. They were too fast, compared to the zombies they had seen before, these ones were at least twice as quick. He said in astonishment, "Fu Jingma, there's something wrong with these zombies." Fu Jingma took a close look. In addition to the grey-white in the eyes of the zombies in front of him, there were threads of blood red. "Damn it, that dumb bastard Bai Ying," he swore, forcefully pulling the trigger. In an instant, the bullets roared out, sweeping towards the zombies in waves, exploding the heads of the zombies in the vertical row. These zombies' speed and strength had doubled, rushing directly towards the 2 of them. The people at the back door also noticed the abnormality on the open ground and stopped shooting. Those patrol soldiers from the safe zone looked at the surging zombies with panic on their faces. Those zombies have been upgraded by Master Bai Ying. No, why? Has Master Bai Ying left? They all knew how powerful these zombies were, and none of them could believe that they had become Bai Ying's abandoned pawns. He jumped onto a nearby wooden box, looked far away for a moment, and shouted loudly, "Forget about your Master Bai Ying, go kill the zombies. Otherwise, who do you expect will save you?" Everyone was momentarily stunned, then adjusted the direction of their guns, aiming at the zombies. In the distance, Fu Jingma and Lin Mu fought while retreating. The zombies moved faster, and the killing speed of the heavy machine gun couldn't keep up with the speed at which they were charging over. The sound of gunfire echoed from behind as He and his group joined the battle, instantly alleviating the pressure. Blood splashed, grotesque zombies had their heads pierced, various abilities were quickly deployed. Several heavy machine guns fired in unison like fierce wind and storm accompanied by shouts of rage. However, there were too many zombies, moving too fast, even jumping onto the surrounding wooden constructions, attacking from different angles. Fu Jingma's expression was icy. Humans had confidence in wiping out zombies because these things lacked intelligence and only had the instinct to bite. If they had intelligence, learned to ambush, encircle and attack, this world would only get darker and darker. The first zombie broke through the rain of bullets and leaped from the second-floor window of a building nearby, landing heavily on a patrol soldier. Its black long nails pierced into his skin, tearing off large pieces of flesh. The patrol soldier screamed in pain, rolling on the ground. However, no one could free their hands to help him. Nor did they need to help anymore. Amidst the fierce gunshots, Fu Jingma keenly heard a child's cry. Were there still children in the safe zone? He turned his head and glanced at the research building on the right side. At the second-floor window, 5 or 6 children were crying heartbreakingly, hugging the window tightly. Lin Mu followed his gaze and saw the children too. And below the research building, zombies were already densely gathering and trying to squeeze inside. Without a trace of hesitation, Fu Jingma bolted forward, cutting through the wave of zombies toward the research building. The research building located ahead on the vacant land was completely surrounded. Lin Mu intended to follow but was immediately blocked by a batch of zombies jumping down from the windows, forcing him to deal with them first. Within just half a minute, the whole road had already been packed with zombies, leaving no opportunity to advance. The grotesque-looking zombies charged at him violently, their clamorous noises overpowering others. Fu Jingma slung the heavy machine gun on his back, using his special ability to create a path among the zombies, dashing several steps up to the building. On the second floor stood an iron gate, and it was precisely this gate that had prevented the zombies from entering, giving the children a ray of hope. A jet of black crystal flew out, opening the iron gate. Fu Jingma looked around and quickly picked up a rope from the corridor, wrapping and tightening the door firmly. Then he rushed inside. There were 5 children altogether, standing near the window sobbing bitterly. Seeing him enter, they clearly became startled. "Don't be afraid, I'm here to take you away." He turned around and shut the lab door too. Although it was just a wooden door, any bit of resistance counted, it would block the zombies for every possible second. Forced to retreat, Lin Mu re-entered Bai Ying's office building. After shutting the main door, he swiftly ran upstairs. Because the 2 of them kept cleaning outside this building earlier, there were currently no zombies inside this building. The windows of the office building weren't far from those of the research building on its left side, only about 5 to 6 meters apart. On the other side, Fu Jingma looked at his leg and felt a bit strange. For the first time, there was a hint of bewilderment in his cold eyes. Then he gritted his teeth, showing no expression as he leaned out half of his body to observe the retreat route. This way. Lin Mu was standing by the opposite window. Fu Jingma glanced up at him, the youth's sweat-drenched hair clung tightly to his face, probably from clearing out zombies, causing his breathing to be somewhat disordered. His eyes held pupils like amber, extremely beautiful, seriously looking at him. Suddenly, Fu Jingma was overwhelmed with an urge to abandon everything. Responsibility, tasks. These children to be saved and this broken world. To take Lin Mu and find a safe place for the two of them to live. How wonderful it would be. Seeing Lin Mu who showed no reaction, confusion appeared on his brow. Fu Jingma was always sharp, tense, like a leopard ready to leap up at any moment. Why had he been so distracted? Not bothering about other things, Lin Mu noticed that the main door below the research building had already been trampled by countless zombies. Fu Jingma. He shouted again loudly, bringing the person back to their senses, a trace of smile curving at the corner of his lips. Here. I'll throw the kids over, I'll catch them. The windows down there lead to the back door. Fu Jingma nodded, crouched down, and placed a finger against his lips. Shoo, hey, quiet, little ghosts. The children sobbed as they looked at Fu Jingma. When he was serious, the natural integrity on his face made the children follow his words without thinking, barely stopping their cries. Do you see the brother over there? The children turned around, looked once, and nodded. That brother is my most beloved person, he's very capable. Now we're going to play a game, who's the bravest? After a short while, a little boy hesitantly raised his hand, earning Fu Jingma's approving look. Great, once we go back, brother will teach you how to use a gun, or something. Now, I'm going to throw you over to that brother, don't worry, he will catch you, okay? Will I fall? Thinking of the zombies downstairs, the boy tightened his small hands. No, I promise. The determination in his eyes gave the child confidence, and the little boy nodded, tears dripping down one after another, still afraid. Fu Jingma picked him up, whispering softly, close your eyes, it's just like, riding a roller coaster. The kid closed his eyes, and Fu Jingma used all his strength to throw the child. A vine whip flew from Lin Mu's hand, accurately wrapping around the child's waist and pulling him into the window. The other children watched this scene and cheered in joy. With the first child leading the way, the rest became more daring. The children were safely sent to the other side, and lastly, it was Fu Jingma. Sweetheart, catch me, okay. Stepping onto the window frame, he smiled at Lin Mu. Lin Mu raised his eyebrows. At such a distance, normally he could jump it easily. He assumed that Fu Jingma today was like the kids, intentionally letting himself be caught. In good humor, Lin Mu nodded, yeah, I'll catch you. Without hesitation, the latter leaped suddenly. The vine whip quickly whipped out, Fu Jingma reached and grabbed hold of the vine whip, gaining momentum to ascend onto the window. Lin Mu looked at the person standing on the window in backlight and laughed, what's wrong? Hurry down. There are no zombies behind us yet. Before he finished speaking, the person jumped down, hugging him tightly. So strong, as if trying to melt himself into his bones. Lin Mu was stunned for a moment, unsure what happened before Fu Jingma let go of him. Showing a roguish grin, Fu Jingma said, TSK, I missed you the moment I didn't see you. Let's go. A flash of strangeness crossed Lin Mu's mind, but before he could ponder on it. The continuous sound of gunfire came from outside again, interrupting the fleeting doubt in his mind. Chapter 150, Fu Jingma, were you bitten? Lin Mu went down the window first, and Fu Jingma handed the children down one by one from above. With the experience of jumping through the window just now, at this point, the children were obviously no longer afraid. After going down, they even politely said, thank you, brother. Lin Mu ruffled his hair, and the two of them walked ahead and behind with the children, moving toward the back door along the side of the house. Ah! A zombie leapt out between the houses, startling a scream from the child. Fu Jingma disposed of it with a streak of black crystal. With him in the rear, Lin Mu was completely unworried and focused on the road ahead, sweeping away the occasional zombies that jumped in front. Soon, they reached the back door. Hise and others were nearly out of ammunition and were using their abilities to kill the zombies. Water arrows and talismans flew about, these zombies weren't so easy to deal with. Power mutators wielding machetes chopped them down, while those without abilities could only hide behind and clean up any zombies that slipped past occasionally. Hise, prepare to retreat. Lin Mu shouted loudly to Hise. Seeing him, Hise grinned, showing a smile, and gave an okay sign. Vine whips flung away a few zombies as Lin Mu led the children out the back door first. Lao Wu and Xiao Lu came just in time to cover them. Upon seeing Fu Jingma, they exclaimed, Captain. Where are the children? Have they all been sent away? The two quickly reported, yes, we let a bus and a car leave first. One bus remains waiting for you. Good. Cover their retreat. Fu Jingma decisively ordered. Lao Wu and Xiao Lu's gun still had bullets, fiercely setting up a defensive net to allow Hise and the rest to fall back. In this way, retreating as they fought, the group climbed onto a hill. The zombies were trapped below the hill, climbing up but falling back down repeatedly, unable to catch up for the moment. They dashed through the woods, quickly heading toward the parking area. The robust mutants carried a few children who gazed at the distant smoke-covered safety zone with shiny black eyes. Lin Mu followed behind them, finally letting out a sigh of relief. Finally, he'd brought all these children out. A long time ago, he thought that surviving in this apocalypse would be enough. When had he changed, hoping to save people, hoping to make this world better, hoping to become someone like Fu Jingmo? Fu Jingmo followed closely behind him, looking at the young man's determined silhouette, someone who had grown into someone capable of standing alone. That was great. This way, if he were no longer around, his Lin Xiaomu would survive. A chilling sensation arose from every part of his body, as if he had fallen into an icy cellar. Fu Jingmo gritted his teeth and caught up with the group. Not long after, a bus appeared on the roadside. Those left in the car listened nervously to the gunshots coming from the direction of the safe zone. Seeing everyone return, they wore smiles of relief. Quickly, get on the bus, let's go home. The driver stuck his head out. Seeing the several children brought back once more, his eyes watered. Everyone boarded the bus with the children first. Fu Jingmo glanced at Lao Wu and Xiao Lu and lifted his chin slightly, go to the bus. The two responded with a, yes, and ran onto the bus. He was using water to rinse blood and slime off Shen Rongchen's hands. Looking up, he said, Brother Fu, let's get on the bus too. Fu Jingmo nodded lightly, drive the vehicle behind us. He responded and walked with Shen Rongchen to the next car. Fu Jingmo turned to face Lin Mu. Mu, give me the car keys. Lin Mu had been watching him since just now. His clear and cool eyebrows furrowed slightly. A terrible thought flashed in his mind. But he didn't dare or want to believe it. He stiffened his lips in a forced smile and said, let me drive. Saying this, he started walking towards the car. His tall figure took a step forward and blocked him. No, I'll drive. You take the same vehicle as He. Lin Mu looked up at him, paused for a moment, then shook his head and stepped back. I don't want to. Be good, listen. Fu Jingmo looked down at him, his voice incredibly gentle, yet there was an almost imperceptible trace of sadness in his eyes. Seeing that neither of them had gotten on the bus, He poked his head out. What's the matter? Why aren't the two of you getting on? Do you want to sit here together? No need, you guys go first, Lin Mu spoke up. Fu Jingmo suddenly yelled loudly, becoming irritated, don't go, take Lin Mu with you. He glanced back and forth between them, scratching his head, what happened? Did you guys fight? Shen Rongchen pulled He's body back from where it was sticking out of the car and sized up Fu Jingmo, shock registering on his face. Lin Mu's body quaked slightly, his hand clenched into a fist by his side as he walked around him toward the bus. Fu Jingmo reached out and grabbed Lin Mu's clothes, yanking him back. Old Five and Xiao Lu saw that something was wrong and came running down from the bus. Captain. What's going on? Take Lin Mu away. Xiao Lu was at a loss, bumbling forward, Brother Mu, come ride with us on the bus. Lin Mu's eyes were bloodshot, glaring fiercely at Fu Jingmo without answering Xiao Lu. Take him away. Fu Jingmo said this in a commanding tone, scaring Xiao Lu who snapped to attention. Yes. Then Xiao Lu approached, pulling Lin Mu, let's go, Brother Mu, once the captain isn't mad anymore, everything will be fine. A vine whip stretched from his hand, Lin Mu whipped his hand back and delivered a brutal strike with it on the ground, broken pieces of cement flying off the cracked road. Xiao Lu took a step backward. Get lost. Lin Mu's voice was colder than ever before, brimming with anger as he locked his gaze on Fu Jingmo. He gritted his teeth tightly, tasting blood welling up in his gums. Then suddenly, his tone softened but was tinged with trembling despair. Fu Jingmo, were you bitten? Chapter 151 Red Heart Lin Xiaomu, go with them. His voice was very soft, but Lao Wu standing next to him, Xiao Lu, and the two people inside the car heard clearly. Everyone was momentarily stunned, unable to utter a sound. Fu Jingmo slightly curled his lips in an almost imperceptible smile, his bloodless face pretending as if he did not care. There's nothing serious, I just got my leg cut while fighting Bai Ying. The zombie's blood seemed to have splashed on the wound, but it may not even be a big deal. Lin Mu. The chilling sensation spreading through his body had already turned into unbearable pain. His complexion quickly became deathly pale, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. All of this, it will be fine, was pure nonsense. Lin Mu shook his head stubbornly, barely holding back the tears welling in his eyes. Let's go back to the factory zone. We'll go back, I'll figure something out. Yes, everything will be fine. I won't let anything happen to you. He moved forward and pulled Fu Jingmo's arm towards the car, rambling incoherently in an attempt to both console and hypnotize himself. Fu Jingmo, looking at his panic-stricken expression, felt as though his heart was being violently torn apart. They had been together for over half a year, they were each other's lifelines, and Lin Mu was someone Fu cherished deeply. Massive grief was repeatedly shattering his heart, like being frozen and poisoned simultaneously. He suddenly grabbed Lin Mu, his eyes full of pleading helplessness. Good boy, Mumu, Lin Xiaomu, go with them. Please, I'm begging you, alright? I'm sorry, it's all my fault. I promise to take you to Fengcheng. Sorry, my dear one. With Lao Wu here, there won't be any issues. Go to Fengcheng, find the people from Unit 113. They'll protect you. Nothing bad will happen. Lin Mu tightly bit her lip, trembling violently throughout her body. I don't want anyone else. I don't want anyone else. Fu Jingma, you can't leave me behind. Fu Jingma looked at her desperate eyes, his heart breaking piece by piece. He suddenly started regretting things. If they were only ordinary friends and if he had never claimed her for himself. Would his Lin Xiaomu have been so heartbroken right now? With the last strength he had left, he cruelly pried Lin Mu's hands away. In a sorrow-filled voice, he cried out. Take him away. Captain, Xiao Lu wiped his tears, while Lao Wu gritted his teeth firmly, yet following orders was inherent in their nature. The two stepped forward, wanting to drag Lin Mu away. Before they touched him, Hizei had already opened the car door and ran down, standing in front of Lin Mu. Mu, take brother Fu back. He stood in front of Lin Mu. Through this journey, only he knew how much Lin Mu was tied to Fu Jingmo. Lin Mu was mild-tempered and composed, but once something entered his heart, he could be unbearably obsessive. No one understood him better than himself. A water arrow shot onto the cement ground, warning those who dared to approach, namely Lao Wu and Xiao Lu. As the two sides remained in a standoff, a thunderous sound echoed from behind. An exhausted person fell heavily to their knees, blackened blood gushing out of their wound. Without hesitation, Lin Mu spun around, reaching out to press against his thigh. Her delicate white fingers trembled uncontrollably, the flowing blood showing no sign of stopping. Finally, she gave up resisting, bending over and placing Fu Jingma's hand on her shoulder as they made their way to the car. Her frail frame arched under the weight of his tall body, stumbling slightly before regaining balance. The person was placed on the passenger seat. Lin Mu then rushed to the driver's side, leaning down to fasten the safety belt for him and tilting the seat back. Fu Jingma still retained a bit of consciousness, grabbing the thin wrist in front of him. His unfocused eyes tightly focused on the direction of Lin Mu. Lin Xiaomu, why are you always so disobedient? Lin Mu stared at him, tears falling in large drops, splashing onto his pale face. The man feeling the warmth swallowed hard and choked out, don't cry, baby, please don't cry. Lin Mu reached out, cradling his cheek, lowering her head to kiss his lips. Their trembling lips collided, neither restraining the intensity, as if trying to devour the other. Tears, salty and wet, mingled, swirling into their mouths. All control was lost. Lin Mu just wanted to remain lost forever in this kiss, unwilling to awaken. However, Fu Jingma's increasingly trembling body told him he must wake up. Retreating, her fingers gripping his shoulders fiercely, she growled angrily, Fu Jingma, you're not allowed to die. You're not allowed to turn into a zombie, and if you do, I'll knock out every single tooth of yours and tie you up to keep near me. Fu Jingma seemed to laugh weakly, his feeble voice saying, so, domineering big brother won't die. There won't be any issues, can you trust me just this once? Lin Mu sniffed, looking at his dazed eyes. All right. Fu Jingma softly replied, with Lin Mu in his eyes becoming two overlapping shadows. Gradually. He sank into darkness. Lin Mu wasted no time and quickly returned to the driver's seat. He stepped on the gas pedal, and the SUV roared out, heading toward the factory zone. The night was dim, with icy moonlight spilling onto the hellish earth. Thanks to the apocalypse, there were at least no bothersome traffic rules limiting the speed. The car reached its maximum speed as it headed toward the factory zone. He had to find a sufficiently safe place, one that would at least be free from zombie attacks. Nothing would go wrong, Xiao Yuan would surely have a way. Lin Mu clenched his teeth, forcing himself to keep his eyes on the road ahead, not daring to look at the person beside him. He was so afraid, more terrified than ever before. He feared that if he turned his head, Fu Jingma would already have turned into a zombie like those outside. In no time, under the extreme speed, the car arrived at the factory zone. It was still the same road from yesterday. On the truck with horizontal shipping containers, there were a few more people compared to the previous day. Upon closer inspection, Hong Zhenbang was also there. Seeing the car, several people approached. The first bus had already returned. It had brought back the children, and Hong Zhenbang was waiting here for them. Mr. Lin, why are there only you two? Lin Mu rolled down the window, his expression cold and emotionless, completely different from his gentle demeanor during the day. With a glance, he looked at Hong Zhenbang, I want to go inside. The person standing behind Hong Zhenbang immediately saw Fu Jingma lying semi-unconsciously on the passenger side, his complexion deathly gray. The plant manager, that person seems to have been bitten, right? He took a step back, and his voice was unusually clear in the night. In an instant, the people nearby all took a few steps back. Hearing this, Hong Zhenbang glanced at the passenger seat for a moment before falling silent. You may enter, but you must stay in the empty factory on the left. Zombies will not come in there, though please avoid the area on the right for now, as there are many civilians over there. Plant manager. A muffled protest came from behind, but Hong Zhenbang cast a glance over, silencing them. All right, Lin Mu nodded. Hong Zhenbang moved the vehicle away and led the way himself. Each of the factories here was surrounded by its own iron mesh fence. Survivors in the factory zone lived in the factories on the right. The factories on the left were entirely vacant, with overgrown weeds covering the interior because nobody lived there. Lin Mu paid no heed, driving straight in while Hong Zhenbang stood outside the iron mesh gate watching. He got out of the car and locked the iron door, shouting through the fence, "No one should bother us." After finishing, he drove the car directly into the open area inside. Chapter 152, Lin Mu's Collapse. The car stopped in front of a building, probably an employee dormitory as well. It looked similar to the one from before. Lin Mu got out of the car and opened the passenger side door. He reached out, lightly touching Fu Jingma's face. The temperature under his palm was gradually cooling, the skin lifeless and gray. Lin Mu blinked once, trying to prevent tears from blurring his vision. He quickly wiped them away, bent down, and unfastened the seatbelt. Then he hoisted Fu Jingma onto his back. The uninhabited house loomed darkly, eerily silent. Each step he took was steady, for fear of dropping him. He climbed up to the second floor, the dull sound of his footsteps echoing in the corridor, and entered a slightly more spacious room. This room appeared to have been vacant originally, with only a table inside. He gestured and set up a bed by the window, then placed Fu Jingma on it. He pulled out a pillow and slid it under Fu Jingma's head. Kneeling by the window, he lifted the torn part of Fu Jingma's pants. The black blood-soaked fabric felt sticky and cold, even carrying a faint odor of decay. Lin Mu simply tore the pants apart, pulling them off entirely and throwing them to the ground. He quickly grabbed some bandages and alcohol. Luckily, they had collected plenty of medicine along the way. He filled a basin with mineral water, wrung out a towel, and gently wiped away the black blood from Fu Jingma's leg. As if it had long run dry, the bleeding slowed considerably now, the cleaned wound exposed with an outward-facing gash. There was a roughly 10-centimeter long wound, which normally would have healed by now. Though mutated individuals didn't heal as fast as Xiao Yuan, small wounds could still recover within hours. But this time, there was no sign of recovery, just the wound flipping outward, drenched in blood. Clutching his teeth, he opened the alcohol bottle cap and poured it over the wound, performing basic disinfection no matter what. The deeply unconscious man showed no sensation. After finishing everything, Lin Mu removed the clothes from his body and replaced them with clean ones, wanting to make him comfortable. He also retrieved a blanket and covered him with it. Fu Jingma's body had always been warm, but now it felt colder than his own. Exhausted, Lin Mu leaned against the wall by the windowsill and raised his eyes toward the outside. The cold moon hung like a silver plate in the sky, its light falling precisely upon them. Please, whoever can hear my prayers, let him be all right. He had never believed in ghosts or gods, but at this moment, he would believe in anything. The person cradled in his arms had dark circles beneath his eyes, weak breathing, and beads of cold sweat continuously breaking out on his forehead, almost dehydrated. His handsome face looked more haggard than ever, and gray spots were appearing around his neck. Lin Mu gave him a deep look before lowering his head and kissing his lips, briefly brushing them together. Subsequently, his clear and cold gaze closed, and he slipped into the consciousness realm. Xiao Yuan had accompanied him in resolving the issues surrounding the White Eagle safe zone. While transforming into vines, although unable to communicate with Lin Mu directly, it retained a basic awareness. Mu Mu. Lin Mu's eyes were bloodshot as he sat down beside Xiao Yuan, cutting straight to the point. Can you save him? Xiao Yuan shrank its little leaves somewhat hesitantly. I don't know how to save him. Why don't you know? You said you could suppress the R virus, that you would eliminate the R virus from this world, yet you can't even save one person. Xiao Yuan had never seen Lin Mu so distraught, and it felt heartbroken inside. Mu Mu, I can suppress the R virus, but I haven't found the method yet. It felt utterly useless, its thoughts vague, coming only in occasional flashes. Lin Mu covered his face with both hands and collapsed emotionally. I'm sorry, I shouldn't be like this, but I must save him. Please, Xiao Yuan. He forced himself to control his emotions, gritting his teeth to remain calm. Mu Mu. Xiao Yuan's voice carried a hint of crying, unwilling to see Mu Mu so upset. When Mu Mu was sad, since it lived in his heart, it also felt incredibly sorrowful. Small branches stretched out, gently placing themselves in Lin Mu's palms. Since absorbing the energy cores of mutated zombies, their touch was no longer unpleasant as before. The branch moved lightly, as if consoling Lin Mu. Lin Mu exhaled, thinking deeply. In the past, we hypothesized that our one elements and our elements are actually mutually exclusive, they counterbalance each other, co-occurring while simultaneously restraining each other. So, does that mean inserting our one elements into his body would suffice? No. No, that's not right. If it were just normal or one elements, the Academy of Sciences would have discovered it by now. They would try every possible way to extract enough or one elements. There must be something else, something that you have but doesn't exist in this world. He lowered his head, looking at the tiny Xiao Yuan, and then he saw the little branch in his palm. The two small leaves lay obediently on the branch, rubbing against his palm. A flash of inspiration crossed his mind, making Lin Mu's breathing become rapid as he flipped over the little leaf in his hand. Xiao Yuan, in your veins, the red is my blood, and the gold represents our one elements. Then, what about the green? The thing that makes my wounds heal, the thing that changes my physical abilities. What is it? Xiao Yuan hesitated, tilting the little branch, as if thinking. Finally, after some side-to-side shaking, it replied innocently. I don't know either. I've had it since I came into existence. Is it my blood? But, this thing is really powerful. It can cure your injuries. Lin Mu's hands trembled slightly, so, if we use this, plus the R1 element, and infuse it into Fu Jingma's body, will he be fine? At first, we thought once the storage ball was full, you could grow up and bear fruit, solving the R virus problem. But in fact, not just the energy from the storage ball, but also the nutrients in your body are needed. Isn't that right? Xiao Yuan nodded. Yeah, without nutrients, Xiao Yuan couldn't grow up. Yes, it will work. It definitely will. Lin Mu's face showed a hint of joy. Xiao Yuan, help me. Help save him. But how do we do it? Put these R1 elements and your nutrients all into my bloodstream, so I can feed it to him. This was the fastest method Lin Mu could think of at the moment. Maybe extracting blood or separating serum would be more correct. But there were no such conditions now, and Xiao Yuan couldn't directly heal others on its own. But it could go through him. His blood contained high concentrations of R1 elements mixed with Xiao Yuan's nutrients. It would definitely work. There was no other way. They had to give it a try. Alright. After agreeing with Xiao Yuan, Lin Mu left the consciousness realm. Soon after, his body started to feel something happening. Green nutrients slowly entered his blood vessels, intertwining with his blood. That sensation wasn't pleasant, it was, after all, something foreign. The nutrients and R1 elements were concentrated in his left wrist, and with one swift motion, Lin Mu sliced open a cut. It was as if he feared there wouldn't be enough blood, for the wound went deep to the bone. Bright red blood interlaced with golden and green hues gushed out. He placed the person in his arms more flatly, letting him rest his head on his thigh, then moved his wrist close to the person's lips. Blood carrying the fresh scent of plants. Little by little seeped into the chapped lips dried out from dehydration. Chapter 153, I Won't Leave You. Not long after, another SUV and a bus appeared at the other end of the road. Hizei asked for Lin Mu's position, and without a second word, he got out of the car, slammed the door, and walked towards the factory on the left. Lao Wu and Xiao Lu followed up, with Shen Rengchen walking last. When they reached the iron gate, they saw that it was locked. Hizei was about to forcefully break the door when a pair of slender hands grabbed his wrist. Don't go. Just wait here. Shen Rengchen spoke softly, looking into Hizei's slightly red eyes. Even if you went, you wouldn't be able to help. Don't interfere with them. Hizei clenched his teeth and forced himself to calm down as he slumped against the iron fence and sat down. Lao Wu and Xiao Lu also sat down nearby. For people like them, sacrifice was a normal thing. Before the apocalypse, there was no avoiding sacrifice in any mission. But they never thought that it would be the captain. In everyone's heart from Squad 113, the captain was like a deity, the very core of the team. As long as the captain was alive, Squad 113 would always exist. Shen Rengchen sat next to Hizei. A tomato climbed out from his collar, ran over to Hizei, and snuggled into his arms. Dust, if Brother Fu doesn't make it, what will Mu do? Hizei spoke softly, blinking his dazed eyes. What else can be done? Keep living. It's too painful, living like that is too painful. Mu's parents passed away in an accident, and it happened suddenly. These past 2 years have been hard enough for him. A trace of wetness flashed in Hizei's eyes. It seems like he's alive, but he always stays in his own world, in that small place at Jiaoshan, even giving up his favorite activity of drawing. Sometimes I selfishly feel glad about this apocalypse because it seemed to bring some vitality back to him. But now I understand, it wasn't because of the apocalypse, it was because of Brother Fu. He murmured, not caring whether the person beside him was listening. There won't be any problems. Some people are meant to accomplish certain tasks before leaving this world. They haven't finished yet, so nothing will happen. Shen Rengchen said calmly, waving and discarding a talisman. The talisman fell onto Hizei, causing the person beside him to slowly close their eyes and fall asleep. Cold moonlight illuminated the boundless night. Bright red blood dripped into Fu Jingma's lips drop by drop. Ignoring the tearing pain in his wrist, Lin Mu carefully observed. The red blood mixed with green and golden elements, which hadn't blended together. They intertwined and entered Fu Jingma's body. Gray spots began to creep along his neck. As time passed, the lying figure jolted all over. Immediately afterward, these gray spots faded rapidly only to reappear once more. R1 elements and green energy inside the blood continuously consumed the R virus entering his body. The R1 elements clashed fiercely with the R virus. Lin Mu hugged him a little tighter, resting his chin on top of his head. Strands of hair fell forward from his forehead, partially blocking the light. With unwavering, cool eyes, Lin Mu focused solely on those gray spots. Energy continued to flow unceasingly into Fu Jingma's body. Finally, those gray spots stopped appearing, and Lin Mu reached out to loosen his collar. Above his chest, there were almost no more gray spots left, but before he could rejoice. The person in his arms suddenly started breathing heavily, with tightly closed eyes twitching violently, clenching fists. His body convulsed violently. Fu Jingmo. Fu Jingmo. Lin Mu called out twice, but the person in his arms did not awaken. When he looked down, the wound on the exposed thigh had begun healing. Was it the green energy? Healing. However, before it healed completely, it was torn open again. Black-purple blood flowed out. Fu Jingmo. Wake up, wake up. He croaked, shouting a few times as he laid the person flat on the bed. With his right hand, he used a dagger to cut another deep wound, then threw the knife aside and pressed his hand onto the wound. The blood flowed faster and more urgently, quickly entering Fu Jingmo's mouth. Energy surged even more intensely into his body. The black-purple blood emitted a putrid stench in the air, but Lin Mu didn't seem to notice. Severe blood loss made his head a bit dizzy, and he gritted his teeth, supporting himself at the bedside. Fu Jingmo, please. The youth leaned down, whispering helplessly. His pale lips lost all color. The convulsing body began to twist in agony, letting out a painful roar. Lin Mu managed to lift the person up and pressed both hands firmly onto his body. The wound on his wrist, rubbed by his clothes, felt like it was being torn open again. Tears welled up in Lin Mu's eyes. With one last anguished cry, Fu Jingmo's body gave a violent shake. A thick black clot of blood sprayed from the thigh wound. Moments later, fresh red blood gushed out, and the wound visibly started to heal before their eyes. Lin Mu's pupils contracted slightly, his eyes widening in disbelief. Is he healed? Is everything alright now? He then transferred the last drops of dwindling blood from his wrist into Fu Jingmo's mouth, his body drained of all energy. Perhaps with no green energy or R1 elements left, an unprecedented exhaustion overtook him. Barely managing, Lin Mu leaned down to check Fu Jingmo's heartbeat. His temperature was returning to normal, his heartbeat becoming stronger. The tense ache in his chest suddenly eased, and a pale smile appeared on his face, the smile of someone who had survived a great ordeal. It wasn't just Fu Jingmo who had survived this ordeal. It was the two of them who had made it through. A clear tear trickled down his eyelid, and his usually cold, clear eyes gently closed. In the last second before falling asleep, Lin Mu only had time to silently whisper in his mind, "Thank you, Xiao Yuan." Fu Jingmo wandered in darkness for what felt like an eternity, endlessly walking forward. His stern face remained expressionless. The path ahead stretched infinitely without any light. He knew he had been bitten by a zombie. So what next? What about Lin Mu? How is he doing now? Boom. The loud thunderclap startled him, and icy raindrops fell on his face. It was raining. Finally, there was an end to the endless darkness. What did he see now? Was it a rainy night? Jiaoshan. The room on the second floor was lit. Fu Jingmo wanted to take a look, and suddenly his body appeared on the second floor. Through the slightly opened door, he saw himself back then, as well as Lin Mu. That slender youth stood before him and extended a hand, his voice gentle. Let's get along well from now on, Fu Jingmo. Mutual understanding. The scene shifted. They were in that eerie deserted village. The three of them slept on the bed, and he reached out to pull Lin Mu closer to him. Turn around, stay farther away from him. So, since then, he'd always wanted to possess Lin Mu. Then came the view of the cement wall in Wu City, where the youth spoke softly under the morning light. Can I become the comrade you trust? Everything had a trail to follow. This cold, aloof man had unknowingly taken up residence in his heart step by step. Xiao Mu, big brother will never leave you. Chapter 154, what kind of treasure did he find? The space before his eyes began to collapse. Excruciating cold pain coursed through every limb and bone, like being immersed in the coldest glacier in Antarctica, yet as it gradually numbed, it also felt like being scorched by scalding magma. A liquid with the fresh scent of grass and trees flowed into his mouth, like a tide that slowly but surely dispelled all the unbearable sensations. Inch by inch, bit by bit. Difficultly, yet resolutely resisting the source of the pain. In the final moment when all darkness faded, Fu Jingmo faintly heard Lin Mu's small cries. Fu Jingmo, please, don't leave me. That voice carried fear and despair, making his heart beat wildly. Lin Xiaomu, your big brother won't leave you. Dawn broke, shining into the room through the window. On the bed by the window lay a tall man lying straight, and on him, a thin youth who had fallen asleep with shallow breathing. His body curled up slightly, even in his dreams, he still lightly frowned. His eyelids fluttered, and Fu Jingmo painfully opened his eyes, raising his hand to block the light shining on his face. It felt as if his whole body had been shattered and reassembled, even lifting his hand caused the faint sound of joint friction. After several seconds of confusion, he exhaled a breath, am I still alive? Feeling the weight on his chest, he looked down and saw a pale face resting on him. His large hand caressed the other's face, which was a little cool. Supporting himself, Fu Jingmo sat up, noticing thick, foul-smelling blood covering the floor around the bedside. He picked up the youth, suppressing his overwhelming emotions, carefully examining Lin Mu. The sweet taste of the grass-entry-scented liquid from last night lingered in his mouth. During those fleeting moments of consciousness, he roughly understood what had happened. 2 wounds crossed horizontally on his delicate wrist, clearly dealt with great force. Probably after exhausting all his energy inside, the wounds were gruesome and dried, without any signs of healing. He found mineral water on the ground, swished his mouth, then found alcohol and bandages to tend to Lin Mu's wounds. Then, gently, he embraced him in his arms. The person in his arms seemed to have experienced a nightmare, emitting soft sobs, trembling lightly, a tiny head searching for something against his body. Finally, stopping at his left chest, they quieted down. Did he hear my heartbeat? Hearing it, so he feels at ease. Lin Xiaomu, don't be afraid, brother is fine. He extended his hand to let the person lean against his chest, kissing his hair. Then, he carried him over to the clean inner side of the bed, pulling the covers over him. As the sun rose, morning light turned into a gentle yellow hue. Fu Jingmo looked at the person nestled in his arms, a slight smile tugging at the corner of his lips. It was good, he was still alive. He had never feared death or sacrifice. But now, he was scared, he couldn't bear seeing Lin Mu saddened, and he couldn't bear leaving him in this world. Lin Xiaomu, what should I do? Big brother has fallen for you. As if unable to get enough kisses, he dropped one kiss after another. Almost all the energy within Lin Mu had been consumed. Accompanied by excessive blood loss, he didn't wake until the sky darkened again. During this time, whatever Fu Jingmo did, he held him. Whenever the little guy sensed him loosening his grip, he would start whimpering and crying. He wanted to go somewhere to take care of his physiological needs, but he couldn't let go of his hands. So, he had to carry him. Even someone as shameless as him felt embarrassed, so he consoled himself, can't hear, Lin Mu is sleeping. Well, Lin Xiaomu, you just stick to your big brother, forever like this, sticking wherever we go. Fu Jingmo zipped up his pants with one hand, finally able to hold the person in both arms. Lifting his little bottom, he securely held him closer, walking towards the bed. Lin Mu softly hummed, adjusting to a more comfortable position on his own. Fu Jingmo tucked him under the covers, lying down with him. The weather was already very cold, he didn't want this fragile package to freeze. He unreservedly touched Lin Mu's face, noticing he had regained some color compared to the morning. His hand slid down, tenderly checking his wounds, then hugging him tightly like a treasure. The person in his arms, feeling uncomfortable with the tight embrace, squirmed, placing a leg atop Fu Jingmo. Fu Jingmo sharply sucked in a cold breath. Touching inexplicable places, he gritted his teeth angrily. Move again, and your brother will eat you. Then he started quietly muttering, fairness, justice, obey orders. When deeply absorbed in the recitation, a weak voice rang out from his arms, good memory work. Sweetheart, you're awake. Fu Jingmo lowered his head, catching sight of those beautiful eyes. Their gazes locked, emotions swirling in their depths like countless words wanting to be said but not knowing where to begin. Are you alright? Lin Mu's lips moved slightly, and he managed a dry question. Fu Jingmo bent down to kiss him gently. I'm fine, sweetheart, absolutely fine. It's you who needs more care. He traced his nose and found the soft lips, pressing them together. Fu Jingmo was extremely tender, careful not to make the weak one feel uncomfortable. Lin Mu didn't have much strength, so he could only tilt his head up slightly to accept it. After a long while, he was finally released with heavy breaths. Fu Jingmo's forehead rested against his. Hot breath fanned over his face as he whispered harshly, if you had any strength right now, I'd take you right away. Do it then, blaming me because you can't. Fu Jingmo chuckled, no, I wouldn't dare. You recover quickly, once you're better, I'll have you immediately. His wrist hurt intensely. Just a slight movement made Fu Jingmo grab his hand cautiously. Don't move, you cut yourself so deep. Do you want to lose your hand? Humph. The person in his arms buried his head, sniffed, and ignored him. Fu Jingmo messed up his hair, what's wrong? Can't even talk about it. You told me to leave, didn't you? When I get better, I'll follow Brother 5 to Fengsheng. I'll find the 113 guys on my own and ask them for protection. The person in his arms already looked ready to settle accounts after fall harvest. Fu Jingmo coughed guiltily, no way, you're not leaving. You must stay with me. Lin Mu shook his head, I think Brother 5's team is pretty reliable, more reliable than you. A large hand pinched his waist as Fu Jingmo pretended to sigh, oh, when you were asleep, you were whimpering, not letting me leave for a second. I had to carry you everywhere. Now that you're awake. A firm pinch hit his chest. I'm sorry, sweetheart, don't be mad. Why don't you yell at me? The jewel-like eyes glanced at him with irritation, muttering, too lazy to scold you. Alright, you don't have to. Rest and relax. Lin Mu was really tired. After speaking a few sentences, his eyes slowly closed again, as if remembering something else. He grabbed some food from somewhere and tossed it on the bed before drifting off to sleep again. Fu Jingmo caressed his hair, hugging him tenderly, you complain, yet you're worried I might starve. What kind of treasure did he pick up, making his heart ache so much? He noisily munched on 2 cookies and drank water. Then, warm and cozy, he hugged the other closely and continued sleeping. Chapter 155, Don't Spoil Brother's Fun. The 4 people outside the iron net had kept vigil all night. No one spoke. Hizei rubbed his eyes and woke up. Glancing around, his gaze fell on Shinranchen next to him, with the soft morning light shining on his face. It was warm and cozy. Hizei remained silent for a moment, thinking, how could someone always appear so calm? Oh, that wasn't quite true. When he found Guanju, he also looked very anxious. Perhaps feeling his gaze, Shinranchen's long eyelashes trembled slightly, then opened his eyes. Shinranchen turned his head and met Hizei's eyes. You're awake. Aha, Hizei, caught staring at someone else, awkwardly scratched his hair. Subsequently, he stood up and looked through the iron gate toward the direction of the factory. I wonder how Mumu is doing. A little tomato popped out from his collar. Having been together for such a long time, Hizei had already become completely immune to tomatoes. Lulu also lay down on the iron fence. Hey! A spark of inspiration flashed in his mind. Hizei blinked. Little Dusty, send the little paper man to check it out. See how Brother Fu is doing. Shinranchen frowned, what if he has already turned into a zombie? In that case, still check. If he's turned into a zombie, we must bring Mumu out. We can't just leave him here with a zombie. Hizei lowered his head, the initial excitement fading away. Dusty brother, take a look. In case Captain, Captain really won't make it, go inside and resolve this. His face expressed both sorrow and justice as he acted like someone about to carry out an act of great righteousness. Lao Wu struck him on the head with a big chestnut, talking nonsense. Seeing the 3 hopeful pairs of eyes, Shinranchen touched the tomato. The little paper man slid off from Hizei's chest. Through the gap in the iron door, it strolled casually towards the factory area. The 3 arranged themselves in a line, propped their butts on the iron gate to watch the small paper man leave with palpitations. Shinranchen stood to one side, sharing the little paper man's vision. The little paper man slowly entered, finding Linmu's SUV parked in front of a building. It tilted its head looking at the stairs, then looked at its own short legs. Climbing the wall would be faster. Following the foot of the wall, the little paper man began to climb upward step by step, carefully listening for any sounds. Hearing something, it shifted to the left and continued climbing. Thankfully, Linmu was only on the 2nd floor, so the little paper man didn't have to climb long before it reached the destination. With considerable effort, it clung onto the window frame. Without eyes, its little head stretched out to look into the window. There was a large bed right next to the window. Sharing the little paper man's view, Shinranchen saw Fu Jingma and Linmu. Fu Jingma seemed fine. Oh no, not fine, rather good. Linmu was still asleep, and there he was. Kissing and hugging. That tall man's hand was behind Linmu's head, leaning forward to kiss his nose, then landed on his lips. Caught up in cuddling with his wife, Fu Jingma sensed something strange happening on the windowsill. Glaring coldly, he faced the little paper man which hadn't managed to hide in time. He extended his hand and tossed a black crystal lightly at the paper man's head. It didn't hurt it, it just made it float gently down from the windowsill. Don't spoil the older brother's fun. Fu Jingma muttered and continued cuddling with his wife. Looking at the little paper man who hadn't returned after a while, Hizei glanced at Shinranchen. What's the situation, Dusty? The latter twitched at the corner of his forehead. Although they knew these 2 were a couple, it was still somewhat shocking when actually seen like this. He cleared his throat and started walking towards the factory area to the right. Let's go, he's fine. What? Fine. Brother Fu is fine. An incredulous Hizei asked again and followed. Lao Wu and Xiao Lu also took off running. Dusty brother, what happened? Shinranchen glanced at the 3 of them. Fu Jingma is doing just fine. Go back. If you go find him now, you'll get beaten up. Having said his words, Shinranchen continued walking, hands behind his back, no longer waiting for them. Listening to advice leads to a well-fed life. Since he'd already spoken thus, Xiao Lu cheered, yeah, I knew brother Mumu had a way. Amazing, Mumu truly excels. Hizei clapped his hands. Let's go, I'm starving, let's go look for meals from the factory manager. Relieved, the 4 found the factory manager and went to the cafeteria for 2 large bowls of rice each. The little paper man returned by itself, looking pitiful with a small smudge of gray on its forehead. It climbed up Hizei's calf and settled onto his lap. Hizei dropped the steamed bun in his hand and glanced at it. Hey, got beaten up, huh? Did you see something you shouldn't have? The little paper man nuzzled against his palm, and Hizei shook his head. You're just like your master, both think you're dirty. He pulled out his sleeve to wipe off the gray mark from the little paper man's forehead, comforting it as he did so. It's fine, getting beat up will get easier to handle over time. Brother Fu beats me all the time anyway. After being cleaned, the little paper man ignored Hizei's babbling and crawled back onto Shinranchen. There, no conscience at all, as soon as you're clean, you run back. Hizei picked up his large steamed bun again and took a big bite, his mood genuinely good, he could even eat 2. All of Linmu's energy had been depleted, and his body seemed to enter a hibernation-like state for self-protection. Though he could sense the outside world, he was unable to respond at all. Damn, they were just taking advantage of him. The people around him acted as if on schedule, kissing and hugging him 3 times a day. Unable to endure it any longer, Lin Mu retreated into his consciousness space. Inside the space, Xiao Yuan lay limp and droopy due to lack of energy, recovering very slowly. Lin Mu tenderly touched its little leaves. Indeed, it seemed their lives were interconnected. As Xiao Yuan's energy dwindled, his own physical strength weakened as well. Thus, replenishing Xiao Yuan's storage sphere was undoubtedly the top priority. Xiao Yuan's energy truly could eliminate the R virus, and although it had been said before that it might restore the world to normal, there had always been doubt in Lin Mu's heart. This time, despite the risks, this hypothesis had been confirmed. Xiao Yuan, are you alright? The energy in the little leaf wasn't as full as it used to be, yet Xiao Yuan obediently let him caress it. It's okay, I just need to rest a bit more. I'm sorry, for making you work so hard. It's okay, Mumu. I know it's difficult for us two alone to fill up the storage sphere. You have trusted partners and teammates, which is great. But he isn't just a partner or teammate, he's also the person I love most. The person you love the most? Isn't Mumu supposed to love Xiao Yuan the most? Ah, well, it's different. I love both of you, but in different ways. You're like family to me, while he's my lover. Explaining this to an underdeveloped tree sapling felt somewhat strange. Fortunately, Xiao Yuan, hearing that Lin Mu also loved him dearly, perked up happily again. Yeah, Xiao Yuan loves Mumu too. I know. Since there was nothing else to do, he took the opportunity to tidy up the space a bit. Chapter 156, Deep Night. On the evening of the 3rd day, the sleeping person finally opened their eyes. Long lashes fluttered lightly. He was dazed for a moment before realizing that someone was holding and kissing him. Fu Jingma had already gotten used to kissing the person in his arms every morning, noon, and night. Since the person couldn't wake up anyway, it didn't matter how much he kissed. Soft lips carried a fresh scent of grass and wood, making one unable to stop. His big hands circled the waist, rubbing repeatedly. The person who was usually unresponsive suddenly gave a reaction. Lin Mu reached out and embraced his neck. The dirty clothes on his body had long been thrown away, and he was tucked neatly into bed. Thinking about how for these 3 days he'd been touched all over, Lin Mu bit his lip hard. A metallic taste spread. Fu Jingma chuckled faintly. You're awake. Do you know how long you've been asleep? He let the person lean on his shoulder, gently stroking his back, then pulled the blanket over to cover him. If you kept sleeping like this, I'd have no choice but to try the fairy tale method of waking up Sleeping Beauty with a kiss. Lin Mu moved back a little, his clear and cold gaze looking at him, and spoke. Fu Jingma, you're okay now. The lingering fear in his heart made him want to confirm again. To confirm that this wasn't a dream, to confirm that the person in front of him was really fine. I'm fine, completely fine. Really? The small voice trembled slightly, his eyes red at the corners. Hey, sweetheart, really fine, didn't turn into a zombie or die. Fu Jingma held the person's cheeks, lightly pecking his lips after each sentence, ready to take on heaven and earth but fearing the tears in front of him. He knew he scared him. After a long while, Lin Mu lowered his head, his nose touching him. Don't get hurt again in the future. Alright, won't get hurt again. Bright eyes looked at him. Lin Mu bit his lips. He knew what he wanted to do, what he wanted to say, word by word. Fu Jingma, don't you want to have your way with me? A loud explosion sounded in his mind. Fu Jingma momentarily lost his senses, overwhelmed by immense joy. He chuckled lowly. Can you handle it? I can handle it, can you? With a sly challenge in his glinting eyes, he slightly arched his waist. This single action made Fu Jingma breathe heavily. He maintained his last bit of reason, his hand caressing his face, gritting his teeth. You'll know soon enough if I can. No regrets. Lin Mu shook his head, his eyes filled with unprecedented determination. He needed some things to directly tell himself that everything was real. Pain and possession, anything goes. Wanted to be marked. Wanted to indulge in the most primitive desires. Wanted indulgence and being possessed. A short pause, a strong hand suddenly pulled him closer, rough kisses rained down from the sky. Outside the window were fiery clouds stretching endlessly. Orange-red intertwined, dazzling to the eyes. But in Fu Jingma's eyes, there was only the gradually mesmerized brows and eyes of the person in front of him. Entrancing and irresistible, impossible to resist. The prelude to madness was unveiled. Under the deep night, no one in this corner of the world could sleep. At this time, at a crossroad outside Changjiang City. A black pickup truck parked by the roadside, the car windows open, the hand resting on the window frame with pale skin. Soon, 3 more cars arrived, parking behind him, and a man jumped out. Lord Bai Ying. The man mumbled a few words in his ear. Bai Ying's sinister gaze revealed a smile. Bitten. Worth it, very worth it, an exchange of a safe zone for a Fu Jingma, I still gained. But where are we going now? To Feng City, they traveled northward all along. Fu Jingma and that dual-element mutated person were closely related. If he became a zombie, the amber element would be on that person. Buying scoffed with disdain, people like them value brotherhood the most. That dual-element mutated person will definitely help him finish the mission. Just wait. He waved his hand, and the standing man ran back to his car. When they woke up again, it was already morning the next day. Lin Mu slapped the head buried in his neck, feeling endless soreness all over his body. The green energy he barely gathered up was too precious to use. The person beside him smiled, not getting annoyed even after being slapped. He grabbed the pale fingers and sent another kiss to them. Too sweet, his sweetheart was just too sweet. Once you've tasted it, you can't get enough and want to do it all over again. Damn, your voice is so sexy too. Everything about you is great, damn it, just thinking about it. Lin Mu reacted instinctively and glared at him. Fu Jingma, don't even think about doing it again. Fu Jingma smiled. Ah, I'm proving myself here. Go away, stop moving, I'm so tired. Tired? Where does it hurt? Do you want me to rub it for you? Get lost. After fooling around for a bit, the two of them finally got up. They changed clothes, gathered usable items, and prepared to leave. Lin Mu walked ahead with a cold face, while the person following behind looked refreshed and invigorated. No rush, his spouse was just shy. They returned to the right side of the factory complex. Hizei and a few others were just coming out of the building, ready to have breakfast. Thankfully, there was a cafeteria in the factory complex, otherwise, without Lin Mu by their side, these useless people might starve to death. Hizei was the first one to spot them. Mu. Brother Fu. With a shout, he immediately rushed over like an overly excited dog. Xiao Lu and Lao Wu also saw them and quickly surrounded them. Fu Jingmo reached out and pulled Lin Mu closer to his side. TSK, now he's officially my wife, no one else is allowed near. Hizei stumbled forward, unable to stop, and crashed headfirst into Fu Jingma's solid chest. He was mercilessly tossed aside by being grabbed by the collar. Not in the least bit offended, Hizei said, Wah, brother Fu, you're alive. Thanks to you, I'm still alive, I hope you cried enough for me. I almost went blind from crying. Hizei muttered. Captain, I'm glad you're safe. Xiao Lu rubbed his eyes but didn't break down and cry ungraciously. Humph. Hizei leaped over Fu Jingma and hugged Lin Mu's arm. Mumu, are you okay? Wah, I missed you so much. Lin Mu patted his head. Considering his safety, he retracted his hand afterward. I'm fine. It turned out to be a blessing in disguise, it let me understand Xiao Yuan's abilities as well. Xiao Yuan? Xiao Lu asked curiously. What's Xiao Yuan? Since they were Fu Jingma's people, Lin Mu didn't hide anything. My power, or rather, the plant that parasitizes on my body. Ah, that sounds amazing. Big brother Mumu, thank you for saving the captain. Don't mention it. I won't let him die. Lin Mu glanced back at Fu Jingma, who raised an eyebrow and smiled faintly. Fu Jingma grinned. I'm lucky to still be alive. Thank you all for that. Moving forward, the rest of you will help me claim Bai Ying's life. Lao Wu and Xiao Lu stood at attention and saluted sharply. Yes, Captain. The sharp voices lifted everyone's spirits. Even little Tomato perched on Shenronchen's shoulder wobbled to give a small salute. Chapter 157, Family. After finishing breakfast, the group went to find Hong Zhenbang. Walking side by side along the road, they passed an open space in the industrial zone where a group of children were playing with a deflated soccer ball. Children of this age should be in primary school. Now, they could only barely survive in the dusty, run-down factory area. Lin Mu shifted his gaze and felt a hand on his shoulder. Sweetheart, what are you thinking about? The person beside him was walking lazily, looking down at him. When will they be able to go to school? Why did I have to do so much homework when I was so little? Lin Mu's words were filled with nonsense as he recalled the past, working through countless copies of 3 years of college entrance exam, 5 years of, and now none of it was useful. He'd rather practice a few more moves for combat. Maybe we should give them some homework. Fu Jingma smiled, pinching his cheek in a casual show of affection. Not far ahead, the deflated soccer ball rolled toward the two men. Fu Jingma casually flicked his long leg, effortlessly catching the ball with his right hand. The dirty-faced children ran over, letting out a cry of surprise. That was amazing. With a flick of his wrist, the soccer ball was tossed up and caught smoothly again. The sly smile on his face made him strangely fit in among the group of children no taller than his waist. Hey, it's broken, let me fix it for you. He tilted his head slightly to sweep away some hair strands, found the valve, and injected some black mist into the ball before sealing it with a bit of black crystal. The soccer ball inflated again. His fingers with distinct knuckles tested it. Not bad at all. Wow. So cool. The children watched Fu Jingma's every move with admiration. Xiao Lu quietly approached Lao Wu. Doesn't the captain seem like a peacock showing off its feathers? One feels spirited during happy times, Lao Wu nodded. Fu Jingma threw the ball back and kicked it far with one foot. Go play. The children cheered and chased after the soccer ball as they ran off. One polite child turned back and shouted brightly, "Thank you, uncle." The peacock froze on the spot. "Uncle? Uncle?" Lin Mu looked at the stiff figure standing still and curved his lips. "Let's go." Mumu, where are we going next?" He quickened his pace and attached himself. "We'll decide later." Soon, they arrived at Hong Zhenbang's room. He was waiting inside and looked shocked when he saw Fu Jingmo. "Captain Fu, were you really bitten?" Fu Jingmo raised an eyebrow but didn't confirm or deny it. Hong Zhenbang composed himself, realizing it wasn't appropriate to ask further. "What are your plans moving forward?" "We'll head straight to Feng City. This industrial area is somewhat remote, but the defenses aren't very good," Fu Jingmo said while leaning against the sofa. "But isn't it fine? These iron fences usually prevent zombies from entering." "That's because you've been lucky and haven't experienced a zombie horde yet. 10 or 100 zombies might not be able to get in, but what about thousands or even tens of thousands? Moreover, there are millions of zombies throughout Zhangjiang City. This industrial zone doesn't compare to Mountain City or Wu City, which have military presence." The team sent initially to Zhangjiang City was scattered in the battle against Beiying. After careful consideration, Hong Zhenbang nodded. "But now there are about 1 or 2,000 people in this industrial zone. What should we do? Before we leave, we'll help reinforce your defenses around here. Among those who accompanied me to Beiying's safe zone that day, there are more than 10 who know how to use firearms. They were trained soldiers originally. We'll leave behind sufficient weapons. Hopefully, you can lead them to hold on to this industrial zone until rescue arrives. These scattered safe zones around various cities are like sparks of hope. One day, the world will recover. People will connect, forming a network and gradually re-establishing normal social order." Hong Zhenbang sighed. "Will there be any rescue? It's been half a year since the apocalypse began. Are there really still people working hard to rescue others?" "Of course. We are here for that reason. Lao Wu, Xiao Lu, all of us were sent from Feng City. Moreover, a military operation to clear city zombies will soon commence. Many people are still trying, so we hope you will persevere too." All right. As long as I don't die, I will protect this industrial zone." Hong Zhenbang nodded, his aged, cloudy eyes glinting with renewed light. "Thank you." Fu Jingmo stood up and nodded briefly. Everyone left his room. Outside the door, Fu Jingmo started giving orders. "Lao Wu, gather some mutants and go dismantle everything that can be used to strengthen the surroundings of these factories and bring it all back." "Yes, Captain." "Xiao Lu, bring out those who know firearms and re-register them. Find out which teams they belong to before the apocalypse, then intensify their training. Choose capable leaders." "Yes." His expression was solemn, his orders clear, naturally instilling confidence in those around him. "Brother Fu, what about me? I can help too." He stepped forward and patted his chest enthusiastically. Fu Jingmo looked at him once. "You and Letten Chen go around to see if there are any overlooked areas. Any unnecessary bridges or paths that could be destroyed, do so. Reduce routes that zombies might use to get closer." "Yes." Receiving a task, He's mood boosted as he mimicked a big shout. "Hee, Brother Fu, isn't your team 113 amazing? Do you think we three have a chance to join?" He's pointed at Lin Mu, Shenletten, and himself, a flattery-filled smile on his face. Glancing at him, Fu Jingmo gave a cold laugh. "I'll consider it when your psychic abilities reach level 4. "Ah, level 4. He's murmured, "That's way too far." Fu Jingmo reached out and pulled Lin Mu closer, "But Mumu qualifies." "Why?" "Mumu doesn't even have a rank." "Family member." "Fine. Justified, fitting indeed." Lin Mu pushed his hand off. "Stop fooling around. Let's take a look around too." The group split up and quickly started their tasks. "But I think you could disguise yourself. After all, in Beiying's eyes, you're already dead now." "That's true. Still, our Lin Xiaomu is clever." Ignoring his chatter, Lin Mu pondered aloud. "Do you think where Beiying is now? Still in Zhangjiang?" "Not necessarily." His cold, sharp eyes narrowed slightly. "Probably gone to Feng City." Pulling him down to sit by the bed, Lin Mu dumped a pile of things on the bed and rummaged through them. "What should we dress you as? If only you were shorter, it'd be easier." Lin Mu mumbled as the tall figure stood out conspicuously among crowds, hard not to attract attention. Bending over to search for something, the wide collar revealed a swathe of white skin. Fu Jingmo hooked his hand and brought him onto his lap, looking down, all red. "Huh, like a dog bite." "Huh," a massive hound buried its head and chuckled quietly. Wants to bite again." They had been intimate the whole night before. Now, their bodies still lingered with desires and attachments toward each other. Fu Jingmo's hands couldn't control themselves from roaming. Soon enough, Lin Mu's eyes became moist. Their lips touched, emitting an ambiguous sound between teeth and lips. "Lin Xiaomu," Fu Jingmo called his name softly. Lin Mu's eyes were slightly dazed, obediently responding, "No reason, just wanted to call you." Always like a kitten during regular times, becomes gentle with a kiss. Chapter 158, The Spark of Dawn. To punish someone's insatiable demands, Lin Mu rummaged through a pile of messy stuff and pulled out a few wigs. He didn't know when they were packed in there, probably mistakenly included with some CS district clothes. His delicate fingers picked up a short blue wig. Do you like it? Fu Jingma shrugged, not caring, letting the kitten reclaim his dignity. Lin Mu moved closer, kneeling on one knee at the edge of the bed as he put it on Fu Jingma. Then he stepped back a couple of paces to carefully examine him. Why does this weird wig make him look so handsome? The person before him had sharp facial features, profound, and hard lines, but with a smile, carried a hint of rogue charm. With the short hair on him, he resembled an anime character somewhat. Lin Mu found another one and replaced it with a silver-white wig. How much better did he look? Broad shoulders, strong muscles wrapped in thin clothing. Long arms, long legs, and a slim waist. It seemed like he could wear anything. The person on the bed tilted his head. Baby, stop struggling. No matter what, your big brother is handsome. Isn't it proud that your man is this handsome? Back then, when I walked down the street, movie companies wanted to sign me as an artist. Hey, why didn't you go? How could I go? Your big brother is destined for great things. Fortunately, I didn't go, otherwise I wouldn't have accepted the mission, which led me to Jiaoshan, and catching a little kitten there. As he spoke more animatedly, Lin Mu couldn't help but laugh. Alright, let's just do it this way. Thus, Fu Jingma, with his silver gray hair, confidently descended the stairs. The wife dressed him up, and he's pretty proud about it. The two strolled along the cement road of the industrial zone. This entire area resembled a giant, character shape. Hong Zhenbang's factory was located exactly in the center of the surrounded by several other zones on all sides. Pros and cons existed, too many intersections made it labor-intensive to monitor everything effectively. But with other zones obstructing the pathways, zombies struggled to reach the central factory. There are too many roads, we could destroy some if needed. Walking shoulder to shoulder, leisurely as if enjoying a post-dinner stroll. Destroying plus creating detours, if the whole road between two factories gets blocked, leaving a narrow gap in the middle to connect the two zones, might offer more escape routes or perhaps provide a necessary relocation option when required. Fu Jingma spoke calmly as the silver-gray wig danced gently in the breeze. At his side, his partner's eyes lit up, realizing this was indeed a great plan. Position basic supplies in the neighboring factory zones and build proper defenses around them while pouring concrete to separate each route entirely. It doesn't have to leave gaps above ground. Escape tunnels could be built underground instead. Good idea. Let's try it. The pair continued walking and reached the edge of the entire area quickly, where Fu Jingma easily dealt with two wandering zombies. Recalling the zombies from Beiying safe zone, Lin Mu asked, why were those zombies moving faster and stronger than usual? What could be the reason? Fu Jingma bent down and picked up a small round wooden block. I don't know. All that scientific research stuff escapes me. Once we get to Fengcheng, surely there will be experts who know. I wonder how Fengcheng is faring now. Fengcheng is both the most dangerous and the safest place. It's a chaos of various forces gathering capable people from all over the country. Leaning against a fence, Fu Jingma looked down at the wood block in his hand and took out a dagger, skillfully whittling away with deft fingers. Wood shavings fluttered to the ground. The knife obeyed his commands perfectly, and soon the wooden block started to take shape. It formed into a circular yet slightly thick small wooden disc. Subsequently, the center was carefully hollowed out with the tip of the knife, turning it into a small ring. On the outer part of the ring, he began carving intricate patterns, focusing on the tiny vines and leaves. They coiled elegantly on the white little hoop, oddly resembling Xiao Yuan. For the final touch, Fu Jingma picked up the little wooden ring and blew on it, clearing out the wood shavings lodged in its crevices. Turning to Lin Mu with a smile, he said, hand. Lin Mu extended his hand, thinking Fu Jingma was going to give it to him. In a flash, the unique texture of wood slid over his ring finger. It was neither too big nor too small, perfectly encircling his hand. TCH, apocalypse or not, there's nowhere decent to buy a ring, Fu Jingma said, putting his dagger away. Lucky I've got my own specialty. Lin Mu looked at the wooden ring on his finger and realized this was a ring. He spread his fingers to look again. It was very beautiful, far better than any large diamond ring from a mall. He wasn't sure what kind of wood it was. The small milk-white wooden ring had two intertwined vines with tiny leaves in the center that even showed their veins, vividly lifelike. It's very pretty. I like it. He glanced up at the person beside him and smiled. Fu Jingma pinched his chin and kissed him lightly. If you like it, that's all that matters. Lin Mu took out a necklace from his spatial pocket, threaded it through the wooden ring, and then handed it to Fu Jingma. Help me put it on. That necklace had been left by his mother before she passed away, always kept in his backpack when he left home. Fu Jingma hung it around Lin Mu's neck, and Lin Mu lowered his head to take a look, like a child who had received a cherished gift, unwilling to let it go. This way it's less likely to break. As long as he was happy, Fu Jingma whistled softly, straightened up, and said, let's go back. All right. When the two returned to the factory area, Xiaolu had already gathered people who knew how to use firearms, among them the former captain of Area A of the Zhangjiang team. Fu Jingma remembered him a little. The heavy machine gun skills were impressive, and the rest of the group seemed quite impressed too. Captain. Fu Jingma stood at the front of the group, with more than 10 people divided into 2 rows. Report your names. Reporting, Ding Qi, original captain of Area A of the Zhangjiang team. Ding Qi, I'm assigning the position of captain for this factory district to you now. Can you take it? I can. Swear to defend the factory district until the last moment. Yes, swear to defend the factory district until the final moment. Fu Jingma paused and then looked at the rest of the people, speaking loudly, what about you guys? We swear to defend the factory district until the final moment. The resounding voice showed no hesitation, unwavering and firm. A flicker of acknowledgement passed in Fu Jingma's usually cold eyes. The darkness will eventually fade. Because countless people are using their blood and passion to ignite the spark of dawn. Chapter 159, a 2-meter-wide bed. As night fell, all was quiet. 2 figures emerged from a room, crouched low as they crossed the corridor and quickly descended the stairs. The one in front had a head of silver-gray hair, tall with long legs, none other than Fu Jingmo. Behind him was Lin Mu, who had been kept awake through the first half of the night. Before he could fall asleep, he was pulled out of bed again. Silently exiting the gate, the two found their SUV where the vehicles were parked, then left the factory area. The short factories gradually receded behind them, and soon, the factories in the rearview mirror were no longer visible. Lin Mu rubbed his temples and spoke up, weapons. Medicine or food? The driver chuckled and glanced at him sideways, we need it all. Once we reach Feng City, we'll have use for these things. With that person around, Fu Jingma wasn't worried about lacking anything when they reached Feng City. But such supplies were always better to have more rather than less. Zhangjiang City, such a large city before their eyes, was filled with zombies in the urban area. If others tried to transport something out of there, their cars would likely be swamped by zombies even before they hit the streets. However, with Lin Mu around, the two could sneak in quietly without much trouble, allowing Fu Jingma to fully appreciate the benefits of the space ability. Lin Mu looked exhausted. The bodies and endurance of psychics were optimized in various ways, and some people wouldn't stop when they got started. He leaned back into the passenger seat, closing his eyes lightly, wake me when we get there. Fine strands of soft hair hung over his forehead as he closed his eyes to rest. The car drove for a while, and gradually, the houses on both sides of the street grew denser. And with them, more zombies wandered aimlessly on the streets. Fu Jingma quietly stopped the car at a relatively concealed spot, turned his head, and looked at the person beside him. Worried that Lin Mu might be cold, the car's heater was cranked up high, making Fu Jingma's own back practically sweating, yet the sleeping man still curled slightly in his sleep. His pale face carried a faint flush from sleep. Fu Jingma reached out and gently stroked his cheek. Feeling the touch, Lin Mu opened his eyes. Are we here? His voice raspy, he looked out of the window at the street outside. We're here. Fu Jingmo reached out and zipped his coat all the way up, it's cold outside. No problem, let's go. Let's get back to sleep sooner. The two got out of the car, folding the SUV into the space pocket. The once bustling streets no longer lit up a single street lamp, each shop visitor now consisted only of decaying, grotesque zombies. Thanks to those unscrupulous developers, space in the already precious land came sparingly. Widths of just a few meters were hardly worth noting, not to mention the presence of Xiao Yuan, a helper/ability. There were many zombies in the streets but far fewer on the upper floors of buildings. Traversing along rooftops, they could completely bypass all the zombies in the city. On the right side stood a building approximately 13 or 14 stories tall. After taking a quick look, the two headed directly into the dark door. They ascended continuously to the 3rd floor before encountering a zombie trapped in the stairwell, pacing back and forth. Fu Jingma dealt with the zombie, then continued upward. With no human activity, they could feel nearly half a year's worth of dust accumulated on the staircase beneath their feet. After taking a few steps, Lin Mu reached out and tugged at his sleeve. Fu Jingma turned around and looked at the person standing a step below, speaking gently, what's wrong? Be careful. 3 simple words carried his concern. Some experiences, after happening once, were something Lin Mu didn't want to go through again. Alright. Reaching out, Fu Jingma held Lin Mu's hand and led him upward, this time with an extra bit of caution. They soon reached the top floor, and the wailing of zombies echoed throughout Zhangjiang City. Taking out the map, they observed their surroundings and chose a direction. This area was a business district. Before the apocalypse, due to reports of biting incidents. In the last few days, most people dared not venture outside. Many malls paused operations. This meant there was a high likelihood that doors around the perimeter remained locked. If not severely damaged during the early stages of the apocalypse, given the later years' saturation of zombies within the city, the chances of shops being looted were slim. Even psychics, unless absolutely sure of their abilities, wouldn't dare enter and exit such places carelessly. The two slung backpacks across their shoulders, flying swiftly above the cityscape. When faced with wider gaps, they used Xiao Yuan, helper, to cross. Outdoor backpacks proved highly functional, with powerful flashlights secured in the front mesh pockets. They weren't concerned about others seeing the light sources. Even if someone did see, they wouldn't be able to catch up without the two's consent. After moving forward for half an hour, the two passed by a smaller mall and searched it as well. Ultimately, they stopped on the rooftop of the target business district. Mall buildings weren't constructed too high, they probably only had 6 to 7 floors but occupied a vast area. The giant outdoor LED screen still hung there, completely covered in dust, emanating a deathly silence. The wailing of zombies became particularly clear. It was as if they had plunged into an ocean of zombies, sticking their heads out could reveal a dense crowd of them. Fu Jingma attached the rope's carabiner to the pipe on the rooftop, and the two descended along the rope. The mall was slightly curved, shaped like a hemisphere, its cool and smooth tiles offering them only the strength from the ropes in their hands. If they accidentally fell, they would be instantly swarmed by zombies. But now, even Lin Mu performed such tasks effortlessly, without a trace of fear. Each floor of where they were descending had a small window. Upon reaching the first one, Fu Jingma kicked through the glass sharply and then leaped gracefully into the mall. He reached out to pull Lin Mu inside. It was a tiny restroom, and the flashlight shone around briefly. "Let's go, check if it's sealed off," Fu Jingma said and took the lead. If the mall paused operations at the beginning of the apocalypse, every floor should have safety gates lowered, making each floor independent. Even if the doors on the ground floor were destroyed, higher floors would generally be safer. Opening the restroom door revealed total darkness, lit only by the flashlight beam. The air carried a long-sealed scent, but after being exposed to the decaying stench of zombies for so long, it wasn't hard to endure. The two walked side by side, listening carefully. At least this floor seemed devoid of any zombies. Walking around the circular corridor confirmed that all the safety doors were closed. The only connection to the floors below was the escalator that had stopped working. The flashlight illuminated the wall, and Lin Mu glanced at it. 6th floor, B section, maternal and infant care, bedding supplies. Fu Jingma draped his hand on him and laughed, "Pretty good. We need a sturdy bed." 2 beds can also work, along with a couple of warm blankets. The space pocket already has them. Lin Mu shook his head. "Nope, newlyweds must prepare new items." Saying this, he raised a leg and walked ahead, starting to pick things here and there. "Honey. This one." Unable to resist him, in the end, the space pocket added a 2-meter wide solid with large bed and 2 sets of bright red quilts. They just grabbed them, holding them backwards. Whether or not to use them depended on their mood. Chapter 160, Before I Met You, I Didn't Like Men. Lin Mu found a few more comfortable and warm quilts, throwing out the less satisfactory ones from the previous space. If you have the means, don't neglect yourself. After finishing their exploration of this floor, the two went down to the 5th level, where there wasn't much to see. It was mainly for dining. Hot pot, barbecue, sour cabbage fish, as well as Western restaurants, French restaurants. Large signs hung outside the stores, any food that could have rotted already had. The interior wasn't in too terrible a state when they entered. Only the seasonings were still usable, though grabbing fresh items from the supermarket would be better. Fu Jingma held Lin Mu's small hand, chuckling for no apparent reason. "What's so funny?" "I just remembered, 2 years ago in Fengcheng, my family forced me to meet a girl, a returnee from studying abroad. She looked pure, with long flowing hair." "An arranged meeting? You were only 21 back then, weren't you?" "About that age, who cares? She was the daughter of the Liu family in Fengcheng. For their alliance with my family, who cared about how old I was?" Lin Mu really struggled to imagine Fu Jingma going along with an arranged meeting. "You don't seem like the type to agree to something like that." "So what happened next?" "We ended up meeting at a Western restaurant, ate some steak, and I asked the server for chopsticks. I finished a few bites and bolted." Lin Mu laughed once. That did sound like him. "Didn't you like her?" "You seem to remember it clearly. You said she was pure, with long flowing hair." "Was she pretty?" "Cough, she was quite beautiful, dear." "Are you jealous?" "No. I think you are." He pulled Lin Mu close, leaning against the railing. He looked down at him, "Really not? Have you stopped loving me? Have you been possessed by Heisei? Why do you suddenly seem immature now? I used to think Captain Fu was a mature and steady person." His words carried laughter. They were extremely close, their breaths intermingling. The entire mall was eerily silent, even their whispers echoed. "All of me has been seen by you, what more maturity and steadiness do you need?" He kissed the soft lips gently and pinched Lin Mu's waist as punishment. Lin Mu turned a blind eye to Fu Jingma's occasional advances. "But, do your family know that you like men?" The pale light of the flashlight fell on Fu Jingma's face, his thin lips lightly curling. "To be honest, before I met you, I didn't know I liked men either. I was just waiting cleanly and chastely for you." This statement softened Lin Mu's heart. Fate could indeed be this mysterious and wonderful. Quietly, without warning, it might have already descended upon you. "Let's go, let's check what treasures are downstairs." Pulling Lin Mu down the escalator, he quickly found the sign for the department store. Cosmetics. Neither of them was interested, so they went down another floor, finding the location of the supermarket. Surprisingly well preserved, the better it was preserved, the faster the R virus had spread here initially, and probably no one else had come in to search for supplies. Seeing all the supermarket goods available for taking, Lin Mu felt quite good. Nicely packaged rice, flour, and oil were piled up into the space. Anything useful, whole shelves were loaded into the space. He was focused on packing things when he turned around and realized that the person behind him had disappeared. The bright light of the high-powered flashlight faintly flickered between distant shelves. Soon it returned toward them, Fu Jingmo looking exceptionally pleased. "Where did you go?" The latter dropped the big backpack he had been carrying onto the ground. "Baby, go load up some more, enough to last us a lifetime." The zipper of the backpack was stretched so full it couldn't close, showing off the abundance inside. Lin Mu picked up a box to take a look, his face immediately darkening. Do XX. Below, in smaller print, spiral lubrication, strawberry flavor. Why do I feel like you came here today just to find this? During their first time, they hadn't used anything, leaving Lin Mu feeling slightly uncomfortable afterward and difficult to clean up. Fu Jingma scooped him into his arms. "You like strawberries, right? Let's put it away, grab some more. Next time, I'll make sure you're not uncomfortable." His white face grew hot, fortunately in the dark, avoiding being fully exposed red. Lin Mu pressed his lips together and waved his hand, storing it in the space. Hopefully, Xiao Yuan won't see this. Xiao Yuan is still a baby. Things placed in the space often made Lin Mu ask repeatedly what they were used for. After they had finished cleaning out the supermarket, they went to places where weapons could be found, places only someone with an identity like Jingma Fu would know about. Fortunately, despite 2 locations having already been looted, they still managed to find a secret stash of weapons at the 3rd location. Their already well-stocked supply of guns and ammunition was further replenished. They returned to the edge of the city, where Lin Mu retrieved the car and loaded part of the agreed-upon weapons into the trunk, leaving them for the factory area. The car passed through the outskirts of the streets, and recalling the dense hordes of zombies in the city center, Lin Mu sighed. "It's too difficult to clear all the zombies in one city." "Relax, by the time we get there, the Science Academy will probably have developed some kind of weapon." "That's true." As houses grew sparser, just as they were about to leave, heart-wrenching cries for help erupted from the greenbelt beside the road. Then, 2 emaciated figures jumped out and blocked their path. They were 2 girls. "Help us, please. Save us. Save us." Jingma Fu and Lin Mu exchanged a glance, and Lin Mu said, "Let's check it out." Given their current abilities, neither he nor Fu feared encountering anyone. In that single glance, Lin Mu had already sized up the 2 girls. They appeared malnourished, likely from prolonged food shortages. They wore oversized winter coats, their hair disheveled, tears streaming down their faces. When they saw the car, their expressions immediately lit up with hope. This reaction didn't seem feigned. When the car stopped, the girls seemed to shrink back, as if the bravery that drove them forward had lasted but a fleeting moment. They had been hiding in a small house nearby for far too long, scavenging nearly everything edible in the vicinity. Neither dared to venture much farther. The streets contained stray zombies, so they rarely left unless hunger left them no choice. For 3 consecutive days, they'd eaten only half a packet of expired cookies. They couldn't sleep at night, taking turns staying awake on watch. Tonight, it was Li Ruo's turn to keep watch. She approached the window, peering outside to ensure no zombies came near. Then she saw an SUV drive past the window 2 hours ago. Li Ruo woke her sleeping companion. Tian Tian, Tian Tian, I saw people. Humans, humans. Chen Tian woke with a start, relaxing once she realized it wasn't zombies approaching. Humans. They hadn't seen any other survivors for several months. Yes, a car, it drove by. Were they heading downtown? But there are so many zombies there. Tian, quickly, there aren't roads to the city. Maybe they'll come back out. After deliberating briefly, they decided that waiting here for death was worse than taking a chance and watched patiently from the window. When the headlights illuminated the distant street, they sprinted downstairs immediately. Chapter 161, Saved 2 people. The car really stopped right in front of them, and they shakily moved forward a little. They stood 2 steps away, looking at the car window. Fu Jingmo rolled down the window, his eyes carrying a hint of coldness, slightly annoyed that the warmth inside the car was escaping. Is there something? Clearly, these 2 girls wanted to ask for help. Li Ruo summoned her courage to speak up. They were so eager to meet other humans that it was only now they realized, what if these 2 were bad people? But it should be fine. The boy in the passenger seat looked very gentle. Although the driver seemed fierce with a bit strange hairdo, his posture was upright and he was very handsome. He didn't look like an illiterate thug. Please take us away from here. Where to? Fu Jingma didn't mind taking the 2 girls along, dropping them off near the industrial area on his way, but beyond that, he couldn't help more. Upon hearing his response, Li Ruo immediately said, anywhere, as long as there are people. We've been hiding here for too long, thinking there were no more survivors in this world. As they were speaking, several zombies swayed and walked over from afar, not yet reaching them. A zombie suddenly lunged out from behind their greenbelt, roaring and charging forward. Ah! Chen Tian couldn't help but scream, but she was quickly muffled by Li Ruo. Shoo, shoo. The two girls huddled together. Fu Jingma swiftly dealt with the few zombies with a flick of his hand. Apparently, they had no special abilities, at least none that could be used in combat. Get in the car. He said coldly, closed the car window after. The two girls stared dazedly, recovering from being amazed at how he had instantly taken care of those zombies. They fumbled to climb into the car. The interior of the car was clean, even exuding a faint light fragrance. However, the cotton coats on both of them were dirty, giving off an indescribable smell, causing their faces to involuntarily reveal some embarrassment. Lin Mu turned around and glanced once. Take off your clothes and throw them away. The ears of the driver perked up upon hearing this, asking the young ladies to undress. Strange. There are clean jackets at the back, wear them temporarily. Normally, Shen Rangchen and Hize would use these during naps to cover themselves. The two girls hesitated for a moment, then took off their tattered blackened cotton coats, tossing them out the car window. They found some clothes in the mirror and the spaces between seats at the back, putting them on. When the rustling sounds disappeared, Lin Mu turned his head again. There's food in that box, you can take it yourselves. In the box were Hize's snacks, biscuits, tea eggs, and a few bottles of water. Li Ruo timidly said thank you, reaching out to take the food. They didn't take much, just picked out 2 tea eggs and 2 packs of biscuits, and took a bottle of water, sharing it while drinking. They knew how precious food was now. The two quickly tore open the packaging, wolfing down the food in hurried bites. Soon afterwards came choking sounds, followed by soft cries after coughing. They hadn't eaten anything for so long, nor worn such good clothes, sitting in a warm car. Even though outside it was the terrifying night, it seemed different in here. Tears uncontrollably flowed down as the girls sobbed pitifully. Lin Mu didn't say anything anymore, turning his head to glance at Fu Jingma, coincidentally meeting his gaze and letting out an expressionless smile. After a long while, Li Ruo managed to control her emotions, wiping away tears from Chen Tian as well. Thank you. We've been hiding here for too long. At first, we even encountered bad people, then later didn't see a single living person. No problem, we're temporarily stationed in an industrial area now, I'll bring you over there, there are some survivors there. Lin Mu's voice was very kind and comforting. Okay. While Li Ruo was speaking, Chen Tian kept looking at Fu Jingma who was driving the car. This person was so amazing. If someone this capable protected them, wouldn't they then be unafraid of the zombies outside? They had a car, clothes, and food. Inside the car, it was so warm and smelled good. She hadn't felt this comfortable for far too long. Feeling the gaze, Fu Jingma looked through the rearview mirror, catching Chen Tian's eyes. The latter quickly lowered her head, biting her lip. His icy gaze withdrew, not giving it another thought. The car drove quietly, occasionally exchanging a few words. They learned the two girls were good friends who happened to be together when the apocalypse broke out. Li Ruo liked cooking, especially stockpiling food in her home, various instant noodles, snail vermicelli. The refrigerator was also fully stocked with meat and vegetables, and they didn't dare to go out even a step during the riots outside. They blocked all the wardrobes and tables behind the door, nailing things everywhere. Later, when there was absolutely no water or food left, they ventured out to find some. If it weren't for each other, they probably wouldn't have lasted this long. When the car reached the safe zone, the sky had already brightened. The long-lost warmth and comfort in the back seat made the two girls fall asleep. They hadn't slept well for so long that they even forgot to be wary of the two men in the car. The guards at the entrance scratched their heads upon seeing them, unsure when exactly they had left yesterday without notice. Without getting out of the car, they directly drove into the factory area since there were weapons to be unloaded from the vehicle. Hong Zhenbang just came down for breakfast. Leader Fu, what's this? You've returned from outside? Yeah, there are some weapons on the car. They'll be inventoried and stored soon, only for those trained individuals. Alright, alright. Hong Zhenbang looked at them with gratitude. The two girls in the car also got out, and Fu Jingma casually handed the girls over to them. They would be assigned jobs, earning points which would allow them to eat at the factory canteen. This place wasn't like a large safety zone, there weren't many people here. Everyone struggled to survive, and every person contributed. Lin Mu was too lazy to go to the canteen for breakfast anymore, he just wanted to go back and sleep now. Li Ruo and Chen Tian ran up. Big brother Lin Mu, Leader Fu, thank you, for these clothes. These are yours now. From now on, you can survive here. Chen Tian spoke for the first time, what about you two? The sunlight illuminated her face. Lin Mu glanced at her and realized that although there was some dirt on her face, she was undoubtedly a pretty girl. It's none of your business. Fu Jingma frowned and replied rather curtly. He had zero patience for unfamiliar people. Now was the time to return home with his wife and get a bit more sleep. He grabbed Lin Mu's arm and turned towards the staff dormitories, heading back to their room. After Lin Mu changed into a fresh set of clothes and rolled onto the bed, someone quickly snuggled up behind him. Wrapping his arms around his waist, they rubbed closer and closer. Annoyed, Lin Mu slapped him once. Go downstairs if you don't want to sleep. 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 On the empty ground downstairs, Li Ruo and Chen Tian followed Hong Zhenbang to the cafeteria. Using his own points, Hong Zhenbang bought the two girls breakfast. After finishing, he arranged for them to help in the vegetable fields in the morning and assist in the canteen during meal times. The factory area had some stockpiled grain. In such a factory where employees often did not go home, eating and sleeping happened there year-round. Thus, there were food reserves. They gathered all the food supplies from the surrounding factories, and quite a lot remained. But if there were no continued productions, they'd only be consuming their reserves until nothing was left. Hong Zhenbang had already cleared a patch of land to grow crops like potatoes and sweet potatoes, and the two girls were assigned to go look after them. Chen Tian absent-mindedly finished her breakfast and then went toward the vegetable field with Li Ruo and an older woman. Noticing something off about her, Li Ruo asked, "What's wrong, Tian Tian?" Chen Tian hesitated. For some reason, she suddenly didn't want to tell Li Ruo that she wanted to cling to Fu Captain as a means to improve their situation. "Nothing. I'm just a little sleepy." "Oh, then rest by the side later while I help the elder lady." "Alright, thank you, Ruoru." Li Ruo patted her. "Why are you being so formal with me?" Chapter 162, Order, bring Lin Mu to Fengcheng. Lin Mu slept all the way until lunchtime. When he woke up, the person beside him was gone. He rubbed his eyes and sat up, feeling that the weather had grown even colder. He added another layer of clothing before heading out. The room was on the 5th floor. Looking down from here, there were many people gathering on the open ground outside the iron fence. Several large trucks were parked outside the iron fence, their beds loaded with rebar, bricks, and other materials. He thought it was probably old number 5 bringing back reinforcements for fortification. Lin Mu went downstairs and headed towards the iron fence. He soon saw Fu Jingma standing among the crowd, speaking with old number 5, head bent as if saying something. Among so many people, Fu Jingma could still be easily spotted by Lin Mu. As Lin Mu approached slowly, Fu Jingma looked up and saw him, smiling. "Have you slept enough?" The wind blew coldly. He pulled at his clothes slightly, his face a bit pale. Fu Jingma left old number 5 and came over to him. "Let's go have some food." "Are these materials enough?" "Pretty much. Reinforcing the safe zone isn't something done in a day or two. After finding the materials, let them handle it themselves." "Okay." The two went to the cafeteria, where Lin Mu took a plate to serve food. The factory's cafeteria resembled a university canteen. It operated through deductions from points to get meals. However, for their group, they only needed to swipe their faces. The canteen aunt's child had been found by them. So when it came to serving food, she didn't hesitate, her hand didn't shake. A big scoop of braised potatoes, stir-fried cabbage, and peppered pork. Others might have just a small half-spoonful of peppered pork in their meal, but the bowls of Lin Mu and Fu Jingma were packed with solid meat. Lin Mu politely said thank you, then found a seat and sat down with his dish. Just as he prepared to eat, two more people arrived next to him, Li Ruo and Chen Tian's. Li Ruo wouldn't dare approach unless driven by Chen Tian. In the morning, the elderly woman had given each of them a small tomato, which Chen Tian didn't want to eat and intended to give to Fu Jingma instead. "Fu, Captain Fu, this is my tomato, I'm giving it to you." A red little tomato was placed on the table and rolled askew. Fu Jingma gave it a side glance. He could get as many tomatoes as he wanted from Lin Mu daily. "No need." Coldly replying, Fu Jingma then reached with his chopsticks to transfer green peppers from Lin Mu's plate into his own bowl. As time passed together, he discovered that Lin Mu disliked many things, acting like a picky eater. Li Ruo and Chen Tia were totally ignored. Li Ruo sighed a breath of relief, otherwise, if she spoke, she would have no idea what to say. People like Fu Jingma and Lin Mu appeared very capable, not ordinary individuals. Chen Tia clenched her teeth. As long as she kept up with them, she didn't have to do those farming chores and could still eat well. Moreover, the elderly woman mentioned that they seemed to be going to Fengcheng, the center of Z country, which must be good. "Captain Fu, are you going to Fengcheng? Can we go too?" Lin Mu raised his head while eating, casting a glance at Chen Tia. The girl's cheeks turned a light red, her eyes holding water, her face washed spotlessly clean. Despite the cold weather, her collar was widely open, revealing pale skin and collarbones. Quite interesting. Across the table, the man continued focusing on picking green peppers. Upon hearing, without looking back, he said, "No." Tears misted Chen Tia's eyes. "Captain Fu, I just... TSK, thinking of going with me to feed zombies? Don't bother us while eating." To such young girls who couldn't differentiate priorities, Fu Jingma inexplicably lacked good feelings toward them. Did they think they could still take a plane now or reach Fengcheng in a blink? Didn't they just hide from zombies for months? And then forget so quickly? Li Ru felt that Chen Tia was somewhat strange, watching from the side and understood roughly why, awkwardly pulling Chen Tia away. When they walked far away, Lin Mu couldn't help but burst out laughing. "What? What are you laughing at?" Fu Jingma transferred the meat from his own bowl to him again. "Eat quickly. It'll cool down afterward." "Fu Jingma, I realized something." "Realized what?" Opposite him, the man with the beautiful pair of curved eyes said, "I've realized why you've been single for so many years. Apparently, you're completely tone-deaf, able to make a girl cry within 2 sentences. So, were you not single in the past?" Ignoring the mockery, Fu Jingma knew how to focus on the essentials. Lin Mu was checkmated by the response, raising an eyebrow, "Did I ever say I've always been single?" "Oh, so why did you almost pass out during a kiss?" Fu Jingma leaned closer a bit and opened his mouth, speaking words that only the two of them could hear. "It's fine if you've been in a relationship before. Anyway, your first kiss," his gaze meaningfully dropped lower, "and everything else is mine." Clang, went the sound as Lin Mu picked up the tomato from the table and shoved it into Fu Jingma's mouth, his ears turning red as he ducked his head and scooped up rice. Pervert. No wonder being shameless made one unbeatable. Unbothered, Fu Jingma cheerfully bit into the tomato, humming with approval, "Fruit fed by one's wife tasted better. Darling, after we've kissed more, you won't be shy anymore." He added another provocative comment. Lin Mu was about to snap when they both heard a light beep coming from Fu Jingma. The laughter instantly turned icy cold. Fu Jingma lowered his head and took out a black box from his pocket. This was the first time Lin Mu had heard the black box make a sound. In the past, Fu Jingma mentioned that it only sounded for very important matters. The person across opened the black box and took just one glance, then radiated an intense chill. "What's wrong?" Fu Jingma lightly tapped the black box with his index finger and sneered. "People from Fengcheng want me to bring you back ASAP." The message was sent by the Science Academy, an encrypted message that only that person could send. It said Lin Mu's dual ability had been exposed, asking Fu Jingma to abandon other tasks and immediately return to Fengcheng with Lin Mu. What infuriated him were the last 4 words, "cooperate with research." After saying that, Fu Jingma handed the black box over to Lin Mu. Silent for a while, Lin Mu finally spoke, "White Eagle has arrived in Fengcheng." "Yes." Chapter 163, 5th level psionic ability. The news that Lin Mu is a dual system variant, they analyzed, only Bai Ying might know. In Fengcheng, it could only be him who leaked the information. Just why, originally they thought Bai Ying would hide it and then find an opportunity to take Lin Mu away. After all, if this news was known by the people of the Science Academy, Lin Mu would become the subject of intense study, making it even harder for Bai Ying to take him away. Unless, he has connections with certain people in the Science Academy. Many thoughts raced through his mind. That's not right. Lin Mu shook his head. He had missed something, and when he raised his eyes, he saw Fu Jingma's silver-gray hair. He hesitated before speaking, "Fu Jingma, perhaps, Bai Ying thinks you're dead." Fu Jingma raised his eyebrows, they had been at odds for a long time at the bus stop. Someone like Bai Ying, even after leaving, might still have arranged for someone to observe the situation in the safe zone from the shadows. It's quite possible. If so, it's better explained, without me mediating between you and the Science Academy. Perhaps. He reached out and held his slightly cool hand, "Don't worry. No matter what, once we arrive in Fengcheng, I'll be here." Lin Mu took a deep breath, "I'm not worried. We were planning to seek help from the Science Academy anyway. Cooperating with their research, solving the R-virus will certainly make me cooperate. As for Bai Ying, assuming I am dead, that would be interesting indeed, huh? Cooperation can occur since Lin Mu is already a special being. As for how to cooperate, and where the bottom line of cooperation lies, that depends on him. Xingshan Research Institute was originally his promise to complete the last task for someone. But this cooperative mission is cancelled. After finishing their meal, neither had much interest left, so they turned to assist with the external defenses of the factory area. With the power mutants present, constructing the defense projects went quickly. They stayed 2 more days in Sangjiang City before embarking again on their journey toward Fengcheng. This time, there were 3 more people. "Captain. Let me drive." Xiao Lu rushed forward. Fu Jingma glanced sideways at him, "Sure, you drive." Xiao Lu grinned and happily climbed into the car, finally, he could act alongside the captain. There was also brother Lin Mu, this mobile space. Ugh, no more munching on compressed biscuits with Big Brother Wu. They switched to a large 7-seater SUV, 1 car was far more fuel efficient than 2 cars. It took half a day to refit the vehicle. They tore apart the iron fence from the adjacent factory, covered the front of the car, and welded sharp rebar onto either side of the hood, pointed outwards. All windows were reinforced with iron mesh too. Guanju squatted at the rear of the car with Zhe, looking excitedly at the protruding rebar on the back roof. "Brother Zhe, this is so cool." The two had lived in the same room for several days and were already very familiar with each other. The key point was, their psychological ages were about the same, and there was absolutely no generation gap. "You bet, ultra mega spicy spiral explosion cool. This part can be my design. Let's give this car a name." "Alright, what should we call it?" Let's call it Spicy Cool. It's not bad, as long as you're happy." Just as the car was about to leave, the two were still discussing animatedly at the back. Shen Rengchen coldly observed them, wondering how in just 3 days, these well-raised children of over 10 years could already misbehave so thoroughly. Apparently, the elders weren't wrong, going astray only takes 3 days. Do you two plan to get in a car or are you staying behind to build the factory zone? Shenrangshan's icy voice cut in, causing both of them to quickly scurry back. Master, we named the car, Spicy Cool. Does it sound good? It's fine. Old Five and Xiao Lu were responsible for driving and observing the road ahead. Lin Mu and Fu Jinghua sat in the back, having modified the armrests between 2 seats to create another spot for Guanju. Oh, as for why the 3 of them didn't sit in the back. Captain Fu forbade it. Finally, bathed in the first light of dawn, the car left Sangjiang City, beginning a new journey. After leaving the factory zone's boundaries, He pulled out a big bag of steamed buns and pickled vegetables from his backpack. Distributing them to everyone, he said, "Phew, good thing I'm smart enough to grab breakfast from the canteen grandma." Everyone bit into their steamed buns, and Fu Jinghua broke the silence. "Everyone, report your psionic abilities and levels." He felt his bun stuck in his throat, like encountering a teacher's random check during class but hadn't done the homework. Xiao Lu spoke up, "Liquid corrosion, level 3. Basically, it can dissolve anything. During combat, I throw it at zombie heads, and the dissolving speed is around 15 seconds. Suitable for group elimination." "Wow, Xiao Lu," He clapped his hand. "Physical mutation, level 3, enhancing body hardness, strength, height, and all aspects. During the last test, I could withstand a bullet's impact, only damaging the skin. If I was enhanced during that time and bitten by zombies, it should be fine. Frog fun, isn't this Iron Man?" He listened with great interest. Before Xiao Lu and I reach Fengcheng, our abilities should be able to reach level 4. Fu Jinghua raised an eyebrow, which sounded approving enough. Not bad, not embarrassing at least. Then came Shenrangshan, talisman control, level 3, talismans can explode or increase defense. And they can also silence people. My ability is bell ringing. Level 2, the sound of the bell can control both zombies and humans, making them pause. It might also create illusions. Little Guanju, good thing you're here too. He hugged Guanju, water-based power, water arrows can pierce through zombie heads, cough, level 2, but it'll be level 3 soon. A snicker came from the back seat. Fu Jinghua then spoke, "Black mist, black crystal, black blade, they are actually different usages derived from the same ability. You all should try new methods, don't limit your thinking." He licked his lips and continued, "Level 5. Level 5. Chapter 164, Departure to Fengcheng. Lin Mu turned his head to look at him. It had taken him over 4 months to level up from tier 3 to 4, and reaching tier 5 would surely take even longer. Yet it had only been a month since their last level up in the gas station lounge. How could he have leveled up so suddenly? He hadn't even seen him leveling up. Fu Jinghua tousled his hair, which was a small surprise or perhaps uncertain until just a few days ago. Tier 5, right after being infected with the zombie virus, the R1 element in my body was almost depleted. Your blood entered my body and directly filled the energy bar, turning misfortune into fortune." Lin Mu shook his head and smiled wryly, "So it's like that. But judging by this, isn't it possible that my blood can? Don't even think about it. The conditions that day were special, we might not have such good luck again. And the R1 element is more useful in your body. Giving it to me is a waste. We need to fill the storage ball as soon as possible." He glanced at the person in front of him, "You'd better focus on leveling up yourself. Not a waste. What matters most is that you're okay." He took a hard bite out of his steamed bun and whimpered, "I don't want to eat dog food." "Alright, now everyone understands. Next, let's talk about our journey to Fengcheng." Fu Jinghua spoke gravely, phrasing it as a question, but everyone knew it was a statement. "Yes." Apart from Xiao Lu driving, everyone turned around. "We know nothing about the situation in Fengcheng, but obviously, there will be different factions involved. It will definitely be more complicated than any city we've encountered before. But we mustn't underestimate ourselves. Our strength won't be weak even in Fengcheng. The most important things to remember are: first, under no circumstances should we reveal anything about Lin Mu's powers or the abilities of the group. Second, Baiying is also in Fengcheng. Your mission is to clean up Baiying. It's currently considered a failure, but the task needs to continue, as his life belongs to us. Third, I hope that the people of Team 113 retain their integrity and do what they feel is right deep down. Don't let yourselves be blinded or controlled by desire. Can we do that?" "Yes." Not just Lao Wu and Xiao Lu, but the others all responded in unison. "Oh, right, before we get to Fengcheng, both of you need to reach tier 4, and He needs to reach tier 3. Otherwise, don't follow me into the city." "Yes." Fu Jinghua waved his hand, indicating he was done talking. They could leave now. Lin Mu smiled faintly, "Once we get to Fengcheng, you'll also need to complete your own mission." My task is the DNA of Xingshan Research Institute, it's not you." "I understand." Thinking about the person he called father, Fu Jinghua's expression grew cold. "Is there a specific faction you want to connect with?" "Not yet. I'll recall the members of Team 113, or maybe, we can form our own alliance. Fu Jingma had such confidence. I hope that Team 113 can accomplish something useful. In Fengcheng, there will still be people striving to save the world. Though complex, there are undoubtedly efforts being made. Lin Mu looked at his expression and nodded gently, smiling, you will do well. Yes, I will do well. The two leaned against each other, saying no more, enjoying the rare quietness. The car kept heading north. The weather grew colder, and ice started appearing on the vast fields along the road. Withered grass sprawled everywhere, wildly swaying in the wind. The world appeared desolate and full of hidden dangers. They ate casually in the car during lunchtime and continued on until nightfall. Xiao Lu glanced at the mileage. They had driven roughly 100 kilometers. Due to the severe damage to the roads, most of the time, they had to stop and clear obstacles or detour around impassable sections. They parked in a relatively flat field for a rest. They set up a tent, and they could sleep in the car too. As always, they made a fire for cooking. Lao Wu and Xiao Lu also knew how to cook. On the way, they hunted 2 wild chickens using an ability when they saw them running in the fields alongside the car. Lin Mu prepared to give the ingredients to them and enjoyed the leisure. What will you burn the chicken with? He approached quickly. Eating couldn't involve him less. Potatoes. Stewing them with rice is the best. Isn't that right, Xiao Qinchin? He turned to Shen Rangchen. The latter rarely gave him a glance. Thus, Lin Mu pulled out some potatoes, rice, and picked a few peppers from his space. It's been a long time since I had braised chicken. Lin Mu licked his lips, slightly tempted after He mentioned it. Brother Mu, don't worry. Whenever the team goes out, Big Brother Wu takes care of the cooking. Great, with you guys around, I finally don't have to cook anymore. The group exchanged a few words. Lin Mu was cold resistant and he sat by the fire for warmth. After a while, not seeing Fu Jingma, he turned his head to look. Fu Jingma was leaning against the car, gently tapping the black box in his hand. His slightly tilted face showed that his gaze was lost in the distant darkness, yet his eyes shone like stars. Lin Mu got up, didn't go over, but instead walked towards the grasses in the wilderness. He hadn't gone far when footsteps followed from behind, causing him to smirk. Fu Jingma quickly followed and hugged his waist. Where are you going? I need to relieve myself. So do I. This shameless person clung to him as they moved further, both finishing their business, then returned a bit. In the open field stood a few scattered large trees. Perhaps due to the mutation, these trees had grown immense, with crooked trunks and completely bare branches. Fu Jingma grabbed onto him and used the tree branch for leverage, swiftly climbing up to the treetop. He reached down towards Lin Mu. Lin Mu didn't take his hand, instead, with a small flick, he flipped himself up there and was immediately embraced. Let's rest a bit, dinner isn't ready yet. The branches were thick, allowing Fu Jingma to lean against the trunk and sit down, pulling Lin Mu into his embrace, stroking his slightly cool hands. Are you cold? The open area made Lin Mu feel indeed a bit chilled, so he nodded. Immediately after, his hands were tucked under the warm chest of Fu Jingmo. You can touch me anytime without charge. Lin Mu curved his lips slightly but asked another question. What were you thinking about just now? I was pondering how to make them roll out of the tent to sleep, letting me occupy the car alone. Lin Mu sighed. Couldn't he think of something more practical? Fu Jingma held his hand tightly, smelled the faint fragrance of grass from his hair, and pulled him closer. How long has it been since we left the little courtyard? It's been 7 months now. Now almost the end of this month. The steady, powerful heartbeat in his ear made Lin Mu close his eyes lightly. By the time we reach Fengcheng, it'll be nearly the spring festival. Yeah. Recalling their departure from Jiaoshan courtyard, back then he and Fu Jingma were only partners along the journey, but now their relationship had deepened to what it was. I never imagined we would actually get to Fengcheng. When we set off initially, all I was thinking about was visiting He at school. I didn't plan anything beyond that. Raising his head, he looked at the one holding him. Thank you, Fu Jingma. If it weren't for you, I don't know how many times I might have died already. Fu Jingma adjusted his position, making him sit on his lap, facing each other. Why thank me? You won't die, you're stronger and tougher than you imagine yourself to be. He lowered his head to kiss those soft lips, nibbling them softly. The two entwined necks under the moonlight kissed for a long time before parting. Lin Mu steadied his breath and laughed. Hey, did you always live in Fengcheng? It seemed he had never asked about Fu Jingma's past, and suddenly felt an urge to understand. My unit's base was in a secret location near Fengcheng, though most of the year was spent outside on missions. Were you in Jiaoshan on a mission as well? The place where we received the R1 reagent was very close to Jiaoshan. We just prepared to leave from there after the injection. How nice, and how coincidental. If it wasn't there, maybe we'd never have crossed paths. Fu Jingma leaned in, his nose brushing against Lin Mu's. No, we were destined to be together. You were bound to meet me. Do you know what I was thinking about the night you came in? What? That there are still such shameless people in the world. Chapter 165, 113th Meeting. They hadn't chatted long before the sound of Hise's voice came from the direction of the road. Brother Fu, Mumu, it's mealtime. Lin Mu smiled faintly. Let's go have dinner then. He had been sitting on Fu Jingma's lap and was propping himself up with his thighs to get up when perhaps stepping on moss, he slipped slightly as he stood. His wrist supporting him twisted, pressing against someone else's crotch. SSSS, Fu Jingma sharply sucked in a breath, his hand still around Lin Mu's waist, he quickly grabbed Lin Mu's wrist with one hand. He used a bit of force, making Lin Mu blink guiltily, I am sorry. Fu Jingma leaned in and bit his lip. You be more careful, or your happiness for the rest of your life is gone. Lin Mu tilted his head and arched an eyebrow. Oh, then I'll top you. After speaking, he made a clean turn, leaped down from the branch, and ran off first. Fu Jingma gritted his teeth, rubbed the sore spot, then jumped down and followed him. The wife's getting more mischievous, what to do? Waiting online desperately. Back at the roadside, everyone had already served themselves rice, and the pot of braised chicken gave off the aroma of green peppers and chicken, releasing steam. Lin Mu sat down on a rock. Here you go, Mumu. Hizei handed over the rice, then immediately started eating without further ado. Mixing the broth with the rice, having a warm bowl in this cold wind, no need to say how great it was. Fu Jingma arrived a little later and sat beside Lin Mu. Everyone had already scooped their portion of chicken into their bowls from the large pot, leaving only potatoes and soup behind. Humph, lack of enthusiasm in eating indicates some problem in thought. When it comes to devouring food, even the team leader doesn't give way to anyone. Lin Mu turned and handed his bowl of chicken over to Fu Jingma, also scooping him a spoonful of hot soup and a few pieces of potato. Smiling ingratiatingly, eat quickly, but this is snatched away from under Hizei's chopsticks for you. Fu Jingma patted his head, temporarily shelving the grudge about nearly snapping something earlier. After a few bites of rice, Fu Jingma tapped his bowl. Stop, let's have a meeting. Hizei looked up, 2 grains of rice hanging from the corners of his mouth. What kind of meeting, Brother Fu? Fu Jingma stretched out his long legs and lazily placed his hands on his knees. The 49th meeting of Group 113, hey, stop eating, be serious. Xiao Lu stuffed all the half bowl of rice into his mouth, wiped his lips, and straightened up properly. The message on the black box today, both of you should have seen it, our black box is given by Guan Han from Area A Academy of Sciences. When they were injecting the R1 agent initially, it was jointly studied by Guan Han and his student Chu Yenji. However, Fencheng's current situation is this. Guan Han is responsible for the Academy of Sciences in Area A, which we refer to as the conservative faction. But the radical faction of Area B has fallen into Chu Yenji's hands, meaning that they are now opposing sides. Conflict in ideals? Discrepancies? Lin Mu asked. More or less, anyway, people like them hold fast to what they believe is right, even verging on being obsessive-compulsive. I've interacted with Chu Yenji, he looks down on others and is excessively radical and stubborn. He advocates concentrating all efforts on developing mutations in survivors, continuing research and improvement on reagents similar to R1 aimed at modifying humans. On the other hand, Guan Han's Area A aims to solve the root cause and eliminate the R virus, cleansing all zombies from the land. This plan has already been put on the agenda, named Dawn Plan. Currently, Areas A and B check each other. But fundamentally, these are just a group of researchers. The real power lies with those who control the troops, their backers being Fu Zhaolip and Lu Ju. Fu Zhaolip. Lin Mu squinted his eyes slightly, noticing a slight chill in the tone when the person next to him mentioned that name. Perhaps no one else noticed, but he did. Before the apocalypse, Fu Zhaolip already had a lot of people under him, and now in Fencheng, his power is immense. And he supports Chu Yenji from Area B, while Lu Ju backs Guan Han from Area A. Fu Jingma paused for a moment and looked up at everyone. Do you guys have any thoughts? Purely in terms of philosophy between the radical and conservative factions, do you agree with either side? After the question was posed, silence ensued for a time, interrupted only by the crackle of the fire not far away. Lin Mu chuckled softly and spoke first. Reagent similar to the R1 agent? Isn't that exactly what Baiying and Zhou Xiaofeng did? What fraction again? 106 divided by 6, 53 divided by 3, who experiments with these things? Ordinary people with no ability to resist. Fu Jingma helplessly said, but now there are quite a few people who support this approach, willing to take the risk for a superpower, to become someone above others. Captain. Those who want to try can do so themselves, but what about those ordinary people who don't want to? If the zombie virus isn't eradicated and there are still zombies on this land, they won't be able to live well. Lin Mu sighed, Wu City, Ichang, Mountain City. We've come across so many people struggling to survive. They're still waiting for rescue. I more agree with the approach of Area A, which is to wipe out zombies. This isn't a game of survival of the fittest, it's a war where humanity must unite consistently. Shen Rangchen nodded, these people are going down the wrong path. With the world already invaded by zombies, they are still thinking of harming their fellow countrymen's lives. It's despicable. That's right. Despicable, anyway, I'm with Mumu. Hizei raised his hand. Fu Jingma smiled, it's a coincidence, but I feel the same too. Since everyone's views align, when we reach Foam City, I will attempt to contact Guanhan from Area A. But we probably won't have to wait long as Guanhan will likely find us first. Lao Wu had been silent all along. After hesitating for a moment, he gritted his teeth and asked, Captain, but... Commander Fu. He was referring to Fu Zhaolip. Fu Jingma snorted coldly. The last mission 113 promised him, I will personally submit to him. Afterward, the members of 113 will no longer take orders from Fu Zhaolip. Yes. Alright, let's sleep. With the little paper figure keeping watch at night, everyone could rest peacefully. Among them all, even Guanju didn't fear the cold like Lin Mu did. The back seat was reclined, and Lin Mu and Fu Jingma slept there together. Lao Wu and Xiao Lu slept in the tent outside, while the other three slumped over in the front seats. Pulling out blankets from the space ring, Lin Mu lay down on the reclined seat, still processing the information he had received earlier. A person stuck close behind him. Fu Jingmo reached out to pull him into his arms. The breathing of the others in front had already steadied, showing they were asleep. Fu Jingmo leaned closer to Lin Mu's ear, whispering softly, what are you thinking about? The small seat was barely enough for Lin Mu alone, let alone adding a tall and long-limbed Fu Jingmo. Thus, the two could only stick tightly together. Lin Mu wriggled his body slightly, turning to find a comfortable spot. As he looked up at Fu Jingma, he asked, is Fu Zhaolip your leader? Chapter 166, Building a Snowman for Lin Mu. Fu Jingma nodded slightly, nothing could escape Lin Mu's eyes. Sort of. I've been personally trained by him since birth, then sent into the military and molded into the top-notch mercenary. For the first 20 years, I almost only listened to his commands. What happened later? At 20, I joined Unit 113, and his influence didn't quite reach there. It was there that I managed to break free from him. It must have been hard, right? When you entered Unit 113. It wasn't too bad, I had long planned it out. Actually, back then he was nearly beaten half to death. An enraged Fu Zhaolin gathered 30 well-trained mercenaries and even used electric grids and iron cages, severely beating him up. If it weren't for the fact that he was Fu Zhaolin's only son, he probably wouldn't have survived. But there was no need to let Lin Mu know these details, and all that was already in the past. The man he was now had fully developed the ability to ignore Fu Zhaolin. Lin Mu reached out to gently stroke his chin, as if enjoying doing so. The slightly cool hand brushed over his somewhat rough jawline, rubbing repeatedly, then caressed his Adam's apple. Fu Jingma grabbed the wandering little hand and tucked it under the blanket against his abs. Don't fool around or we'll get into trouble. Lin Mu obediently withdrew his hand and let go of him, closing his eyes. After a long while, a voice came from above. Lin Mu, I was his tool, he's my father by blood, but it doesn't matter. I've never acknowledged him as my father. You, what about your mother? She wasn't around when I was born. To Fu Zhaolin, she was just someone who carried me in her womb, I don't even know who she is. It doesn't matter, I'm your family. Of course, you're my wife, the kind where if one day I pass away, the pension would go directly to you, a close relative. The hand on his body squeezed tightly, but luckily his abs were strong, Lin Mu couldn't hurt him. Fu Jingma bent down and chuckled quietly. Just kidding. The latter's voice carried a trace of disappointment, I don't want to hear jokes like that. You cannot die. Realizing he said something wrong, Fu Jingma hugged him tighter, silently blaming himself. Sorry, I was wrong. He leaned down and found his lips, pecking them lightly without any desire, only tenderly comforting him. For a long time, in the darkness came a soft sigh. Lin Mu hugged the person in front of her tightly, pressing her ear against his chest, listening to the steady and powerful heartbeat before slowly falling asleep. The next morning, Lin Mu woke up lured by the scent of food. Opening her eyes, she realized she was still lying against Fu Jingma's chest. Fu Jingma was closing his eyes, absorbing our one energy, and upon waking, he looked down at her. Why didn't you wake me? Why should I wake you? They are preparing breakfast. You can eat once you're awake. He draped a coat around Lin Mu's shoulders. It snowed. It snowed. Lin Mu's eyes lit up, looking outside the window. Frost had already formed on the bed, making it possible to dimly see the world outside covered entirely in white. Wow, let's hurry down. Let's go see the snow. To someone from the south, seeing such heavy northern snow was indeed an exhilarating experience. Before the apocalypse, Lin Mu had been to several northern cities a few times, but it just wasn't winter when he went, and he hadn't seen any heavy snowfall, though he had seen some twice abroad. But it had been too long ago, and with a determined effort, he pushed himself up and headed towards the vehicle. Fu Jingma pulled him back immediately, frowning. It's freezing. Don't you have gloves and scarves in your space storage? Better put them on. Lin Mu glanced at what he wore, a tank top and a thin jacket, and thought wearing gloves and a scarf seemed a bit exaggerated. Still, pressed by the persistent gaze, she found a pair of gloves and put them on. She also picked out another set for Guanju. At least someone else would accompany her in wearing those accessories. As for a scarf, none available. Helplessly, Fu Jingma helped her dress properly, patiently advising her to add a pair of thermal pants, zipping it all the way up, before letting her out of the car. As soon as the car door opened, sharp cold air rushed into his nostrils, causing Lin Mu to shiver involuntarily. Hizei was throwing snowballs at Guanju, who was dodging while laughing. Snowballs flew through the sky everywhere. "Come on, buddy, come help. This kid cheats, I can't handle him." Guanju grinned mischievously, grabbing a huge handful of snow and tossing it toward Hizei, splattering it all over his face. Lin Mu shook her head and turned her gaze far away. Perhaps it started snowing halfway through the night. The snow on the ground was roughly 10 centimeters thick, and each step produced a distinct, creaking sound. Everywhere she looked, everything was white. A pure silver-dressed world, truly beautiful. Fortunately, the heavy snowfall had stopped. Old 5 and Little 6 had built a fire at a wind-protected spot, which was burning brightly. In the pot, porridge was bubbling, with shredded meat and Chinese cabbage added, releasing a mouth-watering aroma. A snowball came hurtling over. Before Lin Mu could dodge, a hand from behind blocked it. From afar, Guanju stuck out his tongue and hid behind Hizei. Hizei pulled him out. "Brother Fu, I'm reporting, it was little Guanju who attacked." Fu Jingma squeezed the snowball in his hand, then scooped up some more snow from the car roof, making it bigger. With a slap, he threw it, followed by another one made of black crystal shards that hit dead center, exploding on Hizei and Guanju's heads. They both ended up completely covered in snow. "Shit, we can't fight them, little Guanju, let's play by ourselves. Don't drag them along." Shen Rengchen was sitting cross-legged under a tree meditating with his eyes closed, only moving to join the fire when he smelled the food. Lin Mu also walked over and squatted down. "Big brother Mu, are you really afraid of the cold?" Seeing his gloves, Xiao Lu asked curiously. My body seems to be especially sensitive to the cold, I don't know why. All other aspects of my physical abilities have improved, yet I'm still so vulnerable to the cold. And I need sleep. How enviable all of you evolved ones are." Xiao Lu laughed softly. "With such heavy snow, we can build a snowman, right? I've never built one before." Cough. "Hey, look at that." Xiao Lu pointed at the car roof, where there was already a snowman tilted to one side. It had stone eyes, a stick for a nose, and its mouth seemed to be a green pepper left over from last night. It looked strange, almost eerie. Lin Mu puzzled. "What? Did you guys wake up so early just to build a snowman like this? So funny, haha." The laughter awkwardly faded as his eyes met Fu Jingma's gaze, which was intently fixed on him. Lin Mu pointed at the snowman, then back at him. "It wasn't you, was it? Or what? You don't like it?" Fu Jingma glanced back at the snowman himself, thinking it wasn't that bad. He had been inspired by some romance plot somewhere. When the first snow fell, building a snowman for the person you love would surely make them happy. Lin Mu burst into giggles. "Cute, I really like it." Xiao Lu mumbled, "Who would have known I'd heard noises at 6 and stuck my head out of the tent. To find the captain building a snowman by the car, it was so unsettling I thought the captain had been possessed by some ghost or something." Chapter 167, Approaching Fengcheng. After a hearty breakfast, the group double-checked their route. They were ready to set off. Lin Mu draped a red scarf around the neck of the snowman and then stuck a strawberry on it for a nose, instantly making it cuter. It was moved to the center of the car roof, and the 7-seater large SUV set off with an adorable snowman perched on top. "Brother Fu, how much longer until we reach Fengcheng?" Hizei asked while gnawing on a chicken claw. "No problems, 3 days. What if something goes wrong?" Smack. A talisman was slapped on his forehead. Shen Rengchen glanced at him. "Don't be so pessimistic." After saying that, he closed his eyes again and continued meditating. Guanyu Zhujie sat squeezed between his master and Hizei, observing quietly. Then he reached out, took the chicken claw from Hizei's hand, and silently started munching on it. Hizei. The car slowly drove through the icy and snowy terrain, with heavy snow blocking many roads, making the journey even more difficult. "Do you think cold weather will affect zombies?" Lin Mu was wrapped in a lightweight down blanket, snuggled up in Fu Jingma's arms. He was the only one in the entire car who was afraid of the cold. He didn't want to waste gasoline by turning on the heater just for himself. But with Fu Jingma's natural heat source behind him, it wasn't unbearable either. Fu Jingma's hand slid under the blanket to warm his ice-cold private parts without hesitation and said, "Not necessarily, what if the R virus is more active in cold temperatures? You can never tell." "I think you're the pessimist." Fu Jingma chuckled darkly. "Well, then you can shut my mouth." As he spoke, his gaze flickered meaningfully over Lin Mu's lips, giving him a fleeting kiss. Hizei wanted to cry but had no choice but to turn his head away. He was still fixed in place. Wailing internally, Xiao Qianqian has reached level 3, making the talismans last longer. Lin Mu watched his expression, deciding Shen Rengchen could handle both Guanju and Hizei without any intervention. He leaned back into Fu Jingma's embrace, feeling his icy hands and feet gradually warming up. Fu Jingma furrowed his brows. With 7 people in the car, it wasn't that cold inside. But looking at Lin Mu, he felt there was something unusual. He seemed overly sensitive to the cold. For 2 consecutive days, they hadn't encountered any trouble on the road except occasionally running into small groups of zombies. Perhaps because Fu Jingma's words carried blessings, the zombies seemed more ferocious than before. Could it be that the northerners are tough and even zombies here are exceptionally strong? He shot an ice arrow piercing through a zombie rushing quickly towards them, then patted his hands. The others looked at the far mountains covered in frost and all showed solemn expressions. By noon of the third day, they had arrived at Beiyang territory. Beiyang was the province Fengcheng belonged to. Entering the Beiyang region meant they were only a day's travel away from Fengcheng. Fu Jingma ordered the car to stop. They needed to find a place to let Laowu, Xiaolu, and He upgrade their abilities. The car stopped in a small village where not a single person was in sight, but there were 2 nests of zombies that were dealt with by the group. There were advantages to having a larger team, this time, while 3 people upgraded, 4 others stood guard. At this moment in Fengcheng, in front of a detached villa, there were guards every 3 steps, from the gate through the garden to the villa, filled with armed people standing at attention, perfectly trained, not flinching in the harsh winter even as goosefeather-like snow drifted and cold winds battered them. Inside the villa brightly lit, a robust man sat behind a rosewood desk. Behind him stood another similar rosewood bookcase, and within its glass doors, one could see various strategic books filling the shelves. He rested a cigar unlit on his fingertips, idly playing with it, sometimes raising it to his nose to smell. His face wore a satisfied look. This was a man about 40 years old, sharp features well defined by age which added a mature masculine aura rather than leaving scars. His long eyes carried a sliver of discomforting coldness, like a venomous snake, slightly gloomy. Where are they? General, Major Guan refused to provide Lieutenant Colonel Fu's coordinates anymore. We can contact Black Box, but only Guan can access the location data. So, some measures have been taken. As of now, Lieutenant Colonel Fu is at the border of Beiyang. Send someone tomorrow to block him outside the entrance to Fengcheng, bring him here to me. Yes, sir. Prepare the car, we'll go to Area B. Yes, sir. The adjutant turned and jogged downstairs to prepare the car. The man in the swivel chair lowered his crossed legs, smelled the cigar in his hand one more time, then tossed it into the trash can. The car drove straight to Area B Academy of Sciences, as the snowfall had significantly reduced the number of people on the roads. Fengcheng was unlike any other place. The entire downtown area had already been thoroughly cleaned, and as long as one didn't leave Fengcheng, life seemed almost normal, with everyone still enjoying pre-apocalypse lifestyles. But beneath this facade, the class structure had completely changed. Mutants received preferential treatment, while regular humans were relegated to the lowest rung of society. Of course, outside these 2 categories, there were a few like Fu Jingma, who held absolute power. Just like the villa, the Area B Academy of Sciences was brightly lit. It was the only location in Fengcheng with unlimited electricity usage. It was heavily guarded, requiring several security passes to enter. Fu Jingma's car went directly to the central research building of the Academy of Sciences, where Chu Yenji was located. Upon knowing he'd arrived, Chu Yenji stepped out of the lab, taking off his gloves as he walked. He was an exceptionally pale-skinned man, even to the point of looking unhealthy, but his tall, slim frame gave him an imposing presence. After washing his hands, he looked at Fu Jingma sitting on the sofa and greeted him from the side, Director Chu. His voice was cold and calm, showing neither submission nor arrogance. Yet, simply by looking at him, no one would guess he was the person who advocated for survival of the fittest and used the R2 agent to weed out ordinary humans. Fu Jingma raised his eyes to look at him, his tone grave. Chu Dean, you promised me. Where is the R2 agent? R2 agent was an improved version of R1, adding different bioelements to the R1 energy injection that turned people into mutants. The reason why it wasn't the R1 agent was due to its much lower failure rate. With R1 having a 3 to 53 success ratio, R2's was merely 1/279, out of 279 people, only one could successfully mutate. Despite this infinitesimally small chance, many were crazily eager for it. There has been no progress yet. To succeed, the recipient must have a strong physique, and also, the biological element needs to be powerful enough. I'm waiting for Xingshan Research Institute to send over their biological elements. Fu Jingma cracked his knuckles, each joint popping softly before he raised his head. I don't have that much patience. I'll give you another 2 months. I want successful R2 agents, with a 100% success rate. Each word dripped with impatience. Director Fu, with all the capable people guarding you, why insist so much on this? Fu Jingma stood up, adjusting his suit slightly before giving a cold laugh. Do your job. Implied was the warning not to question him. Chu Yenji remained silent until Fu Jingma left the office, then he lifted his head. His beautiful eyes stared at the direction Fu Jingma had gone, lost in thought. Chapter 168, Blind Date Target Appears. It snowed for a while, and golden sunlight pierced through the clouds. On another street in Fengcheng, a girl walked along the freshly snow-covered road. With her long golden hair curled in big waves, alluring eyebrows and eyes, wearing a pink leather skirt hugging her well-proportioned figure that stopped at her thighs. The off-shoulder white knit top exposed her fair skin to the snowy weather. Her small lamb leather boots stepped lightly on the snow of the streets, with red-lipped lips curling into a smile. She clearly didn't feel cold at all, she was an abnormal one, mutant. Lu Mengqiao wrinkled her brows with boredom. Humph, it's really dull, I can't even see a single person. In such weather, except for those who have to come out to make a living, there were hardly any idlers on the streets. Please no, please don't take my things away, woo-woo. A tiny, pitiful voice sounded, faint but present. At the flicker of her ears, oh, there's something good to watch. She quickly turned towards a narrow alley on her left. After reaching the farthest end of the alley, 2 men were coming out with 2 pieces of bread in hand. Huh, you said all your points were spent last night, and there's nothing to eat today. Isn't this just being delivered? Serves them right, as ordinary people, they're not supposed to eat bread, let alone food fit for pigs. Ha ha ha. This girl looks somewhat pretty. If it weren't for people from Area A managing these ordinary folks, we mutants could still be calling the shots. Yeah, deal with whoever we want. While munching on the bread in their hands and walking away, they spewed obscenities. Lu Mengqiao sauntered over, walking leisurely to where the 2 men stood nearby. The 2 had noticed her too. Hey, the chick looks tough. Come on, have a drink, buddy will treat you. Before their sentences could finish, a flash of red appeared before their eyes, followed by a loud bang. Red smoke burst in the air, spreading the pungent scent everywhere. The 2 were immediately enveloped in it, letting out screams instantly. Ah, my eyes, cough cough. My, cough cough. The powder quickly entered their throats and trachea with every open orifice. It felt like a coating of super spicy chili powder, burning every respiratory pathway inside their bodies, inflicting unbearable pain. Lu Mengqiao waved her hand dismissively, frowning. Most annoying is the chili smell, yet I've somehow become a chili specialist. She strolled to the deep end of the alley, looked at the person hugging herself crying in the snow, and listened to the agonizing shouts outside. She shivered. Lu Mengqiao reached into her leather skirt and waistband and touched some points, pulling one out and tossing it next to the person. Go. The girl, seeing the unprecedented high denomination points, immediately picked them up, shoved them in her pocket, and ran away after continuously thanking her. Soon afterward, hurried footsteps approached from outside the alley. 4 or 5 men in black suits came rushing straight to Lu Mengqiao. If it wasn't for the chilly fragrance, they might not have found Miss so easily. Miss, you should return. Lu Mengqiao rolled her eyes. Ah, old man's looking for me again. So annoying. Getting out of the alley and into the car roared once and sped off without a trace of dust. The car arrived directly at the A District Science Academy. After Lu Mengqiao got out, she went into the room in front. Lazily, she slouched onto the sofa, kicked off her shoes, and lay down. Lu Ju glanced at his daughter who sat without a care, narrowing his eyes slightly in a helpless yet indulgent way. Ms. Lu, quite difficult to summon you here. Hey, Dad, don't bother me, I'm sleepy. Oh, sleepy. Lu Ju put down his pen, tapped the table twice, and opened slowly. There's news here that interests you. The person lying on the sofa opened her eyes, blinking her beautiful eyes. What news? That blind date you mentioned, he's almost arriving at Fengcheng. Ah. Lu Mengqiao sat up from the sofa. Really, when will he arrive? Soon, within 3 days. Cough cough, why are you telling me? I only had dinner with him once. Oh, never have you ever mentioned anyone else you had meals with, but you've been asking about him for a long time now. Humph, that's because he abandoned Madam during dinner. If he's alive, I'll definitely spice him to death. Lu Mengqiao pressed a hand against her chest which suddenly started racing, pursing her lips. Well, stop fooling around. Guan wants you to go back and find him in the lab. Ah, studying me again. Can't plant mutant people increase a little bit more? With more plant mutants, there won't be a need for daily studies on me. It's exhausting. Lu Mengqiao put her boots back on and walked towards the lab, complaining along the way. Throughout Fengcheng, there were only 3 people with plant-based mutations. Unfortunately, she herself was a chili mutation person. It seemed that there were all sorts of strange mutations, and she was always grabbed by Guan Han for research. Watching Lu Mengqiao walk out of the room, Lu Ju started writing again. Fu Jingma was important, but the dual mutation person beside him was even more important. The sky grew darker. Far away at the border of Beiyang, the 7 individuals had already spent the afternoon in the village. He, Lao Wu, and Xiao Lu each found a room to upgrade their abilities. Shen Rengchen and Guan Zhu guarded them while Lin Mu and Fu Jingma idled away their time. It would take at least until the next morning to upgrade their powers, so the 2 wandered around the village. Lin Mu wore a down jacket, and the weather was quite cold. His breath came out white. The village was small, probably with less than 30 households. The houses were scattered, and fields surrounded the area. Lin Mu had done many sketches in various villages before, so he was familiar. The 2 stopped at a large rock by the side of the road. Lin Mu stepped onto the rock and pulled a branch from above Fu Jingma's head. The accumulated snow fell noisily, covering his head. He couldn't help but laugh, his lips, red from the cold, curved into a smile, and his eyes sparkled. Fu Jingma didn't get angry. He shook off the snow from his hair like a second harbor dog. Tisk, why didn't you dodge? Looking at his wet hair, Lin Mu felt a little sorry but not much. The latter raised an eyebrow and looked at him. In one step, he climbed onto the rock and embraced him. Aren't you having fun? Besides, I don't fear the cold. Lin Mu reached out and wiped the water droplets off his face. It's great that you're not cold. Think anyone in Fengqing knows we're almost there? Feels like we're getting famous. Lin Mu found comfort in hardship and sighed. Fu Mengfu knows you're a dual mutation person, meaning this matter has been exposed, and definitely many are watching us closely. The air was filled with icy moisture, and Lin Mu's eyelashes glistened wetly. Fu Jingma bent down and kissed him, then kissed him again. But it's fine. Although Fu Mengfu has significant power in Fengqing, there are still forces restraining him. Plus, our strength is not weak. Lin Mu nodded. That's right. I believe you might be the only 5th-level mutant person. Thanks to you. A light kiss gradually deepened. Chapter 169, A Way to Warm Up. After the two had only chatted for a while, the sky was completely dark. The snow reflected an icy white light and the two started heading back, intending to get something to eat. Lin Mu walked behind, looking at the tall figure in front of him, then showed a mischievous smile as he bent down and gathered a ball of snow. He aimed and threw it forward. As if having eyes on his back, the person ahead slightly tilted his head to the left, easily dodging. Then he stopped, turned around, and looked at Lin Mu with a deep voice saying, "Come here." Smiling, Lin Mu approached. He raised an eyebrow, thinking, could he really beat me? As soon as Lin Mu got close, Fu Jingmo reached out and grabbed his wrist, pushing the icy hand that held the snowball into his own clothes. In this awkward pose, Fu Jingmo hugged Lin Mu and continued walking back. The mischief maker felt a little embarrassed as the cold hand touched the burning hot skin, underneath which were abs that needed no guessing. You're good. Fu Jingmo stopped his laughter and paused his step, turning his head to look at Lin Mu. His profound eyes flashed a glimmer. Sweetheart, I haven't let you off the hook. I'll punish you tonight. Thinking about not having to crowd together with those other people tonight, Fu Jingmo was quite pleased. They tidied up a small courtyard. Given the power of their teammates' upgraded abilities, all of them had separate rooms. He was in a large bedroom, it being early still, so Shen Rangchen and Guan Zhu watched over him nearby, practicing their abilities at the same time. Shen Rangchen's upgrade to level 3 happened not long ago, during the final few days in the factory area. The chaotic energy inside him increased several times more than upgrading from level 1 to 2, even nearing explosion in his blood vessels towards the end. Though He usually liked to fool around, Shen Rangchen knew that many nights, he quietly enhanced his powers. It was somewhat reassuring to see that here. Lin Mu and Fu Jingmo returned to the house, checking each room. The houses in the village generally had 2 floors, wooden beam structures. It was likely after everyone's upgrades, these houses would be damaged beyond recognition. However, who cared about such things in the end world? With fewer people, Lin Mu cooked just a few bowls of noodles, calling out for dinner. Only Guan Zhu ran down from the 2nd floor. Brother Mumu, my master said after I finish eating, I should take him a bowl. What's wrong with him? He is watching over brother He. Okay. Guan Zhu ate the noodles loudly, sweating from his nose tip till he finished and asked Lin Mu to fill another large bowl. Fu Jingma ate 2 large bowls, and 3 fried eggs before stopping. Lin Mu laughed at him. If there weren't space constraints, I feel like the limited food we carry in the car wouldn't be enough for all of you. You made the noodles so delicious, what could I do? Taking the bowl and chopsticks, he turned and went outside to find water to wash. When Shen Rangchen upgraded, it took 1.5 days. Based on the experience of upgrading to level 2, the time seemed to increase with the rank. I forgot to ask you, what changes are there after level 5? Fu Jingma handed him the washed bowls and chopsticks, reaching out to touch a cabinet in the room, focusing his energy in his palm. With a slight flick of his wrist, the wooden cabinet crumbled into powder. Not split or shattered but turned into a pale yellow dust. Lin Mu watched, a little stunned. Good, very impressive. Looking at it alone, it might seem this ability is rather useless, but being able to pulverize and atomize objects. If anything were to collide, wouldn't it mean there would be no need to dodge? One could simply turn it into powder, whether it's a person or even a zombie. Fu Jingma smirked. Wonderful, today his wife has already praised him twice. Quickly he regained his composure and said seriously, the energy storage in my body doubled. This is just a rather intuitive power, casually testing it out. No, I think it will have great utility. At least next time we won't need to break doors violently, right? The growth of energy is a good thing for both individuals and the entire team. The two didn't search for another room, instead walking towards the car, sleeping in it directly. In the frozen land, the snowman on the roof was shaken askew on the road, breaking some parts. Fu Jingma bent down again to pick up the snowflakes and reformed them carefully. Once done, the two climbed into the car. Lin Mu curled up under the covers, taking out an extra blanket from space. The whole world seemed quiet as if there were only the two of them. Fu Jingma took off his coat, wearing only a black tank top, pressed against Lin Mu. The person in his arms sighed comfortably, turning to burrow into his chest. So warm. The car windows fogged up with condensation, hazy, with only a faint moonlight in the car. The gradually accelerating heartbeat echoed in their ears as the two lay there for a while, and Lin Mu's body began to grow warm. He reached out to touch the other's chest, then rubbed his head against it. A rare opportunity like this, aren't you going to take me? In the dark, he heard Fu Jingma's throaty sound and saw the curve of his eyebrows. With a sudden force, he flipped over and pinned him completely beneath his weight. There wasn't a single gap between them, and just by lying there, they could both feel something stirring. His voice became husky, and his delicate fingers poked at Fu Jingma's chest. Being with the person he loved, who was also a man, how could anyone expect self-control? Besides, on the journey so far, they'd barely had any chance for intimacy. Hurry up, or I'll fall asleep, ah. Before he finished speaking, the hand beneath him slid around his waist, and their positions were instantly switched. Lin Mu chuckled, looking up at Fu Jingma hovering over him. I was just waiting for you to warm up. Why so impatient? Their warm breaths mixed between them, heating up the air in an instant. Lin Mu thought that this was the best way to get warm. A strong kiss descended, starting everything off. Chapter 170, Entering Fengcheng. After a passionate moment, Lin Mu collapsed and fell asleep. Fu Jingmo reached out, pulling the blanket up to cover the white shoulders with marks before him. In the middle of the night, both were awoken by a loud sound. Lin Mu quickly sat up, still wrapped in the blanket. What happened? Probably someone has leveled up. It's not serious. Get dressed, I'll go check. After saying this, he opened the door and got out of the car, and Lin Mu quickly dressed and jogged after him. The door of room on the left side of the first floor was gone. It was Lao Wu's room. Shen Rengchen was already inside, and Lao Wu was sitting on the bed, slowly opening his eyes. At this point, all energy within had been consumed, but the upgrade had been successful. Is everything okay? Fu Jingma asked a question, and the person on the bed nodded. No problem. Not long after, Xiao Lu and Hizhe also successively leveled up. Aside from Hizhe having a minor issue like Shen Rengchen before, who sank into a coma, everything else went well. The group planned to stay one more day until the three had their energy restored, then enter Fengcheng. It wasn't until that afternoon that Hizhe finally woke up from the bed, seeing Shen Rengchen sitting nearby with his eyes closed. Zaya-Kenshin's. I've successfully upgraded. He bounced off the bed, feeling the joy of level 3, but without any energy, he didn't actually feel happy. Shen Rengchen furrowed his brows. Too noisy. You're so noisy when you wake up. Hizhe hooked his arm around his shoulder, grinning and ignoring his complaint. What? Were you waiting for me to wake up? Are you worried about me? Shen Rengchen removed the hand from his shoulder and walked toward the door. Time to eat. Hizhe watched his retreating back, sticking closely afterward. Just say it if you're worried. I won't laugh at you. Wah wah wah, Zaya-Kenshin's is so good to me. The two descended down the stairs one after another. It was indeed time for dinner. On the first floor was a big round table, Guanzhu patting the spot beside him. Master, come quick, today we're eating stewed beef. Tisk, you were just saying you couldn't eat meat earlier. Hizhe pinched Guanzhu's cheek. Shen Rengchen slapped away his hand. His apprentice could only be bullied by himself. Alright, after eating, you all need to recover your energy quickly. We're leaving tomorrow. Lin Mu shook her head. Clearly, in this food chain among these three, Hizhe was at the bottom. Ah, finally we're almost there. It took us over half a year on this journey. Back then, we could have arrived by plane in just 2 hours. Hizhe complained as he started eating rice. Fu Jingma said, as we approach Fengcheng, there will surely be people waiting for us. Everyone should be careful tomorrow. Ah, Brother Fu, does that mean we'll have to fight? Not necessarily. First things first, they'll try to recruit us first. Don't underestimate our own abilities. Also. Now I'm a level 3 mutant. Level 3. Hizhe puffed out his chest, indicating he deserved to be praised 100 times. Fengcheng is not like any other safe zone we've encountered. I believe in Fengcheng now, level 3 mutants must be common, maybe even some level 4 ones. Be cautious. Ah. The person wanting to be praised instantly lowered his head. Early the next morning, the vehicle sped onto the highway leading to Fengcheng. Everyone lacked the previous ease. Half a year ago, Lin Mu only thought that once they arrived at Fengcheng, she would be protected. She'd have shelter under the nation's care, a place to live, no longer having to endure displacement, and no longer needing to worry about zombies. Only now did she realize how different her mindset had become. She felt much more apprehensive. Apprehension towards the unknown, towards what was about to come. She didn't know how she would be treated, and once she informed the Science Academy about the little core in her body, she would bear the task of solving the R-virus. And it wasn't just her feeling apprehensive, even Hizhe stopped snacking, using the time to enhance his powers instead. The scenery outside the window gradually receded, a vast white wasteland, mirroring everyone's hearts. Captain, there are only 30 kilometers left to Fengcheng. Fu Jingmo responded. The closer they approached Fengcheng, the better the road conditions became, as if all the roads outside Fengcheng had been cleared. 30 kilometers, reachable in half an hour. But after only a few minutes, several vehicles appeared ahead. More than 10 people stood rigidly beside the cars, the leader dressed entirely in black with an upright posture. Lao Wu stopped the car, and the leader came to the side of the car, looking inside respectfully. "Lieutenant Fu, you're back, the general is waiting for you." Fu Jingmo raised an eyebrow. Fu Xiaolin was rather impatient, waiting for him and also for the biological element. The silver box had been taken out by Lin Mu earlier and placed in the car, as expected. "Zhao Heng, it's yours to deliver. Hand it over directly." Fu Jingmo spoke solemnly, and he handed the 2 silver boxes out of the window. Zhao Heng received them and passed them to the person behind him without moving a step. "Lieutenant, the general wants you to return with me." "There's no need. This is the last task I promised him. I belong to Unit 113 and have nothing to do with him." Fu Jingmo's voice was cold. The people outside the car lifted their heads, glancing inside briefly before pausing on Lin Mu for a few seconds. He was sitting next to Fu Jingmo, who even casually had his hand resting on Lin Mu's knee, looking quite intimate. "Lieutenant, you must return with me. Besides you, there's that other person the general mentioned." "That person?" Clearly referring to Lin Mu, the dual-element mutated human known to Fu Xiaolin. Fu Jingmo leaned forward slightly, emitting a laugh, with eyes fixed on Zhao Heng. If Zhao Heng hadn't served as Fu Xiaolin's adjutant for so many years, he would have been intimidated by the pressure radiating from Fu Jingmo. He was very strong, at least a level 4 mutant or above. "And if I don't? You think you can force me back? Zhao Heng, do you think these few men you've brought are enough?" Fu Jingmo coolly spoke, his tone filled with arrogance and confidence. Zhao Heng could never figure out the strength of those inside the car, but they could accompany Fu Jingmo all the way from Jiaoshan to Fengcheng, so they weren't mere novices. He gritted his teeth, finally stepping back and bowing his head. "All right, may I arrange accommodation for the lieutenant?" "There's no need. Let's go," Fu Jingmo said, and Old Wu stepped on the gas and drove away. Zhao Heng watched the direction the car departed, his eyes dimming. This time, the general probably made a mistake. The lieutenant was no longer the original lieutenant. Previously, the general always said he acted alone. Unit 113 wasn't entirely his team. Now, the lieutenant truly had his own loyal team. One of his subordinates rushed up. "Deputy Officer Zhao, just letting the lieutenant go like this?" Zhao Heng shot him a sidelong glance. "Humph, do you lot really think you're capable? Who among you feels confident you can hold Fu Lieutenant here?" The subordinate fell silent under Zhao Heng's gaze. "Let's go back." On this command, everyone got back into the vehicle and headed back to Fengcheng. "Wow, Brother Fu, you were so cool just now. Are you usually this cool? Who was that guy? Why did he treat you so respectfully?" A smile curved Fu Jingmo's lips as he calmly replied, "Just a dog, a sycophantic one." This man Zhao Heng had always been beside Fu Xiaolin, only following Fu Xiaolin's commands, having already committed many clandestine acts before the apocalypse. Judging from the brief moment just now, he was likely a level 3 mutant. He knew Fu Xiaolin was eager to collaborate with Area B because he himself lacked special powers and wasn't a mutant. How could someone as proud as Fu Xiaolin ever endure being just an ordinary person? However, what should we do once we arrive at Fengcheng? Haven't you been here before? Any friends here who can take us in? No need for anyone to shelter us. We'll head straight to the A-Zone Science Academy. The coordinates were displayed on the black box for the A-Zone Science Academy. Since they had already chosen Area A, there was no point wasting more time. As for when they arrived in Area A, the details of cooperation or future collaboration methods could be discussed gradually. With food and shelter secured, saving both energy and effort, better to go first. Chapter 171, Welcome to the A District Academy of Sciences. The scrutiny at Fengcheng's gate was very strict. On both sides of the gate, huge walls extended in either direction, towering about 10 meters high. Dozens of armed men stood on the city gates. The gate was locked, only opening when vehicles entered. People passed through 2 small doors on either side. There were still quite a few people waiting outside the gate. Most of those trying to enter were raggedly dressed, and it was unclear how long they had traveled before arriving here. Newcomers to Fengcheng needed to register their psionic abilities and levels, while original residents would just go to the registration room to swipe their cards. Upon entering the city, everyone needed a full-body inspection to ensure they didn't have any zombie bite marks. They went inside the information registration room, where there was a desk placed centrally. In the corner burned a charcoal fire pot. The tea on the table, with tea leaves floating around, emitted steam in the rising heat. A laptop computer was set in the middle. Since the apocalypse began, Lin Mu and others had rarely seen computers used for office work. It seemed that the residents of Fengcheng lived as well as imagined. In charge of the registration was a man about 30 years old. The group parked their bikes and entered. Fu Jingmo walked in front, and the man mechanically opened his mouth, clearly showing impatience from receiving so many guests daily. Name. Psionic ability. Level. Fu Jingmo. As the keyboard clacked, the man repeated his name while typing, Fu, Jing. What? Fu Jingmo. He abruptly stood up from his seat, looking over the entire group with widened eyes. Director Fu, you've arrived. Please wait a moment while I call someone. He hurriedly ran out. Fu Jingma shrugged and turned to look at the others behind him. Lin Mu leaned against the wall, raising a cool eyebrow with a faint smile, saying, seems like even in Fengcheng, Director Fu can keep an eye on us. Big brother will be able to watch your back wherever he goes. Director Fu, who is waiting for you? First outside the city, now another round here. Fu Jingmo responded seriously, Lu Ju's people. Lu Ju and Fu Xiaolin have a divided power in Fengcheng. Fu Xiaolin has large quantities of weapons, while under Lu Ju's rule are stricter enforcement methods with more population. All the fortresses of Fengcheng are guarded by his forces. So you knew there'd be someone here waiting for you. More or less. Before they could exchange a few more words, the person who rushed out earlier returned quickly, leading a man in uniform. The man snapped his heels together and saluted crisply, Director Fu, my name is Qian Tuesday. Mr. Lu instructed me to wait for you here and escort you to the A District Academy of Sciences. Fu Jingma gave him an up and down once-over, without further ado, stepped out first, let's go. Yes sir. Qian Tu led the way driving ahead, while Fu Jingma's group followed closely in their own vehicle. From afar, Zhao Heng, arriving at the city gate, saw the car just departing following Qian Tu's vehicle. Deputy Zhao, they're heading to Lu Ju's place. Head back to Jinhuayuan immediately and report this to the general. The car started again, heading toward Jinhuayuan. Once past the city gates, the scenery broadened, akin to stepping into a civilized city before the apocalypse. Fengcheng was better maintained than any city or safe zone they had ever been to. All the houses and streets originally belonging to Fengcheng looked unchanged. As the core city during the civilization era, Fengcheng almost perfectly retained its form. Lin Mu couldn't fathom how much effort, resources, and weaponry they spent initially to clear the entire city of zombies. But being able to maintain Fengcheng to such an extent was truly a miracle. The streets were clean, covered with fresh snow, and some people were clearing it. A few stores were scattered open, and there were quite a number of people walking on the streets. Lin Mu couldn't help trembling inwardly, filled with excitement and anticipation. After traveling for such a long time, they finally arrived in Fengcheng, near the end of the year, just before the new year. They had seen too many abandoned cities, cities deserted and inundated by zombies. And at this moment, within this massive, modernized Fengcheng, they caught a glimpse of hope, humanity's ability to turn adversity into victory. My God, this place. I actually feel like I'm not in the apocalypse anymore. Hizei stared outside the window dumbfoundedly, and everyone wore expressions of astonishment. Only Fu Jingmo retained his cold demeanor unchanged. Perhaps, it's more dangerous here than the apocalypse. As they drove further inside and approached the central area, the population density increased. Even on this snowy day, there were plenty of people on both sides of the street. Approaching mealtime, many carried baskets, revealing simple foods such as Chinese cabbage. When the Academy of Sciences car passed by, passers-by stopped one after another. That's the car from the Academy of Sciences. That insignia belongs to Mr. Lu's vehicle. Wonder who's following it, requiring someone from Mr. Lu's team to personally pick them up. Who is this? Do any of you know? Off to the A District Academy of Sciences, huh? Could it be some other great big shot? It's all thanks to Mr. Lu and President Guan that we can live here peacefully. Well, go home, go home. It's time for dinner. Occasionally, murmurs reached the ears of a few people with exceptionally good hearing. So Mr. Lu is really impressive. It seems many people are grateful to the A District Academy of Sciences. There are quite a lot of level-headed people around here, Hizei questioned. Fu Jingmo responded, Lu Ju used to be part of Fengcheng's central government. During his tenure, he accomplished quite a few practical things, already earning a certain amount of respect among the citizens of Fengcheng. About half an hour later, the car stopped in front of the Academy of Sciences. The academy was large, situated at the original location of the National Academy of Sciences. Highly fortified, Qian Tu got out of the car and personally swiped a card to gain entry. The academy was vast, with patrols moving back and forth regularly. They entered through one door and walked along the corridors. Even during the daytime, lights were on everywhere. Such bright incandescent lighting cast upon their bodies made the group feel slightly dazed. They weren't disheveled, in fact cleaner than most of the people they had seen on the streets. But the dusty journey and the long period spent traveling restlessly left them feeling somewhat shabby despite themselves. After traversing the corridor, Qian Tu swiped open another automatic door, walking ahead for 5 or 6 minutes before stopping in front of an office door. Knock, knock, knock. He knocked 3 times, and a commanding voice from inside replied, come in. The door opened to reveal Lu Ju sitting behind the desk. He was the type of man with a very upright and stern face, regular features, about 50 years old, with sharp eyes that made your heart race nervously under his gaze. His eyes swept over the group, pausing momentarily on Lin Mu, then settling firmly on Fu Jingmo. Welcome to the A District Academy of Sciences. Please, take a seat. Chapter 172, What is Xiaoyuan? He stood up and gestured towards the sofa. Everyone sat down on the spacious couch, and Lin Mu took his seat next to Fu Jingmo. Have you submitted your biological elements? Lu Ju was the first to ask a question they hadn't anticipated. I have. Fu Jingmo nodded, calmly replying. Good, very good. If I'm not mistaken, this is the last thing you're doing for Fu Xiaolin. Lu Ju's tone was firm. Unless he had completed the task over there, Fu Jingmo wouldn't have come directly here. Task 5, Task 6 were issued by him. Originally, Team 113 was a special group without direct superiors. All difficult tasks would be proposed in the national parliament and then handed directly to the captain of Team 113, which was Fu Jingmo. The captain would decide whether to accept it. Perhaps each mission's order came from different people. But after the apocalypse, they injected our one reagent at Guan Han's place. The original parliamentary members left only Fu Xiaolin and Lu Ju. In the time when Fu Jingmo wasn't in Fengcheng, the people of Team 113 continued to follow the tasks assigned by the A District Science Academy. Fu Jingmo said, White Eagle is still alive. I know, he's in Fengcheng. He should be with Fu Xiaolin. I have a feeling that the situation in Fengcheng will change drastically because of your arrival. Originally, I and Fu Xiaolin were mutually restraining each other. You entering a district added a significant weight to us. Lu Ju's expression darkened. Are you decided? Decided. I acknowledge the Dawn plan, but that doesn't mean I am subordinate to a district. With a district, we are in cooperation, not obedience. Fu Jingmo coldly opened his mouth and directly set their bottom line before them. Instead of getting angry, Lu Ju laughed and appreciated his straightforwardness. Still the same as before. Alright, with your participation, it's already enough. I'll give you an identity and restore the 113 unit. After all, you've just come to Fengcheng. Having an identity means most won't dare to move against you. Fu Jingmo didn't refuse. Without speaking, 113 would regroup anyway, and relying on Lu Ju and the A District Science Academy would simply make things more convenient. After saying these words, the topic turned to what Lu Ju was concerned about. His gaze fell on Lin Mu, a dual-system mutant. Lin Mu faintly nodded, yes. Truly dual-system. Guan Han's guesses about you go beyond this. Collaborating with the Science Academy was something the group had long discussed, so Lin Mu did not conceal anything. It goes beyond this, but I need to communicate with Dean Guan. Sure, he's been waiting for you for a long time. Lu Ju stood up from the sofa. Let's go to the lab. Fu Jingmo let the rest of the group rest at their living quarters first while he accompanied Lin Mu to the lab with Lu Ju. The lab connected directly to Lu Ju's office hallway. They went upstairs, crossing the glass corridor between two buildings. Not anyone could enter the corridor, for people guarded its entrance. Layered encryption was in place. Lu Ju used his card and iris scan to successfully open the door. Once across, the process was repeated. Then they entered the opposite experimental building. Inside the experimental building, they passed through 4 doors in succession, the final one being a heavy alloy door. Only with the password, iris, and fingerprint could it be opened. The alloy door slid inward to both sides. Compared to the fluorescent lights in the hallway, the inside was brighter. Several large machines were placed in the room. Calling it a room was misleading as it was as large as 2 basketball courts. Researchers dressed in white lab coats were bustling around, nodding in acknowledgement when they saw Lu Ju. Lu Ju brought the 2 directly into the innermost room. Guan Han lifted his head from the documents and called out indifferently, Mr. Lu. Subsequently, his gaze pierced through Lu Ju to fall on the figure behind him, Fu Jingmo and Lin Mu. Is that you? He rose urgently from his seat. Guan Han looked to be in his early 30s, very handsome, with a pair of golden-rimmed glasses on his face. His eyes were deep, and compared to Lu Ju's piercing stare, he exuded a bit more warmth. Just looking at his appearance, it was hard to associate him with the head of a conservative science academy. Affected by TV dramas, Lin Mu had imagined Guan Han to be an old man in his 60s. Lin Mu. Lin Mu slightly surprised, you know my name. Lin Mu, originally from Yichang City, 25 years old. I've repeatedly reviewed your files. Guan Han smiled and got straight to the point, the concentration of our 1 elements in the blood is 16 times that of a normal mutant, maybe more now. Spatial ability, plant ability. Your mutation isn't a regular mutation, is it? Being analyzed so thoroughly by one person, Lin Mu thought he would feel very uncomfortable, but he didn't sense any malice in Guan Han's tone. Instead, it seemed the other party was genuinely happy to see him, even with a sense of pure joy. Yes, hello, I am Lin Mu. He extended his hand and shook hands briefly with Guan Han, who then looked at Fu Jingmo. A special type mutant? Tier 4. Tier 5. Tier 5, Fu Jingmo's voice grew colder as Guan Han accurately stated all of Lin Mu's information, making him slightly uneasy. But I don't have time for you now. Guan Han withdrew his gaze and turned back to Lin Mu. Fu Jingmo. Oh, so even Tier 5 isn't valued anymore, he just keeps staring at my wife. Lin Mu, your arrival here means you support my research direction, correct? In that case, I need you to tell me everything about your mutation process and its details. And in return, anything you want to know, no matter how minute, I can also share with you. His directness caught both Lin Mu and Fu Jingmo off guard. Guan Han reined in his impatience and explained patiently. Communication is severed, yet avian mutants aren't rare. We at a district science academy have a few avian mutants, pigeons, vultures. Anyway, they're stationed in various safe zones. Wherever the black box on Deputy Commander Fu's body transmits coordinates to, these avian mutants will relay what you're doing in those safe zones. I trust you, and I want to make this world better, or perhaps bring it back to the civilization it once was. With shared goals, we must save time. Guan Han hit the ball straight into their court, and Lin Mu couldn't help but smile slightly. He inexplicably felt a sense of familiarity from Guan Han. It wasn't like family or anything, but more of a resonance within, akin to meeting an old friend, exchanging just a few words, and immediately finding the same frequency. The group settled down on the couches. Lin Mu started recounting from the moment Jiaoshan's flower room and Xiao Yuan had entered his body. These things Lin Mu had already told Fu Jingma before. Hearing them again, Fu Jingma only felt immeasurably fortunate that he had arrived at Jiaoshan's courtyard on that fateful day to meet Lin Mu. This journey was long, filled with the presence of Xiao Yuan and the changes brought on by energy absorption. Its space, its origin, and even the fact that it independently possessed thoughts. Most importantly, it was about its ability to resolve the R virus. If they were to ask the Science Academy for help in collecting mutant zombies' crystal cores, this was the reason. It took about 1 to 2 hours, during which the water on the table was refilled 3 times, until Lin Mu finally recounted all the events, leaving him parched and hoarse. So, Dean Guan, do you know what Xiao Yuan is? With furrowed brows and a composed expression, Lin Mu turned his eyes towards Guan Han. Chapter 173, Please, brother. Lin Mu, I can't answer you right now. I can only tell you it's a special form of life. Guan Han spoke with the rigor of a researcher. He pushed his gold-rimmed glasses up and thought for a moment before continuing, what I'm about to say may completely your understanding of this world, and of Earth as you know it. Lin Mu nodded, showing that he understood. Ever since Xiao Yuan started giving out bits of information, Lin Mu had suspected that Xiao Yuan might be something he could never have imagined, something far beyond the boundaries of his thoughts. You guys, what do you think Earth is? A planet? A place where humans live? What else could it be? Guan Han smiled. Have you ever thought about whether Earth itself might be a living being? A living being? Yes, what if Earth is like a human, but on a much larger scale? Just as there are countless colonies of bacteria on a human body, we exist on Earth. Have you ever considered the possibility that Earth is an enormous, incredibly vast life form? To it, we are akin to bacterial colonies. Frowning, Lin Mu wondered who would even consider whether Earth was a living being. If someone one day said that the ground beneath your feet was its skin, and the growing plants were its hair or mustache. It was too strange. And too absurd. Why do you say that? What information did you receive? The serene look in Lin Mu's eyes momentarily turned shocked before regaining composure. Lin Mu looked at Guan Han, he knew that Guan Han wouldn't say anything irrelevant. Without enough support, speculative ideas didn't need to waste time right now. Guan Han smiled. Lin Mu seemed more composed than he'd expected. He enjoyed interacting with people like him, those who listened carefully and judged before giving their own answers or questions. It was highly efficient. We intercepted a message sent by Earth. A message from Earth? Surprise spread across Lin Mu's face, and even Fu Jingma beside him was slightly taken aback. Yes, Fengcheng has a secret research base equipped with the latest geocentric signal detectors. Not long ago, around the time when you reached Shancheng, we captured a signal from deep within the Earth's core. It was very vague, but it conveyed something and attempted to express itself in human language. Later, after multiple searches, we eventually made contact with it for 73 seconds at the deepest detectable level. Interestingly, this consciousness calls itself Earth Origin. Lin Mu finally realized what Guan Han meant by appending our cognition. When the hypothesis was initially proposed, Lin Mu found it novel and astonishing. But now, Guan Han was telling him that Earth had spoken to him. If the person in front of him wasn't so serious, and if he didn't know that this was the head of the country's top academy of science, he would have thought someone was recounting a wild dream they'd had last night. Lin Mu took a deep breath, regaining his voice. Then, what did it say? It mentioned the vine. When the R1 energy fills the hollow sphere, and when the vine grows and bears fruit, the element chain that can destroy the R virus will be found in the fruit. Moreover, it stated that the prolonged rain was its way of trying to protect the humans living on it. The rain diluted the R virus, and before it rained, the Earth Origin used its consciousness to attack the meteor carrying the R virus heading towards Earth. Had it not done so, the meteor wouldn't have been shattered outside Earth, leaving only fragments of the virus entering the atmosphere. Instead, it would have brought hundreds of millions of times more concentrated R virus, which would have annihilated the entire Earth. Even though Guan Han didn't directly state it, Lin Mu knew the vine could only be Xiao Yuan. But Xiao Yuan has been with me since a couple of years ago from Changbai Mountain, not after the outbreak of the R virus. Perhaps the Earth Origin discovered it earlier. Decades might seem long to us, but to it, maybe just an instant. We only notice planets near Earth when they're already close, but the range that Earth Origin can detect is unpredictable. Perhaps because of his overly complex expression, a warm and firm hand gripped his, pulling him into palm comfort. Lin Mu turned his head, catching a comforting glance. Lu Ju on the opposite side had been listening silently without making any comments. But upon seeing Fu Jingma and Lin Mu's hands together, a shadow of intrigue flickered in his eyes. Fu Jingma interjected coldly, Director Guan, we've just arrived at Fengqing today. I believe it isn't necessary to explain everything in one day. Lin Mu needs rest. Guan Han was extremely anxious inside, but indeed, they had been talking for hours today. Fatigue would decrease one's ability to think clearly, continuing wasn't appropriate. Alright, go rest first. Come back at 10 a.m. tomorrow. Fu Jingma pulled Lin Mu to stand up. No, we'll come in the afternoon, at 1 p.m. Seeing he wouldn't compromise, Guan Han took a deep breath and said helplessly, fine, at 1 p.m. in the afternoon. Fu Jingma waved his hand and led Lin Mu out. Lin Mu still had so many things to know. Could Earth Origin be contacted again? What about the green energy on Xiao Yuan? Why did Xiao Yuan appear in Changbai Mountain? Everything was like a tangled mist. Just when you cleared a bit, more gathered around. Fu Jingma grabbed his hand and shoved it into his coat pocket, stop thinking. Rest first. At least now we roughly understand what Xiao Yuan is. It's Earth Origin's tool against the R virus, just as we speculated before. That means this massive thing, Earth, is on our side, isn't that good? Leaving the warm laboratory, the outside temperature plummeted instantly. They realized it was already dark, it seemed they had talked for several hours. And these few hours worth of conversation included countless amounts of information. I get it, it's just amazing. Earth actually has its own consciousness. I've never thought of that. Who could have? The two walked slowly. Lu Ju hadn't come out together. There must have been something else he wanted to discuss with Guan Han. When they were leaving, Guan Han handed over a card, saying they could visit the lab anytime. Since they had chosen to cooperate, trust should be established. I think Guan Han is great. He's not like what I imagined. I thought the Dean of the Academy of Sciences would be an old man, but he looks quite handsome. Gah! My wisdom tooth itches. Lin Mu didn't notice the change in the person beside him, still saying, after seeing people like Ji Huaiji, Zhou Xiaofeng, and those strange mad doctors from buying Safe Zone, Guan Han is really normal by comparison. He must be very accomplished in academic research. Ah! What are you doing? Even before they left the glass corridor, Fu Jingma suddenly bent down and scooped Lin Mu into his arms. How dare you talk about another man for so long? The card was held in his mouth while entering through several doors earlier required both iris scans and cards. Coming out was simpler, just swiping was enough. Lin Mu was carried facing forward. Both sides of the glass corridor were transparent, and if anyone happened to look, they'd definitely see them. You, put me down, quickly, there are still people around. With a few, Fu Jingma spat out the magnetic card onto Lin Mu's body and paused his steps, pretending to be fierce. Lin Xiaomu, if you keep praising Guan Han, I'll find a pane of glass and press you against it. These words were filled with arrogance and dominance. Lin Mu believed he truly would do it, and imagining that scene made his face flush red immediately. I'm just casually saying. Who? Who could possibly be as handsome or as strong as you? Fu Jingma ignored him and walked toward another door. Hurry, let me down, Fu Jingma, there are people outside. He struggled and twisted, but the person holding him was Fu Jingma. As long as Fu Jingma didn't want to let him down, Lin Mu couldn't return to the ground. Fu Jingma stopped at the door with malicious intent, wondering if someone with superhuman hearing might be able to hear their voices through the metal door. Let you down. Lin Mu nodded furiously, blinking his eyes and finally gritting his teeth in shame to say, please, brother. Fu Jingma thought, maybe the bed in the Academy of Sciences wasn't sturdy enough. One day, he must make Lin Mu call him brother on the bed. Lowering his head abruptly, Fu Jingma sucked hard on his lips, kissing him aggressively as if trying to block the mouth that both made him love and hate. Lin Mu was here to cure him. Just with coquettish behavior and some sweet words, he was powerless against him. Forget it, even without such antics, he was already helpless. Not until the person in his arms pushed him away to regain his breathing did Fu Jingmo release the bright red lips. In the future, don't keep complimenting other men. Understood. Petty guy. Fu Jingmo lifted his eyebrows slightly and squatted to place him down gently. At the moment his feet touched the ground, Lin Mu even felt a little leg weakness. He tried to cover up his embarrassment by smoothing his slightly wrinkled clothes. He swiped the card and walked out. Chapter 174, Only Single Rooms. Jinhuayuan. In the luxurious villa, the second-floor room was in disarray. The shattered vases and teacups on the ground, the overturned stools. An oppressive silence filled the air that made one dare not to breathe. The only thing still in place was a large leather swivel chair where Fu Zhaoli sat. His legs were crossed, his shoes carelessly resting on the desk, his whole person relaxed into the sofa. He rubbed his brow, his usually well-groomed hair was slightly disheveled. 2 buttons of his dress shirt had been undone. His neck carried signs of redness from his earlier anger. He took a deep whiff of an unlit cigar, and then, unsatisfied, he drew another hard puff. Subsequently, he finally opened his eyes, his piercing gaze showed bloodshot veins. "Oh, good, very good. Grown up, wings hardened, forgetting who trained you." Since Zhao Heng had returned with the 2 silver chests, Fu Zhaoli had been throwing a fit. Zhao Heng stood lowly by his side as if he was already immune to his temper tantrums, only waiting for his summon before speaking. Everyone knew that Fu Zhaoli controlled the most weapons in Fengcheng, with numerous mutants and highly trained soldiers under him. But he had no special abilities. Ridiculously, he had no special abilities. He was just an ordinary man who could be killed by a mutant at any time. Originally, he thought that with Fu Jingma's return to Fengcheng, he would obediently come back and bring along that dual-ability mutant. No, it wasn't a dual-ability mutant. It was a unique individual, someone who could possibly change the apocalypse. Chu Yanji and Bai Ying both said that there must be something important and useful about him. Especially after Bai Ying learned that Fu Jingma was not dead, he said, in the mountain city, Fu Jingma was bitten by zombies. Is it that person? That person prevented him from being infected by the zombie virus. Fu Zhaoli twisted his neck, cracked his knuckles, and suddenly laughed out loud. Ha ha, won't come back. Won't come back. His eyes returned to normal as he spoke gravely, Zhao Heng. General, Zhao Heng stepped forward upon being called, bowing. Fu Zhaoli whispered something into his ear and waved him off. Zhao Heng said yes and left. The man sitting on the chair smiled and closed his eyes. Good, very good. I will make you beg to come back to me. Young boy, don't forget whose seed you are. Lin Mu originally wanted to check out the canteen Guan Han mentioned, to see what food was available. But because of a certain jealous person nearby, they could only go back to their room. When they arrived at the accommodation area, some soldiers were already waiting. Seeing them come, they led them toward their assigned rooms. Their assigned rooms were clean, 2 separate single rooms. The room had a password lock. After giving the password to the 2 of them, the soldier left. Lin Mu pushed the door open and playfully said, "Good night, Deputy Colonel Fu." Before the door could close, it was held open with a hand, making a bang sound. Lin Mu didn't care and walked towards the bed by himself. Sure enough, it was a single room, with just 1 bed that would fit 1 adult male perfectly, 2 would be rather cramped. He looked around. The room also came with an independent drying area and a bathroom, laid out somewhat like a hotel room. What satisfied him was that there was a large window. They were living on the 2nd floor, and the academy was well greened even before the apocalypse. Although winter had already arrived, white snow covered the branches, making it look very beautiful. He took clothes and necessary daily necessities out of his space and started organizing them in the wardrobe. Fu Jingma approached and blocked him between the wardrobe and himself. "I'll move the bed over." Lin Mu tilted his head and looked at him for a while, then smiled and nodded, "Go ahead, but better make sure no one sees you." Humph. A warm kiss came down from above. After getting enough kisses, Fu Jingma happily went next door to move the bed. The soldier who hadn't gone far seemed to have heard some noise and ran back. "Fu. Deputy Colonel Fu, what are you doing? You scientists here are somewhat inhumane. All single rooms. Haven't you seen couples?" Fu Jingma glanced at him and lifted the bed with 1 hand and headed outside. The quick-witted soldier quickly moved aside from the doorway and helped pull the bed out. Our academy, seems to actually, have no couples. You and... He pointed at Fu Jingma, then at Lin Mu's room, suddenly understanding. "Deputy Colonel Fu, let me help you." "I'll help you." "No need, go away." Fu Jingma pushed the bed into the room with 1 hand and slammed the door hard. Scientists really don't have wives. There was no one in the room. The sound of water came from the bathroom as Lin Mu was taking a shower. He cheerfully adjusted the bed and noticed that on the other bed lay the large quilt and bedsheet that Lin Mu had taken out, ready to be changed. Looking at the wardrobe, his own clothes were neatly arranged there too. The water sounds came intermittently. Fu Jingma grabbed an underwear and tore off his own shirt. Then he opened the bathroom door. Chapter 175, Why the Buttocks Got Hurt. Fengcheng is a northern city, and it has heating in winter. The shower wasn't too cold, hot water poured from the ceiling, sliding over his hair tips, and trickled down his beautifully curved spine at the back of his neck. Pores slowly opened up in the hot water, and Lin Mu instinctively closed his eyes, feeling an unusual sense of relaxation all over his body. In the industrial area, he could still boil some hot water for a shower. During these days on the road, the water that he let out was like ice cold, freezing him while washing his face or hands. The sound of water drowned out other sounds. Also, he didn't stay vigilant around him until someone suddenly pressed up behind him to make him realize it. Then a familiar aura enveloped him as he was embraced tightly. A hoarse voice whispered near his ear, "Let's take a shower together." Lin Mu turned around. His face blurred by the misty water, drenched, with lashes like little brushes dipped in ink, flickering softly each time they blinked. The two had already been so intimate that there was no objection for Lin Mu to just take a shower with him. Fu Jingma quickly dropped his pants and got closer to the pale, thin person. What initially started as a simple shower gradually changed flavor. By the end, Lin Mu was pressed against icy tiles, alternately cold and hot. He finally felt this bath was not what he expected. Fu Jingma had only the man in front of him in his mind and didn't hold back at all. They messed around in the bathroom for quite a while. Eventually, the session ended when Lin Mu could no longer stand and was carried out horizontally. In the lab, only Guan Han and Lu Ju remained. Guan Han took off his glasses, rubbed his temples, showing a touch of weariness. Lu Ju spoke interestedly, Lin Mu can cure those who are zombie-like, something that Fu Xiaolin should have already known. At the time, our operatives were monitoring their movements in Sanjiang, and Buying would naturally know what happened. Even if he knows, it's useless. If we want to thoroughly resolve the R virus, we must protect Lin Mu. Guan Han picked up his cup and drank a sip of tea. Half the cup was filled with tea leaves, clearly not because he enjoyed them but to stay alert. It had been too long since he'd rested. After their last communication, they hadn't received any signals from Earth origin for a long time. It was Lin Mu's arrival that gave him hope again. Yes, Lin Mu cannot be taken away by Fu Xiaolin. But you know, the methods Fu Xiaolin uses. Even Chu Yanzi, someone you brought along, ended up helping Fu Xiaolin. At the mention of Chu Yanzi's name, a strange glint passed through Guan Han's eyes. Chu Yanzi was his student, or perhaps even more than that. Chu Yanzi had grown up as his neighbor younger brother, raised by him since childhood. After Chu Yanzi grew up, he became the president of the Academy of Sciences, while Chu Yanzi entered the biology department. From his postgraduate studies onward, he personally tutored him. His research in biology far surpassed Guan Han himself, and Guan Han once believed he would surpass him and become the leader of the country's Academy of Sciences. He indeed achieved this, yet now they stood as opponents. And this wasn't a matter of ideological opposition. He knew why Chu Yanzi wanted to help Fu Xiaolin. Before he was pushed against the wall and almost violated by Chu Yanzi, he had never thought that his 6 years younger student harbored such morally wrong feelings toward him. He verbally rejected Chu Yanzi. The next meeting, Chu Yanzi was already under Fu Xiaolin. I can temporarily deal with Fu Xiaolin, but regarding the experiments on Chu Yanzi's hands, I think we should act quickly to stop them. Lu Ju looked at his blank expression, then left after saying those words. Guan Han placed down his cup of water, leaning his head back on the sofa to relax for a bit. Stop. How to stop? Lin Mu was shoved into the blanket, leaving only his head exposed. His entire body was limp, not wanting to move even a finger. Fu Jingma still wanted to tidy up the bathroom, but a knocking sound came from outside. Tock tock tock. Lin Mu didn't care, content to hide inside the blanket. Standing outside was the young soldier who had led them over just now, holding a tray containing 2 boxed meals. Mr. Fu Lieutenant, I see you haven't eaten. Finally, Fu Jingma bothered to give him a direct look. What's your name? Do you know me? The young soldier stood tall with both legs close, standing straight. Had it not been for the food tray in his hands, he probably would have given a salute. My name is Gan Yang, my older brother Gan Hong and I are part of the 045 team. Oh, no wonder, the two of you look alike. The young soldier chuckled. Fu Jingmo remembered something and asked, Gan Hong is currently in the Wuhu safety zone, do you know about it? Ah. I don't know, communications are cut off. Although there are avian mutant humans to deliver messages, but no one will tell me about this. Gan Yang's eyes were rimmed red. People like them have long been prepared for the possibility of sacrifice at any time, but after the apocalypse, he didn't dare to think about these things, thinking would only make him fear that his brother might have turned into a zombie. Now hearing suddenly that his brother was still alive, he couldn't hold back. He serves under Wen Tang, and at least when we left, he was fine. Thank you for your meal. With gratitude, Gan Yang nodded, his eyes bright. Thank you, Lieutenant Fu. Mr. Lu told me to take care of you. Let me know if there's anything you need. Noted. Fu Jingma took the tray, closing the door behind him, feeling somehow that this face check thing was actually quite useful. The food on the tray was simple, a bowl of congee and a plate of steamed rice, likely because they weren't sure what they wanted to eat. There was also a dish of pickled radish, sweet and sour to whet one's appetite, as well as a few stir-fried dishes. He pulled the chair from in front of the table to the bedside, placing the tray down and saying, eat something. Lin Mu groaned without moving, Gan Hong's younger brother. Never would have thought both brothers are your little fans, but in this world, having a living family member is indeed good news. His usually mild voice carried even more laziness and nonchalance, and Fu Jingma felt himself starting to get excited again. Picking Lin Mu up with blankets and all, he said firmly, eat. Lin Mu let out a soft sound, glaring at him and huffing, my butt hurts. How could Xiao Yuan heal his butt? The very thought made him feel utterly humiliated. Not to mention if Xiao Yuan asked why the butt got injured. Fu Jingma's breathing paused as he stared into those spring water-like eyes and shifted their position slightly, cough. I'll be more careful next time. Serving the congee happily, he asked, what side dishes do you want? Shredded potatoes and pickled radish. Lin Mu, crunch crunch, bit into the crisp and juicy radish, then sipped the warm congee, his mood gradually improving. Even if you're more careful, can you get smaller? Fu Jingma chuckled softly, burying his head in Lin Mu's neck, can't do it, sweetheart, don't mind. After finishing the meal, Lin Mu regained some energy and lay back down on the bed. Fu Jingma finished the leftovers in a few bites, cleaned up the tray, and lay down beside him. Lin Mu tilted his head to look at him and said, until now, I find it hard to believe, that such a tiny tree sapling as Xiao Yuan, is actually part of Earth's consciousness. Fu Jingma sighed. What worried him wasn't this revelation but Lin Mu's safety. Leaving aside Xiaoyuan, the fact alone that he could treat the zombie virus would surely cause enormous commotion. Chapter 176, Collaborative Research. The next day, when Lin Mu woke up, the person beside him was already gone. He got up, changed his clothes, and remembered that Fu Jingma had left in the morning to look for Lu Ju, telling him to keep sleeping. Since the agreed time was 1 p.m., Lin Mu slept a little more. It was only 10 a.m., not too late, so he decided to go find Hizei first. On the other side, in the office, Fu Jingma sat across from Lu Ju and said, "Where were the people of Group 113 sent?" Out of the 20 people from Group 113 who received the R1 reagent, only he, Lao Wu, and Xiao Lu remained, the survival rate being exceptionally fortunate at 6 out of 100. The remaining 13 people who hadn't received the injection stayed in Fengqing at the time, participating in its cleanup and reorganization. If they were still alive, they would likely be under either Lu Ju or Fu Zayalip's command. There are 4 cleaning up 2 mutated zombies outside the city, and 3 more responsible for Fengqing security patrol. I've already notified them to come today, but decisions in Fengqing aren't solely mine. The last 2 are with Fu Zhaolip. 9 people remained, which meant 4 were already gone. Lu Ju continued, Lin Mu's abilities are no longer a secret, Fu Zhaolip surely knows quite a bit. I'll protect him well. Lu Ju shook his head, have you thought about this? What if one day Lin Mu has to make a sacrifice to eliminate the R virus? Would you still be able to protect him? So what? Why should he sacrifice himself, and why would he agree? Fu Jingma spoke coldly, a glimmer of ice flashing in his eyes. We came to the A Area Science Academy to solve the R virus, not to let Lin Mu sacrifice himself. I hope we can agree on this point, otherwise, if it ever comes to that, then let this world rot. Fu Jingma stood up and glanced at Lu Ju, I'm leaving. By the way, after the mutated zombies are eliminated, reserve their energy cores for me, they'll be useful. Saying that, he turned and left the office without looking back. Just as he returned to the dormitory, he saw Lin Mu and Hizei about to leave. Seeing him, Lin Mu smiled, you're back. Yeah, where are you guys going? Brother Fu, we're going to eat. The food in this cafeteria is delicious, let's go. Hizei had already been completely won over by the cafeteria food last night, and hey, Xiao Gan said that after eating, we can walk around. Fu Jingmo raised an eyebrow, not today. After 1 p.m., everyone except Lao Wu and Xiao Lu needs to go to the lab for testing of your abilities and energy. Ah. Hizei wanted to say something more, but meeting Fu Jingma's gaze, he immediately closed his mouth. The group reached the cafeteria. They arrived early, so there weren't many people. Occasionally, a researcher in a white coat, sporting dark circles and messy hair, would be seen eating. It was obvious they'd worked all night doing research. Hizei rubbed his arms, TCH, just seeing these lab coats makes me nervous. He bravely volunteered to buy the food, with Lao Wu, Xiao Lu, and Guanzhu following behind. After eating, the group headed to the lab. Looking at the ultramodern equipment, Hizei couldn't help but marvel. Wow, in the pre-apocalypse days, I wouldn't have even been able to get into such a place. When they swiped open the final door, a massive lab came into view. Each member of the group was taken to different test sites by researchers. Fu Jingma and Lin Mu went to see Guan Han. You guys are pretty early, Guan Han smiled. It was still before 1 p.m. Yeah, we came right after eating. Lin Mu and Fu Jingma walked in and noticed another person in the lab, a girl. She had arrived after Fu Jingma had just left Lu Ju's office. They missed each other, hearing that they would arrive at 1, she simply waited here. Still dressed in a shoulder-bearing outfit and a short skirt, her long curly hair hung on her shoulders with meticulous makeup applied. In the pre-apocalypse era, she'd already been considered beautiful, let alone now, during the apocalypse when neither energy nor time existed for anyone to focus on appearances. Fu Jingma. Lu Mengqiao called out his name, but Fu Jingma merely glanced at her without any reaction. What do you mean? You don't recognize me? Lu Mengqiao widened her eyes, after all, she was someone who had shared a meal during a blind date. Should I know you? Humph, Lu Mengqiao gave a cold snort, guess during that blind date, you were too busy eating steak, huh? As soon as those words left her lips, Lin Mu subtly raised an eyebrow next to them. Oh, blind date. Fu Jingma had never expected to run into her, so, do you have anything to say? You. Lu Mengqiao, Lu Ju's daughter and a rare case of plant mutation, had always been surrounded by flatterers in Fengqing. She had never been rebuffed so directly before. Humph, as expected, you're still the same rude person as before. Fu Jingma shrugged indifferently at her words and turned to Guan Han, Lin Mu is only here to assist your research, don't treat him like an experimental subject. Of course, he being alive can communicate with Xiaoyuan, which holds more research value for us. Although Guan Han was speaking the truth, Fu Jingma felt distinctly uneasy hearing it. Lin Mu smiled, alright, how do you want me to assist? First, we'll need to draw some blood from you, and could I take a look at Xiaoyuan? Lin Mu cooperated fully by rolling up his sleeve. Guan Han didn't draw too much, just 2 small test tubes, less than 100 cubic centimeters. Fu Jingma closely watched every move he made while Lu Mengqiao, standing nearby, tilted her head curiously and asked, "My name is Lu Mengqiao. You're that plant mutant who controls vines, right? The vines with consciousness that Professor Guan mentioned?" "Sort of," Lin Mu replied vaguely. But Professor Guan said your vines have consciousness. Why don't mine? The situation with mine is different. Xiao Yuan just happens to live inside me. Her name was Lu Mengqiao, and she could freely enter the lab, so Lin Mu guessed she must be closely related to Lu Ju. Given her age, she was likely Lu Ju's daughter. "Jojo, your data has already been recorded today, you can leave now," Guan Han said from the side. "What? You just use me and then ask me to go away?" "No way, I want to see his vines." Lin Mu wasn't bothered. After finishing the blood draw, he released Xiao Yuan. The entwined vines emerged from his palm, twisting slightly as if stretching their bodies, then probed around cautiously. There were no zombies detected. Normally when Lin Mu released him, it was time for battle. What were they doing today? Xiao Yuan tilted his head, a little confused. Then, sensing Lin Mu's position, the vines wrapped around his forearm, with the tips crowned by tiny leaves affectionately brushing against the center of his palm. It was an almost coquettish pose. Chapter 177, Little Yuan's Conditions. The moment Yuan came out, Guan Han was completely stunned, his hands involuntarily trembling. He carefully observed every movement of Little Yuan. It truly has self-awareness. Following the absorption of the mutated zombie crystal core, Little Yuan was released and able to communicate consciously with Lin Mu. Lin Mu gently patted its little leaf as he consoled, "Don't be afraid, they just want to take a look at you." The vine tip swayed, turning towards the direction of Guan Han and his companions. It then tilted its small leaves, before embracing Lin Mu's forearm with two small leaves while hiding the vine tip away, only slightly exposing itself. Lin Mu smiled warmly and indulgently said, "It's shy." Guan Han stepped forward, bending down as he looked at the vine in awe and exclaimed, "How miraculous, it's probably a fragment of the Earth's original consciousness." Guan Han bit his lip. "Can I cut off a tiny piece for research?" "If it agrees." Little Yuan seemed to understand what he said and squeaked as it entirely retracted into Lin Mu's sleeve. Lin Mu raised his hand and looked at the pitifully tiny vine at the edge of the sleeve. "Little Yuan, can we?" Little Yuan got angry, transmitting its emotions to Lin Mu's consciousness, causing Lin Mu to laugh. "Don't be mad, if you don't want us to cut, then we won't. Cutting is fine too, but I need lots of strawberries. I ate a strawberry yesterday, and it tasted so good. Wood likes eating it, and so does Little Yuan. No chili peppers please." Little Yuan started negotiating conditions, though from the perspective of others, it was simply silent without any word spoken. Only Lin Mu knew this. "Alright, I'll grow strawberries for you. Tomorrow we'll find some lychees, longans, and small tangerines too, everything will be grown for you." Lin Mu patiently talked to it. After a while, Little Yuan extended its vine tip and searched on its own body. It found a spot with a small branch, using the vine tip to cut it off. Lin Mu reached out and handed it over to Guan Han. Guan Han immediately took out a glass storage jar, placing the small branch inside. "Thank you, Lin Mu." A sincere smile appeared on his face as he glanced at the vine again. "Thank you. Little Yuan. I can give you all my credits. You can buy some seeds or things Little Yuan likes." Guan Han struggled to speak up. Before, Chu Yenji always said he didn't understand human relations enough. Sometimes, one must also learn reciprocity. "No need," Lin Mu shook his head. "We're here precisely to cooperate with you. The sooner we study and develop a reagent to eliminate the R virus, the better. My credit salary is not low, there are quite a lot." Guan Han added another sentence. "Haha, then those credits aren't necessary. Mr. Lu already gave us something. If there are mutated zombie crystal cores, please give them to us. Little Yuan needs to feed on the cores to grow. When it grows to bear fruit, I think, the fruits are the most important." Lin Mu stopped being polite. Since Guan Han wanted to express gratitude, he directly stated his needs. "Alright, there are currently 2 crystal cores in the lab. I can first give them to you. There are also 2 mutated zombies outside that will be yours too." "Thank you." Guan Han quickly had his assistant bring over the crystal cores. The 2 crystal cores were placed in glass bottles. Before, Little Yuan would gobble up the cores in an instant, and Guan Han never got to observe them closely. Now, looking at the glass bottle, he noticed that the crystal core resembled jelly, transparent and soft. When shaken, the core rolled around inside the bottle. Fu Jingma stepped forward, taking the bottle and examining it, speaking, "For Lin Mu to absorb these cores, it requires some time. Alright, both of you return home today. I will analyze this section of the tree branch from Little Yuan." Fu Jingma and Lin Mu walked out, with Lu Mengqiao following. She suddenly grabbed Fu Jingma's arm, her pale skin carrying the tenderness of a girl. "Commander Fu, let's go for a stroll around Foam City." Fu Jingma turned his head and saw the arm she held onto, his gaze turning cold as he pulled back his arm, coldly saying, "No time." "What do you mean no time? What else do you have going on?" I can join. Lin Mu pressed his lips together and stopped paying attention to the two, continuing to walk slowly ahead on his own, but still listening intently to the upcoming drama. I don't need company, I have to accompany Lin Mu back to absorb the crystal core. What nonsense, who needs such accompaniment? Is he still a kid? Fu Jingma laughed coldly, not hesitating as he caught up with Lin Mu. Humph, why not go out and explore a bit? You ungrateful little guy. Lin Mu chuckled softly as the two of them returned to their room along the glass corridor. Outside, it started snowing again. The two went back to their room. Lin Mu took off his coat and hung it on the rack by the door casually, then turned to look at Fu Jingma and said gently, "Are you in a bad mood? How are the people from 113? The only thing he could think of that might upset Fu Jingma would be the situation with the members of 113. He had been unusually quiet all day, which obviously meant there weren't many good news. Fu Jingma sat down on the edge of the bed. 113 lost 17 people during the injection of our one reagent. Only 13 remained, now there are still 9, 2 of whom are under Fu Zhaoli's command. They were always ready for sacrifice, but it didn't mean they could accept sacrifices without feeling anything. These were their comrades in arms who had faced death countless times together, the people Fu Jingma trusted the most. Lin Mu sat next to him, getting closer to offer silent comfort. Are you worried Fu Zhaoli will use them as leverage for an exchange? Fu Zhaoli's ultimate goal is nothing more than you, and little yuan on your body. Don't worry too much. As long as he has what he wants, they won't be in danger temporarily. I'm not worried about this. Compared to this, he was now more concerned that if he were to join the Dawn Plan, Lin Mu might be left behind at the Academy of Sciences. What do you want to do later? Fu Jingma suddenly asked him. Lin Mu kicked off his shoes and climbed onto the bed, curling up naturally in his embrace. I don't know, first let's absorb all the mutated zombie crystal cores. Then, the Dawn Plan. We'll be a strong combat force, so we can participate. Fu Jingma pulled him closer into his arms. I didn't mean later, but after the apocalypse ends. That, I haven't thought about it, but if possible, I'd like to take a trip to Changbai Mountain. Before the apocalypse, he never imagined going to Changbai Mountain, he even resisted hearing its name. But now he wanted to see where his parents last left, to witness the scenery they saw for the last time. Looking into Fu Jingma's eyes, he softly asked, will you accompany me? Of course, tender kisses fell one by one, both searching each other for warmth to fill the voids in their hearts. After a long while, Lin Mu was released from the embrace. Let's start absorbing the crystal core now. Every time Lin Mu absorbed a crystal core, he would fall into a coma, needing time for his body to digest and store the energy. The glass bottle was opened, and little Yuan was summoned. In an instant, little Yuan excitedly absorbed the crystal core into itself. Fu Jingma held the unconscious Lin Mu, carefully placing him down on the bed. Chapter 178, Lin Mu's Abnormal Condition. Lin Mu didn't wake up until 2 hours later. After waking up, he absorbed the second crystal core and woke again in the evening. The energy sphere was almost filled to a third, but his body began to feel cold, a kind of cold that was indescribable. It was like falling into the icy depths of the Antarctic Ocean. From fingertips to every inch of his body, everything felt stiff as though it would shatter at a tap like ice. By now, Fu Jingma who was keeping watch beside him had noticed the oddity. Sitting by the bed, with the blanket covering his legs close to Lin Mu's hand, he felt that the skin touching him became colder and colder. By the time he realized it, it was almost as cold as an ice cube. Lin Mu. He looked down, seeing the face that was pale and almost bluish. His heart tightened, so he took off his clothes and held Lin Mu tightly in his arms. Lin Mu knew he was holding him, and with the warmth enveloping his icy body, it finally wasn't as unbearable. He didn't know why this was happening, perhaps absorbing too many crystal cores at once had exceeded his body's limits. After about half an hour, he opened his eyes and exhaled a cold breath. Then, he reached out to touch the warm source hugging him, pressing his entire body against Fu Jingma until his brow furrowed slightly. Suddenly so cold. Fu Jingma's heart trembled. He said, nothing. I'll hold you. After some time, Lin Mu regained his strength, sighing helplessly, probably because I absorbed too much at once. It seems next time I should absorb one at a time. Are you still cold? A lot better. Actually, his body was still somewhat cold, but compared to the feeling earlier when it seemed he was nearly frozen solid, it was already much better. You sit here, I'll go to the cafeteria and bring back some hot porridge. Okay. Fu Jingma got out of bed, picked up the clothes on the floor, put them on, and left the room. But instead of going to the cafeteria, he went straight to Guan Han. Guan Han was studying Xiao Yuan slices, looking curiously at the person who came back shortly after leaving, asking, what's wrong? Why did Lin Mu's body become so cold and lose all its color after absorbing the crystal core? It seems like he can't recover from it. Fu Jingma's voice was icy, his tall figure giving off immense pressure just standing there. Since approaching Fengcheng and entering winter, Lin Mu had been extremely afraid of the cold, surpassing a normal person's tolerance for winter. What? Guan Han had only recently interacted with Lin Mu and Xiao Yuan. Furrowing his brow, he had discovered something about the blood in Xiao Yuan slices. According to reason, the three-colored energies existed. Lin Mu had mentioned that the golden energy was the R1 element, green was Earth's original energy, and red was his own blood. He indeed had contrasted the red part with Lin Mu's blood, confirming it. Could it be that Xiao Yuan needed to absorb Lin Mu's blood? And when the crystal core entered the energy sphere, perhaps his blood needed to accompany it accordingly. Would there come a day when Lin Mu's blood would all be supplied to Earth's original energy? He didn't directly say this, it was merely a conjecture without confirmation, and this matter. If the person before him learned of it, he would probably stop Lin Mu from feeding Xiao Yuan immediately. I need some time to confirm this, currently unsure what the reason is. If confirmed, would he tell Lin Mu? A flicker of guilt flashed through Guan Han's mind. Then you'd better hurry up. If such problems happen again, I won't let him continue. Fu Jingma turned and left. When he returned with the porridge, Lin Mu had already gotten out of bed, washed his hands with hot water, wiped his face, and appeared to have recovered. You're back, took quite a while. Yeah, ran into someone along the way, chatted a bit, eat. After both had finished eating. Hizay and Shenrangchen returned as well, and sounds echoed in the corridor. Hizay bro, will we really have a New Year's Eve gala? I've never participated before. Hizay glanced over, putting his arm around the kid. So how did you spend past New Year's then? Just in the temple. The master used to cook noodles for me during the New Year. Hizay didn't believe it, little dust, you can cook noodles. Shenrangchen's face flashed a trace of embarrassment, as long as they're cooked, it doesn't kill. Ha 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 ha. Poor Guanju, don't worry, on New Year's Eve, we'll follow Ganyang and attend the gala, tsk, eating good food and drinking strong drinks. Not going home till drunk. All of them talked as they knocked on Lin Mu's room door. It was Fu Jingma who opened the door. Wah! Are you two being so public? Moved in together already? Moral decay Fu Jingma wasn't in a good mood, and with a cold glance, Hizay shut his mouth. What's up? Lin Mu asked, stepping closer to the doorway. Isn't it the New Year's Eve day after tomorrow? Ganyang said we're all going to attend the New Year gala hosted by the Academy of Sciences. Academy of Sciences? Apparently, both zones A and B will be together, and that Fu Zhaolin will also be there. Lin Mu nodded, alright, noted. After some random chatting, Hizay and the others had spent today testing their abilities and training at the range, expecting to relax once they got to Fengcheng. I'm off. Let's go eat. Alright. Lin Mu closed the door, and soon afterward, Hizay's voice echoed through the corridor. Little dust, how about moving in with us? I'm scared of ghosts. This is the Academy of Sciences. Science rules here. Zombies already exist. Ghosts can't be far behind. Nope, without tomatoes to keep me company, I can't sleep. Master, I want to move in with you two too. Then you two can sleep together. Their voices faded as they moved farther away. Lin Mu shrugged slightly. Are we going to the New Year gala? Fu Jingma thought for a moment, then spoke deeply, yes, sooner or later we have to meet Fu Zhaolin face to face. In an event like this, he wouldn't be able to do anything. True. The next day, Lu Ju indeed brought up the matter again to the two of them. On that day, Fu Zhaolin and Chu Yenji would both be present. Guan Han would try talking things over with Chu Yenji. As for Fu Zhaolin, there was no doubt that he wouldn't allow this gala to remain calm. No one knew Fu Zhaolin better than Fu Jingmo. With his disposition, having stayed quiet for so many days, he was probably already going mad. Tomorrow marks your first appearance in Fengcheng. You won't mind showing your power there, right? People in Fengcheng value strength, with your ability, others would have no choice but to acknowledge you. Lu Ju watched the three of them with interest. That's natural. In the afternoon, Hizay excitedly wanted to take them out to buy new clothes. Lin Mu helplessly said, there are already a lot of clothes in the space dimension. Come on, Mumu, the joy of spending money, understand? Aren't we loaded with points? Just leaving them unused. God knows how long it had been since he last went shopping, let alone being able to stroll outside and chat with others. It was icy outside. Finally, Fu Jingma broke in, you three go ahead. We have some plans. Hizay had no choice but to drag Shenrangchen and Guanju off. What do we have to do? Lin Mu looked at Fu Jingma. Nothing. It's just too cold outside, and you can't endure it. Fu Jingma continued, I've been thinking, what might Fu Zhaolin do tomorrow? Chapter 179, Accepting the Dawn Plan. With no plans to go out, the two of them had nothing much to do. Fu Jingma sat on the couch and started cultivating his powers. Lin Mu looked at the snowy scenery outside the window for a while and then sat by the bed. Want to take a nap? Fu Jingma opened his eyes and looked at him. I can't sleep. Continue cultivating. I'll go check on Xiao Yuan in the space. Alright. Fu Jingma extended his hand and pulled him onto his lap, go ahead. Lin Mu smiled warmly, closed his eyes, and entered the space. Xiao Yuan, who had consumed 2 crystal cores, was in high spirits and extremely happy. The moment it saw Lin Mu, its whole body began to shake. Its leaves had changed from tender green to emerald green and had grown quite a bit. When it shook, one could even hear a rustling sound. "You're this happy." Lin Mu picked a strawberry and sat next to it. Wood, I've grown up." Yes, you've grown up." The sweet strawberry made Lin Mu close his eyes in delight. Xiao Yuan tilted its little head as if it had been watching him for a while, then asked, Wood, what's wrong with you?" Their emotions were aligned. Xiao Yuan could sense Lin Mu's troubles, just as Lin Mu could feel Xiao Yuan's. "Yesterday, after absorbing 2 crystal cores, my body got so cold, almost frozen stiff." "Why is that?" Lin Mu spoke lightly. Xiao Yuan hesitated, looking guilty. Wood. Lin Mu wasn't angry, surprisingly calm. Long ago, he had thought about this. Xiao Yuan was on his side, protecting him, giving him his own powers, and even solving the virus. There must be something, though, that he needed to give Xiao Yuan in return. Wood, to fill the energy sphere, it needs one element, needs my energy, and also my blood. Xiao Yuan looked like it had done something wrong, lowering its small leaves with sudden pain. It was just a little tree, not knowing what sadness was, but feeling very uncomfortable, as if it couldn't experience the happiness it felt when Lin Mu planted strawberries for it. "Wah, I didn't know. Yesterday, after eating 2 crystal cores, I remembered." Lin Mu chuckled and touched its small leaves, comforting it. "Don't worry. It's just blood. Human blood can regenerate. Next time, I'll wait longer before absorbing the crystal cores again." Apparently, the chill yesterday was due to excessive blood loss. "No. Wood, it seems like I'm absorbing your blood all the time. I don't want to absorb it, but I don't know how to stop." Xiao Yuan babbled on confusedly, unsure of how to explain clearly. "I understand. I'll find a way. Don't rush." He thought he would consult Guan Han when he had time. Anyway, it wasn't an issue that would cause problems right away. After practicing for a while, Fu Jingmo lowered his head and looked at the person lying on his lap, whose long eyelashes were gently closed. Lin Mu's head rested on his thigh, sideways. The warm breath sprayed onto his waist, seeping through the thin layer of clothing onto his skin. His complexion was still somewhat abnormally pale. Fu Jingmo reached out and lightly stroked his face. After only a short while, the person lying there opened their eyes, met his gaze, and smiled. "What's the matter?" Fu Jingmo leaned down and kissed him softly. "I was sneaking a peek at you while you slept." "TSK, does that need to be done sneakily?" Lin Mu sat up and found a comfortable position against him in his embrace. His frail figure nestled against Fu Jingmo's chest as Fu Jingmo adjusted his arms around him for greater comfort. Seemingly thinking of something, Lin Mu said, "What do you think about what Lu Ju mentioned?" This morning, when he came back from Lu Ju's place, Lu Ju had handed over the Dawn Plan to Fu Jingmo. Lu Ju entrusted Fu Jingmo as the responsible party for the Dawn Plan, handing everything over to him. It was a significant responsibility, almost the direction a district had strived tirelessly toward since the apocalypse. Lu Ju's original words went like this: "The Dawn Plan has been progressing slowly. In a way, this is because there hasn't been someone capable enough to lead the entire project. Nowadays, this world values strength above all else. Your abilities are grade 5, almost at the peak among the mutants. Moreover, you have the competence for this task. Some people exist simply because this world needs them to do certain things, and this is what you should be doing." Evidently, Lu Ju was an adept persuader, hitting the nail on the head. Even Lin Mu couldn't help but agree with his arguments. A position like this seemed to fit no one better than Fu Jingmo. The most outstanding mercenary captain, the highest-ranked mutant. In Lin Mu's heart, the reason Fu Jingmo was suitable for this mission was not only because of his strong and resolute inner spirit. Fu Jingmo did not immediately agree, saying that he needed to think it over. When Lin Mu brought it up now, Fu Jingmo thought briefly and then solemnly stated, "I truly want to accept this task. Eliminating the zombies. Solving the virus problem. Restoring the world to what it once was." He remembered Lin Mu mentioning that he hoped the world would get better. At that time, they could go to Changbai Mountain and visit the places where Lin Mu's parents had been. But if he accepted this task, would he have to leave Lin Mu at the Academy of Sciences? "Then you should take it on. I believe that aside from you, no one else can succeed." Lin Mu spoke softly, his thoughts drifting back a long time ago, to the day when he and Fu Jingmo left their little courtyard. "Do you know, when we left the Jiaoshan courtyard, you were walking ahead so determined and steady. Back then, I suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of peace, knowing that no matter what came our way, you'd always be right in front of me. I admire that side of you, forging ahead with such resilience and strength that others can't help but follow. Be it 113 team members, or myself, He, or Jiang Chen, every single one of us fully trusts you wholeheartedly." Fu Jingmo looked deeply into his eyes, seeing his own slightly cold face reflected in Lin Mu's luminous pupils. Each of Lin Mu's words carried a magical power, gently knocking on his heart, pulling him further into the abyss. Fu Jingmo curved his lips into a smile. "Dear, when you say things like that, it always makes me feel selfish, like I just want to hide you somewhere far away and live quietly together." Lin Mu moved closer, tilting near his ear. After we restore this world to normal, you can hide me away wherever you wish. Every day, we'll do nothing more than eat, sleep, and be together. Fu Jingma turned his head and fiercely kissed those mischievous lips. His Lin Mu was trying to comfort him, knowing that Fu Jingma could not abandon this decaying world, while Lin Mu was unwaveringly supporting him in doing what he must as a leader. The kiss deepened, as though Fu Jingma wanted to meld Lin Mu into his very being. What kind of luck had brought them together? After a long while, Fu Jingma separated from Lin Mu, whose senses had been lost in the kiss. I will handle this well, but you must always stay by my side. I will, Captain Fu. Chapter 180, New Year's Eve Gala Part 1. The two didn't talk for long before Hizei and the others came back. Fu Jingma opened the door and let them in. Hizei was carrying a large number of bags, and Guanzhu also had a backpack on her back. More amusingly, the little paper figure was wearing a red cotton jacket and sat foolishly on Shen Rongchen's shoulder. Isn't this a bit overkill? Buying so much stuff. Of course. These are all for you and Brother Fu. Hizei put down 2 large bags on the ground. My goodness, you have no idea how great Fengcheng is to shop around. The malls in the west of the city are still open as usual. But the things we couldn't afford before the apocalypse are dirt cheap now. That's only natural. It's the end times, people shouldn't be chasing after brand names when it comes to clothing anymore, anything wearable will do. Lin Mu bent down to look inside the bags and found 2 suits, one black and one white. You wouldn't have bought me the white one, would you? Of course, I remember in our 3rd year, when you gave that speech on stage, you were wearing a white suit and got a bunch of little fangirls. Before he could finish, he met Fu Jingma's cool gaze, cough cough. Anyway, our precious Mumu remains pure and chaste. No one among them actually succeeded in winning your favor. Shen Rongchen pulled Hizei over, signaling him to shut up already. Rongchen, did you buy any? Shen Rongchen always wore the same light blue robe, but despite his usually simple appearance, he was undeniably handsome and delicate. Lin Mu wanted to see what he'd look like in a suit. Shen Rongchen nodded slightly. I did buy some, but I don't like them. Occasionally wearing one isn't such a bad idea, you would look extremely handsome. That's right. I bought him one, but he didn't want to wear it, kept whining about it. Shen Rongchen shot Hizei a sidelong glance. Big brother Lin Mu, I've got new clothes too. I love them. This is the first time my master and I are wearing suits. Reaching out to ruffle Guanzhu's hair, Lin Mu said, tomorrow is the first time we'll make an appearance in Fengcheng. There will surely be a lot of people there. I heard that newspapers are still being published in Fengcheng, perhaps someone might take photos, looking good would definitely be beneficial. Since Lin Mu had spoken, Shen Rongchen didn't say anything else. He simply nodded in agreement. Alright, you guys go rest now, go to bed early. I wonder if tomorrow will bring any trouble, Hizei muttered under his breath. Hizei, please, don't be a pessimist. After bickering back and forth, the two left the room. Lin Mu stopped Shen Rongchen, there might be some small moves tomorrow. Since you're more cautious, watch over Hizei and Guanzhu a bit more. Stay alert to everything. As they walked away, the room fell silent once again. Lin Mu took the 2 sets of clothes and hung them in the wardrobe. Looking at them, he thought it really had been a long time since he'd worn a white suit, and decided it might not be such a bad thing to try again. On the other side, a few men dressed as bodyguards carried 2 boxes full of clothes into a small villa. Lu Mengqiao found swiping her card every time she went in and out too troublesome, so she had been staying in a villa near the Science Academy. At that moment, she was in her own bedroom with dresses scattered all over her bed. The bodyguard entered the villa and carried the box upstairs. Miss, here are the dresses you asked for. This is all the dresses available from the mall in the west of the city. Set it down, you may leave. Lu Mengqiao opened the box and examined the intricately crafted beautiful dresses, lifting a brow. Tomorrow, she was determined to make sure Fu Jingma, that blockhead, wouldn't be able to take his eyes off her. She picked up a red dress, held it up against herself in front of the mirror, then unhappily tossed it onto the bed. Then she tried another set. In her world, there was never anything she liked that she couldn't obtain. Only someone like Fu Jingma deserved her. She had heard that he was a level 5 mutant, unique in Fengcheng. Perhaps, in the whole of Z country, only he had reached level 5. Lu Mengqiao aimed high, and she always wanted the best. The New Year's gala was scheduled for the evening. It was still afternoon when Hizei changed little Guanzhu into formal clothes and started combing the child's hair using a styling spray he'd bought yesterday. By the time Hizei finished with Guanzhu, Shen Rongchen had also emerged from the restroom, fully dressed in his new attire. He tugged uncomfortably at the suit on his body, feeling awkward and uncomfortable everywhere. Hizei turned around and looked at him. The well-fitted dark blue suit on Shen Rongchen inadvertently exuded an air of restraint. Wow, little Dusty, you look so handsome. He stepped forward and tried to place a golden-rimmed pair of glasses on Shen Rongchen's face. Shen Rongchen instinctively shrank back, his patience wearing thin. I don't want to wear them. No, I worked hard to find them. You wear them, you will look so handsome. Hizei clung to Shen Rongchen like an octopus, and finally managed to get the glasses on his face. Weya, so handsome, little Dusty, if I were a girl, I'd definitely marry you. Shen Rangshan's face flashed with a hint of discomfort. I don't want girls. What did you say? He Zhe, who was chatting with Guanzhu, didn't hear what he said and turned around to ask. Nothing. Shen Rangshan sat at the edge of the bed, picked up his little cloth bag, and hung it over his shoulder. Alright, hang it if you like. Knowing that the bag contained all of his cherished talismans, He Zhe kept quiet. The group then went next door to find Lin Mu. Lin Mu was dressed in a white suit, which made him appear particularly elegant and dashing, every movement adding grace. On his fair complexion, his lashes were thick and long, curling naturally at the ends, underlining a pair of crystalline eyes that sparkled with clarity. Behind him stood Fu Jingma, towering half a head taller, dressed in black suits with a cold and sharp gaze, his side profile nearly perfect with a slight grin tugging at his thin lips revealing a mischievous charm. The five of them took 2 cars. The gala's location was at a 5-star hotel not far from the Science Academy. Although Fengcheng's A zone and B zone held substantial power, there were still many forces not to be underestimated. These were groups self-organized by mutants. Many high-level mutants who didn't want to be controlled by the Science Academy developed their own forces. All those powerful forces capable of holding a gala had gathered here. This New Year's gala might have been initiated by the Science Academy, but almost all influential mutant groups in Fengcheng received invitations. Even before arriving, crowds had already gathered outside the hotel, as Fu Jingma and others had drawn significant attention ever since they arrived in Fengcheng. Mutants reaching level 4 in Fengcheng were virtually limited to those initially injected with R1 serum, normal mutants reaching and ascending to level 4 could be counted on one hand. Fu Jingma's involvement in the Dawn Plan was something he had just revealed to Lu Ju. Lu Ju then had it published in the only newspaper still in circulation in Fengcheng, right before the gala. Firstly, this showed the importance placed on him by the A-Zone Science Academy. Secondly, having such an identity would avoid many troubles at the gala. At least, the restless mutants who intended to provoke him would exercise a bit more restraint. At this moment, everyone wanted to see the person who came to Fengcheng and immediately took on the Dawn Plan. Chapter 181, Fu Jingma clashes with a reporter. 2 cars pulled up one after another in front of the hotel. The car in front bore the emblem of the A District Academy of Sciences, and everyone craned their necks to take a look. A reporter from the Fengcheng Evening News was already prepared with a recorder and camera. At this point in time, it was already commendable for any newspaper to maintain its circulation. The reporter had been arranged by Lu Ju and others. The more difficult the times, the more necessary it was to give the public some form of mental comfort. Fu Jingma opened his car door and stepped out, scanning the crowd gathered at the entrance. With a long stride, he walked to the other side and opened the car door for Lin Mu. He Zhe and the others also got out of the rear car, standing there with impeccable posture. Next to Fu Jingma stood Lin Mu, close together. The poised reporters immediately turned on their recorders and rushed forward. Lieutenant Fu, we heard that you have taken over as the commander of the Dawn Project. What are your thoughts on the Dawn Project? Fu Jingma glanced at him, a young man with sharp eyes. Behind him, people were frantically pressing the shutter buttons on their cameras. Fu Jingma responded coldly, the Dawn Project is currently the most feasible plan to combat zombies in this apocalypse. Why do you think so? We know that B District supports transforming all ordinary humans into mutants who don't fear zombies. Humph, good luck with your transformation, Fu Jingma said disdainfully, a nonchalant smile playing on the corner of his lips. Caught off guard, the reporter looked up at this towering man who stood at 190 centimeters. He exuded an icy chill, full of oppressive aura. Mr. Lieutenant Fu, are you saying you don't support the concept proposed by B District's Academy of Sciences? But we know that you yourself injected the R1 serum, becoming a mutant and enjoying the benefits of it. Why do you oppose others? The reporter trailed off as Fu Jingma's gaze grew colder. Oh, only 6 out of 106 people succeeded. And those 106 used the most complete version of R1 serum. Right now, what's the success rate of B District's serum? You should be more aware than me. If you're willing to die, go ahead. Straightening up, his voice echoed clearly, but I am obligated to protect those ordinary people who don't want to inject themselves with serums and are struggling to survive in every corner of Z country. Is Fengcheng too comfortable these days? Making you daydream about things like this? The road from Yichang City to Fengcheng, over the past 6 months, how many people struggled just to stay alive? Zombies haven't disappeared from the earth yet. Even if you're a mutant, getting bitten will still cause you to turn into a zombie. Are you really certain that once you mutate, you'll never get bitten? This string of questions made everyone around fall silent instantly. Tired of continuing, Fu Jingma started walking toward the hotel. His direct questioning hit the nail on the head, pushing everyone closer to a district's Dawn Project. Why are so many people still supporting B District's plan? Are these people insane? He Zhe muttered under his breath. Lin Mu frowned and replied, in a sense, it is because the environment in Fengcheng is too safe. Zombies are kept away, and since the early stages of the apocalypse, the people here have almost never encountered any harm from zombies. This limits their understanding of zombies, and to some extent, they don't trust the state. As the group walked and spoke, Lin Mu looked at the person next to him. In his heart, Fu Jingma was someone whose mere presence inspired trust. With him organizing the Dawn Project, he believed it would quickly gain support from more people. They were led to the second-floor cocktail party, and the crowd originally waiting at the gate downstairs gradually made their way upstairs. On the second floor, there were about a dozen round tables. At the main table sat none other than Lu Ju and Fu Zhaojin, while next to Lu Ju was Guan Han. Across from Guan Han, the slightly younger-looking individual was probably Chu Yanji. Lin Mu observed for a moment, finding it hard to associate this person who looked like a cultured college student with the dean of B District's Academy of Sciences. There were also a few others, likely leaders of influential mutant organizations from Fengcheng. Gan Yang approached, inviting Lin Mu and Fu Jingma to sit at the main table before leading He Zhe and the others to another table on the right side. Lin Mu nodded and walked toward the table with Fu Jingma. Fu Zhaolin's eyes stayed fixated on the two of them. After more than half a year without seeing each other, his son, Ha, was actually mingling closely with someone else. With a hint of mocking amusement curling the corner of his mouth, his narrow hawk-like eyes remained dim and inscrutable. As they drew closer, Lu Ju spoke first, gesturing towards the two seats beside Guan Han. "Lieutenant Fu, Mr. Lin, please sit here." The table appeared calm, but everyone sitting there was slightly moved in their hearts. Lu Ju had not called anyone by their first name, signaling to all present the status of these two individuals. Lin Mu remained composed as he sat down with Fu Jingma at his seat. Fu Zhaolin let out a mocking chuckle, looking toward Fu Jingma. "Oh, my son whom I haven't seen for half a year, it seems he has been mixing around with you, Advisor Lu. Clearly, compared to a district, our B district doesn't measure up, and he won't even glance at us." Given that one could establish a group of mutants in Fengcheng, those seated at the table were naturally no ordinary people, and they already knew that Fu Jingma was Fu Zhaolin's son. Today, they had come here expecting some drama. For the son not to follow his father, knowing Fu Zhaolin's infamous grudge-holding tendencies, his emphasis on face and reputation meant that such an act would only serve to embarrass him further. Fu Jingma smiled, his ink-black pupils cold and emotionless. "Ah, no, I just happen to support the research direction of a district, Mr. Fu." The three words, Mr. Fu, were said icily, devoid of any affection, sounding like how one might address a complete stranger. Fu Zhaolin's face immediately darkened, making the atmosphere at the table momentarily awkward, until a young man lower down chuckled. "Hey, a district simply handed over the position of commander of the Dawn Project to Lieutenant Fu upon opening its mouth. It must mean Lieutenant Fu possesses extraordinary abilities, right?" "Humph, grade 5. Fu Jingmo raised his eyes briefly and answered directly, revealing his ability level. The person who had asked estimated that Fu Jingmo might be around grade 4, on par with himself. But upon hearing it was grade 5, a flicker of discomfort passed across his face. Revealing his ability level in public had been something a few of them had planned. First, a grade 5 mutant would attract attention and divert people's focus from Lin Mu. Secondly, grade 5 mutants were powerful and could intimidate those who underestimated others. The people at the table started murmuring quietly, "Grade 5? They'd never heard of someone being grade 5 before." This development caught Fu Zhaolin off guard too. He hadn't known his son had reached grade 5 when he didn't even have any special abilities himself. He glared fiercely at Chu Yanji beside him, but Chu Yanji paid no attention, sipping his wine delicately while his eyes stayed fixed on Guan Han. Just as others were about to speak, whispers erupted from the lower tables. Everyone turned to look at the entrance, where a stunning girl walked in gracefully, clad in a red velvet long dress. The thin straps of her gown exposed broad swaths of her fair skin, her beauty so captivating it was hard to look away. Behind her, reporters snapped photos enthusiastically. It was unmistakably Lu Mengxiao. Chapter 182, Lin Mu's Wood Exposure. Before the apocalypse, after the apocalypse. She was always the focus of everyone, completely ignoring the gazes on her. She walked confidently toward the main table with a bold smile on her face. "Xiao Xiao." Lu Ju called out to his beloved daughter and revealed a look of affection. "Dad, I'm late." She had no intention of sitting down, she just stood next to Lu Ju, looking at the people at the table. "I heard long ago that Miss Lu is stunningly beautiful, seeing you today is truly an honor." The young man who had just stepped down spoke up, his eyes glued to Lu Mengxiao's body. Lu Mengxiao raised an eyebrow, glanced at him briefly, and showed no interest. Then she directly approached Fu Jingma. "Director Fu, oh no, now it's Commander Fu, can I have a dance with you?" Fu Jingma sat there calmly, lightly holding a wine glass in his hand, casually swirling the red wine inside. Just when Lin Mu thought he wouldn't agree, his hand was gently grabbed, and the person next to him turned to give him a look. Then he stood up and said, "Of course." Lu Mengxiao had already prepared for rejection, but a momentary shock flashed across her face before she quickly recovered, putting on her usual smile. Beyond several round tables was a spotlit open area where intricate carpets were spread. Some people who weren't eating were already dancing there. Seeing Fu Jingma and Lu Mengxiao come over, everyone moved aside. Lin Mu frowned slightly, turning his head towards them. "Ah. What's going on, what is brother Fu doing?" He Zhe drank the rest of the wine in his cup in one gulp, furrowing his brow and opening his mouth indignantly. "Shit, messing around and then leaving. Falling in love elsewhere. Flirting inconsistently. Damn bastard. I'll beat him to death." He pulled up his sleeve to rush forward, but Shen Rengchen reached out and held him back. Don't cause trouble. What trouble? This is outrageous. He turned his head towards Lin Mu and saw Lin Mu gazing in the direction of Fu Jingma, his pale face devoid of any expression. Shen Rengchen glanced at him and a look of seriousness passed through his eyes. There must be a reason. Humph. He clenched his teeth and sat back down, picking up the wine that Shen Rengchen hadn't touched yet, drinking it all in one go. Even Shen Rengchen thought there should be some reason, so how could someone as perceptive as Lin Mu not know? All Fu Jingma wanted was for others' attention to be focused on him, and since Lu Mengqiao was Lu Ju's daughter, everyone knew how much Lu Ju cherished this daughter. If the relationship between Fu Jingma and Lu Mengqiao became closer, it would serve as an intangible protection. But Lin Mu didn't like it. He also didn't want such protection. And he especially disliked the type of person Fu Jingma was doing things he didn't like. He'd always been extravagant, unrestrained, and arrogant. Lin Mu took a deep breath, trying to make his facial expressions less rigid. Music played, and the two people in the center started moving their steps. Fu Jingma's hands hovered above her body, keeping them in the air without touching her. His face was emotionless, but his lips curved into the habitual slight smile. Lu Mengqiao looked into his eyes while lightly gliding her body forward. She wasn't dumb, feeling that Fu Jingma had another agenda. But whatever, if nothing else, he had danced with her. Tisk, so reluctant, yet still willing to dance with me. Commander Fu is quite unpredictable. Ha! Fu Jingma sneered softly, glancing intentionally or unintentionally at Lin Mu by the table. Fu Jingma, don't you think it's good to like me? Not really, I already have someone I love. Lu Mengqiao's feet paused mid-step. Love? Impossible, a person like you, who could possibly capture your attention. She quickly pondered in her mind. When Fu Jingma and his group arrived in Fengcheng, they didn't seem to have any women around them. Was he bluffing her? Her red lips curved upward as Lu Mengqiao nonchalantly gave him a look. So what if you do? Still, I'm the most suitable partner for you anyway. Is our Lu family not worthy of you? As the two talked, there was music playing in the hall, along with the murmur of conversations among the crowd. Lin Mu could only see their lips moving but couldn't hear what they were saying. Seeing Lu Mengqiao laugh, it only seemed particularly grating to him. Anxiety made his mind fill with inexplicable irritation, causing him to unconsciously bite his tongue hard. Peacock flower. Lin Mu cursed inwardly, turning away and refusing to look at them anymore. His expression was fully captured by Fu Xiaolong. The music soon stopped, and Fu Jingma stepped back, casting a guilty glance in Lin Mu's direction, only to see his back. He quickly returned to the main table. Someone added a chair next to Lu Ju, and Lu Mengqiao sat down in good spirits. Everyone knows that Commander Fu's ability is remarkable, but who would have thought he dances so well too? Fu Jingma was taught from a young age to be capable of doing a bit of everything, which facilitated completing tasks by entering certain venues. Dancing was nothing more than that. He didn't reply, but turned his head slightly to look at Lin Mu, who was busy eating with his head lowered. Sensing his gaze, Lin Mu glanced at him. Trouble. Fu Jingma mentally mourned for 3 seconds. His wife seemed to be upset. The people at the table had been eyeing Lin Mu countless times already. Now, someone couldn't help but speak up. Commander Fu, may I ask if this person beside you is the legendary dual energy user? Although Lin Mu and others were very cautious about this, Buying had already leaked the information. The reporters standing nearby quickly turned on their recorder when someone started asking questions. People around several tables all perked up their ears. No matter how powerful Fu Jingma's force might be, he was just an abnormality-enhanced individual. But this person seemed rather special. Lin Mu looked coldly at the person opposite him, making his already foul mood even worse. Before he could say anything, Fu Xiaolip sitting higher up sneered and opened his mouth. A dual energy ability? This Mr. Lin is not impressive just because of his dual energies. General Fu, please elaborate. This man originally had ties with Fu Xiaolip, who smoothly continued along this topic. I hear my son got bitten by a zombie in Jiang City, yet here he sits perfectly fine, seemingly thanks to Mr. Lin. He intentionally raised his voice a little. Everyone fell silent instantly. Was it possible, for someone to unravel the zombie virus? How can that be? How can anyone possibly? So, this person must have something special. If he can solve the zombie virus, why don't they figure it out soon? Yeah, is it his blood? Or something else? Does Area A know? Why won't Area A tell everyone? Draw blood for research. Murmurs erupted furiously into the ears of a few individuals. Humans were always thinking about what would benefit them. Once they learned someone could resolve the zombie virus, they treated him as a medicine. Fu Jingma coldly looked toward Fu Xiaolip. Nice, really nice. Chapter 183, Fugex fixes his own mess. Fu Xiaolip's words were like water splashing into hot oil, instantly turning the wine party into an uproar. He and a few others stood up from their seats, making the scene immediately tense. Quiet. Lu Ju spoke firmly. The voices gradually subsided, and all eyes were on Lin Mu. The young man's expression was calm. He lifted his head, scanned everyone with his eyes, and suddenly spoke. So, if my blood can cure the zombie virus, would eating my flesh restore normalcy? Do you want to eat it? Fu Jingmo reached out and grasped his hand under the table, feeling a pang in his heart at his sarcastic and slightly cold tone. No one answered. Guan Han stood up. Mr. Lin is currently cooperating with Area A in researching ways to resolve the R virus, but because no conclusions have been drawn yet, we haven't rashly informed everyone. However, Area A has always advocated eliminating the zombie virus, so what are you worried about? After the apocalypse, Area A's Academy of Sciences contributed greatly to Fengcheng. They successfully recultivated fast-growing vegetables and rushed to repair the power supply, restoring operations at several large food processing plants. Compared to Area B, which is obsessed with studying mutants, all of their efforts have been directly implemented for the benefit of every individual. In any case, most people had a certain sense of gratitude towards Area A's Academy of Sciences, towards Guan Han and Lu Ju. Chu Yenji hadn't spoken a word from beginning to end, but now, watching Guan Han stand up, he adjusted his glasses and smiled. Teacher, why get so worked up? General Fu's point is that Mr. Lin is currently a very important research subject. We believe this matter of great concern should involve Area B as well, or else how much progress has been made will be decided solely by Area A. That's not transparent enough, right? You. Guan Han looked at Chu Yenji, frowning deeply. Chu Yenji's words eroded the trust everyone had in Area A, subtly shifting the focus to the idea that Area A had concealed information from the public. Guan Han wasn't skilled in dealing with someone as cunning as Chu Yenji. Shit, these people think they're so clever. He was just about to rush forward. Fu Jingmo let out a low chuckle, first looking at Fu Zhaolip, then glancing at the few tables that had been making the loudest noises earlier. He placed his wine glass on the table. I thought, if you knew that Lin Mu could solve the zombie virus, you'd be eagerly begging for help. Looks like I underestimated your shamelessness. These words weren't gentle at all, yet despite his smile, they silenced those who had been shouting moments before. He raised the hand that was holding Lin Mu's, opening his mouth coldly amidst Lin Mu's somewhat surprised gaze. Oh, forgot to mention, Lin Mu belongs to me. He raised an eyebrow, his tone carrying an unexpected touch of smugness, my lover. If you want him to cooperate with the research, you'll need my approval. If you think a level 5 mutant isn't impressive, there are quite a few more people in room 113. You can try them. Lu Mengqiao looked at their clasped hands, tightly clenching her fingers, lover. Male. And yet, she still danced with him. Everyone remained silent, lost in thought. From level 3 to level 4, the power of abilities increases exponentially. From level 4 to 5, it could only be even more. Moreover, they now had Area A's support behind them. Fu Zhaolip didn't expect Fu Jingmo to make this so clear, just collaborating on research, we must expedite developing a solution to the R virus. Before he finished speaking, Fu Jingmo looked at him. If I'm not mistaken, Area B's academy doesn't advocate eliminating the zombie virus, do they? I highly doubt you guys have some other plans involving Lin Mu. Tisk, seems like Brother Fu isn't that terrible after all. He commented, acting like a fence-sitter. Fu Zhaolip burned with anger at his provocation and threatened, Fu Jingmo, do you really think those few people in room 113 can oppose all the mutants in Area B? Does General Fu think Area A has no one? Lu Ju cut off his words. This meant it was no longer just personal, it was between Areas A and B. The situation changed completely. That was in the past. Area A couldn't completely eliminate the R virus, so we didn't support it. But since Mr. Lin can solve the zombie virus, this option can naturally be reconsidered. Chu Yenji remarked casually from the side. Fu Jingmo stood up from his seat, dismissing these pretentious reasons. He pulled Lin Mu to his feet and nodded toward Lu Ju, we'll go back first. The two left the wine party under everyone's watchful eyes, uninterested in cleaning up the mess. Shen Rengchen stood up and was about to leave, but He pulled him back to his seat. Hey, we don't have anything to do when we go back. Rare to find such good wine, don't miss out. Heezy brother, is Brother Mumu alright? He paused for a moment, yeah, there's trouble, but Brother Fu caused it himself and needs to fix it himself. We should stay out of their business. Guanju seemed to understand somewhat and nodded before asking again, is the wine really that delicious? It's great. After you drink, you feel even more comfortable, slightly dizzy and light. The table was full of different wines. He looked at them, picked up a bottle of fruit wine, and poured it into Guanju's cup. Shen Rengchen reached out to stop the bottle, he's still too young to drink. Oh, this is just juice. He waved the bottle, he wasn't stupid enough to give Guanju the white liquor he had just drunk. Smelling the faint sour plum scent in the air, Shen Rengchen hesitated for a moment and then withdrew his hand. He blinked at Guanju, who understood and stole a smile. Guanju sipped from the glass, it was sweet yet spicy, and one couldn't help but want more. So like that, one drinking baijiu and the other fruit wine, they spent quite some time. Fu Jingmo had never let go of Lin Mu's hand. The two left the hotel and found the car by the entrance. As the car started down the road heading back, Lin Mu remained silent the entire time. Fu Zhaolip's actions were unexpected, but upon reflection, it wasn't hard to understand. To pressure Area A with public opinion so that Area A had no choice but to agree to allow Area B's participation in the research. Yet, what he hadn't expected was for Fu Jingma to stand in front of him even if it meant going against him. Wait a minute, so Fu Jingma dancing with Lu Mengqiao at the start was just to make Fu Zhaolip believe that although they were close, they weren't deeply involved. That today, exposing his abilities and the matter of resolving the zombie virus had been part of Fu Jingma's plan. He rubbed his temple, his mind muddled and tangled, frustration leading him to look out the window. Just a while ago upstairs, the person had been so domineering, now silently driving the car, occasionally glancing sidelong at the passenger in the front seat. Stop the car. Lin Mu wanted to get out. His mind was not clear at all. Since seeing them dance, he'd lost all patience and was bothered by these thoughts. A fire raged inside his chest. Sweetheart, we haven't arrived yet, what do you want to do? Stop the car. He repeated it once again, his face expressionless. The car stopped by the side of the road. It was nearing 10 o'clock. Snow covered both sides of the road, and no one was around. Probably due to the new year, streetlights had been kindly left on, though only one lamp every 100 or 200 meters lit up. What? Fu Jingma leaned over, wanting to pull the person closer, but Lin Mu had already opened the door and got out. The cold wind slashed at his face as if cutting with knives. Despite shivering involuntarily, the cold, crisp air finally managed to disperse some of the oppression building inside him. He lowered his head and walked forward, trying to calm himself down. He didn't doubt Fu Jingma's feelings for him. Over this period of time, they had faced life and death situations countless times together. What made him more upset was that Fu Jingma always protected him, bound himself because of him, and did things he didn't like for his sake. Chapter 184, Shamelessly Coaxing the Wife. The sound of a car door slamming shut echoed from behind, followed by slightly hurried footsteps. Lin Mu. Fu Jingma called out and quickened his steps to catch up. A suit still warm with body heat was draped over Lin Mu's shoulders, its cold pine fragrance enveloping him completely. Lin Mu paused in his steps, and Fu Jingma immediately grabbed his wrist. The delicate knuckles nestled in his palm as he pulled Lin Mu into an embrace. The frail figure appeared even thinner under the oversized suit jacket. Darling, what's wrong? Lin Mu tried to pull his hand away but couldn't. He looked up and realized they had unknowingly walked right under a street lamp. A faint white light fell coldly and clearly on Fu Jingma's shoulder. Against the light, Lin Mu found it hard to make out his expression. Nothing, I just want to walk back. Why didn't you wait for me? Fu Jingma lowered his head, his voice becoming gentler. Lin Mu shook his head. You drive, I just want to walk myself. No. Fu Jingma frowned and firmly refused. It was too dangerous now to let Lin Mu be alone. Fengcheng was full of peril. Even though they were currently backed by Area A's Science Academy, there were plenty of people lurking in the shadows, waiting for their moment. The person in front remained silent, head bowed, looking more dejected than ever. In some ways, Lin Mu had a somewhat awkward personality. He knew why he felt this way, much of it stemmed from feeling like he'd become the other person's weakness. Even though he had made many preparations and imagined various situations, Fengcheng was indeed more complicated than he had anticipated. He wasn't good at sharing his negative emotions with others. Perhaps since his parents had left, he had grown accustomed to hiding all his unhappy thoughts inside, dealing with them on his own. I'm sorry, darling, it's my fault. Are you angry with me? He sensed Lin Mu's resistance and unease, which was the first time in such a long period that Lin Mu had resisted him. Lin Mu closed his eyes briefly and took a deep breath of the cold air. Not speaking was as good as admitting it. Fu Jingma understood immediately and leaned closer to him. Will you tell me? Is it because I danced with Lu Mengqiao? The hand in his grasp stiffened slightly. His struggle to maintain his expression, without laughing, was evident. He hugged Lin Mu tightly along with the oversized suit on his body. Darling, are you jealous? No. Without a second's hesitation, Lin Mu blurted it out so quickly that it sounded like guilt trying to deny itself. Afterward, he heard Fu Jingma's muffled laughter that he hadn't been able to hold back. Then, Lin Mu immediately fell silent and earnestly said, if you say no, then it's no. Lin Mu couldn't argue with that, seemingly giving up the fight, lowering his head and resting it on his shoulder. Fu Jingma, am I your weakness? Do I make things difficult for you? Of course not. Compared to being jealous, I'd rather you didn't do anything you dislike because of me. I can explain. Fu Jingma began hesitantly. Lin Mu didn't give him the chance. Whatever the reason, if it's because of me, I'll feel even worse because I've forced you to get close to someone you don't want to approach or to do things you dislike. It's not like that, Fu Jingma interrupted suddenly, feeling as though even 8 mouths wouldn't be enough to explain. He reached out, cupping Lin Mu's face. The already pale skin seemed indistinguishable from the snow on the ground under the cold, white glow of the streetlight. A subtle redness forming at the corners of his eyes pierced straight through Fu Jingma's heart. The fleeting happiness of a moment ago disappeared entirely, replaced by overwhelming pity. He kissed Lin Mu's lips, then kissed his cheeks and eyes. All he could think of was how cold the skin beneath his lips felt, wanting to warm him up again. When the kisses ended, his hands still rested on either side of Lin Mu's face. Seeing the restored blood color in the lips made his heart lighter. It's just that I didn't expect it. Earlier, I decided impulsively to openly reveal your abnormal abilities. This could have come up if suggested by either Fu Zhaolin or Chu Yanji. If it came from outside Area B, it would be even more believable. Secondly, I discussed with Guan Han about the temperature loss you experienced that day. With seriousness reflected in his eyes, he carefully observed Lin Mu's reaction. Lin Mu's scattered gaze snapped back, focusing on him. Xiao Yuan's growth might also be consuming your life force. Fengcheng has a total of 3 plant mutation individuals, one of whom is Lu Mengqiao, and another is Chu Yanji. Chu Yanji. Lin Mu repeated. Yes. Guan Han said that plants are actually part of the Earth's original elements. If humans are independent, parasitic life forms on Earth, then plants, like human hair, are more akin to being an original part of the Earth. So, among the things placed on Earth by the Earth's origin, Xiao Yuan is such a special plant. Why isn't it an animal, or even a person? This cannot be certain, but it's highly likely. Among the 3 plant-based mutants, the plants they've merged with aren't as powerful as Xiao Yuan, but they're deeply rooted in the soil and thus best able to absorb Earth's energy. Guan Han compared your blood with Lu Mengqiao's. There's an overlap in some elements, though the concentration in her is much lower. It should belong to the energy originating from the Earth's essence. Once the energy ball fills up, we may need their help. After hearing this, Lin Mu had a general understanding. There were deeper reasons here. He didn't know when Fu Jingma had spoken to Guan Han again or why he'd kept the minor anomaly from that day in mind. So, he must have overreacted just now. Lin Mu asked awkwardly, so, you traded your looks? To ally with Lu Mengqiao? Cough, how could I? Brother isn't that kind of person. I merely wanted to place something on her so I can locate her easily later. Besides, there's also Chu Yanji. We left too early, and I didn't get a chance to approach him. Fu Jingma shook his head slightly regretfully. Lin Mu didn't understand why, but the chaotic turmoil in his chest suddenly eased. So, you had a valid reason to dance, and I overthought it. No. Fu Jingma stood straight, how could it be? It was my mistake. My approach was wrong. I'll admit the error to the organization for forgetting to consider our little Shimu Lin's feelings. Next time, I'll try a different method. Fu Jingma didn't feel the slightest bit embarrassed. You don't need any dignity to cajole your wife, losing face is essential. Lin Mu tugged at the coat around him, stepped out of Fu Jingma's embrace, wrapped himself tightly, and turned his head to pretend to look far away, his face heating up. It's too cold. I'm going back to the car. He rarely showed such embarrassment and bashfulness. Fu Jingma pretended not to notice, casually draped an arm over his shoulders, and turned to walk back toward the car. After walking a few steps, he couldn't help but cheekily ask another question, so, you were indeed feeling jealous earlier, right? No. I think yes. I say no, so it's no. TSK, I know yes is yes. Lin Mu frowned, stopped, and looked at him. Fu Jingma smiled gently, looking patiently at him, Shimu Lin, tell brother if anything troubles you. Don't bottle it up silently, and don't send me away. He spoke seriously, suppressing his smile, earnestly saying each word. If you're sad, I'm sadder than you. Suddenly, snow began to fall, large flakes swirling and drifting gracefully down. Lin Mu stared at him for a long moment, muttering softly, I know, I wasn't jealous. Then he turned and dived into the car. Why does he always lose the argument? He needs to review this afterward. Lin Mu clenched his teeth, thinking to himself, don't pay attention to the shameless people anymore. Chapter 185, Shen Rengchen x Hizei. Lin and the other 2 people had left, but Hizei and Shen Rengchen were still at the wine party. The wine was intoxicating, and it didn't take long for Hizei and Guanzhu to get tipsy. Guanzhu blinked his big black eyes and shook his head. His little ponytail wiggled along with the motion as he looked over Hizei toward Shen Rengchen. Mas. Master. There are 2 of you. Shen Rengchen looked at the flush on his face and glared at Hizei. Hizei wasn't paying him any attention. He finished his 2 ounces of white liquor in one gulp and let out a satisfied, Saha. Huh, little Guanzhu, I see 2 of you too. Guanzhu reacted slowly, nodded dumbly, smiled foolishly twice, then with a bang, fell onto the table and fell asleep. Ouch, ouch, ouch. His hair was pulled, and Hizei touched the hand that held his hair, fingers long and slender, it was Shen Rengchen. The drunken man pitifully turned around looking at him, rubbing his own hair, wah, little Dusty. You said you gave him fruit juice. And now he's drunk. Hizei felt dizzy, only hearing Shen Rengchen speaking without being able to analyze what was said, instinctively hugging him tightly. I'm tired, I want to sleep. Shen Rengchen pushed the man away with disdain, unable to move him as he got increasingly irritated. He gritted his teeth, stood up preparing to bring Guanzhu back, glanced at Hizei lying there, and had no choice but to call Ganyang. Ganyang sent them into the car, driving toward the Academy of Sciences. The 2 sat in the back seat, and soon enough, Hizei started complaining about the heat again, reaching to remove his clothing. He wore a suit today, proudly tying a tie himself before heading out. But now, feeling groggy and unable to untie it, he muttered helplessly. Yoo-woo-woo. Little Dusty. His voice slurred drunkenly, pleading. Shen Rengchen frowned. If I told you not to drink, why did you insist? It tastes good. He extended his hand, pale fingers pressing against the knot in the tie that had been tugged, his cold and serious gaze focused as he slowly undid it. Feeling more comfortable, the drunken person tried to loosen the collar but accidentally gripped the hand that hadn't retreated yet. Shen Rengchen froze. Hizay tilted his head, looked down at the hand cupped in his palm, showing a look of confusion before pinching it slightly, saying, Little Dusty, your hands are so cold. Let go. Shen Rengchen spoke calmly. Instead of releasing, Hizay pressed his face against it. No, it feels nice and cool. The warmth beneath his palm radiated fiercely from Hizay's cheeks. Shen Rengchen felt his mind become sluggish, lost in thought as Hizay brought his other hand up to press against his face too. A look of satisfaction spread across Hizay's features. It's so cool. Hizay had a sunny and vibrant appearance, healthy skin tone of wheat, with clear eyes that appeared innocent when looking at someone. Shen Rengchen couldn't find a way to describe it. All he knew was that Hizay's smile was like sunlight, making others feel like smiling too. At this moment, drunk, Hizay carried even more childishness. Shen Rengchen furrowed his brow but ultimately decided not to retract his hand. Let him have the cool sensation. The car quickly returned to the academy, Ganyang helping carry Guanju back to his room while Shen Rengchen guided Hizay out of the car. Hizay was taller than Shen Rengchen by a bit, having been a PE teacher in the past. His well-built muscles made him appear much more robust compared to Shen Rengchen's leaner frame. When Ganyang helped put Guanju back to bed and came out, Shen Rengchen just managed to support Hizay at the door. Mr. Shen, let me help. Just as Shen Rengchen wanted to agree, the entire body leaning against him tugged forcefully at the collar of his shirt due to the heat. 2 buttons popped open, and Hizay remained utterly unaware, merely muttering, hot. Shen Rengchen glanced at the open collar, narrowing his eyes. No need, we're here already. Thank you. Not a problem, then I'll be going. Ganyang waved goodbye and left. Entering the room, Shen Rengchen dumped the drunken man onto the bed, removed his shoes, and pulled the blanket over him. Hizay half closed his eyes, not causing any trouble, calling his name unconsciously, Little Dusty. Shen Rengchen didn't want to speak with the drunkard. He went to pour a glass of water, pulling Hizay up to a sitting position and placing the cup to his lips. Hurry, drink up, and then I'll go back to sleep. Glug, his Adam's apple moved. Hizay drank water using Shen Rengchen's hand, staring intently at his lips. They were red, like strawberries, making him want to eat. When the water in the cup was finished, Shen Rengchen bent down to place the cup on the bedside table and was about to stand up when he was suddenly hugged tightly around the waist and pulled backwards. Caught off guard, he was immediately dragged onto the bed, colliding with a firm chest. Then, long arms and legs wrapped around him like an octopus. His mind went blank for 2 seconds as he quickly tried to pry Hizay's hands loose. The drunkard didn't know where he got his strength from, but clung onto him tightly. Let's sleep together. He wasn't a sound sleeper, always needing to hold something to fall asleep. Back then, he had unconsciously grabbed onto Shen Rengchen while sleeping. Though he often got scolded, at least he had something to hold. After arriving in Fengcheng, each of them had their own room, making him insomniac for several days. Today, after finally catching someone, Hizay definitely didn't intend to let go. Shen Rengchen felt uncomfortable with the face so close, unable to even reach for any talismans, and gave a sharp warning, let go. No, I need a pillow. I'm not your pillow. Trying to reason with a drunk person who wouldn't listen. You are. As he spoke, Hizay moved closer, his hot breath spraying against Shen Rengchen's cheek, tinged with the faint scent of alcohol. Let me go. No. The person in front of him looked like a big dog, nuzzling his face and rubbing it against his. Hizay. If you don't let go now, I will get mad. Hizay's eyes were hazy as he looked at the moving lips. Not caring what he said, they truly resembled strawberries, ones he wanted to taste. With that thought, he leaned forward, opening his mouth and biting lightly. It wasn't sweet. Let's try again. He gently bit into the soft lips but still couldn't taste sweetness. Dissatisfied, he furrowed his brow. Shen Rengchen felt every pore on his body tighten. Goosebumps raced along his spine, stiffening his entire body. An unprecedented sensation surged through him, leaving him momentarily stunned. After a long moment, he came to his senses and bit back fiercely at the lips pressed against his, releasing all his anger as the metallic tang of blood instantly filled his mouth. See. The one in pain blinked, big teary eyes brimming with sorrow. It hurts. He reached to rub his lips while Shen Rengchen took the opportunity to break free, skillfully reaching into his personal cloth pouch to extract the talisman. Snap. The man still rubbing his lips froze in place. Shen Rengchen pushed him aside, standing up on the bed. Furious yet unable to yell, his pale face flushed red, his chest rising and falling wildly, whether out of anger or otherwise unclear. Clenching his teeth, he straightened his clothes and grabbed the blanket to toss over Hizay, covering his whole face. Out of sight, out of mind. He turned and left the room. The sensation on his lips refused to leave, so he reached up and wiped hard twice. And then paused. Cursing inwardly, thug. Chapter 186, Happy New Year. When Lin Mu lay on the bed, he was still thinking about what had happened at the wine party. You said, with what happened tonight, what will Fu Xiaolin do next? Fu Jingma wiped his hair and replied casually, he must be figuring out how to deal with us. He won't give up his research on you. Let's wait until Guanhan talks to Chu Yanji. Oh, by the way, when did you contact Guanhan again? Why didn't you tell me? The light in the room was still on, and Lin Mu lazily snuggled under the blanket, exposing only his beautiful eyes. Fu Jingma threw the towel in his hand, turned around, and leaned over Lin Mu while looking down at him. Look, last time you saw Xiao Yuan and didn't tell me anything, and you even cried then. This time, you definitely want to keep it bottled up inside. Lin Mu turned on his side, and Fu Jingma remained leaning there, propping himself up on one elbow, slightly raising his upper body. His gaze flickered for a moment. I haven't cried, Xiao Yuan didn't say anything important. Lin Xiaomu, you promised, we wouldn't hide anything from each other. He reached out, and his large hand gently covered Lin Mu's forehead, staring into his eyes. Lin Mu swallowed and asked, what did Guanhan say? Just as I told you, he needs more information about you to make an accurate judgment. Don't hide things from me, don't make me worry. There's nothing much. When Xiao Yuan consumed the crystal core, he needed my blood too. Last time when 2 cores were absorbed at once, it might have been due to excessive blood loss. He smiled faintly, trying to sound casual, I think it's fine. Blood can regenerate, next time we just need to let more time pass before absorbing it again. Blood. Fu Jingma's expression grew cold, as if pondering something, gently caressing Lin Mu's cheek with sorrow. Is there anything else? Lin Mu shook his head, pulled his hand down, and fiddled with his slightly rough fingers. I don't know yet about the rest, we'll see later. By the way, where did Lao Wu and Xiao Lu go? I haven't seen them these past couple of days. I sent them to support 2 members of Team 113 who are dealing with mutant zombies. Fu Xiaolin might try to make things difficult. Lin Mu nodded and patted his hand. Lie down. Fu Jingma crawled under the quilt and held him tightly in his arms. What kind of mutation is Chu Yanji experiencing? Cactus or something similar, basically covered with thorns. Lin Mu couldn't help but laugh, thinking of Chu Yanji's sarcastic demeanor. It seemed pretty appropriate. Hey, I'm wondering, if Fu Xiaolin confirms that we can really resolve the R virus and find out about Earth Origin's existence, would he change his mind? Maybe. Fu Jingma listened absent-mindedly, his eyes fixed on the clock on the wall. Suddenly, he kissed Lin Mu's forehead lightly. Lin Xiaomu, Happy New Year. Lin Mu paused, glanced at the time, which exactly showed midnight. After leaving the wine party, he'd forgotten, it was New Year's Eve today. Oh, no, it's already Lunar New Year's Day. This is our first New Year together. Yes, Fu Jingma softly kissed his lips, let's spend all future New Years together. Alright. The atmosphere became warm, and Fu Jingma switched off the bedside lamp. Ignoring the restless hands on his waist, Lin Mu suddenly wanted to chat with him, about such peaceful moments and atmosphere. This moment felt perfect for some idle chatter that they usually don't get the chance to talk about. How did you use to celebrate the New Year? In the darkness, both lowered their voices tacitly. Before I was 11 or 12, I always celebrated it with Fu Xiaolin back home, but after being trained by him and joining 113, I never went back. Either on missions or with Lao Wu. Sometimes I even forgot it was New Year. Lin Mu sighed softly, it's alright, we'll celebrate it together from now on. Fu Jingma chuckled lowly, his heart warming. Sweetheart, shouldn't we do something meaningful to mark the New Year? Not necessary at all. I think it's necessary. Chapter 187, Guanhan was detained. The next morning, the door to the laboratory opened. Guanhan wasn't wearing his usual white lab coat. Instead, a beige sweater and camel-colored overcoat added a touch of softness to his typically stern demeanor. Dean Guan, let me take you there. Gan Yang stood by his side with a furrowed brow. Guanhan usually buried himself in the lab, rarely leaving, and Gan Yang always handled the rare occasions when he did. He patted down the hem of his overcoat, feeling slightly uncomfortable from not having worn it for so long. There's no need. I'll be back soon. But it's too dangerous. Fengcheng is a treacherous place. Not only those opposed to District B but also many who support District B are watching him closely because of his status. Perhaps noticing the obvious worry on Gan Yang's face, Guanhan gave a slight smile. He won't hurt me. After that, he said nothing more, left the room, went through several doors, swiped his card, and exited the Academy of Sciences. Guanhan didn't drive. He walked slowly through the snow. The District B Academy of Sciences was just across the street. Originally, the entire Academy of Sciences had been divided into 2 zones, A and B, so it took only 10 minutes to walk. He and Chu Yanji had agreed to meet at the abandoned cafe between the zones. In the past, whenever they left the Academy of Sciences, they'd come here for coffee. After the apocalypse, people could barely afford food, let alone something as extravagant as coffee, so no one bothered to run the business anymore. The cafe retained its vintage style, the walnut-wood frame of its glass door chimed familiarly as Guan Han pushed it open, ringing the brass bell suspended above. Chu Yenji was sitting by the window. Seeing Guan Han enter, he tilted his chin slightly. Chu Yenji had left the Academy of Sciences a month after the apocalypse began and later joined Fu Zhaoli's forces. Fu Zhaoli had forced Guan Han to split the academy in half, giving the district B portion to Chu Yenji for research. Apart from last night's annual meeting and some unavoidable gatherings, this was the first time the two had met since parting ways. Guan Han approached slowly. Through his glasses, Chu Yenji watched him with cold eyes and gave a faint smirk. Guan Han sat down on the brown leather sofa. Outside, it was freezing, and without any heating inside, the icy chill seeped through his clothes. He paid no mind, straightened up, and spoke earnestly, "Yenji, I need your help. Our teacher still carries the same seriousness." Chu Yenji chuckled mockingly, handing over a cup from in front of him. It was a paper coffee cup with a black lid, steam rising from the small opening along with a faint coffee aroma. "Instant coffee, make do with it. At least warm your hands." Guan Han placed his hand over the cup, its warmth permeating all the way to his palm. It felt much warmer. "Last night, you promised me that you'd be willing to help." "So eager, teacher." Chu Yenji's elongated gaze fixed on Guan Han, darkening slightly. "Humph, I can help you if I get the right to study Lin Mu alongside you. Lin Mu is a human being, it's not up to me to decide. You came to me because of him, don't you? I know nothing about his condition. How can I possibly help?" Guan Han frowned slightly. "With your abilities, you probably already know about Lin Mu's powers and how the plants attached to him have some connection to the original Earth, capable of truly solving the zombie virus." These things he had discussed with Lin Mu. To get Chu Yenji's help, it was necessary to inform him. "What does it matter to me?" Chu Yenji fiddled with the cup in front of him and suddenly stood up, placing both hands on the table and leaning forward. "Guan Han, you should be fully aware of what I want." The heated breath brushed against the side of Guan Han's face, making him shiver and retreat slightly. "Stop messing around. Yenji." One word seemed to irritate Chu Yenji. He swept the coffee cup off the table with anger, causing it to crash to the floor and spilling hot coffee everywhere. In 2 quick strides, he was beside Guan Han, bending down and staring at him with clenched teeth. "Messing around? Am I fooling around with you? Guan Han, even if we can't solve the R virus, what's the problem? I'm an anomaly, I can protect myself. Even if everyone outside dies, why should I care?" Guan Han looked up at him with a somewhat resigned voice. "Yenji, you weren't like this before." The Chu Yenji from before, in Guan Han's eyes, was like a very obedient younger brother, quiet and fond of following behind him. Later, when he pursued his master's degree, Guan Han became Chu Yenji's supervisor. Together they immersed themselves in the laboratory. Chu Yenji was serious, meticulous, extraordinarily talented, which made Guan Han proud. But that was all. "No, you're wrong. I've always been this way, ever since the day I met you. I watched you and worked hard non-stop. At first, I just wanted to get closer to you, but later. I hated when you talked or laughed with others. You belong to me, Guan Han. You are mine." His voice carried a tinge of hysteria. "The world has ended already, and I've seen too many separations and deaths. Guan Han, why should I waste time waiting for your realization? I should have claimed you much earlier." As the last word fell, Chu Yenji harshly gripped Guan Han's nape and forcefully pressed his cold lips against him, dominating him from above. Guan Han was not an anomaly, his weak struggle was no match for Chu Yenji. Chu Yenji's unrestrained strength caused their lips and teeth to collide, drawing a taste of blood. Let go." The broken voice barely escaped, which only made Chu Yenji press forward even more brutally. He bent his waist almost backward, his back pressing against the cold sofa. If someone were passing by on the street outside, they would see the man sitting on the sofa being kissed forcefully by the standing person. A tender tongue ran over the teeth, and Chu Yenji was lost in the exclusive scent that belonged only to Guan Han. It was sweet, irresistible. Guan Han's fingers dug deeply into his forearm as he was forcibly kissed by his student, by the boy next door who grew up with him. This realization caused a sudden surge of shame within him. He used all his strength, managing to take a desperate bite just as his breath was about to be completely taken away. With full force, blood immediately spread between their lips. Even Chu Yenji winced in pain and pulled back slightly. Hiss. The fresh red blood stained his lips. Looking at Guan Han's face, now flushed from the kiss, and his reddened eyes, Chu Yenji suddenly laughed. "Did it feel good? Did you dislike it? But I thought you were enjoying it too. Get out." Guan Han felt both angry and humiliated, shouting coldly as he pushed Chu Yenji off and quickly stood up to leave. "Since you refuse, then there's nothing to talk about." "I didn't say we shouldn't talk." Chu Yenji chased after him. However, before reaching the door, Guan Han stopped in his tracks. At the wooden-framed glass door stood none other than Fu Zhaoli. Seeing them, Fu Zhaoli's face revealed a smirk filled with ill intent. Is this not Dean Guan? What a coincidence. What are you discussing? Can Fu join in? Though phrased as a question, it clearly lacked any intention of seeking consent. Colonel, Guan Han came here today to discuss matters with me. Chu Yenji took a step forward, casually placing himself in front of Guan Han. Fu Zhaoli's eyes moved back and forth between the two, then he burst out laughing. Dean Chu and Dean Guan certainly share a deep teacher-student bond. But since we've encountered each other, I might as well invite Dean Guan to have a chat with me. After speaking, the 6 anomaly individuals following Fu Zhaoli approached, surrounding the pair. Chu Yenji tried to protest, but Guan Han tugged at his clothing from behind. Fine, I also have something to say to General Fu. Oh, then please. Fu Zhaoli stepped out of the cafe, and Guan Han followed. Upon receiving the news that Guan Han had been detained in District B, Fu Jingma and Lin Mu were just about to head to the lab. The news was delivered by one of Chu Yenji's people, who requested Fu Jingma and Lin Mu to go to District B as well. What do you think? Fu Jingma turned around and asked. Guan Han went to find Chu Yenji because of me. He intended to persuade Chu Yenji first. If that fails, he'd negotiate with Fu Zhaoli. Lin Mu pondered and spoke up. Research on the R2 reagent isn't going well. Fu Zhaoli must have realized how slim the chances of becoming an anomaly successfully are. Perhaps we can really persuade him. Fu Jingma smiled faintly. That man is excessively proud. The most important thing to him in his life is the power he holds. However, it's not impossible to sway him. To say the person who knows Fu Zhaoli best would undoubtedly be Fu Jingma. Then shall we go to District B? Fu Jingma nodded gently. Yes, inform Lu Ju first. He called Gan Yang and sent him to find Lu Ju while he left the Academy of Sciences with Lin Mu. Chapter 188, Negotiation. The messenger informed Guan Han that Fu Zhaoli had gone to his villa. Fu Jingma naturally knew where it was, Fu's old family residence. The car drove off smoothly. If ordinary people cannot undergo mutation, Fu Zhaoli's wish for mutation will not come true, and for him, restoring the world to normal would be a safer choice. By then, clearing out the zombies, the power and weapons in his possession would have more significance in times of peace. Lin Mu casually said a few words as he looked at the pedestrians on the street. If there were no more zombies, he believed that humanity would eventually rebuild a civilized society. Fu Jingma nodded in agreement and smiled shortly afterward, but Fu Zhaoli is a madman. If only he were willing to think about problems like an ordinary person, things would be much easier to resolve. For him, whether this world has zombies or not doesn't matter. As long as there are superhumans with supernatural abilities, he isn't content being just an ordinary person, someone inferior. Perhaps, even if it risks his life, he'd be willing to inject himself with the R2 agent. But currently, the success rate of R2 is too low. If it had a 50% success rate, he would definitely inject it. Back then, Fu Zhaoli climbed to this position through means that teetered on the brink of life and death, many times nearly losing his life. Lin Mu sighed lightly. What can be done? The Dawn plan requires a lot of manpower and weapon support. Fu Zhaoli is like a time bomb, and maybe one day he will go out of control. It's fine. Fu Jingma turned his head to look at Lin Mu. We can tempt him, little Yuan. Huh. If we tell him that when little Yuan matures, its fruits contain pure R1 elements, under the condition that he must cooperate with the Dawn plan and hand over the crystal nuclei for mutated zombies. I see. It looks like you know exactly how to exploit his weaknesses. This is indeed currently the most tempting thing for him. Somehow, I feel like you've been intentionally waiting for Fu Zhaoli to come to you. Fu Jingma shrugged slightly but did not deny it. With these few words, Lin Mu suddenly felt more confident about this meeting. What Fu Zhaoli wanted was even more urgent than what they needed. They stood on one end of the scale, and having little Yuan gave them the most important weight. The car quickly arrived at the villa district and stopped in front of a black wrought iron gate. There were 8 bodyguards, 4 on each side of the entrance. 4 held guns while the other 4 were likely mutants. It seemed that not becoming a mutant made Fu Zhaoli very insecure. They had apparently been informed beforehand, as 2 individuals came forward to lead them inside. The guards within were even more strict, stationed every 10 steps along the cobblestone path, standing upright. When they reached the villa, Zhao Heng was already waiting. The pair followed him upstairs and entered the room. Sitting on a spacious leather sofa were Fu Zhaoli, Chu Yenji, and Guan Han. A cup of hot tea sat on the table, and the atmosphere was eerily quiet. The air conditioner was on, making the room comfortable. Upon seeing the 2 arrive, Fu Zhaoli gestured for them to sit down on the sofa. You came pretty fast. We haven't even finished our cup of hot tea yet. Lin Mu exchanged a glance with Guan Han, who nodded slightly to indicate he was fine. Zhao Heng brewed a cup of tea for the 2 and stepped out of the room. The 5 sat facing each other. Fu Jingma didn't want to waste time, so he spoke first. Director Fu, why did you call us here? Fu Zhaoli deeply inhaled his cigar and shook his head, pretending to look helpless. It's just been half a year since we last met, and now you don't even call me father anymore. If I'm not mistaken, I haven't called you that in 5 or 6 years. You should have gotten used to it by now. Fu Jingma's voice was cold. Don't waste time. Spit it out. What do you want? Fu Zhaoli wasn't really trying to restore filial affection. With his legs crossed, he leaned back against the chair and replied, I've already said this before. We need to study Lin Mu's powers. Oh, or what? Or else, we wouldn't care what happens to the outside world. Lin Mu smiled and continued, we are mutated humans. No matter what happens outside, whether the zombies are cleared or how long it takes to clear them, these factors pose less of a threat to us. His words hit straight at Fu Zhaoli's sore spot. As an ordinary person, it was harder for Fu Zhaoli to survive in a world overrun by zombies. Could it be that Director Guan hasn't told you about the nature of Lin Mu's powers? Fu Jingma knowingly feigned ignorance. Guan Han spoke solemnly, you all know about Earth Essence. Lin Mu's power is not a common mutation. The plants fused into his body carry part of Earth Essence's consciousness, it's something left by Earth Essence in him. The reason isn't hard to understand, right? Earth Essence. Chu Yenji was aware of Earth Essence, the plants inside Lin Mu's body originated from it. Can it communicate? Does it retain consciousness? Guan Han glanced at him coolly, then looked away. Yes, Earth Essence requires us to feed the mutated zombies crystal nuclei to the vines until they accumulate enough energy balls and bear fruit. We've analyzed that the fruit contains an element chain that could potentially resolve the zombie virus. Upon hearing this, Fu Zhaoli also became interested, an element chain. Fu Jingma let out a cold laugh, that's right, an element chain. Haven't you been looking for an element chain that ensures successful mutation as well as highly concentrated R1 elements? The implication was that this fruit might very well allow him to successfully mutate. But Fu Zhaoli wasn't so easily convinced by mere words, so he turned to Chu Yenji. Chu Yenji frowned slightly before saying, if it can solve the zombie virus, enabling human mutation shouldn't be difficult either. A large part of why the success rate of R2 reagent cannot be improved is due to insufficient concentration of R1 elements. If we had Earth Essence fruit, there might be some opportunities. The situation reversed immediately. Fu Zhaoli shifted from the person setting conditions to the one on the receiving end. You can take your time to think it through. Over these 6 months, I'm sure you've tried a lot of methods. If the success rate of R2 reagents could be increased, things wouldn't be like this now, Fu Jingma said indifferently. Fu Zhaoli sat up straight, remaining silent for a while. His narrow eyes squinted as he clenched his teeth and finally spoke, what are your terms? Terms, first, you must cooperate with the Dawn Plan, providing weapons and manpower for my use. Second, all the crystal nuclei from mutated zombies in B District are handed over to us. Third, and most importantly, Earth Essence vines only recognize Lin Mu. If they leave his body, they will wither, thus protecting Lin Mu is essential. Fu Jingma stated the terms cleanly and sharply, fixing his piercing gaze on Fu Zhaoli. Lin Mu clenched his fists lightly, knowing Fu Zhaoli would agree but couldn't help feeling somewhat nervous under such an atmosphere. Ha ha ha, Fu Zhaoli laughed loudly, clarity in his eyes. Even if he wanted to become a mutated person so desperately, he wouldn't let himself lose out. I need time to consider. Today, I require a sample of Lin Mu's blood to confirm with Dean Chu. Fu Jingma exchanged glances with Lin Mu. After Lin Mu nodded, he turned to Fu Zhaoli, no problem, but we've shown good faith, and so should you. What do you want? We want a person, White Eagle. Chapter 189, Plan to deal with Bai Ying. After leaving Fu Zhaolip's villa, it was already afternoon. He's interested, Fu Zhaolip. Once they detect the concentration of our one element in my blood, along with the elements native to Earth's origin, they will believe us. We just need to wait. This is the most reliable mutation method that appears right in front of Fu Zhaolip. Guan Han sat quietly in the back seat, holding a small vial of fresh red blood belonging to Chu Yenji. His mind was chaotic, replaying the kiss from the cafe. This wasn't the first time. Although he still felt anger and frustration. But Chu Yenji was right, compared to the first time, he didn't feel as much resistance. Humans are self-deceptive creatures. Repeated thoughts over time tend to be beautified, leaving only what our subconscious chooses to believe. He shook his head, trying to forget those images in his mind, and said, there should be 4 to 6 crystal cores of mutant zombies in Area B. I believe they will be delivered soon. Lin Mu, you need to control the timing of absorption. Lin Mu slightly turned around and looked at him. About 1 core every week should suffice. No, at least 2 weeks, Fu Jingma furrowed his brow seriously. The normal human recovery period for a full blood draw is 6 months, and platelets require a 14-day recovery cycle. And 2 weeks is just an estimate. Lin Mu's heart warmed up a bit, but he sighed helplessly with a smile. Guan Han, however, agreed with Fu Jingma's idea. Lin Mu, you're the only human who can still communicate with Earth's origin. Please take good care of yourself. Scientific research is never accomplished overnight. Alright, I understand. The car returned to the A-Zone Science Academy, where they met Lao Wu and another member of Team 113 returning. Captain. The member was about the same height as Lao Wu, with dark skin and a serious face. He snapped to attention and saluted Fu Jingma. Then, he handed over the crystal core of the mutated zombie, which was stored in a special container, to Guan Han. Guan Han took it and passed it to Lin Mu. Fu Jingmo raised an eyebrow and gave him a glance, clearly warning him not to use the crystal core now. He went to the lab with Guan Han, leaving Fu Jingmo behind to talk with them. Walking down the glass corridor, Guan Han spoke first. I've noticed something interesting. Fu Lieutenant's men are easy to recognize. You mean they get all nervous in front of him like mice facing a cat? Haha. Guan Han nodded as the two exchanged glances and smiled. After a few words, they arrived at the lab. Shouldn't Chu's blood be tested too? Yes, apart from you, I only have Miss Chiao's plant mutation blood sample at hand right now. One more sample would help, so let's look again. Understood. Lin Mu communicated again with Guan Han regarding the information left by Xiaoyuan. Guan Han frowned slightly. I will try to find Earth origin signal again since Xiaoyuan represents only a fraction of its consciousness. We need more information. Alright. After staying in the lab for a while longer, Guan Han prepared to start analyzing Chu Yenji's blood sample, and Lin Mu left first. Before leaving, seeing his exhausted appearance, Guan Han still reminded him gently, take more breaks. As you said, research isn't done overnight. Got it. Lin Mu slowly walked through the glass corridor and happened to see Fu Jingmo returning from outside on the first floor far away. Outside, snowflakes were falling, settling lightly on him. He casually walked through the snowy field, tall with long strides, upright posture. Seeming to sense someone's gaze, he looked up and saw Lin Mu standing in the glass corridor. His cold expression softened into a smile, and he pointed with his finger toward the side door on the first floor, signaling for Lin Mu to wait for him there. Lin Mu nodded, quickened his pace, and turned to go downstairs. Before he approached closely, he asked, where did you go? Why are you coming back from outside? There were still some snowflakes stuck in his hair. Lin Mu reached out to brush them off, then patted his shoulder as well. I went to check the weapons reserve of the Science Academy. Speaking thusly, they returned to their room. The next morning, Chu Yenji personally brought over the things they needed, 5 crystal cores from the mutant zombies, and Bai Ying's location. Guan Han picked up the crystal cores, looking at Chu Yenji. The place guarded by Bai Ying is the location of an arsenal. If you deal with him, those weapons belong to you, plus the ones Bai Ying brought back, a shipment originally intended for the Wuxia raid. Understood. Guan Han took the crystal cores and turned to leave, but Chu Yenji grabbed his arm. Guan Han, what about mine? That was your deal with Fu Zhaolip. What about your deal with me? There was a tone of possession on his normally indifferent face. Guan Han frowned, looking at the hand gripping his forearm. I need you to help Lin Mu, otherwise, the vines from Earth origin on his body will drain all of his life energy. What does that have to do with me? It's not like it's happening to you. Chu Yenji's face darkened slightly as he saw Guan Han so worried about someone else. Fine, if you don't want to help, I'll find another plant mutant. Apart from you and Xiao Qiao, there's Lu Qian from Juzadeo. He's also a plant mutant. No way, Chu Yenji's grip tightened, and his tone turned cold. Do you even know what kind of person Lu Qian is? He loves playing around with men like you. Just like you. Chu Yenji looked at him. Every day, new men are sent to Lu Qian's place. Teacher, I'm different from him, I only play with you. Guan Han snorted coldly and yanked his hand back hard. The A-Zone Science Academy dean may still be too scared to mess around like you. With that, he turned and left without a backward glance. After handing over the crystal core to Lin Mu, Guan Han informed them of Bai Ying's location. Fu Jingma selected his team members. Old Nine had returned with Lao Wu this time, and he was known for being rather serious and taciturn. Members of Team 113 were numbered based on their joining date, so Fu Jingma never bothered to remember their names, everyone just called them by their numbers. He brought along Old Nine and Lao Wu, then also invited Hizei and Shen Rangchen. They had been undergoing combat training led by the Science Academy these past few days, training non-stop from morning to night. Their skills improved significantly, but they'd been pushed to their limits, so the prospect of getting out excited Hizei greatly. His eyes shone with anticipation. Big brother Fu. We're really going outside, right? Yeah, we're taking down Bai Ying. Hee, I've waited too long for this. That dumbass Bai Ying, I'm going to repay the grudge from Zhangjiang. They set the time, once Bai Ying was dealt with, they could focus on the Dawn plan. Otherwise, leaving Fengqing with him as a lingering threat wouldn't sit well with Fu Jingmo. We'll leave tomorrow. Get ready tonight. Yes. Chapter 190, Overturning the Dog Food Bowl. After agreeing on the departure time with Hizei for the next day, Fu Jingmo and Lin Mu returned to their room. Dear, we'll be fine going tomorrow, Guan Han seems to need your help as well. Fu Jingmo didn't intend to bring Lin Mu along, Bai Ying was already eyeing him threateningly. Lin Mu had just absorbed 2 crystal cores and his body hadn't fully recovered, so it wasn't suitable for him to go out again. Moreover, now that his abilities had reached level 5, he didn't fear Bai Ying, who had merely occupied a weapons cache. They could bring some of Lu Ju's people tomorrow. Guan Han hasn't specified what kind of help he needs. Lin Mu knew what he was thinking, although his body was still somewhat weak, it wasn't completely without fighting capacity. Recalling the near loss of the other party in Zhangjiang, Lin Mu didn't want him to go alone. Fu Jingma stood by the table making a cup of brown sugar water, adding a few slices of red dates he got from Guanhan, stirring the glass straw to dissolve the sugar which emitted a slightly sweet aroma. I don't want you to come, your body has not yet recovered. Rest well here. I can sit in the car and give support from afar. In recent days, Fu Jingma had been trying various ways to replenish his blood, even sending 2 chickens to the canteen to stew with goji berries. Fu Jingma sat down beside him. It's just about dealing with Bai Ying. With our abilities at level 5, there's no need to worry. I know you can handle him, but I'll only feel at ease being with you. Beautiful eyes blinked, casting a shadow under long eyelashes. Fu Jingma helplessly said, fine, if you insist, you can wait for me in the car later. But you have to listen to me. Okay. Without arguing further, he trusted Fu Jingma but just wanted to stay where he could see him. Drink this up. The brown sugar water had cooled a bit. Lin Mu tilted his head, sipping it from his hand, while Fu Jingma wiped off the bits of syrup around his mouth with a piece of paper. Alright, go take a bath and sleep. The next morning, they set off together with He and Shen Rengchen in one vehicle, followed by a military truck commanded by Lao Wu and Lao Jiu. On board were 20 gun-proficient mutants sent by Lu Ju. To deal with Bai Ying, regardless of how strong his weaponry might be, they believed this force would suffice. It was barely 6 o'clock in the morning when the cars left Feng City, with Lin Mu dozing off, covered by an overcoat with a cedarwood scent. Since coming to Feng City, it had been a long time since the 4 had moved together like this. Even Guanju insisted on sticking close to them and was instructed to wait with Lin Mu in the car for reinforcement. Snow continued falling outside the car window, enveloping the world in serene silence. Jinhua Garden. Zhao Heng was kneeling by Fu Zalip's side, reporting, General, Bai Ying has been notified. Bai Ying is prepared now. What about Fu Lieutenant? Fu Zhaolip snorted with disdain, a sinister smile appearing on his face. If he can't even handle Bai Ying, what dawn plan is he dreaming of? A level 5 mutant, he is currently the highest-ranked able individual among the mutants. So why did you notify Bai Ying and let him prepare? Zhao Heng had sent people early in the morning to inform Bai Ying of the secret weapon stockpile that Fu Jingma was on his way. If he dares to keep Earth's original consciousness hostage over me, then let him know that my group won't be pushed around easily. Fu Zhaolip felt humiliated after his loss and thus intended to use Bai Ying's hands to make them suffer a bit, slowing Fu Jingma's progress at least. The snow stopped, and sunlight broke through the clouds. The vehicles parked on the side of a road. Fu Jingma looked around and confirmed the location. It was this very spot they needed to proceed from. Opposite were clusters of mountains. This road practically ran along the edge of a cliff. The cold wind roared audibly, and even through the car windows, the wildly shaking wild grass could be seen outside. The location of the weapon cache was hidden beneath this cliff, under the road embedded in a blind area of the mountain's base. Places this classified always had coverings on the mountain faces, blending perfectly with the surrounding rock, making them nearly invisible from the outside. With the snow unfused, they would have to descend using ropes. Fu Jingma put on short gloves exposing his fingers, while Lin Mu handed over the heavy striking tools and his backpack. After checking them, Fu Jingma slung them onto his back. Bai Ying is a cautious person with many sources of information. There could possibly be spies within Feng City or even around Fu Zhaolip. They might already know we're here, so be extremely careful. Lin Mu reminded him once more and couldn't help but add, otherwise, let me come down with you. Fu Jingma smiled, I've already arranged everything. Not everyone will go down. There should already be 2 snipers finding suitable positions to hide. The most dangerous part is going down the mountain. There are no hiding spots on the mountain body, so we'll be hanging in midair by a rope. Bai Ying wouldn't miss this opportunity. He quickly loaded his ammunition belt and hung it on his body, but with Lao Jiu and another sniper there shouldn't be any problem. Lao Jiu's shooting skills are as good as mine. Why do I feel like you're showing off even at a time like this? Fu Jingma arched an eyebrow and laughed, just stating the facts. He turned to open the car door, then remembered something, and turned back to add, there's brown sugar water in the thermos cup. Make sure to drink it before I come back. I know. Sitting at the back, He watched them exchange glances, and rubbed his arms, TSK, don't flaunt. Kick over the dog food bowl with one foot. Shen Rengchen glanced at him and reached into the cloth bag to take out a defensive talisman, sticking one on him. He suddenly flinched, shrinking his shoulders, what's up? Dusty boy, why haven't you spoken these past 2 days? Shen Rengchen looked at him like an idiot, and then stuck defensive talismans on Fu Jingma, Lin Mu, and Guanju. It won't block bullets, but it can serve as a layer of defense. Thank you, Rengchen. The group got out of the car. The angle they parked was tricky. From below, general firearms or abilities couldn't reach here. Among the people they brought was a bird mutant with feathers covering his neck. He jokingly said that his neck didn't feel cold at all. After getting out of the car, the bird he released just came back, Lieutenant, I haven't found any abnormalities. As expected, Bai Ying's team was also the best among mercenaries, excelling in hiding. Fu Jingma nodded, ordered the men to fix the ropes, leaving 5 people including Lin Mu and Guanju, along with the 2 snipers. After strapping on the heavy weapons, he grabbed the rope with one hand, leapt, and went down first. Lin Mu hid behind a huge rock, watching them go down one by one. He looked around nearby but still couldn't find where Lao Jiao and the others were hiding. Snipers were indeed elusive. After about 2 or 3 minutes, gunshots rang out. Lao Jiao must have discovered the sniper hiding in the opposite mountain, hitting with a single shot to the head. Immediately, the other snipers from the opposite side quickly returned fire, shooting straight at Lao Jiao's hiding place. However, the instant Lao Jiao fired, he reconcealed himself. Soon after, sounds of bullets striking the cliff echoed, causing the fixed rope to slightly vibrate. Guanzhou stood behind Lin Mu. Brother Mumu, will master and brother Heze be alright? Don't worry, they will be fine. Lin Mu squeezed his palm, believing in Fu Jingma and the others, back to the car. Okay. Chapter 191, resolved by Ying. The ebb and flow of gunfire made one's heart race. Soon, Lin Mu recognized the familiar sound of continuous heavy machine gun fire. Fu Jingma had descended to the bottom of the cliff. Lin Mu sighed in relief and took a sip of his brown sugar water. At the base of the cliff, Fu Jingma found the entrance. The stone door was embedded into the mountain body, making it truly hard to discover. The sniper hidden in the opposite forest had already been dealt with. However, before they could start the explosion, the stone door slowly opened to both sides, revealing a scene that surprised everyone. An old chair sat at the center, with Bai Ying casually seated on it, holding a gun loosely in his hand. His eyes looked towards the direction outside the stone door. Behind him was an empty space, stacked with countless crates. Seeing Fu Jingma, he revealed an understanding smile and said, as expected, you weren't infected. He cured you. The informants in Fengqing had long reported that Fu Jingma was still alive, but upon seeing him, Bai Ying still felt astonished. Fortune always seems to be on your side. Why did you survive the infection while so many others in this world have turned into not quite human living dead monsters? Bai Ying laughed as he spoke, his voice getting louder and louder. Fu Jingma waved his hand to signal the people behind him not to move. Holding the heavy machine gun, he focused intently on Bai Ying's right hand, which held a small remote control. Since this was an arsenal, explosives and firearms were certainly abundant here. It seemed preparations had already been made. Fu Zhaolin would never be so kind-hearted. Bai Ying, stop spouting useless nonsense. You've already betrayed us, and today I'm here to settle accounts with you. Bai Ying casually wiggled the remote control in his hand, raising an eyebrow and dismissing it nonchalantly. Betrayal? What in this world is worth my loyalty anymore? How pretentious. People like you are always spouting tiresome moral platitudes. Kuyi believed your words and followed orders, that's why he died. Bai Ying stood up from the chair and began shouting hysterically, as if caught in some distant memory, his eyes bloodshot, why are all of you still alive, but he's dead. Kuyi. Fu Jingma had some impression of this name. He met Bai Ying through several contests against 113 where they were placed on opposing teams. Kuyi was a young officer who often followed Bai Ying around. He had a crew cut, dark skin, and loved to laugh. His teeth showed brilliantly white when he grinned. He somewhat resembled Xiao Wu. The two would frequently clash during competitions, engaging in fierce battles only to end up walking away with their arms around each other afterward. Fu Jingmo remembered seeing his name on the list for the R1 reagent injection. Judging by Bai Ying's demeanor now, it was highly likely he was no longer among the living. Sacrificed? His tone was cold. People like them, regardless of whether it was the apocalypse or before the end times, every mission undertaken came with the understanding that their heads hung precariously from their belts, always prepared to make the ultimate sacrifice. Ha, sacrifice, what a grand word. He's dead, killed by my own hands. That so-called Dawn plan, when the zombie outbreak happened, he was rescuing survivors with me. He saved the survivors but ended up trapped in the sewer system, it was filled with zombies. Ha, he was bitten everywhere. Bai Ying's gaze was distant, speaking unusually calmly compared to his earlier agitation. Perhaps recalling Kuyi, he didn't want himself to be overly irritable and insane. Still, Fu Jingma noticed his hand, resting by his side, trembling almost imperceptibly. He was bitten to death, just like that, and yet he still held on to the weak child in his hands. I called for reinforcements endlessly. Why didn't they come? Why didn't they come? He couldn't forget, the little kid who always followed him around, timidly calling him captain when he first joined the team. Later, after becoming familiar, the kid would cling to him, without any sense of seniority, even wanting to share a bed at night. He was very conscientious in everything he did, except for his fear of water. The dirty water in the sewer almost reached up to his waist. In the end, he managed to save the child in Kuye's hand but couldn't rescue him. Kuye's eyes were very bright, round like those of a puppy. With that gaze, he smiled and begged only for a bullet, saying, "It hurts so much, Captain." The bullet struck him directly in the center of his forehead, taking his life instantly. He fell into the water he feared most, surrounded by zombies waiting to feast on his flesh. Those grotesque zombies were terrifying, tearing apart his flesh and soaking the sewer water red with blood. It took over 10 minutes for the rescue team to arrive. By then, nothing was left of the young man in the sewer. Bai Ying, making sacrifices is our destiny. From the day he shouldered that responsibility, he was ready for this. Fu Jingma spoke coldly, harshly realistic. What if one day it was Lin Mu instead? Could you still say that? I won't let him fall into such a predicament. Fu Jingma's gaze was resolute, and he smirked coldly. If that day comes, I'll be with him. The implication was clear. If you're so upset, why don't you just die already? Do you not think that everything you've done violates Kuye's sincere and passionate heart? He was willing to sacrifice for others, but you used his memory as an excuse to harm the very people he wanted to save. One sentence was enough to wound both body and soul. Blood drained from Bai Ying's face in an instant. No. I just wanted him to come back to life. Shut up. His words ignited his fury, and he stood up, glaring fiercely at everyone with eyes darkened by malice. You fools. You have no idea. Kuyi was his weakness, making even a top-tier mercenary lose his composure despite years of battle experience. In the moment he stood up, Fu Jingma lifted his wrist, unleashing a barrage of heavy shots. With precise aim, he targeted the hand holding the remote control. The palm shattered instantly, yet the remote remained unscathed, flying out of his grasp. Bai Ying spun around, quickly crouching down to switch hands to grab it again, only to be killed on the spot by Fu Jingma. Amidst the swirling dust and chaos, his body slowly leaned backward, a faint smile hanging on his lips. Fu Jingma narrowed his eyes, glancing over his face. A sudden thought crossed his mind, perhaps Bai Ying had been waiting all along for this release. A bullet through the center of his brow, just like his beloved Kuyi. He took 2 steps forward, bending down to pick up the remote. It was out of battery. Glancing at the man on the ground, Fu Jingma said coldly, carry him out and bury him. Though he had harmed others, before the apocalypse, he had undertaken countless missions and saved countless lives. Karma balanced itself, at least don't leave him lying here. Brother Fu, is it over already? He scratched his head behind them. He had braced himself for a major battle, never imagining it would end this way. Yeah, what else? The people here should have been dispersed long ago. Bai Ying never intended to live. Who's Kuyi? His lover, I guess. Alright, no wonder he went insane. He shook his head. With so many weapons, we should ask Mumu to come down and help. Alright, send Chen and let the little paper figure go up to call Mumu down. Everyone took their roles. Lin Mu and Guanju also descended to the bottom of the cliff. After hearing He recount Bai Ying's story, they sighed deeply. Lin Mu looked at Fu Jingma's back as he inventoried the weapons. Recalling that time in Sangjiang, he suddenly understood Bai Ying's feelings but could not agree with his actions. Everyone has their own Achilles heel, some grow armor because of it, while others lose themselves entirely. But regardless of anything, nobody should jeopardize others' lives for their selfish reasons. Chapter 192, The Darkness Before Dawn. After the White Eagle incident, Lin Mu and his team brought back quite a few weapons. Upon returning to the Academy of Sciences, the mutated zombie problem at Xiao Lu's area had already been resolved. As a result, Lin Mu now possessed 2 crystal cores brought back by Lao Wu and Xiao Lu, plus the one sent by Chu Yenji, for a total of 7. Even if he absorbed one every half-month, it would still take nearly 3.5 months to fully absorb them all. Fu Jingma began to focus on the arrangements for the Dawn Plan. Long before they arrived in Fengcheng, 2 teams had already started rescue operations in the sparsely populated northwest region of Z country. The vastness of the northwest region meant that cities were far apart with very sparse populations, which also implied fewer zombies. But while the decreased danger improved safety, it significantly reduced the efficiency of rescue efforts. Zombies roamed across the vast lands, and the 2 teams, consisting of only 30 people in total, couldn't possibly comb through every inch of the expansive plains. They could only operate within a 30-kilometer radius around cities, focusing their efforts there and eliminating any zombies they found. If survivors were discovered, they were loaded onto military trucks until the trucks were full, then gathered in one place. Once the surrounding areas had been searched, coordinates were sent via a black box, after which an airplane was dispatched to pick them up. This greatly reduced resource consumption. Since their departure, the plane had only flown one mission, bringing back over 160 survivors. Each team consisted of 15 members, led by a captain and vice-captain, equipped with 1 car, 1 military truck, and 100 liters of gasoline. Afterward, they had to collect fuel along the way. Weapons and ammunition were provided in full. The Academy of Sciences had redeveloped anti-zombie explosives. These bombs caused powerful explosions that would shoot out hundreds of nails, killing zombies en masse. However, the height of the explosion needed to be controlled, detonating at head level to ensure effectiveness. In addition, various other weapons specifically targeting zombies were developed. There were melee weapons for strength-enhanced individuals, such as curved knives and maces covered in spikes, designed for intense use. Strength enhancers could choose weapons that suited them best. For other ordinary mutants who lacked proficiency in firearms, cold weapons were available options. Lin Mu and his group didn't need these tools, mutated abilities served as their finest weapons. The training ground of the A District Academy of Sciences was located in a standalone building, as large as 2 soccer fields. It was divided into different zones dedicated to training specific powers. Every day, researchers from the Academy of Sciences recorded the status of each mutant. All personnel mobilized by Fu Zhaoxiu had already gathered in Area A and were housed in an empty dormitory adjacent to the training grounds. They were not allowed to approach the research area where Guan Han worked. Firstly, the Academy of Sciences itself was a confidential research institute, and unauthorized access was prohibited. Secondly, it prevented Fu Zhaoxiu from planting informants. Lu Ju's subordinates also stayed in the same dormitory, mutually supervising each other. All personnel were scheduled for training by Fu Jingma, turning one of the rooms in the training grounds into his temporary office. Besides occasionally assisting Guan Han with his research, Lin Mu and others spent practically the entire day at the training grounds. High-intensity training rapidly improved their combat skills and made their power utilization increasingly proficient. Fu Zhaoxiu has sent 180 men, Lu Ju's side accounts for 275, and even adding ours, we don't reach 500. Given how vast Z country is, these numbers are far from sufficient to clear all the zombies from every city. Just after finishing a round of training, Lin Mu and Fu Jingma were analyzing the current situation in the office. The exterior of the grounds was left under Lao Wu's charge. Fu Jingma pondered, glancing at the messages on the black box. The upgraded version could now send simple messages. Regions like Wuxia and Mountain City, among others we didn't pass during our journey but are still under control, have already begun training. Once the teams dispatched from Fengqing arrive, they will cooperate in executing the Dawn Plan. Lin Mu nodded, indicating this would indeed reduce some pressure. I'm thinking, perhaps we can recruit mutants from Fengqing. After the last annual meeting, newspapers promoted the Dawn Plan once again, and the public response was not bad. Many mutants approve of it. He paused to take a sip of water and continued, some surviving families might only have one mutant, with the rest being ordinary people. For them, eradicating all zombies in this world is the best way to protect their families. Good idea, I'll have Gan Yang arrange it. Alright. Demonstrating excellent actionability, Fu Jingma immediately called Gan Yang over. They arranged for recruitment notices to be published in newspapers and set up registration points outside Zone A. Any individual who passed the mutation test could enter Zone A for training. When they would join the Dawn Plan and leave Fengqing, their families back home would be taken care of by the A District Academy of Sciences. There were many who had signed up, and Heizei took a few people to go and watch the mutants taking the enrollment tests out of curiosity. They wanted to see if there were any particularly special abilities they hadn't seen before. When they returned, Lin Mu's group had just left the training grounds. After being trained by Fu Jingma for about a month, everyone was complaining about the hardships. However, they were all fully content because in this post-apocalyptic world, no one wouldn't want to grow stronger. On the 15th and first day of every month, Lin Mu absorbed crystal cores in the dormitory, with Fu Jingma naturally staying by his side. The 2-week interval between absorptions wasn't long, and his body's supply was slowly becoming insufficient. Even though Lin Mu didn't say anything, his pale face every day caused Fu Jingma's frown to deepen. After drinking a cup of brown sugar water, he reached out to pinch Fu Jingma's cheek. Don't look so serious, it's kind of scary. Fu Jingma pulled him onto his lap. After you absorb this core, the next time will be on the 5th. Lin Mu didn't answer immediately. After the new year, several safe zones had been breached and fell to the zombies. The implementation of the Dawn Plan was more urgent than ever. Delaying even a single day could mean putting more people in danger. They only waited for everyone's mutation level to reach above grade 3 and for the safe zones to prepare all vehicles and supplies before they set off from Fengqing. Most of the Academy's efforts went into designing weapons and conserving energy usage. Lin Mu didn't want to lag behind. The darkest time always came before dawn, and sacrifices were inevitable. None of those who joined would have their safety guaranteed. Leaving Fengqing to delve deep into cities infested with zombies, one bite was all it took to condemn them to death. If only they could finish researching an antidote for the R virus before leaving, wouldn't that minimize the damage? Wouldn't their lives be better protected? Actually, absorbing on the 1st won't cause any problems. I don't feel uncomfortable. No, the 5th, Fu Jingma said somewhat harshly, then sighed, my darling, please don't make me worry. He had once told White Eagle that if Lin Mu fell into despair, he would follow him wherever he went. But if possible, he would much rather stay alive with Lin Mu. To see his smile, hear his voice, embrace him, feel his warmth every night while being together. Lin Mu looked at his earnest expression helplessly. Alright, next time we'll wait until the 5th. Now let me go and start the absorption process. Fu Jingma did not release him but instead hugged him tighter. It's fine, I can hold you while you absorb. Not wanting to argue, Lin Mu took out the container holding the crystal core. In the past month, 3 more had been collected from other safe zones. Lin Mu estimated that if he absorbed all of them, it might nearly fill his energy ball. He closed his eyes, released a little bit of energy from his palm, and within an instant absorbed the core inside his body. Holding the sleeping person close, Fu Jingma covered him with a blanket, and lightly kissed his forehead. Chapter 193, Shen Rangchen x Heizei, take responsibility for me. Besides Lin Mu and the others, Shen Rangchen was also busy. Before the apocalypse, in the Taoist temple, he had a habit of diligent practice every day, which now made him particularly focused on improving his powers. His abilities depended on talismans. After arriving in Fengcheng, the Science Academy gathered a lot of talisman paper and peach wood, and Shen Rengchen spent most of his time drawing talismans in his room every day. He returned with Guanzhu from their training session. Perhaps due to his previous experience teaching children, he was quite good at dealing with kids, so Guanzhu liked following him around. Stretching out his long arm, he hooked Guanzhu's shoulder. "Little Guanzhu, don't you feel that your master has been acting strangely recently?" He's talking very little. Thinking about his recent treatment, every night he would be immobilized by talismans, but Little Dust never used to treat him like this before. Guanzhu tilted his head, thought for a moment, "I don't think there's anything different. Master always prefers being alone without any disturbance. But he used to talk to me a lot," He mumbled as he grabbed a handful of sweat-soaked hair. "If he doesn't talk anymore, maybe he's angry. In the past, when I angered my master, he would distance himself from me. Angry, but I haven't provoked him." The dormitory was not far, they quickly arrived. Guanzhu went back to his own room to take a shower, and He entered. Shen Rengchen was hunched over drawing talismans. Because he found the lighting in the room too dim, he moved the table next to the window. It was still snowing in Fengcheng. After this month, spring would come. Snowflakes were falling outside the window, his hair had grown a little longer, and a strand fell beside his face as he bent down. His distinctive bones held a wolf hair brush pen as he concentrated on his task. However, in the eyes of someone as rough as He, it only took 2 seconds to appreciate this scene before he pounced onto the bed behind Shen Rengchen. "Little Dust. Don't stick close to me today. You've drawn them so hard, no need to waste." After finishing the last stroke, Shen Rengchen turned around and looked at him, disapprovingly saying, "You haven't taken a bath yet, don't climb on the bed." He scrambled up hastily. It was difficult for him to get into Shen Rengchen's room, and he needed to listen. He grabbed clothes from the cabinet, fearing that even 1 second delay might bring punishment. "Wash. Wash. Wait till teacher he washes, then I'll give you a pep talk." Swinging towards the bathroom, he heard someone glance at him from behind, beginning to tidy up the talismans on the table. There were hundreds of people, he couldn't ensure that he drew protective talismans for everyone, he could only do his best. In the past, others always said he practiced black magic, but Shen Rengchen never felt resentful inside, he always acted without shame. After tidying up, He also came out clean-shaven, wearing only a loose pair of sleep pants. Since there was heat in the room, he wore as little as possible. It was already dark, lights were on in the room. Shen Rengchen packed the dried talismans into the box on the desk and started to tidy up the porcelain bottle. He approached, his head beside Shen Rengchen's shoulder. "Little Dust, why have you been a bit strange lately?" The hand tidying things paused. Shen Rengchen turned his head to look at him. The person behind had gotten extremely close, accidentally brushing soft lips against his cheek. Breathing tightened, He instinctively stepped back. His sleeping postures varied every night. Every evening whenever he touched Shen Rengchen, he'd wake up knocked by a punch. Crap, now he kissed him. Damn, it wasn't intentional. I didn't mean to molest you. Shen Rengchen rolled his eyes, sat on the edge of the bed, and calmly said, "What ideological work are you going to do for me?" "Huh?" Without being scolded or beaten, He curiously glanced at him, switching to a smirking gossip face. "Isn't this because you've been so quiet recently? You don't seem interested in talking with me. Are you upset? Teenage troubles? Rebellious phase?" Shen Rengchen stared at him silently, his eyes extraordinarily beautiful, slightly slanted upward at the corners. When he looked at you, it was mysteriously captivating, enchanting eyes paired with a mild expression made everything harmonious. He became uneasy under his gaze, muttering, "If you're not going to say, then fine. Your staring makes me scared." Turning around, he pulled the quilt to go to sleep, but Shen Rengchen immediately stopped the quilt with a grip. Standing up, he fixed his eyes on He, standing tall at 186 centimeters, he shrank nervously. "Why you, what are you going to do? Solving problems through violence is unacceptable. If there's something, just say it." Just now it wasn't intentional, but last time it was. Intentional. Last time? What intention? He had no idea, sensing some alarming anger hiding in Shen Rengchen's eyes. "Last time, during the annual meeting, drunk. You kissed me. You must take responsibility for me." After pondering for so long, he believed that one should take responsibility for their wrongdoings. Since He had kissed him, he needed to take responsibility. He's eyes widened as he couldn't conjure up the memory in his mind. "Ah. I kissed you. Ha ha ha, impossible, my goddess, haven't you seen her picture? I like fair-skinned and beautiful little sisters." He laughed wildly on the bed, tears welling up in his eyes. How could he have kissed Little Dust, ha ha ha? Refusing to admit it? The person on the bed was still laughing, clutching his stomach and rolling into a ball. "Ha ha ha, were you thinking about this joke all day today just to fool me, ha 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 ha?" Shen Rengchen furrowed his brows. "Oh, it seems that a lesson is necessary, just like Guanzhu, they need training to be obedient." With a flick of his wrist, he threw a talisman straight onto He's forehead. The annoying laughter abruptly stopped. He blinked silently. "It's over. I lost control." A pitiful expression spread across his face. Shen Rengchen ignored it, merely looking at him. For a while, they stayed silent. Suddenly, Heze's heart raced. Could it be, he really kissed him? Little Dust never lies, he's always straightforward. That day when he was drunk, Shen Rangchen sent him back to the room, then what happened? Suddenly, fragments flashed through his mind, making Heze start feeling guilty. No way. His gaze involuntarily moved to Shen Rangchen's lips, red and soft, they indeed looked kissable. Spit. 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 What was he thinking? Shen Rangchen looked at his colorful face and knew he had remembered. With a wave of his hand, he retracted the talisman. Heze sprang off the bed and stood upright, towering significantly higher than Shen Rangchen now. Little Dust. That. I was drunk, right? He leaned in a bit closer, bending down to look at Shen Rangchen's face. You wouldn't really expect me to take responsibility, would you? I obviously prefer fair-skinned and beautiful girls. Oh, it has nothing to do with me. It wasn't I who made you kiss me. You did it, so you're responsible. Before Heze could react, Shen Rangchen turned around and went to take a shower in the bathroom. As soon as the door closed, his clenched hand finally relaxed. Chapter 194, The Compromised Safe Zone. Another half-month passed, the snow melted, and the weather gradually warmed up. The bird-like mutants who had gone to collect information from various safe zones returned to Fengqing one after another. The training of mutants was almost entirely managed by Lao San, Xiao Lu, and a few others. Heze, Shen Rangchen, and 5 other selected mutants were also incorporated into Unit 113, bringing the total number in Unit 113 to 13 people. Guan Han summarized the information he brought back and headed toward the office on the training grounds. As he passed by the training ground, he saw Chu Yenji recording data inside a fenced area. He wore a white lab coat, glasses, and held a pen and clipboard in his hand. Apparently, this was the rare elemental mutant he had mentioned before, an ice type from Zone B. As Guan Han walked past the iron fence, several ice balls violently struck the fence, splintering some ice through the gaps. Guan Han didn't care, the fence absorbed the force of the ice balls, and the shattered ice meant nothing more than a bit of coldness. Ah, sorry, Director Guan. After training in Zone A for over a month, whether from Zone B or volunteers, everyone naturally recognized Guan Han, the large-sized mutant, who scratched his head and grinned. Luckily, Director Guan's temper was always good. Chu Yenji noticed the direction of the mutant's gaze and then saw Guan Han walking outside with fragments of ice clinging to his hair. His expression turned cold as he glared at the ice-type mutant. Guan Han waved his hand at the big guy, indicating it wasn't a problem, and continued toward the office. Chu Yenji stuck his pen into the pocket of his white coat and hurried out of the fence. Guan Han, where are you going? Guan Han didn't stop or answer him. Looking for Commander Fu. I'll come along too. Guan Han turned to look at him. What do you want from him? His upturned, almond-shaped eyes twinkled mischievously. We've gathered some messages from Zone B2, so I can just tell him while we're there. Having heard that, Guan Han couldn't say anything more, so he shifted his gaze and kept moving forward. Guan Han, Big Brother Guan, teacher, Chu Yenji put on an innocent smile. Don't ignore me. Are you still mad? You haven't talked to me for 2 days. It's just because you cracked the password to my room. Why did you even use the date from the day I graduated? Guan Han gritted his teeth. Ever since the mutants from Zone B arrived, who knows what Chu Yenji told Fu Zhaolin. The next day, he followed Guan Han around, pestering him either at the cafeteria, the dormitory, or outside the laboratory when he couldn't find him. Annoying. I've changed the password. Oh, Chu Yenji thought for a moment. Is it the day I won the thesis award? Or the year we watched fireworks together? Or, my birthday? Guan Han inwardly cursed himself harshly. Of the passwords he often used, one was Chu Yenji's graduation day, and the other was his birthday. Initially, he used them because they carried meaning, they helped him remember Chu Yenji's birthday so he wouldn't miss buying gifts for him. Later, it became a habit. When he got home, he would definitely change it again. Looking at Guan Han's face, Chu Yenji knew he'd guessed right. Chuckling softly, he usually acted serious, but these moments made him adorable beyond belief. However, he couldn't push things further, otherwise, Guan Han might explode. Soon, the two arrived at the office where Fu Jingma and Lin Mu were present. I've consolidated the information from several safe zones, Guan Han said as he walked to a table in the office where a map of country Z was always laid flat. He pulled out a pen from his pocket, and everyone gathered around. A black pen circled a few places and marked small X's beside them. These safe zones have already fallen, Guan Han began. This place fell because it was too close to the city. Without timely evacuation, zombies swept across the entire safe zone. And here, there should be a mutated zombie. He briefly analyzed several fallen safe zones. Looking at the X's on the map, everyone looked solemn. Most of the survivors in a city were concentrated in the safe zones. A compromise meant those survivors who had narrowly escaped the initial zombie outbreak hadn't survived despite countless efforts and hardships. Chapter 195, Not everyone is as sensible as Moo Moo. He looked down at his pocket. Probably because of the rush, he had only brought one pen. Chu Yenji handed over both his red and blue pens, Guan Han glanced at them and took them. Use the blue pen to circle a few cities. Here, these places are relatively safe areas and stable, they have withstood the zombie tide and also have some fighting power. If you go to these places, you can cooperate with the safe zones. The red pen circled a few more places. These areas are in the most densely populated cities by zombies, so they will be dealt with last. Fu Jingmo looked at the positions on the map and said solemnly, the closer to the coastal cities, the denser the zombies become. On the northwest plateau, it's sparsely populated, with fewer zombies, but they can hide easily. Where are the two squads heading now? When we hadn't reached Fengqing yet, they had already set off. They're currently assembling nearby. We need to send another civilian plane to bring back the rescued survivors. There are a total of 1291 people. Even in the far northwest provinces, which are the least densely populated, there were still several million people. After 3 months of search and rescue, the first trip brought back 2,539 people. Now, there are over 1,000 more people remaining, less than 4,000, and it's disheartening. However, it is a morale booster. People in Fengqing would see that there are still many compatriots in Country Z who haven't given up and are working hard to survive, waiting for rescue. The Dawn Plan is bound to gain more recognition. Fu Jingmo extended his hand, his fingertip drawing a line on the map. I plan to divide the teams into batches, heading south from Fengqing and eastward from Qinghe province in the northwest, pulling the string across this line where our forces are dispersed along this line advancing southeast. We will prioritize cities encircled in blue, gather the survivors who are easier to rescue, then bring them back while leaving behind those capable fighters to reinforce the team and continue toward more challenging cities. This plan currently seems the most practical. Lin Mu spoke up, have you estimated how many survivors there might be? Apart from Fengqing, can we further divide these regions into several circles, establish transfer stations at the center where survivors can be centrally sent? If sufficiently secure, they won't need to be sent all the way to Fengqing. We could build a few more cities just as safe as Fengqing. Guan Han nodded, we've already found a place. Mountain City? Yes, Mountain City. With its half surrounded by rivers, this part of the city remains safe and can accommodate the survival of hundreds of thousands of people. Survivors from nearby cities will be directly transported to Mountain City. We will prioritize cleaning up the zombies in the other half of Mountain City. The number of survivors isn't optimistic, even to say that Mountain City and Fengqing have enough capacity. After a bit more discussion, night fell. Fu Jingmo straightened up and said, that's it for now. In the next few days, I'll reorganize everyone based on their abilities. He also wanted to get Lin Mu back to rest early. After a few more days, they would absorb another core again. Chu Yenji smiled, having observed Guan Han mostly throughout, and finally started talking now. In the amber you brought back, I discovered something. When fused with our one energy, it cannot induce mutations in ordinary people, but it can temporarily replenish energy for existing mutants. If consumption becomes too great or if, used for, endurance. These words made the three pause momentarily. If our one energy could be supplemented, they wouldn't have to worry about running out of energy during combat. Brief astonishment followed, then Guan Han furrowed his brows, you've already succeeded? Have you tested it on humans? Chu Yenji, I've told you before, human experiments cannot be conducted recklessly. Humph, in your eyes, am I always someone like that, right? Chu Yenji's face turned cold. Is that not true? You yourself once said, the lives of ordinary people are unimportant, survival of the fittest. Do you really value human life? Guan Han did not wish to argue, these kinds of disputes had happened countless times ever since he followed Fu Zhaoshan. He threw the pen he was holding onto the table and left without another word. Chu Yenji quickly followed, the two exiting the office one after another. Lin Mu and Fu Jingmo exchanged glances. Over the past period, they'd figured out the relationship between Chu Yenji and Guan Han. It was just disappointing to see their tension escalating again when things had started easing a bit. Guan Han has some preconceived notions about Director Chu. He will need to make some effort to resolve their misunderstanding, Lin Mu commented while shrugging. Chu Yenji seemed like a complex person beyond appearances. Fu Jingmo pulled him toward the door, not everyone is as sensible as our little Mu. Come on, let's go eat. Lin Mu smiled, however, I think Guan Han isn't as emotionless toward Chu Yenji as he claims to be. You always seem to know everything. The two of them temporarily set aside their discussion about Guan Han and the Dawn Plan and headed toward the cafeteria while chatting. On their way, they passed by the training ground and called out to Hizei and Guanzhu, who were still in training. Chapter 196, The Eve of Leaving Fengqing. The four headed toward the cafeteria, and Lin Mu glanced at Hizei who had his head hanging low. Guanzhu, how come your master hasn't come to have dinner with us these few days? Normally, when their training was about to end, Shen Rengchen would arrive a few minutes early waiting for them to go to the cafeteria together. Guanzhu shook his head, not at all, Mu brother, Hizei brother upset my master. My master made him sleep in my room. Hizei grabbed the child from behind, covering his mouth, talking nonsense. I came out myself. I'm afraid you might be scared sleeping alone at night, so I came to accompany you. How could Master Rengchen with such a good temper get mad at you? With just one glance at his pouting butt, Lin Mu knew what he was up to, obviously lying. Annoyed, Hizei yanked at his hair and said, "I didn't," then walked ahead quickly. After finishing their meal, Lin Mu asked Guanju to take a portion for Shenrengchen, leaving the sulking ones to sort themselves out. At the door, Guanju shoved the food box into Hizei's hand seriously. "Hizi brother, don't be angry with the master. In the past, there were only the two of us in the Taoist temple, the master never had any friends, now the master is with all of you because he definitely likes you very much." Clutching his teeth, Hizei also liked being with Zaya Kendustin, but in his heart, that's friendship, it certainly wasn't romantic love. He liked girls, yet after saying that to Shenrengchen, he got kicked out immediately. "No, I've been driven out by him." Pushing the food box back to Guanju, Hizei fled as if running away to the next room. The voices outside were heard clearly by Shenrengchen inside the room. Time flew by, the firearms from the Academy of Sciences had been urgently produced. Everyone was divided into small teams of 20 people each. Old 5, Little 6, Old 9, and 11 each led a team, the rest were picked from members capable of becoming captains. Fu Jingma, with 3 others, took along Guanju, picking another 10 people forming a team. In this group, there were their level 4 and 5 mutants. Although 5 fewer people, they were still the strongest force. Guan Han, Chu Yanji, and Lu Mengqiao joined the team additionally, where Guan Han needed to assist Fu Jingma in studying the entire Dawn plan. As for Chu Yanji and Lu Mengqiao, perhaps they could lend a hand to Lin Mu. In the last week, Lin Mu absorbed the 6th crystal core, with 2 left over, which would only be continued on the road. 2 days before leaving, everyone had a meal in the canteen. Auntie Lu decided under her own permission to make everyone something delicious like it costs nothing. A few fresh mutant chickens and some fish were delivered to the A Area Academy of Sciences. Everyone knew that after this meal, they'd soon leave safe Fengcheng, facing city after city full of zombies. Sacrifices were unavoidable, whether they could return alive couldn't be guaranteed. But in life, there are always things more important than survival, faith and responsibility. Tonight, everyone will eat and drink to their heart's content. In 2 days, the Dawn plan begins, and will kill zombies freely. These months of hard work and effort, I have seen them. I believe, the living dead on this land will be eradicated by us. I believe, we will eventually welcome the dawn of this battle. The spark of humanity will continue indefinitely. Holding up his glass, Fu Jingma drank it all down, his resonant voice carried a belief that uplifts spirits. Everyone was motivated, their eyes gleaming with determination. They will eventually welcome dawn, one day this world will return to its former age of civilization. The meal was lively and unrestrained, everyone indulged in drinking wine and eating meat, enjoying the last peaceful times. Drinking till midnight, the drunken ones left supporting each other. Rarely, Lin Mu became slightly tipsy too. Fu Jingmo removed his clothes and covered him, lifting him up heading out. Guanju was strictly forbidden by Shenrengchen to drink alcohol, obediently drinking fruit juice. Hizei always gets drunk whenever he drinks, dragged along with Shenrengchen and Guanju. Walking to the entrance, Guanju sneaked back to his own room. "Master, I don't know how to take care of drunks, Hizei is up to you." With a snap, the door closed, Shenrengchen entered the room carrying the unconscious Hizei. On the other side, Fu Jingma strolled slowly. Lin Mu, after getting drunk, became cuddly, nestling in his arms, hugging himself gently. The movement during walking made Lin Mu want to sleep even more, his beautiful eyes closing lightly under the influence of intoxication. "Sleepy?" Fu Jingma knowingly asked a question, and the person in his arms rubbed against his chest, lazily responding. "I told you not to drink so much. Tastes good. When you're drunk like this, I almost want to take advantage of you." Lin Mu shook his head. Right now, all he wanted was to sleep, muttering, "No, it's been too long for you." Hee hee. Back in the room, Fu Jingma helped him take off his shoes and socks, changed his clothes, then went to wring out a towel to clean his body. After everything was done, the one who had just said he was sleepy hadn't fallen asleep, but instead opened his eyes and obediently looked at him. His eye corners were slightly red, filled with moisture, making the heart soften. Fu Jingma sat by him, reaching out to stroke his face. "What's wrong, not sleeping again?" "I want to sleep with you." "Humph, didn't your brother just finish cleaning you up? You're such a baby, hard to please." Lin Mu turned his head and bit the hand resting on his cheek, giving him a disapproving glare. Fine, you don't have to say anything." Lin Mu reached out and held his hand, which was bigger than his own. There were thin calluses in many places, far from comfortable. But it was precisely these hands that embraced him every time, making him feel safe. "The Dawn plan will surely succeed, everything you mentioned will come true." Fu Jingma felt warmth in his heart, and he leaned down to smile. "I know it will, because I still have you, my treasure." He extended his hand and picked him up, letting him lie on top of himself, and bent down to kiss his forehead. The most correct decision he had made in his life was that day in Jiaoshan when he found that small courtyard and stayed overnight. They hugged each other closely for a while before turning off the lights to sleep. Chapter 197, Leaving Fengcheng. The day before leaving Fengcheng, Lin Mu entered the consciousness space. Xiao Yuan obediently lay on his hand, the energy sphere was almost full. Lin Mu estimated that it would take another 2 to 3 crystal cores to fill it up. Ever since the energy inside exceeded half, He noticed the energies within the sphere started to blend with each other, flowing with different lusters. He sat on the grass, looking around. They needed to bring many things for the journey: weapons, energy supplies, food, and some instruments required for the laboratory. Other squads were equipped with 2 military trucks, one for people and the other loaded with firearms and food. As for their squad, most of the supplies were stored in Lin Mu's space. He reached out and touched Xiao Yuan's leaves, then said, "Don't be angry, it's just placed here and will gradually dissipate. By the time we reach Mountain City, the lab equipment should have already been moved to the newly established research institute." Xiao Yuan shivered its little leaves and wrapped around Lin Mu's arm a bit tighter, sounding somewhat pitiful. Sniffle. Xiao Yuan isn't mad. Afterward, whatever Mumu wants to place can go there. Don't feel bad, I don't want Mumu to fall sick. It lived in the same body as Lin Mu, completely sensing Lin Mu's vitality. The mutant zombie crystal cores had been absorbed one by one. Xiao Yuan's branches and leaves had grown larger, continuously receiving an influx of energy. However, it could feel Lin Mu's own energy gradually weakening. It would make Mumu sick and uncomfortable. Sniffles. After that incident of severe coldness throughout his body, Xiao Yuan had been extremely worried. Every time Lin Mu came back after absorbing crystal cores, there wasn't a single trace of the former happiness and excitement. Lin Mu smiled, recalling the day when Xiao Yuan first entered his body. At that time, he resisted it. Knowing that Xiao Yuan could solve the R virus brought about even a touch of revulsion in his turbulent emotions. But now, none of those feelings remained. I won't feel bad. You are a part of Earth. Since I was born, I've been living on you. I should help you clean this virus. I don't want you to. I'm scared you might die. I don't want Mumu to die, woo-woo. The sapling sobbed pitifully, and Lin Mu found it hard to associate it with the enormous planet that supported human survival. Then think of a solution. You are the essence of Earth. There must be a way. I trust you. Xiao Yuan will think of a way. Xiao Yuan doesn't want Mumu to suffer. Good. After soothing the young one, Lin Mu left the consciousness space. April had arrived in Fengcheng, the weather warmed up, and outside was clear blue skies. Lin Mu didn't worry at all. They were doing something that had to be done. If they succeeded, the world would become good again like before. If they failed, he also knew someone who would always stay by his side. With this thought, it seemed all worries and fears disappeared. The sound of opening the door echoed. Fu Jingma pushed the door open and came in holding lunch. How did you come back? Shouldn't you be busy today? Because he needed to enter the consciousness space, Lin Mu hadn't gone to the training field that morning. That day, they also needed to confirm once more the areas and routes responsible for all teams, and check the weapons and equipment. Fu Jingma put the lunch on the table and smiled. I wanted to come back and have lunch with you. The two sat down close together by the table. All were dishes that Lin Mu liked to eat. It seemed ever since they had been together, the other party had always prioritized his preferences. He had never even realized what Fu Jingma liked to eat, thinking of which, he couldn't help but ask, what do you like to eat? You've only been getting what I love. Fu Jingma picked out the fish bones and placed the fish meat into his bowl, arching an eyebrow and smiling. His usually cold eyes were graced with a hint of gentleness as he leaned in closely and whispered softly, eating you. Lin Mu was speechless, regretting having asked the question. Will you still go to the training ground this afternoon? Is there anything not yet prepared? No need to go anymore. Everything is basically ready. In the afternoon, Guan Han and others will handle it. Let's rest well, tomorrow we'll set off. He paused for a moment and continued saying, sorry, my dear. Initially, I promised that bringing you to Fengcheng would allow you to live safely here. Yet now he would have to bring her back to cities filled with zombies. As long as the world remains this way, no place will forever be safe. As long as I am with you, it doesn't matter where it is. Lin Mu looked up at him, with clear and bright eyes filled with deep affection. Fu Jingma extended his hand and gently caressed his face. Hurry up and eat. After finishing the meal, Lin Mu double-checked if there was anything else they still needed to bring. Fu Jingma pressed him onto the bed, gripping his hands to keep him confined within his arms. Go to sleep, stop being so busy. I'm just checking if there's anything I've forgotten. All you need to remember is to bring me along. Oh no, also my strawberry-flavored spiral. His waist was pinched, and Lin Mu made him shut up. The latter stifled a laugh and kissed his face, continuing until he drained another round of energy from the other. After all, they wouldn't even have a bed tomorrow, so he should eat as much as possible while he could. Lin Mu's body went limp. He swatted away the person still hovering over him and croaked, weren't you supposed to rest with me? Do you want to work me to death? How can you be tired when you haven't done anything? It's me who's been putting in the effort. Shoo, sleep now. I won't bother you anymore. He stretched out his hand to massage his wife's waist and coaxed the sulking one to sleep. The next morning, everyone gathered at the square of the Academy of Sciences. There were 25 teams, not a large number. They had originally estimated that it would take 30 teams to sweep through all the cities along the route. Now, they had no choice but to set off first and regroup later. The vehicles lined up neatly. All necessary matters had already been discussed beforehand, so there was no more time wasted, and an order was given. Everyone promptly climbed into their respective vehicles in a unified manner. One team consisted of one SUV and 2 military trucks. They departed from the A District Academy of Sciences. The dawn broke, and golden sunlight bathed the earth. By this day, the zombie virus had been on Earth for exactly 10 months. And humanity had acted at its fastest speed, gathering the most elite warriors to launch a counterattack against this extraterrestrial virus. On both sides of the streets, the survivors of Fengcheng gathered, watching as the convoy drove through the main street. Their eyes brimmed with gratitude, anticipation, and concern. The first person began, holding vegetables grown by their own hands and stuffing them into the truck beds. Then came the second, third. These were just ordinary potatoes and sweet potatoes from before the apocalypse, yet they were now incredibly precious food. The young warriors on the vehicles tried hard to refuse, but they couldn't stop the offerings. The food that fell into the truck beds was carefully picked up and set aside. They stood at attention, saluting, feeling the weight of responsibility on their shoulders grow heavier. Once out of Fengcheng, the vehicles would split up, heading toward the cities each team was responsible for. Every captain and vice-captain of the small squads were equipped with the latest improved black box from the Academy of Sciences. These could send simple messages and showed the real-time coordinates of every team. On the coordinates, there were tiny numbers. For the 25 teams, all showed the number 20. That represented the number of people in the team, updated daily at 8 a.m. by the captain. Every loss meant one fewer number. When the vehicles reached the city gates, a line of cars and people crowded at the entrance. Fu Jingma frowned slightly and got out of the car. Chapter 198, Gangs Joining the Dawn Plan. Lin Mu followed closely behind, and the two of them stepped out of the car one after another. The gatekeeper ran up and saluted, "Lieutenant Colonel, these are a few gangs of mutants from Fengcheng. They've been waiting for you." Fu Jingma nodded. Standing at 1.9 meters tall, he wore camouflage with his sleeves rolled up, revealing sturdy forearms. He moved forward expressionlessly, his icy gaze directed elsewhere. Neatly parked by the roadside were 7 or 8 trucks. At the entrance stood quite a few people, some in rather relaxed postures. Upon noticing Fu's arrival, a few leaders approached him. The faces seemed familiar, they had all been present during the annual meeting. The person standing in the middle left a deep impression, Lu Qian from Juzadeo. This was because Guan Han had mentioned that he was the third plant mutant in Fengcheng. "Lieutenant Colonel Fu, we heard you were short on manpower. Let us tag along." Lu Qian's reputation from Juzadeo wasn't great, rumors suggested he had strange preferences, swapping different men every day. But now here, he looked entirely serious. "All 32 mutants from Juzadeo are here. This is our country too, it's not fair for you to do all the saving." Fu Jingma smirked, "How about it, aren't you worried about losing your hard-won influence in Fengcheng?" A man in a suit stepped forward, laughing, "Where would we go? Of course we'll return. By the time we do, we'll be heroes protecting the nation, and we expect awards from both the Academy of Sciences and Lieutenant Colonel Fu. It's a good deal." "Qingzhou gang." "Yeah, there are only 26 of us, but we're all here. And us, Donghua gang. And us, Shichuan Tower. Although we're all girls and not many in number, we're bird mutants. We can at least scout for information." A woman with 2 white velvet feathers growing by her ears spoke. Behind her stood a line of teenage girls, all marked with various colored feathers. Fu Jingma nodded, then brought his legs together and snapped off a sharp salute. In a clear voice, he said, "Thank you. If that's the case, let's get on the vehicles first. You follow our cars, and once we've planned the route, we will proceed to assigned areas." Lu Qian gave a slight nod, turned, and quickly strode toward the vehicle shouting, "Move, move, brothers, get on the car and follow Lieutenant Colonel Fu." Lin Mu's eyes watered slightly. Despite how harsh times were, there were still those with sincere hearts. He was determined to bring these people back safe and sound. Fu Jingma turned around, looked at him, and smiled. "Let's go." The car restarted, and Fengcheng's gates slowly opened. A convoy of 40 or 50 vehicles departed Fengcheng. As for Fengcheng itself, it would remain guarded by Lu Ju and Fu Xiaolong. "Mumu, who are they?" Hizei and Shenrengchen sat in the back seat with Guan Zhu sandwiched between them. "They are the mutant factions from Fengcheng. They also want to participate in the Dawn Plan. Wow, quite the loyal bunch, good friends indeed. Yeah." He glanced at the previously mapped-out route plans and began speaking, "For the 3 routes nearest the south, we just happen to need manpower. Their addition has resolved this problem." Fu Jingma drove as the rearview mirror showed the trailing vehicles gradually splitting off onto different routes. They haven't received training these past few months, nor have their weapons been supplied. After replenishing at Mountain City, they'll continue heading south. Alright. The sky was ablaze with morning sun, offering everyone a hopeful start. From Fengcheng to Mountain City, their current speed meant it would take approximately 4 to 5 days, with nearby cities expected to receive teams tonight. Upon arrival, they'd depart again early the next morning to begin operations, conserving supplies and food as they went. Clearing out a city was divided into 3 stages. In the first stage, bird mutants from the group search above the city, carrying loudspeakers designed by the Academy. These continuously play messages that encourage survivors to signal or mark their locations without being detected by zombies. The next day, the bird mutants confirm and record the coordinates of hiding spots. In the second stage, mutants infiltrate deeper into the city using any means necessary to rescue trapped survivors. In the third stage, after confirming that no more survivors remain within the city, demolition and complete sweeps commence to eliminate all the zombies. With no more survivors to worry about, bombs and thermal weapons can be fully utilized. For cities with overwhelming numbers of zombies, helicopter support will be provided. Still, energy consumption must be minimized, reserving the most powerful weapons for coastal cities. China has an enormous population, even its smallest cities contain hundreds of thousands of people, plus countless counties and villages. Although everything seems simple on paper, countless efforts would need to be invested. A team of hundreds pitted against tens of millions of zombies was akin to a small boat entering the vast ocean or ants attempting to shake a mighty tree. Perhaps it would take a year, perhaps two, none could predict. But it was an inevitable course with no turning back. Chapter 199, Fainting to Capture. 5 days later, the convoy entered the mountain city. The mountain city was still the same as before. However, at the entrance, it was no longer two groups of people guarding but only Ying Jia Xiao's men. After they arrived in Fengcheng, Xing Yi had sent a letter saying that most of the zombies on the other side of the river had been cleared and they had collaborated with Ying Jia Xiao's group several times. The Jiangbei team and Wenle didn't have the hostility they once did, and Yuchen seemed much happier. All along, there was an eerie silence in the car. Mu Lin wasn't one to talk much anyway, and after absorbing so many crystal cores, he often felt tired and rarely drove anymore. Even He Zhe, who talked the most, fell silent and occasionally spoke only to Guanzhu. Often, he even hitched a ride with Guan Han's group. At this time, inside the mountain city, Xing Yi was dragging Yuchen down the stairs. Hurry up, Qinyu, Mu Mu is about to arrive. Got it. How come you seem to really like Mu Mu? Yuchen picked up the child and hoisted him on his shoulders, walking quickly towards the car. Of course. Besides you, I like Mu Mu the most. Oh, then can I also like someone else? Like Colonel Fu? Some people already think there's something going on between us. Yu Chen was kicked on his back not too lightly or too heavily, and Xing Yi growled while hanging on his shoulder, you dare. Qinyu threw him into the car and stepped on the gas, driving towards the entrance. Jinghua Fu's convoy now consisted of just one military truck and 2 SUVs. Lu Qian's original group, due to time urgency, distributed supplies directly on the road and headed south. In 5 days, the number of people shown on the black box remained at 20, meaning at least no one had sacrificed themselves yet, and among the survivors, the number of those rescued had already been displayed. The most successful team had rescued more than 300 people. The red dots and characters displayed on the map gave everyone a bit more confidence. The car entered the mountain city, and soon a black sedan slowly came forward. Seeing them, it stopped nearby. A head popped out from the passenger seat, and Xing Yi excitedly waved his hand and shouted loudly, Mu Mu. Lin Mu smiled and stretched his hand out of the window as a greeting. When he left the mountain city, he hadn't thought that they would return so soon. Xing Yi climbed back into the car, tapped Qinyu, turn around, let them follow us. The boy's face beamed with excitement, and Qinyu turned the car around, leading everyone to the Academy of Sciences that had been prepared for them in advance. That place was originally the research institute of the mountain city, which had always been vacant and unoccupied. Now it was basically ready, all necessary repairs had been made, waiting for their arrival. As the car passed by the familiar riverside, the river surface still saw anomalies attacking the zombies across the riverbank, but obviously, the army of zombies on the opposite bank was not as large as before. Guanchu was here for the first time, and his eyes widened as he pulled Heg Zhe over. Big brother Heg, look quickly, there are so many zombies across the river. The scene was truly magnificent, just across the river, but they couldn't get through. They were jam-packed along the shore, all showing teeth and claws. Tisk, I've seen it long ago. Big brother tells you, there used to be a zombie python in the river. A zombie python. Guanchu's eyes widened in curiosity. Exactly. That python, hundreds of meters long, its mouth open could swallow dozens of children like you in one bite. Impressive, right? Since He Zhe always exaggerates, Guanchu looked at him with suspicion, somewhat disbelieving. Is it really that powerful? Yes. Unless you ask Xiao Chen. He Zhe hesitated and closed his mouth. Since the night when he got drunk the other day and woke up on the same bed with Xiao Chen. It was strange. His sleeping posture somehow dragged her into his arms again. But didn't he drink so much? Why didn't she kick him away? He didn't want to make Rang Qing upset, such behavior was very strange. He was afraid Chen would say something about being responsible for him again. Just a kiss. Forget it, if you don't believe me, it doesn't matter anyway. That huge python was enormous. In the end, it was still resolved by Brother Fu and Mu Mu. Pretty cool, right? Of course, I helped a lot too. After bragging to Guanchu for a while, the car reached the research institute, and the front car stopped. Everyone got out of the cars, and Xingyi rushed over, grabbing Lin Mu's arm. Mu, wah, I missed you so much. Lin Mu rubbed his head. The child was still as beautiful and delicate as before. Do you really miss me? I thought you'd be busy with your Uncle Chen and wouldn't have time to miss me. No way, Uncle Chen is super busy. You're here now, which is great. I can play with you. Don't fool around. Chenyu walked over and pulled the child away. Guan Han and Chu Yanji also got out of the back car and greeted Chenyu. Director Guan, Jingma, everything here has been cleaned up. That building over there is the dormitory, you can stay there temporarily. The electrical wiring has all been re-inspected and can be used normally. However, many instruments are broken. Guan Han nodded, expressing his gratitude. It's fine, we've brought our own supplies. Thank you for your trouble. No problem. Everyone was highly efficient, spending 2 days organizing everything in the institute. That evening at dinner time, Hizei went to Shenrangshan's room. The last 2 days, he had gone out with the mutated individuals from the mountain city during the day to clear the zombies across the river, and stayed in a room with Guanju at night. Shenrangshan was still busy drawing talismans, and Hizei didn't want him to stay mad at him. Upon opening the door and seeing who it was, Shenrangshan glanced at him with beautiful eyes but quickly turned his gaze back to the table. Hizei fidgeted around him for a while before finally sitting down, clearing his throat. Ahem, little Dusty, have you eaten yet? Let's go eat. Not hungry. His voice was indifferent without any fluctuation. Hizei scratched his hair. Oh, not hungry. Later you'll be hungry if you wait too long. Shall I bring something back? No need, thank you. Blocked by the reply, Hizei felt disgruntled. He had come to apologize and this was how he was treated. Ungrateful. Didn't appreciate goodwill. Taking advantage of being favored. So annoying. What are you even mad about? You said I was drunk, so I didn't mean to kiss you. How can one kiss make me responsible? My mother told me before she passed away to marry a good girl and have a child, but, between us, who could possibly give birth? Shenrangshan kept his hands busy, muttering as he worked. That sounds pretty good. Hearing this, Hizei felt another surge of annoyance. Didn't Shenrangshan just insist on holding him responsible a few days ago, and now agree to let him marry a girl instead? Ah, so you don't want me to take responsibility anymore? Shenrangshan looked up and gave him a glance. Not necessary. I don't like forcing people, but you should watch your behavior from now on. Oh, okay. Hizei looked down at the person who resumed drawing the talisman, feeling gloomy inside. Whimpering to himself, he must be sick, probably heart disease or something, otherwise why did he feel so uncomfortable? He stood up and sulked. Then I'll go grab some food. As the door closed, Shenrangshan slowly sat down by the bed, pulling out a small book wrapped in blue cloth titled 108 Methods of Falling in Love. Fainting to capture, quite reasonable. His thin lips curled slightly, then he put the book back. Chapter 200, Who Liked Whom First? Follow. Hurry up. Within 3 minutes, Team A must evacuate the explosion point. Team A evacuates the explosion point. Yes. Understood. In a certain city in the north, bone-chilling cold winds howled, and the gray sky gave the entire city a lifeless atmosphere. Countless zombies filled the streets, tirelessly chasing after something. Above the zombies, 2 bird-like mutants flew around like 2 small black dots, holding noise-making trumpets to distract the zombies. The sound of the trumpets drew part of their attention, allowing 2 squads to install explosives at the designated points on the street, ready for evacuation. Hurry, faster. Time was not on their side. As the last person left the blast site, the timer on the explosives also entered its final countdown. 10. 9. 5. 3. Boom. Boom. The deafening explosion caused a sudden eruption of flames that shot into the sky, stirring up countless clouds of dust. Soon after, skyscrapers collapsed one after another, their steel and concrete structures utterly powerless against the massive destruction, as rocks crumbled down. The zombies on the streets had already been reduced to piles of flesh by the explosion, with those who survived by chance getting buried again under falling debris from collapsing buildings. The eastern district of the city was under the responsibility of 15 people. At this moment, several stood at the edge of the explosion zone, watching building after building collapse as if it were a special effect from a movie. Skyscrapers fell in the smoke and collided with each other, sending splashes of shattered stones everywhere. Captain, the area in this eastern district streets has basically completed the demolition process, and the zombies have mostly been exterminated. The stern-faced man nodded seriously. Continue, get on the vehicle and head to the southern district. Once the western and northern districts are finished, we'll come back tomorrow. Enter from here and clean up any remaining undead. Yes. The group quickly boarded the vehicle, carrying a full load of explosives toward the southern district. Chen Yu and his team had pretty much finished organizing the Academy of Sciences. Inside the meeting room, a massive screen displayed the map of the black box, which was now synchronized onto the screen. All cities appeared marked in red or blue dots. Red represented cities entirely occupied by zombies, while blue indicated relatively safer zones where safe areas still remained. White dots represented the locations reached by various teams. By this point, along their planned line cutting vertically across the entire country from north to south, most white dots were in position. Connected between these white dots were white lines, resembling countless stars about to explode forward as they continued advancing towards coastal cities to the southeast. Every white dot came with two numbers. The number above, such as 25, represented the size of the team, subject to casualties, but could also absorb mutant survivors into the team. Below, the other number showed the total survivors rescued by some of the northernmost teams that had arrived first in their cities. The number of survivors saved exceeded 1,000. Southern cities received survivors from mountainous regions via plane, while northern ones were handled by Feng City. Everything was proceeding in an orderly fashion. The Academy of Sciences was smoothly operational, and Fu Jingma's team would soon be ready to set out. Lin Mu, is the energy sphere nearly full? Guan Han glanced at the blood test results he'd just received. Lin Mu's R1 element concentration had risen from 16 times to 84 times the original level. But as the concentration of the R1 element increased, it also meant his blood volume was decreasing. Almost. I have 2 more spheres in hand. I will absorb one tonight, and another sooner rather than later. Waiting half a month feels too long, our team should set off. Fu Jingma furrowed his brows and glanced at him. I don't recommend you going with the team right now. I can take them ahead alone. He's and others don't have problems, and you can wait until you've absorbed the crystal core and join us in half a month. Guan Han nodded in agreement. Once the energy sphere is full, there's no telling what will happen. Lin Mu, I think it's best if you stay in Mountain City, where I can better help you. Lin Mu shook his head slightly, precisely because he didn't know what might happen. He wanted to be together with the person before him. Then I'll go with you. No way. You don't have any abilities. Do you think hunting zombies is a game? Chu Yenji interrupted Guan Han's words beside them. I won't allow you to go. Guan Han frowned, but this matter is crucial. He knew Lin Mu's relationship with Fu Jingma and couldn't force him to remain behind with strong words. I'll go. Chu Yenji looked deeply at Guan Han. I have abilities, plant-based ones. If I go, will you feel better? Lin Mu glanced back and forth between the two, smiling. It's not necessary for me to go. When the energy sphere is full, I'll come back. There is still one mutated zombie on our line, and its crystal core is what I need to fill the energy sphere. Then when it's done, come back here and absorb it. What do you think? Chu Yenzi turned her head to look at him. I will go with you all. Don't worry. The matters in my hand have been resolved. R2 can indeed enhance one's short-term energy, but not more than 5 minutes. It can only be used during retreats when abnormal energy is exhausted. I'll take this chance to observe while going with you. She was well aware that if she didn't go, Guan Han would certainly go. Eliminating zombies is very dangerous for those who undergo mutation. What's more, Guan Han is just an ordinary person who has long been conducting research inside a lab, with no combat skills. If even one zombie caught up with him, there would be a high possibility of his losing his life. So, she thought it would be better if she went along. Yenzi. You'll only make people worry about taking care of you. Chu Yenzi shot him a glance and coldly said this sentence before leaving the meeting room. That's settled then. Tomorrow, Lin Mu will finish absorbing the crystal core. The day after tomorrow morning, we'll set off. The few individuals chatted a bit more and then left the meeting room. The two walked along the corridor. Fu Jingma put an arm around the other person. Having Chu Yenzi go with us makes me feel more reassured. Yeah, her mutant ability appears to be like pine trees. They can shoot out pine needles similar to steel needles. Great. Let's see how the scientists deal with the zombies. The weather outside was excellent. Fu Jingma pulled the person out of the Academy of Sciences. Come on, let's go for a walk. The two didn't drive and leisurely strolled along the Lukhang River. Spring had arrived, and the green belts by the riverbank were filled with vibrant spring colors. The wind blew, lifting Lin Mu's bangs. He looked towards the opposite side of the river. There are fewer zombies now. Yeah, after clearing the zombies from across the mountain city, we still have to leave the building standing so they can accommodate survivors, hence no demolition yet. But within a couple days, Chen Yu and the others will also try luring the zombies away from the south shore. Fu Jingma stopped walking, standing beside the green belt. Lin Mu stopped next to him, just a little taller than his shoulder. Lin Mu always felt a special affection for Mountain City, perhaps because the two of them grew close here originally, making it especially intimate. He glanced sideways at the man standing rigidly next to him. Stepping forward, he stepped onto the edge of the green belt. Noticing his movements, Fu Jingma turned around, looking at him and smiling. What's wrong? Are you upset because you're shorter? I'm not short, it's just that you're too tall. Where does someone grow casually to 190 centimeters? Fu Jingma stood on the lower level, took a stride with his long legs, and moved in front of him, aligning with his height. He stretched out an arm and embraced Lin Mu's waist. Mountain City wasn't as cold as Feng City, so their clothes were thinner. Lin Mu wore a work shirt underneath and a camouflage coat on top. Being hugged by him made Lin Mu's lean waist appear smaller than his arm in circumference. Feeling the warmth of the other body pressed against his own, Lin Mu slightly lifted the corner of his lips. Didn't you give me CPR that time here? Of course. Did your heart move? My heart moved. Without hesitation or delay, Fu Jingma frankly answered, indeed admitting that his heart was touched, and he relived it for a long time. Ha ha ha, the curvature at the corner of Lin Mu's mouth gradually widened, and he couldn't help laughing out loud. So, did I like you first, or did you like me first? Fu Jingma looked at his smiling face and joked, to be objective, we both like each other, but since you're my treasure, I should say I liked you first. Let's go. Lin Mu quickly halted a man showing off like a peacock spreading its feathers, released his hands, and turned forward. Fu Jingma caught up in 2 steps. Chapter 201, Re-encounter with Red Romanticism. Walking forward a little more, they reached an alley on the side of the road. There were 5 or 6 women sitting there, basking in the sun. Upon seeing the 2 men, one of them looked skeptical for a moment but then her face lit up with delight. Handsome guy. It's you guys. Fu Jingma had his hand hanging over Lin Mu's shoulder as they turned their gaze in the direction of the sound. Lin Mu inspected the woman who was speaking and revealed a puzzled expression, finding her somewhat familiar. Another woman nearby laughed and said, wow, such handsome guys, how do you know each other? The woman grinned proudly, do you not remember? The last night you came to my inn to rent a room. Red romanticism, right? Remember? Fu Jingma, whose memory never forgot anything, had already recognized this woman from afar without needing her to call out. He simply remained silent at that moment. Now he nodded slightly, raising his sharp eyebrows with a smirk, of course I recognize you, boss. Huh, I've been months without seeing you guys. Have you not been in Mountain City these past few days? The words, red romanticism, sent Lin Mu's face through the ringer, inside and out. And about renting rooms and all, wasn't it a bit too loud? His face became colorful. Fu Jingma took over the conversation, yeah, we went away for a trip. Lin Mu pulled on his sleeve, unable to stand being scrutinized by 5 or 6 people, and muttered, let's go. Haha, going back already, huh? You little shy guy, she teased. The hand gripping his sleeve twisted fiercely, and Lin Mu let go and walked ahead. The innkeeper replied with a knowing look as she watched them leave. Not long after, Yixing's car stopped beside them. Mumu, come on, let's go to my place for some snacks. Are you 2 leaving in a couple of days? Since neither had plans otherwise, they climbed into the car. On the other side, Guanhan left the meeting room and went to the lab. Not seeing Chu Yenji, he hesitated for a moment and decided to go to his room instead. Knock knock knock. The door opened to reveal someone who had just taken a shower. Chu Yenji was drying his hair with a towel when he saw it was him, his eyes lighting up with a smile laced through his voice. Teacher should have not knocked on my door for a very long time. Guanhan didn't say a word but stepped inside. The air smelled fresh with his clean post-shower scent. He tried his best to ignore Chu Yenji's sticky gaze, lowering his head to pull out a red rope hanging around his neck. He undid the charm tied closely to his person and handed out a small yellow amulet. Mr. Shen drew protective talismans for everyone, take it with you. Chu Yenji paused mid-motion, tossing the towel onto the bed casually. He edged closer, reaching a hand to press against the door behind Guanhan as if enclosing him in his arms. Without accepting the item, he leaned down, looking at the slightly unbuttoned collar before him, a beautiful grin blossoming across his exquisite face. Suddenly, he rested his head on Guanhan's shoulder. Huh, teacher, a delighted laugh echoed from within Guanhan's embrace, warm breath spraying onto him, causing involuntary shivers. I'm leaving. Chu Yenji ignored him, hugging Guanhan tightly without stopping laughing. His damp body pressed against Guanhan's, water dripping from his wet hair down his neck. His voice seductive, whispered near his ear. Brother Guanhan, are you worried about me? Afraid I might die? Guanhan swallowed hard, pushing him away. Chu Yenji was thin, yes, but also a mutant. Despite pushing a couple of times, he couldn't budge him, blush staining his cheeks, move aside, it's hot. Before he finished speaking, his cheek was brushed by moist lips gently grazing against it. Guanhan. His voice trembled, nearly like a whisper, coming from close by. Guanhan, I know you're worrying about me. Don't worry, I won't die. Helpless to push him away, he tried to turn and open the door, only to be pressed firmly against it by the man behind. Chu Yenji looked at the pink-tinted ears so close, his eyes darkening slightly. I still need to return to sleep with you. Boring. Guanhan struggled once, yanking the door open, and hastily left the room. Lowering his head, he quickened his pace until he'd gone 10 meters or more before slowing down and rubbing his heated face. As the sky gradually darkened, Lin Mu and the other person left Yixing's place after eating dinner. Returning to the academy, Lin Mu absorbed a crystal core. He now required longer durations to absorb it, usually sleeping for long hours afterward. It was only during these times that Fu Jingma allowed himself to relax his facial expressions, holding the person close and looking at him worriedly. The energy sphere was about to be filled up. What would happen after it was full? Earth origin, this planet was so vast. Every time he thought that something belonging to Earth was inside Lin Mu, he just couldn't feel at ease. Compared to Earth, humans were as insignificant as mayflies, so trivial. How could they possibly bear it? 2 days later, everyone was fully prepared. Fu Jingma led the team, and even Guan Zhu was part of it. Guanzhou was the youngest tertiary mutant anyone had seen, and his powers were very useful in certain situations. Yixing and Qinyu also joined in. Lin Mu was somewhat surprised. Xing, you're coming too? Then what about Wunan building? Don't worry. Uncle Li will take care of it. We've been in Mountain City for too long anyway. Besides, if we didn't let Qinyu come, he'd keep worrying. Why didn't you say anything during dinner the other day? Yixing grabbed onto Lin Mu's arm. It's a surprise. Thus, there was another car, and He volunteered to drive one. The first car would be driven alternately by Qinyu and Fu Jingmo. In the second car were Shen Rangchen, Guanzhou, He and Chu Yanzi. With 2 SUVs and 1 military truck, they left Mountain City. Their first destination was Shangyao City, the closest to the east of Mountain City. This city was relatively small but had a dense population, with terrain somewhat similar to Mountain City, but more level. Shangyao had its own safe zone. Several days before, the leader of the safe zone had already arranged for mutants to rescue survivors. They only needed to wait for Fu Jingma's group to arrive to conduct a large-scale zombie sweep. It took only half a day by car, and as evening approached, they had already found Shanyao's safe zone. Chapter 202, The Trick of Smelly Men. The head of the Shangyao City safe zone was called Zhang Jing, also an outstanding team leader. The safe zone was located in a remote furniture city. After getting off the vehicle, those who had arrived were assigned accommodations. Fu Jingma and his companions went to see Zhang Jing, who was in his 40s. He appeared extremely steady and upright. After greeting them briefly, he began to report the situation without much small talk. Captain Fu, after receiving intelligence from the last bird mutant, we developed a plan to search for survivors in the city. 10 days ago, the plan was implemented. We rescued a total of 382 survivors, all now brought to the safe zone. Now the city is full of zombies except for a few survivors hiding in an underground mall at the center. There are no more survivors in other places. Fu Jingma nodded. Great, tomorrow we will conduct the final rescue mission. After confirming there's no one left, we'll start the cleanup operation. You can begin organizing supplies and vehicles, arranging for the survivors and all personnel in the safe zone to head to the Mountain City. Our way here has been relatively safe with only occasional small waves of zombies. Are the weapon stocks in the safe zone sufficient? They should be enough for the journey from here to the Mountain City. Alright, leave the cleanup to us and you handle the retreat. After discussing for a while, they confirmed their plans to head to the city center the next day and then each returned to their respective accommodations. Zhang Jing acted quickly. By the next morning, more than a dozen buses were parked on the empty ground downstairs. Everyone began helping load supplies onto the buses, food, utensils, everything possible was being loaded. The rooftops of the buses were already fully stacked, and people were climbing up and down tying ropes, their faces glowing with joy. After the apocalypse began, for 10 months they struggled to hold this safe zone, isolated and helpless. And now, finally, help from the nation had arrived. Finally, they could see some hope. There were 25 teams, named from A1, A5 teams, B1, B5 teams, and so forth. Fu Jingma's group was C3, adding themselves, there were a total of 17 people. At that moment, they were standing neatly in the farthest left corner of the empty ground. He and Shen Rangchen stood in front, while Chu Yanji, alone, leaned lazily against a metal fence nearby. Everybody, check your equipment. Though everyone had special abilities, everyone also had personal weapons suited to them. 5 were responsible for heavy machine gun sweeping, 3 handled the installation of explosives, and 2 bird mutants handled reconnaissance. As for Lin Mu's group, since they weren't adept at firearms, they would directly use their special abilities. Once fully prepared, the group started advancing into the city from the west. Their smaller numbers meant it wasn't wise to disperse, so they decided to enter from the western side of the city. With Fu Jingma and his team present, the cleanup of zombies in the west of the city proceeded smoothly. He's and Shen Rangchen's special abilities have significantly increased in power. Guanzhou's ringing bells could control the zombies for several seconds, allowing soldiers installing explosives to take advantage of the brief interval to climb onto buildings. And Chu Yanji, with his pine needles piercing through the decaying heads of the zombies, effortlessly wiped out dozens of them with a single flick of his hand. In addition, Qinyu and Yiheng, with their lightning abilities, greatly contributed to the slaughter. Though Yiheng lacked direct combat ability, he didn't fall behind. As soon as anyone was injured, he quickly helped heal them. However, considering there were tens of thousands of zombies in Shangyao City, their superpowers were mainly used for protection. Ultimately, explosives were required for clearance. Amidst the roar of explosions, skyscrapers collapsed, blocking the flow of zombies converging from other directions. Lin Mu swung the vines in his hands, killing a few zombies that had gotten close. With Fu Jingma's black blades flung out, everyone quickly turned around and retreated. Explosives couldn't wipe out all the zombies, it would be a long process. But with the population of the country remaining stable and zombies unable to reproduce, there would come a day when they would all be exterminated. Lin Mu glanced to the side, looking back at the mirror where houses were still gradually collapsing, then he diverted his gaze. One day, this land would return to tranquility. Humanity would gradually rebuild tall buildings on the ruins and debris, returning to civilized society. On the rear vehicle, Guanzhu grabbed Shen Rongchen's hand. A clean sleeve had been torn, fresh red blood seeping through. "Master, how did you get injured? Your hand is bleeding." The driver flinched, causing the car to swerve in an S-shape. Those sitting behind in the military truck were startled. "What's going on? Who's driving recklessly ahead?" Heze gripped the steering wheel firmly and looked worriedly in the rearview mirror. Dust, are you injured?" "It's just a minor injury." Shen Rongchen rolled up his sleeves and pulled out a handkerchief from the cloth package, wiping the blood off his forearm. There was a long but not too deep cut. Guanzhu had never seen his master injured before. "Ouch, master, let me help you, it's so long." Heze slammed the accelerator and stopped the car, throwing a sentence at Chu Yenji in the passenger seat, "You drive," then rushed to the back seat in a flash. I'll take a look, what happened?" He sat next to Shen Rongchen and closed the door. Chu Yenji in front rolled his eyes and thought, "Smelly men's tricks." The car started again. Heze pulled his hand onto his lap. "Guanzhu, get the alcohol, last time Brother Fu got zombie blood on his wound. How could you be so careless?" He bent down to help treat the wound while nagging, using Fu Jingma as a negative example with a furrowed brow. Shen Rongchen closed his eyes, allowing him to fiddle with him, with a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. The trick of feigning injury wasn't bad either. Heze kept busy for a while, nagging all the way. By the time he finished dressing the wound and looked up to see his slightly pale face and closed eyes, he shut his mumbling mouth. Sleep, each one of you is such a troublemaker, this family can't do without me. When we get back, let Yixing handle it." He leaned back and slept too. The situation in Shanyao City was still manageable. Zhang Jing had already led people to deal with the most dangerous situations. The explosion sounds would inevitably attract countless zombies to converge in the eastern district. They planned to continue cleaning up in the east district the next day. Once the number of zombies drastically decreased, they would enter the city center to rescue the last survivors. Chapter 203, Zombies Meet Divine Music. On the third day, the number of zombies in the east district had clearly decreased. The entire east district was permeated with a heavy stench of decay. Zombies had been blown into meaty pulp, stacked several stories high, their blackened remains mixed with debris and gunpowder smoke. With the wind blowing, the dust flew wildly around, and the scene was something no one wanted to look at again. "Let's go, head for the west district. Leave 3 people here to set up the explosive points." Fu Jingma gave the order, and everyone quickly got on the vehicle. Most of the zombies from the north and south districts had been attracted to the east by the explosions, leaving only the distant west district with quite a few remaining. The vehicle quickly arrived at the west district, followed by another round of bombings. Collapsed houses blocked the edges, preventing vehicles from entering. Lin Mu shrank all the vehicles into his dimensional space. Everyone, carrying weapons, got out and began walking. The difficulty of clearing out the zombies wasn't so much in the bombing itself as it was in rescuing survivors initially and sweeping through the battlefield afterward. Back then, teams A1 and A2 took several months just to clear out 2 provinces in the northwest. Now with a city, it would take at least 10 days at minimum. After the bombed areas, there was slick, decaying flesh everywhere, making them struggle to find footholds amidst the rubble. It wasn't a pleasant feeling, but no one complained. Even Yixing, who usually acted spoiled, simply wrinkled her nose and closely followed Qin Yu's footsteps. Occasionally, there were small groups of surviving zombies that weren't completely destroyed by the bombing. They were quietly eliminated. After being bombed, things were toughest for a few survivors hiding in the underground mall in the center of the city, where they could hear deafening explosion sounds. They worried about the zombies surrounding them above, and whether the people outside knew they were hiding here, or if they'd be affected by the explosion. The leader was the manager of the supermarket. Before the outbreak of the zombie virus, the store had already been closed for 2 days. But some trucks with goods arrived unexpectedly. He had no choice but to lead a few employees to unload the delivery. Unfortunately, the virus suddenly broke out, and chaos erupted in the streets as people began randomly tearing each other apart. He, along with his employees and delivery personnel, could only hide inside the supermarket. Luckily, the mall was already sealed shut around the perimeter. The supermarket had only opened its side door to connect with the underground parking lot for deliveries, and they managed to stay safe there. 1 day, 2 days passed, and they still didn't dare to come out. Occasionally, they heard knocking on the doors upstairs, soon replaced by screams and cries of agony, which chilled their spines. If the world were safe, surely someone would come and open the supermarket. But now, it seemed like they'd been forgotten by the world, stuck in this tiny place. There were plenty of supplies in the supermarket, enough food and drink to sustain 7 or 8 people who survived off these resources. "Brother Fu, is it that mall over there?" The density of zombies in the city center gradually increased, especially around the mall area. Houses in the center were still intact, they climbed onto the roof of an adjacent building. Fu Jingma nodded and shifted his gaze. "That's the place. Let us send the little paper figure to check." "Okay." Given that the mall should be completely sealed off, bird-type mutants wouldn't fit inside, but the small paper figure could get through any crack. Shen Rongchen pinched the tiny paper man sitting on his shoulder, tapped its head with his finger, and then tossed it off the rooftop. The little paper figure floated downward leisurely, opening its stubby little hands in relaxation, making a few of them couldn't help but laugh. Once it reached the bottom, it stepped lightly on the heads of the zombies using its short legs. Being just a piece of paper, it held no attraction to the zombies. It gracefully skipped closer to the mall and slipped through the cracks between the doors. Wow, if this little paper figure hadn't been made from ashes, that would have been nice. Yixing sighed. As shared vision activated, Shen Rengchen watched the paper figure slip into the supermarket. There are people inside. About 7 or 8, and they're still alive. But there are many zombies around that area. Lin Mu frowned and said, we need to lure those zombies away. We'll do it, said the bird-type mutant, grabbing the megaphone. Fu Jingma nodded. You two will keep the crowd of zombies lured toward the East District while we retreat from the West District. We'll reunite here in an hour. The explosives should already be set up in the East District. Understood. Every member of the team possessed great abilities, and once the tasks were assigned, they started acting immediately. The bird-type mutant stretched his body and spread his wings, flying down from the top floor. Hizhe and Guanzhu, childish as ever, were now joined by Yixing, all three peeking over the edge of the roof. Guanzhu's eyes sparkled. Wow, flying really rocks. Zombies can't fly anyway. Yixing chimed in, that's right. If I could fly, I'd hover above the zombies' heads, making them stare longingly but never able to reach me. TSK, you little brats, zombies wouldn't even bother eating you. These three kept joking around recklessly, turning what should have been a dangerous and serious mission into a light-hearted exchange. Not long after, a voice from a megaphone sounded from the bottom of the building. Love is not something you can buy whenever you want. Lin Mu shook his head and laughed. I've heard this so many times, yet it still feels weird to me, pairing zombies with the popular square dance songs. The group looked down. After a brief moment of confusion, the zombies on the street staggered along behind the two figures flying in the air toward the east. Hizhe started giggling again. Huh, like donkeys eating carrots. They're dangling a bunch of dumb zombie donkeys. About half an hour later, only a small number of zombies remained below. Let's go down. Cars should still be able to drive on this street. They descended the building. The supermarket was just across a crossroad. The few scattered zombies were quickly dealt with by the group. The rescue operation went smoothly. When the 6 or 7 people were saved from inside the supermarket, apart from their paleness due to long periods without sunlight, they were mostly unharmed. Perhaps the sunlight was blinding, or perhaps they were finally free from danger. As they left the supermarket, tears streamed down their faces. Thank you all. There are still people alive, there are still people rescuing others. The manager wiped away his tears gratefully. We thought the world had come to an end. Lin Mu only took out the military card, and everyone climbed into the back of the military truck. Until this moment, the last batch of survivors from Shangyao City had been rescued. Explosion sounds came from the East District, and smoke and firelight could be seen from far away. In another 2 days, the zombies in this city would be cleared. The first city of the Dawn Plan had been successfully completed. And at that time, in the mountain city, Guan Han looked at the white dot representing Shangyao City, where the number 17 still stood, and put his mind at ease. Chapter 204, Reconnecting with Earth's Origin. Still, wherever there is war, sacrifices are inevitable. After dealing with the zombies in Shangyao City, Zhang Jing sent all survivors back and the team continued toward the eastern coastal cities. The towns and counties they passed along the way were cleared as much as possible. As evening approached and they had no place to stay, a few of them parked the military cart and the vehicles on a higher slope, starting a fire for cooking. The sky gradually darkened. The SUV was parked to one side with its door open. Fu Jingma sat lazily by the door, one long leg resting on the ground and the other bent, pressing against the car. After sending the coordinate points to Guan Han, the white dot at the upper right corner of the map flashed once. A 3 squad, the number 25 blinked. 24, 23, then it stopped. His fingers paused at the edge of the black box. He looked again but didn't say anything. In just half a month, some casualties had occurred, which was already better than expected since the moment they left Fengcheng. Everyone was prepared for the possibility of sacrifice. Before their own potential sacrifices, they had only one belief: rescue more people, and eliminate more zombies. Lin Mu took out all the ingredients and turned around, noticing someone sitting nearby. The sunset faded far away, the evening glow filled the sky. His face, hidden behind the golden evening light blocked by the car, lay partially in shadow. Even without any expression, Lin Mu still sensed the change in his emotions. He stood up and walked over. What's wrong? Nothing. 2 people from A3 have died. Lin Mu sat next to him, taking the black box and seriously looking at the numbers. We will remember them, every person who has sacrificed themselves for the Dawn Plan. Yes, this was our own choice. Because of this news, the dinner atmosphere grew heavy. Lin Mu took out some wine from the storage space and handed it to Fu Jingmo. They sprinkled 2 thin glasses of wine on the ground, where it instantly seeped into the soil. Everyone stood straight and saluted, knowing clearly that this wouldn't be the first time. Such sacrifices may continue to occur day after day in the future. And maybe one day, such sacrifices will also happen within their own team. After dinner, Hizei found a small stream, leading everyone there to bathe. Chen Yu and Fu Jingma sat on stones by the riverbank and exchanged a few words. Yixing doesn't have battle-related powers, so why did you bring him along? Chen Yu held a cigarette between his fingers. Wu Nanlu was resource-rich even after the apocalypse, having 2 cigarettes a day was possible. He offered one to Fu Jingma. The latter accepted it, lighting it and placing it near his lips. He rarely smoked, but occasionally one could help him relax. You brought Lin Mu along too, right? How's his body holding up? Fu Jingma glanced at the young boy who only used a towel to wipe himself at the water's edge due to the cold, furrowing his brow slightly. I don't know. Absorbing crystal cores consumes a lot of his vitality. He exhaled smoke and mentioned Lin Mu, adding a softness to his tone. If we knew initially that feeding the Earth origin would harm Lin Mu, would you still choose to feed it? This was never my decision, it was Lin Mu's. He is braver and kinder than we imagined. Maybe because you've been with him. Both smiled at each other. After Fu Jingma finished his last puff of the cigarette, he threw the stub down and crushed it with his military boots before walking towards Lin Mu. From afar, Yixing was splashing water with Hizei and others. Seeing the two finish their talk, he waved towards Chen Yu, come help me splash water on them. Lin Mu had just finished wiping himself off. His pale fingers were leisurely fastening the buttons on his shirt when he heard the approaching footsteps and turned to smile, why don't you wash up as well? Fu Jingma picked up the towel placed aside and gently dried Lin Mu's wet hair, put your clothes on first. Did you smoke? After tidying up Lin Mu, Fu Jingma grabbed his clothes and quickly washed up. He placed the black box on the bank. Lin Mu picked it up absent-mindedly, just as 2 messages from Guan Han arrived. A3 squad member casualties, zombie bite, infected with our virus. Earth origin acoustic waves detected in the mountain city. You might need to return. He froze momentarily, his long lashes lowering. Fu Jingma hadn't stayed long in the water and quickly came out. He saw Lin Mu lost in thought, sitting on a large rock. The wind stirred, lifting a little hem of his shirt. The evening glow had long dissipated. It was dark now except for the silver-gray moonlight, cold and distant. Suddenly, a sense of anxiety surged in his heart, something he'd never felt before, as if the person in front of him might disappear in an instant. He hastily put on his clothes, not even bothering to wear his boots as he quickly strode over. When he approached, Lin Mu snapped back to reality and glanced down. Why don't you even wear your shoes? Fu Jingma bent close and pressed a kiss to his lips, feeling the warmth of his lips before he felt a bit calmer inside. With lingering kisses and soft nibbles, he finally released him, their foreheads touching. They never showed affection in front of others. Lin Mu saw the people still soaking nearby and asked helplessly, what's wrong? He nudged Lin Mu's nose with his own, nothing, I just wanted to kiss you. Their breaths mingled, free of any trace of flirtation, they only sought comfort from each other. Lin Mu didn't pull away, sensing his unease, by the way, Guan Han sent a message. We might need to go back. He handed the black box to Fu Jingma, who took it and pecked his lips once more before sitting beside Lin Mu. After reading Guan Han's message, he remained silent. Lin Mu acted as if nothing was wrong, stood up, and walked to the shore to retrieve his shoes. Bending down, he set the shoes aside and spoke, if we go back, what about this place? Fu Jingma buckled his shoes while recovering his composure, this place can be temporarily handled by Chen Yu. There will be mutated zombies at the next location. If we leave, there will be fewer people. With Chen Yu and Hizei here, there shouldn't be any problems. Fu Jingma stood up as the smell of dinner wafted over from their campsite. The two slowly made their way back. All right. The decision was thus made, there was no time to delay. After finishing dinner, Fu Jingma relayed the plan. The mutated zombies in Yuanzhou City may be difficult to handle. If it becomes too troublesome, wait for us to come back, Fu Jingma looked toward Chen Yu. Chen Yu chuckled and patted his shoulder, understood, don't worry. Suddenly having to return puzzled Hizei, Mumu, are you sure everything is fine with your trip back? They only mentioned needing to take care of some matters, not revealing the specific reasons, it's fine, we'll be back soon. Follow Rangchen's instructions and don't act impulsively. Lin Mu then turned to Shen Rangchen, meeting his gaze and saying lightly, keep an eye on Hizei, make sure he doesn't do anything reckless. Alright. Shen Rangchen nodded, aware of the reasons behind it all. Fu Jingma called out loud, everyone, please stay alive and well until we return. Yes, Lieutenant. Yes. Lin Mu pulled enough weapons and supplies from storage, instructing them to be loaded onto the military vehicle. With little danger expected on the way back, the two decided to set off immediately. Yixing still clung to his hand tightly, Mumu, when will you be back? Please come back soon, alright? Sure, after we've taken care of things, we'll return. Take good care of yourself. Okay. He summoned the car from the space pocket. Fu Jingma sat in the driver's seat, and the car embarked through the night towards the mountain city. The world was quiet and soundless. Lin Mu rolled down the window, extending his pale hand outside to feel the cold night wind. After a moment, Fu Jingma couldn't resist urging him, close the window, it's too cold. Lin Mu smiled and followed his advice, retracting his hand. It suddenly feels like the beginning when we first departed from Jiaoshan Cottage. It was just the two of us. Fu Jingma held the steering wheel with one hand and reached out to grasp Lin Mu's icy fingers. Chapter 205, They were destined to be drawn to each other. In the mountain city, Guan Han stared at the sound wave segments on the screen, his eyes tired. The consciousness of Earth origin appeared very briefly. After extracting it, the general meaning was that they wanted to see Lin Mu. It was extremely difficult to communicate, it was a sound wave that human ears couldn't hear. Only through precise calculations could they roughly understand its meaning. The car was still speeding along when Lin Mu dozed off for a while and then woke up again. It seemed like he had a nightmare. In the dream, little Yuan exploded out of his body, and the pain felt just like the time when it first entered him. He gently exhaled and turned his head towards Fu Jingmo. Let me drive. No need, sleep some more. There's a rest point we passed earlier before the destination. We'll stop there and wait until tomorrow to continue our journey. Alright, then I'll keep you company. Not long after, they arrived at the place they had stopped earlier. Neither got out of the car. They parked properly and moved to the back seat to rest. The cold wind howled, making Lin Mu shiver as he climbed into the back seat. He rubbed his face, bringing a slight blush to his pale cheeks. Fu Jingma glanced around before slipping his tall frame into the car. Get the blanket out. He took off his coat, pulled the blanket over them, and tucked Lin Mu snugly into his embrace. The car seat wasn't spacious, but with the two of them squeezed together, Lin Mu, who had just woken up from his nap, found himself wide awake. We should reach Mountain City the day after tomorrow. I wonder what Earth Origin wants to say. Fu Jingma leaned close to his ear, brushing his lips against it gently. We'll find out then. The energy sphere is almost full. I haven't had the chance to absorb the crystal core in my body. This would be a good opportunity to take care of it. Lin Mu. Nothing, sleep now. I'll hold you. The slender waist of the young man lay beneath his palm. I just woke up, I can't fall asleep. Lin Mu adjusted to a comfortable position and smiled. Let's chat instead. Fu Jingma chuckled. What do you want to talk about? Let's talk about the first time we met. Back then, I thought you were so amazing because you quickly dealt with a whole group of zombies in that town. Am I not amazing now? You're amazing. It's just that back then I hadn't seen much. Why did you choose to follow me? Weren't you afraid I might deceive you? Yes, I was scared, but I thought if you were a bad person, you wouldn't be someone like you. Fu Jingma pinched his waist. What kind of person am I? Although you look like you don't care about anything, your eyes are sharp as a blade, yet stable and determined. Anyone could instantly trust you. Complimenting me? Of course. Besides, there's nothing about me worth deceiving anyway, and you're the one who has to protect me. Either way, you're the one losing out. Fu Jingma felt a bit guilty but smiled. But I was lying to you back then, all because of your self-healing ability. However, even then, you already drew me in. He never used to get close to anyone. For others, tossing them inside a room by their leg would probably have been enough. But for Lin Mu, one glance was all it took for him to instinctively pick Lin Mu up and bring him back inside. They were destined to be together, to attract each other inevitably. He kissed Lin Mu lightly, gazing at him tenderly. Fortunately, I managed to trick you away. Otherwise, I'd lose. His voice was soft, full of infinite warmth. Lin Mu sighed, looking at him with bright eyes. If the world goes back to how it was before, what do you think we'll do? What do you want to do? Do you earn a lot? Can you support me? I can stop working. I do spend quite a lot. I love art exhibitions and also enjoy buying paintings. Not highly paid, but benefits are good. Fu Zhaolin gave me a few houses once. They seemed quite valuable, though they might have been bombed to ashes by now. That makes you too poor. Fu Jingma toyed with his fingers, nibbling on them playfully. Still, I can afford to support you. If needed, I'll take on a few missions. Lin Mu smiled, shrinking deeper into his arms. Sleep now. I'm sleepy. All right. The car fell silent as the wind howled past the windows, rustling the leaves and wild grass. Lin Mu blinked his eyes lightly, listening to the strong heartbeat beside him. His mind, disturbed by the nightmare, suddenly calmed. If they successfully resolved the R virus, and if there ever came such a day, all he wanted was to spend every day with the person right in front of him. Time on the road passed quickly. On the morning of the third day, the entrance to Mountain City appeared before them. They drove straight to the Academy of Sciences, where Guan Han had been waiting for them. Welcome back, you've worked hard. Fu Jingma nodded and sat down with Lin Mu. The screen in the meeting room was still on. Over the 2 days of their journey, the number of people in the team had decreased again. If a city were represented as a light point, the whole front line had advanced by an average of 2 light points, and the fastest groups had already moved on to the third city. The closer they got to the coastal cities where the zombies first erupted, the greater the risks became, exponentially. What did Earth Origin say? Lin Mu tried his best to ignore the numbers representing lives and turned to ask Guan Han. Nothing yet. We intercepted its sound waves, but translating them will take a long time. It seems it wants to communicate with you, or more specifically, Xiao Yuan. Guan Han stood up. Let's go to the lab. We've set up an improved signal tower there that allows for two-way communication. However, the sound waves we send out are incomprehensible to Earth origin, so it ignored us. Lin Mu smiled. We can't understand each other, but hopefully Xiao Yuan can. Earth origin seems kind of cute too. The three of them soon arrived at the lab. Huge and intricate instruments covered an entire wall, resembling computers from long ago. On the desk was a computer with the screen filled with data. In the lower right corner, there was a small window showing what looked like a pool of black ink. As the sound waves were received, it continuously changed shape. Guan Han bent down to look for a moment before saying, "It's active right now. You should try." He guided Lin Mu to sit on a chair, where a magnetic chip was connected to his head. In an instant, Lin Mu's consciousness entered that small window. Blue and black intertwined as the cool magnetic chip touched the sides of his temples. Lin Mu gripped the armrest of the chair. That consciousness suddenly appeared in his mind. He realized that under this state, he entered the consciousness space. Xiao Yuan was still in the original position, but a much larger presence enveloped the entire space. Chapter 206, I Will Always Be By Your Side. The originally palm-sized little Yuan had already grown to Lin Mu's waist, and at this moment it was shaking its little branches wildly. As his consciousness gradually cleared, Lin Mu realized that little Yuan was having an argument. No way, Mu Mu must not be hurt. Little Yuan likes Mu Mu. Another voice was deep and coarse. Sacrificing just one human is fine. The entire space trembled slightly with that voice, but Lin Mu steadied himself. Sacrificing one human? Was it referring to him? No, then I don't want to return to your body anymore. Mu Mu has been good to little Yuan and even planted strawberries for little Yuan. You're awful. Wasn't little Yuan supposed to be just a strand of Earth Original's consciousness? Lin Mu interrupted them by speaking, little Yuan. Mu Mu. The small branch swayed, reaching out to wind around his arm. What are you two talking about? Is this the Earth Original? I'm not going to talk to it anymore. Your body simply cannot withstand the energy of this big fat ball. Big fat ball. Lin Mu suppressed a laugh and straightened his expression before saying, so, how can we completely resolve the R virus? Using my energy and the element are one that counters it, together nourishing little Yuan to promote the growth of the fruit, that's how to solve it. Human, you're merely a vessel. Vessel? So what will happen to me if it succeeds? Don't you humans like bringing flowers home and planting them in small places? When their roots grow too large, the container naturally becomes insufficient. It was probably talking about a flower pot. Lin Mu thought for a moment, but we have a method called repotting. If the container isn't large enough, we can just move it to a new place. If it were that simple, it wouldn't have remained inside you all along. Foolish. It seemed irritated, and the strong presence in the space abruptly withdrew, leaving silence. Leaving Lin Mu and little Yuan looking at each other. Did it leave? Yes, it left. Cough, did the two of us scare off Earth Original? It was scared off. You're part of it, right? Why would it get mad at you? Little Yuan left it and became an independent consciousness, as if little Yuan is its baby. Lin Mu was speechless. So the Earth Original actually placed a child in him. This sounded very strange. Mu Mu, don't be afraid. Little Yuan won't let you get hurt. The young sapling wrapped itself around his forearm. Lin Mu reached out and patted it gently. Alright, thank you, little Yuan. Inside the lab, Fu Jingma glared coldly at the black waveform on the screen which suddenly fell silent. Did Earth Original leave? Guan Han nodded. It left. It always does this, hard to catch. But because of you guys, it became active today. Lin Mu slowly opened his eyes, and Fu Jingma immediately squatted down beside him, worriedly asking, are you alright? Lin Mu removed the magnetic chip and said, yeah, I'm fine, but Earth Original. Little Yuan and I kind of scared it off. Fu Jingma chuckled lightly. Fine, so it has quite a temper. What did it say? Guan Han asked, looking at Lin Mu. According to Earth Original, there are a few pieces of information. First, our thoughts were correct. After the energy sphere fills up, little Yuan will keep growing and eventually bear fruit, from which extractable elements could resolve the R virus. Second, little Yuan and Earth Original are separate consciousnesses. Now, Earth Original is really eager for little Yuan to return to it. And more. For Earth Original, I am merely a vessel. Little Yuan is rooted in my heart, and when it grows up, I might not be able to contain it. Fu Jingma's expression turned cold, a chill radiating from him. Funny. Solving its virus problem doesn't earn its gratitude, instead, it wants to betray us. Guan Han, tell it this, if anything happens to Lin Mu, I'll blow it apart with a couple of nuclear bombs regardless of some so-called R virus. Stop it, Lin Mu pinched his face lightly. Let's head back first. Absorb the crystal core in my hand. I wonder how Dean Chu and the others are doing. Guan Han hesitated, asking, is Chu Yenji okay? Yes, Dean Chu helped us a lot and didn't sustain any injuries. Who would have thought that Dean Chu could use his power so skillfully despite staying in the lab all the time? He's always been intelligent and can find the best ways to use his abilities, Guan Han smiled gently. You two should stay in Mountain City for now. I'll figure out something regarding Earth Original later. Lin Mu got up and walked in front of Guan Han. His face bore the exhaustion of not having rested properly for many days. Although they had been clearing out zombies, Guan Han hadn't had it any easier than them, his stress was even heavier. Xiao Yuan is inside me, and I have long expected whatever the outcome may be. We've come this far, so many people are putting in their effort. Regardless of how things turn out, I will continue forward. You don't need to overwork yourself like this. Guan Han smiled faintly. I know. There was no more to say, and Lin Mu left the room with Fu Jingmo. Their efforts made it impossible for Lin Mu to stand by and do nothing. No matter what Earth Original had said, the situation had progressed to this point, and he would not give up halfway. He wasn't a compassionate savior, he was just one among the ordinary humans who didn't want humanity to fade away. Don't take all the burdens onto yourself because of their sacrifices. You've told me before, everyone should work hard for themselves and shouldn't place their hopes on others. Fu Jingma spoke softly, recalling what Lin Mu had once said in Wuhu City. That early morning when dawn began to break, the young man stood atop a concrete wall and earnestly told him. This isn't your responsibility alone. You can't save everyone. No one should hide behind you, they must strive for themselves. As Lin Mu recalled those words he had spoken back then, he chuckled and said, but now I see so many people striving hard, and I also want to try harder. It's not that I'm not afraid, it's just that I know you'll always be by my side. Yes, I'll always be by your side, wherever you are. Chapter 207, Zombie Bird. Yuanzhou City. He and his group spent 2 days clearing out the surrounding villages of the previous city, rushing all the way without a break to get here. The red dot cities on the black box represent dangerous cities, and Yuanzhou City is outside the red dot, with an additional warning circle. Because there was a mutated zombie here, the safety zone originally built outside the downtown area had fallen due to the appearance of the mutated zombie. A few mutation survivors who barely escaped brought the news back to Fengcheng, and Chu Yenji was quite aware of it. Dean Chu, what does this mutated zombie look like? He scooped up a bite of rice, curiously asking Chu Yenji since they were going to start cleaning up Yuanzhou City tomorrow. Oh, I heard it has wings. Ah. He remembered a few days ago when they were lying on the rooftop watching zombies, they said that fortunately, zombies couldn't fly. Yixing burst into laughter in Chen Yu's arms. Mumu was right. You're a jinx, saying these things just invites bad luck. It's not exactly flying. It looks more like it has 2 fleshy wings. It can't reach high altitudes but it can glide over certain distances. That doesn't matter as long as we don't let it escape by flying. He put the luncheon meat from his bowl into Shen Rangchen's bowl. Shen Rangchen looked at it, then ate it. I have a couple of beast-trapping talismans, which I've improved for dealing with zombies. If used on it, even if they won't be able to grab it forcefully, it should still hinder its movement. Wow, good job, Dusty. After everyone chatted noisily for a while, it eventually quieted down. Chen Yu fed Yixing until he finished eating and put down the chopsticks. Rest early tonight, we'll leave early tomorrow morning. With the mutated zombie around, there are likely no survivors left in Yuanzhou City. Let's first set up the ambush before attracting it over. Alright. After everyone had finished their meals, they tidied up and went to sleep. The next morning, it wasn't yet fully light when everyone woke up. Chen Yu, dressed in camouflage gear, stood aside reviewing the map while wearing army boots. After discussing with Chu Yenji, he planned to enter from the south side where buildings were tall and dense, making it easier to trap it. However, there were quite a number of zombies on the south side, so they had to place the explosives in the shortest possible time. The squad advanced from both sides, setting timed explosives on specific locations on high-rise buildings along both sides of the streets. Taking into account the possibility that the mutant zombie might be able to fly, the explosion points included designated floors, extra placements on the 2nd and 6th floor areas. Hize's group found several solid room doors on different levels, ascended to the 3rd floor, destroyed the stairs using explosions, and dropped their powers from the window to attract the zombies' attention. Meanwhile, the team responsible for installing the bombs managed to slip inside. Looking down from the 3rd floor building, countless zombies densely filled the space, layered upon each other, exuding a foul stench, their rotten hands reaching out toward the windows on the 3rd floor, roaring angrily. As they did not wish to attract the attention of the flying mutant zombie prematurely through sound, Guanju's bell, usually helpful for drawing attention, was temporarily useless. He and Yixing, who lacked combat-related abilities, waited in an empty house on the outskirts. I wonder how it's going, is that mutated zombie very powerful or not? Guanju anxiously watched the distance. Their current location was already a bit far from the edge of Shuangqing City, but the highway below still had scattered zombies moving about. Clearly, there were numerous zombies in the downtown area. Yixing sat against the wall, all mutated zombies are powerful. There was one in Shanqing originally, it had mutated into a giant python. Is that so? My master once told me about it. That huge python always stayed in water, stretching more than 100 meters long. Both Mumu and Fu's subordinate commander nearly drowned when they fell into the water. Guanju frowned tightly. I hope master and the others are fine. Inside the city, 2 bird mutants flew in the air, transmitting signals while being vigilant for any sudden appearances of the mutant zombie. Someone signaled from the 6th floor window, indicating all explosives had been installed properly. One of the airborne bird mutants nodded and flew towards the floor where Hise's group was located, signaling them to retreat. Only one remained, still monitoring the surroundings from the sky. As everyone began retreating, a sharp scream filled with anger abruptly rose. It sounded like a bird's cry magnified countless times, and immediately afterward, a massive shadow descended overhead, completely blocking out the light. A putrid smell, much stronger than anything encountered before, spread rapidly from above. No one realized when this gigantic zombie bird had appeared or how long it had been lurking silently. Its fleshly wings were spread wide enough to touch the houses on both sides of the street. Instead of flying, it had glided down from one of the tall buildings, its sharp claws slicing across a lamppost, causing it to fall violently. On impact, blood splattered everywhere, instantly decimating numerous zombies on the road below. The one closest to it was the bird mutant still behind, as the zombie bird flapped its fleshy wings and prepared to knock it down. With the stairs destroyed, Hise's group had just climbed out of the window, ready to step on an air conditioning unit to retreat to the next building. Shenrengchen turned back, a few beams of golden talismans instantly flying toward the zombie bird. The talismans fiercely collided with the half of the wing the zombie bird was waving. The zombie bird, not knowing what these small papers were, didn't take them seriously. However, the moment they touched, the talismans burst into golden flames, burning onto its featherless fleshy wing. Beep! A piercing bird screech rang out, making people's eardrums vibrate, as if steel needles were pricking their brains, momentarily halting all movement. The bird mutant in midair was originally trying desperately to fly back, but upon hearing the bird cry, it plummeted straight down, barely catching a lamppost to avoid falling into the crowd of zombies. Fortunately, from all the battles during this period, he quickly reacted and fluttered into a nearby window. Retreat! Retreat quickly! Shen Yu's voice sounded as he sprinted towards the outer perimeter. The remote control for the explosives was on his person, but since the zombie bird came so suddenly, everyone hadn't yet evacuated to a safe distance, so he couldn't detonate the bombs now. Hise and Shenrengchen tightly followed, while behind them were Chu Yenzi and the soldiers setting the explosives. The group ran for their lives outwardly, as the zombie bird landed on the street, its meaty wings folding to its sides. It stood among countless zombies, towering at 7 or 8 stories high. Its massive claws crushed zombies beneath it as it lunged forward to chase after them, each step crushing many zombies and sending chunks of flesh flying everywhere. Unable to go slowly like when they arrived, they jumped down from the 2nd floor, climbing along the exterior burglar bars as they tried to escape. The zombie bird covered over 10 meters with each step, pursuing while flapping its wings, which from afar appeared fleshy but up close had a layer of hard membrane covering the outside. Behind them came the sound of shattered window glass, followed soon by screams, signaling someone had been struck by the zombie bird's wings and thrown into the street. While chasing, the zombie bird let out short but sharp cries, each one causing dizziness in the minds of those around. Hurry! Faster! Hise shouted while running, Shenrengchen still trailing behind him as the bird cry gradually grew closer. Faster! Even faster! Chu Yenzi suddenly turned, countless pine needles shooting toward the zombie bird's eyes. After being attacked by the talisman earlier, the zombie bird knew the power of these people. It blocked with its wing, sweeping away the pine needles, though quite a few managed to pierce through and embed themselves into its meaty wing. Upon hearing the commotion, Shenrengchen hurled several more talismans, the ones he spoke about last night, designed to trap beasts. Once the talisman touched the body of the zombie bird, it swiftly transformed into a web of golden threads that densely interconnected and began spreading over its wing. Birds naturally feared net-like things, even as a zombie, it could not suppress its instinctual aversion. This briefly slowed it down as it angrily attempted to peck the net off its wing with its beak. After pecking at it for a while and failing to remove it, the zombie bird furiously flapped its wings, the talisman-formed net too small to truly capture it despite slowing it slightly due to its energies. This pause caused both Chu Yenzi and Shenrengchen to slow down. After twice being struck by Shenrengchen's talismans, the zombie bird's 2 giant gray-white eyes fixated on Shenrengchen. Its wings stirred up fierce winds, making the zombies on the street appear as mere ants before it. They were swept up and hurled toward the burglar bars where the group clung. Hearing the noise behind him, Hise turned his head to see countless zombies hurtling toward Shenrengchen and Chu Yenzi. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Zombies smashed against walls and windows, completely enveloping both men in a cascade of undead limbs. Shenrengchen flipped his wrist, forming a defensive barrier with swift gestures, while Chu Yenzi shot out numerous pine needles that pierced through the heads of the zombies. Yet, while they were able to fend off the zombies, the burglar bars weren't sturdy enough. The nails holding them fastened to the wall tore loose, and the burglar bars violently fell, dragging Shenrengchen down with them. Chu Yenzi, being closest, failed to catch him, and Hise was further away. His face distorted in anguish as he turned back and screamed, "Shenrengchen! The burglar bars fell with incredible speed, smashing into the zombies below, turning them into a bloody pulp. More zombies quickly moved in and pounced toward Shinranchen. Ignoring everything else, Hizei unleashed a stream of water around Shinranchen. The high-pressure water jet obliterated the zombies, leaving blood-streaked pools that spread across the ground. Chapter 208, Sacrifice of 3 People. Chu Yenji was cooperating, dealing with the surrounding zombies circle by circle with pine needles. Hurry! Get up here quickly. Hizei had his heart in his throat, eyes full of bloodshot veins. He recklessly used his abilities, creating a water wall around Shinranchen to block the zombies. The zombie bird emitted a joyful screech as it rushed toward them at lightning speed, making the ground tremble. Shinranchen barely managed to stand up, inevitably soaked all over. Fortunately, the second floor wasn't too high. Just as the giant claw of the zombie bird came down, Shinranchen grabbed the windowsill and climbed onto the second floor. The massive claw slammed into the ground, emitting a dull sound. Hizei loosened his jaw muscles, his heart settling back down. The water column shifted direction, rushing toward the zombie bird. Chen turned around and shouted at the instant the water hit the zombie bird, "Cut it off." He kept a close eye on the zombie bird, forming a ball in his palms that shimmered with purple electricity, throwing it toward the water column. ZZZT, ZZZT. The electric power intertwined with the cut-off water column and charged toward the zombie bird, producing a massive electrical current sound. The energy of these 2 level 4 mutant individuals was not to be underestimated. The zombie bird's body twitched violently as it fell backward, colliding with a house across the street. The zombies squeezed beneath its claws were instantly flipped over by the current. The smell of burnt flesh and decay made the air unbearable. Seeing the successful strike, Chen Yu yelled loudly, "Go!" Hizei gave one last worried glance at Shinranchen before turning and following Chen Yu, fleeing quickly. That zombie bird wouldn't die so easily, it was only temporarily paralyzed by the electricity, but this was their only chance. When they reached the end of the street, the number of zombies below gradually decreased. They jumped off the burglar-proof railing and ran along the side of the wall for several hundred meters in a single breath. Soon, the faint sounds of the zombie bird running came from behind again. Without even having reached the safe area, Chen Yu pulled out a remote control and shouted, "Find cover." Hizei spun around, grabbing Shinranchen and rolling to the side behind a pile of construction debris. At the moment they crouched down, an explosion thunderously echoed. The sound of collapsing buildings followed them closely, causing the ground to violently shake. The air blast from the explosion directly lifted them and their cover more than 10 meters away. Hizei tightly embraced Shinranchen, his heart pounding like thunder. If they were to die, they would die together. Boom, boom. Another building collapsed, causing everyone to spit blood from the impact. They forced themselves to get up from the ground, running forward without looking back. Countless shards of flying stones scraped past their bodies and faces, leaving streaks of blood. Fortunately, after running for a few minutes, they finally distanced themselves from the explosion zone. Hizei anxiously grabbed Shinranchen, tears welling up slightly in his bloodshot eyes. Breathing heavily, a string of dirty words stuck in his throat, unable to come out. Shinranchen couldn't help but chuckle, "Don't be angry." "Damn it." Hizei kicked a rock on the roadside with a violent kick and growled angrily, "If you ever do something reckless again, I will. I'll." He struggled for a while to find the right words. Shinranchen let out a tisk sound and glanced at himself, annoyed. His whole body was covered in dirty water and dust, now mixed with blood. His back was injured where he'd been hit by the burglar bars when he landed. "Are you hurt?" As the two were moving slowly, the people running behind slowly gathered together. Chen Yu's expression was cold. At just a glance, he realized that 3 people were missing, 1 avian mutant individual and 2 force-based mutants. He gritted his teeth and looked at the smoky city behind them. It was the first time anyone in their group had sacrificed themselves. Straggling zombies wobbled out amidst the clouds of dust, giving everyone no time to mourn. They steeled their spirits and continued to clear them out. Upon hearing the explosion, Guanzhu and Yixing had already run toward this direction and now finally found them. Everyone was disheveled, their faces and bodies scratched by fragments thrown by the explosion. Blood and dirt mixed together, looking unbearably ragged. Yixing quickly located Chen Yu's direction and shouted with concern, "Chen Yu." He hurried over, examining Chen Yu carefully, asking, "Where are you injured?" Chen Yu pulled him close into his embrace and deeply inhaled, saying, "Nothing serious, minor injuries, let's leave first." They swiftly cleared the surrounding zombies, reaching the location of their vehicles and finally breathing a sigh of relief. A gloomy atmosphere spread throughout the group. Even Yixing didn't speak aloud. He used his powers to heal each injured person individually before quietly sitting back beside Chen Yu. All team members were in the truck bed of the military vehicle. Leaning against the edge, Chen Yu spoke gravely, "Rest for half an hour, then go back to the previous location to retrieve the crystal core of the zombie bird." In his hand, he held the black box and adjusted the number that belonged to their team from 17 to 14, then sent a message to Guanhan. 3 sacrifices, abnormal zombies have been dealt with. Chapter 209, Guanhan, are you worried about me? Shanqing Science Academy. Lin Mu had absorbed the crystal core and was still sleeping. Fu Jingma and Guan Han were in the meeting room, where the screen showed that 3 members of Team C3 were missing. Other teams also suffered varying degrees of losses. Of course, some capable mutated individuals from those rescued or within safe zones joined to fill in the gaps. The closer they get to the coastal cities, the harder it is for them to advance. Coastal cities have dense populations, so there are too many zombies. Fu Jingma nodded and said gravely, "How many people has the plane sent out to pick up? Bring them some supplies. Ammunition is being consumed more than we anticipated. Fengcheng received 2 trips, and we received 1 trip. For capable cities, let the safe zones organize nearby trips to either Fengcheng or Shancheng. The currently recorded survivors total 21,337 people. Since leaving Fengcheng until now, the Dawn Plan has been ongoing for nearly 2 months. This number of survivors has been bought at the cost of countless bloodshed and sacrifice. Is there still any contact with Earth Origins consciousness? No, not after last time. There's been no sound." Guan Han paused briefly. "The last mutated zombie crystal core is already secured. I'll have them send it back. What are your plans?" Fu Jingmo rubbed his temples. He almost never showed signs of fatigue. In everyone's eyes, he was nearly indestructible. But when it comes to Lin Mu, I know I am powerless. What do you think will happen after absorbing the final one? I can't give you an answer. I should go back. Lin Mu should be waking up soon. All right. Fu Jingmo got up and left the meeting room. Outside the window, the weather was pleasant. Guan Han stared off into space for a moment before glancing again at the numbers on the screen. 3 people. Were those 3 people possibly Chu Yenji? He pulled out the black device. Chu Yenji had a separate channel, and he'd never used this to contact him before. His pale fingers traced over the black box as Guan Han typed out a few simple words. "Are you okay?" He clicked and sent the message. Far away, in Yuanzhou City, Chu Yenji was just returning to the site of the previous explosion to look for the crystal core and clean up the remaining living zombies. The black box was tucked inside his backpack, so he didn't see the incoming message. Fu Jingmo returned to the room, and Lin Mu was already awake. The sound of water could be heard coming from the bathroom. The door opened gently, and Lin Mu looked at his own reflection in the mirror, a pale face. His hand tightened over his chest. His beating heart felt like a balloon ready to burst, constricting and causing a dull ache. Under the cover of the running water, he took a breath, then rubbed his face to create a bit of redness before turning off the tap and going out. "Are you back? How's it going?" Sitting on the edge of the bed, Fu Jingmo extended his hand. Lin Mu walked over. He wrapped his arms tightly around Fu Jingma's waist, burying his head. Fu Jingma petted the head nestled against his side and reached his hand up to touch his broad shoulders. "Tired?" "Not really." "Xiao Mu, why does Big Brother like you so much?" Lin Mu couldn't help but laugh. "Stop fooling around." Fu Jingma pulled him onto the bed and flipped over to press him down. "Do you feel unwell?" "Not really, it's the same as before." Fu Jingma gazed deeply into his eyes, which were quietly locked onto his own. Lin Mu swallowed, trying his best to hide any abnormality. "How are Hizei and the others?" "The mutated zombies have been dealt with, but 3 members of the team were lost. I just questioned Yu. It turns out it was 3 newly recruited mutators." Fu Jingma buried his face into Lin Mu's neck, lightly rubbing against his skin. Dealing with mutated zombies is hard work. It probably took a lot of effort. Solving the mutated zombies meant the final crystal core was secured and only awaited return to Shancheng to complete the energy sphere. Lin Mu idly touched his hair, softly saying, "Once they send it back, we can start developing the reagent to solve the R virus problem. From then on, we won't be threatened by the R virus anymore, and the Dawn Plan will proceed more smoothly." Neither of them continued speaking afterward. Fu Jingma hugged Lin Mu's waist. "Let's sleep a little longer. But I've just woken up. Then lie down with me." If possible, he wanted nothing more than to embrace Lin Mu like this, without doing anything else, just being together. Unable to resist him, Lin Mu fell asleep again. "Dean Chu, here. Here." The person up front shouted loudly. A zombie bird was trapped under the rubble. Most of its body had been blown apart, but its position could barely be identified. Chu Yenzi approached and carefully placed the crystal core into a container. Fortunately, the crystal core was indestructible no matter what it encountered. With the crystal core secured, everyone decided not to linger further. Their abilities had been drained enough for the day, and the remaining zombies would be dealt with the next day. They drove to a safe house in the suburbs to rest. Chu Yenzi put the crystal core back into his backpack and then remembered to check the black device. The small screen displayed 2 messages. "Are you okay?" Apparently, the sender didn't receive a reply soon enough, as they grew anxious and sent another shortly after. "Yenzi." Looking at these messages, Chu Yenzi pinched the talisman hanging around his neck and smiled faintly. He typed out a line of text slowly. "Guan Han, are you worried about me?" After sending the message, he waited but received no reply. TSK, knowing that he's fine, they ignore him now, so troublesome. "The crystal core is with me, I'll send it back. Maybe Lin Mu needs my help." 2 minutes passed, and a response finally came. Be careful on the road. Haha, Chu Yenzi couldn't help but laugh aloud, amused by the cuteness of it. The next day, Chu Yenzi drove back to Shanqing alone, while the rest continued toward the eastern district according to plan. He stood with red eyes watching the direction the car disappeared in. He wanted to go back too. He worried about Mumu, though Mumu never elaborated much about Earth Origin's situation. But He wasn't foolish, he knew this whole affair was dangerous. Otherwise, why would Fu Jingma have been so tense? Even so, going back wouldn't help much. Before leaving, Mumu had told him to follow the team, to deal with the zombies. He wiped his face. Mumu will be fine, with Brother Fu and Dean Guan there. If our hard work for Earth turns out like this, throwing away bridges once we've crossed them, then why should we bother making any effort? Shen Rengchen squatted beside him and spoke quietly. He rubbed his eyes, turned his back to Shen Rengchen, yeah. Chapter 210, The Last Crystal Core. 3 days later, Mountain City. Director Guan, you're back from the hospital. The young soldier on guard rushed in, and Guan Han put down what he was doing, standing up as he saw the dusty man approach. The young soldier left, and Guan Han paused momentarily. How did you get here so fast? I thought it wouldn't be until the afternoon. Oh, I was afraid some people would worry. He pulled out the crystal core from his bag, which was stored in a transparent container. Where are Lin Mu and the others? They're resting in the room. I'll take it to them now. Guan Han took the crystal core and prepared to leave but had his forearm grabbed by Chu Yenji, who leaned forward, trapping him between himself and the table. The two of them are resting, why rush over all the time? You're really not considerate. Guan Han turned his head, dodging his gaze. Then I'll go a bit later. Could you please move aside? You were very concerned about me before, even fearing that I might die. Now that I'm back, you won't even look at me properly. TSK. He whispered into Guan Han's ear, his voice full of intimacy. Then, after kissing his cheek, he stood up. Guan Han quickly stepped away, wiping his face with his hand. Since you're back, go study the sound wave signals of Earth original energy. Don't cause trouble here. No way. I'm tired, and I'm hungry too. Come have dinner with me. Looking at Guan Han, who appeared even more exhausted than himself, Chu Yenji shook his head, estimating that Guan Han must have been staying up in the lab every day. Reluctantly dragging Guan Han along, they arrived at the dining hall where they coincidentally saw Lin Mu and Fu Jingmo. The four gathered together, listening to Chu Yenji recount the bizarre incidents involving mutated zombies in Yuanzhou City. It was undoubtedly an adventure-filled story. Give me the crystal core. We just need this one now. Lin Mu looked at Chu Yenji, who slightly tilted his chin and pointed to Guan Han. It's with him. Guan Han frowned. It's not yet time for absorption. Didn't you say it's supposed to be one every half-month? Yeah, I know that. Guan Han glanced at Fu Jingmo, seeing that he didn't object, so he took the crystal core from his pocket and handed it to Lin Mu. Fu Jingmo reached out and took it. Let me keep it first. Mountain City now had many more survivors. Xiaoyingjia organized mutants every day, luring the zombies far beyond the southern district for extermination. But there were still plenty of zombies loitering around the southern bank in the northern district, unable to be fully driven away. Fu Jingmo almost always stayed in the meeting room daily, focusing on weapons, ammunition production, and their continuous and difficult improvement efforts. After over a month of cleanup operations, most of the supplies and weapons they had brought from Fengqing were nearly depleted. As they moved further east, they needed more resources. Supplies became the top priority. 2 rounds of teams had already departed from Mountain City, and all the weapons stockpiled at One Tower were shipped. Lin Mu also emptied and checked everything he had in storage, including those from the Bi-Eagle arsenal provided by Fu Zhaolin, as well as what they collected during their journey. Food wasn't an issue since they had stockpiled a vast amount of rice, flour, and oil. However, the most unsettling factor was the decreasing number of people marked on the map. A team that originally consisted of 25 members now sometimes only had single digits left. 7, 8. With such few people, how could they clear out all the zombies in the city? In Mountain City, quite a few mutants, despite not having particularly powerful abilities, voluntarily joined supply convoys to assist in reinforcing the missions. Like a spark igniting a prairie fire, white dots on the map represented each firebrand trying their best to burn off all the zombies and viruses. Every day, Fu Jingmo worked hard arranging supply convoys, training reinforcements, and usually working until late at night. Lin Mu usually headed to the laboratory first to cooperate with Guan Han and Chu Yenji for checks. Due to his involvement, Chu Yenji had given a lot of blood samples. Sorry for troubling Director Chu. Chu Yenji shrugged, making an exaggerated helpless expression. There's nothing I can do. After all, my mentor is your friend. Over these past few days, Guan Han had successfully trained himself to completely ignore whatever Chu Yenji said, then placed down the data report in his hands. I've also refined Miss Lu's blood. It's the same as Director Chu's. Currently, the concentration of our one element in both of them is approximately 8 to 12 times, whereas yours is at 95 times. Furrowing his brow, he continued thoughtfully, plants have strong vitality. Dead wood regrows in spring, and wild grass cannot be burnt entirely by fire. If your heart cannot bear the pressure, if they inject you with their energy, increasing the ratio of the green energy from Earth original in your body, will it speed up the healing process? It's not impossible, but for Lin Mu, the energy in our bodies might just be like a drop in the bucket. We can only try our best. Lin Mu nodded, his eyes curving slightly. It's fine. The results are beyond our control. All we can do is try our best. Well, I'll head over to the river and help out. He rose and left the lab. The weather was nice, with sunlight breaking through the clouds as he slowly strolled along the riverside. The Lu River originally had a few cross-river bridges, but they were destroyed to prevent zombies from crossing over from the south bank, leaving gaps of about 15 meters in the middle. It looked somewhat interesting. On either side of the broken bridge, there were zombies on one side and emptiness on the other. 15 meters wasn't far for Lin Mu, who wielded Xiao Yuan to clear zombies perfectly well. He moved lazily toward the bridge. On a bamboo raft below the bridge stood 2 mutants. Over the past few days, as he had come every day, almost everyone down there recognized him. When they saw him waving at them from the bridge, Lin Mu smiled as he reached the broken end of it. Standing alone on this side, he watched as the zombies on the opposite side flailed their hands toward him, sensing the presence of a living being. Before he could strike, a few fell into the gap, crashing into the river where they were killed by the 2 mutants below. Lin Mu unsheathed Xiao Yuan, whose power had greatly increased after absorbing the crystal core. The vines rapped with strong winds and swiped, making a thud sound as they pierced flesh, sending chunks of rotting meat flying. A large number of heads were severed on the other side. More zombies surged forward over the fallen ones behind. Lin Mu's posture remained steady as he tirelessly swung the vines around. Finally, when his wrists started aching, he sat down on the railing at the edge of the bridge. The wind over the river was strong, and even though the sun shone on his body, it brought no warmth. The stench of the decaying zombies filled the air. The sound of rushing water filled his ears. If only there were no such foul odors, no grotesque zombies, the world would still be as beautiful as it once was. The railing under his hand felt cool, and suddenly a shadow fell before him. Lin Mu opened his eyes. Are you done? Fu Jingma stood in front of him, backlit by the sun. His face was slightly tilted, revealing sharp features, but his gaze was unusually gentle. I'm done. It's time to go back for dinner. Lin Mu extended his hand with a smile. I'm tired. Fu Jingma looked at him affectionately, turned around, and slightly bent over. Come on, let me carry you. Lin Mu unhesitatingly climbed onto his back and was easily hoisted up as Fu Jingma steadily walked across the bridge. The broad back beneath him provided an immense sense of security. Lin Mu rubbed his neck, snuggling into his shoulder. At his nose, the faint scent of cedar dispersed the heavy stink. I wonder how Hizei is doing. Don't worry. The cleanup of Yuanzhou City is nearly complete, with minimal casualties. 5 more mutants have joined the team. What about other places? All's good. Only the cities closer to the south are a bit tricky, but once supplies and weapons arrive, the issues should be resolved. As they walked lightly, the warm sunlight made them drowsy. Lin Mu spoke softly near his ear, let's absorb that crystal core today so we can help earlier. His steps paused briefly before continuing. After a moment of silence, Fu Jingma finally responded, all right. Lin Mu chuckled softly. He didn't want to hear news one day that Hizei, Shen Rangchen, Guanzhou, Lao Wu, Xiao Lu, had been bitten by zombies or infected by the virus. Chapter 211, Heart Being Torn Apart. After getting off the bridge, Lin Mu patted his back. Put me down. There were quite a few mutants on the river, and he didn't have such a thick skin to let someone carry him back. The two slowly walked back, went to the canteen for lunch, and then headed to the laboratory. Along the way, his usually dry and warm hands were slightly moist. Lin Mu looked at Fu Jingma, knowing that he was worried about himself. As they walked onto the glass corridor, Lin Mu tugged lightly, and Fu Jingma stopped in his tracks. Sunlight shone through the floor-to-ceiling glass and fell on their bodies. Lin Mu leaned forward and kissed his lips gently. Just as he was about to push away, his waist was gripped tightly, intensifying the kiss. Familiar, dominant, and intense love intertwined with reluctance during the breaths. Lin Mu opened his lips slightly, allowing himself to be plundered. He thought that on this day, he would be afraid, would be timid. But inside, there was an unexpected calmness, like deciding to cut the tangled knot around his heart, only feeling lightness. The hand around his waist tightened more and more. Fu Jingma stopped the movement, lingered on his lips for a moment, and lightly bit them. Lin Mu reached out, gently stroking his cold face. He liked his person who should always be calm and decisive, always bold and unrestrained. Not like now, being upset and anxious because of him. I'm sorry for making you worry, Lin Mu blinked and softly said, but can you trust me once? I can do it well. I won't die or leave you. We've worked so hard for so long. We will succeed. I still want to go to Chambai with you. We will stay together forever in a normal world. The gentle voice hit the chest with 1,000-pound force. Fu Jingma clenched his teeth and suddenly chuckled arrogantly, darling, I believe you. If the earth dares to hurt you, I'll bring out the several nuclear bombs deep in Jiaoshan and blow it apart. Lin Mu couldn't help but laugh. The good atmosphere was completely ruined by this rogue's tone. He gave a strong kiss on those thin lips. Yeah, I think it's a great idea. Suddenly feeling lighter, Lin Mu stepped back, glancing at the floor-to-ceiling glass. Then let's go. Hurry up. Once it's over, you can pin me against the glass early. After saying that, he took big steps forward. Fu Jingma smiled and caught up. Damn. The two entered the laboratory, where Guanhan and Chu Yanzi were both huddled together, looking at the data on the instrument. How did you come? Guanhan asked without even looking up. I'm going to absorb the last crystal core. It's more convenient here for you to observe. Lin Mu's voice still carried a bit of laughter that hadn't dissipated yet, calm as if asking what was for dinner. Have you made up your mind? Guanhan asked, then glanced at Fu Jingma casually leaning against the table. Seeing no abnormal expression on his face, it seemed the two had already discussed it. Lin Mu nodded and reflected, yeah, since Earth Original has consciousness and really wants Xiao Yuan to return, I don't think it lacks emotions toward humanity. Humans surviving on it, if it doesn't care, there's no need to worry about whether humans will perish. That's true. Come inside, the magnetic sheet connected to Earth Original is still there. Chu Yanzi and I will monitor your body here. Wait a moment. Guanhan walked to the door and called someone, please ask Miss Lu to come over. Lu Mengqiao, after coming to Mountain City with them initially, didn't go to Yao City together. She stayed in Mountain City and helped Xiao Yingjie clear out zombies. I've analyzed with Chu Yanzi that all plant-type mutants have the same element, the green energy you mentioned. Perhaps it could be useful. Good, thank you. A few people went into the room prepared ahead of time. A transparent container was placed on the table. They opened it, and Lin Mu released Xiao Yuan from his palm. Xiao Yuan didn't rush excitedly toward the crystal core like before, instead, it coiled around Lin Mu's arm. Lin Mu touched its leaves and spoke gently, go ahead, absorb the crystal core. The small leaf quivered and didn't let go. Lin Mu could feel Xiao Yuan's grievance and sadness. They had been together since the beginning of the apocalypse, or perhaps even longer ago. Xiao Yuan once said that when it first gained consciousness, Lin Mu tossed it into the greenhouse in Jiaoshan. It waited for a very, very long time until it saw Lin Mu again. On the night of Jiaoshan, it burrowed into Lin Mu's body partly because of blood and partly because it was mad at Lin Mu. Later, inside his body, Xiao Yuan found out everything Lin Mu had gone through and wasn't angry anymore. It wasn't until finching that Xiao Yuan told Lin Mu these things. It was then he realized that, over those years, while he had been immersed in the sorrow of his parents' departure, the little tree had also waited alone in the glass greenhouse. Go ahead, I'll be fine. You'll protect me, won't you? Xiao Yuan nodded its tiny head, then gently rubbed against his palm before slowly moving closer to the crystal core. Lin Mu looked up and caught sight of the person standing by the door. Making eye contact with Fu Jingma, he offered a soft smile. The vine tip pierced into the transparent box, and everyone involuntarily held their breath. Xiao Yuan hesitated again as if looking back at them all one last time before finally touching the crystal core with its tip. At the instant of contact, the clear crystal core swiftly vanished. The vines retreated back to Lin Mu's hand. Are you alright? Guanhan anxiously looked at Lin Mu. Not, cough, before Lin Mu could answer, a powerful force surged toward his heart through his veins. His pale hand clutched at his chest as Lin Mu's face rapidly turned deathly white. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead, and intense pain engulfed his whole body. Fu Jingma quickly stepped forward and embraced him. Cough, cough. The feeling of suffocation made him choke out uncontrollably, his heart felt like an overly filled water balloon, unable to bear it yet continuously being pumped full. Lin Mu. Lin Mu. Even though they prepared mentally, Fu Jingma's eyes instantly reddened at the sight of his lover writhing in agony. Lin Mu clutched his clothes tightly, shaking violently in his arms. Hurt. So much pain. His heart was stretched to the brink of bursting under the enormous energy brought by the final crystal core. The massive surge filled his heart with cracks until it couldn't endure any more, exploding violently. Ugh. All the energy wildly surged toward Xiao Yuan, causing the small sapling to grow drastically. As his consciousness began detaching from his body, Lin Mu could almost see every part of himself, his entire heart already wrapped densely by Xiao Yuan's roots. Dense, intricate root systems were embedded into his fragile heart, growing furiously as the energy entered. Cough, phew. Fresh red blood dripped from his lips and nose. His heart could not endure both the expanding root system and all the energy contained within the energy sphere. The frail heart gradually shattered, torn apart, as green energy desperately worked to repair it. Torn and then repaired, only to be broken again. This was a power no human could endure, more terrifying than when Xiao Yuan originally rooted itself inside him. Drenched in sweat, Lin Mu's fingers spasmed and convulsed, clinging tightly to his collar because of the unbearable pain. Lin Mu, Lin Mu. Fu Jingma's eyes burned crimson, never before had he felt so utterly powerless. In an instant, Lin Mu's white shirt was soaked in blood spilling from his mouth. The anguish was too overwhelming, a torment he longed to escape through death. But if he died, what would become of the one before him? Having lost his parents and knowing firsthand the solitude and emptiness such a loss brought, he couldn't let this person experience it, too. As vitality rapidly ebbed away, Chu Yenzi calmly said, "Take him over there, let me try." Fu Jingma stood with his precious bundle, striding quickly to the operation table where he carefully laid Lin Mu down. Without the strength to curl up, Lin Mu's body convulsed helplessly atop the table. His beautiful eyes slowly lost their luster, and large amounts of blood streamed from his lips. To prevent him from choking, Fu Jingma immediately propped up his head, while Guan Han came forward to steady his legs. Chu Yenzi controlled the energy inside him, something he'd never attempted before. At this moment, all the green energy flowed slowly from his hands into Lin Mu's chest, aiding in repairing the fractured heart. "Hang on just a bit longer, darling, you'll be fine, you'll be fine," Fu Jingma whispered, lowering his head to press lightly against Lin Mu's forehead. The tall, aloof man bent forward dejectedly, his scorching tears falling onto the pallid face of the youth below. "Please, Lin Mu, hang on just a little longer." As his eyelids gradually closed, unable to bear the excruciating pain anymore, Lin Mu fell into boundless darkness. Chapter 212, Xiao Yuan and Earth Yuan. When Lu Mengxiao returned, Chu Yenji's energy was almost depleted. Lin Mu's breathing was faint, occasionally coughing up blood before lapsing back into unconsciousness. The sky grew dark. Guan Han helped Chu Yenji sit on a chair, while Fu Jingmo remained motionless beside Lin Mu, only holding his hand. Not until Lu Mengxiao's energy was also exhausted did she glance at the others and say, "Is this really going to work? We're doing our best. You should rest first, Xiao Xiao." Guan Han called someone over to escort Lu Mengxiao away. Fu Jingma massaged his temple, stretched his neck slightly, and then glanced at Lin Mu who still lay unconscious. He brought Lin Mu's cold hand to his lips. Time ticked by second by second. Lin Mu appeared as if he were asleep, with barely perceptible breathing, occasionally showing signs of pain and trembling fingertips. Darkness, an overwhelming darkness. Lin Mu didn't know where he was, his entire body ached from being torn apart. An hour, 2 hours. After what felt like an eternity. A surge of joy bubbled within him as he hastened forward. A massive red patch gradually materialized in front of him. It was thin, like a glass pane. Dim white light passed through it, making the color slightly darker. As he leaned closer for a better look, he realized that the red glass was riddled with countless cracks. What is this? He took a step forward, intending to touch the red surface when suddenly he was yanked inside by an immense force. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself within a realm of consciousness. The originally flat lawn had sprouted a colossal tree. Its branches and leaves spread thickly, the trunk was thick, requiring a look upward just to see its peak. Xiao Yuan. The enormous tree seemed constrained by a layer of membrane above it, unable to grow further, its twisted branches sprawled out chaotically. The strawberries and vegetables Lin Mu planted around it were crushed beneath the rising earth. Huge roots broke out from the soil, exposed by half. "Wah wah, Mumu, wah wah." Xiao Yuan's voice was heartbroken and pitiful, filled with sobs. "Xiao Yuan. Wah wah, Xiao Yuan doesn't want to grow any bigger." Seemingly not hearing Lin Mu's voice, Xiao Yuan continued to sob. As Lin Mu looked at his translucent hand, preparing to call out again, he was interrupted by a deep voice, "Are you willing to return to me now?" It was Earth Yuan. "You bad person. You're a bad person, Xiao Yuan doesn't want to go back with you, you hurt Mumu. He's just a human, you are a part of me, and you must return to me." "Wah wah, I don't want to, Xiao Yuan only likes Mumu." The moment those words left, the space trembled violently. The excruciating pain in his chest intensified suddenly, accompanied by a nauseating sound of flesh moving around repeatedly. "Stop it. Stop it. You cannot destroy Mumu's heart." Xiao Yuan screamed tearfully and uncontrollably, causing the large tree trunk to shake violently. Leaves fell from its branches. Lin Mu suddenly understood, this space was his heart. What he saw, resembling red glass, was actually the fragile wall of his own heart. Xiao Yuan refused to grow upward, protecting him. His heart softened, Xiao Yuan. Back in the lab, Lin Mu tightly clenched his fists, veins clearly protruding under his pale hands, flipping painfully. Fu Jingma immediately embraced him, the magnet piece on his head still connected to instruments. The computer emitted beeping sounds, alerting everyone present. Looking at the chaotic waves indicating Earth Yuan's awareness through the black lines moving on the screen. Earth Yuan is. Xiao Yuan kept growing uncontrollably. Looking up, Lin Mu saw the fragile wall of his heart becoming increasingly thin, as though one more push would make it burst. Earth Yuan's voice continued. "If you don't return to me immediately, this human's heart will completely explode, and there will be no chance of survival." The moment the words fell, Lin Mu sensed a gaze fixated on him. Earth Yuan knew he was here and might have been the one blocking the connection between Xiao Yuan and himself. Clutching his chest tightly, Lin Mu bit his teeth and shouted, "Earth Yuan, are you only capable of these threats? So foolish." Fury surged in his chest, "You're only making Xiao Yuan even sadder and hating you even more. Human, do not be ungrateful." That voice abruptly sounded close to his ear, proving without doubt that Earth Yuan was aware of his presence here. Apparently, this statement would not reach Xiao Yuan either. Humph, the ungrateful one is you. Humans are smarter than you think. If you let me die, you'd better know our elder brother isn't exactly temperamental. He'll obliterate you. Lin Mu recalled what Fu Jingma had said and smiled slightly. You just want to take Xiao Yuan back. We were originally cooperating to fight the virus. There's no need for this, is there? Humph, Earth Yuan gave a cold snort. I need to take it back. With you, it doesn't behave properly. What good would your life be to me? Lin Mu sighed, his voice warm. Xiao Yuan is very well behaved. Give it a strawberry plant, and it will be happy for many days. When it feels wronged, it will rub against your hand to act cute. When it gets angry, you have to comfort it, but it will get better with just one sentence of soothing. You just need to be a little kinder to it. Humph, I don't need your advice. Do you want to take it away? Of course, that's enough. Stop talking nonsense here. Earth Yuan, annoyed, tossed out a sentence, then a force was swung. Lin Mu immediately lost consciousness. The vast consciousness space fell silent for a long while before Earth Yuan's voice reappeared. Then the space abruptly emptied, and the towering tree disappeared as if it had never existed, leaving only a big hole on the lawn. The surging energies ebbed like tides. Fu Jingma tightly embraced the person in his arms. The youth's thin body twitched painfully, his clothes drenched with cold sweat. Guan Han turned away his gaze, unable to bear watching any longer. He couldn't imagine the feeling of helplessness while his beloved was struggling between life and death. His eyes met Chu Yenji's. Chu Yenji pulled him closer and said, "Let's go back and get some clean clothes." The two left the room, walking silently outside. Leaving the lab, Guan Han gradually stopped his steps. Feeling the person beside not moving anymore, Chu Yenji turned back and saw his slightly moist eyes. Feeling sorry, Chu Yenji said, "Don't worry so much. I think things won't be as bad as we thought." Guan Han shook his head and stepped closer slowly, speaking with difficulty. "That day, when you didn't reply to my messages. I was also worried about you." His long lashes carried a bit of moisture. Blinking lightly, Guan Han closed his eyes. "Fortunately, you didn't die." Chu Yenji felt a tremor in his heart, joy rushing into his mind, but seeing the fragile person before him, he instantly felt a wave of sympathy. He reached out, hugging Guan Han, rubbing his hair gently. "Don't worry, I'm not that easy to die. I already said, I'll come back to sleep with you." Guan Han's forehead twitched. Indeed, it was best not to say those things. He pulled his hand away and strode ahead quickly. Chu Yenji followed with a smirk. "Shy. Go away. Wait for me. My energy is all used up, I can't walk." The figure in front didn't say anything more, merely slowing down his pace quietly. Using suffering as a tactic did prove to be quite effective. The night was serene, yet everything remained unknown. Chapter 213, Lin Mu Awakens. For 3 consecutive days, Lin Mu didn't wake up. The sound waves from Earth's origin also didn't reappear. Fu Jingma changed his clothes and carried him back to their room. His breath was almost imperceptible, his body without a trace of color, as if he would sleep forever. Lin Xiaomu, such a lover of sleeping in. Fu Jingmo reached out, pinching his face lightly, yet reluctant to apply any force. Every second felt like torture, but at least for now, Lin Mu was still by his side. Every day, apart from arranging the details of the Dawn plan, he stayed with Lin Mu. The battle lines on the map were nearing the coastal cities. Almost all coastal areas were marked with red dots. These were the cities where abnormalities first appeared, densely populated with zombies and with very few safe zones or survivors. Producing explosives and firearms was urgent, and the Science Academy was doing its best to maintain supplies. Each day people sacrificed themselves, while new anomalies arose. The cleaning of zombies entered its final stage. The dawn was near, but darkness grew thicker. After finishing everything, he sat by the bedside. Only when looking at Lin Mu did his cold expression soften slightly. Chu Yenji and Guan Han visited every day. Whenever they regained their energy, they sent it into Lin Mu's body. Yesterday's blood tests showed that the R1 element has returned to normal levels. There weren't many other changes. Fu Jingma frowned. When will he wake up? The energy sphere is already full. Where are the fruits that Earth's origin mentioned? If all this effort fails to solve the R virus issue. Chu Yenji spoke. Lin Mu's body is too weak. It's not actually suitable for him to wake up right now. The green energy from the plant system hasn't disappeared. I believe it's repairing Lin Mu's body. Once it can sustain normal life functions, he should wake up. But no one knows when that time will come. Lin Mu liked being clean. Fu Jingma wiped his body clean each night before holding him to sleep. The person deep in slumber was unusually obedient, allowing him to be held and cuddled as he wished, folded and tucked close to his chest. In the darkness of the night, all emotions were amplified. Fu Jingmo rubbed against Lin Mu's forehead, unable to resist kissing his cheek. Lin Xiaomu, it's been 12 days, brother is keeping count. For every day you sleep, we'll double up once when you wake up. How could I treasure you so much? Your smile makes me happy, your sadness breaks my heart. He muttered to himself, knowing the person in his arms couldn't hear him. Alright, I admit it. That time when you were almost harmed by the bald guy, I decided then that you're mine, and nobody else's, fuck them. You went after Hizay back then, which made me a bit jealous. He even wanted to sleep with you, what a thoughtless prick. Far away in the zombie zone, Hizay sneezed violently in his sleep and curled closer to Shinrangchen. In fact, it's not bad that you don't wake up. I can kiss you however I want, unlike usual when you dodge after just a few kisses. But when you're asleep, there's no sound. I love hearing you cry out when calling me. In the dark of the night, the person in his embrace opened their eyes, hearing the shameless chatter beside him and feeling quite speechless. His body, unconscious for many days, had no strength left, unable to move even a single finger. He endured listening to Fu Jingma's babbling until the man began describing his favorite poses, finally mustering enough strength to bite down gently on his chest. The sound stopped abruptly. Fu Jingma felt the faintest movement on his chest and froze instantly. Tightening his grip, he looked down to see the person in his arms slightly opening their eyes, the long lashes flickering. Honey, you've woken up. His voice was filled with disbelief as he leaned in to kiss Lin Mu and carefully cradled his face. Lin Xiaomu. Lin Mu furrowed his brows, his weakened body letting out a faint breath, you're so noisy. A big smile appeared on the usually stern face, completely ignoring his complaint, not noisy at all, I won't disturb you. The usually composed man seemed a bit silly, hugging him carefully and staring at him without blinking, do you still hurt anywhere? Are you uncomfortable? Lin Mu rested for a moment, recovering a bit of strength, and shook his head lightly, how long have I been asleep? 12 days. Call Guan Han over. Wife comes first. Fu Jingma quickly got up from the bed, covering him well with the blanket, opened the door to send someone to fetch Guan Han, and squatted by the bed watching Lin Mu. Within minutes, Guan Han and Chu Yanji arrived. Seeing Lin Mu awake, both sighed in relief, are you alright? Lin Mu nodded slightly and stretched his hand out from under the blanket. With a turn of his wrist, vines slowly extended from his palm. The vines were emerald green, with leaves spreading out. Then, right before everyone's eyes, fruits began to form on the vines. It was as if the growth speed of the plants had been accelerated by over 100 times. Small green fruits sprouted from the branches and quickly grew larger, gradually changing color from green to light yellow, their size reaching that of cherries. Everyone watched the vines without blinking. This was the fruit mentioned by Earth's origin. Could these tiny fruits really solve the zombie virus? After nearly 10 minutes, the fruits finally stopped changing, maintaining the size of cherries. The pale yellow turned into gold, and upon closer inspection, one could see the golden hue flowing beneath the thin skin of the fruit. They're ready. With these, we can resolve the R virus. Guan Han stared at the vines in disbelief, his voice trembling slightly. It had been too long. Since the R virus descended upon Earth, an entire year had passed. The rest is up to you. Lin Mu spoke weakly, his body devoid of strength, yet he insisted on providing them with the fruits produced by Xiao Yuan first, so that the reagents could be developed sooner and lives would be safeguarded earlier. Thank you, Lin Mu. Guan Han expressed his gratitude earnestly, and both he and Chu Yanzi took the fruits and placed them in containers before leaving. Only the two of them remained in the room. Fu Jingma squatted by the bedhead, and the vines had already retracted. He reached out to gently rub Lin Mu's hair. Sleep a little more, you're too weak. Stay with me. Lin Mu didn't refuse. His body wasn't fully repaired yet, and his battered heart still ached in his chest cavity, but it was fine, as long as time was given, it would heal eventually. Fu Jingma climbed onto the bed and held Lin Mu in his arms again. I'll stay with you. These things are enough for Guan Han and the others to study for a long time. I'll be here with you. Hold me gently. Lin Mu muttered with his last bit of strength, it took such a long time to repair, and your constant movements make me waste even more time. Fu Jingma wanted to punch himself, silently loosening his grip. When he looked down, the person who had just spoken had fallen asleep again. Chapter 214 The End. After obtaining these fruits, everything proceeded extremely smoothly. The golden material inside the fruits was separated and extracted. Soon after, Guan Han and Chu Yanji developed a reagent capable of addressing the R virus, the Y reagent. However, with so many people requiring one reagent each, this was not realistic. Since the apocalypse began with a prolonged rainfall, the Academy decided to employ artificial rain to inject diluted Y reagent into the rainwater, aiming to broadly eliminate the viruses on the Earth's surface. The remaining Y reagents would be partly stored and partly diluted in drinking water once clean water supply was restored. The first city to implement artificial rain was Mountain City. Everyone felt the drizzle, which brought them back to a moment of realization. After the apocalypse, aside from a few snowfalls during winter, the world had never seen any rain. The broadcast had already informed the public that the rain contained a reagent resistant to the zombie virus. Consequently, everyone emerged from their houses. The streets were crowded with people, including those originally residing in Mountain City as well as countless survivors rescued by the Dawn Plan. The zombies at the south bank of Mountain City had been thoroughly eliminated, filling the entire city with cheers and laughter. Lin Mu's health had greatly improved. There was no apparent difference in his body, green energy still possessed the ability to repair his physique, and the amount of our one elements had significantly reduced, making him almost like a normal mutated person. Only Xiao Yuan was gone. A large void remained in the consciousness space where Xiao Yuan once grew in the middle of the grass. The vines in his palm still existed but lacked Xiao Yuan's consciousness. Xiao Yuan had been taken away by Earth. Artificial rain required tremendous amounts of energy, but fortunately, after the first rainfall, rain mysteriously swept across the entire world. Similar to the original rainstorm that had arrived earlier, for several days, heavy rain continued to wash the earth. This meant it was only necessary to spray the Y reagent into the rainwater. Good news came from the coastal areas. After being washed by the Y reagent-laden rain, zombies moved much more slowly, dramatically reducing the difficulty of their extermination. Heze, upon hearing the news that Lin Mu was safe, worked even harder. As soon as the rain stopped, they immediately returned to work on the Dawn Plan. Heze held an explosive under each arm, shouting, "Come on, come on. These zombies are like Alzheimer's patients. Blow them up, little master." Chen threw down a grid of electricity, turning the convulsing zombies into charred coal. Yixing followed behind clapping her hands, "Uncle Chen, you're so awesome." Guanzhu followed Shen Rangchen with a troubled expression, "Master, master, do you still love me? Why don't you let me sleep together with brother Heze?" Shen Rangchen raised an eyebrow, looked at Heze running in front and then glanced sideways at Guanzhu before saying sternly, "Master is training you, from now on, you'll sleep alone." A month later. Only a few peninsulas along the coast needed cleaning. On Z country's land, there were virtually no zombies left. The Y reagent was sent to other countries, gradually restoring every inch of land to its former appearance. Once Lin Mu recovered, he followed Fu Jingma to the city where Heze and others were stationed. Upon learning beforehand, Heze couldn't sleep all night, tossing and turning in his tent. Shen Rangchen restrained himself from sticking a charm on him and pulled him over, "Go to sleep." Heze dodged as if his butt was on fire but failed, "Damn it, nothing tonight, tomorrow Mumu will be here." Who knew Shen Rangchen, who appeared calm and composed, was entirely fake. All of that was false. Once undressed, he turned into a wolf. Savage and cruel. Shen Rangchen patted his back, "Be quiet right now or I'll make you be quiet." "Ugh, if Mumu finds out that I've lost my innocence, will he be sad? My pure body, ruined forever." Shen Rangchen's headache intensified, and he reached out to pinch his chin, biting his incessantly chattering lips. The latter quickly closed his mouth, "Don't bite. I won't talk anymore." With some peace around Shen Rangchen's ears, after a while, the person in his arms started rustling again, leaning closer to him, "Dusty, Mumu probably wouldn't have anything to say, right? After all, I'm just following him." My mom always told me when I was young to follow whatever Mumu does. You see, he is with Fu Gu, and I am also with a guy, it makes sense. Shen Rangchen couldn't help laughing because he thought Heze was dumb, he's under Captain Fu, and you're under me, it makes sense. When Lin Mu and another arrived at the coastal peninsula, the zombies had been almost completely cleared. At just one glance between Lin Mu and Shen Rangchen, he understood that certain individuals had already been lured away. Heze clung to his arm, "Wah. Mumu, I miss you so much. When you were gone, I couldn't eat or sleep well. Thankfully, nothing happened to you, wah wah wah." The man who was 186 centimeters tall wiped his tears as Yixing and Guanzhu sat on the side shaking their heads. "Can't sleep. I believe that." What do you mean?" "Nothing really, just talking out loud." Something's up, I think you're hiding something." Lin Mu casually fended off Heze's probing while sympathetically glancing at Shen Rangchen, who shrugged and gave a smile. The sea breeze of the coastal peninsula carried a moistness from the seawater, with tall coconut trees standing high. A group of people sat on the beach, each holding a coconut. Lin Mu had not kept too few things in his space, he handed out swim shorts to everyone, and they collectively enjoyed coconuts while sunbathing. No zombies, no rotting smell. The world was slowly recovering, and they indulged in leisure, leaving the responsibility for urban construction entirely to Guan Han and Chu Yenji. They returned to Fengqing to start planning the second plan after the Dawn Plan. The Rebirth Plan. This world gained new life again, with Fengqing and Mountain City as the first two cities to rebuild houses, construct roads, and bridges. Leaning against Fu Jingma, Lin Mu laughed, "Are you really going to strike? You're not going back to help?" Fu Jingma kissed his face with a large kiss, "Not going back, the salary is too low. Working for them won't even support my wife. I feel like it's me alone supporting all of you." "Don't ask, asking would lose face, very much so." Yixing and Qinyu leaned against the couple, "Mumu, how much food do you have in your space?" "Enough to feed us for life." Lin Mu nodded, "Yeah, enough for 2 lifetimes, also the extra thin-ribbed honey tangerine flavor, little umbrella can be supplied for life." "Yay," Yixing pulled her head back into Qinyu's chest, "I'm still a baby, don't talk nonsense." Vines emerged from her wrist moved slightly. Lin Mu bent his lips upward, "Why are you playing around again? Earth Origin is probably looking for you." The tip of the small vine brushed against his palm and curled up. Gentle sea breezes blew as the sun dipped down to the horizon, scattering colorful clouds across the sky. In the year the zombie virus descended upon the earth, humanity struggled with an unbreakable willpower, striving hard. After countless sacrifices and failures, humanity finally welcomed dawn once more. They would rebuild human civilization and continue the torch meant for humankind. Chapter 215, Side Story. 1 year later, outside Jiao Mountain Cottage. An SUV parked by the roadside as Lin Mu got out of the car. It had been a year since the outbreak of the zombie virus. After spending half a month in leisure on the coastal islands, they were still called back due to Guan Han's constant messages to help deal with new city construction matters. Fengqing had Lu Ju and Guan Han there, no need for them to worry much. They were happy being free in the mountain city. After an entire year of hard work, they finally managed to find some time to get away. Guan Zhu and Yixing, the two children, were sent to the newly built mutant school, where they both studied and improved their abilities. They complained every day, counting down the days until the holiday. He and Shen Rangchen left the mountain city together with them, but split off halfway through and went to Shen Rangchen's Taoist temple. The path leading into the house was cleared neatly, and the main gate of the courtyard was open. Sounds of conversation could still be heard from inside. Hey, Jiangzi, go pick a few cabbages for dinner tonight. Zhang Chang nodded, sure thing, auntie, I'll do that. Lin Mu and Fu Jingma smiled slightly, knocked on the door lightly, then entered the yard. The courtyard looked just like it did before, only now it was meticulously maintained and spotless. On the left stood several large water jars filled with clear water, where a few fish swam. One or two seemed to be mutated fish, unnaturally large. Lin Mu felt something stir in his heart. He didn't expect that they all survived to the end and continued to guard this place. Two tall men stood in the yard while an older aunt poked her head out from the kitchen. Who are you looking for? She stopped mid-sentence, staring carefully at Lin Mu and Fu Jingmo. Mr. Lin, Mr. Fu. My goodness, it's really you, you've returned. Hearing this, Zhang Chang emerged from the glass greenhouse on the right side, holding two large heads of cabbage. What's up? Who's here? Brother Lin Mu. Brother Lin Mu. He dropped the cabbages and ran forward excitedly. You're back. Oh my god, I knew it, both you and Brother Fu are too powerful, so there's no way anything bad would happen to you. Zhang Chang, who had transformed from a boy into a man, began crying as he spoke. Lin Mu laughed. We've come back, it's good. You're all right. Brother Lin Mu, come in quickly. We've kept this yard clean, come back and live here. On the second floor, we haven't touched anything besides cleaning. Thank you all. We're just here to check for a couple of days. Seeing how meticulously the small courtyard had been cleaned, Lin Mu was deeply moved. If it hadn't been for them, the place would have been long abandoned in the 2 years since he left. Come on, come in and rest first. I'll prepare food. The aunt turned and rushed into the kitchen. Lin Mu and Fu Jingma followed her in. We'll check upstairs first. Okay. I'll go slaughter 2 fish. Let's eat them tonight. The two of them slowly climbed upstairs. As they had said, the second floor was impeccably clean, most likely dusted daily. Upon entering the room, the arrangement remained unchanged, untouched. The bedspread had been removed, presumably because leaving it out might dirty it. A stack of drawings in the corner was completely free of dust. The glass covering the picture frame was sparkling bright. Anyone witnessing such a sight would feel warmth in their hearts. Lin Mu glanced around the room and casually flopped onto the bed, smiling. This is wonderful, it's exactly the same as before. Fu Jingma leaned over next to him, wrapping his arms around him. If you like, let's stay here for a while. Just 2 days will be enough. Didn't we say we'd look around and then go find Rangchen? I've never been to his temple. Alright, wherever you want to go, we'll go. Fu Jingma bent down and kissed him gently. Ever since the incident involving Earth origin, the two had been inseparable. In the evening, they stewed a fish soup, along with pepper-spiced fish heads. The glass greenhouse was the only place they modified, laying soil within made it a vegetable greenhouse, which wasn't wasted. Enjoying the meal happily, when night fell, Lin Mu took out a blanket from his spatial ring and the two tumbled onto the bed. Returning here couldn't help but remind him of their first meeting. Honestly speaking, are there really nuclear bombs inside Jiaoshan? Were you coming to complete a mission then? After being injected with the R1 reagent, I came over first. Oh, if you hadn't come, I might have already been eaten by zombies. Fu Jingma played with his fingers. The two were close, their bodies emitting the same scent of shower gel, creating a sense of extreme intimacy. That wouldn't have happened. Everyone like Zhang Chang survived. It's true, but I'm glad you came, though back then I probably seemed quite disheveled. He laid on Fu Jingma's chest, reminiscing about the scene from that moment. Pitifully lying on the ground, you were still struggling when I carried you upstairs. At that moment, I was thinking, why are you so alert? Lin Mu couldn't help but laugh, pinching his face. His fingers were caught by Fu Jingma, and with a flip, he found himself pinned underneath. Sweetheart, I feel particularly turned on when I'm on your bed. Just thinking about how you've slept here for such a long time makes me unable to resist. The big hand moved down, pinching Lin Mu's waist. He pushed him slightly. No, it's been so cleanly maintained here, I don't want to mess it up. I'll clean it later. After speaking, an overwhelming kiss fell, leaving no room for refusal. In just a few moments, Lin Mu surrendered. Quiet sounds filled the courtyard, causing red cheeks. This continued deep into the night. The next morning, Fu Jingma was woken up with a kick. Lin Mu sat pouting in the center of the bed. Get up quickly and tidy this place up. The quilt and floor were scattered with white fluff-like things. A closer look revealed they were similar to willow catkins, floating softly in the air. Xiao Yuan had been taken away by Earth origin but occasionally snuck back to see Lin Mu. Vines had become Lin Mu's power. Though his body didn't have bizarre bark growing all over like most other mutant humans, his condition was almost normal. However, whenever certain sensitive areas were touched, especially in moments of intense excitement, these fluffy catkins would start shedding from his body. After being teased all night by Fu Jingma, the entire room was covered in white fluff. Fu Jingma glanced around, pulled Lin Mu close, and tucked him into his arms. I'll tidy. Anyway, it needs tidying. If not, let's make some more. No, please. Hey, don't kiss me. Amidst kisses and breaths, the fluff shook off his pale skin, making Lin Mu both embarrassed and irritated. Help. Can we just get rid of this power? The end.